In the 41st year of Konoha, on a bright morning, within the training grounds of the Uchiha clan, a child with spiky black hair wore an innocent smile as he pressed another child down, brandishing a specialized training kunai against the latter's neck. "Theo, you concede?" he asked. "I refuse," the pinned child exclaimed, initially dazed by the close proximity of the kunai. After regaining his composure, he forcefully swatted away the kunai, his face displaying defiance. "That's so? Unfortunately, refusal changes nothing. A loss is a loss," the spiky-haired child replied, his smile unwavering as he sheathed the kunai and stood up. "Humph, I was careless this time. I will reclaim my victory next time," the child on the ground asserted, rising to his feet, brushing off the dirt, and crossing his arms with a slight tilt of his head, adopting an air of a victor. "Suit yourself," the spiky-haired child waved dismissively as he stowed away the kunai and turned to leave the training ground, heading toward the nearby riverbank. He had grown immune to the post-defeat bravado displayed by the Uchiha children. "Hey, Great Demon King, what is your name? Don't get me wrong. I merely wish to know the name of the one who temporarily defeated me," the defiant child called out, halting the retreating boy. "Are you avenging others, yet unaware of my name?" The spiky-haired child paused, still smiling, and turned back with curiosity. Who cares what you're called? Aren't they all calling you the Great Demon King?" The defiant child stuttered, blushing as he looked around, avoiding the gaze of the spiky-haired boy. "Ha, the Great Demon King, is it? How amusing. I am Uchiha Gen. I welcome you to challenge me again. Chive no. 17. Uchiha Gen said with a smile before continuing on his way, eager to assess his recent gains. "What chive number 17? Remember this. I am Uchiha Chinyu, and next time, I shall not lose." Uchiha Chinyu declared loudly, striking a pose of a winner before swiftly departing, though the comment from behind nearly broke his cool demeanor. "Understood, chive number 17. Another good Samaritan, hurrying to bestow gifts early in the morning. With this addition, I am almost there for the custom weapon funds," Uchiha Gen mused, watching as the kind soul departed, glancing down at the challenge ticket coins in his hand. "Most importantly, congratulations, trainer, for defeating a LV6 human cub. Trainer experience 1, Little Fire Dragon experience 1, card draw attempts 1, no items dropped." Indeed, defeating a new chive increases the chances of obtaining card draw attempts. "I hope the next draw yields something useful," Uchiha Gen thought, nodding in satisfaction as he closed his eyes, sinking into his mental space. Upon opening his eyes once more, the environment had transformed. He found himself in a valley formed by dark red rocks, dotted with green foliage that lent life to the otherwise barren landscape, with orange fruits hanging from the green leaves. As he strolled through the valley, waves of heat enveloped him. Beside a thicket, a charming creature, entirely orange with a tail ablaze, was attempting to pluck fruits from the branches. "Little Fire Dragon, that's not good. Did we not agree that you could only eat 3 fruits a day? You devoured today's share the moment you awoke. Have you forgotten how you suffered from a stomach ache after overeating last time?" Uchiha Gen said with a smile as he scooped up the struggling Little Fire Dragon. "Kana?" The little creature froze mid-air, turning to Uchiha Gen's smiling face before abruptly covering its eyes with its chubby paws, seemingly trying to escape the reality of being caught sneaking a snack. "Relax, it's not that I'm forbidding you from eating. It's just that your body cannot yet store so much energy. Once we grow stronger together, you can eat as much as you wish. But for now, you must endure a little." Uchiha Gen chuckled, placing the Little Fire Dragon on the ground and gently flicking its forehead. "Kana." Seeing that Uchiha Gen was not angry about its little indulgence, the Little Fire Dragon happily began to run around him after landing. "Claim your Little Fire Dragon now. First come, first served." Little Fire Dragon, one of the starter Pokémon from the Johto region, is a fire-type creature. After arriving in the world of Hokage for unknown reasons, Uchiha Gen obtained his first companion through a unique ability. Indeed, both Uchiha Gen and the jubilant Little Fire Dragon were outsiders in this shinobi realm. Uchiha Gen, originally named Su Xian, found himself transported to the world of Hokage after being fatally struck by a sudden robotic fist while engrossed in a discussion about whether Arceus could defeat the Otsutsuki gods, the power of transmigration. Unlike those who possessed the bodies of others, Uchiha Gen retained his memories from infancy, awakening fully only around 2 or 3 years of age due to the fragility of his baby form. He adapted swiftly to his new circumstances, as resistance was futile, especially within a clan renowned for its prowess. As for the impending extinction events that might befall the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Gen felt no concern, his confidence drawn from the lovable creature before him. Or rather, the source of his confidence lay in the entity that granted him the little fire dragon, something akin to a system, yet distinctly different. Panel, manifest, Uchiha Gen silently commanded, and a translucent data panel appeared, visible only to him. *** trainer. Uchiha Gen ***. Strength, novice trainer LV, 11 gender, male age, 5 years identity, youngling of the Uchiha clan of Konoha potential, unknown. Special talent, 1 Tomo Sharingan. Current Pokemon, Little Fire Dragon, level 11, skills mastered, fire release, great fireball technique, spark, Uchiha fluid. Technique, basic shuriken manipulation of Uchiha style, ***. Pokemon card draw attempts, 1 Pokemon card inventory, for held items, none. This display before Uchiha Gen, reminiscent of an online game interface, serves as the foundation for his confidence in facing future adversities. Chapter 2. Pokemon cards. The emergence of this panel stems from the initial encounter between Uchiha Gen and the children of his clan. At the moment of victory, the golden finger of the Traverser quietly descended. With a new opportunity to draw cards, he thought, I sacrificed my single status for 10 years. Grant me something extraordinary. With a swift motion, Uchiha Gen embraced the small Charizard that was playfully circling around him, his gaze fixed intently on the Pokemon draw count. Suddenly, a burst of brilliance erupted, and 2 card packs enveloped in dazzling white light appeared out of thin air. Uchiha Gen selected one of the card packs and pressed his finger against it. With a shower of crystalline fragments, the pack exploded, releasing a card that floated gracefully before him. Pokemon card, Riolu skill card, fighting type skill. Tackle, a combat skill that delivers a powerful kick to the target's legs, causing them to fall. The damage dealt varies with the target's weight. Can be fused with trainer skill, Uchiha fluid technique, compatibility 62. Uchiha Gen took the card into his hand, observing the blue puppy depicted on it. As expected, it was a clear sky and white clouds. What a stroke of luck. A tackle skill, though not ideal, at least it was usable. He pondered when he might acquire a sacred fire or a roar of time. After examining the card for a moment, Uchiha Gen clenched his fist, and the card transformed into glowing shards that swiftly melded into his body. The Uchiha fluid technique he mastered also enhanced imperceptibly, with a small amount of kicking technique subtly integrating into his memory. This sensation was indeed marvelous. However, he lamented the limited body and ninjutsu techniques he had learned so far, as the remaining card skills could not be acquired due to insufficient compatibility. Uchiha Gen gently raised his hand, and 4 cards, each adorned with different designs, floated around his palm, radiating soft glimmers. The Pokemon cards represented the core external ability of his golden finger panel. Upon defeating an opponent, not only would he gain experience points for himself and his Pokemon to level up, but there was also a chance to obtain Pokemon draw counts and other unencountered items. Each Pokemon card he drew was unique. He had yet to draw the same card twice. The drawn Pokemon cards contained the skills mastered by the Pokemon depicted. Uchiha Gen could harness these skills by utilizing the compatibility between the techniques on the cards and his own abilities. However, each skill carried on the Pokemon cards required a compatibility of over 50% with Uchiha Gen's abilities to be fused and learned. This explained why he still held on to 4 Pokemon cards. It was not due to reluctance to use them, but rather because he had yet to master suitable ninjutsu or taijutsu with compatible attributes. Of course, there was another way to learn the skills on the Pokemon cards without needing compatible ninjutsu. This was through the small Charizard dozing in his arms. Unlike the conventional relationship between trainers and Pokemon, within the ceiling space of Uchiha Gen, all the power possessed by Charizard could be directly utilized by him, including its unique abilities. As long as the skills on the Pokemon cards were learnable by Charizard, Uchiha Gen could allow Charizard to use the cards directly. Once Charizard mastered the skills on the card, Uchiha Gen would also indirectly acquire them. Despite the limited skills he could currently master, Uchiha Gen did not feel rushed. After all, both he and Charizard had ample time to grow. Moreover, Uchiha Gen had a premonition that he would possess other Pokemon besides Charizard. However, he had yet to devise a means to acquire them. After training in the morning and engaging in a skirmish with the single status of 10 years, he calculated that it was nearly time for the opening ceremony of the ninja school, where the newly admitted Kakashi and others awaited, fresh recruits, indeed. Uchiha Gen gathered the floating cards in his hand and gently patted the head of the slumbering Charizard. After a brief estimation of the time, he realized it was almost time to leave the ceiling space, his heart filled with anticipation for the impending ninja school. The ninja school, established by the malevolent second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, gradually expanded through the incorporation of various ninja clans under the third Hokage, becoming a cradle for nurturing geniuses. Speaking of which, he would likely encounter the third Hokage at today's entrance ceremony, if he wished to protect the Uchiha clan. It was only a matter of time before he would confront him or that one-eyed dragon. Emerging from the ceiling space, Uchiha Gen found himself seated by the riverbank, contemplating the turbulent waters before him. Before his traversal, as a fan of Hokage, he had often debated the conspiracy theories surrounding Konoha with countless netizens. In his previous life, he would have attributed these theories to Kishimoto's retcons or dismissed them as mere speculation about a shonen anime. However, now Uchiha Gen silently positioned the third Hokage and others as his adversaries, not out of any particular conspiracy theory, but simply because of his Uchiha lineage. It is well known that traversers either have royal parents or are orphaned. Uchiha Gen belonged to the latter. After the sacrifice of his parents, Uchiha Gen, now an orphan, found his life within the clan to be devoid of hardship. Whether it be clothing, food, or daily expenses, the clan always provided adequately. Furthermore, the increasing stakes of the challenge tickets offered by the younger Uchiha were orchestrated by the elders of the clan. This was a manifestation of familial affection. And as the recipient of such care, Uchiha Gen was determined not to allow the tragic fate of clan extermination depicted in the anime to become reality. Chapter 3. Might father and son Uchiha Gen harbored little concern for the future's bloody clan massacre. For now, Konoha had him as an unpredictable variable. He would not blindly adhere to the original narrative of the Naruto universe. In Uchiha Gen's heart, his existence represented the greatest variable in the ninja world, and his presence would undoubtedly disrupt the future that lay ahead, though his current strength was inadequate to effect substantial change. If he could not influence the original timeline in the future, then what was the point of his existence? Due to the cessation of the Second Ninja War, the enrollment numbers for the ninja school had surged. In Konoha, both ninja clans and commoners sent their eligible children to the academy, spurred by certain policies. Thus, on the day of enrollment, the entrance of the ninja academy was crowded with prospective students and their accompanying parents. However, the majority of those gathered at the entrance were commoners from Konoha, clustered around a massive bulletin board, desperately searching for their children's names. Admission to the ninja school was not a matter of mere entry. Each child registering for the academy was required to undergo a simple assessment known as the entrance exam. Only those children who pass the examination have the opportunity to enter the ninja school for their studies, potentially becoming ninjas themselves. Naturally, this examination applies solely to the commoners of Konoha, as the children of ninja clans are exempt from such scrutiny, or rather, there is no necessity for it at all. After all, the leaders of each ninja clan are not so foolish as to let their offspring languish without the aptitude for becoming ninjas. They would simply keep them within the clan, nurturing them or guiding them to manage the family business to support their clan's finances, rather than sending them to the ninja school to become a source of ridicule. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Gen harbored no concerns about failing the entrance examination, thus he remained unhurried. The time was still early, and the sky retained a faint blush from the rising sun. Uchiha Gen strolled leisurely towards the ninja school. On this day, as the school year commenced, the streets of Konoha buzzed with excitement, with most of the food stalls lining the path towards the ninja school. Navigating through the bustling crowd, Uchiha Gen soon caught sight of the school's grand entrance. Simultaneously, he noticed a peculiar duo clad in green jumpsuits. "Might guy? Might guy? Might guy?" A small green figure perched on the neck of a larger green figure, eagerly searching for the name Might Guy on a large notice board, calling out with fervent anticipation for his name to appear. However, in a mere moment, as the tears streamed down Might Guy's face, the hopes of the young boy were dashed. "My name isn't on there at all, Dad," the young Might Guy cried, his voice trembling as he clung to his father, Might Die. Observing this scene, Uchiha Gen paused, intrigued by the incongruity of this father-son pair. Is this what Guy was like as a child? It is hard to imagine that the man who would later deliver such powerful kicks was once merely a weeping child, though it seems he still sheds tears even in the future. Uchiha Gen mused as he watched the figure of Might Guy, feeling a mix of sentimentality, yet he remained cautious. He was acutely aware that in this world of ninjas, one must be vigilant about revealing any hint of not belonging to this realm. Nevertheless, his gaze lingered on the odd duo. The sensation of witnessing characters so familiar from an anime manifesting before his eyes was intriguing. Although several years had passed since his arrival in the ninja world, he had encountered only a handful of familiar figures from the Uchiha clan. Before him stood the tearful child, Might Guy, a figure humorously dubbed by fans as the one who nearly kicked his way to the series' conclusion. Though meant in jest, it underscored Might Guy's potential. Eighth gate, the death gate. Might Guy, your efforts will not go unrewarded. Amidst the tears, you will ultimately find your name. Guy, keep searching for it. Might Guy's voice rang out, offering encouragement to his weeping son, urging him to continue searching the list, even if it bore a name that might not exist. Yes, father. Inspired by his father's encouragement, Might Guy wiped away his tears and resumed the quest for his name. Their peculiar behavior drew low chuckles from surrounding parents and students, who could not fathom the purpose of such an endeavor. The soft laughter echoed in Might Guy's ears as tears fell into his father's hair, yet the duo silently persevered in their search for that elusive name. Foolish, yet a fool worthy of respect, Uchiha Gen chuckled softly at their odd antics. He could not claim to understand their seemingly futile actions, yet he respected their resolve. His pause naturally attracted the attention of nearby parents, but rather than merely noticing Uchiha Gen, they were drawn to the distinctive attire he wore and the clan emblem emblazoned upon him. It was impossible not to recognize the Uchiha clan's emblem, a symbol well known amongst the villagers of Konoha. Upon confirming Uchiha Gen's lineage, the gazes of the onlookers varied, some filled with disdain, others with curiosity. Unperturbed by the disdainful glances, Uchiha Gen pressed forward through the crowd, making his way directly to the registration area, aware that the world was rife with disappointments, often perpetuated by foolish individuals, which mattered little to him. Chapter 4. The enrollment ceremony where leaves flutter, the fire continues to thrive, illuminating the village and nurturing the sprouting new leaves. Within the confines of the ninja school, Sarutobi Hiruzen passionately delivered a speech on the will of fire, his voice resonating with vigor in his prime. The students below, stirred by his fervent words, brimmed with enthusiasm and dreams for the future. The idealism of the will of fire seemed utterly detached from reality, a philosophy devoid of practical application, bordering on contradiction. Among the students, Uchiha Gen found himself growing increasingly disinterested, his gaze wandering about the surroundings. Before long, his attention was captured by a white-haired boy donning a black mask that obscured half his face, revealing only his lifeless eyes. The prodigious Hatake Kakashi, renowned since childhood, would surely yield easier rewards upon defeat, he thought with a hint of expectation, though engaging with him could lead to complications post-victory. Uchiha Gen regarded the white-haired boy with a glimmer of anticipation. Hatake Kakashi, a genius ninja heralded since his youth, entered the ninja academy at 5, graduated just 6 months later, and swiftly advanced, becoming a jonin at the tender age of 12, embodying the very definition of talent. Unfortunately, tragedy followed him relentlessly. Not far from Uchiha Gen, Hatake Kakashi sensed he was being observed. Following his instinct, he turned and met the gaze of Uchiha Gen, whose face bore a smile and whose dark eyes held depth. An Uchiha, I hope he isn't one of those misfits, Kakashi thought to himself, glancing at Uchiha Gen's clan emblem before looking away, no longer wishing to engage. After some time, the third Hokage appeared to tire of his own speech, finally concluding his exposition on the will of fire. With the speech at an end, the students began to disperse towards their assigned classrooms. In the classroom, Uchiha Gen settled into a seat at the back by the window, propping his chin on his hand as he gazed outside. There, Might Guy was running around the playground, tugging at a lengthy banner. Hello, classmate. I'm Yuhi Kurenai. May I have the pleasure of making your acquaintance? Just as Uchiha Gen became lost in thought, a soft and endearing voice reached his ears. He turned to see a little girl clad in a red and white ninja skirt, her deep crimson eyes sparkling like gems, gazing timidly at him. 5-year-old Yuhi Kurenai, Uchiha Gen. Uchiha Gen nodded slightly at one of the students in front of him and gave his name. Gen, that's a very nice name. Can we be friends? Yuhi Kurenai, her face flushed, looked at Uchiha Gen's handsome Uchiha face and asked nervously. Looking at Yuhi Kurenai's shy expression, Uchiha Gen felt a strange pang of jealousy. Yuhi Karinai's demeanor was definitely not what one would expect from normal friendships. Although he knew that children in the ninja world matured early, this was a bit too early. 5 years old. Only 5 years old. Just as Uchiha Gen was thinking about how to answer, the classroom door was gently pushed open, and a teacher wearing a Konoha ninja vest, with a slightly sloppy appearance and attire, walked in. The teacher glanced briefly at the students in the classroom. Ahem. Hello everyone. I'm your future teacher, Nomikaru. While introducing himself, Nomikaru picked up a piece of chalk and quickly wrote his name on the blackboard, followed by his hobbies and dreams, to help everyone get along better. As is customary at the beginning of each semester, every student needs to give a brief self-introduction, including their name, hobbies, dislikes, and future dreams. Like me. I just said my name is Nomikaru. I like red bean dumplings, but hate red bean soup. And as for my dream, right now it's probably to teach a few good students. Let's start with you, and then take turns. Nomikaru tapped the words on the blackboard and began his self-introduction loudly. After speaking, Nomikaru stepped aside from the podium and randomly pointed to the student closest to it, asking that student to introduce themselves first. I gather flowers in the mountains. My favorite is the camellia my mother grows. I hate smelly things, and my dream is to open my own flower shop. My name is Sarutobi Asuma. I love pulling my old man's beard, hate being lectured, and dream of becoming the strongest person in all of Konoha. Tsukikage Kajifusa loves swordsmanship and hates his younger brother taking medicine. His dream is to become a true swordsman and protect what he cherishes. Kakashi Hitaki loves fishing and cooking fish and hates sweets. His dream is to become a ninja as strong as his father. One by one, the students went up to the stage to introduce themselves. Because they were sitting at the back by the window, and the order of introductions started from the other side. Uchiha Gen was the last to introduce himself according to his seating arrangement. The introductions proceeded smoothly, each student earnestly sharing their dreams and hobbies, until Noira Rin went up. Under the gaze of many classmates, a girl with purple face paint on her cheeks walked blushing onto the stage. Hello everyone. My name is Noira Rin. I like. Bang. Sorry. Teacher. I'm late. Rin Noira, who had just stepped onto the podium, bowed slightly to greet all the students before beginning her self-introduction. However, she had only just begun when the classroom door was slammed open. All eyes turned to the doorway, where a boy wearing orange goggles was leaning against it, panting heavily, looking exhausted. A member of the Uchiha clan? Stand here for now. After this student finishes their introduction, you can go back and find a seat. Don't disturb the other students' introductions. Karu Nomi frowned, glanced at the clan crest on the back of Obito Uchiha's clothes, and coldly pointed to the doorway before speaking. Huh, yes. Seeing that the teacher hadn't scolded him for being late, Obito Uchiha's face lit up with joy, and he responded loudly, then prepared to walk towards where Karu Nomi had pointed. But after only 2 steps, Obito Uchiha's gaze was drawn to Rin Noira on the podium. So cute. 5-year-old Rin Noira and 5-year-old Obito Uchiha Chapter 5. An Uchiha who doesn't seem like an Uchiha. Hello everyone. I'm Rin Noira. I love cute animals, and I don't hate anything yet. My dream is to become a medical ninja like Tsunade-sama and bring health to the injured. The little incident didn't dampen the shy girl's courage. Rin Noira stood on the podium, her voice gentle yet firm as she introduced herself. Afterward, she bowed again before stepping down from the podium. So cute. Obito Uchiha, standing to the side of the podium, stared blankly at Rin Noira as she returned to her seat, muttering to himself. Ahem, your turn. Karu Uchiha, standing beside Obito Uchiha, coughed lightly, pulling the dazed Obito back to reality. Oh, hello everyone. I'm going to become Hokage. Obito Uchiha. Obito Uchiha strode to the podium, one hand adjusting his goggles, the other pointing at the students in front of him, striking a rather cool pose as he shouted, Idiot. Faced with Obito's passionate speech, Kakashi Hitaki just stared with dead fish eyes, listlessly uttering 2 words. Sitting in the first row, Kakashi was closest to the podium, so Obito's enthusiastic speech was simply too noisy for him. Moreover, someone aiming to become Hokage, yet late for the opening ceremony, didn't seem like someone who could become Hokage, especially not an Uchiha ninja. Because Obito was still immersed in his fantasy of becoming Hokage, he didn't hear Kakashi's idiot. No laughter, no applause. After finishing his dream, Obito obediently returned to his punishment spot. Obito Uchiha stepped down from the stage, and the next student immediately took his place, introducing himself on the podium. My name is Namishi Rado, and my hobbies are. Students went up one after another, And soon it was the last one. Uchiha General Uchiha Gen stood up, calmly walked to the podium, glanced at Kakashi Hitaki standing in front of him, and a mischievous glint appeared in his eyes. My name is Uchiha Gen. I don't want to tell you what I like or dislike. As for my future dreams, well, my interests are varied. Uchiha Gen finished speaking and walked straight to his seat. What? This Uchiha guy didn't really say anything except his name. So pretentious. He's definitely an Uchiha. Disgusting. Sitting in the other corner, Asuma Sarutobi curled his lip, speaking with obvious displeasure. Asuma Sarutobi's voice was very loud, without any attempt to conceal it. The blatant malice caused everyone's gaze to shift back and forth between Sarutobi Asuma and Uchiha General. Has anyone ever told you that you're actually really stupid? But it doesn't matter. With the title of Hokage's son, even if you were an idiot, you could still live a good life. Uchiha Gen stopped, turned his head, and looked at Sarutobi Asuma's arrogant expression, speaking calmly. Damn it, what do you mean by that? Sarutobi Asuma, who hated being called the Hokage's son, immediately flew into a rage, abruptly standing up from his seat and pointing at Uchiha Gen, shouting angrily. Heh! Uchiha Gen, seeing this, simply scoffed, ignoring Sarutobi Asuma's face, which had turned completely red with anger, and returned to his seat. All right, now that everyone has finished introducing themselves, let's begin your first class at school. Before we begin, let me mention something extra. Ninja Academy is never short of practical training. So, please open your textbooks and turn to the first chapter of the Will of Fire. Just as the red-haired Sarutobi Asuma was about to continue speaking, Nomikaru clapped his hands on the stage, drawing all the students' attention, and held up a small booklet, addressing the students below. Humph. Just you wait. Yuenfei Asuma cast a fierce glare at Uchiha Shien before reluctantly taking a seat and opening the booklet that filled an entire shelf at home. The practical combat lesson was something he eagerly anticipated. Uchiha Shien merely flipped through the pages of the booklet and then gazed out the window, lost in thought. The Will of Fire was of little interest to him. Thus, while Yahai Karu passionately elaborated on the essence of the Will of Fire, Uchiha Shien continued to stare blankly outside, counting the laps that Might Guy was running. Time passed unnoticed, and soon the class concluded. All right, that concludes today's lesson. Students may take a short break and enjoy lunch before we gather at the outdoor training ground this afternoon, Yahai Karu announced after glancing at the clock, then promptly exited the classroom. Uchiha Shin's class was the elite class of this cohort, comprised mainly of children from ninja clans or those whose parents were ninjas. This was why the first lesson focused on the Will of Fire rather than the refinement of chakra. Every student in this class had already mastered chakra extraction, rendering further instruction unnecessary. As a school dedicated to training ninjas, practical combat was indispensable, and fostering competition was one of the most effective methods of development within elite classes. As soon as the class ended, all the students joyfully retrieved their prepared bento boxes and exited the classroom, seeking a suitable spot to savor their meals. Uchiha Shien did the same, carrying his pre-packed lunch out the door. Meanwhile, Hinata Yuhi, who had just taken out her bento to discuss a food exchange with Uchiha Shien, could only watch his retreating figure, her mouth agape. Upon stepping out, Uchiha Shin's attention was caught by a swing, and he approached it, his expression inexplicably drawn to it. Naruto sat alone on the swing, and just as Uchiha Shin opened his bento, a familiar figure appeared before him. You Uchiha are quite the show-off. But I wonder if your strength matches your bravado. Hearing the voice, Uchiha Shin instantly recognized the newcomer. Indeed, when he looked up, he saw Yuenfei Asuma, his usual arrogant demeanor evident as he chewed on a toothpick. Care to test my strength? As the son of the Hokage, I could offer you a discount. Uchiha Shin replied with a gentle smile, closing his bento box and rising from the swing. Addressing the approaching Asuma in a tone so soft it hardly resembled that of an Uchiha. Chapter 6. The Mark of Opposition in Comparison to Dining. Uchiha Shin found the challenge presented by Asuma far more enticing. Discount? What do you mean? The aggressive Yuenfei Asuma was momentarily taken aback by Uchiha Shin's unexpected gentleness, momentarily forgetting his initial intent. Oh, I almost forgot you were a new customer. No matter, let us begin. Out of respect for your status as the Hokage's son, I'll allow you 3 moves. Uchiha Shin chuckled lightly, extending his hand in a beckoning gesture towards Asuma. Ah, you scoundrel. I'll make you pay? Upon hearing the words Hokage's son from Uchiha Shin again, Asuma could no longer contain his fury, clenching his fists and charging at Uchiha Shin. Half a minute later. Congratulations. Trainer has defeated LV5 Human Cub. Trainer Experience 1. Charizard Experience 1. No drops. TSK. Rather weak, Uchiha Gen remarked, crouching before Asuma with a hint of disdain. Currently, the experience gained from defeating such low-level opponents was minimal. Without any drops or other rewards, it felt like a futile effort. He had expected Asuma, being the Hokage's son, to be formidable, yet his prowess was even inferior to that of the Uchiha child he had bested that morning. I just wasn't prepared. Wait until I am ready. And I won't lose to you. Asuma groaned on the ground, struggling to cover his abdomen, lacking even the strength to raise his hand. That's fine. But next time you wish to challenge me, there will be a fee. Let us say 500 Ryo, which should be no trouble for you. Oh, and regarding your comment about showing off, I can only say that I, Uchiha, was born this way. There's no need to envy. With that, Uchiha Gen stood up and resumed his meal in another location. He was not particularly concerned about confronting Asuma at this moment. He lacked the maturity and responsibility of a true ninja. Asuma was merely a mischievous child who often clashed with his father, Unification Hiruzen. As for whether this would offend Hiruzen, he was indifferent, setting aside whether Hiruzen would target someone over a children's dispute. Even if he did, Uchiha Gen felt no fear. In today's ninja world, the winds of war were stirring once more, and Konoha needed the Uchiha clan. Thus, open hostility was improbable. As for covert antagonism, had there ever been a shortage of that? Moreover, I am Uchiha. With the presence of the Pokémon panel, Uchiha Gen was compelled to engage in countless battles, utilizing them to enhance his abilities. Since numerous battles were necessary, why conceal his talents? This was precisely the time to showcase his gifts with abandon. All students of Class A, assemble and report to me for group assignments, Karu called out loudly, holding a notebook in hand. The students, having finished their meals, quickly gathered, their faces filled with anticipation as they looked towards Karu. I believe your families have informed you about the nature of Class A, so I will not elaborate further. Just know that the teaching methods differ from those of other classes. Now, for the upcoming practical combat lesson, please prepare as I call your names. First group, Nara Shikamaru versus Inuzuka Kiba. Second group, Yamanaka Ino versus Karu. He continued, efficiently grouping the students as he called out their names. As Karu called out names, each student's reaction varied. On the first, I hope I won't embarrass myself, Nara Shikamaru mused. Wearing a blue headband and a toothpick in his mouth, scanning the crowd for his opponent, Inuzuka Kiba. Meanwhile, Inuzuka Kiba seemed entirely unconcerned about his opponent, engrossed in conversation with other girls, discussing the best foods. As for Uchiha Gen, he stood in the corner, a faint smile playing on his lips as he glanced at Hatake Kakashi, who was also looking at him. How fortuitous. We are the last group. I witnessed your battle with Unification Asuma at noon. Your strength is impressive, and I look forward to facing you, Kakashi remarked, standing beside Uchiha Gen, his tone calm. From the moment he enrolled in the Ninja Academy, he had anticipated encountering a worthy adversary, and Uchiha Gen seemed quite suitable. Is that what you call a battle? It was merely a child's play, Uchiha Gen replied, looking quizzically at Kakashi, seemingly puzzled by the term used. Kakashi, who had intended to put on a front, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Uchiha Gen had inadvertently diminished his stature. Kakashi, you must have already mastered some ninjutsu, correct? As your opponent, let me remind you to give it your all in the upcoming fight to impress me. Otherwise, the defeat may be quite embarrassing. Before Kakashi could react, the words of Uchiha Gen once again reached his ears, imbued with a hint of condescension that suddenly illuminated the reason behind Asuma Saratobi's flushed face. I hope your words are not mere bravado, Kakashi replied in a low voice, his eyes cold, though his mask obscured his features. One could easily surmise that his expression was far from pleasant. On the training ground, pairs of young children engaged in simple sparring, relying solely on physical techniques without a hint of ninjutsu, not even the most rudimentary of body flicker techniques. Uchiha Gen found it rather dull and closed his eyes, seeking to rejuvenate his spirit, a sentiment echoed by Kakashi, who was also preparing himself for the impending lesson he intended to impart to the individual beside him. In the final match, Kakashi faced Uchiha Gen, both stepping forward to form the necessary hand seals. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Kakashi and Uchiha Obito had once formed these very seals within Kimui's realm. Let us begin, Uchiha Gen declared, opening his eyes and stepping toward the center of the training ground, with Kakashi following closely behind. Teacher Noera Karu, the ensuing battle may be quite fierce. I kindly ask that you refrain from intervening unless absolutely necessary, Uchiha Gen stated, halting and forming a single hand seal while smiling at Kakashi, who mirrored his stance. You agree, don't you, Kakashi? Uchiha Gen turned his gaze toward Kakashi after addressing Noera Karu. Indeed, Kakashi replied with a slight nod, his fierce intent directed at Uchiha Gen. Noera Karu observed the two, noting their potential. One was the son of the legendary Konoha White Fang, while the other hailed from the esteemed Uchiha clan. Both were undoubtedly extraordinary children. After a brief contemplation, Noera Karu produced two ninja tool pouches from his side and tossed them to the two combatants. As I mentioned earlier, this class employs a distinct educational approach. Since you are confident in your abilities, let us engage in battle as proper ninjas. These pouches contain specially designed training tools that are typically reserved for third-year students' practical lessons, but I believe you will find them necessary. With that, Noera Karu gestured for the surrounding students to step back, clearing a larger space for the duel. Commence, he declared, raising a hand to signal the start of the match. As soon as Nohara's voice fell, a series of whooshing sounds pierced the air as Uchiha Gen launched the first attack, hurling 3 shurikens simultaneously. Utilizing the shuriken as cover, he swiftly advanced toward Kakashi. Kakashi, wielding a kunai, deftly deflected the incoming shuriken, sending them flying off course. Seizing the moment Kakashi was occupied, Uchiha Gen closed the distance, transforming his palm into a blade for a direct strike. A puff of white smoke erupted as his hand plunged into a piece of decayed wood. Substitution technique. Uchiha Gen quickly sidestepped as a powerful punch from Kakashi, who had evaded his attack, sailed past him. With agility, Uchiha Gen seized Kakashi's wrist, using his momentum to disrupt Kakashi's balance, delivering a palm strike to his abdomen. Ugh! Kakashi grunted in pain, gritting his teeth as he attempted to withdraw his captured arm, but found it firmly held. The strength of a dragon, young one, Uchiha Gen asserted, combining the power of his small fire dragon with his own, delivering an overwhelming force. Unable to break free from Uchiha Gen's grasp, Kakashi twisted his wrist, revealing a concealed kunai, and swiftly drove it towards Uchiha Gen's waist with a powerful kick. Kakashi's actions were decisive, leveraging the force from his kick. Uchiha Gen could not shake him off and was compelled to release his grip, retreating a few steps. However, as he did so, Uchiha Gen began forming hand seals. Si Wei, Shun, Hai Wu Yin. Fire style, great fireball technique. A fierce inferno erupted from Uchiha Gen's mouth, swirling through the air to form a colossal fireball that surged forward, accompanied by a wave of scorching heat. The great fireball technique, enhanced by the spark abilities of the small fire dragon, exhibited greater potency than ever before. Sensing the overwhelming heat barreling toward him, Kakashi, still reeling from the pain in his abdomen, hastily formed hand seals. Earth style, heart-cutting technique. Judging the formidable temperature of the fireball, Kakashi opted for the most prudent course of action, choosing to evade rather than confront the fiery assault head-on. With his final hand seal completed, Kakashi's form vanished from the training ground, leaving behind a conspicuous earthen pit. The fireball struck the ground, erupting in flames that scorched the earth black, while the force of the explosion deepened the pit significantly. Having evaded the fireball, Uchiha Gen scanned the training ground. Kakashi Ryu, chasing Fong. The ground to Uchiha Gen's left split open, and a white figure emerged as Kakashi, wielding his kunai as a blade, executed Kakashiru's technique, lunging swiftly toward the nape of Uchiha Gen's neck. A familiar curtain of white mist enveloped the scene. With a sharp crack, the kunai, cloaked in chakra, embedded itself into a wooden post. Oh no! Realizing the failed ambush, Kakashi quickly released the kunai and attempted to reposition himself to evade any imminent strikes. Yet, as he retreated, he was met with the sight of Uchiha Gen standing leisurely before him, having utilized the substitution technique to evade his attack, seemingly devoid of any intent to counterattack. What? Kakashi halted, taken aback by Uchiha Gen's stillness. Confusion etched across his face. However, the next moment, a familiar voice resonated from behind him. Alas, your prowess has not brought me any joy, Kakashi. Startled, Kakashi whirled around to find Uchiha Gen holding a kunai poised against his back, smiling at him. There was no doubt about it. He had lost. Congratulations, trainer, for defeating LV-10 Human Child. Trainer experience, 11. Little Fire Dragon experience, 11. Card draw count, 1. Little Fire Dragon level increased. Little Fire Dragon LV11 to LV12. The notification echoed in Uchiha Shin's mind, enhancing the warmth of his smile. Indeed, a perfect novice. Given Kakashi's innate talent, his level would undoubtedly rise swiftly, and the pride of a genius would not permit him to remain perpetually outmatched. Thus, a quality experience-giving creature was born. Genjutsu? Kakashi turned back to the spot where he had previously seen Uchiha Shin, now void of any presence, realizing that the figure he had initially perceived was merely an illusion. Yet, he found himself puzzled as to why he had not sensed any danger. Such an obvious Genjutsu should have elicited a heightened sense of caution. You must understand. I hail from the Uchiha. Uchiha Shin remarked with a subtle smile. As the surroundings began to distort into a mirage, the Uchiha Shin behind him fading from view. Uchiha Shin reappeared before him, holding a kunai aimed at Kakashi's chest. I concede. The continuous shift in the environment left Kakashi utterly bewildered, unable to discern which of the recent events was truly real. A bitter taste crept into his mouth as he extended 2 fingers towards Uchiha General. Observing this, Uchiha Gen sheathed his kunai and mirrored the gesture, initiating the sign of reconciliation. In the Hokage's office, amidst swirling smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow as he gazed into the crystal ball before him, which currently reflected the scene of Kakashi and Uchiha Gen forming the sign of reconciliation. As an elite class, the commencement of practical lessons was a direct result of Sarutobi Hiruzen's directive, aimed at observing whether any of these children possessed exceptional talents. However, the current outcome left him feeling somewhat disheartened, especially since he had never heard Uchiha Fugaku mention this child. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Sarutobi's expression darkened as he pondered his thoughts. At that moment, the door to the Hokage's office creaked open. Sarutobi looked up to see a figure, their head wrapped in bandages and leaning on a cane, slowly entering. Hiruzen, this child cannot be allowed to remain. You must understand what an Uchiha of such remarkable talent signifies, the visitor stated, casting a silent glance at the crystal ball. Calm down, Danzo. He is merely a child. Sarutobi replied, taking a drag from his cigarette, his demeanor nonchalant, though his fingers lightly tapped the desk, betraying an undercurrent of pressure. His talent alone ensures he is no ordinary child. The more gifted an Uchiha, the greater the danger. Hand him over to me, and I shall find a suitable reason for him to vanish from Konoha, Shimura Danzo asserted, striking the ground heavily with his cane. That is impossible. Konoha will never permit harm to come to its own, especially now as the scent of war grows ever stronger. Danzo, you must comprehend my intent, Sarutobi countered, shaking his head in opposition. Even if war were to descend upon Konoha again, we do not require the Uchiha to achieve victory. Hiruzen, you will eventually regret this weak fantasy of yours. The Uchiha are inherently malevolent. Only their destruction can bring true peace to Konoha. Danzo's single eye gleamed with malice as he directed his fury at Sarutobi. Enough. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi's thunderous voice interrupted Danzo's tirade, narrowing his eyes slightly. He regarded his old friend coldly amidst the swirling smoke. You will come to regret this. Hiruzen, you have forgotten the second Hokage's instructions, Danzo said with icy indifference before turning away. With a resounding thud, the door to the Hokage's office slammed shut, leaving the 2 friends' conversation in discord. Observing Danzo's retreating figure, Sarutobi maintained his calm demeanor, yet the pipe clenched between his lips failed to ignite. Second Hokage, Uchiha Obito. In the Ninja Academy, Class A of the first year was in session. A sudden roar echoed as a piece of chalk struck Uchiha Obito's forehead, rousing him from his slumber atop his desk. The pain jolted him awake, and he leaped up, clutching his forehead and shouting indignantly, "Who dares to attack me, Obito Uchiha? Sneak attacks are no true skill. If you have the courage, face me directly." A profound silence enveloped the classroom. The hushed atmosphere alerted Obito to the tension, and he glanced around at his classmates, who were all staring at him, before his gaze stiffened upon the podium. There stood Nohai Karu, veins bulging on his forehead, his face flushed with anger. "Obito Uchiha, so you think you can sleep in my classroom on the very first day of school? Get out. Report to my office after class." Nohai Karu shouted, pointing towards the door. "I'm sorry, teacher. I truly didn't mean to. I was too excited about starting school and couldn't sleep well last night." Obito quickly bowed in apology. Out. Unfortunately, the earnestness of Obito's apology did not earn him the teacher's forgiveness. As the school day drew to a close, the sun no longer radiated its fervor, and a gentle breeze wafted through the corridor, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. Obito hung his head at the door, feeling a sense of desolation. His father had always said that youthful passion should never be allowed to languish. Lift your spirits, my friend. Just as Obito wallowed in his embarrassment, a figure clad in green suddenly appeared, slapping him on the shoulder and shouting exuberantly. It infuriates me. How can we Uchiha differ so greatly? Ahem. This afternoon's practical lesson is a part of your assessment. You should now have some understanding of your standing in the class. However, those at the bottom should not be discouraged. The purpose of school is to enhance your abilities. Likewise, those at the top should not grow complacent. For progress is inevitable, and you may soon find yourself overtaken. Nohai Karu's gaze inadvertently fell upon Uchiha Gen, who sat by the window, before he turned back to address the class. Additionally, due to certain circumstances, we have a new student joining us. Let him introduce himself to everyone. Turning towards the entrance, Nohai Karu called out gently, "Come in." "Who are you?" Obito, momentarily off balance from the sudden slap, felt his indignation flare anew. "I am. Might Guy?" Might Guy exclaimed, raising his thumb high with an exaggerated grin, his pearly white teeth shining even in the dimming light of dusk. "Hello, everyone. I am Might Guy. My hobbies include playing baseball and training with my father. I have no dislikes, and my dream is not just a dream. I will undoubtedly become a man stronger than anyone else." Standing on the podium, clad in green, Might Guy raised his right hand, thumb up, and shouted with enthusiasm at his classmates below. The flamboyant display, coupled with Might Guy's well-known identity, elicited waves of laughter throughout the classroom. "Yosh, thank you for your support." In the face of the laughter, Might Guy merely continued to flash his thumbs up, his smile unwavering. With applause ringing out amidst the laughter, Might Guy turned to the source of the clapping, spotting a young boy from a prominent family smiling at him, a warm feeling welling in his eyes. The white-haired boy at the podium also heard the applause and turned to gaze at the boy who had bested him, a deep sense of confusion clouding his features. As the school day approached its end, following Might Guy's self-introduction and interaction with his classmates, Nohai Karu announced the conclusion of the day's lessons. In the Uchiha district, at Uchiha Gen's home, he stepped inside, removing his shoes. Habitually calling out into the empty house, he proceeded into the room. The vacant space offered no response, and two black and white photographs adorned the entrance counter. As the lights flickered on, the glass covering the photos reflected a gentle glow upon Uchiha General upon returning home. Uchiha Shien first took a bath, then retrieved several incense sticks for worship, lighting them and gently placing them in the small incense burner in front of a photograph. Being an orphan is quite normal in the world of Hokage. After all, for people can barely muster a pair of parents. Wouldn't you agree, Team 7? After completing these tasks, Uchiha Shien sat cross-legged on his bed, his consciousness descending into the realm of his mind. The familiar dark red valley awaited him. As soon as Uchiha Shien's figure materialized, the little fire dragon joyfully rushed over, hugging his calf and playfully rubbing against him. Clearly, the little creature missed him. As Uchiha Shien had been unable to enter the ceiling space due to school. "I'm sorry, little fire dragon. Today has been rather busy, so I couldn't come in to keep you company. However, I assure you, the time we spend together in the future will not be as brief as today," Uchiha Shien said with a smile, gently stroking the little fire dragon's head, a hint of guilt in his voice. The little fire dragon was his Pokémon, and he was its trainer, but their partnership was entirely unique compared to that of other trainers. The form of a Jinchuriki granted Uchiha Shien access to everything of the little fire dragon, including its freedom. Although Uchiha Shien believed that in the future, the little fire dragon would surely manifest in the shinobi world to fight alongside him, that was merely a prospect for the future. Fire-type Pokémon are inherently lively. While this ceiling space was abundant in fire energy and contained unknown powerful fruits for consumption, it ultimately felt too small and monotonous compared to the vibrant world outside. The current existence of the little fire dragon resembled that of a caged bird. Kana, sensing the guilt in Uchiha Shien's words, the little fire dragon released its grip on his leg, adopting a comically pretentious demeanor as it gently patted Uchiha Shien's leg. Kana. After a brief moment of patting, the little fire dragon's eyes suddenly sparkled, swiftly darting to a rock, pointing at it, and then turning back to Uchiha Shien with soft calls. "What is it?" Uchiha Shien inquired, looking at the rock with confusion, which appeared to be an ordinary stone. Kana. However, in the next moment, Uchiha Shien understood why the little fire dragon wanted him to look at that rock. Tiny specks of white light began to glow on the little fire dragon's claws, emanating a sharp sensation as it leaped and fiercely struck the rock. Ka! Shards flew as 3 deep claw marks appeared on the rock, while the little fire dragon, having created the marks, joyfully waved its claws at Uchiha Gen, urging him to praise it. Is that Metal Claw? A new skill acquired from leveling up? You truly are a genius, little fire dragon. Uchiha Gen exclaimed, ruffling the little fire dragon's head affectionately, which beamed with delight. He enjoyed this interaction with his trainer. Panel. Uchiha Gen continued to stroke the little fire dragon's head, raising his palm slightly. The familiar panel materialized, but this time it displayed the little fire dragon's attributes. Pokémon, little fire dragon, gender, male, level, beginner, LV12. Type, fire, ability, blaze. When health is below 13, the power of fire type moves increases by 15 times. Moves, scratch, growl. Ember, metal claw, dragon rage, inherited. Indeed, it had learned metal claw, and it was time to improve weapon crafting skills. Now, moving on to the highlight of the day, having earned 2 draws today, luck was surely on his side. Let us begin the draw. Metal Claw, a steel-type physical attack skill with a 10 chance to enhance the user's attack power. Uchiha Gen lightly swiped his finger, shifting the panel's data to his own. Familiar crystalline shards sparkled as a card pack appeared. Uchiha Gen randomly selected one and touched it, causing the card pack, glowing with white light, to burst open. A card floated out from the brilliance, gently hovering before Uchiha Gen. Pokémon card, item, magical candy card, a special item. Using this card grants a magical candy that enhances power, allowing any Pokémon below LV36 to level up without any side effects. Uchiha Gen grasped the card, instantly comprehending its effect. What a remarkable item, a side effect-free level up. He glanced down at the little fire dragon, and without a moment's hesitation, he decided the timing for using the magical candy. LV36 was precisely the level at which the little fire dragon would evolve into Charizard. After determining the moment to use the magical candy, Uchiha Gen stored the card and turned his gaze back to the little fire dragon, suddenly contemplating something that required the little fire dragon's cooperation for validation. As night fell in Uchiha Gen's home, he opened his eyes while sitting cross-legged on his bed, looking towards the door. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle knocking resounded in the quiet room. Uchiha Gen rose to open the door, and upon doing so, he found a somewhat unfamiliar Uchiha clansman standing at the entrance. Uchiha Gen, have you rested? If not, the clan leader wishes to see you. The clansman spoke in a soft voice, wearing a friendly smile as he addressed Uchiha Gen. Half an hour later, Uchiha Gen arrived at Uchiha Fugaku's residence. Clan leader. Uchiha Gen respectfully greeted the imposing figure of Uchiha Fugaku, who sat before him. Yes, I am aware of the events at the Ninja Academy. You performed admirably, though not without shortcomings. Gen, do you understand my meaning? Uchiha Fugaku said, his voice grave as he regarded the Uchiha prodigy who had defeated the son of Konoha's White Fang. However, Uchiha Gen did not detect any hint of reproach in Uchiha Fugaku's words. I do not understand. In truth, Uchiha Gen had a general idea of what Uchiha Fugaku's statement implied, but such conversations were best navigated with a pretense of ignorance. You are still young, and many matters are beyond your understanding. Moreover, for certain reasons, there are some things I cannot explain in detail to you. Gen, as a descendant of the Uchiha heroes, I harbor no ill will towards you. Thus, there is something I need to convey. Due to some historical legacies, your talents, while bringing glory to the Uchiha, also invoke the village's wariness towards the clan, and this wariness may pose a danger to you. Do you understand now? Uchiha Fugaku's tone was calm, yet Uchiha Gen sensed a trace of concern. This ability to perceive the emotions of others also stemmed from the little fire dragon. Pokémon are extraordinary beings capable of sensing the hearts of others. Though they lack the direct mind-reading ability of Ralts, they can still discern whether someone harbors goodwill. As Uchiha Gen, who possessed the full power of the little fire dragon, he felt no different from a humanoid Pokémon. Does the clan leader wish for me to conceal my talents? Uchiha Gen inquired softly, looking at Uchiha Fugaku. Are you willing? I am not. Then there is no need. Uchiha Gen regarded Uchiha Fugaku with some confusion. He suddenly found it difficult to comprehend the clan leader before him. Generally, Uchiha Fugaku received far more criticism than praise, and the meager praise he did receive was merely due to his paternal affection. Yet, the Uchiha Fugaku standing before him did not evoke any sense of weakness. Rather, Uchiha Xian sensed a sharpness emanating from him. This contrast felt peculiar. Xian, remember, weakness and concealment will not garner the compassion of the strong. Since you do not wish to hide your talents, then express them without reservation. The family will stand behind you, shielding you from any impending danger. A genius is only deemed a genius after they have matured. The surging power of the eyes reverberated within the room. As the crimson three-tomo Sharingan gently rotated within Uchiha Fugaku's eye sockets. Observing Uchiha Fugaku in this moment, Uchiha Xian realized for the first time that a story is merely a story, while he now faced living, breathing individuals. The three-tomo Sharingan. The activation of the Sharingan is rooted in the will of the Uchiha, and can it be said that Uchiha Fugaku, who has awakened the three-tomo Sharingan and possibly even the Mangekyo Sharingan, gaining a fearsome reputation on the battlefield and becoming the clan leader, is truly weak. The Uchiha clan does not recognize any distinction between main and branch families. It is strength that is prized above all else. I understand, clan leader. Amidst the tumultuous power of the eyes, a relatively weaker yet resilient power emerged, clashing with the raging force. Uchiha Fugaku looked in astonishment at Uchiha Xian's eyes. There. A pitch-black tomo slowly rotated within the blood-red pupils. The one tomo Sharingan, the very eye that awakened in the fury of the eradication of his clan. Your talent is indeed terrifying. Uchiha Fugaku closed his Sharingan, reflecting upon the crimson hue within Uchiha Xian's gaze. A 5-year-old awakening their Sharingan, perhaps even earlier. The prerequisites for awakening the Sharingan are well known to Uchiha Fugaku as the clan leader, and he was also familiar with Uchiha Xian's life trajectory. The only moments that could evoke significant emotional turbulence in Uchiha Xian were, starting tonight, the resources of the clan will be comprehensively available to you in accordance with your strength until you reach the level of a Kage-class ninja. Be it ninjutsu, ninja tools, or finances, as long as the reason is appropriate, you may utilize them freely. As Uchiha Fugaku spoke, he extended his hand from his sleeve, presenting a scroll before Uchiha Xian. What is the cost? Gazing at the scroll before him, Uchiha Xian felt a stir of excitement. It would be disingenuous to claim otherwise, especially since he, having mastered the interface, would undoubtedly acquire numerous Pokémon cards in the future. Hence, his demand for ninjutsu is indeed substantial, and within his family. The only ninjutsu he could actively learn were the transformation technique and the great fireball technique. It is not that Uchiha Xian's parents had not left behind ninjutsu, but these scrolls would be confiscated by the clan until the heir reached the rank of Chunin. This is a form of alternative protection. The cultivation of ninjutsu carries inherent dangers. To prevent unnecessary casualties, this policy was established. For Uchiha clan ninjas, becoming a Chunin is as simple as drinking water. Once Uchiha children become Chunin, they will have a fundamental understanding of the ninja world, significantly reducing the likelihood of casualties while mastering these techniques. Thus, Uchiha Xian currently lacks the ninjutsu available for study, which is also why he utilized only the great fireball technique during his battle with Kakashi. The cost? Xian. This is not a transaction. There are no costs involved. These resources are merely bestowed upon you due to your talent. If there were to be a price, it would only be this, to uphold the name of Uchiha. A smile appeared on Uchiha Fugaku's face. Despite his serious demeanor, his smile was genuine, yet somewhat awkward. Uchiha Xian stared at the scroll on the table, momentarily grasping the essence of being part of a clan. Love for one's clan. Ultimately, Uchiha Xian left Uchiha Fugaku's home, clutching the scroll given to him. That child. After Uchiha Xian departed, a gentle voice emerged from behind Uchiha Fugaku. That child may very well be the future of the Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku rose, softly taking the hand of the woman beside him. His thoughts drifting back to a piece of news he had inexplicably learned earlier that afternoon. The third Hokage, in an effort to forge bonds for Uchiha Xian, had deliberately placed a previously scrutinized failed ninja into the same class as him at the Ninja Academy. Such news, emerging from the Hokage's office, could reach the ears of Uchiha Fugaku, who had gradually been pushed away from the center of power. Thus, it was clear who had conveyed this information to him. The third Hokage. As a bridge for communication between the Uchiha and Konoha, will you lead the Uchiha into a new situation, Uchiha Xian? What answer will you provide me? Uchiha Fugaku gently embraced the woman beside him, gazing at the place where Uchiha Xian had just sat, momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 11. Hatake Sakumo and Kakashi the night deepened at the Hatake residence in Konoha. Hatake Kakashi sat in his home, holding a wooden sword, lost in thought. Opposite him, his father, Hatake Sakumo, leisurely sipped tea. Father, how can one confirm if they have fallen under a Jinjutsu? Furthermore, can Jinjutsu stack upon Jinjutsu? Recalling the confusion during the practical class that afternoon, Kakashi felt a wave of helplessness. Regardless of when he had fallen victim to the Jinjutsu or whether everything before him was real, he could not discern, even now, in the comfort of his home. He pondered whether he was still trapped in that match, ensnared by an illusion. In his moment of perplexity, Kakashi sought his father's assistance. Yet the strange sensation of being unable to distinguish reality from illusion rendered him incapable of articulating his thoughts clearly. The determination of whether one has succumbed to a Jinjutsu can rely on gathering information about reality and identifying discrepancies between the illusory and the real. Of course, there exists a more straightforward method, employing techniques to dispel Jinjutsu to ascertain whether one has indeed fallen under its influence. For example, consciously disrupting the flow of chakra within oneself. Although this method necessitates extensive training and a significant degree of control over one's chakra, there are also other more extreme methods that can achieve the same result. As for what you mentioned about stacking Jinjutsu, it is indeed feasible. But this technique represents advanced utilization of Jinjutsu. At present in Konoha, aside from the Uchiha clan ninjas, only a few remaining from the Akimichi clan and the esteemed Jonin Yuhi Kurenai possess such capability. Kakashi, I heard about your practical class at the Ninja Academy today. Are you still troubled by the outcome of your battle with him? Hatake Sakumo first addressed Kakashi's question, then set down his teacup, affectionately ruffling Kakashi's hair. Father, I can sense that he did not exert his full strength during our battle, whether in ninjutsu or taijutsu. Even the final Jinjutsu felt reminiscent of sparring with you. Kakashi lowered his head, fixated on the wooden training sword in his grasp, gripping the hilt with great intensity. Proud of himself, he still found it hard to believe that he had lost. Moreover, as time passed, the more he reflected, the more he recognized Uchiha Gen's prowess. Whether it was his astonishing strength or terrifying reflexes, they all conveyed to him that Uchiha Gen was far from ordinary. Is he akin to me? Now, I am somewhat eager to discover what manner of person this child truly is. Kakashi, I shall accompany you to school tomorrow. Hatake Sakumo paused in surprise at Kakashi's words. Although Kakashi had not articulated his thoughts clearly, Sakumo understood the underlying meaning within his son's words. The prowess of Yuji Boshin cannot possibly be on par with his current self. Kakashi's implication is that engaging in combat with Yuji Boshin would evoke a sensation akin to those moments when he evaluates Kakashi's training outcomes, a feeling devoid of perceiving the opponent as a rival. Reflecting on the rumors circulating from the Hokage's office today, Chimu Shimao found himself intrigued to meet the individual who had bested his prodigious son. The Chimu father and son exist within a tangible reality. Both individuals and narratives merely serve as references. To wholly trust the elements from anime in the real world is, without a doubt, an act of folly. As Yuji Boshin strolled along the path home, he meticulously contemplated the intricate web of relationships among the significant events and figures in the ninja realm's future. He sought to organize the useful memories while filtering out those that might cloud his judgment. With the resources and protection afforded by the Ujibo clan, alongside the impending war, he felt justified in adopting a more audacious demeanor. The following day, at the break of dawn, before classes commenced, two verdant figures were already racing outside the Ninja Academy. Kai, the sweat we shed is the brilliance of youth. Even after gaining admission, one must not neglect any form of exercise. Kai, just 10 laps remain in our fervent 300. The resounding cries of youthful enthusiasm startled flocks of birds into flight. Is that your classmate, Kakashi? Chimu Shomao, having accompanied Kakashi to school, gazed at the spirited mite father and son with a hint of surprise. Indeed, a child who has failed the exams yet, for reasons unknown, has been readmitted. Kakashi followed his father's gaze, spotting the mite duo, and spoke with a note of disdain. So it is this child. Kakashi, do not underestimate anyone. That child may surpass you in the future. Chimu Shuamao's expression turned serious, his piercing gaze scrutinizing Mite Kai's limbs and the contorted visage of determination etched across his face, despite his exhaustion. The rumor circulating from the Hokage Tower suggested that a student who had failed the exams was specially placed into the elite class. a decision influenced by the prodigy who had triumphed over Kakashi. It seems this child possesses more than just remarkable talent. Has he already discerned the extraordinary nature of Might Kai? Such keen insight reveals the areas in which Kakashi falls short. Chimu Shuomao was momentarily lost in thought. Observing Might Kai's retreating figure, Yuji Xian had devoted considerable attention to Might Kai both before the enrollment ceremony and during classes, ultimately showcasing commendable talent, leading to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, deciding to admit Might Kai into the elite class. The significance of this action was merely to forge a bond with the prodigy Yuji. The dissemination of this news from the Hokage Tower served as a signal of goodwill directed towards certain individuals. Is it truly him? Upon hearing his father's affirmation, Kakashi was taken aback, raising his gaze to meet his father's serious countenance, causing the words he intended to utter to falter. Chapter 12. Let us duel again. Gazing at his father's earnest expression, Kakashi recalled the crisp applause from the previous day. Did that individual share the same sentiment? Kakashi, make an effort to befriend him. Like that Yuji child, he may become a formidable adversary. Chimu Shuomao knelt, gently ruffling Kakashi's hair as he spoke earnestly. I understand. Father. Kakashi nodded, observing Might Kai's figure as he ran. Although he had not yet seen the Yuji child, encountering this boy was indeed a positive development. Well then, Kakashi, I have matters to attend to. If time permits, I shall return to pick you up after school. Noting that Kakashi had absorbed his guidance, Chimu Shuomao smiled and affectionately tousled Kakashi's hair before swiftly departing from the Ninja Academy's entrance. As the head of the Umbu, he indeed had much on his plate. During class at the Ninja Academy, within the ceiling space, Kana, the little fire dragon curiously observed the peculiar energy enveloping its claws. It worked. I can actually do this. And merely having just learned to extract chakra? The little fire dragon, a true prodigy indeed. Seated beside the little fire dragon, Yuji Xian diligently studied a scroll containing ninjutsu. He felt a sudden surge of chakra within him, eliciting a wave of excitement. Although faint, this chakra was undeniably real and expanding at a remarkable pace. The previous night, Yuji Xian had pondered whether the little fire dragon could harness chakra. With a spirit of experimentation, he began instructing the little fire dragon on chakra extraction. Unfortunately, due to differences in species and chakra pathways, his efforts had been in vain until today, when, through the guidance of his Sharingan and his own chakra, the first strand of chakra was successfully extracted by the little fire dragon. The emergence of this chakra not only significantly bolstered Yuji Xian's chakra reserves, but also implied that the little fire dragon could now engage with the ninja world's power system. If chakra could be utilized, did that mean natural energy could also be mastered by the little fire dragon? Kana. Upon receiving Yuji Xian's praise, the little fire dragon's tail began to wag excitedly, its adorable face beaming with pride, as its chubby claws gently beckoned Yuji Xian. Would you like to have another fruit? Certainly, you can indulge in an extra one now, and let us increase your daily allowance. After spending considerable time with the little fire dragon, Yuji Xian had begun to understand its intentions. He reached out and plucked a fruit from a nearby bush. Tossing it casually, the little fire dragon leaped, catching the palm-sized fruit in its mouth, landing happily and patting its belly, the flames on its tail burning brighter after consuming the treat. It was evident that the little fire dragon delighted in the flavor of this fruit. How extraordinary! Yet, I wonder what kind of fruit this is, so rich in energy. Alas, I cannot partake in any benefits. Yuji Xian smiled, gently stroking the blissful little fire dragon while lamenting the abundance of fruit that remained on the bushes after several days of feasting. This ceiling space was a gift that accompanied the little fire dragon when Yuji Xian first activated the panel. Although referred to as a ceiling space, it was a remarkably genuine world. Its expanse, however, was limited to a valley's dimensions. Even though Yuji Xian's consciousness could enter this space, he could also bring external objects within. For instance, the fire-release ninjutsu scroll he held was discovered when he first realized this functionality. Yet, he regretted that his physical body could not enter. Only his consciousness could traverse this realm. While it felt as though he possessed a tangible form within the valley, a physical body remained outside. This peculiar situation could be attributed to the panel's limitations. Ding ling ling ling. As the sound of a bell rang, Uchiha Gen, seated in the chair, opened his eyes, emerging from the ceiling space. The time for dismissal had arrived. Uchiha Gen gently stretched his stiff neck. intending to rise and return home when a figure with white hair entered his line of sight. Today, Obito spoke of you in class. According to your rules, this serves as your ticket. I wish to engage you in a battle, a real combat. Alongside the white-haired figure were several pieces of silver on the desk, indicating the high value of this ticket. Very well, you may choose the location. Uchiha Gen glanced at the money on the table and then at Kakashi, whose face was filled with a fighting spirit, and a smile quickly spread across his face as he agreed. It would be foolish to refuse such a prime opportunity. May I watch from the sidelines? Just as Uchiha Gen stood, Yuhi Hong, who was seated beside him, timidly spoke, her ruby-like eyes blinking as they fixated on Uchiha Gen. She had not spoken to him the previous day after school and was determined not to miss this chance today. You decide, Uchiha Gen replied, glancing at Yuhi Hong before turning back to Kakashi, who would make the call since he was the one providing the funds. Sure, Kakashi nodded indifferently, as he only wished to engage in another match with Uchiha Gen. Can I join you? I also want to have a match. Another voice chimed in. The group turned to see Might Guy holding a modest amount of silver, eagerly looking at Uchiha Gen. That is fine. I don't mind accommodating one more, right, Kakashi? Uchiha Gen said, taking the crumpled silver from Might Guy with a smile, then raising it toward Kakashi, as he considered Might Guy a prime target as well. He had intended to fight Might Guy, so his proactive approach was a pleasant surprise. Do as you wish, Kakashi replied nonchalantly, though his gaze involuntarily lingered on Might Guy, who was visibly excited by Uchiha Gen's agreement. Thoughts of his father's words began to flood his mind. Could this kind of person truly surpass me? Chapter 13. Then it's the White Fang. Kakashi determined the battle location and led the way, with Uchiha Gen and the others following closely behind. As they just exited the gates of the Ninja Academy, two figures engaged in conversation turned to look their way. Hey, guy? Over here, Kakashi. They greeted each other in unison. It was Might Duel and Hatake Sakumo, here to pick up their respective children. Is this the Konoha White Fang? He looks just like an ordinary neighbor, his brilliance subdued. Uchiha Gen mused silently as he observed Hatake Sakumo greeting them with a smile. Is this the prodigy who defeated Kakashi? Meanwhile, as Uchiha Gen scrutinized Hatake Sakumo, the latter also noticed him. Upon seeing Uchiha Gen for the first time, a fleeting image of another person crossed Hatake Sakumo's mind. Tsunade, one of the legendary three ninjas. You are Kakashi's classmates, I presume? Greetings, I am Kakashi's father. What brings you here? Hatake Sakumo approached with a few casual glances, smiling as he greeted Uchiha Gen and the others. Father, I want to have another match with Uchiha Gen. Kakashi felt a bit awkward, realizing he had been so focused on wanting to battle Uchiha Gen that he had forgotten his father was supposed to pick him up. Suddenly, he felt embarrassed. It wasn't that he had forgotten about his father, but encountering him now meant that their battle would certainly be observed, and Kakashi felt uncertain about the outcome. In Kakashi's mind, losing in front of his father was a different matter than losing in general. While Kakashi felt awkward, Might Guy eagerly began introducing Uchiha Gen to Might Duel. Father, this is Uchiha Gen, the strongest person in our class, and he has agreed to spar with me. Might Guy excitedly pointed at Uchiha Gen, beaming with joy. Guy, you've earned the recognition of your classmates. This is the fervent response of youth, a prodigy of the Uchiha. Thank you for supporting Guy. Upon hearing this, Might Dewey's eyes brimmed with tears, and he excitedly patted Might Guy on the shoulder before bowing deeply to Uchiha Gen. This was a father's gratitude. Thank you for your support. Seeing this, Might Guy quickly followed suit and bowed as well. There's no need for such formalities. Guy provided the ticket. Uchiha Gen quickly stepped aside, as he felt unworthy of such respect, not for any other reason, but because Might Duel exuded an aura of strength. Ticket? Hatake Sakumo, overhearing, looked momentarily bewildered, casting a questioning glance at Kakashi. Ahem, it's getting dark. Shall we head to the training grounds? Kakashi, noticing his father's gaze, quickly cleared his throat and pointed into the distance. He sensed that if he didn't interject, this group could converse for quite some time. Indeed, time was of the essence, and the training grounds would likely be busy. I know a place, follow me. With a slight smile at his son's diversion of conversation, Hatake Sakumo chose not to probe further and spoke cheerfully. After a while, guided by Hatake Sakumo, the group arrived in a vast clearing within a grove, featuring only 3 large wooden stumps standing alone. This area is spacious, perfect for your needs, Hatake Sakumo said with a smile, gesturing toward the clearing. Shall we begin? Uchiha Gen glanced at the open space and then turned to Kakashi. Father, may I borrow your blade? Kakashi nodded and turned to Hatake Sakumo. You wish to use a weapon? Hatake Sakumo looked taken aback, glancing between Kakashi and Uchiha Gen, hesitating. While it was normal for ninjas to spar with weapons, these two were merely students of the academy, not to mention that his White Fang was no ordinary blade. What a pity that White Fang broke in Kakashi's hands. And its owner, Hatake Sakumo, perished due to the maliciousness of Konoha's citizens. If Kakashi were to wield White Fang, it would be somewhat unfair to Uchiha Gen. Not White Fang, a standard ninja blade will suffice. Realizing his misstep, Kakashi quickly added, clarifying that he did not intend to take advantage of the weapon. He merely wanted a ninja blade. Let's go with White Fang. I, too, wish to witness the prowess of Konoha's White Fang. As the son of White Fang, how much enhancement will you gain while wielding it? Just as Hatake Sakumo nodded and prepared to retrieve a standard ninja blade, Uchiha Gen interrupted his actions. White Fang is forged from chakra metal, significantly enhancing chakra conduction. As a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, you should comprehend the extent of the advantage such a weapon provides to a ninja. Are you certain? If Kakashi wields White Fang against you, he could employ many techniques he has yet to master. Such a sparring match would not be equitable for you. Hatake Sakumo, upon hearing this, adopted a serious expression and addressed Uchiha Gen, ensuring he understood the implications. Senior, I believe I am quite strong. Uchiha Gen's tone was calm, yet the confidence in his words surprised Hatake Sakumo. The implication of this statement is that even with the White Fang in hand, Kakashi would still not be a match for his opponent. Kakashi, what do you think? Upon hearing this, Chimu Sakumo nodded, as Uchiha Gen's performance aligned perfectly with his impression of Uchiha ninjas. Although Uchiha Gen's somewhat provocative undertone did not bother Chimu Sakumo, who was Kakashi's father, as geniuses often possess a proud demeanor, especially one from the Uchiha clan. However, such remarks made Chimu Sakumo glance down at his son, and indeed, at that moment, Kakashi was engulfed in a state of fury, his teeth clenched tightly, fists balled up. This was the first time Chimu Sakumo had witnessed Kakashi in such a manner. Then, let it be the White Fang. Kakashi fixed his gaze on Uchiha Gen, no longer merely desiring to engage in a skirmish. He yearned for victory. Moments later, Kakashi, armed with the White Fang short blade, faced off against the unarmed Uchiha general. Between them stood Chimu Sakumo, the referee, wearing a look of mild exasperation. The Mado father and son, along with the understated Yuhi Kurenai, stood to the side, brimming with excitement as they anticipated the impending clash. Chapter 14. Substitution, both sides prepared. Begin. Despite his reluctance, Chimu Sakumo declared the battle's commencement. At the sound of his command, Kakashi swiftly distanced himself from Uchiha Gen, gripping the White Fang. Though wielding a ninja blade, Kakashi had no intention of engaging in close combat with Uchiha Gen at the outset, given the vast discrepancy in their abilities. He would rely on strategy to secure victory. As he created distance, Kakashi sheathed the White Fang at his waist, quickly forming hand seals. Right on. However, midway through his seals, a gust of wind surged from his side. Kakashi widened his eyes and glanced right, only to find Uchiha Gen had already closed the gap, launching a whip-like kick. So swift. Abandoning his hand seals, Kakashi bent to evade the kick, bracing himself with his right hand to shift his weight, retaliating with a left leg counterkick. A resounding thud echoed as they separated. Such formidable strength. Kakashi, having hurriedly received Uchiha Gen's powerful kick, felt a numbness in his left leg, yet swiftly channeled chakra to suppress it, as Uchiha Gen advanced once more. Thump, smack, thump. Uchiha Gen unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, each blow proving difficult for Kakashi to withstand. Clang. Seizing the opportunity while absorbing Uchiha Gen's palm strike, Kakashi unsheathed the White Fang. With a swift motion, the blade became enveloped in right-on chakra. The overwhelming pressure of battling Uchiha Gen left Kakashi with no desire to conceal his techniques. The moment the lightning surged around the White Fang, he executed a horizontal slash aimed directly at Uchiha Gen's face. Now, this is intriguing, is it not? Uchiha Gen merely took a step back, evading the hasty slash, the blade gliding past his face as he smiled and spoke. With such martial arts and reflexes, are you truly an Uchiha? Chimu Sakumo's Konoha's lightning strike. Kakashi remained expressionless as he absorbed Uchiha Gen's palm strike. but the pain in his chest made it clear that his condition was deteriorating. Fixing his gaze on Uchiha Gen's chest, Kakashi twisted his wrist, redirecting the blade for another horizontal strike. How could it not be? Clang. The sound of metal clashing reverberated. What? Jinjutsu. As the clash rang out, Kakashi's expression shifted abruptly, the sight before him causing his heart to spiral into chaos. Uchiha Gen had caught the White Fang with his hand. Little fire dragon skill, Metal Claw? Uchiha Gen's arm shimmered with flowing white light, and the palm that halted the White Fang glimmered with a dark, steel-like sheen. Not a Jinjutsu. Blood trickled from Kakashi's mouth, staining his mask. Lacking the knowledge to disrupt chakra flow and break the Jinjutsu, Kakashi opted to confirm his state through pain. In the immediate uncertainty, he bit down on his tongue. The pain surged, yet nothing changed before his eyes. This indicated Uchiha Gen had genuinely intercepted his strike. Suddenly, the right-hand chakra on the White Fang erupted violently, and leveraging the blade's conductive properties, Kakashi began to unleash the right-hand chakra. If Uchiha Gen before him was indeed real, it meant he could directly attack. This is chaotic, Kakashi. Not only was Kakashi astonished by the potential Jinjutsu, but Sakumo, witnessing Uchiha Gen catch the White Fang, also questioned if he had fallen under an illusion. However, he quickly dismissed that notion, realizing from the metallic sheen on Uchiha Gen's palm that he had employed an unfamiliar ninjutsu to deflect the White Fang. Yet, as he turned to look at Kakashi, Sakumo's brows furrowed. The chaotic lightning erupting from the White Fang was not a ninjutsu. It was pure, unbridled right-hand chakra. Such a release was established through the White Fang's conductive chakra metal, and being uncontrolled meant it posed a risk to both friend and foe. Fool. The moment the right-hand chakra atop the White Fang began to spiral uncontrollably, Uchiha Gen sensed something amiss. Glancing at Kakashi, whose mask bore bloodstains, Uchiha Gen swiftly gripped the blade's edge with his right hand, simultaneously delivering a side kick to Kakashi's calf. Trip skill. At the moment of impact, Uchiha Gen yanked the blade forcefully. Realizing Uchiha Gen intended to seize the weapon, Kakashi gripped the hilt tightly, but an odd dizziness overcame him, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. The White Fang was ripped from his grasp. Boom. Kakashi hit the ground. An inexplicable pain exploded in his chest, prompting a violent cough, blood from his split tongue staining his mask, creating a ghastly bloom of crimson. In reality, he had only sustained minor damage from the trip skill. Seizing the White Fang, Uchiha Gen swiftly turned the blade in his hand, firmly gripping the hilt, and thrust it toward the downed Kakashi, stopping short of his neck. Perhaps anger does not grant you strength. Rather, it clouds your judgment in battle, Kakashi. You have lost again. Congratulations, trainer, on defeating LV-10 human hatchling. Trainer experience, 11. Little Fire Dragon experience, 11. Items dropped, 1. As the victory announcement rang out, Uchiha Gen squatted in front of Kakashi, smiling as he spoke. What a treasure. Is this the White Fang? Indeed a marvelous weapon, but the chakra metal is far too expensive. I wonder if the clan leader would grant me one if I asked. Standing up, Uchiha Gen gripped the White Fang, channeling chakra to transform its blade into a vivid crimson, radiating intense heat. Fire release, chakra conduction. The battle has concluded. Uchiha Gen is victorious. Sakumo's voice echoed as Uchiha Gen retracted his chakra, forcefully plunging the White Fang into the ground before Kakashi. The first match is over. Now, it's time for a substitution. Substitution. Uchiha Gen, with one hand in his pocket, glanced at Mato Kai, who was already trembling with excitement. With a smile, he raised his right hand, forming a gesture of invitation. Father, can I really do this? Mato Kai looked at Uchiha Gen, his quivering body causing his voice to tremble as he questioned Mato Dai beside him, although he truly wished to engage with a genius. At this moment, he felt somewhat disoriented. Chapter 15. Lacking talent, repetition is key. Do not disappoint the recognition of your companions. Kai. Might Dai gently patted Might Guy's shoulder. The encouraging voice of his father resonated in his ears. Taking a deep breath, Might Guy stepped forward towards Uchiha General Uchiha Gen. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Might Guy. I shall become the strongest man. Standing opposite Uchiha Gen, Might Guy raised his trembling right hand, fixing his gaze on Uchiha Gen as he proclaimed loudly. I am Uchiha Gen, and I too aspire to be the strongest. We shall be rivals. Uchiha Gen smiled and introduced himself in kind. Although they were classmates and already aware of each other's names, this moment of self-introduction held a different significance. Now, for the second round, both sides prepare. Fight. Begin. After confirming that Kakashi was unharmed, Hatake Sakumo returned to serve as the referee, standing between the two. With an odd expression, he announced the commencement of the battle. Go. No sooner had Hatake Sakumo's words left his lips than Might Guy roared and charged towards Uchiha Gen. A powerful straight punch aimed directly at Uchiha Gen's chest. The training of physical techniques could still reach the pinnacle of the ninja world, but it required a profound understanding of the essence of physical combat. A robust physique was merely the beginning of physical prowess. In response to Kai's full-force punch, Uchiha Gen effortlessly grasped Kai's fist with one hand while swiftly seizing his arm with the other. Your strength may exceed Kakashi's slightly, but it remains insufficient. And your technique is lacking. This is something that requires time to hone. As Uchiha Gen spoke, he forcefully bent backward and flung Kai behind him, grasping one arm. Might Guy was lifted over Uchiha Gen's head and then thrown with great force. Thank you for the guidance. I will strive to improve. Upon landing heavily, Might Guy quickly rose, giving Uchiha Gen a thumbs up with a beaming smile before charging at him once more. Again, he unleashed a full-force straight punch, his eyes fixed on Uchiha Gen's chest, rushing forward with great speed. Yet, as he neared Uchiha Gen, he was sent flying by a swift kick. Rising yet again, Might Guy's focus remained solely on Uchiha General. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to charge once more. Father, why do both you and Uchiha Gen hold such a different view of this guy? Kakashi, standing beside Hatake Sakumo, clutched his chest, momentarily lost in thought as he observed the disproportionate battle unfolding before him, filled with confusion as he queried his father. Although he had promised his father not to underestimate Might Guy, the battle before him was incomprehensible. After all, he was merely someone who could not even perform the simplest of ninjutsu. Kakashi, do you believe you showcased your full potential in that battle? Hatake Sakumo did not answer Kakashi's question, but instead fixated intently on the duel unfolding. No, Kakashi replied, his gaze falling on the calm Uchiha Gen, feeling dejected. In that battle, he had not utilized either ninjutsu or the swordsmanship taught by his father. It was not that he did not wish to, but rather that he lacked the opportunity, or perhaps he simply failed to seize it. His emotions were dominated by the anger of being underestimated by Uchiha Gen and the frustration of realizing he could not surpass him. You have exhibited remarkable talent from a young age, swiftly mastering both swordsmanship and ninjutsu. Yet such exceptional aptitude has bred a sense of pride within you. However, while a genius should indeed be proud, you have not allowed that pride to morph into arrogance, continuously striving to grow stronger, thus concealing your true shortcomings. Kakashi, your mindset is too fragile and prone to extremes. From the outset of your battle with Uchiha Gen, you have not remained composed, unable to accept the reality of your defeat. On the other hand, Kai, despite lacking the talents you and Uchiha Gen possess, displays a determination that belies his age. If he can maintain this mindset, surpassing you will become an inevitable reality. I firmly believe in the saying that a true ninja is one who can endure the pains that ordinary people cannot withstand. Among the talents of a ninja, what matters most is not the quantity of ninjutsu, but rather an unyielding will to never give up. As Hatake Sakumo paused, his gaze remained fixed on Might Guy, who, despite being injured, continued to charge at Uchiha General and Kai, clearly, does not lack such resolve. For the 23rd time, can you still stand, Kai? Well done, Kai. Outside the arena, Might Daitai, tears streaming down his face, watched as Might Guy was thrown and yet persisted in rising. His fists clenched tightly as he vocally encouraged his son. His vision blurred and his body ached. He was at a point where even clenching his fists felt arduous. Yet this did not hinder his determination to forge ahead. Accepting his ordinariness, he fought with all his might to be extraordinary. With effort, even a genius could be surpassed. Yakai. The words of his father echoed in Might Guy's mind. In his hazy vision, Uchiha Gen's figure became increasingly clear. Come. The 24th time, Might Guy half closed his fist, dragging his weary form before Uchiha Gen, and slowly began to throw a punch at his chest. Lacking talent. Then repeat until effort becomes your absolute gift, Kai. With a resounding clap, Uchiha Gen once more blocked Might Guy's strike, a smile of acknowledgement gracing his face as he forcefully flung Might Guy away. Thank you for the support. As Might Guy was propelled backwards, he struggled to raise his hand, giving a thumbs up and laughing heartily, but ultimately crashed to the ground, losing consciousness, yet that thumb remained steadfastly raised. Congratulations, trainer, for defeating LV8 Human Cub. Trainer experience 9, Charmander experience 9, card draws 1. The battle has concluded. Uchiha Gen is victorious. Chapter 16, The Influence of Superpowers on the Sharingan. In Konoha, within the courtyard of the Hitaki family, Kakashi allowed sweat to drip from his hair, his fingers tirelessly swinging the wooden sword. With each vigorous swing, the tremors sent droplets of sweat flying. With each strike, the image of Might Guy, still unconscious, yet with his thumb raised, and Uchiha Gen's indifferent demeanor after his victory replayed in Kakashi's mind. Exhausted, Kakashi lay back, panting as he gazed at the sky, his eyes filled with resentment and disappointment. Father, my mindset truly seems weak. At the Might Daitai household, father. Why do I have Uchiha Gen's recognition? I actually don't know either. Perhaps it's because he saw your efforts? Might Daitai responded uncertainly, observing his son Might Guy, bandaged and lying on the bed, a puzzled expression on his face. Uchiha Gen is entirely different from the rumors. During battle, it seemed he truly regarded me as a rival. Might Guy recalled his encounter with Uchiha Gen, becoming increasingly animated. Indeed, he is quite unlike the tales surrounding Uchiha. Xian Xiaoye is a true genius, and as someone who has garnered the recognition of such a prodigy, you must not disappoint him. Therefore, your training must be doubled. Mado Dai nodded in agreement. As a veteran genin of Konoha, he had naturally encountered many Uchiha ninjas. The disdainful gazes were unmistakable. Yet Xian's eyes had never displayed such contempt. Mado Dai paused for a moment, then turned his attention to his still excited son. Kai, once you can successfully run 500 laps around the ninja school and still have the energy for 500 frog leaps, I will teach you something that may aid you in surpassing genius. Having seemingly made a decision, Mado Dai spoke seriously to Mado Kai. Surpass genius? Mado Kai was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Uchiha Xian, whose emotional fluctuations had greatly affected Kakashi and Mado Kai, was delightfully examining the rewards from his recent display of prowess. This was the first time items had dropped. Were they tools or fruit? Perhaps even a spirit egg? Filled with anticipation, Uchiha Xian summoned the panel to retrieve the item dropped after defeating Kakashi. What is this? A sharp fang? As the item was extracted, a sharp fang appeared in Uchiha Xian's hand. Sharp fang, Pokemon item. A Pokemon holding the sharp fang has a 10 chance of causing the target to become intimidated when using attacking moves. Intimidation. An intimidated target cannot use any moves for a short time due to fear. It was unexpected that the first item he obtained was this, though it was unfortunate that it was not charcoal. Uchiha Xian lightly caressed the sharp fang with his fingers, then returned it to the panel without choosing to carry it. He was still attending the ninja school, and the only opponents he faced were his fellow students. The effect of the sharp fang was not suitable for immediate use. Instilling fear in those students was not his intention, as sustainable growth is what truly counts. Next came a new opportunity for drawing cards. He sought not the likes of punitive light shards or temporal roars, but rather something simple like live fire or a finishing touch. Uchiha Xian gently raised his hand, and the golden card pack reappeared. Radiance burst forth. A surge of mysterious power flowed, and a crimson light flashed in Uchiha Xian's eyes. His single Tomo Sharingan activated uncontrollably. A torrent of mental energy surged into Uchiha Xian's mind. The single Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly. Uchiha Xian fixed his gaze on the card appearing before him, his eyes brimming with excitement. Psychic Energy, High-Level Basic Energy Card. Psychic and energy card that significantly enhances the user's powers of the same attribute. The power of the psychic type could directly influence the evolution of the Sharingan. Uchiha Xian held the card tightly, feeling the power within resonating with his Sharingan, and he was filled with delight. Regarding the Sharingan, Uchiha Xian's awakening time far exceeded Uchiha Fugaku's expectations. This single Tomo Sharingan did not awaken due to the death of his parents. Instead, Uchiha Xian's single Tomo Sharingan opened shortly after he emerged from infancy. And as soon as he could control his body and recall all his memories, it quietly activated. However, after its awakening, to avoid physical strain and dependency on the Sharingan, Uchiha Xian had continuously suppressed its use. Thus, even though the eyes were opened early, the Tomo remained singular. He pondered whether this card could be used to unlock the Mangekyo or prevent the blindness associated with it. Uchiha Xian hesitated, acknowledging that he did not have an absolute need for the Sharingan. If he merely sought strength, the powers of Pokémon were sufficient. Yet, as a member of the Uchiha clan, the pursuit of Sharingan evolution was an inescapable norm. After all, being handsome is a lifelong endeavor. And being both handsome and strong is the ultimate truth. This item was indeed crucial, suppressing his yearning for the evolution of the Sharingan. Uchiha Gen dismissed the card with a flick of his hand. The force that seemed to beckon the evolution of his Sharingan vanished without a trace. Uchiha Gen's crimson eyes faded, returning to their ordinary black. The time to use this card was certainly not now. Uchiha Gen did not possess the luxury of blood ties. The next day, during the lunch break at the Ninja Academy, Uchiha Gen sat before his bento, feeling somewhat helpless. Ultimately, unable to eat any longer. He turned to see a pair of starry red eyes gazing intently at him. Classmate, could you please stop looking at me like that? Since the beginning of the school day, this little girl had fixed her gaze upon him. During class, she would occasionally glance at him but remained focused. Yet during the lunch break, she merely stared without even opening her bento. Chapter 17. 1 year later, Yuhiko returned to her senses, a blush immediately gracing her cheeks. After witnessing Uchiha Gen's battle against Kakashi yesterday, she had dreamt of his cool figure in combat, coupled with Uchiha Gen's already handsome features. His striking visage and formidable prowess filled her with admiration. Gen classmate, you are truly impressive, having defeated the genius Kakashi, who has even received praise from my father on 2 occasions. Although Yuhiko felt shy, she continued to gaze at Uchiha Gen, expressing her admiration. I am indeed quite capable, but what does that have to do with your unwavering stare? Uchiha Gen nodded in acknowledgement, then looked at Yuhiko with some confusion. Taken aback by Uchiha Gen's response, Yuhiko's face turned crimson, and she became somewhat flustered. However, just as she was about to explain, Uchiha Gen had already risen and walked toward the playground outside the classroom. Hey! Yuhiko was momentarily stunned by Uchiha Gen's departure, only to notice 2 familiar figures standing where he had headed. What brings you 2 together? Stepping out of the classroom, Uchiha Gen was somewhat surprised to see Kakashi and Madokai staring at each other. He wanted to challenge me to a match, but I declined, and now it has resulted in this. Kakashi, with his lifeless eyes, explained wearily, clearly the one who had been cornered. Did you not sleep last night? Uchiha Gen noticed Kakashi's slightly trembling hand. He had sensed something was off about Kakashi since the morning classes. It was evident that he was not quite himself. Yeah, I practiced a bit longer. Kakashi averted his gaze, lowering his voice. Yo, Gen, my dear friend, is there a chance for us to have a match today? Here is the ticket. Unlike Kakashi's awkwardness, Madokai became instantly excited upon noticing Uchiha Gen. Pulling a familiar low-denomination bill from his pocket and presenting it before Uchiha Gen, his voice dropping involuntarily as he mentioned the ticket. Dear friend? Being a friend of the Uchiha is not an easy feat, Kai. I'll accept the ticket, but as for the match, let us discuss that once you've removed the bandages from your body. Uchiha Gen accepted the money from Madokai, his expression inscrutable. Being a friend of the Uchiha is no simple task. One must possess resilience. Kakashi, growing stronger cannot be achieved through a single night of hard training. I await your pursuit of my footsteps. Having spoken, Uchiha Gen turned to leave. Wait, can I train with you? If I need a ticket, I can owe you one and repay it once I become a ninja and earn some money. Just as Uchiha Gen took a step forward, Madokai called out to him from behind. Sure, wait for me after school. Uchiha Gen halted in his tracks, without turning around, and continued on his path. As expected of my dear friend, Madokai sighed. Kakashi, what's wrong with you? Observing Uchiha Gen's retreating figure, Madokai could not help but express his admiration. When he turned back, he noticed Kakashi's flushed face and tightly clenched fists, prompting him to inquire with a hint of confusion. It's nothing, really. Kakashi gritted his teeth, his voice cold. He suddenly felt as if he had discovered a method to train his own mindset, thanks to this Uchiha fellow. In the blink of an eye, a year had quietly elapsed. Within the Uchiha clan's training grounds, Madokai executed a powerful strike. Konoha's dynamic entry, with a loud crack, wood splintered. Having kicked through a wooden post, Madokai landed, quickly scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, the ground fissured, and a hand emerged, grasping Madokai's ankle and pulling him down. Doton, Heart's decapitation technique. Not this move again, it won't work on me. Madokai exclaimed. Grabbing his ankle, he kicked violently, widening the crack in the ground. and the figure holding his ankle was yanked out with great force. The one who had seized Madoka-i's ankle was none other than Hitaki Kakashi. Upon seeing Kakashi, Madoka clenched his fists and threw a punch. Boom. His fist connected successfully, but a cloud of white mist erupted. The Kakashi he struck was merely a shadow clone. You lose, Kai. A short blade, exuding a sharp aura, pressed against Madoka-i's neck from behind, Kakashi's calm voice drifting from his rear. The battle concluded with Kakashi's victory. Well done, Kakashi. You've mastered the shadow clone technique, but alas, your strength still leaves much to be desired, remarked Uchiha Gen, who was acting as the referee. As he approached and lightly applauded. Not everyone possesses your monstrous strength, Kakashi replied with an eye roll, nonchalantly sheathing his blade. He had grown largely immune to Uchiha Gen's sharp tongue. This was his devised method of honing his mindset. By remaining in Uchiha Gen's company and enduring constant critique, he would eventually acclimate. Haha, another loss. That makes 17 consecutive defeats against Kakashi. It seems I must redouble my efforts. Alright, I've decided, after our regular training concludes today, I will run 300 laps around Konoha, followed by 100 frog jumps. Madoka was unfazed by his latest defeat, laughing heartily as he formulated a new training regimen and began sprinting around the training ground. What a freak, Kakashi muttered, rolling his eyes. Watching Madoka embark on his so-called regular training, he found himself at a loss for words. It was only after training alongside Madoka for some time that he understood why his father had predicted Madoka would one day surpass him. Such a being was almost superhuman. Even now, as Madoka circled the training ground, he bore an unknown weight strapped to his legs, a burden he never removed. Whether eating, sleeping, or battling. Remove the also, I am not a freak, Uchiha Gen interjected, standing beside Kakashi, observing Madoka's relentless running with a smile. Gen, sometimes I truly believe you are not a Uchiha. After all, aside from your sharp tongue, you can be rather benevolent? Well, the sentiment is similar. Whether sharing your self-created ninjutsu or providing Kai with precious medicinal herbs for physical refinement, your generosity is rather excessive, Kakashi remarked, raising his hand to observe the flickering lightning at his fingertips with a hint of nostalgia. Chapter 18. The Freak Benevolent? I have never claimed these gifts were free. When I provided you with ninjutsu, I made it clear you must repay me with an equivalent technique. The herbs given to Kai were also provided by my family. I was merely the intermediary, and those herbs were not without cost. Once Kai becomes a ninja, he will likely spend much of his life repaying that debt. Ugh, just thinking about it is terrifying. Uchiha Gen shuddered slightly, as if recalling something dreadful. I know that's not what you meant, Kakashi replied, rolling his eyes. Well, just accept what I've given you. If you feel guilty, then simply work on improving your strength. I merely do not want you two to outpace me to the point where I am but a shadow. Such a life would undoubtedly be dull. Uchiha Gen waved his hand dismissively, feeling that sentimentality was ill-suited for him and Kakashi. Moreover, he spoke the truth. He wished to develop steadily during his student years. Apart from self-improvement, the best method was to engage in battles with those who could offer him experience and opportunities for growth. Currently, the only students capable of providing him with continued experience were the exceptionally talented Kakashi and Madoka, who had received considerable investment in medicinal herbs from him. Influenced by Uchiha Gen, Kakashi had chosen not to graduate early, but rather to continue honing his skills while utilizing the time afforded by the Ninja Academy. In Uchiha Gen's words, such a rare 3 years of leisurely training. Why rush to graduate and undertake tedious tasks like a beast of burden? How splendid it is to be a sword master in the novice village. Though he did not fully grasp the meaning behind most of Uchiha Gen's words, Kakashi understood the core message: to utilize the time spent at the Ninja Academy to grow stronger. The academy could not provide him with further enhancement. But time was a different matter. Boring? That phrase bears a striking resemblance to Uchiha. Tisk, evidently still not working. Hitaki Kakashi lowered his head, the chakra he had gathered dissipating, the lightning fading, revealing a hint of regret on his brow as he spoke. Lackluster, then practice more. Care for a spar? Uchiha Gen turned his head, raising an eyebrow at Hitaki Kakashi, speaking softly. Bring it on. 2.5 minutes later. Congratulations, trainer. You have defeated LV-32 Human Cub. Trainer experience 31. Charizard experience 31. Freak. Kakashi, lying on the ground and panting, remarked. Indeed, as long as I get to beat you and Kai every day, I feel utterly refreshed. By the way, Uncle Shumo is returning today, right? Stretching contentedly, Uchiha Gen responded joyfully. Yes. Paku mentioned that my father should be home by this morning at the latest. At this hour, he has probably been relaxing with a drink for quite some time. Kakashi replied, rising from the ground and brushing off the dirt that clung to him, ignoring Uchiha Gen's somewhat provocative remarks. Oh, if that's the case, let us go. Hey, Kai, training is on hold. Uchiha Gen stroked his chin, gazing thoughtfully at the now-setting sun, then nodded and spoke, before waving to Mato Kai, who was still running laps, and setting off towards Hatake Kakashi's home. Oh, you're coming. What do you plan to do? Kakashi, catching up to Uchiha Gen, was somewhat exasperated. Well, given that Uncle Shumo has been away on a mission for quite some time, I miss him terribly, so I thought I'd pay him a visit. Do you have any objections? Uchiha Gen glanced sideways at the exasperated Kakashi. Visiting? You merely want to mooch a meal, don't you? Kakashi replied, exasperated. If Uchiha Gen hadn't looked up to check the time, he would have believed this so-called visit. Moreover, the Uchiha clan was a prominent family. If it were truly a visit, how could one possibly arrive empty-handed? Do not concern yourself too much. You may not grow taller. Hurry and keep up. Look, Kai runs faster than you. I have returned. Moments later, standing before the Hatake residence, Kakashi gazed in utter dismay at the two individuals who entered his home as if it were their own. It remains a mystery when these two began to frequent his house uninvited. Kakashi remarked, "You are back. I anticipated you three would be together, so I called Dai over in advance, ha ha ha." As the door swung open, Hatake Sakumo, clad in casual home attire, held a cup of clear sake and smiled warmly at Uchiha Gen and the others. Ah, father is here. Mato Kai peered into the entryway and indeed spotted a familiar green figure slumped over the table, fast asleep, with several scattered bottles nearby. Huh, isn't father the one who never drinks? His appearance, combined with the scattered bottles, suggested he had succumbed to intoxication, prompting a surprised exclamation from Mato Kai. Ah ha ha. Well, due to the failure of our recent mission, I found myself feeling rather down and shared a few drinks with Dai. And here we are, Hatake Sakumo replied, scratching his head awkwardly. Please come in and sit for a while. The house is a bit disheveled. I'll tidy up and prepare some food. With a hint of embarrassment, he hastily entered the living room, beginning to clear the clutter of wine bottles and the remnants of a disordered meal. The mention of a failed mission caused a flicker of understanding in Uchiha Gen's eyes. It could only pertain to that particular event. Soon enough, the living room of the Hatake residence was restored to order under Sakumo's diligent efforts. Just as he finished tidying the kitchen, he promptly rushed back to prepare the meal, his movements revealing a practiced ease honed by time. I am about to commence dining. A quarter of an hour later, the five of them sat at the dining table, facing a sumptuous spread of dishes. The reason for 5 people was that Mato Dai, roused by Mato Kai's enthusiastic calls, had finally awakened. However, just as they were about to dig in, a resounding crash echoed as the door was struck forcefully. Accompanying the sound was a cacophony of voices. They have arrived already? I'll see what is happening. You all should eat. With an apologetic demeanor, Hatake Sakumo rose and quickly made his way to the entryway. I'm not too hungry yet. I will also see what is happening. Uchiha Gen cast a regretful glance at the delectable meal before him, set down his chopsticks, and followed suit. You should eat. It is likely just some stray cats and dogs playing and accidentally bumping into the door, Kakashi casually remarked, picking up a piece of fish to eat. It was a well-known fact that Konoha occasionally had stray animals scurrying about. Chapter 19. The Hatake Sakumo incident. Uchiha Gen paid no heed to Kakashi, who had become somewhat indifferent, as he continued toward the entrance. Yet, as he stepped outside, an absurd scene unfolded before him. A figure completely wrapped in bandages stood, directing a crowd of unruly villagers, vehemently denouncing Hatake Sakumo. The tirade was filled with accusations, claiming he should have prioritized the village's interests above all else, interspersed with numerous offensive remarks. The usually calm Hatake Sakumo was now devoid of his usual composure, panic evident on his face, to the point where he failed to notice Uchiha Gen approaching from behind. The sound of a blade being unsheathed rang out, and a flash of light cut through the air. A crimson mark appeared on the fingertips of the bandaged individual. If you dare to point your filthy paw at Uncle Sakumo again, I would not hesitate to sever it from your body. Since when did barking wild dogs appear on the streets of Konoha? Who? Ah, ninja are killing. Run, run, ninja are killing. In an instant, chaos erupted outside the Hatake residence as those foolish villagers, either following the crowd or incited by the raucous, hurriedly attempted to flee. Yet, they barely made it a few steps before freezing as if time had paused for them. The bandaged man was equally startled by the sudden flash of the blade, and in his panic, he opened his mouth to scream, only to find the reflection of the Sharingan in his eyes. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. The sudden appearance of the blade jolted Hatake Sakumo from his stupor, and upon seeing the blood on the bandaged man's fingertips, he swiftly turned around. There stood Uchiha Gen, wielding a familiar short blade, evidently the source of the earlier flash. Gen, is this an illusion? Or am I truly intoxicated? Hatake Sakumo's mind was a muddled haze as he gazed at Uchiha Gen, who held Kakashi's short blade, his expression bewildered, unable to discern the reality before him. Uncle Sakumo, let us go inside and eat. If we delay further, the meal will grow cold. Uchiha Gen smiled faintly, sheathing the blade and stepping aside to clear the entryway. Oh. Hatake Sakumo nodded numbly, staggering toward the entrance. After watching him enter the house, Uchiha Gen turned back coldly to face the hapless villagers ensnared in the Jinjutsu. Apprehend this individual and confine him in the security department's prison. Assign a suitable charge. The rest should be taken back to the security department as well. Uchiha Gen spoke with a tone laced with disdain. Yes, Lord General. As soon as Uchiha Gen finished his command, 2 Uchiha ninjas clad in security uniforms appeared before him. Bowing respectfully, one swiftly restrained the bandaged man and departed from the Hatake residence, while the other proceeded to apprehend the remaining villagers. How ironic, Uchiha Gen mused, casting a cold glance at a nearby tree. The crimson 3-tomo Sharingan glimmered ominously. After completing these tasks, Uchiha Gen turned and walked back into the Hatake residence. The child from the Uchiha clan exudes a terrifying aura. A ninja, distinguishable from the Umbu by his attire, crouched in the tree, panting heavily, his voice trembling. Newcomer, you have embarrassed yourself. That Uchiha was aware this was within the village, hence did not unleash an attack. Remember this. Never gaze directly into the eyes of an Uchiha. Let us return and report. Our plans have been disrupted by the Uchiha clan. Another ninja appeared beside the newcomer, coldly advising him. Yes, Captain. The so-called newcomer immediately bowed his head, a flicker of red light shimmering in his eyes. Upon entering the living room, Uchiha Gen found Mato and Kakashi anxiously surrounding Hatake Sakumo. Gen, what is happening with father? The others noticed Uchiha Gen's arrival, and Kakashi, visibly tense, inquired. He had never seen his father in such a dejected state, as if he were engulfed in confusion. Gen, what has transpired? Is it due to the failure of the mission? What exactly occurred outside? Mato Dai also expressed concern, his gaze fixed upon Hatake Sakumo. Recalling the earlier incident when Sakumo had insisted on drinking with him. The crux of the matter was that Uncle Sakumo had forsaken the mission to save a hapless villager. And moments ago, that very individual, accompanied by a group of unruly villagers, had confronted Uncle Sakumo at the door, accusing him of jeopardizing the village's interests. Now, witnessing Uncle Sakumo's current state, it was evident that his beliefs had been shattered. After all, being betrayed and reprimanded by a comrade he had personally rescued was indeed a heavy burden. Uchiha Gen raised a hand, addressing the worried trio before him. Such a person should not be deemed a comrade. Kai, you must never become such a person. The very essence of our struggle to grow stronger is to protect those we hold dear. If we abandon our companions merely for the sake of a so-called mission, then our efforts will become utterly meaningless. Chimu Sakumo, gather your spirit. You have done nothing wrong. I shall seek the esteemed Hokage to punish that utterly unyielding ninja. As Uchiha Gen finished his explanation, Might Dai abruptly rose from his seat, a furious expression etched upon his face as he admonished Might Guy. Preparing to rush toward the Hokage building, seemingly unwilling to relent until he could aid Chimu Sakumo. There's no need to find the Hokage, Uncle Dai. I have already instructed the guards to handle that individual, Uchiha Gen interjected, halting Might Dai's departure. What you must do now is remain steadfastly by Chimu Sakumo's side. Whether he is dining, sleeping, or even in the restroom, you must not leave his side for a moment, nor allow anyone, including the Hokage you intend to seek help from, to approach him. Can you manage that, Uncle Dai? Might Dai, though passionate, was not a fool. Observing Uchiha Gen's serious demeanor, he suddenly realized that this matter was far from simple. I am uncertain how this pertains to him. Do not overthink it. I simply ask you to do this as a precaution. As for Chimu Sakumo, details of his situation had been merely glossed over in both the anime and manga. with no concrete information presented. In Chapter 20, the question of whether companions or missions hold greater significance arises. This is inherently a fan fiction adhering to the author's vision. There exist factions within the Naruto community, those who favor the anime and those who prefer the manga. The distinctions between the two are well understood by those familiar with them. For instance, in the manga, the villagers were entirely unaware of Chimu Sakumo's failed mission and subsequent suicide. Even Uchiha Obito only learned of it upon becoming a chunin. Conversely, in the anime, the ordinary villagers were well aware of the incident and engaged in rampant online harassment, leading Chimu Kakashi, the son of Chimu Sakumo, to begin questioning his father's actions. This culminated in becoming the final straw that broke Chimu Sakumo. Thus, the narrative unfolds according to the author's imagination. Refrain from insisting on the canon. After all, the original work does not include a character named Uchiha General. As for the timeline, it is fraught with inconsistencies and illogical sequences, and I shall undertake necessary adjustments. Some speculate that this is a scheme orchestrated by Shimura Danzo to eliminate a formidable rival for the Hokage position in his campaign. Others suggest that Sarutobi Hiruzen intentionally allowed Danzo to act so as not to let Chimu Sakumo's rising influence overshadow his own lineage, including Orochimaru. Furthermore, some even claim that the attire worn by Chimu Sakumo, particularly the Hokage short sleeve gifted by the daimyo, provoked both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo's ire, prompting them to contrive this ruse. However, these remain mere conjectures with no solid evidence to substantiate such claims. Nonetheless, the fact that Chimu Sakumo took his own life stands undeniable. Keeping Might Dai close not only aids in Chimu Sakumo's recovery, but also serves to prevent any subsequent attempts at self-harm. Uchiha Gen glanced at Kakashi, pondering whether the current Kakashi would become the final straw that broke Chimu Sakumo. Kakashi, for the time being, I suggest you remain within the Uchiha clan's territory. Guy 2. Allow Chimu Sakumo Senpai some time to reflect alone, secure in the knowledge that Uncle Dai is watching over him. To err on the side of caution, Uchiha Gen addressed Kakashi, who was anxiously regarding his father. Very well. The conversation between Might Dai and Uchiha Gen did not evade Chimu Kakashi's ears, understanding that the situation was complex. Kakashi remained silent for a moment before nodding gently. Rest assured, I will take care of Sakumo. Though my strength may not be exceptional, inflicting harm upon Sakumo in my presence would be no simple task. Might Dai's expression was grave. Having spent the past year with Chimu Sakumo, the two single fathers had become close friends. The prospect of his dear friend facing peril was intolerable to Might Dai. I entrust my father to you. Kakashi approached Might Dai, bowing deeply. Although Might Dai was merely a chunin, Uchiha Gen, who possessed considerably greater strength, trusted his capabilities, and thus, Kakashi chose to place his faith in him. Meanwhile, within the depths of a vast subterranean chamber, a ninja knelt before Shimura Danzo, reporting the unexpected developments. Sir, complications have arisen. The Uchiha clan intervened, confining the villagers summoned by sea to the guards. Our men were expelled when they attempted to retrieve them. Uchiha? Humph. That inherently malevolent clan deserves annihilation. Hiruzen, I warned you that your weakness would lead to regret. The Chimu father and son have grown too close to the Uchiha clan, especially with that Uchiha brat's prodigious talent. Continue to spread the word that White Fang's failure has caused significant losses to the village. Additionally, arrange for surveillance on White Fang. Should he exhibit any unusual behavior, inform me immediately. Concealed in shadow, Danzo's features flickered in the dim light as he plotted. Kakashi swiftly gathered a few personal belongings before departing the Chimu residence alongside Uchiha Gen and Might Dai. The trio walked in silence toward the Uchiha compound. Have you heard? Lord White Fang failed a crucial mission while attempting to rescue a companion, resulting in severe losses for the village. I just heard about that. Do you think someone like him deserves the title of hero? If it were me, I would always prioritize the village's interests. Kakashi halted, glancing at the two conversing with cold eyes. Gen, do you believe companions or missions are more important? He posed the question to Uchiha Gen, having overheard similar murmurs since leaving his home. Though they had only just learned of the incident, the news seemed to spread like wildfire, indicating that something was amiss. In the words of a certain fool, those who disrupt the rules are worthless, but those who do not cherish their companions are even less than that. Furthermore, do you not think you have asked the wrong person? What is my surname? Uchiha. What do you think is of utmost importance in the eyes of the Uchiha? Uchiha Gen replied with a hint of amusement, recognizing that this was a question Kakashi could not evade. Gen was correct. Those who do not value their companions are indeed beneath contempt. Kakashi, Uncle Sakumo has done nothing wrong. Consider this. If you and Jin were on a mission and encountered an incident, I would risk my life to save you without hesitation. Companions have never been a matter of choice in my eyes. Might Guy nodded resolutely, firmly grasping Kakashi's shoulder as he spoke with conviction. Indeed, companions have never been a matter of choice. Kakashi felt a sense of relief wash over him upon hearing these words. I realize my mindset has not been adequately cultivated. He turned to Uchiha Gen, feeling a mix of emotions, acknowledging that despite his reluctance to admit it, he had been unsettled by the gossip swirling around him. What was once a robust will now showed signs of wavering, leaving Kakashi momentarily ashamed of himself. What is it? Do you find my stature so imposing that you wish to kneel in submission? All I can say is, no need for such formalities. Uchiha Gen smirked, casting a sidelong glance at Kakashi, who had been staring at him intently. Indeed, I should not have harbored the illusion that you are a good person. Upon hearing these words from Uchiha Gen, Kakashi could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth beneath his mask. Had he not known that he could not win, he would have truly wanted to land a punch on Uchiha Gen's face. It was simply too infuriating. Chapter 21. With me in the Uchiha clan, we shall undoubtedly ascend to the absolute pinnacle. In the Hitaki residence, after Uchiha Gen and his companions departed, Hitaki Sakumo sat back against the tatami, gazing despondently at Might Guy. Am I being too weak? I had previously instructed Kakashi to possess a strong will, yet it seems otherwise now. From the moment Might Guy had spoken out loudly in encouragement, Hitaki Sakumo had regained his senses. But he found himself at a loss on how to face the three children, which kept him silent. Now, with the children gone and only his dear friend remaining in the house, Hitaki Sakumo could no longer suppress the turmoil within his heart. No, Sakumo, your will is not weak. You have merely fallen into a momentary confusion resulting from the collapse of your own beliefs. A person with a weak will would never become a powerful ninja as renowned as you. Though I may not comprehend those profound truths during our training sessions, I can see from your swordsmanship that your will is as sharp as your blade. Might Guy said seriously, gently placing his fist before Hitaki Sakumo. Sharp, you say? My apologies, Guy, for causing you concern. Hitaki Sakumo chuckled lightly and lightly tapped his fist against Might Guy's, reflecting on his sentiments. No, it is Kakashi who is most worried about you. Might Guy shook his head gently. I trust Kakashi now that he is by Shen's side. That child has possessed an extraordinary mindset since he was young. For the time being, let me neglect my role as a father. I am somewhat exhausted, Guy. Hitaki Sakumo's eyes reflected guilt. As a father, it pained him to cause his child worry, especially under such circumstances. In a moment of uncertainty on how to face Kakashi, Hitaki Sakumo chose to retreat. Then let us take a good rest. With me by your side, no one shall disturb you, not even the Hokage. Might Guy grinned, giving Hitaki Sakumo a thumbs up. Ah, that is indeed reassuring. Hitaki Sakumo smiled softly, tilting his head and drifting off to sleep. Might Guy, seeing this, sat cross-legged beside him, vigilantly watching the entrance, like a dragon guarding its treasure. Inside the Hokage building. Was it you? Sarutobi Hiruzen glared, slamming a document onto the desk before him. Across from him, Shimura Danzo sat with an indifferent expression. Monkey, you did not intervene. White Fang is a hero of Konoha. Bang. With that, the conversation ended, and the door slammed shut, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen alone in the office, his expression perplexed as he smoked. Soon enveloped in a haze of smoke. What role does Uchiha play in this? So, does the clan leader mean to fully support Hitaki Sakumo? Although Hitaki Sakumo shares a deep bond with Shin and possesses considerable strength, is this not overly radical? Clearly, something is amiss with Hitaki Sakumo. And I suspect it is related to that rat who prefers to dwell in the shadows. In the Uchiha shrine late at night, all the high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan gathered to discuss the matter concerning Hitaki Sakumo, with Uchiha Shin also attending in a special capacity. Quietly sipping tea beside Uchiha Fugaku. Radical? Humph, if it were not for your indecisiveness, I would have already charged at Shimura Danzo. When has the Uchiha clan ever been suppressed by a mere rat? An elder Uchiha, bearing scars on his face, scoffed disdainfully. Charge at Shimura Danzo? And then what? Would the clan and Konoha stand in complete opposition? In that instant, as elders of the Uchiha clan, it is our responsibility not only to uphold the clan's honor, but also to ensure its survival. I do not oppose the use of force. But when force cannot achieve complete suppression, some concessions are necessary. Such disgrace should be borne by us old ones. After all, we do not have many years left. The elder who initially spoke stated solemnly, disregarding Uchiha Shana's sharp remarks, as they all understood that their intentions were for the Uchiha's benefit. Humph, cowardice. Uchiha Shana snorted, dissatisfaction still evident on his face. Nevertheless, he chose to remain silent, directing his gaze towards Uchiha Fugaku. I have made my decision regarding Hitaki Sakumo. The Uchiha clan shall unconditionally support him. The rumors circulating in the village will be handled by the security department. All who spread rumors shall be apprehended and taken to the security department until Hokage himself intervenes for mediation. I believe the Hokage will swiftly make a new decision. For as Shien rightly stated, in their eyes, we Uchiha are the greatest source of instability. Uchiha Fugaku, understanding the meaning behind Uchiha Shana's gaze, promptly redirected the meeting back to the initial topic and decisively made the decision. The matter concerning Hitaki Sakumo may not be devoid of the Hokage's influence. If we wish for him to intervene, we may indeed have a busy time ahead. Simultaneously, the mobilization of personnel and the mass apprehension of villagers will inevitably invite the Hokage's accountability. Truly troublesome. We must engage in endless bureaucratic wrangling. Shien, grow up quickly. I have had enough of this burden. An Uchiha elder spoke softly. They were acutely aware of the relationship between their Hokage and Shimura Danzo. As the primary authority in the security department, if anything were to happen, the Hokage would hold him and Uchiha Fugaku accountable. The Uchiha in the Konoha security department have been constantly scrutinized, and with their patience reaching its limit, they would not indulge these troublesome villagers. Thus, the Hokage's accountability becomes an incessant source of annoyance. That truly is a considerable pressure. The Uchiha Shien, having been addressed, smiled slightly, raising his head, the crimson three-tomo Sharingan flickering with an eerie red light. The surging ocular power stirred, prompting all present Uchiha to simultaneously activate their Sharingan. In an instant, the shrine was filled with a terrifying aura of ocular strength. Yet, with the presence of me in the Uchiha clan, we shall undoubtedly ascend to the absolute pinnacle. Chapter 22. The gap between a genius and a freak is still vast. At the age of 7, the three-tomo Sharingan. The high-ranking Uchiha members within the shrine gazed fervently at Uchiha Shien. Even the one once hailed as the Shura of the ninja world pales in comparison to the current Uchiha Shien. Within this pair of three-tomo Sharingan, they glimpsed the future of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shien shall undoubtedly unlock the legendary power of the Uchiha. When that time comes, with his absolute talent, he will successfully unite both the hawkish and dovish factions of the Uchiha clan once more, for ultimately, whether hawk or dove, their core purpose aligns with that of the Uchiha clan. This is indeed the most affectionate of clans. In just a year and a half, the transition from one-tomo to three-tomo Sharingan must surely have been aided by the Pokémon card, Psychic Energy Basic card. During this year, Uchiha Shien drew another Psychic Energy Basic card, though it was different from the first one he obtained. The new Psychic Energy Basic card no longer bore the designation of high tier. The Basic Energy card, Chao Nong, enhances the user's inherent abilities to a minor extent. Thus, Uchiha Shien opted to utilize the newly acquired Basic Energy card. It was at that moment that his already evolved Mangekyo Sharingan transcended its single-tomo state and evolved into the three-tomo version. The burden of prematurely activating the Sharingan was effortlessly disregarded due to his exceptional physical condition, which Kakashi deemed extraordinary. The following day at the Uchiha clan's training ground, a deafening cry echoed through the empty space. Chidori. A brilliant flash of blue lightning surged past a wooden target. Chidori. Ha ha ha. That's the 13th time I've missed, Kakashi, exclaimed Mike Guy, who was performing peculiar exercises on the ground, unable to contain his laughter. The lightning that had just flickered by the wooden target had indeed originated from Hitaki Kakashi's hand. When Kakashi had received Chidori from Shien, he had noted that while Chidori emphasized thrusting with both speed and power, its immense velocity rendered it impossible for him, lacking the Sharingan, to discern the enemy's counterattacks. The rapid pace also hindered his ability to direct Chidori's attack effectively. Breathing heavily, Kakashi recognized the significant chakra drain incurred from frequent usage of Chidori. However, as long as his physical capabilities kept pace and he continued to enhance his reaction time, these shortcomings could be overcome, possibly by fully optimizing this technique. which was currently suited only for the Uchiha to fit his own needs. Kakashi raised his trembling hand, the result of prolonged exposure to right chakra, and spoke softly, "Indeed. Your physical condition is somewhat lacking, Kakashi. Why not train with me?" Might Guy, clearly misunderstanding Kakashi's words, immediately leaped in front of him with excitement, inviting him to join in. "I must politely decline," Kakashi replied, his expression darkening. Training alongside Guy, with his intense regimen, would surely be life-threatening. Both of them are extraordinary. You, too, and that fellow Shien, I can't fathom how an Uchiha could possess even greater physical prowess than you. Kakashi glared at Uchiha Shien, who was napping on a branch nearby, as he spoke, feeling utterly defeated by the rigorous training alongside these two exceptional individuals. Genius? There remains a vast chasm between genius and monstrosity. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shien was within the ceiling space, executing fire release, great fire annihilation. A colossal dragon engulfed in flames roared, its claws rending the sea of fire. Fire dragon? Is that a dragon claw? Then let us proceed. Uchiha Shien planted his foot on the dark red rock, clenched his fist, and with a clang, 3 sharp blades gleaming with metallic sheen emerged from the peculiar weapon on his arm. In the next moment, light green energy claws enveloped the blades, activating the Dragon Claw skill. Uchiha Shien dashed towards the fire dragon with ferocity. Dragon Claw skill, a dragon attribute physical attack skill that slices through the opponent with razor-sharp claws. Chakra Metal Fist Blade. What are you babbling about? It's time for me to charge forward. Since becoming partners with the fire dragon, Uchiha Shien had been designing this weapon, with the so-called ticket money merely serving to forge it, though it was merely an ordinary iron weapon. After all, the preciousness of chakra metal far exceeded the mere ticket funds. Currently, the fist blade in Uchiha Shin's possession was supported by the Uchiha clan, forged from a blend of chakra metal and other rare metals. This claw-like blade was well suited for the majority of the fire dragon's close combat techniques. Clang! The 2 dragon claws clashed mid-air in the valley, sparks flying between the blades as the man and dragon grappled. Boom! Ultimately, with a surge of strength, Uchiha Shin sent the fire dragon hurtling backwards, crashing heavily against the dark red stone wall of the valley. Roar! The struck fire dragon rose from the wall, emitting a plaintive roar, as if to protest its unfair treatment. Ahaha, it is what it is. You know I possess all your strength, combined with my own. It is only natural that I am stronger. Uchiha Shin sheathed the fist blade, walking over with a smile to pat the fire dragon's belly in consolation. Roar! The fire dragon exhaled sparks, its demeanor one of defiance. Come now, with our bond, do we truly need to declare a victor? How has your ninjutsu practice been lately? I didn't see you use it in the recent battle. You haven't been slacking off, have you? Uchiha Shin chuckled, teasingly ruffling the fire dragon's neck, leaning in with a smile as he inquired. Roar? Roar! The fire dragon stiffened, abruptly pushing Uchiha Shin away, spreading its wings to soar high into the valley sky, clearly avoiding him. This little one really thinks I can't fly. Uchiha Shin shook his head in resignation as he watched the fire dragon frantically ascend to evade him. Panel. Uchiha Shin gently raised his hand to display the panel. Trainer, Uchiha Shin. Strength, Advanced Trainer LV49. Gender, Male. Age, 7. Identity, Genius of Konoha's Uchiha clan. Potential, Unknown. Special talent, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Super ability, Not awakened. Current Pokémon, Charizard, LV49. Mastered skills, slightly. Pokémon card draw count, 0. Pokémon card holdings, 12. Items held, Sharp Fang, Charcoal. Chapter 23. This journey may incur risks still not strong enough. With a sigh, Uchiha Shin retracted the panel. In less than a year and a half, he had elevated his level to LV49, thanks in part to the contributions of Kakashi and Might Guy, who were akin to prime resources. Uchiha Shin had also systematically challenged every ninja within the Uchiha clan whose strength did not exceed that of an elite jonin. Furthermore, he would frequently engage in battles with those Uchiha ninjas he had previously encountered, under the guise of testing his cultivation results. Even so, it had taken him over a year to reach his current level. Speaking of which, I haven't had a chance to discipline Kakashi today, have I? Uchiha Shin stroked his chin, his figure flickering as he vanished from the ceiling space. The fire dragon, confirming Uchiha Shin's departure, descended, extending its claws to grasp a fruit, crunching down on it with delight. Familiar 2.5 minutes later. Congratulations, trainer, for defeating LV-33 Human Cub. Trainer experience 33. Charizard experience 33. Monstrosity. That feels good. Time gradually passed. Inside the Hokage building. Damn it. Are the Uchiha plotting a rebellion? Sarutobi Hiruzen, don't you see? The Uchiha clan is indeed plotting insurrection. Over the past 4 days, they have apprehended over 100 villagers. As Hokage, shouldn't you take some action? Shimura Danzo slammed his hand on Hiruzen's desk, his eyes ablaze with anger at his old friend, who seemed only to be engrossed in smoking. When did his dear friend become so weak? Calm down, Danzo. The reasons provided by the Uchiha Security Department for their arrests are quite valid. They are merely upholding the honor of Konoha's heroes. According to Konoha regulations, they should indeed be apprehended, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, shrouded in smoke. Valid? Huh. Hiruzen, you have truly become weak. Can't you see their true intentions behind these arrests? This incident is, in essence, a test orchestrated by the Uchiha clan. To retreat at this juncture would only embolden this malevolent lineage further. Shimura Danzo let out a cold laugh. He had finally grasped the situation. His old friend was once again considering a conciliatory approach due to the involvement of the Uchiha. What has led to such a turn of events? Humph, you need not concern yourself with this matter any longer. I shall handle it. You may withdraw for now. Furthermore, remember your place, Danzo. I am fully aware of your actions. Do not wait until I cease to regard our friendship, for I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head, his gaze sharp as it bore down on his friend, a pressure befitting a shinobi lord suddenly weighing heavily upon Shimura Danzo's shoulders, causing him to pause. You shall regret this, Hiruzen. A cold sweat broke out on Danzo's back, despite his advancing age. Hiruzen's imposing presence still instilled a sense of trepidation in him. Has Orochimaru been getting too close to Danzo recently? Watching Danzo's retreating figure, Hiruzen murmured under his breath, his expression clouded with concern. In the Hitaki residence. I suddenly feel that this way of life is rather pleasant. Let us continue to drink. Hitaki Sakumo, clad in casual attire, raised a jug of sake and jovially addressed the blushing Might Dai. Burp. No, I truly cannot drink any more. If I do, I shall surely succumb to intoxication. I cannot falter in the task entrusted to me by General Sakumo. Did you utilize a shadow clone? How come there are so many of you at once? Might Dai, reeking of alcohol and his gaze hazy, chuckled as he looked at Sakumo. The number of scattered sake bottles around him made it clear that his dear friend had poured him quite a bit of liquor. No worries. Jin's task was merely to keep an eye on me, and I am perfectly fine now. Drink freely, and later we shall go together to fetch the children home. Hitaki Sakumo smiled gently, bringing the jug of sake to Dai's lips, and then poured it in a sudden motion, the liquid flowing down the edges of Dai's lips, most of it cascading down his throat and filling his belly. Bang! Ultimately, the alcohol-soaked Might Dai collapsed onto the table, succumbing to a deep slumber. Observing this, Sakumo placed the jug down softly, his expression calm as he lifted Dai and gently laid him on his bed. I apologize, Dai. As both a father and an elder, I should not so easily rely on the children to resolve my affairs. This endeavor may carry risks, and had I shared it with you, you would undoubtedly insist on accompanying me. This is a mess of my own making, Dai. Should any misfortune befall me, I must entrust Kakashi to you. Sakumo gently covered Dai with a blanket, then turned to pick up the White Fang resting on the table. Old friend, it seems blood will soon be shed again. With the White Fang strapped to his back, Sakumo tidied up the scattered sake bottles in the living room before slowly opening the entrance door and stepping outside. Swish, swish, swish. 3 ninjas adorned with the Uchiha clan's emblem appeared before Hitaki Sakumo. Lord Sakumo, is there something you require? Lord Gen has instructed us to assist you directly should you need anything. One of the Uchiha ninjas spoke respectfully. Although the Uchiha clan is generally proud, they equally respect those who are formidable, and Hitaki Sakumo is evidently a respected figure of strength. Thank you for your protection during this time. Please convey a message to that child Gen, stating that Hitaki Sakumo owes him and the Uchiha clan a debt that may never be repaid. Hitaki Sakumo offered a slight bow to the 3 Uchiha ninjas, and then the White Fang was drawn abruptly. Blood flowers blossomed around the Hitaki residence as several root ninjas, tasked with monitoring Sakumo, found their tendons severed. What is happening? The leading Uchiha ninja looked on with excitement as he witnessed the root ninjas falling helplessly from the trees, their eyes gradually revealing the 3 tomo of the Sharingan. The Root Ninjas are part of the Dark Forces directly under Danzo's command, lacking any official identity. Thus, in a sense, they do not belong to Konoha and can be treated as spies. Gently sheathing the White Fang, Sakumo smiled at the leading Uchiha before his figure flickered, disappearing before the three Uchiha ninjas. They exchanged glances, excitement evident on their faces as they observed the silently struggling Root Ninja on the ground. It was clear that Sakumo's blade had not merely severed limbs. Chapter 24, Murder. As the captain of the Umbu, Root Ninjas are well aware. And even the specific location of the root base is known to Hatake Sakumo. His destination is precisely the root base. Swish, swish, swish. Just as he approached, over a dozen ninjas wearing eerie masks appeared before him, blocking his path. Hatake Sakumo, why do you approach Konoha's vital confidential base without cause? The leading Root Ninja demanded. To kill. Hatake Sakumo gazed coldly at the Root Ninja before him, the White Fang being drawn with a soft sound. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the area. Accompanying his chilling words, a flash of white light streaked across. With the sounds of heavy objects hitting the ground, blood stained the earth. In an instant, apart from Hatake Sakumo, this small area was devoid of life. The previous Root Ninjas survived only because they were gifts to the Uchiha ninjas. Now, there was evidently no need for such gifts. The sudden eruption of fierce killing intent in the village jolted Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was at work. This is the White Fang. Damn it, what has that scoundrel Danzo done? Hiruzen rose abruptly, sensing the source of the killing intent and that familiar sharpness. He immediately deduced the origin of the menace and hurried towards the root base. Within the root base, Hatake Sakumo, gripping the White Fang, advanced slowly. Behind him lay a field of corpses, and droplets of blood fell from the blade's tip. Eventually, Sakumo reached his objective. A man, half of his face wrapped in bandages, emanating a gloomy aura with a visage marred by grotesque wrinkles. Shimura Danzo. Hatake Sakumo, do you intend to betray the village? In response to Danzo's accusation, Sakumo remained silent. As if regarding a corpse, the White Fang gleaming ominously. Murderous intent. Descends. The blade swung, aiming directly at Danzo's neck. Protect Lord Danzo. Several Root Ninjas swiftly moved to shield Danzo, their fingers flying as they rapidly formed seals. Boom, boom, boom. Doton, Dorihiki. Walls of earth rose, attempting to block the lethal blade's light. However, they faced a man whose prowess transcended even the legendary Sannin, the famed Konoha White Fang. The blade's radiance continued to shine. Numerous stone walls were shattered into dust by the finely honed strikes. The ordinary Doton defensive ninjutsu was incapable of hindering such refined assaults. Much like the Root Ninjas could not obstruct Sakumo's relentless advance. Damn it, Hatake Sakumo, do you not consider your clan and children? The Hatake clan, though few in number, is not solely comprised of you two. Realizing he could not withstand Sakumo, Danzo's expression darkened, his voice cold as he spoke. Hatake Ryukin no Ko. In response to Danzo's threat, Sakumo merely waved his blade lightly. The blade's light was as cold as frost, yet carried a piercing chill. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed. Sakumo, please, remain calm. Could there be a misunderstanding in all of this? A robust staff intercepted the strike from Baya, and it was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen, who rushed in hastily to block the attack from Hatake Sakumo. Was the third Hokage truly slow to act? Indeed, his mind was somewhat disordered, to the extent that he could not even control his own murderous intent. Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen's intervention, Hatake Sakumo sighed, but in an instant, he comprehended why Sarutobi Hiruzen had appeared here. He tightened his grip on Baya and delivered a fierce slash. Sarutobi Hiruzen, wielding the staff, was forced back. How could this be? The strength of Hatake Sakumo was inconceivable. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having regained his footing by thrusting the staff into the ground, gazed at Hatake Sakumo in astonishment. It had been a while since their last encounter, but not too long, as they had met a few days prior during a mission report. Hatake Sakumo gently wiped away the blood on Baya, maintaining a cold expression as he regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen, his eyes filled with profound disappointment. With his willpower, he should not have wasted so many days accepting the truth, merely waiting to see if the Hokage he had always served would take action. However, the reality was that he stood here now. Baya, there must be some misunderstanding regarding your situation. I have already arranged for the rumors within the village to be suppressed. I believe that soon everyone will understand that you remain the hero who once protected Konoha. Saratobi Hiruzen struggled internally for a moment before earnestly attempting to persuade Hatake Sakumo. Monkey, what are you saying? Hatake Sakumo's rebellion is a fact. We must unite and apprehend him. Shimura Danzo, with a grim expression, had not anticipated that Hatake Sakumo would confront him so directly at this moment. While Saratobi Hiruzen still harbored thoughts of reconciliation. How could such a weak individual be chosen as Hokage by his teacher? Silence. With a clang, Saratobi Hiruzen swung the staff again, blocking Hatake Sakumo's strike. Sensing the force transmitted through the staff, along with the information from Saru no Ma, Saratobi Hiruzen's demeanor darkened considerably. Monkey, if such a strike comes again, I will have to retreat. Otherwise, I will certainly be severed. Your subordinate is far too formidable. In a flurry, dozens of ninjas clad in Umbu attire appeared, filling the hall of the root base, including two of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Sakumo-senpai. What is happening? Jiraiya, upon arriving at the battlefield and recognizing Hatake Sakumo, facing Saratobi Hiruzen, was momentarily stunned, quickly turning to Saratobi Hiruzen with a puzzled inquiry. Interesting. Orochimaru remarked, his arms crossed, observing the unfolding scene with feigned intrigue, though his eyes betrayed a sense of annoyance. More figures appeared, their clothing adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem. This is troublesome. Upon seeing Uchiha ninjas join the fray, Saratobi Hiruzen's already troubled expression darkened further. Sakumo, how do you wish to resolve this matter? As fellow ninjas of the village, we should not engage in internal strife. As the leader of the Umbu, you should understand that the ninja world is rife with undercurrents, and war may break out at any moment. After glancing at the Uchiha ninjas, Saratobi Hiruzen exhaled deeply, dispelling the summoning of Saru no Ma, and calmly addressed Hatake Sakumo. Chapter 25, Arrogance. I came here today with no intention of returning alive. I have entrusted Kakashi to someone worthy of that trust. Hokage-sama, the person behind you should not survive in Konoha. All I desire is his death. Gently placing Baya before him, Hatake Sakumo's murderous intent remained undiminished despite being surrounded. Arrogance. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, apprehend this man. Shimura Danzo erupted in fury upon hearing this, directing his commands at Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who stood by. However, neither moved an inch, as if Danzo's orders had gone unheard. Damn it, Umbu, seize Hatake Sakumo. Seeing the two in action, Danzo turned to the Umbu ninjas present and issued his command, but they merely exchanged glances without taking any action, for they were acutely aware of Hatake Sakumo's strength, and the Hokage had yet to voice his stance. The Umbu are directly under the Hokage's command. They were not inclined to take orders from Danzo. Orochimaru, take Danzo away and confine him in Konoha's prison. No one is permitted to visit him without my orders. Sakumo, Danzo is a Konoha ninja, a comrade. A person as devoted to his comrades as you should not harm a fellow villager. There must be some misunderstanding. I will provide you with a satisfactory answer. For Kakashi and for the village, please remain calm. As a ninja, you should understand how fortunate it is to have a father to grow up with. Kakashi, though a genius, is still only 7 years old. He is just a child. Saratobi Hiruzen coldly gestured to Orochimaru to take Danzo away, then turned to Hatake Sakumo and spoke in a raised voice. He lacked the confidence to apprehend Hatake Sakumo without incurring significant casualties. Moreover, these Uchiha ninjas might not necessarily be there to assist him. Upon hearing this, hesitation appeared on Hatake Sakumo's face. Given the current situation, even with sufficient strength, it would be exceedingly difficult to kill Danzo in front of these individuals. And Kakashi has 3 days. I demand a satisfactory answer within 3 days. Hatake Sakumo, with a stern countenance, removed his Konoha forehead protector and placed it on the corpse of a root ninja before turning to leave the root base. Yet he still clutched Baya's short blade tightly, refusing to sheath it. Group 1, clean this place up. Additionally, inform all aware ninjas to keep the events of today to themselves. I will not allow any discussion regarding this matter within the village. Saratobi Hiruzen watched Hatake Sakumo depart with a somber expression, his gaze fixed on the Uchiha ninjas, clearly directing his final words at them. Understood. At the Hatake residence, Hatake Sakumo, freshly returned and awkwardly standing before the irate Might Guy, was a far cry from the domineering figure he had been at the root base. No, there is no need for explanations. Sakumo, as your close friend, I will support you in whatever you choose to do, but you should not face this alone. I know you chose to confront this alone out of concern for my and the children's safety, but it pains me to see you like this. My guy raised his hand, interrupting Hatake Sakumo's attempt to explain, his expression serious as he fixed his gaze on him. Guy, Hatake Sakumo was momentarily taken aback. I can actually help you, Sakumo. Come on, let us go pick up the children. They must be worried sick. My guy laughed heartily, delivering a playful slap on Hatake Sakumo's back before leading the way out toward the Uchiha compound. Ouch, this guy still claims he is not angry. The pain radiating from his back made Hatake Sakumo gasp, shaking his head in resignation as he followed Might Guy. Hiruzen, you will regret this. In Konoha's prison, Shimura Danzo, behind the cold iron bars, observed Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had stood silently outside for quite some time, and coldly declared, "You have indeed gone too far regarding Hatake Sakumo." Yunfurujan exhaled a plume of smoke from his cigarette, observing the expression of Jinjong with a hint of displeasure. The recent incident involving Kimushomaga had undeniably tarnished his reputation as Hokage. Yet, due to the formidable prowess of Kimushomaga and the unpredictable nature of the Gardevoir clan, he found himself compelled to endure the situation. Humph, this is merely a consequence of my failed plan. There is no need to dwell on it now. We are all aware of the facts. Why pretend to be so innocent? He continued, Jurjan, you are the leaf basking in sunlight, while I am the root entrenched in darkness. You have witnessed the strength of Bayav. He now poses a threat to the stability of the village. Moreover, his current association with that nefarious clan is deeply concerning. Rurjan, sometimes sacrifices must be made for the sake of stability. Your weakness is evident. Truchen Tenzong retorted with disdain. His eyes filled with disappointment as he regarded Infei Rurjan. Such a person is unworthy of this position. War may erupt at any moment. We require his strength. This matter ends here, and there shall be no next time, Tansan. Yunfei Rurjan took a measured drag on his cigarette before turning to leave. After his departure, the iron gate that had confined Jinzong swung open gently. Both understood the unspoken arrangements between them. For a period, Hinglong would remain absent from Yid until the war commenced. As time passed, on the swing set of the Ninja Academy, Uverbushin toyed with a water-filled balloon. I understand the logic, but replicating it has proven more challenging than I anticipated, he mused softly, glancing at the balloon in his hand after less than half an hour of effort. Here, your desired ball. What are you doing? Have you retained your childlike innocence? Asked Kakashi, approaching with a bag of balls and observing the distorted water balloon in Elaine's grasp with an odd expression. You'll find out soon enough. It will surely astonish you. Suddenly, the balloon exploded in a splash of water. Chapter 26. Early graduation. How goes the improvement of Chen now? Do you have any leads? As the balloon burst, Uchiha calmly wiped his hands and accepted the ball from Kakashi, resuming his play. There are some leads, but it will significantly reduce Jinnak's penetrating power, Kakashi admitted, somewhat conflicted, as he understood that great penetrating ability equated to considerable lethality. Then let us continue the improvements. We are merely 7 years old, and time is our greatest ally. Where has Ga gone? He went rock climbing. He insists on attempting to reach the summit using only one finger. TSK, what a weirdo. You are the last person qualified to say that. At the swing set, Uchiha and Kakashi exchanged banter. In just a few days, the rumors that once circulated through the streets of Vuyit had dissipated, and the trio resumed their school life. Do you want to graduate early? Bang. The ball exploded. And without lifting his gaze, Uchiha inquired of Kakashi. Well, a bit. My father's situation leaves me feeling powerless. It's disheartening to feel so ineffective. Kakashi sighed, knowing his thoughts were transparent to the perceptive one beside him. In truth, even if you graduate and become a ninja, a mere sharing would not significantly influence this matter. Uchiha shrugged, recalling that the ban incident had required intervention from the Gardevoir clan. If left to him, neither Gen nor Jinzong were benevolent figures. I understand, but forget it. I don't know how to express this. Kakashi opened his mouth to explain his desire for early graduation, but ultimately fell silent. Once K returns, we can submit our early graduation applications together. If we wish to graduate, we shall do so. Besides, experiencing the hardships of a ninja life wouldn't be so bad. However, after graduation, there won't be much time for training. Catching up to me will likely be impossible. A vibrant blue chakra orb appeared in his palm, swirling rapidly and creating a small whirlwind around it. In less than an hour, he successfully replicated the Luoshan Wan. As the leaves fell, Kakashi gazed in awe at the boy from the Giverbowl clan, illuminated by a soft blue glow, a smile gracing his lips. Thank you. What? Yehikalu exclaimed, leaning on the table in disbelief as he regarded the trio before him. You three intend to apply for early graduation assessments? Yehikalu covered his face in anguish, questioning his own sanity at the thought of these three habitual truants wanting to graduate early. He was confident in their combat abilities. But could they truly pass the theoretical exams? Indeed, we have reached a point where we can no longer enhance ourselves at the Ninja Academy. Thus, we wish to apply for early graduation assessments to become ninjas. Kakashi affirmed his intentions to Yehikalu. However, your theoretical knowledge is lacking, and as for he has yet to master the three-body technique, correct? I understand you three share a strong bond, but you must also consider your companions. Moreover, at your age of 7, is it not too early to become ninjas? I have experienced war and understand the challenges of a peaceful life. You need not face the harsh realities of the ninja world so soon. Yehikalu gently urged the trio. Rest assured, teacher, I have already mastered that technique. The march of youth can only move forward. How could we linger in one place for too long? Madokai proclaimed with a radiant smile. Yet, upon hearing his declaration, Yujirobushin and Kakashi exchanged a glance, their expressions peculiar. Ah well, Yehikalu sighed, hesitating for a moment before finally relenting. You may return home. I will submit your graduation application. Why the sudden desire to graduate early? Wasn't it John who said we should maximize our time at the Ninja Academy for self-improvement? Madokai questioned, performing a handstand beside Yujirobushin, perplexed by the sudden shift. Because I have successfully engaged my left brain and right brain. By the way, Kai, have you really mastered the three-body technique? Yujirobushin replied with a grin, looking at Madokai with curiosity. Since their acquaintance, Madokai had struggled to grasp even the simplest of techniques, so how had he suddenly achieved mastery? The three-body technique. What is that? I haven't learned it. Madokai scratched his head, briefly pondering the meaning of left brain-right brain engagement, but dismissed it after a few seconds, accustomed to Yang's cryptic remarks. When prompted by Yujirobushin's question, Madokai responded with confusion. I knew it. So when you told Teacher Kalu that you had mastered it, you were lying, right? Kakashi rolled his eyes, asserting that if Madokai had indeed learned it, he would certainly be aware. Wasn't he the question about the Sun Tzu? We mastered that technique long ago. My Sun Tzu was taught by it. Madokai replied, scratching his hair in confusion. Then it's nothing. I must have misheard. Silly Kai. In the Hokage office, a series of knocks echoed. A rhythmic knock resonated through the air. Sarutobi Hiruzen, furrowing his brow as he attended to administrative matters, paused momentarily, speaking without raising his gaze, having learned from experience that those who knock rarely bring urgent news. You may enter. I have seen Lord Hokage. The office door swung open, revealing the teacher from the Ninja Academy, Yagami Karu. Yagami-sensei, what brings you here? Sarutobi Hiruzen lifted his head, his frown easing as he greeted the academy instructor with warmth. There is a matter concerning the early graduation applications of Uchiha Gen, Hatake Kakashi, and Might Guy. I humbly request your decision, Lord Hokage. Yagami Karu placed the application form on the desk with respect. Them. Sarutobi Hiruzen examined the application before him, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. He was well acquainted with these three. One was a prodigy from the Uchiha clan who had defeated Kakashi upon enrollment. Another was the offspring of the protagonist from the recently concluded White Fang incident, and the last guy was a child he had introduced to the Ninja Academy to foster a bond with Uchiha Gen. Chapter 27. The living enchantress of the shinobi world. These three children were exceptionally gifted. Moreover, the intertwining of the Hatake and Uchiha clans was likely due to the connection between Uchiha Gen and Hatake Kakashi. Uchiha Gen, this child, surely represents the future of the Uchiha clan. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up at Yagami Karu, who awaited his response. Yagami-sensei, I have approved their early graduation applications. Please inform them that the graduation assessment is scheduled for tomorrow at 5 in the afternoon. I will designate their opponents. They must prepare well and showcase their abilities. Yes, Lord Hokage. Yagami Karu departed with the stamped documents in hand, while Sarutobi Hiruzen found it difficult to return to his administrative duties. A Uchiha prodigy, a Hatake genius, and an exceptionally talented commoner, he mused. Summon Minato. The following afternoon, Yagami Karu escorted Uchiha Gen and the others to the school's playground, which was already bustling with students due to the end of classes and the trio's unreserved announcement of their early graduation. Among the crowd were notable figures, including the third Hokage, Hatake Sakumo, Might Guy, and Uchiha Fugaku, along with several ninjas unfamiliar to Uchiha Gen, likely high-ranking officials from other clans. What a commotion for a mere early graduation, Hatake Kakashi murmured to Uchiha Gen, who walked ahead. While the examination may be ordinary, the candidates are anything but. Though Sakumo's recent actions were suppressed, it remains evident to the other clans, especially since they are aware of their kin in Umbu. This is also why Uchiha clan members struggle to infiltrate Umbu, Uchiha Gen reflected. With such prowess on display from Sakumo, his son naturally garners attention, particularly as he submitted his application alongside a Uchiha genius. As Uchiha Gen observed the unfamiliar ninjas surrounding Sarutobi Hiruzen, he found himself intrigued by the gathering. They have arrived. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen caught sight of Uchiha Gen and his companions, greeting them with a gentle nod and a warm smile. Lord Hokage. The trio approached the center of the playground, bowing slightly in respect. No need for excessive formality. I am here specifically to witness your graduation assessment. I have heard much about the three of you from Yagami-sensei, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked with a jovial demeanor. Has our skipping class been reported to Lord Hokage? Interjected Might Guy, panic evident in his voice as he pulled Uchiha Gen behind him. It was I who coerced Gen and Kakashi into skipping class. Sarutobi Hiruzen, known for his composed demeanor, struggled to maintain his gentle smile at Guy's outburst. Cough, cough, no worries. It is natural for geniuses to exhibit some eccentricities. I bear no ill will towards you. You must be Guy, and I must say, it was a wise decision to admit you to the Ninja Academy. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded with a chuckle. So my sudden admission was due to Lord Hokage's influence. Thank you. Had it not been for you, I would not have met Gen and Kakashi, Might Guy said, his expression turning serious as he respectfully bowed to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Your aptitude in taijutsu is already sufficient to pass the Ninja Academy's re-examination. I merely expedited the process. It seems your bond with them is quite strong, Sarutobi Hiruzen noted, a broader smile spreading across his face, clearly fond of the spirited boy. As Sarutobi Hiruzen conversed with Might Guy, Uchiha Gen observed the esteemed third Hokage, a man adorned with countless titles. Every Pokémon possesses the ability to discern the goodness or malice within the hearts of humans, which is one reason trainers can bond with them through kindness. As a trainer of Charizard, Uchiha Gen shared this ability. Although Pokémon's judgment is weak, combined with his Sharingan and latent powers, he could discern basic moral alignments. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen emanated no malice. The absence of even the slightest ill intent perplexed Uchiha General as a member of the Uchiha clan. He could not help but view Sarutobi Hiruzen as a hypothetical adversary, given their clan's historical opposition. Yet, the Hokage's kindness struck him as somewhat uncanny. Damn old man. How does he wield such an ability to influence others' emotions? Uchiha Gen mused, unaware of the existence of such techniques, but he accepted that Sarutobi Hiruzen possessed them. After all, feeling goodwill towards Sarutobi Hiruzen was, to a significant extent, akin to betraying the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha and the current Hokage's faction were inherently opposed, unless a new Hokage emerged from the Uchiha clan and reclaimed absolute power. Your upcoming assessment shall not be a trivial affair. Given the high expectations I have for you, I have arranged for a formidable ninja to serve as your examiner. Allow me to introduce him. This is Namikaze Minato, an elite jonin of our Konoha and a disciple of Jiraiya, one of the legendary three. As Sarutobi Hiruzen introduced the golden-haired ninja beside him, he maintained his jovial exchange with Might Guy, but did not lose sight of the matter at hand. Hello. I am Namikaze Minato, and it is a pleasure to be your graduation examiner, Minato greeted with a radiant smile, waving lightly at Uchiha Gen and his companions. The living enchantress of the shinobi world, Uchiha Gen thought, narrowing his eyes as he beheld Minato's sunny demeanor. Perhaps only by facing this legendary ninja could one truly appreciate his allure. Chapter 28. 3 against 1. It must be said, Minato's smile was indeed infectious. The Shimizu Gate will assess you as adversaries, and your task is to work together to leave a mark on Shimizu, one that could be deemed a wound, by unleashing your full potential against him. Of course, even if you fail, it matters not. I will evaluate you based on the process of your battle. And if your score meets the passing line, you will still succeed in the assessment. Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted, and a peculiar smile crept across his face. Even at full strength, he could not guarantee he could subdue Shimizu, and more importantly, the techniques Shimizu wielded were most suitable for evasion. To think that these three little ones could inflict harm upon Shimizu was a daunting task. Was it a test of endurance? Indeed, from the outset, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of allowing Uchiha Gen and his companions to pass the assessment easily by appointing Bluffing Shuemin as their examiner. Yet, his objective was not merely to suppress them. There were other calculations at play. Sarutobi Hiruzen aimed to expose these three prodigies to the essence of true strength. With the impending war, the formidable attitude that accompanies immense power is often coupled with an overwhelming pride. While such pride may be inconsequential in the ninja academy, it becomes fatal in the days that follow as one transitions into a ninja. After all, every budding genius is a treasure for the village. In the hands of the fully unleashed Bluffing Shuemin, inflicting harm upon him seemed a near impossibility. Upon Sarutobi Hiruzen's declaration, Uchiha Gen's lips twitched involuntarily. This old man must be up to no good, surely? At this stage, Bluffing Shuemin had likely reached the level of a shadow. Not to mention he had mastery over the Flying Thunder God technique, which was akin to a cheat. For Uchiha Gen and his companions, not only would it be difficult to contend with Bluffing Shuemin, but even against an ordinary shadow-level stronghold, inflicting damage would prove exceedingly challenging. Unless they could exploit a gap in information. Excellent. I can hardly wait. Unlike Uchiha Gen, who understood Bluffing Shuemin's prowess, Might Guy was enveloped in fervor. His eyes gleaming with battle intent as he fixated on Bluffing Shuemin, seemingly poised to charge at a moment's notice upon Uchiha Gen's command. Crack. Beside Uchiha Gen, Kakashi was equally prepared, his hand resting lightly on the short blade at his back, awaiting Uchiha Gen's signal. Had they already developed the discipline and synergy expected of a ninja team? It appeared that this Uchiha youth had earned the trust of the other two. Bluffing Shuemin stood still, smiling as he observed the trio before him, carefully analyzing their reactions. Come at me with your full strength, my friends. Uchiha Gen regarded Bluffing Shuemin, extending his arms as chakra-infused metallic blades emerged. Full strength? Indeed, a formidable opponent awaits. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, quickly loosening his grip on the short blade to begin forming hand seals. Boom. A cloud of white mist erupted from Kakashi's wrist. Ninja tool summoning technique. A short blade, familiar to most present, materialized in Kakashi's grasp. White Fang. In an instant, those familiar with the legendary blade turned their gazes towards its master, Hatake Sakumo. Since I have chosen to no longer be a ninja, my weapon shall naturally be inherited by my child. Hatake Sakumo spoke softly, a proud smile gracing his face, dispelling the crowd's confusion. However, a shadow of gloom crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's features upon hearing this. Yes, Hatake Sakumo had relinquished his identity as a ninja. What was once perceived as a silent threat when he left his forehead protector behind now seemed clear. He had already resolved not to serve Konoha as a ninja. I understand now. Might Guy realized the gravity of their adversary upon witnessing Kakashi summon the White Fang, swiftly pulling at the few bandages bound to his legs. Two specially designed weights, laden with burdens, were freed from Might Guy. Few much lighter now, casting aside the weights in his hand. A thunderous crash echoed across the training ground, dust swirling as a small crater formed where the discarded weights now lay. What manner of monster is this child? Such weight is surely a fabrication. How could this be? Battle. Begin. As the onlookers marveled at Might Guy's astonishing burden, Uchiha Gen's voice resonated across the training ground. Swish. Uchiha Gen's words struck like thunder, shattering the tranquility that existed between the trio and Bluffing Shuemin. Lightning erupted fiercely. Kakashi, wielding the White Fang, surged forward towards Bluffing Shuemin. His speed was remarkable, albeit lacking the sharpness of a refined blade technique. Bluffing Shuemin sidestepped, raising a peculiar kunai that deflected Kakashi's blade with a swift motion, then thrusting a powerful palm into Kakashi's abdomen, sending him reeling backward. Konoha's gale. The howling winds roared in his ears as Bluffing Shuemin, still smiling after deflecting Kakashi's strike, evaded a kick from Might Guy by stepping back. The ground trembled as the kick landed, fissures appearing beneath the impact. Both speed and strength were impressive, yet the control of power remained rough. indicating a need for refinement in taijutsu techniques. With a smile, Wolfing Shuemin looked upon Might Guy and countered with a swift kick, sending him hurtling backward. Dragon Claw. A deep green luminescence erupted as sharp blades surged towards Wolfing Shuemin's back. Utilizing the distraction provided by his companions for a surprise attack was a conventional tactic, yet regrettably, it was too rudimentary. Nevertheless, the unexpected nature of the unmarked ninjutsu, combined with specially crafted ninja tools, was quite impressive. Jinkuen, you truly are the genius of the Uchiha. Wolfing Shuemin's form flickered, instantly pivoting to parry Uchiha Gen's Dragon Claw with a specially designed kunai. Gazing at the sharp claw light emanating from Uchiha Gen's hand, Wolfing Shuemin's eyes shimmered with admiration and astonishment. Indeed, a conventional tactic, yet it bore great utility. A smirk curled upon Uchiha Gen's lips. At this, Wolfing Shuemin's expression stiffened. Just as he intended to disengage, he witnessed a fierce inferno erupting from Uchiha Gen, a dragon-shaped illusion manifesting beside him, exuding a ferocious, beastly aura. The immense force surged through the kunai that held back the Dragon Claw. Boom! The ferocious flames enveloped both Wolfing Shuemin and Uchiha Gen simultaneously. Chapter 29. Fire Dragon Full Fusion Mode. As the fiery vortex enveloped them, a cacophony echoed. Chidori, Kakashi, wielding the dazzling lightning, surged towards Wolfing Shuemin from behind. The lightning shimmered. Uchiha style, heavy kick. Meanwhile, above Wolfing Shuemin, Might Guy, who had leaped up at some point, swung his leg down like an axe with great speed. So, you were the Feint all along? A remarkable collaboration, yet regrettably, it shall prove futile, Jinkuen. Wolfing Shuemin regarded Uchiha Gen's smile with a momentary pause, then returned a subtle smile of his own. Is that so? Jinjutsu, Oni face. Uchiha Gen suddenly lifted his head, the three-tomo Sharingan flashing with an eerie crimson light. This was akin to a warning for me and the readers alike. The fearsome visage of a fire-breathing dragon materialized within the depths of his scarlet eyes. A bit of mischief, ha ha ha. Remember, when battling Uchiha ninjas, never gaze directly into their eyes. Wolfing Shuemin froze momentarily, an unexpected wave of fear surging within him. Despite not directly meeting Uchiha Gen's Sharingan gaze, he still felt the influence of the Jinjutsu. Regrettably, in the blink of an eye, Wolfing Shuemin had freed himself from the illusion's grasp. However, time had proven sufficient. A crackling sound erupted as lightning and a kick simultaneously struck Wolfing Shuemin, resulting in a sudden explosion of white mist. It was a shadow clone technique. As a ninja, when faced with multiple opponents, one would typically employ shadow clone techniques to gather intelligence on adversaries, thus gaining a tactical advantage in subsequent battles. A familiar voice echoed from a distance, prompting all three to turn their gaze. There stood Wolfing Shuemin, unharmed and smiling at them. How shall we proceed? Kakashi, having sheathed his Chidori and gripped his white fangs anew, inquired calmly beside Uchiha Shien. Do I need to utilize that technique? Might Guy, having quelled his fervor, glanced at Wolfing Shuemin while maintaining vigilance. No need. Abandon all strategies for a combined assault. From here on, you two shall work in tandem with me, as I find myself rather displeased. Uchiha Shien dispelled the claws of his technique, his three-tomo Sharingan glowing with a mesmerizing crimson light, flames igniting upon his form. Although he understood that Wolfing Shuemin harbored no malice and was merely well-intentioned, the combination of combat and lecturing irked him immensely. The Uchiha respected strength, yet this did not grant anyone the right to lecture them, especially when the current Wolfing Shuemin was his adversary. Understood. Observing the flames beginning to engulf Uchiha Shien, Kakashi and Might Guy nodded resolutely. Today, they would witness the full extent of Shien's power. A shared thought arose in their minds. Is the atmosphere a bit off? Wolfing Shuemin, positioned opposite, noticed a slight stiffness in the demeanor of Uchiha Shien. Realizing something was amiss, a thunderous roar erupted from Uchiha Shien as a searing wave of heat began to radiate outward. Brilliant yellow flames enveloped him, resembling a unique garment, while a tail of crimson fire swayed gently behind him. Complete fusion of the fire-breathing dragon. Wolfing Shuemin, has anyone ever told you that you can be rather dull? A smirk graced Uchiha Shien's lips as he slightly raised his finger. With a whoosh, the flames surged forth like tidal waves, scorching the ground beneath. Initially, Uchiha Shien sought merely to pass the examination, but now he yearned for victory. I suppose not. Should I? Feng Shui Min scratched his head, pondering. The only person he could recall who might utter such words was Kushina. Yet she had never actually said them in his memory. Great fire technique. Great fire extinction. The inferno obscured the sky, with shockwaves echoing across the playground. What is this child planning? The crowd gasped, and Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly stood, commanding the nearby ninjas to quickly relocate the onlooking children to safety. Such a level of fire technique could potentially harm the innocent bystanders. This magnitude of fire technique likely rivals that of a jonin, possibly even an elite jonin. Uchiha Fugaku, your clan has truly produced an extraordinary talent. Beside Uchiha Fugaku, a man with 2 scarred lines on his forehead, resembling a pineapple, remarked weakly while observing Uchiha Shien. It is Nara clan leader. This child, Shien, is indeed remarkable. Uchiha Fugaku was somewhat taken aback by this engagement, especially upon realizing it was Nara Shikaku addressing him. Deepening his surprise, the Nara clan, one of the 3 clans of the Ino-Shikacho trio, was also a steadfast supporter of the Hokage. The fact that someone of such stature would initiate a conversation with him was unprecedented. Indeed, at such a tender age, he possesses such prowess. And he has even awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan of noble blood. Fugaku, do you believe Feng Shui Min is qualified to instruct this child? Nara Shikaku observed the battle intently, speaking softly to Uchiha Fugaku. Feng Shui Min, though Xian's talent is impressive, he is yet to fully mature. Are you implying that Feng Shui Min possesses the strength to teach him? Is that the third stance? Uchiha Fugaku looked surprised, acknowledging Feng Shui Min's prowess even as he considered it an acknowledgement of Uchiha pride. It seemed evident that Feng Shui Min's current strength could rival that of his companion, Hatake Kakashi. After all, space-time ninjutsu was exceptionally formidable. As Uchiha Fugaku spoke, he suddenly comprehended why the steadfast supporter of the Hokage, the leader of the Nara clan, had approached him. Coupled with Feng Shui Min's simultaneous combat and lecturing, the third Hokage's intentions became clear. Is this serious? This unusual chakra pattern? No, it resembles a reaction of another kind of power. The smile on Feng Shui Min's face faded, replaced by seriousness as he recognized the gravity of the situation. Such a level of fire technique, if mishandled, could indeed result in injury. Uchiha Xian's state unconsciously reminded him of his girlfriend, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Kushina. Chapter 30. The Ferocious Fire. Though astonished, Feng Shui Min continued his movements. With rapid hand seals, he released a scroll from his grasp. Countless sealing techniques unfurled, enveloping the descending inferno. The space twisted, and the flames vanished without a trace. Flying Thunder God, a commendable fire technique. Yet employing such a grand scale without certainty of your opponent's capability to counter is a flagrant waste of chakra. Feng Shui Min remarked softly while maintaining his hand seals. A crackling sound echoed as Kakashi appeared beside Feng Shui Min, his white fangs illuminated with blinding lightning. Swiftly slashing with a turn. Clang. Once more, a kunai effortlessly parried the blade. Failing to land a strike, Kakashi retreated rapidly, followed closely by Might Guy's kick. Feng Shui Min raised his hand to block and swiftly seized Might Guy's ankle, throwing him forcefully. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A fierce wind surged forth, colliding with the approaching fiery onslaught. The flames erupted and scattered. Dragon Claw. Uchiha Xian surged towards Feng Shui Min, his figure cutting through the fiery tempest. With a single claw strike, clang. The force surpassed that of Guy, prompting a bewilderment. Was this child truly an Uchiha? Once more, he employed a kunai imbued with wind chakra to block, yet this time, the contact altered Feng Shui Min's expression. His wrist trembled slightly as an overwhelming force emanated from the specially made Flying Thunder God kunai, compelling Feng Shui Min to instinctively retreat. Crack! The kunai was forced aside. The dragon claw swiped again, and as Uchiha Xian unleashed his strike, the crimson Sharingan within his eyes radiated a captivating and disorienting aura, compelling Feng Shui Min to suppress his thoughts fiercely to avoid disruption. While steadfastly maintaining their wills, the two engaged in close combat. The Dragon Claw's flurry was swift. Yet Feng Shui Min consistently pinpointed the claw's trajectory, effortlessly countering with his kunai. Uchiha Xian's Sharingan seemed to lose its edge in this confrontation. This was not a failure of the Sharingan's predictive ability, but rather Feng Shui Min's uncanny reflexes allowed him to respond instantaneously to Uchiha Gen's predictions, executing counteractions that the Sharingan could scarcely track. Such inhuman reflexes were truly terrifying. Your strength is formidable, reminiscent of a predecessor I know. If you could master her techniques, it would certainly be terrifying. However, it is unfortunate that you are a child of Uchiha. Clang. Sparks flew as the kunai struck against the dragon's claws once more. Bo Feng Sui Min, with a hint of regret, spoke up. I must apologize for being a Uchiha. With a sudden surge of power, Uchiha Gen shattered the special kunai held by Bo Feng Sui Min. This brief skirmish allowed Uchiha Gen to read Bo Feng Sui Min's combat habits. It was evident that he was not particularly adept at prolonged battles. His fighting style has always been one of decisive kills. During their encounter, through the meticulous observations of his three-tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Gen noted that Bo Feng Sui Min often exhibited a peculiar pause before striking. This was a deliberate attempt to refrain from employing his usual combat habits against Uchiha Gen. In simpler terms, he was holding back. After all, Bo Feng Sui Min, skilled in space-time ninjutsu and sealing techniques, had only countered Uchiha Gen's large-scale fire techniques once. The disparity in strength was still too vast. Nevertheless, even while restraining himself, Bo Feng Sui Min could still suppress Uchiha Gen's assaults comprehensively. Utilizing his inhuman reflexes, he perfectly countered Uchiha Gen's rapid attacks while maintaining his three-tomo Sharingan. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Might Guy were closely observing, searching for an opportunity to strike. Yet, they found none. The pace of their combat was too swift. Before one move concluded, another was already en route, leaving no room for error. A reckless attack could potentially harm Uchiha Gen. The clashes of the kunai and dragon claws echoed with the sharpness of metal striking metal. The silhouettes of Bo Feng Sui Min and Uchiha Gen danced across the playground, their combat resembling a grand performance of martial prowess. Graceful as a startled swan, elegant as a gliding dragon. The intricate details of their rapid exchanges even left some elite jonin present in awe. While Bo Feng Sui Min was unperturbed, one had to wonder, Uchiha Gen was merely a 7-year-old child. Was the Sharingan truly that formidable? Your maintained state seems effortless. Amidst the battle, Bo Feng Sui Min's astonishment deepened. He had initially thought that Uchiha Gen's unique state would be fleeting or accompanied by severe aftereffects. Yet, it now appeared that Uchiha Gen was not only free from fatigue, but was also becoming increasingly fervent. Engaging in close combat with Uchiha Gen necessitated enveloping his body in chakra to counteract the intense heat radiating from him. Otherwise, he would surely be in a state of dehydration by now. However, such a battle was also draining his chakra significantly. This is merely my inherent power. How could it be exhausting? The three-tomo Sharingan and a pair of dragon eyes converged. He and the fire-breathing dragon were not bound by the distasteful sealing relationship of tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki. They were, in essence, one, inseparable. Ignite the fierce flames. Roar. A terrifying eruption of scorching flames suddenly burst forth, a torrent of heat cascading from Uchiha Gen's form. The ground began to crack, waves of heat rolling outward. Bo Feng Sui Min quickly distanced himself, his expression one of shock as he beheld Uchiha Gen, now resembling a natural disaster. At this moment, Uchiha Gen did not seem to be employing fire techniques, but appeared to wield a completely new bloodline limit. Roar. The earth-shattering roar resonated throughout the academy, enveloping even Konoha itself. This was the roar of a dragon. What followed was the true battle. The swirling flames around Uchiha Gen rapidly coalesced, and a massive fire dragon apparition emerged behind him. Bo Feng Sui Min remained silent, his eyes filled with surprise, admiration, and respect. Your will is so pure, Gen. You were right. I seem to have been rather dull, confining my thoughts to this being merely an assessment without realizing the truth. A genuine smile graced Bo Feng Sui Min's face as he tightened his grip on the kunai. You fight with the intent to defeat me. This is the essence of Uchiha genius. Chapter 31. Explosive Flames. In a whisper, a kunai was hurled. Boom. A sudden explosion of terrifying flames. The high temperature swirled, reforging, tempering. The word sword of enduring love merged into the liquefied iron within the flames. The kunai halted in the searing heat. The markings upon it melted away. Whether deliberate or incidental, Bo Feng Sui Min's brow furrowed slightly as he observed the fallen kunai, now devoid of its markings, and in that moment, he sensed the battle before him had become somewhat troublesome. Such intensity of fire techniques could rival even the Scorch release users of Sunagakure. Reforging the special kunai so swiftly was somewhat disheartening. Yet, the breadth of this fiery aura meant that even allies could not tread within its reach. Bo Feng Sui Min glanced toward Kakashi and Might Guy, who were now distanced from Uchiha Gen, unbeknownst to him. This assessment had transformed into a personal duel between him and Uchiha Gen. The gap in power rendered Kakashi and Might Guy unable to intervene at this level of combat. Great fire technique, exploding flames. The dragon's head of the fire dragon apparition opened wide, and the swiftly spiraling flames coalesced. Whoosh! The flames burst forth, rapidly forming a giant character that bore down upon Bo Feng Sui Min. The flames, with a diameter of 7 meters, emitted an overwhelming heat. Such flames, even water techniques would likely prove ineffective against them, especially since I am not skilled in water techniques. Thus, sealing fire technique. As Bo Feng Sui Min beheld the descending fiery character, his fingers moved deftly, and with a pointed gesture, the sealing technique unfolded. Much like the earlier absorption of the blazing inferno, the sealing technique enveloped the explosive flames, making them vanish into thin air. The pinnacle of sealing technique mastery was vividly displayed in that moment, executed without any medium. At the instant the flames dissipated, Bo Feng Sui Min retrieved 3 shuriken from his waist and hurled them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A pale blue chakra gleamed upon the shuriken. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The azure light multiplied. In an instant, the shuriken filled the sky. With their wind attribute chakra's sharpness, the shuriken transformed into countless beams of light, shooting towards Uchiha Gen. Bo Feng Sui Min's Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique and Great Fire Technique, blazing flames. Once more, he formed hand seals, and the sea of flames enveloped all the shuriken. The impact of the flames was not sufficient to obstruct every shuriken imbued with wind attribute chakra. Some shuriken inevitably slipped through the fiery ocean, hurtling toward Uchiha Gen. The dragon claws shot out instantly, emitting bursts of white smoke. Whoosh! The sound of air being cut rang out as Bo Feng Sui Min, cloaked in a layer of chakra, swiftly appeared behind Uchiha Gen. Exploiting the opening created by Uchiha Gen deflecting the shuriken, the kunai in his hand lunged forward. Even without the use of Flying Thunder God, Bo Feng Sui Min still possessed enough speed. Sizzle! The searing heat scorched the chakra enveloping Bo Feng Sui Min. His chakra was rapidly depleting. The kunai sliced through the air, aimed directly at Uchiha Gen's neck. Clang! The sharp sound echoed in his ears. And Bo Feng Sui Min's expression froze. Because his kunai was halted at the neck of Uchiha Gen, unable to advance further. An ethereal, scale-like substance firmly blocked his kunai. In a moment of distraction, Uchiha Gen suddenly turned his head. The 3 Tomo Sharingan's phantom erupted with immense mental power, magnifying Namake's Minato's bewilderment infinitely. The dragon's claw reached out, directly aiming for Namake's Minato's abdomen. Whoosh! The dragon's claw pierced through empty air as the close-range Namake's Minato vanished in an instant. The space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God. Although he could not approach Uchiha Gen using Flying Thunder God, it did not mean he could not retreat using it. The cunning of the space-time ninjutsu revealed itself at this moment. To avoid unexpected incidents in battle against an illusion-type ninja, I had deliberately inscribed the mental awakening seal in my mind, never expecting to use it for the first time against a comrade. Gen, your illusionary prowess is truly terrifying. As Namake's Minato, having escaped the battlefield, felt the delicate seal on his forehead shatter, he gazed at Uchiha Gen and softly spoke while holding the Flying Thunder God kunai. Ordinary illusions could not possibly affect him due to his will, yet there are always some absurd illusions. Therefore, for safety's sake, Namake's Minato had set up an unknown number of sealing techniques on himself. Now, facing Uchiha Gen, his illusionary safeguards were shattered. Observing the sealing technique on Namake's Minato's forehead, Uchiha Gen fell into a momentary silence, a wave of vexation flooding his mind. This person is insane. Shaking his head gently, he dispelled the distractions in his mind, returning to calmness. The world never aligns with one's wishes. With my current strength, attempting to defeat a shadow-level ninja, especially one adept in space-time ninjutsu, is akin to chasing a fleeting dream. However, to lose like this would surely leave me discontented. Fire Dragon, I believe you feel the same way. The flames surged higher as Uchiha Gen gently raised his hand, the crimson hue in his eyes deepening. Roar. A low, resonant dragon's roar echoed within his heart. Within the ceiling space, the dark red valley was ablaze, and amidst the sea of flames, a pair of golden dragon eyes flickered gently. The flames were fierce. United in purpose, the sparks of crimson light ignited within the fire dragon's gaze. The scorching flames erupted explosively from Uchiha Gen. Fire dragon, explode and burn. The ground began to crack, fissures extending outward in chaotic patterns. From within the ground's crevices, surging flames flowed like lava, tumultuous and violent. Boom! The flames erupted violently. The fire, with explosive force, reshaped the world. Explosive burning. What is this guy Shin doing? Kakashi Hitaki's body crackled with lightning as he swiftly pulled the still-observing Might Guy to evade outside the training ground. For Uchiha Shin's flames were spreading towards their location. This is akin to a small-scale natural disaster. He is merely 7 years old. Countless questions swirled in the minds of the onlookers. They had initially believed Uchiha Shin's strength to be at most that of a jonin, perhaps even an elite jonin. Yet, after Uchiha Shin entered that peculiar chakra mode, his strength became utterly incomprehensible. He was not yet at the level of a shadow. It seemed to oscillate at the edge of that threshold. They could never have imagined that Uchiha Shin was never alone in battle. The unity of one body far exceeded that of two. The explosive flames engulfed the entire training ground. Namake's Minato's figure vanished amidst the flames. Chapter 32. A new spirit egg. As the flames subsided, Uchiha Shin knelt on the ground, gently panting, wisps of blue smoke rising towards the sky, carrying an air of ethereality. The training ground was now a scene of devastation, strewn with debris, and even the ground bore substances flowing slowly like lava, beginning to solidify. Whoosh! Namake's Minato's figure flashed and appeared before Uchiha Shin. Uchiha Shin slightly raised his head to meet Namake's Minato's gaze, internally cursing the cunning of space-time ninjutsu once more. The examination has concluded. The voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen approached from afar, growing nearer. Striding swiftly to the two, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a frown of anger. You too. It was merely a lower ninja assessment, and look at what you've done to the training ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted loudly, pointing at the chaos. I apologize, Lord Hokage. The repair costs for the training ground will be borne by the Uchiha clan. This time, it was Shin who went too far. Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward, speaking in a low tone, his gaze filled with concern as he looked at the kneeling Uchiha Shin. Releasing such a large-scale fire-release ninjutsu, and engaging in battle with Namake's Minato for such an extended period, Uchiha Shin's chakra. Uchiha Fugaku was extremely worried about Uchiha Shin's health. Excessive chakra consumption could affect his body. If any issues arose from a mere lower ninja assessment, it would cause chaos within the Uchiha clan. After all, this child before him bore the weight of too much for the Uchiha. Cough, cough, cough. I did not expect to lose after all. Minato-senpai's techniques are truly formidable. Uchiha Shin coughed a couple of times, clutching his chest and slowly rising. Indeed, as Uchiha Fugaku suspected, Uchiha Shin's chakra was entirely depleted. Even with the fire dragon's chakra serving as a backup battery and the additional power from the fire dragon itself, Uchiha Shin, with 3 blue bars of chakra, had exhausted it all after employing so many skills and jutsus. His young age, incomplete physical development, and brief growth period were ultimately significant drawbacks. This is space-time ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique. You may have the chance to learn this technique in the future. Before Namake's Minato could respond, Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger dissipated upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku take responsibility for all repair costs, and a harmonious smile graced his face as he spoke softly. No, to be precise, it was I who lost. I had no confidence in receiving all the techniques that Shinkuin unleashed, so I used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the training ground. According to the assessment rules, as long as you injure me, you can pass the assessment and become lower ninjas. However, as I possess space-time ninjutsu, it is essentially impossible for you to harm me if I do not wish it, at least not at this moment. Namake's Minato smiled as he spoke, glancing at Uchiha Shin when mentioning the impossibility of being harmed, ultimately adding, not at this moment. After all, Uchiha Shin's talent was undeniably formidable. Therefore, if I were to utilize space-time ninjutsu, this assessment would become an impossible task to complete. Thus, I personally imposed some restrictions on this assessment, namely, not using the Flying Thunder God technique. However, It seems I somewhat overestimated myself. In my battle with Xian, I not only employed the Flying Thunder God technique, but also directly left the battlefield. In summary, it should be I who lost. Lord Hokage, as the examiner. I believe that Uchiha Xian, Hatake Kakashi, and Might Guy have all demonstrated the qualities necessary to become ninjas, so I request their approval for passing the assessment. Namikaze Minato said, his expression turning serious as he stood tall before Sarutobi Hiruzen, speaking firmly. Congratulations to the trainer for defeating a LV-78 human. Detection, trainers defeat progress at 17%, deducting 83% experience value and drop rewards. Trainer experience 666, Fire Dragon experience 666, card draw count 2, dropped items 1. Fire Dragon level increased from LV-49 to LV-52. Trainer level increased from Advanced Trainer LV-49 to Elite Trainer LV-52. Congratulations to the trainer for officially exiting the Novice Trainer stage. Receiving 1 random Spirit Egg, 3 random Pokémon cards, and 2 random items as rewards. Wishing the trainer possesses a body of steel akin to that of Jia, unafraid of challenges, and embodies the proud demeanor of a Luo La, steadfast in their original intentions. May the sun and moon shine upon your domain. In the pursuit of dreams, may you always gather the fragments of happiness, ultimately ascending to the pinnacle of battle and forging your own legend. As Bo Feng Shui Men's words faded, a series of data prompts echoed in Uchiha Xian's ears. A Pokemon egg? Amidst a cascade of rewards, Uchiha Xian pinpointed something he had long anticipated. While he could not comprehend how such a situation could determine his victory, it was evidently not the time for such concerns. Well, since Shui Min shares this belief, congratulations to you all. From this day forth, you officially become ninjas of Mu Yi. I hope you will carry on the will of fire and protect Mu Yi. Where the leaves dance, the fire shall burn eternally from this day onward. You are ninjas capable of standing on your own. Once Bo Feng Shui Min completed his speech, Sarutobi Hizen nodded with a smile, extending his hand as 3 forehead protectors were delivered by a nearby Hokage guard. Uchiha Xian and his companions eagerly accepted the protectors. At this moment, Uchiha Xian and his companions officially became the strongest lower-ranking ninjas of Mu Yi. Congratulations to the 3 of you on becoming ninjas capable of standing independently, given your talents. Your future days should be quite splendid. Inside a barbecue restaurant under the Akimichi clan, Hatake Sakumo smiled as he raised a cup of sake, gazing at the 3 juniors before him, pride evident in his eyes. Ha ha ha, the journey of youth has officially begun. Now you are all lower-ranking ninjas like me. But I must ask, Sakumo, do you truly have no intention of continuing as a ninja? Might Guy exclaimed excitedly, giving a thumbs up to Uchiha Xian and his companions. He had always hoped that Kai would become an excellent ninja capable of standing on his own, and it seemed that Kai could achieve even greater excellence. No, the life of a ninja has become somewhat tiresome. Rather than continuing the cycle of violence, I wish to watch Kakashi and the others grow. Hatake Sakumo smiled gently, shaking his head slightly. This incident had indeed touched his heart, and he genuinely desired to witness Kakashi and his peers thrive. After all, his ninja career had already amassed sufficient resources for a comfortable life for him and Kakashi. Chapter 33, Guidance from a Jonin. This is delicious, this is also good. And this, Xian, Kakashi, you should try this. I've tasted it, and the flavor is exceptional. While Hatake Sakumo and Might Guy engaged in casual conversation, one of the protagonists, Might Guy, swiftly devoured his meal. The intense training and physical techniques came with high energy expenditure, and he certainly would not miss out on the delicious and calorie-rich barbecue. Go ahead and eat, father. Do you know who our guiding Jonin will be? Kakashi asked as he continually placed grilled meat onto the plates of Might Guy and Uchiha Xian. He was quite concerned about who would be instructing them. Initially, he hoped that his father would discuss with the Hokage to lead them, but now that Hatake Sakumo had stepped away from being a ninja, they would need to switch to someone else. Kakashi was eagerly anticipating this change, albeit with some hesitation, as their abilities were not something an ordinary Jonin could teach. Based on your displayed talents and areas of expertise, it is highly probable that it will be either Jiraiya or Orochimaru, or perhaps today's examiners. Bo Feng Shui Min and Sarutobi Shinzo, both of whom are competent elite Jonin. However, the likelihood of Sarutobi Shinzo being appointed as your guiding Jonin is slim, as he will take over my position as the captain of the Umbu. The Umbu are burdened with demanding missions, and Umbu ninjas do not typically serve as guiding jonin. Reflecting on this, the remaining candidates who could be your teachers are just 3. Shien, what do you think? Hatake Sakumo pondered for a moment. Considering the current strength and specialties of ninjas in Muyi that would align with the trio's needs before responding to Kakashi. However, he cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Shien, who appeared lost in thought, and immediately asked him softly, "Have you exhausted too much chakra in the recent exam? It's commendable to have a desire to win, but overextending oneself for an inconsequential victory that harms your physical foundation is absolutely unacceptable." Hatake Sakumo placed a gentle hand on Uchiha Shien's shoulder, closing his eyes to sense carefully. Although he lacked profound medical ninjutsu knowledge, as the captain of the Umbu, he had inevitably sustained injuries during wars, and possessing some medical ninjutsu was a means of safeguarding his own life. This level of expertise allowed him to check on Uchiha Shien's condition without issue. I'm fine. I merely gained some insights from the recent battle, hence my momentary distraction. Uncle Sakumo, rest assured, I am not foolish. Uchiha Shien snapped back to reality at the moment Hatake Sakumo touched him. Seeing the concern in his companion's expressions, he smiled gently and explained, "That is good to hear." After thoroughly checking that Uchiha Shien was indeed unharmed, Hatake Sakumo retracted his hand with relief. There is no need for speculation. We will know who our guiding jonin is tomorrow. Now, eat up. This is particularly delicious. You must try it. Might Guy, his mouth full, divided the barbecue he found tasty into 4 portions and placed them on the plates of his companions, chewing as he spoke. Indeed, let us focus on our meal for now. Shien, while the insights from battle are vital, nourishing our bodies is equally important, especially since you are all still growing. Hatake Sakumo observed with a slight smile, speaking softly. Life without being a ninja is rather pleasant. As Uchiha Shien and his companions celebrated in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hizen looked at both Feng Shui men and asked, "How do you find these 3 children?" They possess all the essential qualities of a ninja team, a capable leader in Uchiha Shien and 2 well-coordinated companions in Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy. Both in strength and camaraderie, they have my approval. Kakashi and Guy may not match Uchiha Shien's prowess, yet their skills significantly surpass those of most chunin. As for Uchiha Shien, he is alarmingly strong. His immense chakra reserve, seemingly new bloodline limit with fire techniques, and the 3-tomo Sharingan at the tender age of 7. Coupled with a strength that starkly contrasts with the Uchiha clan's typical traits, all exceed what a 7-year-old should possess. Most importantly, this child's development is remarkably well-rounded. Kakashi exhibits speed and destructive power, yet his endurance is lacking. Guy, on the other hand, specializes in physical techniques. While both are talented, they each have notable deficiencies to address. In truth, aside from his unyielding pride, I see no faults in Uchiha Shien. However, that pride is a hallmark of the Uchiha clan. As both Feng Shui men reflected on his battle with Uchiha Shien, the more he pondered, the more he found Uchiha Shien to be terrifying. Throughout their confrontation, he had overlooked the fact that Uchiha Shien was just a 7-year-old child. Now that realization dawned upon him, his astonishment deepened. Their collective talents are indeed remarkable, especially Uchiha Shien, within whom I see the shadows of our ancestors. This child's future is immeasurable. Thus, Shui men, I must entrust you with a task. During your time as their guiding jonin, please establish a profound bond with Uchiha Shien. You are acquainted with the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Although this child has never exhibited any extreme behavior, we remain oblivious to the reasons behind the awakening of the 3-tomo at such a tender age. It is not merely the innate prowess of a ninja that allows one to unlock the 3-tomo at this age. The depths of this child's heart are beyond our comprehension, and only through prolonged interaction can we discern his true nature. If such talent were to veer towards the extreme, he may become another Uchiha Madara. Therefore, I entrust this child to you, Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Namikaze Minato with a gentle nod, firmly believing that with Minato's radiant charisma, he would surely bind those 3 children to Konohagakure. Rest assured, I too am eager to witness what kind of ninja these 3 will choose to become and what path they will tread. A somewhat smile graced Minato's face as he spoke softly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. He yearned to see what future awaited these 3 children. Chapter 34. The new Pokémon Ralyalu, Shiny. The night was deepening. In the Uchiha clan's territory, within Uchiha Gen's home, the rewards this time were unprecedentedly bountiful. including a new Pokémon. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Uchiha Gen eagerly immersed himself in the ceiling space. Upon entering the valley, a slumbering Charizard came into view. It seemed today's battle had left you quite exhausted, but the camaraderie of fighting together is indeed delightful. I wonder when I can summon you to the outside world. Uchiha Gen approached and sat cross-legged before the Charizard, gently stroking its body. Roar the sleeping Charizard stirred slightly, thoroughly enjoying the gentle caress. 5 draws, 3 dropped items. And ultimately, a Pokémon egg. While caressing Charizard, Uchiha Gen raised his hand to bring up the panel, feeling a surge of joy at the displayed data. He had never felt so affluent. 5 entire draws and 3 random items. It is worth noting that his year-long efforts had only yielded 2 items. Let us see what Pokémon egg we have here. Withdrawing his hand from Charizard, Uchiha Gen lightly tapped the panel. A shimmer of light appeared. Uchiha Gen raised both hands. And an oval-shaped object, white with green speckles, slowly formed in the light before landing in his palm. Congratulations, trainer. Your special talent for super ability has successfully awakened. The data sound echoed in Uchiha Gen's mind again, causing him to pause momentarily. In the next instant, the Scarlet 3-Tomo Sharingan quietly activated, and a vast mental power suddenly manifested, rapidly merging into the 3-Tomo Sharingan. In an instant, Uchiha Gen's senses were magnified infinitely. He could hear the soft breaths of the sleeping Charizard and the subtle sound of air being heated by the flames on its tail. The gentle rustling of leaves in the valley and the faint heartbeat of the newly hatched Pokémon egg all flooded into Uchiha Gen's mind with the awakening of his superpower. It was your doing, little one. Uchiha Gen smiled down at the Pokémon egg in his hands. Ever since absorbing the basic energy card of the superpower type to evolve the Sharingan, his panel had always indicated the presence of a superpower, albeit marked as unawakened. Now, with the emergence of this egg, his superpower awakened suddenly, significantly enhancing his 3-Tomo Sharingan. Had Uchiha Gen not forcefully suppressed that overwhelming mental power, the 3-Tomo Sharingan would likely have begun evolving into the Mangekyo Sharingan. It was not that he did not desire the Mangekyo Sharingan. Rather, Uchiha Gen understood that even among Mangekyo, there were distinctions. What he sought was not an ordinary pair of Mangekyo. Ralyalu Pokémon egg, an egg containing the superpower Pokémon Ralyalu. And it seems the little one is eager to meet you. Hatching countdown, 32. The hatching countdown, wait. Uchiha Gen's expression changed abruptly as cracks began to appear on the Pokémon egg in his fingers. Crack. The shell shattered, a burst of white light erupted, and a petite figure formed within the brilliance, gently kneeling in Uchiha Gen's palm. Ralyalu with its powdery pink body and light blue hair split by 2 small horns. The tiny creature nestled in Uchiha Gen's hand, nuzzling affectionately. Shiny Ralyalu. Noticing the unusual hue of Ralyalu, Uchiha Gen was momentarily taken aback before quickly springing to his feet, kicking the Charizard beside him. Wake up. Come and see your sister. Roar. The slumbering Charizard jolted awake, raising its head with a fierce glare, seeking out the source of the disturbance. Look, your sister. Uchiha Gen gently presented the newly hatched Ralyalu to Charizard, softly speaking. His sudden panic at the countdown stemming from concern that Charizard might miss witnessing Ralyalu's birth. Understanding Charizard's desire for a companion, he, as a trainer, could not be oblivious to it. Roar? Roar. Charizard's expression stiffened as it beheld Ralyalu in Uchiha Gen's palm, its menacing demeanor softening instantly as it greeted Ralyalu with the gentlest voice it could muster. Ralyalu extended its tiny hand, gazing at Charizard and calling out cheerfully, seemingly unperturbed by Charizard's fierce face. Congratulations, trainer, for capturing the new Pokémon Ralyalu. Ralyalu, the emotion Pokémon, can sense human emotions through the horn on its head. Though it rarely appears before humans, it is drawn to positive emotions and will approach instinctively, retreating into the shadows if it senses hostility. It possesses the ability to perceive human feelings, sharing in the trainer's joy when they are in high spirits. Detected excess draw chances for the trainer. 1 draw confirmed. Congratulations, trainer, for acquiring a new space fragment card, Superpower Hall. The familiar data sound echoed once more. A brilliant white light began to illuminate the surroundings of the valley, and a floating island gradually appeared above it. A pure white palace emanating an aura of sanctity atop the island. Ralyalu? As the floating island emerged, a gentle white glow radiated from Ralyalu, resonating with the palace above. Uchiha Gen looked up at the palace on the floating island, a realization dawning upon him. This floating island, like the valley where Charizard resided, would be Ralyalu's future home. In that fleeting moment when Uchiha Gen vanished with Ralyalu, Charizard's expression froze, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of both its sister and trainer. Where did they go? Where's my sister? Inside the palace, the exquisite white decor was stunning, and within, Uchiha Gen's Sharingan involuntarily activated, beginning to rotate slowly. Pure mental energy pervaded the entire palace as Ralyalu, sensing the comfortable environment, joyfully wriggled in Uchiha Gen's palm. Had it not been for its fragile newborn body, Ralyalu would surely have wished to run joyfully across the floor. Chapter 35. War is approaching. A pale luminescence glimmered upon Ralyalu's powdery pink form. In the next moment, Ralu Leisai soared from the palm of Uchiha Gen, gracefully floating in the air. Uchiha Gen stared in bewilderment at the scene before him. Wasn't anyone going to inform him that Ralu Leisai could fly? No, wait, was this telekinesis? Was she harnessing the surrounding psychic energy to effortlessly lift herself? This little creature's talent seemed to be quite extraordinary. Uchiha Gen kept a vigilant eye on Ralu Leisai, mindful that she had just been born. Any accidental fall would surely break his heart. Following Ralu Leisai, he also scrutinized the newly emerged structure. Although the interface had automatically consumed one of his card draws to acquire this new venue, it appeared to be an unequivocal boon. This psychic hall not only had the potential to gradually enhance his Sharingan, but, more importantly, shared the same nurturing ability for Pokémon as the Charizard Valley. The fruits of Charizard Valley coupled with the immense psychic energy of the Psychic Hall were clearly orchestrated by the interface. The evolution of the Sharingan relies on the special chakra secreted by intense emotions, akin to psychic energy. Now, with a high-tier psychic energy card in hand, combined with the vast psychic power within the Psychic Hall and the adverse effects of Sharingan evolution, there seemed to be little cause for concern. Next, he turned his attention to other rewards, including cards and loot. Uchiha Gen gently raised his hand to summon the interface once more. The familiar radiance erupted anew. Drawing cards. Begin. For cards gradually materialized amidst the luminescence, swirling rapidly around Uchiha Gen. Magical Candy Card. Special item. Upon use, grants 1 magical candy with sublimation power, allowing a Pokémon below level 36 to level up without any side effects. Pikachu Skill Card. Electric Skill Thunder Electric Type Skill. Channels the power of the weather to summon lightning from the sky to strike the enemy. Can merge with trainer skills. None. Greninja Skill Card. Water Skill Water Shuriken utilizes sharply compressed shurikens that spin at high speed, thrown to attack the target. Can merge with trainer skill. Spiral Sphere, Affinity 12. The 4 cards lined up before Uchiha Gen. As expected, aside from the candy, there were 2 cards that he currently could not utilize, though the Thunder skill held some promise, reminiscent of the lightning release. Uchiha Gen held the 4 cards in his hand, shaking his head in resignation. It seemed he had never had particularly good luck with card draws. Next came the items. With a wave of his hand, he tucked away the 4 cards and turned his gaze to the interface. Compared to the Pokémon cards that relied on luck to enhance strength, items were undoubtedly the primary reward besides Ralu Leisai. The interface unfolded. 3 random item attributes were displayed before Uchiha Gen. This was a stroke of fortune. Gazing at 2 of the items, a surge of excitement ignited in his eyes. The following day, within the Konoha General Training Ground. How is it that you feel different after just one night? Kakashi asked, puzzled as he regarded Uchiha Gen. Since their reunion, Kakashi sensed a subtle, indefinable change in Uchiha Gen, but he couldn't quite articulate what it was. Indeed, I felt something was different when I saw you this morning. Gen, have you learned some peculiar technique again? Mike Guy scratched his head, echoing the same sentiment. Sort of. By the way, why hasn't our supervising Jonin arrived yet? The Hokage instructed us to wait here, and it's already been over half an hour past the appointed time. Uchiha Gen frowned slightly, wondering if the new supervising Jonin might be that unreliable Jiraiya. When he returned to the clan last night, Uchiha Gen had casually inquired about his supervising Jonin, but Uchiha Fugaku had merely stated that he wouldn't be disappointed and swiftly changed the subject. Here he comes. Just as he pondered, Uchiha Gen's gaze abruptly shifted to another direction. I didn't expect your perceptive abilities to be so keen. My apologies for the delay. I was held up by some task handovers. Please allow me the chance to treat you all to a meal as an apology. A familiar voice resonated, and the first thing that caught their eyes was a cascade of golden hair. The three of them turned to face the newcomer. Senior Minato? Kakashi and Might Guy exclaimed in surprise, realizing that their supervising Jonin was none other than their examination instructor. Haha, indeed, it's me. From now on, we'll be companions in the same team. I sincerely apologize for the unexpected delay in my appointment as your leader. I had to find someone to handle my tasks. I thought I could wrap it up quickly, but there were some issues at the border defense that took longer than anticipated. Minato Namikaze scratched his head awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed for being so late on their first meeting. It truly is Minato Namikaze. My presence has indeed begun to disrupt the original trajectory of the ninja world, whether it was Uncle Shomo or my swapping positions with Kai to join Minato's class. The winds of the ninja world are inevitably stirred by my arrival. Uchiha Gen observed Minato's apologetic expression, feeling a mixture of emotions. What happened at the border defense? After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Gen keenly detected the significant implication in Minato's words and furrowed his brow while addressing him. If there were issues at the border defense, it likely meant that war was looming on the horizon. Although the time had not yet come for war to erupt, reality dictated otherwise. Often, wars do not ignite suddenly, but are the culmination of meticulous preparations, merely awaiting a spark. Well, now that you have become capable ninjas, there are some matters you indeed need to be informed of. War may be on the horizon, Minato said solemnly, nodding slightly before continuing. However, these matters are not something you need to confront just yet. You merely need to focus on adequately preparing and striving to grow stronger. Ahem, returning to the main topic. Since we are now comrades in the same team, it would be prudent for us to familiarize ourselves with one another, wouldn't it? More importantly, as your teacher, I should get to know you better. Let us begin with a simple self-introduction, including your names, interests, dislikes, and perhaps your dreams. I'll go first. My guy? He exclaimed eagerly, raising his hand, clearly enthusiastic about the self-introduction. I love the feeling of training alongside Shien and Kakashi, and I adore the grilled fish Kakashi makes. I detest seeing my comrades suffer any harm. My dream is to become someone who can protect everything. For that dream, I will strive to grow stronger and become the strongest man in the world. No, wait, the second strongest. The first will undoubtedly be Shien, Might Guy declared, his fist raised triumphantly toward the sky, his introduction sounding more like a declaration of a vow. What an extraordinary dream, Kai. Since you wish to protect your comrades, allow me to safeguard you instead, Sensei. Bo Feng Shui Min nodded with a smile, raising his hand to give a perfect thumbs up, reminiscent of Mai Kai. The next moment, Bo Feng Shui Min exchanged smiles with Mai Kai, then shifted his gaze to Uchiha Shien and Kakashi. Allow me, Kakashi Hitaki said. I am Kakashi Hitaki, and I do not have many things I cherish, but if I must name them, it would be these two fellows. As for what I despise, it is the feeling of powerlessness when my loved ones are persecuted. Regarding dreams, I do not have one. I would rather serve as a blade by their side to help them achieve their aspirations. Kakashi gently raised his hand, glancing at the White Fang summoning mark on his wrist, and spoke softly. Is that so? Bo Feng Shui Min fell silent for a moment. He had heard of Hitaki Sakumo, and he could not comprehend why there were so many rumors in the village denigrating a hero who had contributed so much to the community. Next is my turn. I am Uchiha Shien. I enjoy sparring with these two fools and all strong individuals. I detest losing and being unlucky. As for dreams, that is a secret. Uchiha Shien quickly chimed in, feeling uncomfortable in the current atmosphere. The bond between you all is truly enviable. Your preferences are intertwined. Bo Feng Shui Min remarked with a hint of nostalgia, reflecting on the camaraderie among his three disciples, which he found quite admirable. In their presence, he could see the shadows of the legendary Sannin. Unfortunately, as Jiraiya-sensei had mentioned, the relationships among the Sannin had encountered issues, seemingly nearing a point of divergence. Sensei, now that our team is formed, shall we begin accepting missions? Kakashi was the first to speak up, eagerly anticipating the tasks that came with being a ninja, as he wished to experience the life his father once led. That is indeed correct. However, considering your teamwork, synergy, and current abilities, it is unnecessary to undertake ordinary D-rank tasks. Thus, after consulting with Sakumo Senpai and the Hokage, I have prepared a C-rank mission that is perfectly suited for you. Bo Feng Shui Min explained. Of course, since the team has just been established, whether to accept and complete this mission requires your input. Now, my three lovely disciples, make your choice. Bo Feng Shui Min nodded gently, retrieving a scroll from his waist and placing it before the trio. C rank, is it? Uchiha Gen stepped forward to take the scroll and gently unfurled it. Maite Kai and Kakashi quickly leaned in, and upon reading the contents, their bodies stiffened. The scroll read, C rank mission. Eliminate all mountain bandits near Jinshin Town in the Land of Fire, leaving no survivors. Note, due to the current circumstances, enemy village spies may be hiding among the bandits. This mission should be undertaken with the accompaniment of a jonin. It was a rather routine bloodshed mission. Uchiha Gen tucked the scroll away and turned to his companions. As ninjas, this is something we must confront. We have long been prepared. Let us accept it. Kakashi, gazing at the scroll in Uchiha Gen's hand, spoke in a low tone. Eliminate. Leave no survivors. These words carry weight, and I am fully aware of their implications. New ninjas must witness bloodshed and learn that when it comes to foes, all must be eliminated without distinction of age or gender. This is a rite of passage for every ninja. Excellent. A C-rank mission right from the start. My youthful blood is boiling. Maite Kai exclaimed, clenching his fist in excitement, his gaze fixed on Uchiha Gen, seemingly oblivious to the task's true significance. However, those familiar with Maite Kai could perceive the subtle tremor in his fist, indicating that his heart was not as tranquil as it appeared. Maite Kai was no fool. He simply felt secure with his comrades, allowing him to set aside his worries. We shall accept this mission, sensei. Uchiha Gen declared as he stowed the scroll, addressing both Feng Shui men, who awaited their decision. In the world of ninjas, killing is an unavoidable experience. Then prepare yourselves. We will gather at the village entrance in 30 minutes. I have already arranged for your exit permits. At this hour, we may even return in time for dinner. I have not forgotten the promised feast, both Feng Shui men said, satisfied with their choice, smiling as he swiftly vanished before them. He too had preparations to make. And most importantly, he needed to report to Uzumaki Kushina. Let us proceed, Uchiha Gen urged, leading the way toward the village exit. He had little to prepare. Whether it be supplies or weapons, the Fire Dragon Valley held ample resources. Indeed, let us go, Kakashi and Maite Kai nodded in agreement, exchanging glances before following Uchiha Gen's lead. Killing was a simple matter. There was nothing to prepare. Chapter 37, Mission in Progress, 20 minutes later. Apologies for the wait. Both Feng Shui men arrived at the village entrance in a flash, noticing that Uchiha Gen and his companions had just arrived and were engaged in casual conversation. We haven't been here long either. Let us discuss the specifics of this mission, sensei, Uchiha Gen suggested. Very well. The objective of this mission arises from recent unrest along the borders, prompting many mountain bandits to encroach into our territory. Our target is located near Jinshin Town, approximately 270 kilometers from Konoha. A group of bandits has been raiding this town sporadically, following a villager's report. Officials from the shogunate came to Konoha to post this mission, and our aim is to eliminate all bandits, including any individuals of suspicious identity, without leaving any survivors. Both Feng Shui men explained seriously, detailing the mission to Uchiha Gen and his companions. Wait a moment, sensei. You mentioned 270 kilometers, correct? And you said we would make it back for dinner? Huh. Maite Kai interjected, fully aware of what 270 kilometers entailed. Given his daily training runs around Konoha, the travel time, coupled with the mission's demands, made him question the feasibility of returning in time for dinner. Indeed, if it were any other jonin leading the team, it would be quite challenging. However, with me as your guide, it is a simple task. Prior to meeting you, I arranged for a ninja hawk to place Flying Thunder God Kanai near Jinshin Town, and they should have arrived by now, both Feng Shui men stated. A proud smile on his face. In matters of travel, he believed himself to be the strongest among all jonin in Konoha. Sensei, the mission scroll states that we may encounter enemy village spies, and it requires us to eliminate all suspicious targets. Why is that? Aren't spies valuable sources of intelligence? Capturing them alive would be more advantageous for gathering information about enemy villages, Kakashi inquired, intrigued by the contradiction. Because it is pointless. Those who become spies can essentially be categorized as tools. Their bodies are often subject to secret modifications. Even ninjas from the mountain clan in our village would find it challenging to extract useful intelligence from these modified individuals. Both Feng Shui men replied, shaking his head gently. In a certain sense, ninjas are all tools, and this holds especially true for spies. Every individual capable of serving as a spy has undergone inhumane training and transformation, making it exceedingly difficult to extract valuable intelligence from them. Now, let us prioritize our mission, shall we? Are you all prepared to experience the marvel of spatial traversal? A mischievous grin adorned Bo Feng Shui Min's face as he lightly placed his hand on Uchiha Gen and Hitaki Kakashi. In an instant, Kakashi and Gen vanished from their original location. What? Where did Gen and Kakashi go? They disappeared before my very eyes. Witnessing his comrades vanish, Might Guy was taken aback and hastily looked up at Bo Feng Shui Min, who had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. He was utterly perplexed. Fear not. We shall reunite shortly. With a bemused expression, Bo Feng Shui Min gently ruffled his hair and placed his hand on Might Guy's shoulder. In a flash, no figures remained at the entrance of Konohagakure. Soon, Bo Feng Shui Min and Guy materialized in a quaint little village. As they arrived, Might Guy could not restrain himself and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Nearby, Kakashi was retching, clearly having a dismal first experience with spatial travel. Although they had traversed more than 200 kilometers in the blink of an eye, the sensation was indescribable. Did Shin truly feel nothing? Was it due to his formidable constitution? Bo Feng Shui Min regarded Uchiha Gen, who was gently patting Kakashi's back, with surprise. Gen, you may be exceptionally suited for the Flying Thunder God technique. Your ability to disregard the discomfort of spatial traversal is remarkable. Even I struggled during my first use of the technique. If you achieve sufficient merit in battle, you might earn the opportunity to learn ninjutsu from the sealed scroll. And the Flying Thunder God technique is certainly worth your study. Speaking candidly, Bo Feng Shui Min smiled as he approached Uchiha Gen. I am a ninja of the Uchiha clan, and the Flying Thunder God technique originates from the second Hokage. To learn it? Uchiha Gen merely smiled in response to Bo Feng Shui Min's suggestion, choosing not to elaborate further. The Flying Thunder God technique is indeed powerful, exhibiting extraordinarily exaggerated performance even amidst the chaos of the Fourth Great Ninja War. However, given the historical animosity between Senju Tobirama and the Uchiha, it would be challenging for Sarutobi Hiruzen, a disciple of the second Hokage, to teach this technique to the Uchiha. The relationship between the Uchiha and the village will improve. Upon hearing this, Bo Feng Shui Min's expression stiffened. As the one who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he understood its origins and the implications therein. He could only scratch his head awkwardly, his desire to become Hokage growing stronger. The village should not be this way. Let us move on. This is Shinobi Town? Although referred to as a town, it resembles more of a small village with a sparse population. Uchiha Gen waved his hand and slowly closed his eyes, extending his spiritual perception. In a mere moment, he comprehended the number of villagers in the entire settlement. Due to the presence of mountain bandits and the remoteness of this location, the population is indeed rather low. Let us proceed. Our mission objective lies in that direction. Bo Feng Shui Min retrieved a map, confirmed their course, and took the lead. Before long, the four found themselves concealed within a thicket in the mountains. According to intelligence, these bandits had established a stronghold utilizing the unique terrain of the mountains, numbering approximately 60 individuals. You three must discuss your approach. I will observe from the shadows. Remember, our mission objective is to leave no survivors. With a smile, Bo Feng Shui Min swiftly concluded and vanished before the trio. What do we do now? After Bo Feng Shui Min's departure, Kakashi turned to Uchiha Gen for guidance. Kakashi, you handle the sentries swiftly. Guy and I will charge in from this position. According to my perception, the bandits do not have any villagers as hostages. Since we are facing bloodshed, there is no need for stealth. Uchiha Gen raised his hand, his fist becoming a blade as he coldly spoke. Chapter 38. Farewell, and gathering flames roared. The bandits wailed. Blood spilled upon the ground, staining it crimson. Drops of blood dripped slowly from the blade. The cold steel glinted ominously. The crimson eyes, adorned with black tomo, were filled with brutality and exhilaration. It was an inevitable confrontation. Uchiha Gen stood at the epicenter of the inferno, gazing at the charred remains of a corpse before him, as his three-tomo Sharingan spun languidly in his eye sockets. Behind him, Kakashi and Guy stood silently, both stained with dark red blood. Whether from Kakashi's White Fang or Guy's attire, the mission was executed well. Bo Feng Shui Min's voice echoed from behind the trio. The baptism of blood signifies the official commencement of their ninja careers. On the streets of Konohagakure, at Yakiniku-Kyu, the server delicately placed the last platter of meat upon the table, bowing slightly with a standard service smile. Thank you. Well then, everyone, let us feast. Bo Feng Shui Min spoke with a beaming smile. The meat sizzled on the iron grill, exuding an enticing aroma. However, both Kakashi and Guy remained pale, their chopsticks untouched. Only Uchiha Gen, after expressing gratitude for the hospitality, calmly began to eat the grilled meat. Both Uchiha Gen and Bo Feng Shui men understood the reason behind Kakashi and Guy's reluctance to eat, yet neither offered any words of consolation. Some experiences must be digested individually. The path one chooses is a personal decision. As time flowed on, at the border of the Land of Fire, the last one, an invisible force instantaneously snapped the neck of a Chunin, and the corpse crumpled to the ground as Uchiha Gen emerged from the nearby woods. Telekinesis. Congratulations, trainer. For defeating LV-28 Human, Trainer Experience 1, Charizard Experience 1, Schneider Experience 2. No wonder Teacher Minato said that war is on the brink of eruption. The probing from other ninja villages at the border is intensifying. This marks the 7th batch of a Wagakure ninja we have dealt with. Although they did not wear headbands, their skin characteristics and ninjutsu habits unmistakably identified them as a Wagakure ninjas. Kakashi produced a scroll and covered the corpse with it, performing the necessary seals to seal the body within the scroll before speaking. Those infiltrating the border are primarily Genin and Chunin, even with so many casualties. The probing has not ceased. Truly, the Wagakure possesses the highest number of ninjas among the great villages. Their blatant provocations indicate a clear desire to incite war. TSK. A purely defensive stance is not a viable solution. Uchiha Gen gazed into the distance and gently shook his head. While the onset of the Third Great Ninja War was triggered by the disappearance of the Kazekage, prompting Sunagakure to attack Konoha, the Wagakure had been openly provoking Konoha long before that. Recently, when Bo Feng Shui men and Jiraiya were on a mission, they even encountered an attack from 2 Jinchuriki of a Wagakure. The external policies of the higher-ups are of no concern to us. Now that we have completed our mission, let us return to the village. Guy is likely waiting anxiously. Kakashi secured the scroll and, with a practiced motion, placed his hand on Uchiha Gen's shoulder. There was no other option. After all, Guy couldn't help but shout out the names of his techniques, and his personality is ill-suited for stealth operations. Uchiha Gen shook his head helplessly. Whenever Might Guy sprang into action, he would bellow Uchiha style or something related to Konoha, blatantly revealing his identity as a Konoha ninja. And the most crucial aspect is that he cannot change. Let us go home. Uchiha Gen gently shook his head and, with a flicker, disappeared from the spot alongside Kakashi. The psychic ability of teleportation activated. No matter how many times one experiences it, the sense of astonishment remains profound. The space-time ninjutsu you have mastered is truly remarkable, devoid of the disorienting sensations and pressure that accompany Sensei Minato's technique. In a fleeting moment, Chimu Kakashi gazed at the familiar structures around him, expressing a hint of admiration. Regardless of the frequency of his experiences, he genuinely felt that Uchiha Gen's space-time ninjutsu was extraordinary, entirely distinct from the Hiraishin no jutsu, allowing for direct teleportation without any prior seals or markers, simply absurd. Just basic techniques. Let us proceed to complete our mission and prepare for today's sparring session. Uchiha Gen replied nonchalantly, gesturing with his hand, possessing the power of Shinado and grasping a modicum of supernatural abilities. He acknowledged that his understanding of these mysterious forces was still superficial, merely basic operations. You're a freak. Every day, you delight in beating me up. I truly do not comprehend your peculiar hobby. Oh, by the way, some classmates from the Ninja Academy organized a farewell gathering for a student named Kato Shizen, and they asked me to inquire if you would like to join, Kakashi remarked with a smirk, still somewhat perturbed by his friend's daily antics. Kato Shizen, a farewell? Aren't they supposed to be leaving Konoha at this time? How come I haven't seen her? If I recall correctly, Hong and the others should have graduated by now. Uchiha Gen pondered, taken aback. He was somewhat familiar with the name. She was the caretaker wandering outside Konoha alongside one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade. He had not anticipated that Shizen was still in Konoha, although he was not well acquainted with her. Yes, they recently graduated as ninjas, and Shizune is departing Konoha to follow a senior, hence the gathering to send her off. So what do you think? Would you like to attend? Kakashi nodded, understanding his friend's character well. During their time at the Ninja Academy, the weaker students could hardly converse with him, making their unfamiliarity quite reasonable. This was also one of the reasons why their classmates had asked him to relay the invitation. Very well, let us go. Sensei Minato mentioned that there wouldn't be any missions for a while, so it would be an opportune moment to observe their progress as newly minted ninjas. After a brief contemplation, Uchiha Gen spoke. Curious about who would take the positions of Uchiha Obito and Noira Rin in the class now that he and Might Guy had taken over the spot of Namikaze Minato. As he finished speaking, Uchiha Gen suddenly turned towards the direction of the Konoha training grounds. There, a surge of malevolent chakra erupted with great intensity, fierce and ominous. The only tailed beast that could currently emerge within Konoha was the Kyuubi. Presently, its Jinchuriki was none other than Minato's girlfriend, Uzumaki Kushina. Something has happened to the leader. You proceed with the mission. I shall investigate, Uchiha Gen quickly declared, vanishing in an instant. Hey, take me with you, Kakashi exclaimed, gritting his teeth in frustration as he watched Uchiha Gen vanish, his yearning for space-time ninjutsu inexplicably intensifying. The raging chakra of the tailed beast wreaked havoc upon the training ground, a terrifying malice pervading the air. As Uchiha Gen materialized, his gaze was immediately drawn to a ferocious crimson beast, the strongest of the tailed beasts, the Kyuubi. The scorching chakra enveloped the earth like molten lava, darkening the ground as waves of heat swirled violently. At this moment, the chakra of the Kyuubi had completely ensnared Uzumaki Kushina, its three colossal chakra tails thrashing wildly against the ground. Across from the tailed beast-formed Kushina, Namikaze Minato advanced with determination. Shien, that is the Kyuubi, and also Kushina. See if you can use your Sharingan to suppress her movements. Just as Uchiha Gen was about to assist, a deep voice interrupted him. It was Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya? What transpired here? Uchiha Gen inquired, recognizing Jiraiya's presence. If memory served him correctly, this training ground was beyond the bounds of Kushina's active seal. I was practicing the Rasengan with Minato, intending to incorporate a wind nature transformation, when Kushina suddenly appeared here. I thought it best not to disturb the young couple, so I found an excuse to leave. When I returned, I encountered this scene, along with you, Jiraiya explained. But enough of that. With your prowess in Genjutsu combined with the Sharingan, can you manage it? It seems highly improbable. Kushina's chakra is in disarray. Attempting to control her with Genjutsu would be challenging. I must assist Sensei Minato against the Kyuubi. He should have a plan. Uchiha Gen shook his head and proceeded forward. Get away from here. Minato, do not worry about me. Kushina cried out, her voice laced with agony as she was engulfed by the Kyuubi's chakra, ultimately falling silent. Kushina. Minato's expression darkened as he swiftly pressed his palm against her abdomen. Sealing technique. For symbol seal. Within the sealing space, the Kyuubi, struggling against the chains binding it, became even more frantic upon the initiation of the sealing technique. How is this possible? Aside from Hashirama Senju, who else can suppress my chakra? This kid isn't even from the Uzumaki clan, yet he can enhance the four-symbol seal with his own ideas, something I have never witnessed since the first Hokage. The Kyuubi's crimson eyes gleamed with resentment. Why are you so fixated on this little girl when you possess such strength? The tailed beast, controlling Kushina's body, glared at Minato, who was desperately executing the sealing technique, its hatred intensifying. Why? Why must individuals like you continually obstruct my quest for freedom? An endless malice erupted from the Kyuubi. You are the Kyuubi, for I am drawn to those who are strong, stronger than myself, and Kushina is the one I hold dear. Minato exerted every effort to channel his chakra into the four-symbol seal, struggling to speak amidst the Kyuubi's turbulent chakra. Kushina. In the sealing space, seated on the ground, Kushina appeared momentarily dazed as she heard Minato's voice from the outside. I am truly willful. Stay put, won't you? Even I will resist. Golden chains swiftly manifested within the sealing space, binding the colossal Kyuubi in an instant. With the aid of the four-symbol seal, the Kyuubi's rampaging chakra abruptly halted. Kushina. It seems she is regaining her senses. Outside, the Kyuubi's chakra began to recede, leaving only a faintly transparent red aura enveloping Kushina. Sensei Minato, the leader. Uchiha Gen reappeared beside Minato, witnessing the retreating crimson chakra on Kushina's form, his eyes widening in astonishment. Minato's strength has indeed grown. Such mastery of sealing techniques is remarkable. With your Sharingan, let us enter the sealed space of the Nine Tails together. My four-symbol seal is still imperfect, and the Nine Tails is struggling. Kushina, let us face this together. Upon seeing Uchiha Gen appear, Namikaze Minato's expression brightened, and he quickly spoke. Understood. Uchiha Gen nodded, his crimson three-tomo Sharingan activating instantaneously. And the immense ocular power clashed with the swirling chakra of the nine tails emanating from Kushina. Damn it! Damn it! Those wretched little brats. That cursed Sharingan. In the sealed space, sensing the familiar ocular power, the nine tails grew increasingly furious, tearing at the chains binding it. Diamond Lock. Within the sealed space, Uzumaki Kushina's chakra erupted with tremendous force. Countless chains reappeared, swiftly entangling the nine tails. You. Who do you think you are looking down upon? The chakra enveloping the nine tails surged violently, and once more, the crimson chakra of the tailed beast enveloped Kushina, 5 massive chakra tails sweeping towards the heavens. In an instant, Kushina's body was controlled by the nine tails. The beastly eyes manifested within Kushina's gaze. Die. Fixated on Namikaze Minato, who was maintaining the 4-symbol seal. The nine tails extended a claw. Boom. Fox, behave yourself. A dragon claw emerged, blocking the nine tails' lethal strike aimed at Minato's abdomen. Uchiha Gen, noticing the nine tails' transformation, swiftly intervened. Standing beside Minato, his three-tomo Sharingan locking eyes with the feral gaze of the nine tails. In the next moment, the surging ocular power surged forth, flooding the sealed space where the nine tails resided. Ohio, a faint sound of dripping water echoed. A flash of red light appeared, and Uchiha Gen's figure slowly materialized in the sealed space. Ohio, upon entering the sealed space, Uchiha Gen observed the nine tails playing with chains alongside Kushina. Smiling as he waved a greeting, the three-tomo Sharingan gently rotated, causing the nine tails, which had been frantically tugging at its chains, to freeze in place. Those cursed little brats. Witnessing Uchiha Gen's entrance into the sealed space, the nine tails erupted in rage, its chakras surging uncontrollably, causing the chains binding it to shatter piece by piece. Gen, help me. As the chains broke, Kushina's face paled, prompting Minato to shout urgently at Uchiha Gen while quickly gathering chakra to confront the nine tails. Leave it to me. Uchiha Gen raised his head to gaze at the colossal nine tails, his expression inscrutable. This is the true sealed space. Only pure chakra vessels and spiritual power vessels can enter. And what resides within me leans closer to the real. Sharingan Jinjutsu. The torrent of ocular power erupted, transforming the sealed space as if a new master had taken over. Numerous three-tomo Sharingan illusions manifested, gently swirling throughout the sealed space. Once again those eyes. Those eyes. And that damn seal of yours. This is my Jinchuriki. It has nothing to do with you. Gazing at Uchiha Gen, the nine tails, anger clouding its mind, opened its massive jaws, beginning to gather chakra. It no longer cared about anything. It wanted to destroy everything. No, I can feel that Kushina has always held a place for me in her heart, so I will never hand Kushina over to you. Super-tailed beast ball. Boom. Originally an unmarked ninjutsu developed by Namikaze Minato, it was used against the enemy for the first time. Minato wielded a massive azure sphere, striking the incomplete tailed beast ball. Diamond Lock. Uzumaki Kushina once again lifted the chains, binding the nine tails with great force. Under the relentless assault, the nine tails, straining against Uchiha Gen's ocular power, relaxed for a moment. The three-tomo's illusion flickered in the nine tails' beastly eyes, causing its form, which was maintaining the tailed beast ball, to stiffen. The tailed beast ball dissipated, and the super-tailed beast ball struck the nine tails' face with tremendous force. The diamond lock swiftly restrained the nine tails' limbs, causing it to collapse. For symbol seal. With a successful strike, Minato swiftly formed seals and struck the nine tails' abdomen. The sealing technique unfolded. The violent chakra gradually returned to tranquility. In the Konoha hospital, Namikaze Minato abruptly opened his eyes, momentarily stunned as he gazed at the familiar ceiling. However, the next second, a familiar red-haired figure appeared before him, hugging him tightly while softly sobbing. Kushina, what is happening? Embracing Uzumaki Kushina, Minato looked at the puzzled faces of those standing nearby. Haha, you really pushed yourself, almost exhausting your chakra completely. Only your incredible physique saved you from needing to stay in bed for days or facing other unforeseen incidents. With Kushina by your side, I can rest easy. Tsunade, leaning against the bedside, remarked, her arms crossed as she observed Minato. My pupil is indeed reliable. Jiraiya, standing beside Tsunade, chuckled proudly, hands on his hips. Thank you, Lady Tsunade, for your assistance once again. Jiraiya-sensei, what about Shien? It was all thanks to him that we could manage the nine tails. If he hadn't used his Sharingan to subdue it, I fear I would have struggled to contain its terrifying power. Minato gently patted Kushina, suddenly recalling something, and immediately inquired of Jiraiya. Since he is lying in bed, wouldn't Uchiha Gen, who entered the sealed space with him, be in danger? No need to worry, Shin is fine. He went out to get you something to eat. Jiraiya, recognizing Minato's concern, waved his hand dismissively. Wait, did you just say that the Uchiha brat used his Sharingan to control the Ninetales? Tsunade suddenly interjected, her tone serious as she looked at Minato. Lady Tsunade. Shin merely constructed a temporary scene with Jinjutsu, causing the Ninetales to fall into a brief state of distraction. It does not count as control. Just as Minato was about to speak, the door to the room swung open, and Uchiha Gen entered, carrying a food container while explaining. Following Uchiha Gen were Might Guy and Kakashi, who also bore fruits and flowers in their hands. So you are the famed Uchiha prodigy making waves recently? Such prowess at such a young age, and you've awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan. You little brat are quite impressive. Tsunade, arms crossed, looked down at Uchiha Gen. Even she, who rarely ventured out, had heard of his reputation multiple times, primarily through Shizune. She considered him merely an Uchiha prodigy valued by Sarutobi, not something she particularly cared about. However, upon hearing from Minato that Uchiha Gen had managed to subdue the Ninetales, she became somewhat intrigued. She had once heard her grandmother say that among all Uchiha, only her great-uncle Uchiha Madara had ever controlled the Ninetales, making it fight against her great-uncle. Now, someone claimed that a mere child could control the Ninetales. This was utterly absurd. Could this child possess the same talent as Uchiha Madara? A flicker of worry passed through Tsunade's eyes. She did not believe Konoha would see another Senju Hashirama. However, she glanced at the somewhat awkward Minato lying on the bed. It is I, having met you, Lady Tsunade. Uchiha Gen stepped forward, placing the food box firmly in the hands of bluffing Shuemin, then turned to nod in greeting towards Tsunade. I heard you are the disciple of Shuemin's boy? Tsunade inquired, her eyes narrowing slightly. If it is indeed that boy, perhaps this Uchiha will differ from the others of his clan. Indeed, Lady Tsunade, Shin, along with Kakashi and Kai, are my subordinates, bluffing Shuemin quickly interjected. Glancing at Uchiha Gen, realizing he had revealed more than he intended. Chapter 41. The final responsibility of the Senju clan. Upon hearing this, Tsunade nodded and fell silent, though her furrowed brow caught the attention of Jiraiya, prompting him to intervene. Ha ha, Shin, today you have been a great help. The technique Shuemin used to subdue the Kyuubi was the Rasengan you taught him. I wonder how your mind works. Both Hitaki's Chidori and this Rasengan, while still untested, certainly hold the potential for A-rank ninjutsu. Moreover, the Rasengan is an unsealed technique that can be further enhanced, undoubtedly qualifying it as S-rank ninjutsu. Jiraiya remarked, grinning at Uchiha Gen, his words also directed towards Tsunade. Although Uchiha is your clan's rival, sharing A-rank and even S-rank ninjutsu is possible, so do not view others through a tinted lens. That is merely luck, Uchiha Gen replied softly, casting a sidelong glance at the silent Tsunade. He understood the enmity between the Senju and Uchiha clans. The birth of such techniques is devoid of mere chance. Wolfing Shuemin shook his head gently, his gaze filled with confusion as he regarded Uchiha Gen. The Rasengan resembled the tailed beast bomb used by the Kyuubi. Indeed, when Shuemin fought that foul fox with that technique, the scene was truly astounding. A ninjutsu powerful enough to contend with the strength of a tailed beast. Gen, you are truly a genius, and I must extend my gratitude to you. At this moment, Uzumaki Kushina rose from bluffing Shuemin's embrace, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Uchiha Gen and exclaimed, with Shuemin mastering such a technique, he has surely grown stronger. Enough. I am not so petty as to let familial grievances affect my emotions over a child. Youngster, your talent is formidable, yet equally daunting. I hope you do not lose yourself in the allure of those eyes. Although it may seem untimely to convey this now, you will come to understand that power is not an absolute pursuit. Tsunade stated with a huff. As one of the legendary Sannin, she was no fool. She noticed that everyone in the room seemed to be speaking on behalf of Uchiha Gen to prevent her from targeting him. After her remark, Tsunade shot a cold glance at Jiraiya before turning back to Uchiha Gen, speaking softly before departing the room. While Tsunade's talent inadvertently reminded her of Uchiha Madara, she found it hard to trust Uchiha Gen, yet she was willing to place her faith in bluffing Shuemin, Uchiha Gen's teacher. Well, that's just how Tsunade is. Don't take it personally, Shien. Given your standing in the Uchiha clan, you likely have some understanding of the matters between the Uchiha and Senju. I apologize on her behalf. Jiraiya said awkwardly, scratching his head. After all, Uchiha Shien was the one who saved Bluffing Shuemin and Uzumaki Kushina, and Tsunade's tone carried an air of questioning and admonishment. Although she was a predecessor, it felt somewhat inappropriate. It matters not to me. I act according to my own heart. I do not seek accolades or praise for my good deeds, nor do I resent others for seeking revenge over my misdeeds. How others perceive me is inconsequential. I am simply myself. As one bearing the Uchiha name, I shall accept both the glory it brings and the disdain it incurs. Uchiha Shien stated nonchalantly, waving his hand as he turned to exit the hospital room. Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy, upon witnessing this, placed their gifts down and followed suit. Wherever Uchiha Shien went, they would follow. Wolfeng, this child may not be as you envision, distinct from other Uchiha. His thoughts have not expanded to encompass the village but remain confined to his clan, Jiraiya remarked, narrowing his eyes as he observed Uchiha Shien's retreating figure. The fact that Uchiha Shien spoke of carrying the Uchiha name indicated that he shared the pride of his clan. Was not the Uchiha clan a part of the village? Indeed, Shien is truly different. Bluffing Shuemin smiled gently at this, addressing his teacher softly. Everything will change. The three departed the hospital, walking along the path. Hatake Kakashi glanced at Uchiha Shien ahead, reflecting on Tsunade's gaze towards him in the hospital, and could not help but recall the rumors surrounding Hatake Sakumo. Why do people often view others through the lens of their own biases? Shien has grown up under such scrutiny. Is the Uchiha clan not a fine clan? Why harbor prejudice against them? Kakashi clenched his fist tightly. By the way, don't we have a gathering to attend tomorrow? Might Guy inquired at that moment. The next day at the familiar Konoha barbecue restaurant, in the private room. What? You're not leaving? Yuhi Kurenai exclaimed in shock as she looked at Kata Shizune, who suddenly announced she would not be departing from Konoha. Then what about this farewell gathering? Well, I only found out last night. Lady Tsunade suddenly changed her mind, so I apologize for the farewell gathering everyone prepared for me, Kata Shizune said, clasping her hands together. Looking apologetically at her classmates who had come to bid her farewell, bowing deeply. It's fine. Since you're not leaving, let us modify the plan. Shizune, isn't it wonderful that you don't have to leave the village and be separated from us? I'm sure everyone feels the same way, Yuhi Kurenai said, helping Kata Shizune up with a smile, curious about the reason behind Tsunade's sudden change of heart. Lady Tsunade mentioned she needed to fulfill the final responsibility of the Senju clan. Kata Shizune glanced at Uchiha Shien, who was sitting in the corner eating barbecue with Kakashi, and spoke thoughtfully. Chapter 42. The Fate of Uchiha Obito, the final responsibility of the Senju clan? Ah, yes. It seems that Lady Tsunade is indeed the last remaining member of the Senju clan. Shizune, do you know what this responsibility entails? It wouldn't be, Yuhi Kurenai queried, her face flushing as she lightly poked Kata Shizune, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Uchiha Shien. What are you thinking? Lady Tsunade has likely long since abandoned such notions. Her decision to stay is related to other matters, seemingly involving the Uchiha. Kata Shizune, noticing Yuhi Kurenai's flushed face, immediately guessed her thoughts and playfully tapped her on the head, bemused. The Uchiha? Shien and Obito's clan. Yuhi Kurenai said, clutching her head in surprise, her gaze shifting to the corner of the room. There, the two members of the Uchiha clan in the class. Where are they? Hee. Shien, may I ask you something? Uchiha Obito rubbed his hands together and leaned closer to Uchiha Shien with a mischievous grin. Go ahead. Glancing at the strangely styled Uchiha Obito, who wore protective goggles and a forehead protector, Uchiha Shien casually replied while chewing on some grilled meat. How can one awaken the Sharingan? We are of the same age. Yet I have heard from our clan elders that you have already unlocked the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Meanwhile, I have not even awakened a single Tomo. During your early graduation, the clan has been full of praises for you, calling you the future of the Uchiha, embodying the glory of our clan. Even my grandmother, who rarely pays attention to the clan's prodigies, knows of you and feels proud. Hee, don't misunderstand, I'm not jealous. I simply wish to become a source of pride for the Uchiha as well. Besides, my grandmother mentioned that you carry the weight of so many expectations from our clan members at such a young age, which must be exhausting. Thus, I want to help you share that burden, just a little, of course. I merely desire the respect of our clan members, nothing more. Uchiha Obito said. a hint of crimson spreading across his cheeks as he turned to Uchiha Gen. Do you truly wish to awaken the Sharingan? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Gen set down his chopsticks and looked earnestly at Uchiha Obito. Of course I do. This is the strongest power within our Uchiha clan. However, no matter how I protect these eyes, I cannot awaken them. Surely, it's not that I purchased the wrong brand of eye drops, is it? Gen, what brand of eye drops do you use? Uchiha Obito inquired curiously. The awakening of the Sharingan does not depend on eye drops, Obito. Uchiha Gen could not help but cover his face, finally understanding why Kakashi disliked interacting with the underachievers. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Huh, is that so? Uchiha Obito scratched his head. Well, Obito, remember this. The power of the Sharingan stems from protection and love. When you comprehend the essence of love and guardianship, and when the time comes that you require strength, the Sharingan will respond accordingly. Uchiha Gen said solemnly, gazing at Uchiha Obito. Thus, in the original timeline, Uchiha Obito was indeed a complete fool, yet at least for now, he remained that kind-hearted youth. Moreover, he shared the same surname as myself. Is that so? Uchiha Obito nodded, a dazed expression on his face. Then his cheeks flushed a deep crimson as he cautiously glanced at Noera Rin sitting beside him, quickly averting his gaze as if fearing discovery. Sigh, I might truly be losing my mind. Obito, look at me. Observing the bashful expression on Uchiha Obito's face, and noticing the Uchiha clan emblem behind him, Uchiha Gen sighed helplessly and murmured, Huh. Just as Uchiha Obito was immersed in the revelation of what love is, which could potentially awaken the Sharingan and save Noera Rin, Uchiha Gen's voice snapped him back to reality. Turning around, he beheld a pair of scarlet, three-tomo Sharingans slowly rotating, emanating an eerie crimson light. The Sharingan has been unsealed. A vast surge of mental energy flooded into Uchiha Obito's eyes, and the phantom of the three-tomo Sharingan flickered within his gaze. Who told you to be an Uchiha? Uchiha Gen retracted his Sharingan, silently observing Uchiha Obito, who appeared somewhat dazed from the overwhelming infusion of mental energy. Jiraiya spoke truly. In Uchiha Gen's heart, the clan indeed held greater significance than the village. After all, since childhood, he had been nurtured by the Uchiha clan, and even now, he had reached this point thanks to their unwavering support. Although possessing the panel as an external aid, the comprehensive backing from the Uchiha clan accelerated his growth process. Presently, Uchiha Obito was merely an ordinary Uchiha youth who aspired to become Hokage while shouldering the honor of the Uchiha. As for Uchiha Madara, let us see who truly dictates Uchiha Obito's fate. Why do I suddenly feel a bit dizzy? Gen, did you just awaken the Sharingan? I think I saw your eyes turn red. Uchiha Obito shook his head, looking at Uchiha Gen in confusion. Did I really just see Uchiha Gen activate his Sharingan? Just eat your grilled meat. Uchiha Gen rolled his eyes and placed the charred meat in front of Uchiha Obito's bowl, then continued grilling more meat. Huh. Oh. Uchiha Obito scratched his hair and picked up his chopsticks to eat the grilled meat. Gen, what you just? Suddenly, Hatake Kakashi, seated beside Uchiha Gen, spoke up, pointing at Uchiha Obito and then at Uchiha Gen's eyes in confusion. Kakashi, do you think if I knowingly walk into danger, even if it disrupts many things, am I out of my mind? Uchiha Gen leaned on his chin, asking Kakashi. It depends on your reasons for choosing to do so. If it's merely for this underachiever, I would certainly disapprove. However, you must have your own thoughts behind it. Regardless of what you choose, I will support you. Hatake Kakashi replied with a serious expression, while internally questioning what could possibly lead the current Uchiha Gen to feel there was danger, particularly related to Uchiha Obito, the underachiever. Hatake Kakashi was perplexed. Gen, Kakashi, try this. It's even tastier than what we had last time. Just as Uchiha Gen contemplated how to navigate the future, a plate of perfectly grilled meat was placed before him. Turning around, he saw Might Guy giving him a thumbs up with a smile. Chapter 43, The Third Great Ninja War. Sunagakure. Inside the Kazekage's office. At this moment, the seat of Kazekage was occupied not by the renowned third Kazekage, the strongest of his kind, but by a woman whose face bore the marks of age. Have you still not found them? Could it truly be you, Scorpion? The woman was Chiyo, the flower of Sunagakure, who inherited the puppet techniques of the legendary puppet master, Sasori. Chiyo had lost her usual calmness and vivacity, her wrinkled face etched with exhaustion. Sister, rumors have begun to circulate within the village. If we do not find the Kazekage soon. Hai Laozong stood before Chiyo. looking at his increasingly frail sister with a pained expression. Hai Laozong, let us continue searching. Let us search for 3 more days. Consider it my selfish wish. I will suppress the rumors within the village, but if we still cannot find them, we must prepare. Chio weakly raised her hand to wave it off. The entire Sunagakure has already been searched, yet there was still no sign of the 3rd Kazekage or Scorpion. As astute as she was, how could she not realize that locating the missing individuals was akin to an uphill battle? But what if things were not as she suspected? Chio held on to a glimmer of hope. Understood. Hai Laozong nodded. He was well aware of what Chio meant by preparing. War. A village bereft of its leader. Now, Sunagakure could only gamble on a chance. Go. Border of Konohagakure. A flash of white light erupted, blood splattered. Hatake Kakashi calmly sheathed his blade, frowning at the forehead protector adorning the corpse's head. What is happening these past few days? The ninjas of Sunagakure are leaving in droves, frequently invading the borders of the Land of Fire, and with the addition of Iwagakure's ninjas, the border defense seems insufficient. What else could it be? A war is looming. From trivial skirmishes to such blatant provocations, Iwagakure and Sunagakure. Uchiha Gen gently wiped the blade on his arm with a coarse cloth, speaking softly. The onset of the 3rd Great Ninja War is marked by the mysterious disappearance of Fengying and the sudden aggression of Sunagakure towards Konohagakure. These events foreshadow the impending conflict. Inside the Hokage's office in Konohagakure, a report reaches the Hokage. Lord Hokage, according to urgent updates from the frontline Umbu and the Border Defense Unit, Sunagakure appears poised to tear up the peace treaty, relentlessly dispatching lower-ranking ninjas to invade our Land of Fire's borders. Our front line is understaffed and cannot simultaneously fend off attacks from both the Iwagakure and Sunagakure. The Konohagakure border defense forces have already suffered losses. Furthermore, intelligence relayed by our spy, Tuna, indicates that Sunagakure's harassment of our borders is merely a ruse. Their main forces have completed preparations and infiltrated the Land of Rivers, with the intent of igniting war. An Umbu ninja, panting and half-kneeling before Sarutobi Hiruzen, spoke rapidly. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen rose abruptly, fully aware that war was inevitable. Yet he never anticipated that Sunagakure, a village that had signed a peace treaty with Konohagakure, would be the catalyst for this conflict. All prior strategies had been devised with Iwagakure in mind, and Sunagakure's sudden move disrupted many of Hiruzen's plans. Damn Sunagakure. Issue the Hokage's orders. Orochimaru will serve as the commander, with Jiraiya as the deputy commander, leading the elite ninja squad and the 3rd Ninja Corps to immediately repel the Sunagakure assault. Additionally, inform all department heads and clan leaders to convene in the meeting room. Hiruzen's mind raced as he addressed the Umbu ninja before him. In that moment, he exemplified the spirit of a true ninja. If Sunagakure wished for battle, then they would receive it. Understood. The Umbu vanished instantly from the Hokage's office, as a series of commands echoed from the Hokage's office. Konohagakure operated with the efficiency of a colossal machine. All ninjas receiving deployment orders swiftly assembled and prepared to march towards the borders of the Land of Fire. At the Konohagakure Hospital, the onset of war necessitated the presence of medical ninjas on the front line. However, within the director's office, Tsunade sat with a troubled expression. Since her decision to remain in the village, she had returned to her duties at the hospital, not participating in major surgeries, but instead mentoring the medical ninjas in healing techniques. With war looming, as a Konohagakure ninja, she was expected to head to the front line. Yet she understood her own limitations. Her presence there would only be a burden. Tsunade-sama, what should we do? Kato Shizen timidly inquired beside her. Let Kahiko lead the team. My condition is no longer fit for battle, Tsunade replied grimly, clenching her fists. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Soon, all ninjas preparing for deployment within Konohagakure were fully assembled on the streets. Orochimaru, as the commander, stood at the forefront of the formation, with long black hair, golden slit pupils, and pale skin adorned with purple eyeshadow. He wore a green vest of Konohagakure, emanating an aura of coldness. Beside him stood Jiraiya, also clad in a ninja vest, his usual playful demeanor replaced by a serious expression. The center of the street was occupied by the departing ninja forces, while civilians and families of ninjas gathered on either side to bid farewell. Muffled cries echoed through the crowd, as a wrinkled-faced woman struggled to conceal her sorrow. For in the center of the street were her child or husband. Amidst the tears, fervent prayers were uttered, as they hoped for the safe return of their loved ones. The commencement of war inevitably accompanied sorrow. Perhaps just yesterday, families had joyfully played together, and now they were donning their armor to confront the battlefield. Yesterday's joy was eclipsed by today's bloodshed and loss. Depart. Orochimaru's voice resonated solemnly. Yes, the robust and unified response reverberated through Konohagakure. The Konohagakure forces officially advanced towards the battlefield, maintaining formation and conserving their stamina, tasked with escorting and ensuring the safety of medical ninjas proceeding to the front line. This time, the medical ninja contingent lacked elite Jonin protection, rendering their mission urgent. In the forest, Yuhi Kurenai, with a serious expression, swiftly led her team of 3 ninjas toward Konohagakure. Following closely behind her were Yuhi Kurenai, Uchiha Obito, and Naruto. Chapter 44. The Anomaly. This Gaikai in a mountainous forest at the border of the Land of Fire. A squad of Sunagakure ninjas stealthily infiltrated deeper into the Land of Fire. Confirming their mission once more, the leading Jonin, under the direction of Elder Chiyo, stated, Konohagakure must have begun preparations for war. Our task is to swiftly infiltrate the Land of Fire and ascertain the logistical supply routes of Konohagakure. If necessary, for the sake of our village, we may need to sacrifice and destroy Konohagakure's supply lines. Do you all understand? The Jonin, taking advantage of the forest cover, addressed the middle-ranking ninjas behind him. Understood. The middle-ranking ninjas nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with hatred for Konohagakure. They were a suicide squad specifically assembled by Chiyo, fueled by animosity towards Konohagakure. Suddenly, the leading Jonin raised a hand, signaling for the group to halt, then sharply gazed upwards. After several days of hunting, have we finally encountered a worthy target? In the dense foliage, Uchiha Gen stood atop a sturdy branch, observing the Sunagakure ninjas below. Not far from him, on another branch, stood Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy. Phew, you startled me. I thought you were something formidable. Hey, you little brat from Konohagakure, do you really believe that wearing that headband makes you a qualified ninja? The Sunagakure Jonin scoffed, his furrowed brow relaxing as he realized they were merely 3 young ninjas from Konohagakure. However, despite his words, he gestured subtly to the middle-ranking ninjas behind him. A ninja capable of approaching them silently on the front line could not possibly be an ordinary child. In the world of ninjas, carelessness can lead to one's demise. There is no need for your pathetic little gestures. They are far too obvious in the presence of these eyes. Uchiha Gen smirked as the 3-tomo Sharingan began to rotate within his eyes. Damn it. It's an Uchiha ninja. Don't look into his eyes. The Sunagakure Jonin, upon noticing the red glow in Uchiha Gen's eyes, immediately averted his gaze while hastily forming hand seals. Wind release, gale bullet. As the hand seals were completed, a razor-sharp wind sphere was expelled from the Jonin's mouth, shooting towards Uchiha Gen and Kakashi. Whoosh. The wind sphere sliced through the air, piercing through the bodies of Uchiha Gen and Kakashi in an instant. It worked. The Sunagakure Jonin's eyes gleamed with delight at the success of his technique, as he had dispatched countless unsuspecting foes with this swift wind attack. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. For Uchiha Gen, despite having been struck in the chest by the wind technique, showed no sign of blood. Since you were aware of the danger of staring into the Sharingan, when did you begin to believe you were not caught in an illusion? The chilling voice echoed in his ears. The Sunagakure Jonin turned abruptly and was met with the sight of the middle-ranking ninjas who had followed him, now lying twisted and lifeless on the ground. Their necks were grotesquely twisted by an incomprehensible force wielded by a shinobi of Suna. How could this little Uchiha accomplish such a feat? A bead of cold sweat trickled down the shinobi's face, the taste of blood suddenly flooding his mouth. A searing pain coursed through him. He attempted to break the illusion's control through this agony, yet the surroundings remained unchanged. The contorted bodies of the Suna Chunin lay on the ground, while Uchiha Gen, pierced through the chest, stood atop a branch, smiling down at him. Eerie caws of crows echoed through the forest, gradually fading into silence. The world fell into a stillness, leaving only the sound of his ragged breaths. It is impossible. I should be able to dispel this illusion. How could this be real? No, this is an illusion. Is this reality or illusion? Blood continuously dripped from the corners of the Suna shinobi's mouth, and the smiling figure of Uchiha Gen began to fragment as the blood fell. Soon, Uchiha Gen, with his 3-tomo Sharingan, surrounded the Suna shinobi. The Suna shinobi attempted to draw a kunai from his waist, but found himself unable to control his own body. Looking down, He saw the Suna Chunin, who should have been lying on the ground, smiling at him with twisted necks. So I have already descended into hell. Congratulations, trainer. For defeating LV-48 human. Trainer experience, 48, Charizard experience, 48, Shinado experience, 48, card draws, 1, no drops. To control a Jonin and several Chunin merely with an illusion. Is the Sharingan truly this powerful? Hatake Kakashi stared with his dead fish eyes, binding the immobilized Suna shinobi with rope as he spoke. The longer he stayed with Uchiha Gen, the more he realized the terrifying potential of the Sharingan. Setting aside the perfect replication of opponent's ninjutsu, even the simple application of illusion left Kakashi yearning. Standing idle, doing nothing, yet just a glance could render the opponent defenseless. How utterly captivating. Foolish Kakashi. Lamenting his unfortunate fate for lacking the Sharingan. Uchiha Izuna, perched on a branch, watched Kakashi binding the Suna shinobi with a gentle smile and remarked, "Indeed, I am rather unfortunate. These few shall be entrusted to you, Kai." After binding the Suna shinobi, Kakashi rolled his eyes and tossed the bound shinobi to Kai, who was busy binding other Suna Chunin. "Rest assured, leave it to me. I will swiftly carry them back to the camp. If I slow down along the way, I will punish myself with 200 repetitions of the Uchiha fluid technique. If I successfully complete the task, I shall reward myself with an additional 500 pounds of weight for 200 squats." Might Guy hoisted the bound individuals onto his shoulder, giving Kakashi a thumbs up and a toothy grin before swiftly racing towards the border camp. Truly, he is a freak. This guy is something else. Watching Might Guy run off into the distance, Kakashi couldn't help but facepalm. To maintain such intense training amidst the numerous tedious tasks at the border, this is nothing short of bizarre. Chapter 45, The Spectre of Uchiha 2 days later. In the command room at the Fire Country's border, Orochimaru, now at the front lines, sat in the main seat, silently listening to the report from the Yamanaka clan's shinobi. Beside him, Jiraiya clearly lacked Orochimaru's composure, his face a canvas of astonishment. In just 2 days, the Yamanaka clan's shinobi had successfully extracted the reasons behind Suna village's declaration of war from the mind of the captured Suna shinobi. The third Kazekage of Suna had gone missing. The chaos stemming from the disappearance of a village leader was undoubtedly significant. And the reason for Suna's initiation of war was absurd. They suspected that Konoha had stealthily abducted their Kazekage. However, this rationale was evidently untenable. The individuals present were not fools. The notion of extracting the highest combat power of a village without alerting anyone was sheer folly, according to the information gleaned from the Suna shinobi's mind. In addition to the Kazekage's disappearance, the grandson of Elder Chiyo, the genius puppet master known as Sasori, had also vanished. Yet, this information had been suppressed by Suna's elder council, and only a select few high-ranking shinobi and powerful clan members were privy to this news. The Yamanaka clan's shinobi continued with his report, but his tone carried an oddity. He suspected that the disappearance of the third Kazekage was likely the doing of this Sasori. Not only him, but even the Suna shinobi from whom he had extracted memories harbored similar doubts. However, the disparity in strength between a mere genius Jonin and the renowned Kazekage, the strongest of his kind, rendered their suspicions just that, suspicions. The third Kazekage has actually gone missing. How intriguing. This Chiyo is quite the clever individual. A faint glimmer flickered in Orochimaru's cold, serpentine eyes. Such a sudden disappearance of a village's leader had never before transpired in the shinobi world. One of the simplest ways to shift internal discord is to convert it into external conflict. It seems that the old woman has realized something amiss with her grandson. Orochimaru chuckled softly, a village without a leader, yet she possesses enough authority to instigate this war. Jiraiya beside Orochimaru could not help but feel a tinge of melancholy. To unite the entirety of Suna village and launch an offensive war immediately following the Kazekage's disappearance. Elder Chiyo's standing in Suna must be akin to that of a second Kazekage. However, regardless of her influence, the intelligence obtained today could undoubtedly be disseminated, significantly diminishing Suna's war fervor. It might even halt this ridiculous war altogether. Filled with anticipation, Jiraiya turned to Orochimaru. Although I hold the position of deputy commander, I am primarily responsible for the Iwagakure front. The arrangements for Suna's military actions are determined by you and the Nara clan's shinobi. Do not be so naive, Jiraiya. Once war has commenced, it cannot be swiftly concluded. Even if the news of the Kazekage's disappearance spreads, hostilities will not cease. It may even escalate the conflict. After all, a village without a leader is viewed as a prime target by others, and presently, they are attacking another perceived target. The shinobi world will inevitably descend into chaos. Orochimaru cast a disdainful glance at Jiraiya, unimpressed by his naivety. Hey, what kind of look is that? Jiraiya, incensed by Orochimaru's disdain, suddenly stood and pointed at him, exclaiming, "Now that we know Suna village is without a Kazekage, relay my orders to assemble the shinobi forces for a counteroffensive against the Wind Country." Ignoring Jiraiya's outburst, Orochimaru coldly issued orders to the gathered individuals. With a flick of his wrist, a kunai landed in his hand. Glancing at the map on the table, he thrust the kunai into the location of the Wind Country with a decisive clang. "Jiraiya, while our forces advance into the Wind Country, you will oversee the front lines of the Fire Country." Although Iwagakure has not yet indicated a desire for war, knowing that old man, once we invade Suna, he won't remain idle. He will certainly take advantage of our weakened border forces to launch an attack, so take this seriously. Do not forget, not long ago, Iwagakure even deployed a tailed beast Jinchuriki, who possesses the capability for large-scale strikes. Moreover, and most crucially, based on the intelligence gathered from the shadows, it is highly probable that the Jinchuriki of Yanin village has already reached the borders where the land of earth meets the land of fire. Orochimaru's expression turned solemn. Truth be told, he believed that Jiraiya was ill-suited for the role of a frontline commander. In his mind, only a handful of individuals within Konoha were fit to lead in this war, and Jiraiya was evidently not among them. The moment those words escaped his lips, the faces of everyone in the conference room shifted dramatically. Yanin village had outright deployed a Jinchuriki. The formidable strength of tailed beasts was abundantly clear to all present. Although Jinchuriki are powerful, they are not invincible. I have already made arrangements for those capable of dealing with them. Furthermore, everyone is aware of how the battle with Suna will unfold. Liangnai, I leave the matter of the antidote transport in your hands. As the chief commander, Orochimaru methodically issued various tasks, and the entire border defense unit began to operate steadily under his commands. In a dimly lit, uncharted cavern beneath the earth, an aged man, whose appearance had deteriorated, reclined on a stone chair. Ignoring the thick tubes protruding from behind him, the elderly figure, with his eyes tightly closed as if in deep slumber, exuded a semblance of kindness. This gentleness, unique to the old man's demeanor, appeared quite eerie in the cavern's darkness. "Madara-sama, the fighting is about to commence outside. That child has already stepped onto the battlefield, albeit as a logistical protector." A pale, grotesque figure slowly emerged from the ground, reporting to the elder in the stone chair with a peculiar tone. A pair of crimson eyes opened in the darkness, transforming the once benign elderly man into a phantom reminiscent of the legendary Grim Reaper. Within those scarlet orbs, 3 tomo revolved slowly, their immense chakra saturating the underground space, signifying the identity of this individual. Known as the Shura of the ninja world, he stood alongside the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, and was the reanimated form of Uchiha Madara. Chapter 46. Are you ready to dance? Ah, Hashirama, the peace you maintain is indeed fragile. The surging chakra accompanied Madara's deep voice, washing over the entire underground chamber. Unable to bear the overwhelming chakra, the 3 tomo Sharingan within their sockets spun wildly, nearly forming a flawless, bold circle. "Keep an eye on that child. I cannot wait for a Uchiha with such great love and foolishness for much longer," Madara coldly remarked. "Yes, Madara-sama, but there is another matter. Should we pay attention to another Uchiha child?" Baiju produced a scroll, unfolding it before Madara. If Uchiha Gen were present, he would recognize that it contained numerous pieces of intelligence about him, including descriptions of various techniques and skills he had employed. A 7-year-old with a 3 tomo Sharingan. How unfortunate that his thoughts are too self-centered, and this child exhibits excessive maturity. Compared to Uchiha Obito, he is hardly a worthy successor. His bonds with other kids are anything but pure. This Uchiha lacks the true talent of our clan. The genuine talent of the Uchiha clan is never determined by the timing of awakening these eyes or the application of ninjutsu. Uchiha Gen? He falls woefully short. Madara spoke solemnly, raising his hand slightly as flames flickered into existence. The fire enveloped the scroll, and as the flames emerged, the dim cavern grew even more sinister. As a massive demonic figure flickered in the firelight. "Time, Hashirama." A sigh echoed in the cavern's darkness. The flames extinguished, the scarlet eyes closed, and the cavern returned to its shadowy state. 10 kilometers away, a team from Yanin was resting, consisting of at least 4 jonin, one of whom bore numerous sealing marks and fluctuations of fire-release chakra around his waist. They were most likely our target, the supply team from Yanin. Within the borders of the land of Earth, Namikaze Minato supported himself with one hand on the ground, while the other formed seals, closing his eyes to sense the situation ahead. Under Jiraiya's orders, Minato's team infiltrated the borders of the land of Earth to gather precise intelligence on Yanin village's movements and to find opportunities to sever their supply lines, thereby stalling Yanin's war efforts against Konoha. This would allow the Konoha ninja on the battlefield of the Land of Wind to engage Suna without hindrance. Mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato found this task exceedingly manageable. After utilizing his sensory ninjutsu over a distance of 10 kilometers, it was highly probable that the enemy had already detected their presence. A convoy transporting supplies would undoubtedly have sensory ninjas. A frontal assault? Hatake Kakashi gently placed his hand on White Fang, quietly inquiring of Minato. Sensory ninjutsu can sense one another, and in today's ninja world, barring some special sensory methods, most sensory ninjutsu would be exposed before other sensory-type ninjas. This is why the Byakugan and the Aburame clan's insects are regarded with such strategic significance. The Byakugan, in particular, is unique since the Hyuga clan's Byakugan perceives without any chakra fluctuations. Even sensory ninjutsu cannot detect when one is being sensed by others. Perhaps because they were deep within the land of Earth, this small team lacked any sensory ninjas, and I had not been exposed. We had already penetrated into the defensive area of the land of Earth. Engaging in combat would inevitably attract the attention of other enemies, so we must resolve this swiftly. Gen, we will act together. Kakashi, Guy, you two are responsible for providing support and ensuring the enemy cannot escape. If Gen and I cannot quickly conclude the battle, you must immediately join us and retreat. Minato shook his head. His sensory ninjutsu had not detected the presence of any sensory ninjas, and Yanin clearly lacked the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, making discovery unlikely. Understood, I will proceed first. Minato-sensei, you handle the cleanup. Uchiha Gen nodded, stepping forward and vanishing from the sight of the three. Teleportation of the superpower system. The space-time ninjutsu developed by Gen allows for instantaneous movement without the need for any markers, which is truly enviable. Observing the spot where Uchiha Gen vanished, Minato felt a twinge of envy. Although his Flying Thunder God technique was formidable, it still bore certain limitations, requiring markers, which could often pose significant risks. Nevertheless, voicing his thoughts, Minato swiftly moved toward the Yanin team. In a flash, Uchiha Gen appeared before the resting Yanin ninjas. As long as the mental energy field could sense a location, instant movement could be achieved in an instant. Teleportation not only facilitated personal spatial transfer, but could also carry items or individuals along. As for why Uchiha Gen arrived alone, it was simply to avoid the risk of losing a kill. Are you ready to dance? Uchiha Gen smirked, lowering his body and raising his arms. Telekinesis. An invisible force instantly descended, ensnaring the Yanin ninjas, who had no time to react to Gen's sudden appearance, and pulling them into the air. A cerulean glow flowed within Uchiha Gen's gaze, his mastery of superpowers growing increasingly proficient with time. The intangible telekinesis coiled around the necks of several jonin. Then, with a crisp snap, the sound echoed through the forest, and several jonin and chunin met their end before uttering a single word. Congratulations to the trainer for defeating a level 48 human. The trainer gained 48 experience points, as did the Pokémon, including the powerful Huolong and Shineduo. With the demise of several Iwagakure ninjas, a series of data sounds echoed in Uchiha Shin's ears. It was quite commendable to add another opportunity to draw a Pokémon card. However, as one's strength increases, acquiring substantial experience becomes increasingly challenging. Fortunately, the ongoing war has led to a substantial influx of opportunities. As the azure light in his eyes faded, corpses fell from the sky. Uchiha Shin crouched down and reached for the waist of one of the bodies, retrieving a large scroll of sealing techniques. He pondered silently as he held it in his hands. Chapter 47. The Dark Infinite Moment of Unseen Harm Zero Style. A sharp sound pierced the air. A specially crafted kunai suddenly struck the ground beside Uchiha Shin, and with a flash of golden light, the figure of Bluffing Shuemin appeared. Upon his arrival, Bluffing Shuemin's gaze was drawn to the numerous corpses scattered across the ground, and he could only cover his face in resignation. He had arrived late yet again. Despite rushing with all his might, he still could not keep up. "Xian, your strength has likely caught up to mine by now," Guofeng Shuimin remarked, contemplating the sight of Uchiha Xian. Only those who master space-time ninjutsu understand its formidable power, especially when it is employed with such audacity. However, Uchiha Xian was aware that he still had a distance to cover before he could rival his teacher, Shuimin. He tossed the scroll filled with explosive tags and battle supplies to Guofeng Shuimin and shook his head. Understanding oneself is crucial. Currently, defeating Guofeng Shuimin remains a daunting task for Uchiha Xian. He could only maintain an absolute undefeated stance. His instantaneous movement indeed surpassed the Flying Thunder God technique in terms of offensive and evasive capabilities, yet in practicality, it fell short. After all, instantaneous movement cannot redirect an opponent's attacks or force them to harm themselves. Moreover, Guofeng Shuimin's prowess extends beyond just the Flying Thunder God technique. In battles between ninjas, the key lies in the disparity of information. Uchiha Xian believed he could annoy Guofeng Shuimin with various Pokémon skills. But to engage him in a genuinely lethal battle and emerge victorious would be exceedingly difficult. The nature of space-time ninjutsu is too evasive. Of course, there are ways to level the playing field, such as persistently using instantaneous movement to exhaust Guofeng Shuimin's chakra, akin to grinding tofu to wear down an opponent. After all, Uchiha Xian's chakra reserves were comparable to that of a tailed beast, supported by 2 Pokémon within him and his astonishing physique, allowing him to refine chakra in vast quantities. Still so humble, I see. Let us proceed to the next location. The quantity of supplies contained within this scroll suggests that a Wagakure possesses more than just a single supply team. With Uchiha Xian's involvement, this mission had become remarkably simple, to the point of eliciting a sense of shame in his teacher, who felt he had contributed nothing. Guofeng Shuimin performed hand seals with one hand, sealing the bodies into a scroll he carried. He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "We must be given some opportunities for training, wouldn't you agree, Shuimin-sensei?" Without a doubt, if he did not swiftly eliminate the targets, he would never be able to compete with Uchiha Xian's speed. Uchiha Xian returned a smile to Guofeng Shuimin. The drawback of undertaking missions alongside Guofeng Shuimin was that his speed in dispatching foes was astonishingly rapid, sometimes leaving Uchiha Xian unable to keep pace. The title of Yellow Flash suited him well. Only those who witnessed Guofeng Shuimin's demeanor on the battlefield could grasp why he bore such a name. Nonetheless, I believe the ones who truly need training are Kakashi and Guy. This kind of intangible strength has transcended the realm of techniques, hasn't it? Such power resembles a new bloodline limit. Xian, to develop such abilities, the term genius seems insufficient to describe you, Guofeng Shuimin remarked, recalling the sight of several corpses with twisted necks. Speaking with a sense of nostalgia, the space-time ninjutsu that requires no markings, combined with such intangible power, is indeed exceptionally suited for a ninja. It's no wonder Kakashi has referred to you in such a manner. You truly are extraordinary. There was another thought that Guofeng Shuimin kept to himself. Does this technique, or perhaps this bloodline limit, have a name? After reuniting with Hatake, Kakashi, and Guy, the group continued traversing the land of Earth. Guofeng Shuimin, unable to suppress his curiosity, turned to Uchiha Xian and inquired, "What do you call this power of yours? Psychic abilities, or perhaps superpowers?" Uchiha Xian replied, glancing at Guofeng Shuimin. Noticing his eager expression, Uchiha Xian couldn't help but smirk, recalling previous interactions concerning naming techniques. Just like the instantaneous movement, the name was rather mundane. How about I give it a name? Let us call it the Dark Infinite Moment of Unseen Harm Zero style. As soon as Uchiha Xian spoke, the familiar naming enthusiast Guofeng Shuimin was back in action. When Uchiha Xian first utilized instantaneous movement, Guofeng Shuimin had attempted to name it Swift Dark Flash Instant Destruction style. "No, thank you. I quite like the name Psychic Ability." Uchiha Xian decisively rejected Guofeng Shuimin's suggestion. After all, if he had to shout a lengthy and peculiar name during battle, it would undermine his coolness. Being stylish is a lifelong pursuit for many, while maintaining an air of superiority is a lifelong endeavor for the Uchiha clan. "Ah well, I feel a bit dejected now," Guofeng Shuimin lamented, his opportunity to name yet another technique slipping away. Observing the playful demeanor of Guofeng Shuimin, Uchiha Xian felt a sense of exasperation and wished for the return of his sunlit and reassuring persona. Meanwhile, As Bluffing Shumen's team infiltrated the Land of Earth to restrain a Wagakure, the war in the Land of Wind was far from smooth. Numerous Konoha ninjas were carried from the battlefield into the medical tent, each displaying clear signs of poisoning, decaying skin, and a purplish hue to their faces. In the command center, Orochimaru's pale face appeared somewhat ashen. Chiyo's poison has evolved. The antidote developed by Tsunade is ineffective against this new toxin. Have we received any updates from Konoha? Can Tsunade come to the front lines? Orochimaru inquired, his tone serious, addressing the ninja before him. Currently, only Tsunade could effectively counter Chiyo's poison, making her presence indispensable on the battlefield of the Land of Wind. This widespread, unbreakable toxin significantly impacted the situation on the battlefield. The Konoha ninjas were suffering heavy casualties due to the poison. Chapter 48. Tsunade cannot reach the front lines. Orochimaru-sama. Tsunade-sama claims she is unable to come to the front lines, but she has begun researching the new poison from Sunagakure. I believe she will soon develop a new antidote that can neutralize it, an Umbu ninja reported, his head bowed, the confusion evident beneath his mask. Why is Tsunade-sama unable to come to the front lines? Is that so? Has Tsunade indeed encountered a problem? Dispatch the order to retract the offensive line. The frontline combat strategy shall shift to defense. Until Tsunade has concocted the latest antidote, all offensive operations on the battlefield of the Land of Wind shall cease. Orochimaru spoke with a grim countenance, his voice cold. The tactic of passive defense left him exceedingly displeased. However, under the current circumstances, there was no other recourse. Understood. The Umbu ninja received the command and vanished in an instant. After their departure, Orochimaru fell silent, his gaze fixed on the map sprawled across the table. The others, unsure of what to say, contributed to the somber atmosphere enveloping the command center. Meanwhile, within the borders of the Land of Earth, Uchiha Gen squatted on a thick branch, gently polishing the blade of his fist. Beside him, Namikaze Minato and Hatake Kakashi were attending to the corpses of several Iwagakure ninjas sprawled on the ground. Recently, Gen had eliminated an excessive number of Iwagakure squads, and their positions were increasingly converging, suggesting that their movements had likely been exposed. Minato, utilizing Doton to bury the bodies, spoke in a low voice, "There's no choice. We've taken too many lives during this period, and my supply of sealing scrolls has been exhausted. No matter how proficient one is in sealing techniques, it is impossible to create scrolls without materials. Should we retreat then?" Kakashi glanced at Uchiha Gen, who was still polishing his blade, before looking down at his own pristine white fang, devoid of even a drop of blood. After a moment's silence, he spoke. Since the inception of this mission, his record was 0. All enemies were dispatched by Uchiha Gen in a single strike. Even if there were any oversights, Minato would swiftly ensure they were rectified to avoid detection. No need. The supplies we've acquired have already been sent back to the base. Now the three of us, with the Flying Thunder God technique and Gen's instantaneous movement, can easily disrupt their rear. However, achieving the leisurely pace we previously enjoyed is unlikely, as a Wagakure will undoubtedly bolster their defenses. Furthermore, according to the intelligence extracted through Gen's Sharingan, most of their elite forces are stationed at the borders of the Land of Lightning, leaving only a single Jinchuriki here. With my current strength alongside Gen, dealing with a Jinchuriki shouldn't pose a challenge. And even if we find ourselves at a disadvantage, escaping will not be a problem. A flicker of recollection passed through Minato's eyes, his voice imbued with confidence. Previously, he had fled from a Jinchuriki because he lacked the means to counter the techniques unleashed by them. However, he had encountered the Jinchuriki of a Wagakure during a mission with Jiraiya. The devastating techniques wielded by a Jinchuriki were formidable. Sitting on the branch, Uchiha Gen sheathed his blade, gazing into the distance with an expectant gleam in his eyes. What kind of reward will defeating a Jinchuriki of such caliber bring me? I find myself rather eager. The two major-tailed beasts of a Wagakure are the Four Tails, Sun Wukong, and the Five Tails, Mu Wang. Gen found it challenging to assess the strength of the Jinchuriki for these two beasts due to the scant information available. However, he did not underestimate their power, especially considering Naruto's remarkable performance when harnessing their abilities. Minato-sensei, will the latest adversary be mine to confront? Kakashi, with his weary, fish-like eyes, spoke in a lethargic tone, clearly reluctant to be idle. You must ask Gen. He is always the one who strikes first, Minato replied, tousling Kakashi's hair awkwardly. Upon reflection, it seemed that since Kakashi had joined him on missions, his primary role had been to handle corpses. Even Guy had at least been tasked with returning supplies to Konoha. Initially, Minato had hesitated to allow Guy to undertake the journey alone, considering the substantial risks involved. However, Jin's assurance that he had left a mental mark on Guy for immediate support had persuaded him to approve of Guy's return with the supplies. Minato understood Jin's rationale for keeping Guy away. He was indeed ill-suited for missions that delved deep into enemy territory. Well, I understand. The next opponent will be left for you, Jin declared, leaping down from the tree and waving his hand. Of course, only if the opponent lacks a Jonin strength. At present, Jin realized that he could only gain experience, drawing cards, and other rewards by defeating ninjas of Jonin rank or above. Sensei will be mindful. It is getting late. We should find a place to rest. Tomorrow's mission will not be easy, Jin remarked. Have you found a place to rest? Minato smiled slightly, ruffling Kakashi's hair before turning to Jin with a question. While they were dealing with the corpses, Jin had not perched on a high branch merely for show. He sought a secluded resting place. Standing high, combined with the exceptional vision afforded by his Sharingan, made locating a concealed spot considerably easier. About 1 or 2 kilometers to the left, there lies a mountain. It is likely there is a cave. Jin indicated the direction softly. Indeed, apart from a few scattered traps in that direction, there are no other chakra signatures. It can indeed serve as a resting spot. Minato crouched down, closing his eyes and placing a hand on the ground. Activating his chakra sensing technique, he remained closed-eyed for a moment, confirming that no Iwagakure ninjas were present ahead. He opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face as he spoke. In the heat of battle, especially behind enemy lines, it is always prudent to exercise caution. In warfare, any imprudent action can prove fatal. As night fell, in the cave, the three of them sat in silence around a fire, consuming their rations. To prevent the firelight from revealing their position, the cave entrance was sealed with doton, leaving only small holes for airflow. You two should rest first. The pressure of operating behind enemy lines will be significant. It is imperative to rest well. I will have my summoning beast keep watch, Minato said, forming hand seals. With a poof, a small cloud of white mist erupted, revealing a diminutive toad before them. Is this the toad from Myaboka Mountain? The faint power within it must be the natural energy, Jin observed, activating his Sharingan the moment the toad appeared, his superhuman abilities stimulating the Sharingan to an astonishing degree. Toad Ka, I entrust you with the task of keeping watch tonight, Minato said with a gentle smile, tapping the toad's head. Yes, Lord Minato, Toad Ka nodded, casting a timid glance at Jin before hopping towards the sealed cave entrance. I must admit, I have yet to fully master sage art. Otherwise, I could share my experiences with you. Regrettably, the contract of Myaboka Mountain requires the approval of the sage toad. If not for this, given Jin's talent, he would surely grasp sage techniques swiftly, Jin mused, observing Toad Ka with his Sharingan, which Minato noted with interest, commenting on Jin's intrigued expression. Long ago, Uchiha Shin sought the guidance of Namikaze Minato regarding Senjutsu. However, according to the regulations of Myabokuzen, even though Uchiha Shin was his disciple, it was quite challenging for him to share such knowledge. Furthermore, Minato himself had not fully mastered the application of Senjutsu. The time required to refine natural chakra each time he entered sage mode was rather lengthy. As for why Uchiha Shin was aware of Senjutsu, Minato did not dwell on it. After all, there was Jiraiya, who proudly proclaimed himself a sage and had already mastered Senjutsu. And Uchiha Shin hailed from the illustrious Uchiha clan, making his knowledge of Senjutsu unsurprising. It was indeed a peculiar force, entirely distinct from the combination of chakra, spiritual power, and physical strength, unrelated to the self. Uchiha Shin closed his Sharingan and spoke softly. Cultivating natural energy was essential, as it significantly enhanced combat capabilities. Moreover, the introduction of this new energy system would surely empower Charizard and Shinado once again. It was indeed a challenging endeavor to grasp natural energy. However, Shin, I recognize your genius. Yet, natural energy is perilous. Without specific cultivation methods, I implore you not to experiment recklessly. Do you understand? Minato's expression turned serious as he addressed Uchiha Shin. As a practitioner of natural energy, he had experienced the sensation of petrification himself. Had it not been for the staff of Sannin Fuka, he might have perished while cultivating natural energy. Rest assured, I am not a fool. You should take a break. Minato-sensei, for, as you mentioned, tomorrow's task will not be easy. Uchiha Shin waved his hand, fully aware of Minato's concerns regarding petrification. He was no simpleton and would not attempt anything without a clear understanding. Having said that, Uchiha Gen lay down on the floor, which was merely covered with a cloth, and closed his eyes. His mind sank into the spiritual realm. As soon as he entered the space, a wave of intense heat assaulted him, followed by an eruption of immense spiritual power, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar. Are they fighting again? Uchiha Gen sighed, covering his face. At that moment, within the Charizard Valley, Shinado was fiercely contending with Charizard for the position of the team's leader. Charizard believed he was the elder brother, thus entitled to be the leader, while Shinado felt that Charizard had merely followed Uchiha Gen a step earlier. The ranking within the team should be determined by strength. However, the fact remained that, even based on strength, Charizard's combat capabilities surpassed those of Shinado. Yet their battle was not turn-based like that of Pokémon. Shinado, endowed with psychic abilities, was inherently invincible as long as her psychic power remained intact. Moreover, within the ceiling space, Shinado received energy replenishment from the Psychic Hall, making her psychic power virtually inexhaustible. Conversely, Charizard could restore his strength by consuming the orange fruits found in the valley. Thus, Shinado and Charizard had yet to determine a victor. Let them continue. Honing their battle techniques through practical experience is beneficial. Uchiha Gen shook his head, choosing not to intervene in the battle between the two Pokémon, and casually sat on a nearby stone. Although they were vying for supremacy, both Pokémon maintained a sense of restraint, ensuring that no accidents would occur. Moreover, as Uchiha's Pokémon, the thrill of battle was deeply ingrained in their hearts. Panel. Uchiha Gen raised his hand, and a familiar panel unfolded before him. Trainer, Uchiha Gen. Strength, Gym Level Trainer LV64. Gender, Male. Age, 9. Identity, Genius of the Uchiha Clan in Konoha. Potential, Unknown. Special Talent, 3 Tomo Sharingan Self-Locked. Psychic Abilities, Current Pokémon, Charizard, Level 64. Shinado, Level 62. Mastered Skills, Minimal. Pokémon Card Draws, 1. Pokémon Card Inventory, 8. Held Items, Charizard X Mega Evolution Stone. Sharp Fang, Charcoal, 1 U Fruit, Silk Scarf. In warfare, acquiring experience through defeating enemies was a rapid method of strengthening oneself. However, physical growth was rather sluggish. The Mangekyo Sharingan Uchiha Gen closed the panel with a frown. Presently, he could activate the Mangekyo Sharingan whenever he wished, yet in his mind, he yearned for even greater power. His physical strength, bolstered by Charizard, had already reached a level sufficient to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan, but it still felt inadequate. Perhaps, by performing Mega Evolution while utilizing a Psychic Energy card to unlock the restrictions on the 3 Tomo Sharingan, he could achieve the power he envisioned. Alas, possessing the Mega Evolution Stone without the Keystone was truly abstract. Uchiha Gen pouted, expressing his discontent regarding having the Mega Evolution Stone yet lacking the Keystone. To put it bluntly, it was akin to being on the verge of marriage yet lacking the essentials. Chapter 50, Sacred Fire, Seed. The Mega Evolution Stone was a random item rewarded upon advancing to Elite Trainer status. Unfortunately, he had only obtained the Mega Evolution Stone without acquiring the corresponding Keystone. However, it was fortunate that the randomly obtained Mega Evolution Stone was one that Charizard could utilize. Otherwise, he might be left waiting indefinitely for a usable one to appear. Let us draw a card. Uchiha Gen lightly tapped the panel, not forgetting that he still had one card draw remaining. A brilliant light burst forth, as a card imbued with a searing heat gradually materialized within the radiance. The intense fiery energy surged uncontrollably, and the overwhelming sense of heat enveloped Uchiha Gen, a sensation he had not experienced since Charizard evolved from Charmander. Now, merely an unused card radiated such formidable power. This feeling was reminiscent of the first time he drew that basic psychic energy card he had never utilized. Uchiha Gen slowly raised his hand as the light dissipated, revealing a card with a gold border and a red background, radiating a scorching warmth as it landed in his palm. Basic Fire Energy, Ultimate Basic Energy Card. Fire Energy card that significantly enhances the user's power in this type, with a very low probability of comprehending type-specific skills upon use. This card was identical to the basic Psychic Energy card, but this one Uchiha Gen gazed at the card in astonishment, never anticipating that he would one day experience such fortune. The quality of this card was evidently superior to the other basic energy card he intended to utilize for advancing his Mangekyo Sharingan. The very low probability of comprehending fire-type skills. Could it be the sacred fire I have often boasted about? Or perhaps V-Flame? Or the Sword of the Cliff? Wait, that doesn't seem right. The Sword of the Cliff is not a fire type, but a ground type, merely utilizing the molten power of lava due to its inability to fly. Gently stroking the card in his hand, Uchiha Gen pondered deeply. Only through usage will I know. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Gen ultimately decided to use it directly. After all, fire energy was distinct from psychic energy, and he did not possess any bloodline limit requiring fire energy. Uchiha Gen firmly crushed the card in his hand. In an instant, the card shattered, unleashing a cascade of luminous points that formed a small, resplendent nebula. Unlike the intense heat emanating from the card, as it was crushed, the sensation of warmth vanished entirely, leaving only a serene and comforting aura. All the luminous points gently floated, ultimately coalescing into a vortex that surged violently into Uchiha Gen's body. A burst of flames shot skyward, causing both Charizard and Shinado, who had been practicing their moves, to cease their actions and turn their gazes towards Uchiha Gen. Standing amidst the fiery light formed from the heat waves, Uchiha Gen raised his hand, a small golden flame flickering gently in his palm. Congratulations to the trainer for mastering the sacred firepower of Feng Wang. Could it truly be the sacred fire? Gazing at a small handful of golden flames in his hand, Uchiha Gen's eyes brimmed with profound astonishment. This is the power of a legendary Pokémon. Despite Feng Wang often being humorously referred to as a war correspondent, none would dare to belittle the sacred fire under its command, except perhaps in the realm of gaming. This is the rebirth flame embodying the power of resurrection. Shanai Duo instantly teleported to Uchiha Gen's side, wrapping her arms around him. Her gaze fixed on the flames in his hand, brimming with curiosity. This flame harbors a terrifying power. Shanai Duo's gentle voice echoed directly in Uchiha Gen's mind. A manifestation of telepathy. During the gradual evolution of Ralu Reizi into Shanai Duo, the application of telepathy had also become proficient, allowing for seamless communication between them. Roar! At that moment, the Charizard descended gracefully before Uchiha Gen, its eyes ablaze with fervor as it beheld the flames in his grasp. This flame exceeds the caliber of its own. It is the flame from the legendary Pokémon Feng Wang. As your trainer, I have truly transcended my previous limitations. However, this flame still requires nurturing. It is unrealistic to combine it with fire release or fire-type techniques at this stage. With a smile, Uchiha Gen retracted the flames into his palm and addressed Charizard and Shanai Duo. The sacred fire remains too feeble for now, in my hands. It can only be regarded as a spark. This spark needs time to grow, fueled by patience. By the way, why have you two been at odds with each other every day? Has the position of team leader not been established yet? Uchiha Gen dispersed the interface and inquired playfully. Roar! Charizard, upon hearing this, stepped back with a dramatic flair, gesticulating animatedly as it began to express its grievances to Uchiha Gen. Its expression contorted in utmost indignation while casting several reproachful glances at Shanai Duo. Brother Foolish Dragon claims he is inferior to me. I am the true leader of the team, and from now on, he will refer to me as Big Sister. Shanai Duo's voice resonated once more in Uchiha Gen's mind. Observing Charizard's woeful demeanor and then glancing at the composed Shanai Duo, Uchiha Gen couldn't help but cover his face. Charizard's appearance certainly did not seem to align with the words being translated. All right, within the confines of the ceiling space, due to spatial limitations, neither of you can defeat the other. Perhaps it is best to wait until later. You will undoubtedly have other siblings joining you. At that time, I believe I can summon you to the outside world, and you will no longer rely on the advantages of your current environment to determine your standing within the team. How does that sound? Uchiha Gen extended his hand, gently stroking one of the Pokémon, his tone laced with a hint of exasperation. While internal competition can be beneficial, perpetual strife is less than ideal. Shanai nodded in agreement. In her view, one of the primary reasons she was currently not Charizard's match was that Charizard had enjoyed a longer period of growth. Yet the gap between them was steadily diminishing. Roar! Charizard also nodded, secretly resolving that when Shanai Duo could no longer rely on her psychic abilities for recovery, he would ensure that he would not lose. At that time, he would demonstrate to Shanai Duo what it truly meant to uphold the dignity of an elder brother. You two truly Shanai Duo. How have you fared with the sealing technique scroll I entrusted to you? Uchiha Gen gently shook his head and then inquired of Shanai Duo. The sealing technique scroll? Originating from Bo Feng Shui Min, or rather a generous gift from Xian Wujina, had been bestowed upon Uchiha Gen after he handed over the Rasengan to Bo Feng Shui Min. Xian Wujina graciously taught Uchiha Gen several sealing techniques exclusive to the Uzumaki clan. In her words, "Oh, the Uzumaki clan is under my command now." Uchiha Gen gladly accepted, recognizing that sealing techniques are among the most cunning of arts. Regrettably, mastering these techniques is exceedingly intricate, requiring considerable time for refinement. Thus, Uchiha Gen delegated the responsibility of learning the sealing arts to Shanai Duo. It is well known that psychic-type Pokémon possess exceptionally high intelligence, rendering the complexity of sealing techniques relatively straightforward in comparison. Shanai Duo's gentle voice returned, "I have already mastered some of the simpler sealing techniques. Recently, I have been contemplating how to integrate these techniques with psychic powers." Her tone exuded confidence. "You have worked hard." Uchiha Gen nodded, smiling as he affectionately ruffled Shanai Duo's charming head. The following dawn, in the forest, the refreshed team of Shui men traversed swiftly. It was strange. The defense line of Awagakure appeared altered. Since their departure, they had encountered a squad of Awagakure ninjas, and being so close to their base, they could not utilize sensory ninjutsu for reconnaissance. Bo Feng Shui men perched on a branch, gazing into the distance with perplexity. No, they have not changed the defense line. Rather, a formidable figure has arrived, prompting the other Iwagakure ninjas to abandon their posts to come here. It seems they intend to ensnare us. Uchiha Gen activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, observing as an immense chakra, unmasked, stood silently in the distance. This scorching chakra reaction belongs to the Four Tails, Sun Wukong? Such a name is not easily uttered. A flicker of golden light passed through the crimson of Uchiha Gen's 3-tomo eyes. As he pondered, a searing wave of heat suddenly surged towards them, akin to the terrifying response of a volcanic eruption. "Kakashi, find a place to hide. The enemy is a tailed beast Jinchuriki." At the moment of the violent chakra eruption, Bo Feng Shui men swiftly instructed Kakashi. Having previously battled a Four-Tails Jinchuriki, he instantly recognized the chaotic chakra's origin. Understood. Kakashi, fully aware of his own strength, quickly turned and retreated along the path, eager to prove himself. Yet recognizing he was not yet equipped to confront a tailed beast Jinchuriki directly. "Xian, be ready." Bo Feng Shui men raised his hand, gripping the kunai of the flying thunder god firmly, speaking to Uchiha Gen in a serious tone. "Indeed, just a mere tailed beast." Uchiha Gen swiftly formed hand seals, a smirk gracing his lips. A tailed beast Jinchuriki possessing the power of a tailed beast must at least be at the level of a Kage, and he has yet to truly defeat a Kage-level ninja. Other ninja villages, who gave you the audacity to rampage within the borders of the land of Earth? The oppressive heat drew near, revealing a figure enveloped in molten lava swiftly approaching Uchiha Gen and his companion. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Strike first. As the final seal was completed, a sea of flames descended upon them. To use fire release against me, especially on such a grand scale, is utterly foolish. You all retreat to the other defensive lines and prevent any additional comrades from approaching. I will handle these enemies. Lao Zi, his body coursing with lava, gazed coldly at the engulfing inferno. Yes, the IWA ninjas charging alongside Lao Zi halted their advance, diverting towards other directions. In my lava release chakra mode, no fire release can harm me in the slightest. As the overwhelming flames descended, Lao Zi leaped into the air, shrouded in lava. As a searing iron ball plunges into the frigid waters of a river, a series of hissing sounds resonate amidst the inferno. The temperature of this flame is unusual. This is not an ordinary fire technique. Could the opponent be the Sand Village's Yitsong? Just as the elder Ziji prepared to traverse the blazing inferno directly towards Uchiha Gen, his expression suddenly shifted as the flames enveloped him. The melting chakra within him was rapidly scorched by what appeared to be a commonplace fire, swiftly penetrating the layer of lava that shrouded him and reaching his skin. Melting escape. Feeling the searing pain from the flames burning through his melting chakra, Ziji slammed his hands down, causing lava to erupt behind him. Utilizing the thrust generated by the lava's eruption, he broke free from the searing flames. Whoosh! A kunai sliced through the air, aiming straight for the elder Ziji, who had just escaped the flame's grasp. What is this? As the kunai approached, Ziji, unable to evade in midair, intended to deflect it with his arm encased in lava. However, upon seeing the familiar design of the kunai, his brows furrowed, and his countenance changed dramatically. It is that Konoha ninja who wields space-time ninjutsu. Recognizing the kunai's signature style, Ziji immediately recalled its master, Spiraling Sphere. In the blink of an eye, the kunai vanished from Ziji's sight, replaced by a golden-haired ninja wielding a brilliant blue sphere. Boom. The convenience of the no-hand seal technique was fully displayed at that moment, leaving Ziji with no opportunity to perform any jutsu to thwart the attack. The cerulean spiraling sphere struck Ziji's body, unleashing chaotic destructive force that tore through the lava enveloping him. Boom. Ziji plummeted toward the ground. Dragon Claw. At the very moment Ziji was descending, a pair of pale blue claws tore through the air. Damn it. Struck hard in the chest by the spiraling sphere. Ziji coughed up blood as anger surged within his eyes. The scorching chakra erupted violently from within him. Clang. Two massive lava tails slammed into the ground, stabilizing Ziji in midair, while a third swept across to block the advancing Uchiha Gen. Just as Ziji believed he could easily defeat the invading ninja from the land of Earth, he was taken aback by his opponent's identity and suffered significant injury, plunging him into a fury. The ferocious chakra of the tailed beast began to erupt, and the wound on Ziji's chest, struck by the spiraling sphere, emitted wisps of white smoke. Chapter 52. The battle with Elder Ziji. An increasing amount of tailed beast chakra began to leak out, fueled by Ziji's wrath, effectively channeling the power of the tailed beast. Xian, be careful. He has entered tailed beast transformation mode. A Jinchuriki in this mode possesses an extraordinarily powerful technique, akin in style to your spiraling sphere. The figure of Bluffing Shuemin flickered into view, perched upon a tree branch, observing Ziji, who had already revealed 3 tails and was completely enveloped in tailed beast chakra. Bluffing Shuemin spoke with a serious tone. Now this is more like it, isn't it? Uchiha Gen, gazing at the massive lava tail that blocked his dragon claw, exerted force with his hand. Swish! The massive tail snapped apart. The severed tailed beast chakra expanded and exploded in the air. The shockwave stirred the black hair on Uchiha Gen's forehead, his crimson eyes now brimming with excitement. Roar! At the moment of severing the lava tail, an astonishing roar erupted from Uchiha Gen, resonating through the skies. A wave of heat, even more intense than the lava surrounding Ziji, erupted from Uchiha Gen. Fire Dragon, full fusion mode. Activate. Roar. As if provoked, a roar emerged from Ziji, unmistakably not his own. The raging and blistering chakra surged uncontrollably. The severed massive tail regrew, while simultaneously, a 4th tail gradually formed. The 4-tailed Jinchuriki was perilously close to complete tailed beast transformation. Accompanied by Ziji's roar, a terrifying chakra rapidly coalesced before him. Tiny red and blue chakra particles merged and condensed, culminating in the swift formation of a pitch-black, high-density chakra energy sphere. The ultimate destructive force unique to the tailed beasts. A conglomeration of yin-yang chakra. A mere tailed beast dares to emit such a humble roar in my presence. Who grants you the audacity? Facing the tailed beast sphere, Uchiha Gen spoke coldly, the 3 tomo of his Sharingan slowly rotating. A colossal phantom of the 3 tomo Sharingan flickered behind Uchiha Gen. The world fell silent. Just as the 4-tailed Ziji prepared to unleash the tailed beast sphere, his gaze turned vacant, and a flicker of red light appeared in the depths of his eyes. Sharingan Genjutsu. Mental domination. Controlling a Jinchuriki entering tailed beast transformation with Genjutsu is exceedingly challenging. Ziji and the 4 tails exist as 2 distinct entities, merely unified by the identity of the Jinchuriki. Uchiha Gen, leveraging his formidable mental strength in conjunction with the power of the Sharingan, simultaneously disrupted Ziji and the 4 tails within him. The gathering of the tailed beast sphere was interrupted, and a brilliant purple light suddenly erupted. Boom! A tremendous surge of mental power manifested physically, exploding upon Ziji's forehead as he entered tailed beast transformation. The half-formed tailed beast sphere rapidly dissipated into pure chakra, severed from Ziji's connection. Boom! The second explosion resonated from Ziji's form. In the fleeting moment that Uchiha Gen maintained control over the 4 tails and Ziji, Wolfing Shuemin seized the opportunity to unleash another spiraling sphere upon Ziji, utilizing the chakra of the spiraling sphere to penetrate the gap in the tailed beast chakra. Bluffing Shueimon swiftly left a flying thunder god mark on Ziji. Damn those Konoha ninjas. The incessant pain coursing through him jolted Ziji from his frenzied state. The tailed beast chakra gradually receding, and lava once again enveloped his body. Melting escape, scorching river lava technique. Rising to his feet, Ziji slammed his hand upon the ground, transforming it into lava under the influence of his chakra. Several lava spheres erupted from the molten ground, shooting towards Bluffing Shueimon and Uchiha Gen like meteors. In the face of the melting escape attack, Bluffing Shueimon swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a sealing technique from thin air. With the aid of the flying thunder god technique, Bluffing Shueimon redirected Ziji's melting escape assault. Fire release, great fireball technique. Observing this, Uchiha Gen withdrew his dragon claw and formed hand seals with one hand before placing it before his mouth. Flames erupted forth, taking the shape of a massive character as they surged towards the lava spheres. The collision of lava and flames generated an indescribable temperature, igniting many trees in the forest due to the terrifying heat, and the ground began to crack inch by inch. Damn it, what is up with this Uchiha brat's fire technique? If melting escape proves ineffective, then let us try this. Seeing his scorching river lava technique thwarted by Uchiha Gen's fire release, Ziji's brows knitted together. Normally, his melting escape could effortlessly disregard any fire technique he had encountered. The high temperature of melting escape could incinerate others' flames in an instant. Yet now, Uchiha Gen's fire release was capable of consuming his melting escape. This bizarre scene was so surreal that, were it not for the four tails within him continuously affirming he was indeed not under Jinjutsu, he would struggle to believe this unfolding reality. Witnessing his once invincible melting escape falter before Uchiha Gen's fire release, Ziji's lava chakra surged once more, radiating astonishing heat as he abruptly charged toward Uchiha Gen. Although he could not fathom why this seemingly diminutive boy possessed such extraordinary fire techniques, he reasoned that given the boy's age, his physical skills must not be particularly strong. Hence, Ziji resolved to abandon the notion of continuing with melting escape and lunged directly toward Uchiha Gen. The searing lava enveloped Lao Zi's fist, and in an instant, he struck forward. A dull thud resonated. Lao Zi's eyes were filled with terror. The anticipated scene of Uchiha Gen being pierced by the lava did not materialize. Instead, Uchiha Gen effortlessly blocked the attack with his flame-encased hand. How intriguing! You dared to close the distance. Uchiha Gen smiled broadly, observing Lao Zi's frightful visage, which was simultaneously laced with a peculiar hesitation to meet his gaze due to the power of his Sharingan. This only deepened Uchiha Gen's satisfaction with the Uchiha clan's ocular prowess. Is this not a display where the opponent engages yet lacks the courage to meet my eyes? Amidst their exchange, Uchiha Gen exerted force, and the intense flames erupted from his grasp, swiftly incinerating the lava surrounding Lao Zi. Realizing the predicament, Lao Zi strained against Uchiha Gen's hold, but the strength radiating from his arm rendered any escape impossible. He attempted to strike Uchiha Gen's face with his other hand, hoping to compel him to relinquish his grip, yet Uchiha Gen effortlessly parried the blow. The once proud lava release was being eroded by Uchiha Gen's flames. As a seasoned Sannin, being immobilized in close combat was a source of profound humiliation for Lao Zi. This vexing scenario led him to question the authenticity of his own abilities. Chapter 53. The reverse scale. Ultimately unable to resist Uchiha Gen's overwhelming heat, Lao Zi found the searing flames penetrating his lava defenses. The agony of his flesh burning diminished his will to fight, having spent his days submerging enemies in lava to inflict the torment of scorching pain. Lao Zi now tasted the bitter flavor of being scorched himself. Within Lao Zi's mental space, the four-tailed son Wukong furrowed his brow, sensing the external situation. That Uchiha brat's ocular power could simultaneously disrupt my connection with Lao Zi before I even reacted. That pair of eyes is far from ordinary three-tomo Sharingan. Son Wukong's expression turned grave. He sensed that Lao Zi might very well meet his end here. In the past, the lives of mere humans held no significance to him. But now, Lao Zi's existence was intricately linked to his own. Should he perish, the darkness of that slow resurrection would be unbearable. With this thought, Son Wukong spoke solemnly. His flames are unique. Your lava release cannot isolate them. Surrender control of your body to me and enter full-tailed beast transformation. Only then might you survive. Son Wukong's words resonated in Lao Zi's mind. Gazing at the imminent threat of Uchiha Gen, Lao Zi's eyes became distant. This brat's strength could undoubtedly rival the second Uchiha Madara. He must not be allowed to leave here alive. My body is yours. With a faint voice, Lao Zi closed his dazed eyes. A ferocious roar erupted from Lao Zi, a surge of chakra erupting far beyond before. A pale skeletal frame began to manifest upon his form as chakra expanded, reshaping Lao Zi into a colossal beast. In a mere 10 seconds, an immense and fearsome creature arose, thumping its chest and letting out a resounding howl. For grotesque tails swayed, and molten lava flowed across the ground. That howl was a cry of freedom long denied, prompting Sun Wukong to unleash a primal roar. A beast unable to fully harness its own power was far easier to deal with than one controlled by a Jinchuriki. On the ground, Uchiha Gen raised his hand, observing the towering figure of Sun Wukong with a smirk. Come, let me experience the so-called tailed beast. Ethereal azure energy claws erupted from his arm as Uchiha Gen leapt into the air, vanishing momentarily. When he reappeared, he was directly above Sun Wukong. His claws aimed at the beast's head. Lava release. Mount Huagua. Sun Wukong ceased his roar, striking the ground with tremendous force. Lava surged upward, propelling his form higher. He raised his fist, the molten rock enveloping his arm, and swung violently at Uchiha Gen. The resulting explosion echoed. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief. He finally understood why Lao Zi was rendered immobile by Uchiha Gen. Such a frail human form could contend with him. This power, among all the humans he had encountered, was only equaled by Senju Hashirama, who had once bested him and bound him. But as a manifestation of chakra, Sun Wukong was aware that Hashirama's immense strength stemmed from his meticulous mastery over chakra, compounded by the sage body of the Sage of Six Paths. Yet this young brat, is he not an Uchiha? Has he regressed? While astonishment coursed through him, the four massive tails behind Sun Wukong lashed out like whips towards Uchiha Gen. However, in the next moment, Sage Art, multiple shadow shuriken jutsu. Countless azure lasers erupted from the distance, the scattered shuriken exploding against Sun Wukong's tails, effectively halting their assault and inflicting notable damage. The assailant was Namikaze Minato, who, at this moment, leapt into the sky, adorned with a faint orange hue around his eyes. Utilizing the distraction of Uchiha Gen's battle with Lao Zi, he had entered an incomplete sage mode for the first time. Damn it, pesky insects. The intensity of Namikaze Minato's multiple shadow shuriken jutsu, already formidable, was amplified in sage mode, the ensuing explosions causing Sun Wukong to experience unprecedented pain. This pain echoed the memory of the man who once stood atop a wooden figure, raining down blows upon him. A thunderous roar erupted from Uchiha Gen, a colossal phantom of a fire-breathing dragon materializing behind him. Have you forgotten me? Then, reverse scale. Activate. With a slight smile, Uchiha Gen unleashed a torrent of crimson energy. The red light flickered within his eye sockets, the blinding flames adding a savage edge to his mesmerizing three-tomo Sharingan. An overwhelming force surged forth. The searing aura threatened to incinerate everything in its vicinity. Crimson energy coalesced into a dragon form, enveloping Uchiha Gen, a lengthy dragon tail extending behind him, while dragon horns crowned his forehead. Uchiha Gen had entered an entirely new state. The reverse scale, a hereditary technique mastered since his days as a mere hatchling, was now being utilized for the first time. Sensing Uchiha Gen's sudden surge in power, Sun Wukong was engulfed in a flurry of questions. Wait, who among us is the tailed beast? Boom. In the midst of shock, Uchiha Gen's dragon claws struck down upon Sun Wukong's head. The terrifying force rendered Sun Wukong momentarily blind. However, the initial strike had not yet concluded. A massive energy dragon tail lashed across Sun Wukong's face. The sudden impact destabilized the already dazed Sun Wukong, causing him to topple sideways. The searing pain jolted him back to consciousness. His colossal form crashed to the ground, raising clouds of dust as trees in the forest were toppled. A glint of ferocity flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes. With a gaping maw, he unleashed a massive fireball of molten rock. Who gave you the audacity to resist? In a swift motion, a pair of ethereal dragon wings unfurled from Uchiha Gen's back, the crimson tomo of his Sharingan rotating slowly within his eye sockets. In the next moment, within the sealed space inside Uchiha Gen, Shanai Duo sat regally upon the throne of the psychic hall, her cold gaze piercing through the confines of the seal, fixating on Sun Wukong. The psychic energy surged, responding to the power of the Sharingan, akin to a monarch decreeing the subjugation of a supplicant. As Uchiha Shin's words fell, a multitude of phantasmal chains ensnared Sun Wukong's colossal form, rendering him immobile. The charged lava ball dissipated in an instant, the chains severing his connection to his own formidable powers. What? Sealing technique? Or perhaps an illusion? Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom why. With merely a fleeting glance from Uchiha Shin, he was unable to harness his own magma chakra. You need not understand. Uchiha Shin's whisper echoed in his ears. Sun Wukong hastily turned his eyes, only to find Uchiha Shin, who had just been soaring above him, now at his side. The ferocious draconic energy emanated an aura of dread, as a pale blue claw lashed out, 3 crimson gashes instantly appearing upon Sun Wukong's massive head. Roar! The excruciating pain elicited a furious roar from Sun Wukong. Clutching his eyes in agony, terror filled the depths of his gaze. This Uchiha brat is the true beast. A creeping fear settled within Sun Wukong's heart. His battle against Uchiha Shin was nothing short of a torment. His magma release, his vast chakra, his strength, none of it mattered before Uchiha Shin. Compared to the current Uchiha Shin, the only resemblance he bore to a beast was his monstrous form and massive physique. As the fear within him deepened, he gazed at the relentlessly charging figure of Uchiha Shin, raising his arm in a futile attempt to defend himself. In stark contrast to Sun Wukong's terror, Uchiha Shin was in a state of exhilaration, reveling in the thrill of the fight. With the power of Shanai Duo and his exceptional Sharingan, controlling Sun Wukong was a trivial task. Yet, such an endeavor would lack excitement, would it not? Uchiha Shin's exhilaration was evident, each swipe of his claw fueling his emotions. It was unclear whether this was a result of his Uchiha lineage or the sheer magnitude of his current power, but the sensation of such overwhelming strength intoxicated him. As Uchiha Shin continued to strike Sun Wukong with his claws, within the sealed space, Shanai Duo's eyes glowed with blue light, and crimson chakra spheres began to materialize within the expansive psychic hall. Before the chakra spheres could spiral out of control, they were swiftly contained by psychic energy, transforming into tiny crystals. The source of these chakra spheres was none other than the chakra of the four-tailed Sun Wukong. The relentless onslaught of claws left Sun Wukong in a state of confusion. He could sense his chakra depleting rapidly, but was utterly powerless to resist. The frequency of Uchiha Shin's attacks left him no opportunity to gather the tailed beast ball, let alone use his magma release chakra, which was now sealed. In that moment, Sun Wukong chose to resign himself to his fate. Just strike me. Surely, you will tire eventually. Setting aside Sun Wukong's helplessness, at the side, Bo Feng Shui Min was rendered speechless in astonishment. Is this what you meant when you said I am no match for you? The corners of Bo Feng Shui Min's mouth twitched involuntarily. He suddenly felt that Uchiha Shin might have misjudged his own prowess. However, that dragon-shaped phantom, Bo Feng Shui Min squinted as he observed Uchiha Shin mercilessly pummeling the four-tailed beast. During his evaluation of Uchiha Shin, he had once employed this very technique, which he had initially perceived as a mere secret art. Yet now, it appeared that Uchiha Shin's current state bore a striking resemblance to Kushina's power, Jinchuriki. Bo Feng Shui Min could not help but murmur softly before shaking his head vigorously, dismissing the thoughts in his mind. Some matters could be speculated upon, but should never be pondered or inquired about. How tedious! With a swipe of his claw, Uchiha Shin ceased his assault, the crimson glow in his eyes gradually fading. The ferocity that had surged after his reverse scale was now suppressed by psychic energy. Observing Sun Wukong, who no longer resisted, Uchiha Shin coldly remarked, "An enemy who does not resist is merely a punching bag. Such a battle is exceedingly dull." With a flap of his wings, Uchiha Shin approached Sun Wukong's eyes, disregarding the latter's existential doubt, as his Sharingan gently rotated. In an instant, Sun Wukong's eyes transformed into the form of the Sharingan. The searing heat radiated from Uchiha Shin as he stood atop the now-controlled Sun Wukong, awaiting the resolution of victory. Congratulations to the trainer for defeating the LV-80 Energy Conglomerate. Trainer Experience 8,000, Charizard Experience 800, Shanai Duo Experience 800, Draw Chances 1, Item Drop 1. Congratulations to the trainer for leveling up. Trainer LV64 to LV66. Congratulations to the trainer, Charizard level up, LV64 to LV66. Congratulations to the trainer, Shanai Duo level up, LV64 to LV66. Congratulations to the trainer for defeating a gym-level opponent for the first time, unlocking the gym challenge task. Rewards: 1 random Pokemon egg, 1 random item, 1 random Pokemon card. Current challenge progress 18. A series of data sounds echoed, and Uchiha Gen's already joyous mood soared to new heights. A new Pokemon egg. While the other rewards were rather commonplace, the emergence of the Pokemon egg was the most significant gain from this battle. Each new Pokemon brought immense enhancement to Uchiha Gen, and the arrival of a new Pokemon would exponentially amplify his own power. The bond between Uchiha Gen and Charizard was not merely a matter of 1-1. Are you alright, Gen? Bo Feng Shui Min appeared beside Sun Wukong, his expression tinged with concern as he addressed Uchiha Gen. Uchiha Gen's reverse scale state bore a striking resemblance to a rampage, which was one reason he refrained from joining in the assault against Sun Wukong. To avoid any unintended harm. I am fine. It is merely a significant expenditure of energy. Sensei Shui Min, what shall we do with this tailed beast? Uchiha Gen gently shook his head, suppressing his joy at acquiring a new Pokemon, and gestured toward the Sun Wukong beneath his feet, inquiring of Bo Feng Shui Min. Though he had reached a decision in his heart, it was prudent to consult the leader of the team. Lowering his gaze to the four-tailed beast beneath his feet, Bo Feng Shui Min's eyes flickered with a glimmer of icy resolve. Let us eliminate it. Although a Wagakure has yet to overtly declare war against Konoha, the intelligence we have gathered indicates they are merely in the process of preparing supplies. While a living Jinchuriki is certainly more valuable than a deceased one, the death of this Jinchuriki would prevent a Wagakure from cultivating a new one for decades to come. For Konoha, embroiled in war, this is a far more advantageous outcome than using him to barter for supplies with a Wagakure. Moreover, capturing him now would be somewhat unjustifiable. Bo Feng Shui Min spoke coldly. The significance of a Jinchuriki to a village is undeniable, especially one who has matured and controls the power of a tailed beast. Allowing such an individual to live would be detrimental to Konoha. War supplies? Konoha lacks for nothing in that regard. As I anticipated, the cries of this fellow upon his discovery of us reveal that Yin is oblivious to our identities as ninjas from Mai. He later recognized us due to having seen Master Shuimin previously. It seems we must withdraw from the land of Earth for a while. With the loss of a significant combat force, Yanin village will undoubtedly expend considerable time searching for his whereabouts and investigating whether he is deceased. Thus, our mission can be deemed exceedingly successful. Upon hearing the response from Bo Feng Shuimin, Uchiha Gen nodded in satisfaction. Though gentle, he was equally decisive in his lethal actions. This encapsulates the essence of Bo Feng Shuimin. Indeed, having been out for some time, a respite is warranted. I shall leave this matter to you while I seek out Kakashi, as the Four-Tails Jinchuriki did not come alone. Bo Feng Shuimin nodded and gestured towards the restrained form of the Four-Tails Sun Wukong, addressing Uchiha Gen. He comprehended Uchiha Gen's intent. Eliminating a tailed beast Jinchuriki from a ninja village that has yet to formally declare war would undoubtedly incite their wrath. Therefore, it is crucial to avoid exposing ourselves. Even if Yin has some suspicions, without concrete evidence, and with Yin village lurking, they are unlikely to divert all their forces towards Mai. After speaking, Bo Feng Shuimin began to sense the flying thunder god Kanai, placed on Kakashi, disappearing in a flash of golden light before Uchiha Gen. The Four-Tails Jinchuriki was Uchiha Gen's prize. Although he had decided to kill him, Uchiha Gen intended to make the most of the opportunity before the act. Observing the spot where Bo Feng Shuimin had departed, Uchiha Gen then focused on the Four-Tails Sun Wukong lying on the ground. The chakra from the tailed beast, collected by Shanai Duo, should suffice. It is time to experiment with this. Uchiha Gen slightly raised his hand, and a cerulean chakra sphere materialized. In the next moment, a spark ignited within the cerulean sphere, instantly staining the entire orb crimson. The intense heat surged forth, causing the fur of Sun Wukong beneath him to curl. The flames formed were unstable and could not extend into the shape of a shuriken due to the lack of wind-release chakra. Uchiha Gen frowned as he compressed the vortex of flames in his palm. What he held could only be referred to as a fire-release spiraling sphere, entirely distinct from Naruto's spiraling shuriken. Although I am not particularly adept with wind-release chakra, energy from the flying type should suffice. Uchiha Gen raised an eyebrow as the sphere in his hand underwent another transformation. Heat waves began to churn, and the vortex in his hand expanded, gradually forming a miniature firestorm. The waves of heat transformed into blades, relentlessly striking the surroundings, including Uchiha Gen himself. The spiraling sphere, infused with flying energy, proved to be unstable, and the fusion of fire and flying energies was unsuccessful. This technique's development was somewhat flawed. However, it would suffice for handling corpses, and further refinement could be conducted later. Uchiha Gen gazed regretfully at the tiny bloodstains appearing on his arm. Although he possessed the powers of a fire dragon and Shanai duo, his individual combat strength was considerable, yet he lacked some powerful, wide-ranging skills. Although techniques like explosive combustion are formidable, they also bear side effects. Thus, when confronting larger opponents, he found himself at a disadvantage. While exhilarating, some foes were not suited for close combat. If the development of the spiraling shuriken proves inadequate, I should explore the Kirin technique, which complements fire release with lightning release. And I have a suitable Pokémon card for fusion. Uchiha Gen looked at the immobile Sun Wukong, the fiery energy continuing to surge forth, even incorporating a hint of golden flames. The vortex of flames in his palm grew increasingly violent. Like a natural disaster, the fiery tempest erupted around Sun Wukong's body. Boom! The deafening sound of the explosion echoed, a blinding white light illuminating the surroundings. The world resembled daylight. The terrifying heat transformed the area of the explosion into scorched earth. Meanwhile, Uchiha Gen appeared far from the explosion, leisurely making his way towards the Mai camp. The unstable technique, infused with sacred flames and abundant flying and fire energies, would leave the Four Tails, unable to resist or defend due to the control of the Sharingan, utterly annihilated. Uchiha Gen had contemplated raising the Four-Tailed Sun Wukong to serve as an experience collector. However, he could not devise a way to do so without exposing the tailed beast's whereabouts. The political implications surrounding the Jinchuriki made it impossible to raise him without exposure. Thus, it was better to eliminate him. What kind of technique is this? Such a terrifying explosion naturally caught the attention of Bo Feng Shuemin and Chimu Kakashi, who were swiftly retreating towards the Mai outpost. Upon hearing the sound and witnessing the localized meteorological phenomena triggered by the explosion, Bo Feng Shuemin's face bore a look of astonishment. How much power does Uchiha Gen truly possess? Is this the extent of your current strength, Gen? Can I genuinely serve as your blade now? Chimu Kakashi, equally astonished, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Uchiha Gen's might caused him to question whether he could stand alongside him. Chapter 56, A New Pokemon Gaisai. At the border of the Land of Fire, Uchiha Gen, having separated from Bo Feng Shuemin and Chimu Kakashi, sat atop the branch of a grand tree. The time is nearly ripe, Gaisai, or rather, it should now be referred to as Gaisai. Uchiha Gen spoke softly, his consciousness sinking into the ceiling space. Upon entering the Fire Dragon Valley, Uchiha Gen raised his hand, catching a faintly purple egg adorned with azure spots. Gaisai Pokemon Egg, an egg nurturing the ghost-type Pokemon Gaisai, which seems eager to meet you. Hatching Countdown, 3019. The timing is impeccable. Fire Dragon, Shanai Duo. A smile graced Uchiha Gen's face as he called out towards the sky. In the next moment, Fire Dragon soared in, and Shanai Duo instantaneously teleported to Uchiha Gen's side. 3 pairs of eyes were intently focused on the Pokemon egg in Uchiha Gen's hand. Crack! A crisp sound resonated as fissures appeared on the surface of the faintly purple egg, widening gradually as wisps of pale purple gas seeped from the cracks. Crack! The eggshell shattered completely, revealing a familiar white light. A peculiar creature with a large white eye, small black pupil, and a mouth adorned with fangs slowly emerged before the trio. Gaisai! Roar the Fire Dragon let out a low, delighted growl. Shanai Duo, having been spoiled and constantly vying for his older brother's position, could not allow this new sibling to suffer the same fate. Shanai Duo gazed tenderly at Gaisai, gently greeting the newly hatched little one. Gaisai with wide, curious eyes. Gaisai looked at the Fire Dragon and Shanai Duo, then fixed its gaze on Uchiha Gen, joyfully soaring up to nuzzle against his cheek. Floating characteristic. Congratulations, trainer, on capturing a new Pokemon, Gaisai. Gaisai, the gas Pokemon, is a dual-type ghost and poison Pokemon with a mysterious origin seemingly linked to the legendary spirit realm. Gaisai lacks a physical form, its entire body composed of gaseous energy. Gaisai enjoys ensnaring its prey with its gaseous body, slowly injecting toxins through the skin, rendering the prey weak. Congratulations, trainer, on acquiring a new space fragment card, the Lingyu portal. The familiar sound of data echoed in Uchiha Gen's ears, reminiscent of the moment when Lalulaisai was born alongside Shinai. As the sound resonated, flecks of white light began to materialize and coalesce around the valley, culminating in the emergence of a colossal portal that stood ominously at the end of the valley path. The door was adorned with bizarre patterns that induced a peculiar sense of vertigo merely by gazing at it. Just as Uchiha Gen's curiosity piqued, the enigmatic portal gently swung open, emanating a gentle ethereal glow. The luminescence flowed within the doorframe, hinting at the existence of another world beyond. Much like the Superpower Hall and the Fire Dragon Valley, this portal likely led to a realm specifically designated for Gaisai. With Gaisai in his arms, Uchiha Gen stepped forward, captivated by the soft radiance, and spoke gently. How curious. The fire dragon tilted its head in confusion, unable to comprehend how this door could serve as Gaisai's abode. Shinai cast a sidelong glance at the fire dragon, letting out a soft hum, her eyes sparkling with a sense of amusement akin to that of watching a fool. Let us venture inside, Uchiha Gen urged, taking a step into the portal that radiated a chill yet inviting glow. As his surroundings shifted, the bright world transitioned into a dimly lit expanse, yet it was not entirely shrouded in darkness. Peculiar, bioluminescent mushrooms dotted the landscape, casting a faint glow amidst the obscurity. This new space card, referred to as the Lingyu portal, must indeed be the so-called Lingyu. Observing Gaisai's demeanor, it was clear this place bore a striking resemblance to Shinai's Superpower Hall, both teeming with the energy necessary for Gaisai's growth. With a smile, Uchiha Gen watched as Gaisai frolicked about, eagerly exploring the peculiar mushroom clusters. I wonder, Gaisai's evolution likely follows a level-based progression, does it not? At present, I lack the necessary items for communication evolution. However, since Gungue can be encountered in the wilds of the Pokémon world, I foresee no significant obstacles. As he observed the exuberant Gaisai, Uchiha Gen couldn't help but ponder the creature's future. Given the presence of a panel and the formidable opponents he currently faced, Gaisai's experience would undoubtedly accelerate its growth. Just as Lalulaisai evolved into Shinai in a remarkably short time, Uchiha Gen reflected on this rapid evolution, which was not due to a desire for a gradual bond with his Pokémon, but rather a consequence of the panel's existence, rendering him akin to a learning apparatus. Additionally, the naturally brief growth cycle of non-legendary Pokémon contributed to the swift evolution into their final forms. Why are you starting to pummel me again? I thought we had agreed to cancel the daily sparring. Kakashi lay on the ground, exuding a sense of resignation, while Uchiha Gen appeared quite pleased beside him. Mike Guy, on the other hand, was sprawled out on the opposite side, equally grinning. After suffering his 467th defeat against Gen, his self-imposed punishment entailed 1,000 sit-ups followed by 1,500 frog jumps. Perhaps it's due to the pleasant mood, Uchiha Gen remarked, stretching contentedly while squinting his eyes with a smile. The crisp sound of data echoed once more as he received notification of his latest victory. Congratulations, trainer, for defeating a level 46 human. Trainer experience, 12, Fire Dragon experience, 12, Shinai experience, 12, Gaisai experience, 95, no drops. Gaisai's level has increased from 25 to 26. The data chimed with clarity. Uchiha Gen's motivation for engaging in daily battles with Kakashi and Guy stemmed from this very reason. Gaisai no? It should now be referred to as Gaisai Tong, required experience for its growth, and naturally, Uchiha Gen would not overlook any opportunity to accumulate it. Gaisai, or rather Gaisai Tong, has transformed into a formidable creature, Kakashi remarked, rolling his eyes. The white-haired dead fish eyes, no less. Although his voice was low, Uchiha Gen still caught his words. And what of me? The true green beast of Konoha? Guy, who had commenced his sit-ups, paused in confusion upon hearing Kakashi's comment. You two are training together again. Such a commendable bond of friendship. Wave-Wind Minato approached, holding a piece of paper. He looked at the sprawled Kakashi and Guy with a grin. The approval has been granted. Minato's team will enjoy a 5-day holiday. Did you obtain it so easily? The battlefield must be in dire need of high-end combatants, no? Uchiha Gen inquired, puzzled. Indeed. The defense line we oversee at Iwagakure will remain stable for quite some time. Initially, I intended to request deployment to Sunagakure to assist, as the situation there has been rather precarious. However, The Hokage rejected my request, and since I was here, I thought it prudent to return to the village and see Kushina. It was fortuitous that your return coincided with my application, which was swiftly approved, granting us this extended leave, Minato explained, his expression reflecting a mixture of complexity. That's entirely reasonable. The head of Sunagakure is a favored disciple of the Hokage. Let us return to Konoha and take a break for a couple of days, Uchiha Gen suggested, a smirk gracing his lips. The current Hokage was still intent on promoting Orochimaru, making it unlikely for Minato to garner any battle achievements. Uchiha Gen had no objections to returning to the village for rest, especially since he had already dealt with numerous foes and needed a respite to regain his composure. Moreover, with no immediate threats at the front lines of Iwagakure, there was little reason to remain. Before we depart, there's one matter to discuss, Shien, regarding the Four Tails. Do you require my assistance in concealing the details? I can take responsibility for its demise. Minato's expression turned serious. He was kind-hearted but not naive. Aware of the nuances at play, it matters not. My talents and abilities have never been cloaked in secrecy. If I must hide my power, what significance does striving for strength hold? However, as for the credit for defeating the Four Tails, allow it to rest upon your shoulders, Minato-sensei. I do not require such accolades to elevate my standing. I merely extinguished a beast that failed to comprehend the utilization of its own power. Uchiha Gen replied with a subtle smile, dismissively waving his hand. Does he truly require concealment? That is indeed a point. Thank you in advance, sensei, Minato replied, a smile gracing his face. What did you say? Repeat that. In Iwagakure, in the office of the Tsuchikage, Onoki slammed the table in fury, grabbing the collar of the reporting Iwagakure ninja, demanding loudly, the old man, Onoki, has gone missing. The Iwagakure ninja's voice trembled slightly. It is indeed true. How could that fool vanish? What did he do before disappearing? Forget it. Where's the investigation report? That wretched individual. Onoki, sensing the fear in the ninja's demeanor, released his grip but could not quell the anger in his words. The disappearance of a Jinchuriki had completely disrupted his tactical plans. What should he do now regarding the impending conflict with Konoha? In response, the Iwagakure ninja swiftly presented a scroll to Onoki. You may leave now. As the shadow of a village, Onoki, aware of his unstable emotions, waved his hand to dismiss the Iwagakure ninja and concentrated on the investigation report in his hands. Is Konoha located 200 kilometers within the borders of the Land of Earth, adjacent to the Land of Fire? The remnants of a colossal explosion linger. Was it a tailed beast bomb or some other potent jutsu? The target left no trace, and their intent seemed solely to eliminate the Iwagakure ninja squad. Humph. The one who abducted Old Z must undoubtedly be a ninja from Konoha. However, has Konoha truly developed ninjas capable of stealthily maneuvering within enemy territory while being able to confront a Jinchuriki head-on? This is certainly disconcerting, yet the fact that there has been no information leaked regarding the attack on a Jinchuriki is alarming. Old Z, are you still alive? Onoki's brow furrowed, and his expression grew increasingly grim as he pondered the weighty implications of the report. If the adversary is a formidable ninja adept at perfect concealment, does that imply they could infiltrate the village directly? Onoki's countenance darkened. He no longer wished to contemplate Old Z's fate. His focus shifted to the potential dangers that would arise should war commence. Although the five great nations maintain an unspoken agreement, a tacit understanding that decapitation operations are off-limits due to the intricate relationships among the daimyo, what if circumstances change? As ninjas, they do not believe that an unwritten rule can restrain others. Summon Han back from the Yuniden front and also notify the Jonin squad to convene. We must acquire some resources from Konoha, and our strategies need to be revised. It seems my intention to rest my weary bones has been dashed. After a lengthy contemplation, Onoki's expression turned serious as he spoke. Since one combatant is absent, he would compensate for it himself. The shadow cannot shy away from the battlefield. In Konoha, after a 5-day hiatus, the Namikaze team had returned. Upon returning to Konoha and reporting the frontline situation to the Hokage, Minato Namikaze exchanged greetings with Uchiha Gen and the others before heading home. Seizing this rare opportunity for a break and longing to reunite with Kushina after a long separation, he was determined to visit her. As for the trio of Uchiha Gen, they made their own arrangements. I shall return home as well, over the next few days. I wish to learn some powerful sword techniques from my father. Kakashi Hitaki spoke first as they stood at the crossroads, faced with the necessity to flee from the Four Tails. He understood the reasons behind it, yet his desire for strength surged ever higher. He wished to avoid a sense of helplessness. I must also train new taijutsu techniques with my father. Oh ho ho, the fire of youth has returned to Konoha, let it burn bright, exclaimed Might Guy, clenching his fist and performing a somersault, propelling himself toward his home with exuberance. He too yearned to grow stronger. What should I do next? With his friends departed, Uchiha Gen stood at the crossroad, pondering softly. His time on the battlefield had been meticulously scheduled, yet upon returning to Konoha, he found himself at a loss for how to occupy his time. He had no family to visit, nor any leisurely hobbies. It seemed he had been striving to grow stronger since the moment he was born. Chapter 58. The concept of home Gen has returned. Would you like to come to Uncle's house for dinner tonight? Yesterday, Uncle caught a large wild boar in the forest of death, and I had Annie save 3 of the biggest legs for you to marinate. Oh, our little genius is back. Don't go to that owl guy's house for dinner. What's so delicious about wild boar? Come to Annie's house. Whatever you want to eat, Annie will make it for you. Oh no, the great demon king has returned. Quick, go summon Leader Chiyu. You fool, Leader Chiyu has sought out the great demon king 4 times and failed to defeat him. He's currently undergoing rigorous training. Who should we summon? Ultimately, at a loss for what to do, Gen chose to return home and rest. As he stepped into the Uchiha clan grounds, the clan members quickly recognized Uchiha Gen and greeted him with warm smiles. No need, Uncle. I've made dinner plans with my teammates tonight. Let Ryufu have the wild boar legs. He's still young and could use the nourishment. Thank you, Auntie, but I have dinner arranged for today, perhaps next time. I've been wanting to taste Auntie's tempura. A smile adorned Uchiha Gen's face as he reciprocated the warmth of the clan members. Sometimes, the definition of home can indeed become more expansive. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen silently examined the intelligence submitted by Minato Namikaze, then took a deep breath of smoke. Minato's strength has likely surpassed Orochimaru's, having successfully slain the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Old Z, with the cooperation of Uchiha Gen and Kakashi. This is not a trivial matter. Hiruzen's expression was somewhat inscrutable. He held high hopes for his disciple, Minato, yet in his heart, the most suitable successor for the Hokage position remained Orochimaru. However, this notion was beginning to waver. Among ninjas, Minato Namikaze seemed almost too perfect. In terms of ninja conduct, Hiruzen found himself lacking compared to this youthful prodigy. Furthermore, in managing interpersonal relationships, Minato was far more approachable than Orochimaru, and the responses he received were significantly more abundant. Hiruzen's countenance displayed hesitation as he scrutinized the intelligence, his brow perpetually furrowed. Ultimately, after smoking for an indeterminate length of time, the Hokage's office became shrouded in dense fog. Hiruzen finally spoke. Let us grant you a fair opportunity for competition. Who shall become Hokage will be determined by you. Meanwhile, Orochimaru remained unaware that a new contender had emerged for the position of Hokage. On the battlefront of the Land of Wind, following Orochimaru's orders to adopt a defensive strategy, the effectiveness of poison diminished, making it increasingly challenging for Sunagakure to continue their offensive maneuvers. The entire battlefield in the Land of Wind descended into stagnation. At the Sunagakure base, Chiyo glared at the map before her with a grim expression. With that slug woman from Konoha around, deciphering my poison is merely a matter of time. We must seize the present opportunity to inflict substantial casualties upon Konoha. Hiriko, what are your thoughts? After glancing at the map a few times, Chiyo raised her head and spoke in a low voice. Sister is correct, although new poisons are under research. Tsunade's ability to neutralize the latest toxins will inevitably lead her to discover the components of Sunagakure's poison concoctions. The subsequent development of antidotes will only accelerate. Thus, I too believe we must not let this moment slip away. We can initiate a full-scale assault. Hiriko nodded, echoing Chiyo's sentiments. At this moment, without the third Kazekage, he and Chiyo were the highest authorities in Sunagakure. After making their decision, the ninjas of Sunagakure mobilized to prepare for an all-out attack on Konoha. The Land of Fire would ultimately pay the price. Chiyo's gaze, filled with hatred, fixated on the direction of the Land of Fire. With the third's disappearance, Sunagakure had many nations to choose from in redirecting their animosity, including even the Land of Rain, the initiator of the Second Shinobi World War, ravaged by conflict. Targeting the softer fruits would not only minimize the repercussions of the third Kazekage's disappearance, but also allow them to plunder resources from other nations, giving Sunagakure a much-needed respite. Yet, the hatred stemming from her son and daughter-in-law's deaths compounded by her grandson's disappearance, possibly even due to the third's demise at the hands of his own grandson, ultimately disrupted Chiyo's reasoning. Her wisdom faltered, leading her to irrationally choose Konoha, the strongest of the 5 great shinobi villages, driven solely by her desire for vengeance. Upon the arid expanse of the desert at the border of the Land of Wind, dark crimson stains mar the sand, where blood mingles with granules to form clumps that roll gently across the surface, stirred by the ferocious gusts. Countless shattered pieces of puppets and concealed shurikens lie buried beneath the sand, their glinting surfaces offering proof of their prior existence. Is this the extent of the so-called disciples of the shinobi? Orochimaru, do you truly believe you can slay me alone? You are woefully inadequate. Summon that slug woman and the other 2 of the legendary Sannin to join you. Chiyo, with several strands of chakra thread entwined around her fingers, coldly commanded as she manipulated the 10 shinobi to dismantle the oncoming serpents. The old and decrepit. Orochimaru gripped his sword of the void, swiftly severing the limbs of a puppet that approached him, retreating with a darkened expression, a cold smile forming on his lips. The battle with Chiyo was excruciating. Each puppet was coated with potent toxins, and he could not afford a single wound in this confrontation with the old hag, lest he fall victim to various unknown venoms. As the commander of the sand-hidden battlefield, he could not afford any missteps. Such errors could prove fatal for both the arrangements at the front line and the morale of his troops. Under normal circumstances, as the chief commander, he should not take such risks, but in the current battlefield of the Land of Wind, he was the only one capable of facing Chiyo, a seasoned shadow-level ninja. Indeed, I shall not perish. It is you, little serpent, who will meet your end. Crack. Chiyo's fingers danced, the chakra threads manipulating the puppets, and a crisp sound echoed as a trigger was pulled. Orochimaru sensed the change in Chiyo's puppets, his gaze darkening as he realized the impending danger, and he prepared to evade with a swift movement. A terrifying pulling force erupted from the puppets under Chiyo's control, halting Orochimaru in his tracks. The body flicker technique was not a space-time ninjutsu. His expression soured as he quickly bit his finger and formed seals. Chapter 59, Magnet Release, Sand Burial and Scorch Release, Yakumo. The summoning technique unfolded. Boom. A cloud of white mist exploded forth. Within the summoning technique, a colossal serpent, deep purple with black stripes and adorned with 4 pairs of fleshy wings resembling dragon horns, emerged, its massive form blocking the formidable suction emitted by the puppets. Orochimaru stood atop the serpent's head, coldly gazing at Chiyo. Orochimaru, you should be aware of the price of summoning me. You still owe me 100 living sacrifices. The serpent, Wanshi, raised its chilling slitted eyes to glance at Orochimaru before rasping its voice. This is the battlefield. Consume as much as you desire. Orochimaru licked his lips with a sinister grin, regarding Chiyo with disdain. Damn it, dealing with a summoning beast of this size on the battlefield is exceedingly difficult. If the sand-hidden village possesses other tailed beasts, the first Hokage, your decision back then appears to be a grave error in retrospect. Chiyo leaped backward, glancing at the massive Wanshi, her expression darkening as she surveyed the densely populated battlefield, calling out as she distanced herself from the serpent. You shall not escape. Trample them. Upon noticing Chiyo's attempt to retreat, Orochimaru coldly declared, do not presume to issue commands in such a tone. Wanshi's voice was domineering, its body twisting as it pursued Chiyo's retreating figure. Damn it, a summoning beast of this size has an overwhelming advantage on the battlefield. If only the sand-hidden had other tailed beasts, Chiyo thought with a tinge of helplessness as she leaped forward. The strategic significance of large summoning beasts on the battlefield bears resemblance to that of tailed beasts, although there is a disparity in strength. Their immense size remains exceedingly difficult to contend with. Wanshi moved with remarkable speed, quickly catching up to the retreating, sand-hidden forces. Its massive jaws opened wide, lunging towards Chiyo. Magnet Release, Sand Gold Funeral. An unfamiliar voice reached Orochimaru's ears, and in the next moment, a deluge of sand and gold surged upward, burying Wanshi. Observing this, Orochimaru leaped into the air, taking flight towards the heavens. As the sand and gold fell, Wanshi's form became ensnared, and a series of sealing techniques began to manifest upon it. Sandgold. That must be the magnet release ninja from the sand-hidden village. In midair, Orochimaru quickly retreated, casting a glance at the suddenly enveloped Wanshi. Scorch Release. Overheating Destruction. Several fireballs radiating terrifying heat soared towards him. Orochimaru's expression shifted dramatically. Realizing he could not evade the fireball's speed, he swiftly formed seals and slammed his hand to the ground. Ninjutsu, first gate of the resurrection. A colossal gate, marked with a terrifying visage, erupted from the earth. Boom, boom. A series of explosions ensued, waves of heat cascading through the swirling sands. This is one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha? Quite intriguing indeed. A crisp voice echoed from a distance as a female ninja, her back fully exposed, adorned with hair of birch and green hues, approached. Floating beside her were 3 blazing fireballs. Scorch release. Yakumo, damn it, another bloodline ninja. This is going to be troublesome. As the gate dissipated, Orochimaru's form was revealed. His expression darkened as he fixated on the 3 ninjas before him, his fingers curling slightly. Konoha, inside a barbecue restaurant. Is it truly impossible? Thanks to Minato, the sealing technique you modified has kept the troublesome fox from causing any more chaos, right? I can now freely exit the sealing barrier, which indicates I could leave the village, correct? Uzumaki Kushina, visibly displeased, addressed Namake's Minato while clutching his arm. Across from the couple, Uchiha Obito, Hatake Kakashi, and Might Guy remained focused on their barbecue, ignoring the couple's exchange. Kushina, the battlefield is no trivial matter. I have been striving to grow stronger to protect you, so you would no longer have to be forced onto the battlefield due to your status as the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails. However, Kushina, I know you are concerned for me, but rest assured, with the Flying Thunder God technique and Obito, I will be safe. Minato spoke gently, affectionately ruffling Kushina's hair. Since his return from this latest mission, Kushina had been persistently insisting on accompanying him back to the battlefield, even threatening to seek Sarutobi Hiruzen's approval directly. But I am strong too. I cannot bear to see Minato fighting alone on the battlefield for my sake. Kushina stood up in anger, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She did not wish to be the one who merely watched others fight for her while feeling entitled to their sacrifices. Kushina, you know that is not what I meant. Minato exclaimed urgently, standing to steady Kushina's shoulders, desperate to alleviate any misunderstanding she might harbor. Minato, I understand. I have always known. Granny Mito told me similar things. But I love you. I do not want you to face danger alone. Tears fell from Kushina's eyes, and in that moment, she was devoid of her usual fiery demeanor, embodying instead a vulnerable tomato yearning to assist her beloved. Kushina. Minato gently embraced her, softly calling her name. The love of Uzumaki Kushina was fervent and radiant. Cough. I believe we could give it a try. Let Sister Kushina join our squad, and Minato-sensei could apply the Flying Thunder God technique onto her. In this manner, even when faced with insurmountable challenges, we can ensure that Jusenai Janjia returns to a place of safety. Moreover, with Jusenai Janjia in our team, I believe that even in the face of peril, we need not worry about our ability to cope. Uchiha Shin spoke softly, his gaze lowered as he sliced the grilled meat before him. The reason he referred to Vortex Jusenai as Janjia was entirely at her own request. Considering the complications that would arise from a refusal and the fact that it was merely a title, Uchiha Shin had continued to address her as such without alteration. Shin? But Bo-Fong Shuemin looked at Uchiha Shin with a hint of surprise, his brow furrowing. What do you mean, but? Are you intentionally opposing me, Bo-Fong Shuemin? Is there a flaw in what Shin stated? Besides, look at your subordinates. They have already accepted my inclusion. What more can you say? I know what you intend to express. I will address the matter with Sarutobi-sensei, but you must comply and allow me to accompany you on the mission. Otherwise, Vortex Jusenai wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye and glared fiercely at Bo-Fong Shuemin as she spoke. I merely meant, Bo-Fong Shuemin, witnessing Jusenai's apparent anger, found himself flustered. Usually composed, he seemed to lose his wits when it concerned Vortex Jusenai, failing to notice that she was only feigning her anger. Observing the scene, Uchiha Shin could not help but smirk inwardly. Indeed, women can be troublesome. Except for Shauna, of course. Shut up. You are a boy. You too. Remain silent. Though it may merely be a possibility, you are undoubtedly a boy as well. The small skit occurring within Uchiha Shin's ceiling space went unnoticed by the others, who were happily consuming the grilled meat before them, leaving Bo-Fong Shuemin to frown as he grilled meat for Vortex Jusenai, all the while pondering how to discuss this matter with Sarutobi Hizashi. The following day, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hizashi sat silently. puffing on his pipe as he regarded the three individuals standing before him. Hey, old man, if we are to discuss matters, can you refrain from smoking that wretched pipe? Tsunade slammed her palm on the desk, her expression fierce as she addressed Sarutobi Hizashi. Cough, cough. Tsunade, at least grant me a modicum of respect. I require time to deliberate on the matter concerning Jusanai. Sarutobi Hizashi, taken aback by her sudden outburst, glanced awkwardly at the couple of Bo Feng Shui men standing beside him, before reluctantly removing his pipe. He was well aware that the simultaneous presence of Tsunade and Jusanai in his office could only lead to trouble. My time is precious. You are aware of the situation on the battlefield in the Land of Wind. Please, give me a prompt answer so I can continue my research on the new antidote. Tsunade crossed her arms, her displeasure evident. Guilt from being unable to participate in the battlefield had left her exhausted, tirelessly working on developing a new antidote, as evidenced by the dark circles beneath her eyes. Tsunade, you must understand the power of the Nine Tails. Jusanai's presence is indispensable. She cannot carelessly be sent into battle. Any misfortune befalling her would be untenable for Konoha. Sarutobi Hizashi spoke with a furrowed brow, his tone laced with exasperation. Old man, with Bo Feng's assistance, the Nine Tails can now be fully controlled. You see, I can now utilize the chakra of the Nine Tails without the need for sealing barriers. Vortex Jusanai, observing Sarutobi Hizashi's furrowed brow, released her grip on Bo Feng Shumen's hand and stepped beside Tsunade. With a mere thought, a crimson chakra enveloped her. Preposterous. Quickly, contain that Nine Tails chakra. It is not something to be wielded frivolously. Sarutobi Hizashi exclaimed, rising abruptly at the sight of the crimson chakra surrounding Vortex Jusanai. This reckless child. Old man, Jusanai truly can adeptly harness the power of the Nine Tails. I have personally tested it. Otherwise, I would not advocate for her. My grandmother once entrusted me to ensure Jusanai's well-being. Since her arrival in Konoha, she has never ventured beyond its borders. This is unfair for a young girl. Now that Bo Feng has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, and Jusanai can wield the power of the Nine Tails, why not allow her a chance to explore? Do not speak of the village's need for the Nine Tails protection. If danger truly befalls the village, one Jinchuriki cannot safeguard it alone. Moreover, old man, have you not been residing within the village all this time? Tsunade spoke solemnly, her eyes reflecting nostalgia. Mizukichi. Sarutobi Hizashi fell silent, gazing at Jusanai's flowing red hair, involuntarily reminded of the elder who had devoted everything to Konoha. His ascension to Hokage had been the dying wish of the second Hokage. Not all the ninja within the village were inclined to accept it, especially since the second Hokage had passed, leaving uncertainty about the truth of Sarutobi Hizashi's claims. It was during that time that Vortex Mito had defied the odds to affirm his position as Hokage. Now, as he regarded the last remaining member of Vortex Mito's clan, Sarutobi Hizashi remained contemplative. Hokage-sama, please trust in my assurance. I will place the Flying Thunder God mark on Jusanai and set the coordinates within Konoha. Should we encounter a danger beyond our capability, I will immediately transport Jusanai back to the village, ensuring she faces no peril. At that moment, Bo Feng Shuimen stepped forward, a serious expression on his face as he made a promise. Having reached this juncture, he would no longer oppose Jusanai remaining in the village, fully confident in his ability to protect her. Since even Tsunade holds such a belief, I hereby consent to allow Jusanai to join Bo Feng's team for missions outside the village, hoping you can uphold your promises. I have no desire to be an old man cleaning up your mess. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hizashi compromised, granting permission for Vortex Jusanai to accompany Bo Feng Shuimen's team on missions. Yoho, then it is settled. Thank you, old man. Ha ha ha, the ninja world shall tremble. Jusanai Darren is about to strike. Vortex Jusanai exclaimed, leaping into the air, hands on her hips as she gazed out at the sky, her eyes alight with anticipation. Meanwhile, Bo Feng Shuimen stood behind Vortex Jusanai, his gaze soft and affectionate toward his beloved. Tsunade observed the scene with a complex expression of envy before sighing and turning to Sarutobi Hizashi. Old man, I must take my leave. After bidding farewell, Tsunade exited the Hokage's office, her back appearing somewhat desolate in Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes. As he watched her depart, a flicker of pain and regret crossed Sarutobi Hizashi's gaze. Chapter 61. The dead have no right to know my name. Not far from the border of the Land of Fire, 5 figures swiftly traversed the forest. I apologize for intruding upon your leisure, but there is an urgent order from the Hokage. Problems have arisen on the battlefield in the Land of Wind, requiring our support. The leader, Feng Shuimin, spoke apologetically to the 3 Uchiha Gen behind him. The Land of Wind battlefield? Is it due to that Chiyo's poison? Uchiha Gen inquired, perplexed. The strength of Tsunagakure could not be deemed weak, yet it was certainly not formidable either. It was puzzling that issues would arise with Orochimaru stationed at the front lines. No. Although Chiyo's poison poses a challenge, it is not insurmountable with the antidote developed by Lady Tsunade. The issue lies with the commander. Orochimaru-senpai inadvertently walked into an enemy encirclement while pursuing foes. Although he managed to retreat due to his formidable strength, he sustained significant injuries and will struggle to regain combat effectiveness in the short term. Furthermore, Jiraiya-sensei must monitor the situations in the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning, rendering him unable to depart. Thus, we require additional Kaga-level combat power on the battlefield of the Land of Wind. It is a pity that Shikaka-senpai has retired. If he were still active, the situation on the front lines would be considerably more manageable. Namake's Minato shook his head, expressing his regret. The departure of Hatake Shikaku from the role of a ninja is a tremendous loss for Konohagakure. Can even Orochimaru, with his strength, encounter misfortune? Uzumaki Kushina queried, perplexed. For in her memory, the legendary Sannin were exceedingly powerful. According to the intelligence from Orochimaru, he was grievously injured by 2 bloodline ninjas in conjunction with Chiyo. These 2 bloodline ninjas are the Sand Village's Yakura, who wields the Kekii Genkai of Shikuten, and a new magnet-release ninja known as Rasha. Namake's Minato gently clarified Kushina's confusion, as she had never been on the battlefield and lacked a clear understanding of war. In warfare, even the strongest of Kage may face the specter of death. Where are we headed now? Kushina, bewildered, realized that war was not as effortless as she had envisioned. Currently, your task is to safely escort Kakashi and Might Guy to the base, while Jin and I must intercept a squad of sand ninjas. Minato smiled as he spoke. His mission encompassed more than merely overseeing the front lines in the Land of Wind. The wind and sand swirled around them. A squad of sand ninjas was advancing rapidly. Ahead lay Konoha's 3rd outpost in the Land of Wind. We must hasten our pace, as we need to eliminate all of Konoha's outposts within our borders before their reinforcements arrive. Standing amidst the swirling sand, Yakura raised his hand to shield his eyes and peered through the gaps between his fingers at a stone structure ahead, speaking coldly. Yes, Lord Yakura. The sand ninjas trailing behind him gazed at him with fervent admiration. Following the onset of war, Yakura's immense power had completely subdued them. And in the absence of a Kage in the sand village, they had tacitly accepted Yakura as their new Kazekage. Wait, what is that in the sky? Suddenly, one of the sand ninjas looked upward, observing a small dark spot against the sky, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Yakura quickly glanced up, his expression shifting dramatically. Quickly, take cover. We are under attack. For at that moment, a conflagration descended from the heavens. The searing heat intensified the already oppressive desert temperature. Roar. Accompanying the flames was a ferocious roar from an indiscernible beast. Damn it. Shikuten, Kaien. 2 crimson fireballs materialized beside Yakura and shot toward the descending inferno. The flames surged, wild and chaotic, resembling meteors of fire as they scattered. The massive curtain of flames was punctured by the 2 Shikuten fireballs, creating 2 gaping holes. At that moment, Yakura finally beheld the visage of their assailant, adorned with spiky black hair, a cold gaze, and a stern countenance. Even her discerning eyes could not help but acknowledge that he was quite to her taste. However, what were those wings? When did Konoha's ninjas acquire such a bloodline limit? Yakura stared in astonishment at the enormous ethereal dragon wings behind Uchiha Gen, realizing that Gen's aerial assault was undoubtedly facilitated by those unique appendages. Teacher Minato is approaching. We must resolve this swiftly. A flash of red light flickered in Uchiha Gen's eyes as his 3-tomo Sharingan activated, locking onto all sand ninjas except for Yakura. In the next instant, countless eerie purple flames began to swirl around Uchiha Gen, their quantity mirroring the number of sand ninjas aside from Yakura. Go. With a wave of his hand, all the spectral flames transformed into flaming meteors, cascading toward the ground, while Uchiha Gen's figure vanished from the sky. The ghostly flames moved instantaneously. What? He vanished? Quickly, use Doton to intercept those fireballs. Yakura, who had been fixated on Uchiha Gen, was struck by shock as Gen suddenly disappeared, and she turned her attention to the descending purple fireballs. She felt an intense instinct that these flames should not be touched. Yet, just as she opened her mouth to issue a warning, a dragon claw pierced through her back. Highly attuned to sound, Yakura detected the movement and evaded. Her eyes filled with vigilance as she beheld Uchiha Gen, who had reappeared behind her, launching a silent ninjutsu attack. At such a tender age, possessing such strength. What is your name? To guard against Uchiha Gen's elusive ninjutsu ambush, Yakura conjured several blazing fireballs that encircled her. Standing amidst the fireballs, she furrowed her brow. At that moment, she realized that Uchiha Gen was merely a child of about 10 years. Dead men need not know, and besides, you are not worthy to know my name. A smirk played on Uchiha Gen's lips as he vanished once more before Yakura. In the next heartbeat, an unseen force erupted. All the sand ninjas evading the pursuit of the ghostly flames froze, their expressions stiffening, followed by a distinct cracking sound echoing from their necks. Without even a scream, the sand ninjas found their necks snapped by the invisible force, their deaths arriving without a drop of blood spilled. This terrifying method sent chills down Yakura's spine. Chapter 62, Yakura, Dead. The sand ninjas accompanying her on this covert mission were all at least Chunin level, yet now, gazing at the scattered corpses on the ground, Yakura began to doubt her own perception, wondering if she had fallen under a Jinjutsu. However, with an elusive enemy nearby, she dared not divert her attention to disrupt the flow of chakra within her body. Based on the child's appearance, he was likely from the Uchiha clan, and what I am experiencing could indeed be a Jinjutsu. Vigilantly observing her surroundings, Yakura mused. She could not believe that such a strange power could silently slay all her subordinates. Doton, Suchi Ryuhei. While contemplating, Yakura hastily formed hand seals, and 4 earthen walls rose to encase her. Unable to ascertain Uchiha Gen's location, she resolved to protect herself, just in case all of this was indeed an illusion. A sense of profound insecurity filled Yakura's eyes. Although Uchiha ninjas were renowned for their potent Jinjutsu, that child appeared to be relatively young. Could he truly activate the Sharingan and ensnare her in a Jinjutsu? At this age, even the legendary Shura of the ninja world from Konoha would not possess such power. Would he? Encased within the earthen walls, Yakura strained to gather information from her surroundings while remaining highly alert to the singular gap above her. That was her only point of vulnerability. Here he comes. Yakura's expression changed dramatically as the fireballs erupted toward the stone wall before her. At that moment, 3 razor-sharp, pale blue claws suddenly pierced the stone wall in front of her. Success! Boom! The flames exploded, and a look of delight spread across Yakura's face. She was acutely aware of the potency of her Shikutten. Being struck by several fireballs at such close range would surely reduce Uchiha Gen to a charred corpse. What are you laughing at? Uft! The dragon claws pierced flesh, blood splattering. Yakura stared in disbelief at Uchiha Gen before her, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Why had her Shikutten not reduced Uchiha Gen to ashes? Is the flame upon you a fresh stain of blood? Yitsong's gaze fell upon the flames enveloping Uchiha Gen, and she seemed to grasp the reason why he had not been reduced to a mere desiccated corpse by her scorching attack. The flames of Uchiha Gen are of no concern to you. Uchiha Gen extracted his fist blade, and Yitsong's blood spilled across the ground. Such a formidable blaze it is. Yitsong's eyes became hazy. She could scarcely remember how to breathe as blood obstructed her throat. In her final moments, she fixed her gaze upon Uchiha Gen, yearning to reach out and touch the flames that surrounded him. Yet, Uchiha Gen merely stepped back in disdain and struck out once more. Madness. Congratulations to the trainer for defeating a LV-66 human. Trainer experience, 648. Charizard experience, 648. Shineiduo experience, 648. Gungue experience, 3,465. Card draw count, 1. Dropped item, charcoal. Congratulations to the trainer for leveling up, trainer LV-66 to LV-67. Congratulations to the trainer. Charizard level up from LV-66 to LV-67. Congratulations to the trainer. Shineiduo level up from LV-66 to LV-67. Congratulations to the trainer. Gungue level up from LV-39 to LV-45. A remarkable harvest. Flicking the blood from his fist blade, Uchiha Gen nodded in satisfaction at the sight of Yitsong's lifeless body. Truly, she was a bloodstained ninja of the shadow level, although she had only recently entered the ranks of the shadows. The experience gained from her defeat had slightly enhanced his strength. More importantly, the substantial experience gained from slaying Yi Tsang had begun to elevate Gungue's level. Gungue had evolved from Gaisai Tong into Gungue while in Konoha, aligning perfectly with Uchiha Shin's expectations that Gaisai Tong would indeed evolve upon reaching the requisite level. The experience required for Gaisai Tong's evolution into Gungue was not solely provided by Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy. Rather, many ninjas from the Uchiha clan had lent their assistance. After all, when Uchiha Shin approached each one to assess his current abilities, none would dare refuse, and many would eagerly seek to engage him in combat. Presently, Uchiha Shin embodied the glory of the entire Uchiha clan. Whoosh! It's late again, Shin. I truly wish to imprint the flying thunder god mark upon you. Namikaze Minato swiftly appeared beside Uchiha Shin, glancing at the pile of corpses on the ground with a hint of exasperation, unable to keep pace with Uchiha Shin's speed. To traverse space without needing a mark is quite unfair. I must decline. I abhor bearing the marks of others. Uchiha Shin shook his head at the remark. Fully aware that once the flying thunder god mark was imprinted, its characteristic could not be nullified unless the marked area was physically destroyed. Just a jest. Is this the blazing Yi Tsang? She met a rather gruesome end. Minato observed the dismembered body of Yi Tsang, falling momentarily silent. Indeed, it seems that the concept of femininity holds no significance in Shin's eyes. Minato glanced at Uchiha Shin, who was cleaning his fist blade, silently lamenting. I intentionally avoided striking her head. I should still be able to extract some intelligence for the Yamashiro clan. Stowing his fist blade, Uchiha Shin spoke calmly. Had he desired, that strike could have pierced Yi Tsang's skull, leaving her no chance to provoke him in her final moments. Indeed, it was distasteful. Even though Yi Tsang was somewhat appealing, she was already dying, blood spilling from her mouth, yet she still reached out to him with such an expression, which left Uchiha Shin feeling quite uncomfortable. Well done. Given her strength, her status in Sunigakure likely isn't low, and she must possess a wealth of intelligence. Coupled with these intact corpses, Hachi and the others will have plenty to work with, Minato said with a smile, retrieving a scroll from his waist and looking at the complete corpses on the ground. One of the more convenient aspects of completing missions alongside Uchiha Shin is that one does not have to confront too many gruesome scenes. Thus far, the only somewhat unpleasant corpse encountered during their missions together was the dismembered Yi Tsang. It is evident that she must have provoked Uchiha Shin in life. After all, from Minato's observations, all Uchiha ninjas tend to favor elegant combat, and Uchiha Shin is no exception. Chapter 63. Is it always right to proceed thus? Speaking of which, Shin, your prowess has indeed grown formidable. Is this what we call genius? Yi Tsang, a bloodstained ninja who had wounded Orochimaru, has now been vanquished by you in a remarkably brief span of time. Truly, a genius's battle prowess cannot be measured by the existing framework. After sealing all the corpses, including Yi Tsang's remains, Minato spoke with a hint of nostalgia. She merely underestimated her opponent. Underestimating leads to death. Uchiha Shin replied coolly. Noting Yi Tsang's overconfidence in her blazing techniques during their encounter, which had led to her swift demise. However, she is dead now. It was not Uchiha Shin who caused her to underestimate her abilities. Indeed, that is correct. Minato nodded in agreement. As ninjas, any act of underestimation can yield perilous consequences. As with the corpses Minato had previously brought back, the brains of these bodies remained intact, likely holding some useful intelligence. Yamashiro Hachi crouched beside a corpse, gently tapping its forehead with his fingers. After a moment of concentration, he raised his head with a smile. He greatly relished extracting information from the corpses brought back by Minato. Although they were indeed corpses, he could still enjoy a meal after retrieving their memories. Truly impressive, Minato-kun. The bloodline of a blazing ninja is exceedingly troublesome, yet the wounds that led to Yi Tsang's demise do not resemble your handiwork. Orochimaru, wrapped in bandages that concealed all but his pallid face, stood nearby, his visage appearing particularly eerie under the dim lighting of the mortuary. Recalling the terrifying heat from his battle with Yi Tsang and Rasha, a glimmer of danger flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. It could be said that the reason he was so heavily bandaged was largely due to Yi Tsang's blazing techniques. Indeed, it was not I who dispatched Yi Tsang, but rather my subordinate, Uchiha Shin, who accomplished the feat single-handedly. Minato nodded in response to Orochimaru's inquiry. The strength of ninjas and tailed beasts varies across the villages. and there was no need for Minato to take responsibility for Yitsong's death. Moreover, Minato now understood that Uchiha Gen was entirely unafraid of political repercussions. Uchiha Gen? That genius? How intriguing. Orochimaru remarked, his expression enigmatic. He had been present at the time of Uchiha Gen and his companion's examination for the rank of genin, though he had not been in a conspicuous position. Regarding the terrifying flames enveloping Uchiha Gen, the Uchiha clan had attributed them to a unique secret technique. Yet that fire resembled more of a new bloodline. Following his encounter with Yitsong, Orochimaru's suspicions regarding Uchiha Gen's awakening of a new bloodline deepened. After all, if such high-temperature flames were merely a secret technique, it seemed somewhat implausible. Such a powerful Uchiha. I dare say the old geezers in the village will be in an uproar. Orochimaru smirked, speaking softly within the mortuary without a care. Yamashiro Hachi, who was registering the corpses, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, returning to his task of examining the bodies. This corpse is indeed a corpse. As a direct descendant of the Hokage, Orochimaru could casually discuss such sensitive topics. But Yamashiro Hachi was not at liberty to overhear. In the morgue, the other members of the Yamashiro clan, who assisted Yamashiro Hachi, quickly lowered their heads and resumed their tasks, mirroring his actions. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he fixed a curious gaze upon Bluffing Shueman, intrigued to observe his reaction. Shien was merely an ordinary ninja of the village, and the Uchiha clan was no different. Should anyone harboring prejudice attempt to harm a comrade of the village, I would be the first to stand before Shien and the Uchiha clan. Bluffing Shueman regarded Orochimaru with a calm demeanor before responding. Who would have thought that Jiraiya, that foolish man, could train someone as exceptional as you? What a pity. Orochimaru, upon hearing these words, merely smirked and turned away, departing from the morgue. The nature of his lamentation was known only to him. As Orochimaru exited, Yamashiro Hachi and the others exhaled in relief. The conversation had been too intense for them to bear. Shueman, if your aspiration remains to become Hokage, my advice is to maintain some distance from the Uchiha clan. Observing Orochimaru's retreating figure, Yamashiro Hachi hesitated before approaching Bluffing Shueman and speaking softly. Bluffing Shueman fell silent, gazing at his friend, feeling the absurdity of the situation. If the village is indeed a village, why can it not accommodate a single Uchiha? This sentiment was not mine. It was originally expressed by Luju during a conversation over drinks regarding the Uchiha clan. The animosity between the Senju and Uchiha clans, stemming from the fact that both the first and second Hokage were of the Senju, had transformed into a conflict between the village and the Uchiha. Moreover, the third Hokage and the village's leadership were disciples of the second and first Hokage, thereby perpetuating this discord. Additionally, with the Uchiha clan overseeing the security department, their aspirations to attain the position of Hokage, or for ninjas closely associated with them to do so, became a seemingly impossible endeavor. Neither the other ninja clans nor the village leadership would wish to see the Uchiha clan grow in power. Shueman, I understand your thoughts and I agree with them. Yet the primary constituents of the village are, at their core, the ninja clans. This has always been the case. Yamashiro Hachi gently patted Bluffing Shueman's shoulder before turning back to continue his work, tending to the corpses Shueman had brought back. He had said all that needed to be said. How Bluffing Shueman chose to proceed was no longer his concern. Is it always right to maintain the status quo? Bluffing Shueman found himself in a state of confusion. The more he interacted with the Uchiha clan, the more the village's responses diverged from the past. Hachi, if becoming Hokage necessitates overturning the convictions I have held steadfastly, then I shall choose to challenge the prejudiced beliefs of others. A smile graced Bluffing Shueman's face as he watched Hachi busily working, and in the next moment, he vanished, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the morgue. Chapter 64, Luo Sha, Death. Alas, I should not have spoken out of turn. I must find a time to discuss this with Luju. Such matters requiring deep thought are indeed beyond my capability. I have yet to master Uncle Feng's teachings. Yamashiro Hachi turned to face the spot where Bluffing Shueman had stood and sighed softly. The three clans of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi would forever align with the Hokage. Who ascended to that position was of no concern to them. However, Nara Luju had once privately remarked during a gathering of the three clans that Orochimaru's style was unlikely to ever align with the Hokage's position, unless the current Hokage forcefully appointed him to it. As time passed, on the battlefield of the Land of Wind, dark clouds loomed overhead, and flashes of lightning danced within the layers of clouds. A fierce wind arose, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, yet not a single raindrop fell. Uchiha Gen stood amidst the sandstorm, his body enveloped in scorching flames, coldly gazing at the Sunigakure ninjas before him, many of whom lay slain at his feet. Boring. He raised his hand lightly, and a colossal specter materialized behind him, its blood-red eyes wide open. An eerie black-purple radiance cascaded forth, instantly engulfing all the Sunigakure ninjas that dared to obstruct his path. Gung-Gui skill, Night Demon Shadow. The chilling cries of agony echoed through the sandstorm, gradually fading into the distance. In the next moment, a torrent of sand and gold surged from above, resembling a rushing river intent on consuming Uchiha Gen whole. How admirable of you to dare to continue challenging me, but truly, this is all I can commend you for, Luosha. Uchiha Gen slightly raised his head, the crimson glow within his eyes flickering as he vanished from the range of the sand and gold assault. When he reappeared, he was already above Luosha. Damn it! Again with that elusive space-time ninjutsu. Luosha, who had attempted to ambush Uchiha Gen using other Sunigakure ninjas as bait, quickly turned to flee upon realizing his attack had missed. He had once clashed with Uchiha Gen and had, in that moment, glimpsed the visage of hell, feeling the proximity of death so acutely. Uchiha Gen's formidable strength, coupled with the extreme speed afforded by his mastery of space-time ninjutsu and those terrifying eyes, along with other bizarre powers, had left a profound impact on him. Had it not been for Elder Chiyo recognizing the impending threat and detonating 3 puppets to shield him from Uchiha Gen, he would have perished at his hands. This time, he had intended to sacrifice several Sunigakure ninjas to divert Uchiha Gen's attention and then eliminate him through a sneak attack. Yet Uchiha Gen's mastery of space-time ninjutsu rendered any such ambush impossible. To think he would attempt to flee after just one failed strike? Such cowardice, truly. He is nothing but a worthless fool. Uchiha Gen hovered in the air, his gaze indifferent as he observed Luosha, ensnared by the sand and gold as he sank into the ground. With the power of Gung-Gui, he no longer needed to rely on the wings of his Charizard to fly. Crackle! Lightning erupted in the palm of Uchiha Gen's hand. The scarlet 3-tomo Sharingan pierced through the thick sand, observing the rapidly shifting sand cocoon beneath. A smile crept onto Uchiha Gen's lips. In the next moment, the raging thunder clouds above, directed by the lightning in Uchiha Gen's hand, began to intensify in ferocity. Perish, wretch! Uchiha Gen gently raised one hand. The terrifying thunderbolts from the sky descended in an instant. The lightning transformed into a rampaging beast, opening its maw and roaring as it dove downward. The lightning release, Kirin, infused with the power of thunder, made its first appearance. Like the arrival of a thunder god, it descended with devastating force upon the desert. The violent lightning coursed across the ground, illuminating the previously darkened skies with flashes of brilliance. Not bad. Uchiha Gen nodded in satisfaction at the terrifying power of the lightning, which seemed poised to obliterate all. Ultimately, the lightning release, Kirin, was merely a manifestation of nature's might, and Uchiha Gen's enhancement had imbued it with a more ferocious strength. His Kirin was far more tempestuous than that wielded by the second Hokage. As the lightning gradually dissipated, the desolate desert sparkled with glimmers of brilliance. The intense heat of the thunder had caused many small grains of sand to undergo a glacification reaction. Uchiha Gen slowly descended onto the desert, where the sand still retained astonishing warmth, yet felt somewhat cool compared to the flames enveloping his body. Congratulations, trainer, on defeating LV-68 human. Trainer experience, 749, Charizard experience, 749. Shinado experience, 749, Gung-Gui experience, 3121, card draws. 1. Dropped item, Sandstorm Rock. I retract my previous statement. You are not entirely devoid of merit. Uchiha Gen gazed downwards with a smile, never withholding his joy from anything that could elevate him, even if it were a lifeless being. The future Kazekage Luosha has met his demise. How terrifying is the Raiton, indeed, Shinkuin. A hoarse voice echoed from not far behind Uchiha Gen. He turned back nonchalantly, discovering Orochimaru standing behind him, holding the bloodied Ko no Taido and licking his lips like a rat. How dare you follow me for so long? Uchiha Gen's gaze turned frigid. Since awakening on the battlefield today, he had sensed Orochimaru's lingering presence, exuding a nauseating malice. Upon hearing Shin's words, Orochimaru's seemingly amused expression instantly transformed into one of iciness. Shin-kun, it appears you do not comprehend the essence of respecting one's elders. Boom. A terrifying heat erupted, and a black serpent instantaneously morphed into a dried stick-like object behind Uchiha Gen, which was then shattered by the wind. Ha! You dare to launch an attack against me. Do you think you will perish here, Orochimaru? Uchiha Gen gently raised his hand, and a fist blade sprang forth from his arm. His ability to traverse to this place, devoid of any other Konoha ninjas, was not merely a stroke of luck. Who truly stands as the prey, one can only speculate. This horrifying flame is utterly exquisite. It cannot merely be described as a so-called secret technique, or perhaps it transcends simple secret arts. Shin-kun, threatening the battlefield commander with words on the front lines is hardly commendable. Orochimaru gazed at the flames emanating from Uchiha Gen with fervor and then spoke softly. Chapter 65. My Union village will become the #1 ninja village. And then, Uchiha Gen remained noncommittal. The title of commander held no value as a life-saving talisman for him. He was confident in his ability to eliminate Orochimaru here without anyone noticing. The current Orochimaru lacked the near-immortal quality of his later reincarnation. Such arrogance. Yet I did not come here to engage in battle, Shin-kun. How about we make a deal? Orochimaru retracted the fervor in his eyes, extending his tongue to lick his lips as he spoke softly to Uchiha Gen. Speak. Uchiha Gen slightly frowned. Huh. The Uchiha clan has long desired to produce a Hokage, has it not? However, given the current state of Konoha, I trust your wisdom allows you to grasp certain truths. Tell me the nature of this flame you possess and how to master it. In the future, after I become Hokage, I shall support you in becoming the next Hokage. How does that sound? Surely, this proposition must appeal to you, the Uchiha clan's long-sought position of Hokage. Orochimaru wore a confident smile, believing his offer would sway Uchiha Gen. You seem quite self-assured. The corners of Uchiha Gen's lips curled slightly as he regarded Orochimaru. Indeed, after all, I am offering the position of Hokage. Is that not sufficient? Orochimaru scrutinized the subtle smile on Uchiha Gen's face, his brow furrowing slightly. Such a trivial title as Hokage, in the presence of the Uchiha clan. We need no such designation to validate anything. Since you do not wish to fight, then step aside and cease to obstruct me. Uchiha Gen lightly scoffed, retracting the fist blade from his arm and disregarding Orochimaru as he turned to walk towards another sand-hidden base. Orochimaru is a talent, and keeping him around serves a greater purpose. Uchiha Gen had other plans for him. As a member of the Uchiha, he truly seems to regard no one with respect. Observing Uchiha Gen's departing figure, Orochimaru hesitated for a moment, glancing at the shards of glass reflecting sunlight on the ground, ultimately suppressing the urge to act against Uchiha Gen. Such an Uchiha can be left for the old man to worry about. Having another Uchiha in Konoha might render things a bit less dull. Orochimaru's hoarse voice gradually faded amidst the howling wind and sand, and as the wind blew, no trace of him remained upon the sandy ground littered with glass shards. How disappointing that there was no ambush. As Uchiha Gen stepped forward to search for the sand-hidden team, he shook his head in regret at Orochimaru's decision to refrain from following him. Although he had chosen to spare Orochimaru, he felt a twinge of regret for the vast experience Orochimaru possessed at the shadow level. He had expected Orochimaru to retaliate due to his provocative departure, but was surprised by Orochimaru's remarkable restraint. The nearly insulting provocation elicited no response from him. As for why he did not take the initiative to strike, since Orochimaru still held other uses, why should he act rashly and provoke unnecessary animosity? Insults through words and actions are not of the same magnitude. Moreover, as for verbal insults, such as the nature of the Uchiha, as the ninjas of Konoha well know. Union Village. Atop the tower of the Raikage office. Suchikage. The reason for the sudden decrease in military strength at the border with Iwagakure has been thoroughly investigated. Their troublesome Jinchuriki has gone missing. I always wondered why that little runt suddenly redirected forces to attack Konoha. It turns out their Jinchuriki was stolen away. What do you say? Shall we proceed with the original plan to ambush the Land of Wind, or shall we march directly towards Iwagakure? You are a wise man. I shall heed your counsel. The third Raikage, slammed the precious intelligence received from the land of Earth onto the table, excitedly addressing the man standing before the desk. The ninja referred to as Tsuchikage was a one-eyed man, who also wore a smile. The disappearance of a tailed beast from an enemy village during wartime is undoubtedly excellent news. Reikage-sama, why not consider a different approach? We could join forces with Suna to attack here, Tsuchikage suggested, pointing to a specific area on the map as he respectfully addressed the third Reikage. A Konoha? The third Reikage furrowed his brow as he observed the location Tsuchikage indicated, and suddenly, as if a realization dawned upon him, his expression relaxed. Ha. I see your point now. Suna is inherently a weak village, and their war against Konoha will inevitably lead to further decline. With a Wagakure now deprived of a tailed beast, their strength has significantly diminished. If we were to strike Konoha, which is already constrained by both sides, it would be devastating. Ha. One must commend the cleverness of a wise man, Tsuchikage. You shall have complete authority over the upcoming war arrangements. You may mobilize all the ninjas at your discretion, including me, the Reikage. I have a premonition that this time, Union Village will undoubtedly become the true #1 ninja village. Tsuchikage, I shall rely on you for the tasks ahead. The third Reikage grew increasingly excited as he spoke, slamming his hand down on the desk once more, causing the already burdened desk to crack and break into two pieces. Yes, I will not disappoint Reikage-sama's expectations. The enthusiasm in Tsuchikage's singular eye shone brightly, and this unique trust filled him with exhilaration. Ha, splendid. You truly are someone I hold in high regard. I will leave the remaining matters in your capable hands. I shall see how AI and Bai are faring with mastering the Raijin no Ken. The third Reikage paid no mind to the shattered desk. He was well accustomed to the inferior craftsmanship of his village. Observing the excited expression on Tsuchikage's face, he laughed heartily, patted Tsuchikage on the shoulder, and without waiting for a response, turned and smashed the office's floor-to-ceiling window with a punch before leaping down. Konoha, Iwagakure, and Sunagakure shall not disappoint Reikage-sama's trust. I will undoubtedly make Union the strongest village. Tsuchikage gazed at the shattered window, his eyes ablaze with ambition as he looked into the distance. Konoha's Watergate team regrouped once more. Yesterday, Iwagakure formally declared war on Konohagakure. Their forces have been steadily advancing towards the borders of the Land of Fire. Now that the situation in the Land of Wind has stabilized, we must return to the Konoha outpost in the Land of Grass to support our teacher, Jiraiya. Standing before Uchiha Gen and the others, Namikaze Minato spoke with a serious tone. Is it really taking this long? They seem even more incompetent than I expected. Uchiha Gen remarked, raising an eyebrow. It had been quite some time since he defeated the Yandi, and he was surprised that a Wagakure could maintain such composure before finally announcing their war on Konoha. The other ninja villages do not boast the same abundance of resources and economy as Konoha, so their preparations for war would naturally take longer. Minato shook his head gently. Having been a ninja for so long and mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he was accustomed to undertaking missions in other countries or ninja villages. Aside from the rarely active Kirigakure, he had a fair understanding of the other villages, particularly Iwagakure. He had participated in numerous missions in the Land of Earth under Jiraiya's guidance, and it was precisely due to his frequent activities that he had been ambushed by two-tailed beasts simultaneously. Regardless, our priority now is to eliminate those intruders. Uzumaki Kushina exclaimed, her fists clenched in excitement. Having experienced the battlefield in the Land of Wind, Kushina was in an elated state. If it weren't for Minato's watchful gaze, she would have charged into the fray without hesitation. The brutality of war did not frighten her. Instead, it filled her with exhilaration at the prospect of fighting alongside Minato. Please, calm down, Kushina. Our team as primary mission isn't on the front lines, Minato interjected, noticing her enthusiasm. Huh, what do you mean? Are we going to assassinate the Tsuchikage? Kushina's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Not quite. It's just a standard infiltration mission, similar to our previous tasks, aimed at locating and disrupting Iwagakure's supply lines, Minato clarified, slightly taken aback by her excitement. Uchiha Gen nodded in silent agreement, acknowledging Kushina's eagerness. In his view, the best strategy would be to allow Kushina to enter tailed beast mode, unleash a tailed beast bomb, and have Minato teleport it directly into Iwagakure for a decisive blow. Of course, that was merely a thought. Such a strategy would not only reduce his opponents, but also provoke resistance from other ninja villages. While Jin was confident in his own strength, he had less faith in the overall combat capability of the village. Breaking certain unwritten rules could carry a heavy toll, and it was prudent to adhere to them without absolute strength as a guarantee. Oh, Is that so? That seems rather dull. Kushina expressed her disappointment, preferring to be at the center of the battlefield rather than lurking behind enemy lines. Well, our team specializes in space-time ninjutsu, making us ideal for this task. Now then, are we all prepared? Minato smiled gently at Kushina and then turned to Uchiha Gen and the others. The Konoha outpost in the land of grass naturally bore his flying thunder god markings. Approximately 10 kilometers ahead, there were 3 Jonin and 30 Chunin, a standard formation for a Wagakure. However, one of the Jonin possessed a notably unique chakra, likely indicating a bloodline user, and their strength was probably beyond that of a typical Jonin. Shall we stick to the usual plan? Jin will handle the Jonin, while Kakashi and Guy take care of the Chunin. I will be on standby to provide support, Minato instructed. In the land of Earth, thanks to the flying thunder god marks Minato had previously placed, his team crossed a Wagakure's defenses and entered deeper into the territory. Uzumaki Kushina placed one hand on the ground, fully activating her Kagura Shingon to sense the situation ahead, then looked up at her companions and inquired about their plans. As for why Minato was the captain and Uchiha Gen was tasked with handling the Jonin, it was simply because Minato could not compete with Gen in that regard. Let us stick to the usual protocol. It's all yours, Gen, Minato said, glancing at the boy who had summoned his weapon. Understood, Uchiha Gen replied calmly, vanishing from sight in an instant. That guy is at it again. Guy, let us move. Kakashi sighed as he watched Gen disappear, then swiftly dashed forward. Got it. Guy nodded enthusiastically, quickly following Kakashi's lead. It seems Kakashi is quite fascinated by space-time ninjutsu, Kushina remarked with a smile, glancing at Minato. Perhaps it's because he never gets to face worthy opponents. But alas, even with the flying thunder god, he still cannot match Gen in that regard. Minato chuckled helplessly. Knowing better than anyone whether he could outpace Uchiha General Gen appeared to be exceptionally fixated on battling strong opponents. He would eagerly take the lead against any Jonin he encountered. Did he harbor some obsession? Kushina pondered, having spent only a short time with Gen. She noticed his enthusiasm for combat, particularly against stronger foes. Her Kagura Shingon had sensed his fighting spirit not directed at her, but rather at the Kyuubi within her. Perhaps he simply has a passion for fighting, Minato mused, recalling the dragon-like flames that ignited around Gen whenever he faced formidable enemies. There was undoubtedly a significant secret behind Uchiha Gen, but what did it matter to him? As a mentor, his role was to ensure the 3 of them matured to a point where they could stand on their own. Everything else was of little concern. In the rocky terrain, the Iwagakure ninja halted their swift movements and looked up, for there stood a boy with crimson eyes, coldly observing them. It seemed there was an unexpected surprise. Uchiha Gen perched atop a stone pillar, gazing down at the Iwagakure shinobi, his focus particularly on the spiky-haired ninja leading them. Lord Keikiai, it's a ninja from Konoha. One of the Iwagakure shinobi quickly informed the spiky-haired leader upon seeing Gen's forehead protector. Hey kid, what kind of stare is that? Keikiai shot a furious glare at his subordinate before pointing an accusatory finger at Uchiha Gen, his voice booming. Gen's gaze, akin to that of someone appraising merchandise, infuriated Keikiai. This brat was even more arrogant than he was. His strength was mediocre at best, but he could serve as a useful test subject for some skills. While Keikiai demanded attention, Gen paid him no heed. From the start, he had regarded this bloodline user with disdain. With no concern of Minato stealing his kills, Gen felt no urgency to eliminate his foes hastily. There were techniques he had mastered long ago that he had yet to employ. Hey, Konoha brat, I'm talking to you. Do you want to die? Keikiai shouted, incensed when Gen ignored him. He swung a fist that collided with the stone pillar where Gen stood. A white light enveloped Keikiai's fist. Explosion release. Earth lightning fist. Boom. The explosive release of chakra caused the stone pillar upon which Uchiha Shin stood to shatter instantaneously. Huh. Little brat, do you comprehend the might of explosive release? Impossible. Is it the technique of heavy stone manipulation? No, it must be a similar jutsu, this Konoha brat. As the hunter, grinning with ferocity, sought to relish the sight of Uchiha Shin's frantic leap, he was taken aback to find that Uchiha Shin remained steadfast in his position, devoid of the pillar that once supported him. Uchiha Shin stood there, seemingly treading upon the very air itself. This spectacle, the hunter had only witnessed on the body of their Tsuchikage. Shinado and Lizardin had mastered their techniques. Now, it was time to test Gungue's abilities. Uchiha Shin raised his hand, gazing down at the hunter. A point of black light manifested in his palm, rapidly expanding into a chaotic, swirling orb of black and purple energy, ghostly energy spiraling around the sphere like arcs of violet lightning. This was Gengui's move, Shadow Ball. This technique seemed to harmonize splendidly with the Rasengan. Acting on inspiration, as he observed the shadow ball coalescing in his palm, Uchiha Gen's chakra surged outward, causing the chaotic sphere to suddenly swell. A layer of azure radiance enveloped the shadow ball, replacing the ghostly arcs with a vibrant luminescence. Shadow Ball. With the continuous infusion of chakra, the ghostly energy began to intertwine with the chakra, and the shadow ball in Uchiha Gen's grasp expanded further. What? Damn it. I must not allow this technique to reach completion. Are you all imbeciles? Use ninjutsu to counterattack. Are you truly going to stand by and watch as someone executes such an extraordinary technique? As the shadow ball in Uchiha Gen's palm grew larger, the hunter's expression shifted dramatically. As a formidable force within a Wagakure, he had witnessed the Jinchuriki of his village launch tailed beast bombs. The terrifying energy sphere in Uchiha Gen's hand bore an uncanny resemblance to a tailed beast bomb, albeit with a more sinister aura. Oh no. Yes. Upon hearing the hunter's furious shout, the somewhat dazed Wagakure shinobi finally reacted, hastily forming hand seals. The hunter did the same, his fingers flying as he looked up at Uchiha Gen, eyes filled with profound confusion. What on earth is this Konoha brat? Explosive release ignited in an instant. Die. Little brat. Your technique is too slow. With the final hand seal complete, a manic grin spread across the hunter's face as he unleashed a punch toward Uchiha Gen, unleashing a torrent of violent energy. Boom. Boom. A cacophony of explosions erupted, unstable flames cascading toward Uchiha Gen. The initial manual fusion proved somewhat troublesome, yet merely a slight inconvenience. Combining the Rasengan strangulation with the Shadow Ball's power, Uchiha Gen decided to retain the name Shadow Ball. Observing the ferocious energy sphere before him, reminiscent of a tailed beast bomb, he opted against renaming it. As he watched the flames engulfing him from below, a subtle smirk danced upon Uchiha Gen's lips as he raised his hand forward. The colossal Shadow Ball surged forth in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the stability Uchiha Gen provided was lost, and the chaotic, ghostly energy erupted uncontrollably. The hunter's explosive release was obliterated by the eruption of the Shadow Ball, extinguished without a trace. Boom. A tremendous explosion resonated, darkened black light engulfing the realm, the black and purple ghostly energy spreading outward like arcs of electricity. Rocks shattered under the aftermath of the explosion, and the ground buckled. Even those Wagakure shinobi who were beyond the attack range were hurled away by the shockwave, only stopping upon colliding with obstacles. Amidst the dark, ghostly purple light, the surviving Wagakure shinobi gazed up in terror at Uchiha Gen high above. In that moment, they could not discern who truly wielded the bloodline of explosive release. Such a technique, though born from a mere whim, was still a sight to behold. Observing the devastation wrought by the Shadow Ball, Uchiha Gen nodded in satisfaction. It had been a spontaneous effort, and this technique possessed significant potential for enhancement. The chakra and ghostly energy he had condensed for the released Shadow Ball were minimal, especially compared to his vast reserves. Cough, cough, cough. What kind of technique is this? The hunter lay on the ground, exuding a foul odor of charred flesh, gazing at Uchiha Gen with a hoarse voice. He had long shed the arrogance he had displayed upon their first encounter, his once spiky hair now reduced to a singed scalp, and his limbs charred from the explosion's intense heat. However, the hunter received no reply from Uchiha Gen. Instead, a dark purple ghostly claw erupted from beneath him. Gengui's skill. Shadow Claw. Congratulations, trainer. You have defeated LV-61 human. Trainer experience. 486. Lizardin experience. 486. Shinado experience. 486. Gengui experience. 665. Card draws. 1. No drops. Gengui's Shadow Claw proved intriguing. It could either be used as an attachment to punches and blades or directly pierce through alternate spatial dimensions. Observing the Shadow Claw piercing through the hunter's chest, Uchiha Gen felt a sense of satisfaction. Gengui's skill set was extensive, yet to harness its full potential, he would need to develop it further. After all, many of Gengui's techniques were rather ominous, requiring testing to ascertain their true effects for combinatory use. Chapter 68. Request for Separation. Considering the time, those two fellows would soon arrive. Before they did, let me continue testing other skills. Uchiha Gen descended to the ground. his gaze fixed upon the fleeing Iwagakure shinobi. The crimson light in his eyes flickered, intertwined with ghostly purple radiance. The Iwagakure shinobi, paralyzed with fear, found themselves unable to move. Gungue's skill, Black Gaze. Black Gaze, a general attribute-altering skill that prevents the target from escaping. Significantly enhanced when combined with the illusionary abilities of the Sharingan. If I let you escape, those two fellows will surely complain. Uchiha Gen remarked casually to the immobilized Iwagakure shinobi. The experience a Chunin could provide him was now inconsequential, so leaving them for Kakashi and Guy was no great loss. You, what kind of joke is this? Bastard. My companions are not your playthings. Crack. From behind Uchiha Gen, the ground fractured as a burly Iwagakure shinobi emerged, his arm encased in rock, launching a punch aimed at Uchiha Gen's back. Yet, in the next moment, the joy of a successful ambush morphed into dread. His attack passed straight through Uchiha Gen's form, literally phasing through it. The Iwagakure Jonin stared in terror at Uchiha Gen's ethereal body. Is this Konoha ninja a human or a ghost? Gungue's ability, ghosting, rendered him immune to direct physical attacks. During the battle with Reichu, he had evaded Reichu's strikes through phasing. As a tool deliberately retained for skill experimentation, consider yourself a dessert after the meal. Uchiha Gen smirked slightly, experiencing the joy of phasing. After the failed strike, the Iwagakure Jonin, face etched with fear, hastily formed hand seals, attempting to burrow underground once more. Alas, a spectral image of a three-tomo Sharingan blossomed behind him, rendering the Iwagakure Jonin unable to utilize the earth-release ninjutsu he had intended. Gungue's skill, Binding Method. Binding Method, a general transformation skill that temporarily prevents the target from using previously employed techniques. What is happening? My technique. Is it you? What kind of monster are you? Witnessing the futility of his ninjutsu, the Iwagakure Jonin's already fractured psyche shattered completely. As he beheld the figure of Uchiha Gen, the terror within him magnified exponentially, leaving him with but a singular thought: escape. He could not comprehend how this individual before him could still be associated with the essence of a ninja, capable of flight, able to effortlessly disregard his attacks, and with a mere glance, able to immobilize his comrades. He was now rendered incapable of performing any ninjutsu due to an inexplicable ability. Ignoring the Iwagakure Jonin's dread, Uchiha Gen casually raised his hand and snapped his fingers. With that sound, the Jonin, who had just attempted to flee, suddenly collapsed to the ground, contorted in a peculiar manner as though an invisible hand pressed him down. Telekinesis. No, no, you are a monster. His anguished screams echoed through the stone forest. Congratulations, trainer, for defeating LV-48 human. Trainer experience, 48, Charizard experience, 48, Shinado experience, 48, Gungue experience, 344. Could he not withstand it? Such a pity. Uchiha Gen lamented as he gazed upon the disfigured corpse of the Iwagakure ninja, now enveloped in deep purple bubbles. Gen, we are here. Uchiha Ryu's heavy kick. A green figure rushed in from the distance and delivered a kick to the Iwagakure ninja under Uchiha Gen's control. Two fools. Uchiha Gen turned to observe Mato Kai, who was curiously looking at the immobilized Iwagakure ninja. He promptly released his control over the Jonin. It's moving again. Taste my move, Konoha's strong wind. Kakashi's figure also approached swiftly, his blade drawn as he ran. Meanwhile, Uchiha Gen found a stone to sit upon, leisurely watching his two friends handle their adversary. Quite relaxed, aren't you, Gen? Oh, Kakashi's swordsmanship has improved significantly, as expected from Shomo-senpai's descendant. And Kai, your fighting style resembles that of Tsunade, though why do you keep shouting Konoha and Uchiha? A familiar voice emerged from behind Uchiha Gen. Without needing to turn, he knew who it was. Such a free-spirited character could only belong to Whirlpool Kushina. Indeed, Gen could easily manage these opponents. Despite the high temperatures damaging some skin, he could still recognize the Iwagakure explosive specialist. At that moment, Bluffing Shuemin approached, crouching beside the corpse of the specialist. After examining it, he spoke softly, "Explosive specialist. Is he a well-known ninja?" Kushina leaned in closer to inspect the body. Teacher Shuemin, I wish to depart from the team for a while. As Bluffing Shuemin and Whirlpool Kushina confirmed the identity of the corpse, Uchiha Gen's voice reached their ears. Gen, you want to leave the team? Before Bluffing Shuemin could respond, Kushina rushed to stand before Uchiha Gen, astonished. Well, While I anticipated this, I did not expect you to voice it so soon. Since you have your own considerations, go ahead. I will help you with cover at the village, but you must take this. It is necessary to reassure the teacher. Is it not? Wolfing Shuemin seemed to have anticipated Uchiha Xian's decision, rising to retrieve a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, smiling as he addressed Uchiha Xian. Your yearning for battle is evident, and remaining in your squad would only waste your time. Since your strength has earned my recognition, I shall not impose the teacher's authority before you. Thank you. Uchiha Xian accepted the kunai, placing it within his ninja tool pouch. Though he had Gungui's alternate space to store items, such objects could not be sensed by bluffing Shuemin if placed in that space. Sometimes I truly do not understand you boys, but since Xian has his own plans, I shall lend a hand. Kushina glanced between bluffing Shuemin and Uchiha Xian, sighed, and then bit her finger, forming hand seals. Chapter 69. The new-tailed beast. The summoning technique unfolded before Whirlpool Kushina, a thick mist erupting, revealing a massive scroll. This contains some sealing scrolls I crafted during my idle time at home, as well as some personal sealing techniques I developed, which should be of assistance to you. Rest assured, these are my personal belongings, and I have the authority to distribute them. Do not refuse. Consider this a token of gratitude for your assistance in subduing the Nine Tails. Kushina placed the large scroll in front of Uchiha Xian with a smile. All right. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Xian ultimately chose to accept the scroll. Xian, battles with powerful adversaries will invariably accompany grave dangers, so you must never act recklessly. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. With Kushina by your side, I can reach you regardless of distance. Observing Uchiha Xian accept the scroll, Wolfing Shuemin spoke with a smile. Only a fool would engage in reckless endeavors, and I am clearly not one of them. Uchiha Xian lightly nodded, understanding that in the world of ninjas, a single misstep could lead to death. While he possessed a degree of pride, he was not foolish enough to act recklessly. Nevertheless, he held confidence in his current strength. Even if he encountered an insurmountable foe, with Shinado and Gengui, escape would not pose a problem. If it is you, Xian, I have no worries. Let us look forward to our next meeting. I imagine, given your temperament, you would prefer to avoid Kakashi and Kai and leave directly, as you seem quite averse to trouble. Wolfing Shuemin's face radiated a sunny smile as he extended a fist toward Uchiha Xian. Indeed, observing Wolfing Shuemin's radiant smile, a hint of amusement flickered in Uchiha Xian's eyes as he raised his hand to fist bump his companion. As a comrade, Wolfing Shuemin was undoubtedly impeccable, explaining the affection many held for him. Until we meet again. Time flowed gently. Within a forest in the land of lightning, Uchiha Xian leisurely skinned and bled a wild rabbit, with a campfire crackling nearby. It was evident that he intended to indulge in an outdoor barbecue. How brazen it was to light a fire within their defensive perimeter, yet no Uni ninja had come to investigate. Truly, they were inept. After seasoning the rabbit and placing it over the fire, Uchiha Xian surveyed the tranquil surroundings, shaking his head in disappointment. Since departing from Shuemin's team, Uchiha Xian had journeyed toward the battlefield between the Yunin and Owagakure, for there he could freely choose his opponents to eliminate. Moreover, he was particularly intrigued by the third Raikage, renowned as the strongest spear and shield. Before formally encountering him, he needed to bolster his strength as much as possible. Thus, he sought opportunities to test himself against any notable adversaries. Interesting. As he placed the rabbit on the grill, Uchiha Xian suddenly turned toward the nearby thicket, sensing a faint chakra presence that had intruded upon his perception. This presence did not emanate from weakness. Rather, it felt as though it was gravely injured. Upon entering the land of thunder, Uchiha Xian, without any disguise, relied heavily on the chakra perception technique taught by the legendary Hokage, Namikaze Minato. His approach was characterized by an unabashed arrogance. Such behavior would inevitably attract the attention of sensory ninjas from Kumogakure or Owagakure, leading them to discover his presence. Sensing the intruder's position, Uchiha Xian smirked and vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he found himself beside a ninja who had crossed into his sensing range. Though the timing was far from opportune, lying on the ground before him was a female ninja, bloodied and wounded. The injuries she bore were clearly inflicted by bladed techniques. It seemed there was a formidable opponent nearby. Uchiha Xian regarded the injured female ninja with a slight raise of his brow, a flicker of delight crossing his eyes. Her body was riddled with fine cuts, suggesting she had endured multiple slashes in a short span of time. A glimmer of blue light ignited within Uchiha Gen's gaze. Under the guidance of his telekinetic control, the female ninja swiftly flipped onto her back. No forehead protector? It appeared she was a covert operative, her body marred by wounds. Yet her face bore no trace of blood, indicating the use of a disguise technique. Observing the scene, Uchiha Gen furrowed his brow. The female ninja's chest still rose and fell slowly. Despite the low rhythm, she was evidently alive. Judging by her direction of arrival, the ninja wielding the blade must have been in that vicinity. Uchiha Gen fixed his gaze on a particular direction and instantly vanished, heading towards where the female ninja had come from. After his departure, a burst of flames erupted from the female ninja's body, the terrifying heat incinerating her into mere charred remnants. Without a forehead protector, her nationality could not be discerned merely by appearance, but it mattered little to Uchiha Gen. Even a shred of experience should not be squandered. Furthermore, this was the ninja world, where a compassionate disposition was hardly conducive to survival. Uchiha Gen navigated swiftly through the forest, a spark of excitement lighting up his eyes. Within the range of his chakra perception technique, an ominous chakra presence brought him immense joy. It was a new-tailed beast. It seems you need to practice further. The spy managed to escape from your grasp even after enduring my attack. In the woods, AI from the new generation of the ABI team exclaimed loudly to the disheartened youth beside him, who wore sunglasses. ABI team, huh? Don't worry, brother. That spy won't be able to survive. She will continue to bleed out and eventually perish. AI remarked solemnly, while the dejected youth expressed himself with an odd rap cadence, swaying his body and waving his arms. Keep searching. With such severe injuries, she definitely can't run far. Even if she's dead, we need to retrieve her body to ascertain which village she hails from. AI stated, looking ahead. However, as he observed, AI's brow suddenly furrowed in concern as a black-haired boy slowly approached them. Moreover, the boy's hands gleamed with a cold light, though the weapon was indecipherable. The presence of any weapon signified that the newcomer was no friend. Is that a Konoha forehead protector? You dare to appear so brazenly in my land of thunder? You are rather presumptuous, AI exclaimed, his face contorting with rage upon recognizing the symbol on Uchiha Gen's forehead protector. Such an arrogant individual dared to show himself. AI lunged forward, and in an instant, blinding lightning enveloped his arm. Utilizing the lightning release chakra to enhance his physical cells, AI seemed to transcend space itself. Appearing before Uchiha Gen in the blink of an eye, raising his arm, crackling with lightning, to strike Uchiha Gen with a powerful punch. As the Crimson Three-Tomo Sharingan activated, Uchiha Gen regarded AI, whose fist was nearly upon him, with an expression devoid of emotion. Boom. The swift lightning successfully struck Uchiha Gen, but was halted by an invisible barrier. What is this? Those eyes. You are a member of the Uchiha clan? AI was astonished that his attack had been thwarted, while also noticing Uchiha Gen's striking red gaze. It seems no one has taught you not to gaze into the eyes of an Uchiha. Begone. Uchiha Gen coldly regarded the future wreckage. In the next moment, an overwhelming power surged forth. Lightning erupted before Uchiha Gen as AI glared fiercely at him, preparing to taunt him when the phantom of the Three-Tomo Sharingan subtly reflected in his eyes. The lightning dissipated from AI's form. Sharingan Jinjutsu. As AI fell prey to the illusion, Uchiha Gen raised his hand, pressing it against AI's abdomen. The sealing technique enveloped AI's body, swiftly wrapping him under the control of the telekinetic force. Brother! A furious shout echoed from a distance, just as a massive octopus tentacle lunged toward Uchiha Gen with alarming speed. This time, the target was exquisite. Watching by charge forward, Uchiha Gen smirked. Pale blue dragon claws erupted from his arms, slashing through the air. 3 cutting strikes sliced through the approaching gigantic octopus tentacle. Sizzle! The familiar lightning surged forth from Bai's body, the azure lightning coiling around him, significantly enhancing his speed. So this is the so-called lightning release chakra mode? Quite intriguing. The Three-Tomo Sharingan slowly rotated within Uchiha Gen's gaze, the power of his abilities stimulating his ocular prowess as he absorbed the flowing chakra from Bai's form. Damn it! You bastard! I will decapitate you and place your head on the front lines of Konoha. Boom. Lightning flickered, and waves of energy exploded behind Bai as 4 octopus tentacles, similarly charged with lightning, lunged toward Uchiha Gen. Bai's speed rivaled that of AI. In an instant, he was before Uchiha Gen. You should refrain from uttering such arrogant words. It only serves to highlight your weakness. Uchiha Shin smiled, raising his hand. Bikochu. Snap. Boom. Bai's punch, charged with terrifying lightning, was caught effortlessly by Uchiha Shin with a single hand, while the 4 octopus tentacles were held at bay by an invisible force before Uchiha Shin. How is this possible? You bastard. Bai echoed AI's earlier shock, witnessing Uchiha Shin single-handedly neutralize his attack, causing him to wonder if he had fallen under an illusion as well. You are far too weak to elicit any pleasure from me. Let the beast within you emerge. The 3-tomo Sharingan within Uchiha Shin's eyes spun gently. Buzz. The ocular power erupted. A colossal force of ocular prowess invaded the ironclad seal on Bai's shoulder. A chilling and bone-chilling aura penetrating the seal and reaching the inner space of Bai's body. Roar. A violent and ominous chakra suddenly erupted from Bai's form. Ugh. The tailed beast within him thrashed violently. Pain etched across Bai's face as crimson chakra began to leak, engulfing him entirely in mere moments. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shin stood calmly, watching, with a tranquil gaze concealing a madness only an Uchiha could comprehend. Come forth. The tempestuous chakra erupted in its entirety, transforming into a beast that crawled upon the ground, for tails extending outward from its posterior. With a roar, the tail beast form of Bai emitted a hoarse growl as it gazed upon Uchiha Shin. Insufficient, continue. Observing Bai, who only revealed 4 tails, a look of dissatisfaction crossed Uchiha Shin's face. In a flash, he appeared beside Bai, his dragon claw striking forth. Boom. The immense force sent the tail beast form of Bai hurtling away, crashing through several trees before coming to a halt. Roar. The sudden assault ignited a deeper fury within Bai, causing the turbulent chakra to coalesce, resulting in the emergence of 2 new tails. Alongside the new tails appeared a skeletal structure of a pale hue, adorned with a sharp horn, enveloping the body of the tail beast Bai. 6 tails, still insufficient, continue. Once more, a claw descended heavily upon Bai's crown, resonating with a dull thud. Simultaneously, the ocular power of the Sharingan, left within Bai's ceiling space, began to provoke the chakra of the 8 tails. Bai's form staggered back, his eyes crimson and devoid of reason, as the chaotic chakra surged uncontrollably, causing the ground beneath to crack, the flowing chakra scorching the earth like molten lava. The new tails stretched outward again, the pale skeletal structure becoming enveloped in the lava-like chakra, Bai's form gradually expanding. 7 tails mindlessly thrashed against the surrounding forest, causing trees to collapse and fissures to mar the ground. Uchiha Shin stood resolutely, coldly observing the completely rampaging Bai, his fighting spirit rising steadily. Among the 9-tailed beasts, aside from the Kyubi no Yoko, the 8 tails, Gyuki, was the strongest. Still insufficient, merely 7 tails are far from adequate, beast. Unleash your full strength and delight me with your display. Uchiha Shin soared into the air, looking down upon the beast below with an intense crimson gaze that brimmed with an eerie allure, declaring loudly. Chapter 71. Complete Tailed Beast Transformation. The beast roared. The ground shattered. 7 tails danced with the wind, mindlessly striking the surrounding forest. The crimson chakra flowed over the prone beast's form like blood. The pale skeleton gradually submerged in chakra as flesh began to weave around it. Ha 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 ha, this is freedom. You, the descendant of Indra's bloodline, have done a tremendous deed. With the emergence of flesh, the beast's once hollow eyes sparkled with vitality once more. Yet, it was evident that this newfound consciousness did not stem from Bai, but rather from the sealed-tailed beast within him, the 8 tails, Gyuki. Finally, you have arrived, Gyuki. Witnessing the fully transformed Gyuki, Uchiha Shin's eyes flickered with madness. The oppressive and violent aura emanating from Gyuki indicated that he was the most formidable opponent Uchiha Shin had encountered thus far. 8 tails swung through the air, massive arms pounding the ground. Roar. Having regained freedom, Gyuki excitedly roared, announcing his return to the ninja world. The taste of freedom is indeed delightful. But you seem to have forgotten the presence of others before you. Fire release, great fireball technique. With Gyuki completely unsealed and transformed into his ultimate form, Uchiha Shin no longer needed to wait. Flames erupted across Gyuki's roaring form. Boom. You despicable wretch, releasing me only to attack me. Do you wish for death, little one? The searing sensation upon his skin extinguished Gyuki's exhilaration, and he glared at Uchiha Shin with a furious roar, while a colossal octopus tail swung menacingly towards him. Ignoring Gyuki's roar, Uchiha Gen extended his dragon claws from his arms. Clash. The sound resonated like a blade being drawn. 3 claw strikes cleaved through the air. The incoming octopus tail was instantly severed. Uchiha Gen swiftly ascended, the 3 black tomo within his eyes spinning wildly, making Gyuki's every movement appear as though in slow motion. Boom. An explosive sound erupted above Gyuki's head as Uchiha Gen appeared directly above him, a claw striking down. Despite the attack descending from above, Gyuki's solid defenses merely left him with a fleeting sense of dizziness. Shaking his head to regain clarity, Gyuki opened his mouth wide and unleashed a torrent of ink. Countless streams of black ink sprayed forth, enveloping the world in darkness, and Gyuki's form vanished within the inky abyss. Buzz. A brilliant blue light emerged within the depths of his crimson eyes. Telekinesis separated all the ink surrounding Uchiha Gen. In that brief moment of separation, he swiftly slashed towards the right side of the darkness. Boom. The sound of a heavy impact resonated. It was a new colossal tail, this time covered in a thick layer of chakra, obstructing the sharpness of Uchiha Gen's dragon claws, preventing them from severing the octopus tail once more. With a missed strike, the octopus tail quickly retreated into the depths of the darkness. Simultaneously, several other octopus tails appeared from various directions, accompanied by a gigantic fist. Knowing how to employ strategy in battle is a commendable trait, but regrettably, it only amounts to being commendable. Uchiha Gen smirked as he observed the colossal tails converging from all directions. In the next moment, flames erupted from Uchiha Gen's form. The fierce flames transformed into a dragon shape, enveloping him, while a divine aura descended. In stark contrast to Uchiha Gen's cold gaze, as the flames ignited around him, the surrounding darkness began to dissipate rapidly. The pale golden flames scorched the peculiar ink. As the flames engulfed his entire being, a complete madness consumed Uchiha Gen's eyes. Reverse scale state. Deep within the heart of the Land of Lightning, the battle between him and Gyuki would undoubtedly attract the attention of other Kumogakure shinobi. Thus, a swift resolution was the optimal choice. After all, he could not gauge how much strength he would have left to confront other foes following his battle with Gyuki. Moreover, the unforeseen emergence of the tailed beast would surely prompt the third Reikage, known for possessing the strongest spear and shield, to take action. The activation of the reverse scale state caused the flames upon Uchiha Gen to surge uncontrollably. The searing heat within the pitch-black world resembled that of the sun, illuminating the darkness and restoring light to the shadowy realm. Gyuki's form emerged from the ink under the glow of the flames. Boom. 7 colossal tails and a fist descended upon Uchiha Gen. Yet they merely passed through his form, each attack colliding with its own force. Gyuki's ghostly form. What manner of being is this human child? Observing Uchiha Gen, who had nearly incinerated all of his ink and suddenly evaded his attack through a phantasmal state. A flicker of confusion crossed Gyuki's eyes. This fire does not seem to originate from the power of Indra's bloodline. Disappeared. Just as Gyuki pondered the vanishing figure of Uchiha Gen, he suddenly realized that Uchiha Gen had vanished from his front. No, above. As he sought to locate Uchiha Gen's figure again, a terrifying wave of heat erupted above Gyuki's head. Gyuki swiftly looked up to see Uchiha Gen standing above him, unleashing a colossal spiraling fireball aimed directly at his head. Fire release, spiraling flame hurricane. The unstable ninjutsu capable of slaying the Four Tails has now been entirely perfected by Uchiha Gen. Although its destructive power has diminished as it approaches stability, it can now be utilized in regular combat without endangering oneself. Boom. Flames cascaded like water, completely engulfing the Ushioni. The piercing sounds of scorching and the roars reverberated in Uchiha Gen's ears. Unfazed by the Ushioni's agonized cries, Uchiha Gen merely gathered flames anew in his other hand, this time interspersed with vibrant hues of light. Damn little demon. I will make you pay with your life. The Ushioni's head emerged from the flames, its massive maw agape, eyes filled with hatred as it regarded Uchiha Gen. Such a wretched creature dared to impose such suffering upon him. The flames conjured by Uchiha Gen inflicted a torment that felt as if his very soul was being seared, a sensation he had never experienced since his inception. The Ushioni tilted its head back, its yin-yang chakra gradually converging and compressing into a spherical form in a 2:8 ratio. Chapter 72. The Battle of the Heavenly Kings task commences. The tailed beast ball. To counter my divine flames with this technique, while it remains commendable, this must surely be your most potent power. Observing the dark-tailed beast ball coalescing, Uchiha Gen hovered in the air, the madness in his eyes gradually subdued by his extraordinary abilities. Gently raising his hand, the iridescent flames flickered quietly in Uchiha Gen's palm. Arrogant little demon. Perish. The tailed beast ball completed its formation, and the Ushioni glared fiercely at Uchiha Gen, unleashing an enraged roar. Whoosh! With a thunderous roar, the colossal tailed beast ball surged forth, imbued with a force seemingly capable of obliterating everything in its path. As it raced forward, the air trembled, and the ground beneath the Ushioni fractured under the backlash of the tailed beast ball, sending clouds of dust swirling. Uchiha Gen remained unperturbed, merely raising his hand as the vibrant flame drifted towards the tailed beast ball. The enormous tailed beast ball approached swiftly, soon confronting the flicker of flame. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, contrasting the massive tailed beast ball with the minuscule flame. Yet, in the next second, an overwhelming pressure descended, causing the Ushioni to stare in astonishment at the sky. Its tailed beast ball was dissolving. Boom! A brilliant white light erupted instantaneously, transforming the world into a realm of daylight as blinding radiance illuminated the ground. Yet it could not extinguish the vibrant hue of the flame. The fire pierced through the white light, swiftly descending upon the Ushioni's form. Awestruck by the terrifying flames that had melted its tailed beast ball, the Ushioni abruptly raised its arms in defense. However, contrary to its expectations, no pain followed. The Ushioni gazed in surprise at the colorful flames that now rested upon its arms. This flame seemed imbued with vitality and warmth, akin to a benevolent sun. What does this mean? As it observed the flames slowly burning upon its arm, the Ushioni questioned Uchiha Gen, who stood aloft. It could sense that although this flame was diminutive, it possessed the potential to engulf it entirely. Just as it lifted its gaze, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly met its own. The ethereal image of the three-tomo Sharingan blossomed in the Ushioni's vision. It's in your hands now, Shinado. Uchiha Gen, with an expression of tranquility, perched himself upon the pointed horn of the Ushioni, then, observing the colorful flames upon its arm, he gently gestured toward Shinado in the ceiling space. Shauna within the ceiling space, Shinado, seated regally upon her throne, nodded with a smile and then raised her hand. An immense surge of psychic energy linked through Uchiha Gen's vision was instantaneously transmitted to the Eight Tails Ushioni. The psychic energy began to construct within the Ushioni's form. Had Uzumaki Kushina witnessed this phenomenon, she would undoubtedly be astounded. For this psychic energy intricately constituted a complex sealing technique. The moment the sealing technique was completed, various degrees of indentations began to emerge upon the Ushioni's body. Uchiha Gen, witnessing this, swiftly descended to the ground, flames in hand, within Uchiha Gen's sealing space. In the realm of psychic energy, clusters of scarlet chakra materialized, which Shinado then directly condensed into numerous scarlet crystalline forms. Meanwhile, Gungue hastily gathered all the completed crystals, placing them upon a colossal scroll inscribed with the character for 8. Charizard lounged nearby, propping its head up as it observed its siblings at work, casually munching on a fruit. Truly, the flames descended from the Phoenix King are terrifying, yet the consumption is exceedingly great, akin to invoking the reverse scale 5 times. After retracting the flames, Uchiha Gen reflected upon the flickering flames in his palm with a sense of nostalgia. Shauna, just as Uchiha Gen was recovering from his exertions and lost in thought, Shinado's voice resonated within his mind. Considering the time, this process was even quicker than extracting the chakra from the 4 tails. It appears your mastery over the sealing technique is growing stronger. Uchiha Gen glanced at the Ushioni, whose chakra had been significantly drained, now resembling a mere shadow of its former self, with only 2 tails remaining as the tailed beast chakra rapidly diminished. He smiled, praising Shinado. Shauna, in response to Uchiha Gen's commendation, within the realm of psychic energy, Shinado merely clutched a scarlet crystal, her expression clouded with concern. There is no rush. The tailed beast chakra harbors remnants of the beast's consciousness and negative energies, and directly expelling them is indeed not a simple task. Take your time. Achieving this much already showcases your prowess, and I trust that soon you will completely absorb the strength of these tailed beasts. Understanding Shinado's unease, Uchiha Gen maintained his reassuring smile, as he gently comforted her. The tailed beast chakra, a source capable of significantly enhancing strength, was not something Uchiha Gen intended to overlook. However, utilizing the tailed beast chakra was not a trivial matter. Thus, he sought to eliminate the adverse effects it harbored and refine it into pure power for absorption. Congratulations, Trainer, for defeating LV-81 Energy Aggregator. Trainer Experience 1110, Charizard Experience 1110, Shinado Experience 1110, Gung-Gue Experience 4545, Card Draw Count 1, Drops 1. Congratulations, Trainer, for leveling up from LV-67 to LV-68. Congratulations, Trainer, Charizard has leveled up from LV-67 to LV-68. Congratulations, Trainer, Shinado has leveled up from LV-67 to LV-68. Congratulations, Trainer, Gung-Gue has leveled up from LV-47 to LV-54. Congratulations, Trainer, for successfully challenging the gym once again. Gym Challenge Task Progress 1. Reward. Random Item 1. Random Pokemon Card 1. Current Challenge Progress 28. Congratulations, Trainer, for defeating a champion-level opponent for the first time. The champion battle task commences. Reward. Semi-Divine Pokemon Egg 1. Random Battle System Item 1. Random High-Level Pokemon Card 1. Current Champion Battle Progress 14. Just as the comforting words faded, a series of data notifications rang in Uchiha Gen's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. Champion. Ushioni. Observing the Ushioni, now completely devoid of chakra, Uchiha Gen's expression became somewhat peculiar. Chapter 73. This familiar feeling. To speak frankly, the power exhibited by the Ushioni was not on par with Uchiha Gen's expectations for a champion level. Was it the divine flames that were simply too formidable, or did the classification of this level encompass other factors? Uchiha Gen slightly furrowed his brows as he gazed at the fallen LV-81 Nyo-Gue and LV-80 Sun Wukong, although the difference in their levels was merely one tier. In terms of power, Nyo-Gue was significantly superior. The level indicated on the panel seemed to suggest that it did not directly determine strength. Was it due to the divergent systems between the shinobi world and the Pokémon realm? Or was it because the levels he calculated were influenced by various factors? Uchiha Gen pondered deeply. Currently, the panel's level assessment held little impact on him, as he was aware that the levels were assigned only after defeating each opponent. However, if he could comprehend how the panel evaluated the target's level, could he perhaps artificially create high-level entities for harvesting purposes? After all, in the existing shinobi world, only a select few high-level shinobi existed. If it were not possible to repeatedly gain experience from a single individual, Uchiha Gen estimated that he would have to wait until the era of Naruto and Boruto to attain the status of champion or leader. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Gen turned his attention back to the fallen figure of Bai. Considering the innate abilities of the AB duo, these two brutes still had room for growth. Eliminating them outright would be a waste. Nevertheless, before taking any action, Uchiha Gen smirked and approached Bai, placing his hand upon the ironclad seal on Bai's arm. A trickle of chakra seeped into the ironclad seal, which then formed a new sealing technique, causing a flash of blue light to gleam in Uchiha Gen's eyes. The newly formed sealing technique, under the influence of superpowers, instantly concealed its form. The decision to spare the AB duo was a well-considered one by Uchiha Gen. Both possessed talents that could potentially reach the level of a super shadow, albeit among the weakest of that tier, barely surpassing the level of an ordinary shadow. One was the perfect Jinchuriki, who taught Naruto to harness the power of the tailed beasts, while the other was a pinnacle Uchiha who thoroughly mastered the lightning release chakra mode, and even held his own against the reanimated Uchiha Obito Susanoo. Although he was swiftly taught a lesson in return, nonetheless, this did not diminish AI's inherent talent. Unlike the easily vanquished Luo Sha and Yi Tsang, whose talents were rather mediocre and ultimately rendered them mere ordinary shadow-level figures, Bai and AI held value as experimental subjects to assess the panel's level indicators, essentially akin to raising livestock. The next in line is you. Your worth pales in comparison to the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, but among the lessers, you might just suffice. Uchiha Gen vanished in a flash to stand before AI, who remained ensnared within an illusion. The crimson three-tomo Sharingan within his eyes slowly rotated. Uchiha Gen raised his hand and touched AI's forehead, unleashing a sealing technique identical to that used on Bai. Upon completing this, Uchiha Gen turned his gaze towards the distance, where a tremendously violent chakra was swiftly approaching him. Is it the third Reikage, known for his titles of the strongest spear and shield? Unfortunately, your timing is less than fortuitous. Our battle shall be reserved for another day. A slight smile graced Uchiha Gen's lips. His current condition was not yet optimal, and engaging the greatest force of Kumobikure recklessly would yield uncertain outcomes. With that, Uchiha Gen's figure vanished from the spot, leaving Bai and AI behind, untouched. The tampered entities would be far more beneficial to Kumobikure than if returned to Konoha, especially since the AB duo needed time to grow and validate his hypotheses regarding the panel S-level assessment. Damn it, why did the Eight Tails suddenly go berserk? AI and Bai, those fools, what have they done? The third Raikage, engulfed in crackling lightning, charged toward a massive, dissipating ink-like mass, alone. Within the ranks of the Kumobikure forces, not a single person could match the speed of the third Raikage. In mere moments, he arrived before the ink mass, not pausing for breath as lightning erupted from his palm. Crackle! The lightning surged, and the third Raikage instantly penetrated the ink mass. However, the scene before him was utterly different from his expectations. The rampaging Eight Tails, Nyogue, was nowhere to be found, and within the ink mass, there was no obstruction to his vision, only an indescribable intense heat. His son and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki stood silently before him, one upright and the other lying down. This bizarre sight caused the third Raikage's lightning to erupt uncontrollably as he entered lightning release chakra mode, vigilantly observing his surroundings. Bai, AI, what is the meaning of this? After confirming the absence of enemies for a while, the third Raikage leaped toward AI, whose eyes appeared vacant. Frowning, he delivered a powerful punch. Boom. AI's form was slammed into the ground by the third Raikage's punch. The intense pain helped AI break free from Uchiha Gen's illusion. Damn you, brat. Who do you think you are? Just as he regained consciousness, AI erupted with blinding lightning, springing to his feet and launching a punch toward the third Raikage. You fool. I'm your father. Seeing AI's punch coming toward him, the third Raikage frowned and unleashed another surge of lightning, seizing AI's fist. Another illusion. This time, you dare impersonate my father? Damn brat, perish. Having experienced an illusion once, AI was mindful not to gaze into his opponent's eyes while attacking, thus he focused on the ground and struck again. Recalling Uchiha Gen's warning about not looking into the eyes of an Uchiha, AI's anger surged, leaving him feeling utterly frustrated. As a candidate for Raikage, AI understood the imperative to avoid eye contact with Uchiha ninjas. Yet, they were in the land of lightning. Furthermore, Uchiha Gen appeared to be merely a youth, a mere boy in the land of lightning. Who could have anticipated he was an Uchiha ninja awakened with a 3-tomo Sharingan? Foolishness. Seeing AI continue his assault, the third Raikage bellowed in anger while forcefully slamming AI into the ground. A familiar sensation surfaced from the depths of AI's memory, and his furious gaze suddenly became clear. This familiar feeling truly resembled that of his father. Chapter 74. Z Pure Crystal having been forcefully thrown to the ground, AI composed himself, staring blankly at the third Raikage. Father, what is going on here? Why were you ensnared in an illusion, and what of Bai's condition? Has the Eight Tails gone berserk? Noticing AI had calmed down, the third Raikage quickly approached the fallen Bai, placing a finger under Bai's nose and gravely inquiring AI. Upon sensing Bai's continued breath, the third Raikage sighed in relief and stood up. It is a ninja from Konoha, a mere Uchiha brat. Recalling Uchiha Gen, AI's eyes flashed with anger as he swiftly recounted the events that had transpired. Another Uchiha clan member, a 3-tomo at such a young age? This Uchiha ninja is likely the genius who defeated the Suna ninja specializing in magnet release. The one who previously eliminated Suna's Scorch Release user and Magnet Release ninja before vanishing from the battlefield in the Wind Country. I assumed he had followed that yellow flash to the IWA battlefield, yet he has appeared here alone in the land of lightning. Such an Uchiha. It is entirely reasonable that you are no match for him now. However, it is surprising that those old fogies in Konoha can tolerate this. AI, remain here and do not move. The young ninja from Konoha, having spared your lives, must have left something behind on you. I will arrange for the sealing team to confine you and Bai before returning to the village for further examination. The third Raikage, with a furrowed brow, recalled the intelligence regarding the Wind Country and Konoha in his office, promptly identifying the Uchiha ninja mentioned by his son. He gently patted AI's shoulder, scrutinizing him before speaking in a deep voice. Yes, father. If that scoundrel has indeed placed something on me, I implore you to take action personally. I cannot become a detriment to the village's interests, and I believe Bai shares the same sentiment. Upon hearing this, AI began scrutinizing himself, but clearly found nothing amiss. Gazing at the third rakeage, AI clenched his fists and looked at Bai, who lay on the ground, speaking resolutely. You needn't say it. I will take action as well. However, your awareness is commendable, truly worthy of being my chosen successor, AI. The third rakeage nodded in satisfaction at his son. Though he had been bested by that Konoha prodigy, as long as he lived, he believed his son would someday surpass that Uchiha genius. However, before that, since the Uchiha has arrived in the Land of Thunder, he should not expect to return. The third rakeage's gaze hardened as he looked at the scorched marks on the ground, his voice icy. Meanwhile, Uchiha Gen was seeking a place to rest, having long distanced himself from the site of the initial battle. This is the convenience of mastering space-time abilities. As long as he desired, evading death or any form of attack was exceedingly difficult unless the opponent had made thorough preparations, even to the extent of sealing off space. However, within the current ninja world, individuals possessing such capabilities were exceedingly rare. It was a pity about the roasted rabbit. Yet today's experiences had indeed proven that departing from the team facilitated the completion of the dojo challenge in this latest King of Heaven battle. Inside a cave, Uchiha Gen was slowly roasting 2 pancakes over a campfire, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the baked goods when he suddenly remembered something he had forgotten: the rabbit he had almost finished roasting. Observing the pancakes on the fire, Uchiha Gen raised his hand, and a translucent panel, visible only to him, materialized before him. Trainer, Uchiha Gen. Strength, Dojo Level Trainer LV68. Gender, Male. Age, 10. Identity, Konoha Uchiha Clan Prodigy. Potential, Unknown. Special Talent, 3 Tomo Sharingan Self-Locking. Limit. Psychic Ability, Currently Owned Pokémon: Charizard, LV68. Gardevoir, LV68. Gengar, LV54. Pokémon Egg, LV0. Mastered Skills, Slightly. Pokémon Card Draw Count, 5. Pokémon Card Hold Count, 10. High-level Pokémon Card Hold Count, 1. Held Items: Charizard X Mega Evolution Stone, Sharp Fang, Charcoal, Wonyo Fruit. Expert Scarf, Sandstorm Rock, Unknown Z Crystal, Balloon. A new Pokémon, and it is a quasi-divine Pokémon. Looking at the newly displayed Pokémon Egg on the panel, a glimmer of eagerness flashed in Uchiha Gen's eyes. Quasi-divine Pokémon, accurately described as late bloomers, possess a common trait. They require significantly high levels to evolve into their final forms, demanding immense resources as well. However, correspondingly, quasi-divine Pokémon are synonymous with power. Those bestowed with the title of quasi-divine invariably become trump cards or high-level forces in any trainer's arsenal. Yet, in comparison to the Pokémon Egg that could only be observed in the ceiling space, Uchiha Gen was now more intrigued by the Unknown Z Crystal listed under Held Items. This crystal was a battle system item awarded upon the initiation of the King of Heaven battle task. Uchiha Gen lifted his hand, and a cerulean diamond-shaped crystal appeared in his grasp. As the Z crystal was retrieved, its name transformed. Flight type Z crystal. When a trainer possesses this crystal, they can communicate with the flight type energy within their Pokémon using the crystal's power, unleashing a formidable special move: Supersonic Dive Crash. A flight type Z crystal? Would it be usable directly if there were no handring? Gently stroking the crystal, Uchiha Gen sensed a pure and stable flight type energy emanating from within. Contemplating this, he attempted to channel the flight type energy from Charizard to connect with the power contained in the crystal. However, regardless of his efforts, the energy within the crystal remained stable. It appears that my method is flawed. Uchiha Gen furrowed his brow, feeling quite vexed by this inability to harness power he had mastered. Stowing the crystal away, he pouted slightly and reached for the pancake on the fire, beginning to eat. After his meal, Uchiha Gen sat cross-legged on a stone, immersing himself in the ceiling space. Quasi-Divine Pokémon Chapter 75 Pokémon Egg. Quasi-Divine Baby Gyarados. As the surroundings shifted, Uchiha Gen once again stepped into the Charizard Valley. The moment he entered the ceiling space, he eagerly summoned the panel to retrieve the long-anticipated Pokémon Egg. Raising his hand, a deep, rough-shelled Pokémon Egg slowly descended from a radiance into Uchiha Gen's grasp. Baby Gyarados Pokémon Egg contains the egg of a ground-type Pokémon, Gyarados, which seems eager to meet you. Hatching countdown: 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Baby Gyarados. Cradling the Pokémon egg, a smile involuntarily graced Uchiha Gen's face as Charizard, Gardevoir, and Gengar gathered by his side, gazing at the baby Gyarados egg. Gengar floated up, grinning at the egg cradled in Uchiha Gen's hands, then raised a hand in a mentor-like gesture, gently patting the top of the egg. "I, Gengar. Soon, I shall no longer be the smallest." Roar. Charizard, with eyes squinted in joy, looked at the Pokémon egg in Uchiha Gen's hands. Surely, the new brother or sister won't vie for the position of eldest brother like Gardevoir and Gengar, right? Anticipating the arrival of the newest sibling, Charizard held firm in his belief that he would always have a sibling who wouldn't compete for the title of eldest. Gardevoir, on the other hand, had been incessantly engaging in mock battles with him after studying sealing techniques, all for the sake of claiming the position of team leader. And as for Gengar, though currently weaker, he often mused about a strategy to defeat his older brother, evidently coveting that title for himself. Gardevoir, with narrowed eyes, first glanced at Charizard. Then a mischievous smile flickered in her gaze as she looked at the Pokémon egg in Uchiha Gen's hands. "Oh, my foolish elder brother, prepare to face new challenges." A month-long hatching period loomed ahead. Uchiha Gen gazed gently at the egg in his hands. This Pokémon egg would require the longest gestation period in his possession. The initial Charmander had arrived in his presence already in its final form. Meanwhile, Ralts had hatched in under 5 seconds, startling him at the time. Gengar had taken 7 days to hatch, leaving Uchiha Gen intrigued that ghost-type Pokémon also emerged from eggs. Now, however, baby Gyarados required a full month to hatch. "Shinai, how about entrusting this to my care? Among us, I am the most meticulous. Gungue is too mischievous, and my elder brother is unreliable. So I am the most suitable to look after this child." The voice of Shinai echoed gently in Uchiha Gen's mind. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Gen glanced at the Charizard and Gungue. Due to the nature of their telepathic connection, neither the Charizard nor Gungue was aware of what Shinai was saying at that moment. "Then I shall leave it in your hands, Shinai." After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Gen nodded and gently presented the Pokémon egg in his hands before Shinai. "Shinai, rest assured, I will take care of it." With a beautiful smile, Shinai accepted the Pokémon egg from Uchiha Gen's palm. The smile was indeed captivating, yet Uchiha Gen couldn't shake off a sense of unease. Meanwhile, the Charizard let out a sudden sneeze, scratching its head in confusion. It was quite perplexing for a fire-type Pokémon to sneeze in its own territory. Next came the moment. After entrusting the Pokémon egg to Shinai, Uchiha Gen turned his attention back to the panel. A total of 5 card draws. This accumulation represented the results of Uchiha Gen's restrained desire to draw cards up to this point. Hopefully, something useful will emerge. The familiar brilliance erupted at the center of Charizard Valley, and unlike before, countless cards flew out from the radiance, swirling around Uchiha Gen and his 3 Pokémon. "Draw cards. Begin." Uchiha Gen gently raised his hand, precisely selecting 5 cards from the swirling Pokémon cards surrounding him. As he made his selection, the unchosen cards exploded with a resounding pop, transforming into sparkling fragments that fell like rain. The 5 cards, each shimmering with different hues, floated serenely before Uchiha Gen. Multi-Angled Beast 2 skill card. Psychic type change skill gravity creates a 0 gravity space or generates strong gravitational constraints on opponents. Can merge with trainer skill, telekinesis, affinity 89. Additional, Shinai can learn. Boss Kidora skill card. Ground type skill earthquake triggers an earthquake. No trainer skill merge. Additional, young Giratina can learn. Blaziken ability card. Speed boost speed increases with each turn. Can merge. Basic energy card. Ghost type energy card that slightly enhances the user's power of the same type. Banjira's skill card. Normal type skill destruction beam, an absolute force of destruction that obliterates everything in sight, with minor side effects after use. No trainer skill merge. Additional, young Giratina can learn. The 5 cards were laid out in front of Uchiha Gen. What is this? A stroke of fortune? Uchiha Gen couldn't help but smile as he looked at the 5 Pokémon cards, all of which could be directly utilized as combat power. Although 2 of them required the young Giratina to hatch first, they were nonetheless usable cards. However, Uchiha Gen extended his hand, gripping the card depicting Blaziken. Ability card grants the corresponding ability upon use. To his astonishment, he discovered that there were cards within the Pokémon cards that allowed direct acquisition of Pokémon abilities. If he were to obtain a Wonder Guard ability, Uchiha Shin's eyes sparkled with excitement. He suddenly felt that the Sword of the Cliff could not compare to these extraordinary Pokémon abilities. The Speed Boost ability, which continuously increases one's speed during battle, may not align perfectly with Uchiha Shin's combat style, yet its power was undeniably formidable. However, he wondered whether these ability effects had any limits. If not, Uchiha Shin softly mused, simultaneously squeezing the Blaziken ability card tightly in his hand. A flow of brilliance coursed through him, and in the next moment, a peculiar sensation enveloped his entire being. Chapter 76. The Anomaly of the Three-Tomo Sharingan. This sensation was indescribable. Yet Uchiha Shin could distinctly feel that he had seemingly grasped something more. Clenching his fist, a slight smile graced Uchiha Shin's lips. The feeling of becoming stronger was a delightful experience, no matter how many times he had undergone it. After sensing the changes in his body for a moment, Uchiha Shin immediately chose to utilize the other two Pokémon cards currently at his disposal. However, the unexpected occurred in the next moment. A series of sealing techniques appeared around Uchiha Shin's eyes, accompanied by a piercing pain akin to needles pricking at his vision. Damn it! Why does the Ghost-type basic energy also enhance my ocular power? Uchiha Shin clutched his eyes and bent over, his palms extending outward as the sealing techniques sought to contain the surging ocular power. Yet, how could the ocular power, which had already reached the limit of 3 tomo, be so easily sealed? The intertwining energies of ocular power and ghost-type energy activated Uchiha Shin's psychic abilities, a brilliant azure light enveloping him before surging into his eyes. The 3 tomo Sharingan began to spin uncontrollably within Uchiha Shin's gaze, trembling slightly as if being pulled apart by an invisible force. This sudden turn of events startled Shinai and the 3 Pokémon, who hurriedly gathered around Uchiha Shin, their expressions filled with concern for their trainer. Buzz! A resonant hum reverberated throughout the valley. A card containing terrifying psychic energy appeared in Uchiha Shin's hand. The advanced basic energy card of the psychic type was initially intended for use during Uchiha Shin's first mega evolution with Charizard to resolve the issue of his kaleidoscope blindness. However, now, with his ocular power in complete turmoil, the 3 tomo Sharingan seemed on the brink of evolution. If the 3 tomo Sharingan were indeed about to evolve, Uchiha Shin would not hesitate to use this card to ensure that the awakened ocular techniques would not be subpar. The awakening of the kaleidoscope Sharingan's techniques stemmed from the desires and wishes of the heart, but at this moment, Uchiha Shin felt no such yearning that could awaken powerful ocular techniques. His journey thus far had been remarkably smooth, devoid of any despair. Even the awakening of the 3 tomo Sharingan was a result of the evolution brought forth by psychic energy. Thus, this was one of the reasons he had been suppressing the evolution of his Sharingan. The pursuit of more formidable ocular techniques was merely one aspect. With such potent psychic energy, he yearned for a pair of truly unique eyes. He aspired to surpass all predecessors of the Uchiha clan, including Indra and the enigmatic Sage of 6 Paths. The 3 tomo Sharingan spun rapidly within his gaze, as the ghost-type energy from the card continually integrated into his crimson eyes. Within his eye sockets, the edges of the 3 black tomo gradually took on a faint purple hue. Shinai, her face etched with urgency, gazed at Uchiha Shin. Then, a surge of psychic energy enveloped her as her overwhelming psychic power flowed into Uchiha Shin's body. Go! Upon witnessing this, Gengar immediately tapped into its own strength, beginning to channel energy into Uchiha Shin. It sensed that the transformation occurring within its trainer was triggered by an influx of ghost-type energy. Roar? Observing Shinai and Gengar as they transferred their powers to their trainer, Charizard stood by in a state of bewilderment. Wait, what should I do then? As the 2 formidable energies surged into Uchiha Shin's body, they were drawn into the 3 tomo Sharingan by Uchiha Shin's own ocular power. The sealing techniques inscribed by Uchiha Shin and Shinai began to dissipate, the overwhelming ocular power causing the seals to shatter. The relentless onslaught of 3 formidable forces caused the rotation of the Sangwa Yao Sharingan to gradually slow. Sensing an imminent change, Uchiha Shin withdrew the advanced psychic energy card from his grasp and performed a sealing technique on his forehead. The 3 tomo's rotation slowed further until it eventually came to a standstill, at which point a new tomo emerged, identical to the previous 3, its edges shimmering with a faint purple hue. Soon after, The fifth and sixth purple arc tomo began to rotate gently within his eye socket before settling into tranquility. The interplay of psychic and ghostly energies incited a fresh evolution within the Sharingan, birthing an eye previously unseen in the world of shinobi. Uchiha Gen lifted his gaze. The sixth purple arc tomo within his eyes glimmering with an otherworldly radiance, while Gengar and Sha-Nai duo simultaneously collapsed to the ground, their energies completely expended. Without pausing to examine his new ocular power, Uchiha Gen swiftly levitated Gengar and Sha-Nai duo with his telekinesis, then vanished into the valley in a flash. The Charizard looked down at the empty ground before him, his expression remarkably serene. It was nothing new. He was accustomed to it. Indeed, he truly excelled in combat. After safely returning Sha-Nai duo and Gengar to the Psychic Hall and Spirit Realm respectively, Uchiha Gen returned to the Charizard Valley. Both Sha-Nai duo and Gengar were merely unconscious from overexertion. They would recover more swiftly in their own realms. Upon his return, Uchiha Gen smiled and gently patted the Charizard, sensing its concern. Roar? The Charizard exhaled, subtly relieved. Although his siblings had long coveted his position of leadership, it was merely sibling rivalry and not to be taken seriously. However, since Sha-Nai duo and Gengar were unharmed, the Charizard nudged Uchiha Gen gently, worry resurfacing on its draconic visage. I am fine too. I simply did not anticipate that the ghostly powers could exert such a profound influence on ocular strength, leading to a deviation from my initial plans. Nevertheless, this unexpected turn of events is not without merit. The current sensations are rather pleasant. Uchiha Gen caressed the Charizard's belly, the sixth purple arc tomo within his gaze revolving gently. This eye was entirely distinct from the Sangwei Yao and Mangekyo Sharingan. Under Uchiha Gen's continued restraint, this eye did not awaken the ocular techniques typically associated with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Instead, it manifested the embryonic forms of two ocular techniques centered around psychic and ghostly powers. Most importantly, the six purple arc tomo were far from the limits of this eye. It retained the potential for further evolution, diverging from the typical progression of the Sangwei Yao into the Mangekyo Sharingan, integrating seamlessly with the Pokémon power system. It appeared that psychic and ghostly energies were not the only forces this eye could accommodate. In the dimly lit cave, Uchiha Ban remained immobile in his stone chair, eyes closed as he reminisced about the past, relying on the Outer Path's golem to prolong his existence. These memories were his sole solace against the interminable darkness. Lord Ban, the situation has taken a turn for the worse. An incident has occurred involving the tailed beasts of Awagakure. The Jinchuriki of the Four Tails has been slain, and the prime suspects are Konoha's Namikaze Minato and your young protege. The death of the Four Tails was trivial in Ban's eyes, although tailed beasts could be resurrected. The timeline for such a revival remained uncertain. A white Zetsu emerged from the ground before Uchiha Ban, grinning with a peculiar tone. The demise of the Four Tails is inconsequential to me. I have allocated ample time for Abido. Yet it seems your Uchiha descendant can confront tailed beasts at such a young age. Intriguing. Uchiha Ban opened his eyes, the three tomo of his Sharingan glimmering dimly in the darkness. Although he regarded all tailed beasts, save for the nine tails, as worthless, Uchiha Gen's ability to confront and defeat one piqued his interest slightly. Let us consider Uchiha Gen as a contingency for our plans, assign several Zetsu to monitor him. After a moment of contemplation, Ban instructed the Zetsu in a low tone. Preparing assistance for Abido could be prudent, as he does possess certain limitations. Alas, Lord Ban, your protege has mastered space-time ninjutsu, rendering us unable to keep pace. Merely months ago, he was traversing the land of wind, only to reappear in the land of earth. And now he has suddenly emerged in the land of lightning. Furthermore, he seems to have clashed with the eight tails of Kumogakure, yet the Jinchuriki and his companion emerged unscathed, indicating that your protege did not fare well. The white Zetsu sat cross-legged, grinning as he relayed this information. Space-time ninjutsu, you say? I did not expect an Uchiha to wield such power. Uchiha Ban fell silent, his mind drifting to the image of a boy with spiky black hair and a hopeful gaze. With closed eyes, a hint of remorse tinged Ban's voice as he spoke within the cave. During my prolonged contemplation in this cave, I have grown somewhat sentimental, though it does not waver my resolve. Increase the number of Zetsu monitoring him, and should an opportune moment arise, inform me. Ban's eyes remained shut, his voice steady as he addressed the Zetsu once more. Ah, what a troublesome task this is. If only I could inquire about that boy's experiences in the restroom. Alas, this is quite unfortunate. Akatsuki constantly poses such questions, piquing my curiosity. I must resist this temptation. I cannot afford the same fate as that fool. Being dispatched by Lord Ban to observe Uchiha's reckless descendant. The seated Zetsu shrugged, glancing at the closed-eyed Uchiha Ban, sensing his disinterest in continuing the conversation. Quietly, he sank back into the ground, leaving the cave in silence. The cave fell once more into tranquility. In the land of lightning, Uchiha Gen strolled leisurely through a forest, appearing more like a carefree traveler than a combatant, if one disregarded the immobilized Kumogakure ninja groaning pitifully beside him. The gravity technique proved unexpectedly effective and combined with telekinesis. It could replicate numerous practical abilities. Crack! A sharp, twisting sound echoed from behind Uchiha Gen, yet he continued forward, deep in thought about which of his skills could synergize effectively. Suddenly, he raised his head, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he sensed a new experience approaching. Damn you! How dare you take the lives of him and the others? I will kill you. The first to arrive was a furious shout, accompanied by an apparently ordinary shuriken. Regrettably, although a bloodline ninja, he was merely a trivial opponent. Observing the incoming shuriken, Uchiha Gen's smile faded into indifference. He remained motionless as the shuriken hurtled toward him. Bang! The shuriken swiftly reached Uchiha Gen, and with a resounding thud, it transformed into an enormous entity, piercing directly through Uchiha Gen's body and landing on the ground behind him. What is this illusion? How is it possible? Why did my magnetic release fail to affect you? At that moment, a square-faced ninja, clutching a stack of shuriken in both hands, emerged from the forest and approached Uchiha Gen. After scrutinizing Uchiha Gen for a few moments, Troy's expression shifted dramatically. His previous attack had clearly struck Uchiha Gen, yet despite causing no harm, his magnetic release was not intended to inflict damage. Why was there no trace of his magnetic force upon Uchiha Gen? It seems that the ninjas of Yunin are particularly fond of boasting before engaging in battle, only to meet their demise afterward. Is there some peculiar custom within your village? Uchiha Gen inquired, his gaze calm. In the days since encountering the AB duo, he had noticed that every Yunin ninja he faced would engage in some pre-battle taunting, without exception. This piqued his curiosity. Was it a cultural trait of Yunin village or a unique characteristic? Bastard. I don't know why my magnetic force failed to affect you. But you dare insult Yunin after killing him and the others? Prepare to die? Seeing Uchiha Gen's nonchalant demeanor, Troy's eyes reddened, veins bulging. His face flushed with rage as he raised his hands and forcefully flung them. With Troy's arms swinging, the shuriken attached to his wrist scattered like a cluster of grapes, rapidly shooting towards Uchiha Gen like bullets. Each shuriken dramatically expanded in size during its flight, their sharp edges slicing through the air with a smoothness that suggested no resistance as they hurtled towards Uchiha Gen. Humph, you may not truly be a ninja of Yunin, Uchiha Gen remarked, his expression unperturbed, his azure gaze shimmering. An invisible force interposed itself, seizing control of the massive shuriken manipulated by Troy. Observing Troy's limited capabilities, Uchiha Gen felt a twinge of disappointment. No wonder he had been effortlessly dispatched by Jin Ming during their journey, while both were magnetic release users. Although Luo Sha was also inept, at least others had attained the level of a Kage, while Troy was merely lacking. Realizing his shuriken had lost control, Troy was taken aback, a thought surfacing in his mind. Could this Uchiha ninja also wield magnetic release? However, he promptly dismissed the notion, for in the current ninja world, only Suna and Yunin possessed such abilities. Wait, what did you mean by you may not truly be a ninja of Yunin? A question he had never considered emerged in Troy's mind. Incompetent, Uchiha Gen remarked indifferently, unaffected by Troy's momentary distraction. He had not employed Jinjutsu, for such an opponent was unworthy of it. As Uchiha Gen's words echoed, the suspended shurikens swiftly rebounded to their origin. The sound of iron-piercing flesh resonated through the forest. Troy's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the shuriken embedded in his body. Before raising his gaze to Uchiha Gen, am I not a ninja? Why did I falter in battle? Is it because of Uchiha's Jinjutsu? But I am not a Yunin ninja, am I? His vision blurred. Troy found Uchiha Gen's figure shrinking until it vanished. Although Uchiha Gen's presence faded from his sight, the questions swirling in Troy's mind remained undiminished. Regrettably, this uncertainty would soon dissipate, overshadowed by the loss of his own blood. Among the various ninja villages, Yunin placed considerable emphasis on bloodline ninjas. It seemed the magnetic release from Suna had first emerged in Yunin under the influence of the third Reikage. Reflecting upon this, Uchiha Gen pondered the compatibility of certain elements of Suna with the young Jinchuriki, and how the chakra of the One Tail might suit him as well. As he strolled through the mountainous woods of the Land of Lightning, the memory of the magnetic release user, Troy, sparked thoughts of Suna, or rather, the One Tail Guardian and the magnetic release secrets held by Suna. With this in mind, Uchiha Gen suddenly felt that a journey to the Land of Wind might also be a splendid choice. However, before that, he needed to accomplish the ultimate objective of his visit to the Land of Lightning. In a valley near Yunin village, countless stone pillars stood erect, and at the center of these pillars, Karabi was enveloped in sealing techniques. Beside him stood AI, who, like Karabi, was also inscribed with sealing formulas. The third Reikage AI, positioned atop a nearby stone pillar, observed the AB duo with a stern expression. Lord Reikage, the Uchiha ninja who infiltrated the Land of Lightning, possesses strength beyond our expectations. Every ninja squad that encountered him has met with failure, reported an Umbu ninja, half kneeling beside the third Reikage. Damn it. If it weren't for the fear of the beast within Karabi going berserk again, I would have taken care of him myself. Sealing team, it has been 2 days. Have you completed the seals on them yet? I can hardly bear it any longer. Upon hearing this, the third Reikage's eyes flared with intensity, causing the stone pillars beneath his feet to crack under the pressure of his fury. Glaring at the AB duo from a distance, the third Reikage leaped onto another stone pillar, looking down at the several ninjas seated below, weaving seals. Lord Reikage, we will finish shortly. A member of the sealing team responded hastily, noting the third Reikage's fearsome demeanor. Although the third Reikage was usually amicable towards the village's ninjas, his wrath was something few would wish to experience. Humph. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan remain incomprehensible to this day. Entrusting them to your sealing team is a sheer waste. It's a pity we could not capture a living member of the Uzumaki clan. Otherwise, Yunin could have gained another one. The third Reikage's expression darkened as he reflected on the missed opportunity to capture a child of the Uzumaki clan. Lord Reikage, the sealing techniques we acquired were all damaged to varying degrees, so the results are the fruits of our modifications. Karabi's situation is manageable, but due to the beast within him, sealing him completely poses considerable difficulty. That monster has been in a state of rampage since you brought Karabi back. If it weren't for the fact that the eight-tail strength has significantly waned, our task would have been even more arduous. The leader of the sealing team wore a pained expression, acknowledging their slow progress due to the constant tumult of chakra from the eight tails within Karabi. The time wasted on checking their bodies upon the third Reikage's return had only compounded their delays. Furthermore, the third Reikage had instructed them to seal only the beast's power within Karabi, preventing any unforeseen incidents of Uchiha Gen controlling him in a rampage without restricting Karabi himself. This demand is exceedingly challenging for their mastery of sealing techniques. Chapter 79. Here I come. Just as the head of the sealing class wore a troubled expression, a crimson glow appeared in the distance, capturing the attention of the third Reikage and his companions. The third furrowed his brow, gazing into the distance where a sea of flames blazed in the sky. At the very center of this inferno, a small black dot floated quietly. Onoki. No, damn it. It's that Uchiha brat from Konoha. I didn't even go looking for him, and he has come knocking on my door. You stay here. I shall personally confront that arrogant little brat who dares to release fire release so close to me and expose his whereabouts. This kid is truly infuriating. The third removed his hat adorned with the character for lightning and handed it to the head of the sealing class. Then, with a surge of lightning, vanished from sight. Within the sea of flames, Uchiha Gen awaited the arrival of the third Reikage. The release of this inferno was indeed a deliberate provocation on his part. Time was of the essence. Yogairas would hatch in just over 20 days. Although he had a chance to meet the two tails here in the Land of Lightning, his ultimate goal in this visit was to confront the third Reikage, who could battle thousands of rock shinobi for 3 days and nights until exhaustion claimed him. The strongest spear and the strongest shield. Let me test your so-called might as a sign of respect. Uchiha Gen hovered in the sky, his eyes gleaming with an enchanting light, a blend of crimson and a hint of purple radiating an otherworldly charm. Fire Dragoness dance. Roar. Within the sealing space, in the valley of the Fire Dragon, the Fire Dragon roared, performing an extraordinary dance that intensified the pressure emanating from both itself and Uchiha Gen with each movement. Shinado meditated. Inside the psychic hall, Shinado sat upon her throne, surrounded by a terrifying aura of psychic energy. Her eyes closed as the power surged around her. Uchiha Gen's presence intensified further. Gunguei's tricks. In the spirit domain, Gunguei playfully waved its chubby hands, malevolent energy enveloping its form, stimulating its large head. Flickering black lights coursed over Gunguei, enhancing its power. Meanwhile, Uchiha Gen, in the external world, clenched his fists, excitement gleaming in his eyes. The sensation of power surging through him was utterly intoxicating. As he observed the lightning drawing closer, a smirk crept onto his lips. So, as a gesture of respect towards the strong, allow me to present you with a greeting. A tremendous force surged forth. Uchiha Gen gently raised his hand. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar echoed through the heavens as a massive fire dragon illusion materialized behind Uchiha Gen, flames compressing at the dragon's head. Fire release. Dragon flame vortex obliteration. The sky resounded with thunderous booms as the dragon's head reared back, flames shooting forth. The flames transformed into a vortex, overwhelming and advancing towards the third raikage with immense force. This technique, merging the fire vortex with Uchiha fire release, had never before been unleashed in the shinobi world. The fire vortex resembled a colossal turntable, and the dragon heads within roared as they danced in the flames. You little brat, who do you think you're underestimating? Encased in lightning, the third raikage gazed up at the boundless sea of fire. Although he was astonished by the fire release unleashed by Uchiha Gen, he boldly charged into the flames without hesitation. Boom! Continuous explosions erupted within the fire vortex, the dragon heads gnashing at the third A's body, only to be extinguished by the lightning surrounding him. The sounds of explosions were the result of the dragon head's failure, culminating in self-destruction in an attempt to breach the raikage's lightning defenses. Given the potency of this fire release, Onoki's claims might not be unfounded. This Uchiha brat could indeed become the next Uchiha Madara. Moreover, this damned brat possessed the ability to fly, which was precisely the kind of opponent I despised facing. Amidst the inferno, the third A unleashed a punch, dispersing the approaching fire dragon head, unperturbed by the terrifying heat surrounding him, while contemplating his next move. One strike proved futile. Uchiha Gen smirked, forming seals once more. Did you think I would stack my special attacks recklessly? Until the dance of the dragon reaches its peak, I want to engage you in close quarters. Although close combat was Uchiha Gen's preference, it was essential to choose the right opponent. The third A, a practitioner of ninjutsu and physical arts, was not someone to engage recklessly with the current power of the fire dragon. As he formed seals with his fingers, flames surged around Uchiha Gen. The fire release he initially unleashed was not merely to capture the third A's attention. The flames swirled around him, resembling rolling clouds. Fire release, great fire destruction. The seals completed, a torrent of raging flames erupted from the dragon heads behind Uchiha Gen. The fiery light illuminated the sky, the intense heat altering the atmospheric conditions as storm clouds began to form, and the gathered flames pressed downward toward the earth. Damned Uchiha brat. The third A quickly formed seals as well. Despite his preference for physical techniques, the current situation clearly warranted a different approach. Relying solely on physical prowess would not suffice against Uchiha Gen's fire release. Taste this, kid. Lightning release, black lightning barrage. Ebon lightning coursed over the third A's body, transforming into a leopard-like form that roared, its thunderous sound resonating through the skies. In an instant, the sea of lightning split apart, 1, 2. Then several black leopards racing towards the encroaching sea of flames. The collision of fire and lightning resounded with an astonishing roar. The overwhelming heat radiated outward as the third A focused intently on Uchiha Gen's figure, his fists clenched. The lightning erupted around the third A, reducing the ground beneath him to dust. This experience of being forced to endure blows had become all too familiar, having endured countless encounters with that short fellow back in Awagakure. When dealing with airborne opponents, he had the experience. The answer was to strike down. Boom! The ground fractured as the third A leaped from the earth like a bolt from a crossbow. Lightning transformed into arrows, and the third A was the sharpest arrowhead. Moving with astonishing speed, he surged through the sea of flames until he stood before Uchiha Gen. You brat, here I come. Observing Uchiha Gen's evidently youthful face, the third A threw a punch. Chapter 80, My heart is joyful. Ah, you have arrived. Uchiha Gen smirked. an expression of delight gracing his features as he looked at the third boom. Lightning erupted beside Uchiha Gen's face, enveloping him in flames. This kid. The third A's eyes widened in disbelief as his fist was unexpectedly blocked by Uchiha Gen, using nothing but his physical body. Such a thing had never occurred even in the rigorous training of Kimogakure. Uchiha Gen smiled from the corner of his eye. The dance of the dragon was perfectly stacked. Crackle. Lightning exploded as the third A pressed down with renewed force, the overwhelming strength causing Uchiha Gen to descend in midair. This was the first time Uchiha Gen had encountered an opponent of such formidable strength since arriving in the world of Hokage, and it filled him with joy. A grin spread across Uchiha Gen's face, flames coursing along his arms as the veins bulged. In this contest of strength, he would not yield. Boom. Thunder and flames collided at the center of their struggle, the reaction causing the third A to twist and rapidly retreat towards the ground. Without the ability to fly, the third A could not maintain his position after losing momentum. This brat is quite intriguing. As the third Raikage plummeted towards the ground, the anger etched upon his face dissipated, replaced by a unique exhilaration. The initial close-quarters battle with Uchiha Gen ignited a different emotion within him. It was the thrill belonging to those who love combat, a profound craving for a worthy opponent. Boom. The air resonated with a thunderous roar as the third Raikage descended. While Uchiha Gen soared forth, his arm extended, revealing a blade-like fist enveloped in dense dragon energy. 3 lethal blades shot forth. Dragon Claw. Ha ha ha, little brat. I knew it. It's a pity you're not a ninja from Yunin Village. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly pass on the title of Raikage to you. A lad like you truly piques my interest, but as an enemy, you shall meet your demise in the land of lightning. Otherwise, I might just worry myself into eating only 4 bowls of rice. Sizzle. Crackle. Lightning engulfed the third Raikage, who let out a hearty laugh as he beheld Uchiha Gen diving toward him. He greatly admired and acknowledged Gen's choice to engage him in close combat instead of using long-range tactics. He sensed that, in a certain sense, Uchiha Gen was akin to him, yearning for battle with the strong and striving to grow stronger for that very purpose. Boom. As the third Raikage fell through the air, Uchiha Gen and he clashed once more. Hellspike and Dragon Claw collided incessantly. Both ninjas wore expressions of exhilaration while thunder and flames clashed, the sharp claws slicing through the fierce lightning. With each exchange, countless bolts of lightning scattered around, only to be extinguished by the residual flames. Do your utmost to please me, eh? A fiery Dragon Claw struck out. The third Raikage, now back on solid ground, remarked, impolite Uchiha brat. Even as an enemy, you should address me as Raikage. Hellspike. Boom. The ground beneath the third Raikage fractured. The impact of their battle warped the very environment around them. Your identity matters not. What you must do now is allow me to relish the joy of combat, and nothing more. Uchiha Gen's eyes gleamed with fervor, the flames surrounding him growing increasingly terrifying. The dragon-shaped flames enveloped his form once again. Within the sealed space, the fire-breathing dragon continued its dance, its violent power surging forth. Flames instinctively covering its body. Inferno. Ignite. A searing heat erupted from within Uchiha Gen, causing the ground to crack, while each swipe of his claws or punch from the third Raikage generated shockwaves that pulverized the earth. The intense heat capable of melting steel radiated outward from him. Yet the third Raikage appeared unfazed as he continued to engage Gen. With each strike, the lightning could slice through the flames enveloping Uchiha Gen, only to be deflected by the Dragon Claw. In that moment, Uchiha Gen reveled in the experience. He enjoyed the feedback of power with each strike, delighting in the battle that made his very blood boil. Boom. The flat desert vanished, replaced by a vast pit. Within this pit, Uchiha Gen and the third Raikage clashed repeatedly, further enlarging the chasm. Brat, I am increasingly impressed by you. Such an exceptional ninja. Your name is Uchiha Gen, is it not? The one who eliminated those 2 bloodline ninjas from Sunagakure? In the midst of their banter, the third Raikage thrust his palm like a blade toward Uchiha Gen's head. As Gen turned to evade, the Raikage swiftly adjusted his trajectory, delivering a horizontal strike that was ultimately blocked by the upright Dragon Claw. My excellence does not require your validation. This is a well-known fact. Boom. The Dragon Claw aimed for his chest was instantaneously intercepted by the compressed lightning. Amidst the brilliance of the lightning, Uchiha Gen gazed at the third Raikage and chuckled, though his smile bore a hint of coldness. How exceedingly narcissistic. yet I can acknowledge that. For I too possess remarkable qualities. Haha. The pitch-black lightning erupted from the third Raikage, enveloping him like armor, allowing him to defend against Uchiha Gen's dangerous moves with ease. The trivial high-temperature flames were disregarded by the Raikage, as the lightning armor not only shielded him from physical attacks, but, despite its high energy consumption, he lacked nothing in chakra. In the next moment, a peculiar hum resonated around the third Raikage and Uchiha Gen, causing the Raikage's expression to shift dramatically. He realized that Uchiha Gen's combat had taken a sudden turn. An invisible force coiled around him, persistently disrupting his moves, and with each attack, he felt an inexplicable weight pressing down, complicating his strikes. Brat, just as I praised you, you resort to tricks, huh? Chapter 81. The initial manifestation of Susanoo, simply handsome. The third Raikage punched toward Uchiha Gen's chest, gritting his teeth as he spoke coldly. Hey, this is battle, not a mere game of ninjas. Clang. Supernatural power surged forth, a transparent wall of light materialized before him, blocking the Raikage's attack. Uchiha Gen retracted his blade-like fists, sealing his hands and smirking. Gazing at the Raikage, admiration filled Uchiha Gen's eyes. Under the dual pressure of gravity and telekinesis, he could only partially restrict the Raikage's movements. The man's physique had been honed to a terrifying level. No wonder he could withstand Jin Ming's Rasengan without a scratch. Yet, isn't battling such a formidable opponent the real excitement? Buzz. The six purple arc Tomo Sharingan blossomed in Uchiha Gen's eyes like a flower, as immense mental power radiated outward, enveloping both of them in a colossal mental field. The arrival of this invisible pressure immediately alerted the third Raikage to the peril of the situation. With a surge of lightning, the Raikage leaped backward, escaping the pit and distancing himself from Uchiha Gen. The powers of psychokinesis and ghostly energy intertwined in Gen's gaze, merging to form a unique ocular prowess. In the next instant, a massive blue-purple chakra arm, born of this special ocular power and connected to ethereal bones, emerged behind Uchiha Gen, completely enveloping him. Susanoo, initial form. This evolution of the Sharingan not only birthed two yet-to-be fully awakened ocular techniques, but also allowed Uchiha Gen to wield the third power, Susanoo, as his eyes transcended. With a sudden surge, the special ocular power erupted, causing the chakra flames upon the skeletal form to undergo a transformation. The chakra began to weave together, manifesting what appeared to be muscular tissue upon the bones. With the intervention of Shanai Duo and Gung-Gui's powers, my grasp of Susanoo seems to be at an exceptionally high level, and the side effects of utilizing Susanoo have not manifested within me. Uchiha Gen raised his hand, and the Susanoo hand mirrored his movement. How intriguing. A smile danced on Uchiha Gen's lips as the power of the fire-breathing dragon surged within him. The blazing flames encased Susanoo, as dragon energy flowed from Uchiha Gen to Susanoo, launching three enormous and razor-sharp energy dragon claws from its hand. This is... The young imp, with a composed expression, watched as the third Hokage, Sandai AI, stood aside, gazing intently at Uchiha Gen, who was clad in the armor of Susanoo. He had witnessed such chakra armor in his youth. Observing that the power of Pokémon could effectively influence Susanoo, Uchiha Gen smirked and beckoned with his hand towards Sandai AI. Indeed, it was infuriating, this little brat. Sandai AI clenched his fist. He was not daunted by the Susanoo armor enveloping Uchiha Gen. Such a level of Susanoo could be effortlessly shattered by his hell stab, especially since he could discern that Uchiha Gen was merely testing this ability. Yet, the very notion of Uchiha Gen desiring to test his capabilities only served to enrage Sandai AI further. What did this little brat take their battle for? You brat. I'll return your earlier words to you. This is a fight, not some child's play. Hell stab, 4 books connected. With a crackle, brilliant lightning erupted from Sandai AI's body as he thrust his hand forward, his eyes filled with murderous intent and fury as he regarded Uchiha Gen. The emergence of Susanoo only solidified Sandai AI's resolve that Uchiha Gen must not leave alive. Indeed, this was far from a game. As Sandai AI charged once more, Uchiha Gen smirked, his eyes swirling with the dark energy of Gung-Gui. Gung-Gui's skill, Provocation. Provocation, a dark-type transformation skill that compels the target to use only attack moves that inflict direct damage for the next 3 turns. At this moment, Sandai AI's lightning release chakra mode was not an attack move that could directly inflict damage. With a crackle, a pair of crimson blood-red eyes materialized behind Uchiha Gen, accompanied by an eerie laughter. Kia. The lightning enveloping Sandai AI extinguished instantly. As the lightning vanished, the hand of Susanoo swung forward with a dragon claw aimed directly at him. Boom. The clash between the four books connected and the dragon claw erupted in a violent cacophony. Drops of blood fell to the ground. The dragon claw of Susanoo successfully pierced Sandai AI's abdomen, but it merely punctured him. With his arms straining against the weight of Susanoo's hand, Sandai AI endured the searing pain of his skin being scorched by the flames emanating from it, his eyes filled with profound confusion. What kind of technique was this that could directly seal off the opponent's ninjutsu? Future sight. While Sandai AI braced himself with sheer physical strength against the Susanoo dragon claw, Uchiha Gen raised his right hand skyward. Vast psychic energy surged forth from his body, coalescing into four brilliant orbs above him, which then vanished in an instant. Having set the stage for the future sight attack, Uchiha Gen observed as Sandai AI remained locked in combat with the Susanoo dragon claw, then raised his hand again. Deadly poison. Purple bubbles manifested on Sandai AI's body, the agony coursing through him eliciting a muffled groan. Damn it, what is this? Sandai AI glared at the purple bubbles forming on his body, filled with rage. How could this little brat's earlier aggressive demeanor have shifted so suddenly? What on earth are these repulsive jutsu? With a crackle, the sound of thunder echoed. The lightning enveloped Sandai AI once more, and with a powerful upward thrust, he pushed the Susanoo dragon claw aside, swiftly evading. Brat, if you have the guts, don't use these disgusting jutsu, and face me head-on. Shouldn't Uchiha Ninja be proud? With powers awakened akin to that man, how can you be so vile? The relentless pain within him compelled Sandai AI to clutch his chest as he glared at Uchiha Gen, unable to restrain himself from shouting. Foolish. Uchiha Gen coldly retorted to Sandai AI's accusations, then raised his palm, revealing a dark purple spiral energy ball. Shadow Ball. It shot forth. Damn. As a veteran ninja of the shinobi world, Sandai AI recognized the foolishness of his words, yet he could not contain himself. The stark contrast in Uchiha Gen's fighting style was too jarring, and the rapid transition left his mind reeling. Chapter 82. Is this your limit? Just moments ago, Uchiha Gen had been engaging him in a fierce fist fight, and Sandai AI could even sense the exhilaration emanating from Uchiha Gen's punches. The earlier blood-pumping battle had led Sandai AI to believe he had encountered a ninja remarkably similar to himself, causing a momentary wavering in his desire to eliminate Uchiha Gen. However, now, as Uchiha Gen unleashed incomprehensible jutsu, revulsion surged anew, solidifying Sandai AI's intent to obliterate him. Boom. Lightning erupted. A deafening explosion ensued as Sandai AI smashed the shadow ball, glaring fiercely at Uchiha Gen. No. This strange energy within me cannot be forcibly expelled or extinguished by lightning-released chakra. What is this substance that resembles poison yet is not? Moreover, that unsettling technique that momentarily vanished, though it has now disappeared, the sudden surge of power from this little brat indicates it was surely formidable, necessitating a swift resolution. The persistent agony within him tightened Sandai AI's brow. The feeling of suffocation was unbearable. Crackle. The pitch-black lightning flickered around Sandai AI, this time possessing greater might than before. This little brat wields a technique capable of rendering my lightning-release chakra mode ineffective. Thus, I must remain vigilant. In black lightning overload mode, my chakra will deplete rapidly. Time is of the essence. In an instant, Sandai AI vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he was already at Uchiha Gen's side. Kid, this farce must come to an end. Enveloped in dark lightning, he thrust a powerful punch against Uchiha Gen's Susanoo skeletal structure. Crack. A crisp shattering sound resonated. The Susanoo skeleton fractured where struck by the black lightning. And as Sandai AI broke through its defenses, his hand, still shrouded in black lightning, pressed forward. However, it was met by an energy shield composed of countless transparent diamond-shaped fragments. Gungue's skill shield. The terrifying black lightning, capable of shattering Susanoo, could not breach this thin layer of light. Indeed, the play must conclude. A violet gleam flickered ominously within Uchiha Gen's eyes as he coldly regarded Sandai AI. Gungue's skill, trickery. Trickery, a dark-type physical skill that utilizes the opponent's strength against them. The stronger the opponent's power, the greater the attack. Uchiha Gen unleashed a punch, engulfed in the searing flames of the fire dragon. Boom. Once more, black lightning collided with fire. Where they met, it was as if space itself shattered like glass, producing a chilling sound. The already fractured ground crumbled anew from the impact of this terrifying force, and the furious lightning split the earth, creating numerous deep ravines. The heavy clouds above trembled from this power, amidst the high-temperature atmosphere. Flickering lightning danced like a dragon within the clouds. In an instant, Uchiha Gen distanced himself from Sandai AI, his hands crackling with azure lightning. Spacetime ninjutsu. It was the flying thunder god of the second Hokage. Damn, didn't Sarutobi know of the grudge between the Senju and Uchiha clans? How could he teach such a technique to a Uchiha ninja, prepared to unleash another powerful strike? Sandai AI's eyes widened in shock as Uchiha Gen suddenly vanished from sight, then reappeared before him. A wave of panic surged within the heart of the third Raikage, for he understood all too well what the space-time ninjutsu represented. The notion of vanquishing Uchiha Gen here seemed increasingly implausible. As he beheld Uchiha Gen entwined with lightning, the third Raikage prepared to lunge forward once more, but suddenly, a chilling sense of impending doom gripped him. He halted abruptly and gazed upwards, witnessing the ominous black clouds swirling above, from which the sense of peril emanated. All rooted in the thunderclouds above. I am the Raikage. It appeared he was dissatisfied with the fact that the impending danger stemmed from mere thunder. With a furious roar directed at the heavens, the third Raikage surged towards Uchiha Gen. Lightning release. Kirin. With an indifferent gaze fixed upon the charging third Raikage, Uchiha Gen lowered his elevated arm. The lightning dragon descended from the clouds in an instant. Ha 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 ha. So this is the nature of your lightning release. No wonder I felt a twinge of fear. Uchiha brat, possessing such lightning techniques. I acknowledge you. A unique, frenzied laughter erupted from the third Raikage's lips. This laughter embodied a challenge to nature, for he was a man who had long dared to defy the natural order. With a thunderous roar and an ear-splitting crack of thunder, the third Raikage shattered the ground beneath him. Dark lightning erupted from his form, propelling him skyward, trailing a blinding black arc. Then come, in apparent defiance of the fear that gripped his opponent, the third Raikage chose not to evade the descending lightning beast, but instead surged upward with unprecedented ferocity. The fearsome lightning, transformed into the Kirin, roared mightily. The surrounding air compressed to its utmost, producing a deep, resonant boom, while the darkened sky consumed the sunlight entirely. This cataclysmic strike, interlinked with nature and bolstered by the power of Pokémon, seemed poised to obliterate the very earth beneath, including his adversary. Boom. The terrifying lightning erupted in the sky, engulfing the third Raikage's figure, as if the entire world were submerged in this dreadful radiance. Thunder, the arbiter of all. The crackling thunder transformed into a low murmur of nature's release, as the lightning blanketed the sky, akin to a rift cleaving the heavens. I knew I could withstand it. Such a level of lightning release, I truly am formidable. Alas, I am likely to perish here. Hey, hasten your growth. This Uchiha brat is not so easily surpassed. As the lightning dissipated, beneath the waves of thunder, the third Raikage lay in a charred pit, gasping for breath, murmuring softly, with arcs of electricity still dancing across his body. Is this your limit? How mundane, to foresee the future. Is this your limit? How mundane, to foresee the future. Uchiha Gen hovered above, observing the third Raikage's form. For portals to alternate dimensions opened around him, from which the previously stored orbs of foresight surged forth. Chapter 83. The curtain falls on the third Raikage, a torrent of psychic energy surged forth. As four radiant energy spheres collided with the third Raikage's body, light erupted in a brilliant explosion, while Uchiha Gen approached with a detached demeanor. Within the pit, the third Raikage, having endured the dual onslaught of Kirin and Foresight, lay quietly. You are strong, even strong enough to warrant keeping you as a resource for continual harvesting. However, your identity poses a significant problem. For me, to avoid unnecessary complications, your death is of greater value. Yet, the battle we engaged in is worthy of remembrance. This is the honor I bestow upon you. Gazing at the third Raikage, Uchiha Gen raised his hand, a flicker of flame blossoming in his palm. Ha ha. The young one is as audacious as ever. With such power at your age, your existence cannot be tolerated by the ninja world. I shall await you in the Pure Land. Despite sustaining such grievous injuries, the third Raikage did not succumb. His eyes, though clouded, bore a serene composure devoid of anger or resentment. Even the fear of death was absent. Only acceptance of his defeat at the hands of Uchiha Gen. To lose is to lose. In the world of ninjas, defeat signifies death. As the Raikage, he had long prepared for this moment. Yet, it was a pity he would not witness the day when he would become the Raikage and wield the perfect Joryu Reiko with his son. Forgive me. Your unworthy father. Flames engulfed the third Raikage's form, marking the end of a legendary ninja who bore two of the highest titles. Do not wait for me. You shall not see me again. No one in this world can slay me, not even your so-called entire ninja world. Uchiha Gen gazed calmly at the burning figure of the third Raikage, his tone steady, imbued with confidence and arrogance. As the last remnants of the third Raikage's existence were consumed by flames, Uchiha Gen turned away, the clouds above receding as the sun's twilight cast its glow. The setting sun illuminated the shoulders of the youth, exuding a hint of solitary pride. The gentle breeze whispered, the remnants of daylight were desolate, and this young man seemed devoid of any peer worthy of comparison. Under the sunset, Uchiha Gen was met with a series of electronic notifications. Congratulations, trainer, for defeating LV-83 human. Trainer experience 3410, Charizard experience 3410, Shinado experience 3410, Gengar experience 9545, draw attempts 2, dropped items 1, 8 master challenge ticket 1. Congratulations, trainer, for leveling up. Trainer LV-68 to LV-70. Congratulations, trainer, for Charizard leveling up. LV-68 to LV-70. Congratulations, trainer, for Shinado leveling up. LV-68 to LV-70. Congratulations, trainer, for Gengar leveling up. LV-54 to LV-66. Congratulations, trainer, for successfully challenging the champion battle again. Champion battle task progress 1. Rewards. Battle system item 1. Random Pokemon card 1. Random Pokemon trait card 1. Current trainer champion battle progress 24. Beneath the setting sun, the series of electronic sounds echoed in his ears, yet the youth continued onward. As anticipated, it was a rather fruitful outcome. In the Land of Wind, the war between Konoha and Tsunagakure persisted, yet the situation evolved in a peculiar direction. Despite Tsunaгаkure's successive loss of high-end combatants, it did not succumb to an unrelenting advance from Konoha. Instead, a strange impasse emerged, with neither village launching an attack on the other, a mystery known only to the higher echelons of both villages, while the rest awaited with simmering hatred. However, none of this concerned Uchiha Gen. At present, he walked slowly through the desert, an invisible force warding off the swirling sands, shielding him from their touch. Am I lost again? Uchiha Gen mused, gripping a map, his demeanor heavy with low pressure. It had been over half a month since he had slain the third Raikage, and several days had passed since his arrival in the Land of Wind. During this time, he had spent the majority traversing from the Land of Lightning to the Land of Wind, and now through its vast deserts, which comprised over 70% of its territory. As a ninja, Uchiha Gen certainly understood maps, yet their utility in the desert was nearly non-existent. In the past, when tasked in the Land of Wind, routes had been predetermined, but now, the present was a different matter entirely. It must be understood that the terrain of the desert is in a state of constant flux due to the relentless winds and sands. This has led Uchiha Gen to be utterly uncertain whether he has ever traversed this place before. To make matters worse, in the absence of a functional map, Uchiha Gen had intended to use the Sharingan to control a sand ninja to guide him after encountering one. However, upon entering the Land of Wind and crossing the front line, he found himself devoid of any sight of a sand ninja. This illogical situation left Uchiha Gen thoroughly perplexed. It was wartime, and to have not encountered a single sand ninja in half a month was a probability so meager it was almost laughable. Indeed, more extreme measures were required. Ultimately, realizing his inability to discern direction, Uchiha Gen lowered his gaze, raised his hand to arbitrarily select a direction, and commenced a reckless use of his space-time ninjutsu. Since he could not distinguish the path, he decided to pursue a straight course in one direction, confident that he would eventually encounter someone or find a distinctive structure. Time swiftly passed as Uchiha Gen moved through the desert like a specter, appearing and vanishing in an instant. Regrettably, this bizarre spectacle went unnoticed by anyone except for the venomous creatures lying in wait amidst the sands, preparing to seize their prey come nightfall. Suddenly, a smile graced Uchiha Gen's lips, as if the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him had been purified. A genuine smile illuminated his face, for he sensed an unexpected windfall nearby. What reason could there be not to smile? Chapter 84. Unexpected Fortune. Jiaodu with a smile playing on his lips. Uchiha Gen honed in on the location of this unexpected bounty. He then shifted through space. In the heart of the desert, the bounty hunter Jiaodu was advancing while scrutinizing a scroll that detailed the bounties of various renowned ninjas. Just then, a sudden chill caused Jiaodu to swiftly stow the scroll and survey his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Who goes there? Isn't that the emblem of the Uchiha clan from Konoha? Why would a mere child from Konoha appear here? No. That face as Jiaodu focused on the boy emerging from the swirling sands. His initial wariness began to dissipate. However, upon recognizing Uchiha Gen's features, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his green eyes. The Uchiha's Thunder Calamity, as spoke of by the ninjas of Sunagakure, had a bounty as high as 97 million ryo, possessing lightning techniques capable of crystallizing the desert over a small area. It seemed fortune was smiling upon him today. Encountering such a notable figure in such a remote location was indeed fortuitous. No, perhaps it was the boy whose luck had truly shone. Finding himself in such proximity to Jiaodu observing Uchiha Gen, Jiaodu extended dark, writhing threads from his body, his face betraying evident delight. Yes, I too feel fortunate. Though I do not know who bestowed upon me such an unpleasant moniker. However, your greedy gaze suggests you wish to capture me for the bounty, do you not? Uchiha Gen regarded Jiaodu with a persistent smile, his demeanor unyielding. You seem utterly unaware of who I am, young one of Konoha's Uchiha clan. I am a ninja who has crossed blades with your first Hokage. As a ninja of Konoha, do you comprehend the implications of this? It signifies that today, you shall find no escape from my grasp. Jiaodu, recalling certain memories, grinned widely at Uchiha Gen, a boy who believes he is already victorious. He did not mind indulging in further conversation. Is that so? Yet I believe you may find that claim rather difficult to uphold. Uchiha Gen tilted his head, smiling, equally willing to engage in conversation regarding this unexpected fortune. Is this the unique confidence of the Uchiha clan? Fear not, I shall allow you to slowly contemplate despair. For the eyes of an Uchiha ninja, having experienced despair, fetch a much higher price. Jiaodu squinted, sensing the derisive glint in Uchiha Gen's eyes, his green pupils gleaming with a dangerous light. I fail to comprehend who has granted you the audacity to offend the Uchiha. However, it matters not, for you are weak. The cries of the weak never reach the ears of the strong. Uchiha Gen slightly raised his hand, a refined smile etched upon his handsome face. Suddenly, the desert behind him erupted, two massive, black fists composed of countless tendrils shot forth from the sands like lightning, hurtling towards his back. Yet, Uchiha Gen made no move. An unseen force halted the charging fists mid-air, preventing any further advance. So, this is the caliber of ninja who has faced Senju Hashirama? Uchiha Gen maintained his smile, addressing Jiaodu in a soft tone. Fire style, head hardening. Jiaodu's irritation surged upon hearing Uchiha Gen's derision. Seeing his ambush thwarted by an unknown technique, he wasted no time. Forming hand seals, he unleashed a torrent of searing flames that cascaded towards Uchiha Gen. To employ fire-style ninjutsu before me, should I commend your audacity or declare you truly foolish? Uchiha Gen remarked, a smirk gracing his lips as the flames approached. Roar. The deafening roar of a dragon echoed through the desert, the overwhelming heat erupting from Uchiha Gen's form in an instant. As the dragon-shaped flames enveloped him, the fire unleashed by Jiaodu was extinguished the moment it made contact with Uchiha Gen's own flames. It was not a matter of devouring or assimilating. It was an utter annihilation of such inferior flames, unworthy of being compared to this fierce blaze. Damn it, this level of fire style, indeed. The intelligence from Sunagakure cannot be trusted. Was it not said that Uchiha Gen excelled in lightning release? Lightning release, false darkness. Seeing his fire style ineffective, Jiaodu swiftly placed his hands on the ground, arcs of electricity swirling around his fingertips, dazzling lightning illuminating the surroundings. With a resounding crash, a lightning spear shot forth towards Uchiha Gen. Feeling a surge of frustration, Uchiha Gen decided to engage further. Observing the incoming lightning spear, he raised a hand. Lightning erupted. A cacophony akin to 1,000 birds singing in unison reverberated through the air as Uchiha Gen wielded the lightning, forcefully sweeping aside the approaching spear. In the next moment, Jiaodu witnessed the stark disparity between the sharpness of lightning and lightning itself. Holding the Chidori, Uchiha Gen effortlessly sliced through Jiaodu's lightning release, false darkness. His nonchalant demeanor piercing through Jiaodu's heart like a nail. A formidable challenge. Gazing upon the youth enveloped in terrifying flames while wielding crackling lightning. Two words immediately surfaced in Jiaodu's mind. These exchanges of ninjutsu are indeed quite spirited. Thus, as a return gift, I shall unleash the fire style. Great Fireball. Before Jiaodu could contemplate his next move, a massive inferno, shaped like a kanji character, transformed the already sweltering desert into a searing hell. Most importantly, that terrifying fire style technique was aimed directly at him. Damn it, why is it that this Uchiha ninja can unleash ninjutsu without hand seals? Whether it be that peculiar fire style chakra mode, the previous lightning technique, or now this fire style, Jiaodu's expression turned frantic through this brief encounter. He suddenly grasped why Uchiha Gen commanded such a high bounty at such a young age. The ability to execute such potent ninjutsu without hand seals. Not to mention the fact that this boy was a member of the Uchiha clan, hinted that he most certainly possessed those coveted eyes, capable of fetching an extravagant reward. In an instant, Jiaodu felt a flicker of retreating intent rise within him. However, the most pressing matter at hand was to contend with the somewhat illicit fire release ninjutsu before him. Chapter 85. Before these eyes, water release. Water curtain jutsu. The optimal counter to fire release, of course, was water release. Sensing the terrifying heat emitted by Uchiha Gen's fire release, Jiaodu swiftly clapped his hands together. The water chakra pulsated from his heart, and as he opened his mouth, a powerful water cannon erupted forth, surging toward the large, fiery character in the sky. Boom. In an instant, white mist swirled as the searing flames collided with the water cannon, generating a vast amount of steam. Nevertheless, the scorching firelight remained undiminished by the water release, continuing to bear down upon Jiaodu. Damn it. In this desert environment, water release could hardly obstruct this fellow's fire release. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Jiaodu's forehead. In a flash of thought, dark threads extended from his back, and soon the masked monster appeared behind him, rendering Jiaodu's gaze momentarily vacant. The escaping creature quickly transformed into a new Jiaodu as the flesh threads writhed. Boom. The flames struck the ground, scattering sparks upon the earth. Under the intense heat, the old form of Jiaodu was swiftly engulfed by the flames. Is this what they call Diyuanyu? Such a repugnant technique. A purple glow flickered in Uchiha Gen's eyes. His Sharingan had activated the moment he unleashed the fire release, and he was utterly confident that Jiaodu could not possibly withstand it. Thus, one of Jiaodu's 5 lives would inevitably be extinguished when the fire release closed in. At this moment, the principles behind the Diyuanyu technique would also reveal themselves partially. Through the veil of steam, Uchiha Gen clearly observed Jiaodu employing Diyuanyu to evade his fire release. It wasn't that Uchiha Gen had any particular thoughts on Diyuanyu. Rather, he was merely curious. Wind release, pressure damage. Having evaded Uchiha Gen's fire release with a shadow clone, Jiaodu quickly formed hand seals, eyeing Uchiha Gen's figure. He took a deep breath, and in the next moment, a fierce gale erupted from his mouth. The air wailed in a piercing scream as a high-pressure wind ball rushed toward Uchiha Gen, creating a localized tempest that cleared all the steam before Jiaodu. The high-pressure wind ball stirred the sand and gravel beneath, making it appear like a sharp, stone spear. As the wind release shot forth, Jiaodu formed seals once more. Fire release, head carving. The flames, fueled by the wind, enveloped the high-pressure wind ball, turning it into a blazing force that barreled toward Uchiha Gen. A combined ninjutsu. Though he was aware of it, it was the first time someone had employed it before him, yet it was merely that. Observing the visually impressive combined ninjutsu, Uchiha Gen smirked slightly and raised a hand. A transparent shield instantly materialized before him. Gungue's skill, guard. The existence of this skill could be considered somewhat shameless in the ninja world. It was true that many Pokémon skills were quite unscrupulous in this realm. Boom. The wind-fire combined ninjutsu struck the transparent shield before Uchiha Gen, resulting in naught but a calm. The transparent shield remained completely still, effortlessly intercepting the formidable combined ninjutsu right before Uchiha Gen. Are you mocking me? Damn brat. Even Senju Hashirama would not treat me with such disdain. Allow me to show you what Diyuanyu truly is. After executing the combined ninjutsu, Jiao Du had initially intended to gauge its effectiveness and consider feigning death to escape. However, upon witnessing Uchiha Gen casually deflect his attack, anger flared in his eyes, and he shouted vehemently at Uchiha Gen. Huh, indeed, with Hashirama's character, he wouldn't do anything to you. But what does that have to do with me? Jiao Du, if you had paused your little antics of burying your Yuan Yu clone in the desert while boasting, it would have been far more persuasive. Before these eyes, your clumsy maneuvers appear utterly laughable. Jiao Du, when engaging with Uchiha ninjas, you should have realized that nothing escapes these eyes. Nothing is beyond the perception of these eyes. A sinister purple glimmer danced in Uchiha Gen's gaze as he watched Jiao Du take a step forward. How could these eyes be possible? This is definitely not the Sharingan. You brat. Jiao Du's teeth trembled slightly as he beheld the eyes of Uchiha Gen, which were entirely different from the three-tomo Sharingan. A figure that had once dominated the ninja world involuntarily surfaced in his mind. The eerie purple glow flickered within the youth's eyes, and fear crept into Jiao Du's gaze. Whether it stemmed from the memory of that ninja or from the boy before him, the surroundings began to shift, a thick scent of blood filling the air. The barren desert had vanished, replaced by a hellish landscape suffused with dead ash and a sea of blood. Jiao Du stood at the center of the blood sea, the foul-smelling liquid rising incessantly, mirroring the fear that gradually engulfed him. Jiao Du could distinctly feel his consciousness being eroded by the encroaching blood. This is an illusion. Yet he found himself powerless to escape its grasp. Why does such a little brat exist in the ninja world? As his final awareness faded, Jiao Du murmured, "Congratulations, trainer." For defeating LV-73 Unknown Aggregate, Trainer Experience 840, Charizard Experience 840, Shinado Experience 840, Gung-Gue Experience 2545, Card draws 1, no drops. Congratulations, trainer. Gung-Gue's level has increased, LV-66 to LV-67. Unknown Aggregate, TSK, has it even ceased to be considered human? Indeed. Such repugnant ninjutsu in the ninja world can only be mastered by those devoid of humanity. After hearing the data prompt, Uchiha Gen spoke with a hint of disdain. In the desert, two figures hastened forward amidst the swirling sands, suddenly realizing that leaving him alive could prove more advantageous. Uchiha Gen mused that it was nearly equivalent to the Uchiha clan's savings accumulated over several years. Surely, Xiaonan's explosive tags were not purchased with Jiao Du's money. Following behind Jiao Du, Uchiha Gen held a bankbook, feeling somewhat contemplative. Casting a glance at the controlled Jiao Du, who was leading the way under the influence of the Sharingan and hypnosis, a thought arose in Uchiha Gen's mind about the lucrative nature of being a bounty hunter. It was worth noting that Jiao Du was merely one person, and the wealth he had amassed over the years was sufficient to rival the earnings of a prestigious clan like the Uchiha for several years. Such a talent for amassing wealth was indeed formidable. Chapter 86, Seal Lifted. The location of the one-tailed Jinchuriki was indeed ahead, on a rocky cliff. Uchiha Gen couldn't help but smile as he gazed at a stone fortress below. Within that fortress, a familiar, brutal aura emanated, unmistakably sensed by Uchiha Gen. The tailed beast, one-tail Shikaku. Uchiha Gen's knowledge of the tailed beast's location was largely due to the green-eyed miser standing beside him. Jiao Du had come to the Land of Wind with the intention of taking advantage of the situation, naturally. The higher-ranked ninjas on the bounty board from the 5 great ninja villages were prioritized, due to a significant lack of high-level combat power. Sunagakure had become Jiao Du's prime target for exploitation. While searching for high-reward ninjas to ambush and eliminate, Jiao Du unexpectedly discovered the location of the tailed beast Jinchuriki. Fu, as the one-tailed Jinchuriki of Sunagakure, naturally appeared on the bounty board, and the reward was substantial. However, Jiao Du did not believe he could breach Sunagakure's defenses and defeat the tailed beast Jinchuriki to exchange for money. Thus, Jiao Du chose to bypass the fortress directly, continuing his quest for other targets, only to encounter the formidable Uchiha Gen. The Suna ninjas guarding the Jinchuriki were predominantly Chunin, but regrettably, there was only a single Jonin. It appeared that Sunagakure had suffered significant losses in this war. Uchiha Gen stroked his chin, gazing at the fortress below, clearly sensing the presence of all the ninjas within through the thick rock barriers capable of withstanding sandstorms. As this was their first encounter, he decided to treat it as a gift. Uchiha Gen stepped forth, traversing the air with each stride until he reached the skies above the fortress. With a single hand raised, the azure Rasengan blossomed in his palm, and in the next moment, raging flames engulfed the spiraling orb, turning it a fiery red. Simultaneously, immense powers of both the psychic and spectral natures converged into the crimson fire-style Rasengan, the malevolent aura within it unabashedly unveiled. You always prefer to keep your distance, playing the role of an emotional provocateur, pretending to be deaf and mute behind that mask. Inside the fortress, the Shikaku, who had been verbally harassing the Jinchuriki, suddenly ceased his chatter, a flicker of unexpected panic flashing in his eyes. You insufferable monk, stop suppressing my power. Hurry, we are under attack. Without my power to protect you, you will perish here. Your death is inconsequential, but do not implicate me. The words of Shikaku were laced with a frantic urgency. For the sudden emergence of that violent aura was indeed astonishing, reminiscent of the fox's deceitful jutsu. Upon hearing Shikaku's words, the Jinchuriki remained silent, gazing calmly at the scriptures before him. However, while the Jinchuriki maintained his composure, the other Suna ninjas within the fortress were thrown into disarray. The leader of the team, the only Jonin, also sensed the malevolent presence looming above the fortress. Damn it, we are under enemy attack. There is an intruder. The lone Jonin, realizing the imminent danger, promptly rallied all the Chunin within the fortress to prepare for the assault. Insufferable monk, hurry. If you do not release me now, it will be too late. As the Jinchuriki remained indifferent, Shikaku grew increasingly agitated. If he were to die here today, without understanding the reason, he would be ridiculed mercilessly upon meeting that wretched fox again. With a sigh of compassion, the Jinchuriki gazed at the panicked Suna ninjas, his eyes reflecting benevolence as he observed the inscriptions etched into his palms, gradually bringing his hands together in prayer. Huh, you actually used my power, you insufferable monk. Ha! I truly believed you had no interest in strength. Shikaku's laughter echoed. Yet here you are, utilizing my powers to save those who insult you daily. However, it is futile. That assailant's strength is formidable, far beyond what this meager power can thwart. At that moment, a look of surprise crossed Shikaku's face as he sensed the Jinchuriki's first use of his powers. Outside the fortress, countless grains of sand surged from the ground toward the sky, swiftly forming a protective shield composed entirely of sand around the fortress. Uchiha Gen, unfazed by this unforeseen development, saw no need to conceal his intentions, thus remaining unperturbed by the impending defenses. Go forth. I shall henceforth name this spectacle the Great Spiraling Flame. Observing the sandy barrier below, Uchiha Gen gently moved his hand, clutching the crimson Rasengan. The ferocious orb plummeted downward. Boom. The terrifying flames consumed all in their path, shattering the sand barrier in an instant without even a moment's resistance, the violent flames continuing their descent unabated. As the sand barrier crumbled, the Jinchuriki could not help but emit a muffled groan, yet he remained seated in silence, hands still clasped. There was little more he could do. You see, this is why I despise you. You possess a mindset comparable to that of the old man, but ultimately fall short. In your eyes, I am a lesser being than those who insult you daily. You can effortlessly shatter your own limitations to protect these worthless beings, yet you cannot release your constraints for my sake. Shikaku's voice brimmed with resentment. Despite having coexisted with the Jinchuriki for so long, he could never acknowledge him. For even though the purity of the Jinchuriki's spirit transcended that of humanity, Shikaku remained unyielding in his judgment. This purity of yours is merely a facade to us humans. No, Shikaku, you are mistaken. I have always believed there is no need to distinguish between beasts and humans. Whether you, those outside, or even I, in my eyes, there is no difference. Shikaku, it seems our time together is destined to conclude today. It is indeed regrettable that I did not have the opportunity to apologize properly. After uttering these words, the Jinchuriki slowly brought his hands together and closed his eyes. Upon hearing this, Shikaku's fury abruptly ceased, his mind momentarily blank as the seal's constraints were lifted with the Jinchuriki's words. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed across the desert, a brilliant fireball shooting into the sky, engulfing the entire fortress in a tempest of flames. The inferno consumed everything. Chapter 87. Shikaku makes an entrance. The flames incinerated all, yet in the next instant, the sands of the desert surged toward the source of the flames in overwhelming waves. Ha ha ha! I have finally emerged again. Insufferable monk, I have reevaluated my opinion of you. Now, where is that scoundrel who dared to ambush me? Come forth. I shall tear you to shreds. As the flames were engulfed by the sands, A slightly deranged and arrogant voice echoed from beneath the cover of sand, followed by the sands cascading like a tidal wave outward. A massive claw adorned with violet patterns suddenly emerged from the desert, followed by a hefty iron tail. In a mere moment, a plump creature resembling a raccoon emerged from the sands. The one-tail, Shikaku, has made his entrance. As soon as Shikaku appeared, he immediately began searching for Uchiha Gen. But all he could see in every direction was an expanse of desolate desert. Has he fled? Ha! Surely it is out of fear of me that he has hastily retreated. My reputation still reverberates through the shinobi world. Not spotting the assailant in his line of sight, Shikaku could not help but break into a wide grin. Cough, cough, cough. Shikaku, he is above you. Just as Shikaku reveled in his excitement, a weak cough echoed from within him. The speaker was the Jinchuriki, who, now that the seal binding him to Shikaku had been lifted, was seated comfortably within the beast's form. Shikaku had not detached from him. Above, stunned, Shikaku looked up at the sky, only to see a dark-haired youth gazing down at him with an infuriating expression. The look in his eyes was reminiscent of that wretched fox, as the Kyuubi had once described it, a gaze as though regarding a fool. Oh, damn brat, how dare you hide above? Infuriated by Uchiha Gen's disdainful stare, Shikaku seethed. Wind release, vacuum bullets. Shikaku opened his mouth wide, unleashing a massive wind bullet aimed at Uchiha Gen high in the sky. Foolish. Observing Shikaku's antics from below, Uchiha Gen's eyes brimmed with contempt as he raised his hand, unleashing a dragon claw that shot straight toward the wind bullet. Then, with a swift swipe of his claw, boom, the dragon claw collided with the wind bullet in midair, creating a violent explosion. Cutting through the vacuum bullet, Uchiha Gen descended unimpeded. His dragon claw aimed directly for Shikaku's head. Uchiha Gen's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, the dragon claw struck the head of Shikaku. Boom. The sand erupted upon impact, transforming the struck area into a pool of yellow grains. However, in the next moment, all the scattered yellow sand morphed into sharp spikes, aiming directly at Uchiha Gen. In an instant, he teleported, vanishing from above Shikaku's head before the sand spikes could reach him. The initial assault with the Dragon Claw was merely to test whether such Pokémon abilities could inflict direct harm to Shikaku, and it was clear that they could not. To battle a creature composed entirely of sand, sheer firepower was the solution, or perhaps controlling it with the Sharingan and effortlessly reaping the rewards, though that would lack excitement. Uchiha Gen relished the process of combat more than the outcome itself. Reappearing in the sky, Uchiha Gen began to weave hand seals. An intense sense of oppression surged through the air as he completed the seals, accompanied by a terrifying wave of heat that scorched the already arid desert. This little rascal. Do you recognize him? Shikaku inquired of his inner spirit, Fu. He seems to possess an excessive amount of chakra, even more than I do. Observing the sky, which was gradually turning red due to the rapidly rising temperature, Shikaku questioned Fu, who simply shook his head. Like Shikaku, Fu was bound by limitations, unable to experience freedom due to Shikaku's constraints, and thus had no familiarity with Uchiha Gen, having never had the opportunity to learn about him. TCH, asking you is pointless. Shikaku scoffed, feeling the swirling sand around him constructing layer upon layer of armor. He sensed that the unknown figure above was invoking a formidable technique. Fire release, meteor shower. A smirk graced Uchiha Gen's lips as he concluded the final seal. Boom. The sky erupted with a thunderous roar as dozens of dragon-shaped flames coiled in the air before plunging fiercely toward Shikaku. This fire technique, inspired by the Pokémon ability Draco Meteor, made its debut in the world of ninjutsu. Prepared for defense, Shikaku struck his belly and unleashed a barrage of wind bullets towards the descending flames. The fire dragons descended like meteors, their sound echoing through the air like a beast's roar, merging intense heat with a tempest. The storm propelled the searing flames, creating waves of heat that tousled Uchiha Gen's dark hair. Slightly displeased with the power of his newly developed jutsu, Uchiha Gen raised a hand, summoning countless dragon-shaped flames once more, this time even more colossal. What kind of creature is this child? How can he possess such a vast reservoir of chakra? Shikaku pondered, feeling a crack in his defenses. The sheer volume of chakra had always been synonymous with tailed beasts and was the second greatest fear in Shikaku's mind, the first being the number of tails. Nonetheless, amidst his anguished roar, Shikaku struck his belly once again, unleashing a torrent of wind bullets against the incoming dragon-shaped meteors. Boom, boom, boom. The sky erupted again with deafening explosions, yet this time, Shikaku's wind bullets failed to halt Uchiha Gen's fire release, as the flaming meteors roared forth, consuming all the wind projectiles in their path. Moreover, after devouring Shikaku's attacks, the flaming meteors intensified, their overwhelming force only magnifying the heat. With a resounding roar, the dragon-shaped flames crashed against Shikaku's sand armor. Chapter 88. Take a good look behind you. How painful. How painful. Damn it, you little brat. I will tear you apart. A colossal tanuki howled amidst the inferno on the desert floor. The searing heat scorched its sandy skin, and crystalline beads began to form on its rough, sandy arms, reflecting the sunlight. As it roared, the air around Shikaku began to distort violently, lifting countless grains of sand into the air. A sea of sand floated ominously. At that moment, Shikaku's eyes turned crimson as he gazed at the figure above, filled with a singular desire to obliterate the humans standing in the sky. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Shikaku unleashed a massive light blue wind bullet, each projectile stirring the suspended sand, launching it forth in a furious onslaught. Enraged, Shikaku descended into madness, unleashing a barrage of sand-laden wind bullets, akin to a relentless bombardment. The tailed beasts were considered weapons capable of balancing the great ninja villages due to their overwhelming lethality against ordinary shinobi. Yet, unfortunately, Uchiha Gen was no ordinary ninja. Observing Shikaku's furious rampage, Uchiha Gen remained expressionless, though a hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes. So weak, compared to the 8 tails. This one tail was far too feeble. The clash with Shikaku failed to evoke the thrill he experienced against other tailed beasts. Well, it's merely an experiment with my jutsu, so it matters not. Uchiha Gen gently shook his head, charging towards Shikaku, undeterred by the barrage of wind bullets. The dragon claws erupted from Uchiha Gen's arms. As azure light flickered, numerous wind bullets detonated in midair. Uchiha Gen glided through the exploding sand like a specter. Approaching Shikaku, he waved a hand, sending a purple luminescence cascading over Shikaku's form, enveloping him in an array of bizarre purple bubbles. Toxic. What in the world is this? Damn it, you little brat. You've fallen for my trap. Shikaku bellowed, heedless of the peculiar purple bubbles forming on his body. With a swift motion, he crossed his claws to form seals and roared towards Uchiha Gen. As Shikaku completed the seals, all the exploded sand suspended in the air froze momentarily. In the next instant, the sand surged forth like bullets, targeting Uchiha Gen. Following his seals, Shikaku slammed down, causing the sand to erupt like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing him within the desert. Humph! Uchiha Gen was all too familiar with this maneuver. It was the same technique that pierced Uchiha Madara during the Fourth Great Ninja War, transforming into a sealing technique against him. However, whatever happens, I shall endure. A translucent barrier enveloped Uchiha Gen, as countless grains of sand bombarded the thin shield. Despite the relentless assault, it showed no signs of damage. Boom! As Uchiha Gen defended against the barrage of sand bullets, the desert floor began to writhe, and an enormous, grotesque arm erupted from the sands. Shikaku absorbed the desert's grains. Yet amusingly, even with the sand he consumed, the massive arm still emitted purple bubbles. Interesting. Witnessing this scene, a smile crept across Uchiha Gen's face. Although Shikaku was weak, he was not disappointingly so. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. The desert is indeed my exclusive domain. Here, even that foul fox must address me as grandfather. And this damned poison coursing through me. Though I am unsure how you managed to poison a tailed beast, I am certain that by eliminating you, the antidote will be revealed. Therefore, perish, little brat. Accompanying my claws is the arrogant, sharp roar of Shoha, as the colossal sandy claws descend upon me. Yet Uchiha Gen remains steadfast and unyielding. In this state of yours, a certain skill suddenly comes to mind. A peculiar smile graces Uchiha Gen's lips as he raises a hand, instantly making contact with Shoha's massive claws. What the hell, little brat? What have you done? Why is my sand slipping from my control? The moment Shoha's claws met Uchiha Gen's hand, the immense claws disintegrated into yellow sand, cascading down to the ground. Even the sand beneath the desert, which enveloped Shoha, was forcibly severed from its connection. Moreover, Shoha found himself utterly unable to reclaim control over the sand that should have covered him, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. This was an unprecedented occurrence for him. Incredibly, it actually worked. Observing the sand flowing to the ground, a smirk crept upon Uchiha Gen's face. The skills of Pokémon are indeed unreasonable. The move Knock Off, a dark-type physical move that knocks away the opponent's held item, preventing its use for the remainder of the battle. Uchiha Gen had merely wished to test this skill, as it seemed challenging to associate the sand controlled by Shoha with a held item. Yet, the reality was that the sand had indeed been classified as a held item. Ah, damn it. What trickery is this? Why can I no longer control the sand? Shoha emerged from the desert, confronting Uchiha Gen with furious inquiries, while the gnawing pain in his abdomen caused his sanity to wane. He could not comprehend why his innate ability had suddenly become ineffective, nor could he fathom how a mere chakra aggregate could be afflicted by such inexplicable poison, leading him to suspect he had fallen under an illusion. Where is that little brat? In the throes of rage, Shoha stood atop the desert, pointing at Uchiha Gen, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, only to find that Uchiha Gen had inexplicably vanished. Fool, take a good look behind you. As Shoha searched for Uchiha Gen's figure, a chilling voice echoed from behind him. Turning around, he beheld Uchiha Gen wielding a massive, ghostly purple spiral energy sphere, hurtling towards his face. Shadow Ball. Boom. The ferocious ghost-type energy erupted upon contact, obliterating Shoha's head and sending yellow sand flying in all directions. In that instant, Uchiha Gen keenly sensed something peculiar within Shoha, an odd entity wrapped in compressing yellow sand, resembling a cocoon, within which a faint chakra response flickered like a candle in the wind. This must be Finfu. Presently, Shoha bore no seals. Yet this monk remained alive. Shoha was evidently safeguarding him. Sensing the weak chakra, Uchiha Gen abruptly altered his course of action. The ghostly energy in his hand dissipated as he slapped outwards. In the sealing space, Shineduo pressed her palms together. Countless sealing techniques unfurled from Uchiha Gen's palm, swiftly enveloping the yellow sand cocoon within Shoha. In mere moments, the entirety of Shoha's form was adorned with sealing techniques. Assigning a tailed beast to watch over the Uchiha clan seems rather advantageous. As Shoha's head gradually reformed, he became aware of the seals upon him. Panic etched across his face as he cried out, "Ah, damn you, little brat. I refuse to go back. I will surely exact my revenge." Unfortunately, Shoha's declaration was cut short as the sealing techniques constricted around his mouth. It was Shineduo. In the sealing space, she sat upon her psychic throne, gazing coldly at Shoha. Her eyes filled with disdain. She detested anyone who insulted her trainer. With a mere gesture, the sealing techniques upon Shoha transformed, creating pit-like voids across his form. Shoha's eyes widened in terror as he felt his chakra being rapidly siphoned by an unknown force. He sought to scream, but his mouth was sealed, rendering him voiceless. "I intend to domesticate this tailed beast. Its chakra need not be a burden, as it will be available for use at any time." Understanding Shineduo's intent, Uchiha Gen smiled softly. "How splendid. This way, we need not conserve the chakra of these tailed beasts. And having a fixed source will undoubtedly lead to significant breakthroughs in the study of tailed beast chakra." Uchiha Gen regarded Shoha, who was now retracting chakra back into Finfu. Satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. An inexhaustible source of chakra, indeed quite favorable. Congratulations to the trainer for defeating the LV-80 energy aggregate, gaining 1110 experience for the trainer, 1110 for the Charizard, 1110 for Shineduo, 3545 for Gengar, 1 draw count, and 1 drop item. Congratulations to the trainer for leveling up from LV-70 to LV-71. Congratulations to the trainer. Charizard leveled up from LV-70 to LV-71. Congratulations to the trainer. Shineduo leveled up from LV-70 to LV-71. Congratulations to the trainer. Gengar leveled up from LV-67 to LV-68. Congratulations to the trainer for successfully challenging the gym once again. Progress in the gym challenge task is 1. Reward. Random item 1. Random Pokemon card 1. Current challenge progress 38. The strengths of tailed beasts vary significantly, yet their levels remain relatively uniform. Aside from Kyubi, the Weeping One, and Hachibi, which possesses slightly greater power, the remaining tailed beasts should all be at level 80, corresponding to the gym level. The tailed beast at the gym challenge is also LV-80. Uchiha Gen pondered thoughtfully while stroking his chin. With that thought, Uchiha Gen raised his hand, producing a golden ticket. Master 8 Challenge Ticket, upon use. Grants entry to the Master 8 Challenge. Prerequisites. Complete the gym challenge. 2. Complete the Elite Four battle. 3. Possess 46 Pokémon. The Master 8 challenge ticket was obtained by Uchiha Gen after defeating the third Hokage. If Uchiha Gen's guess is correct, the Master 8 challenge involves utilizing Pokémon to confront the champions, including that 10-year-old boy with over 20 years of travel experience. The 9-tailed beasts, excluding Kyubi, correspond precisely to the 8 gyms. It seems I must gather the tailed beasts. Suddenly, Uchiha Gen sensed something and raised his hand, using telekinesis to levitate Finfu, now devoid of any traces of Shoha, before him. Awake, High Monk. Uchiha Gen smiled at Finfu, his demeanor a stark contrast to the fierce battle moments before. For one who was about to be returned to the Uchiha clan, he was more than willing to extend a smile. Observing Uchiha Gen, Finfu silently closed his eyes, then joined his hands in prayer. But after merely a moment, Finfu reopened his eyes, a sense of compassion radiating from his murky gaze. The young master is merely a boy. Why must he bring about such slaughter? Observing Uchiha Gen, Finfu's eyes brimmed with confusion and sorrow. He could not fathom why a child like Uchiha Gen would wield a blade against the bloodshed. Why? Because this is war, and we are enemies. Old monk. Awaken to reality. This world is not one where love and mutual understanding guarantee peaceful coexistence. Uchiha Gen found this amusing. Is this what Shoha regards as humanity closest to the Sage of Six Paths? Naive and foolish. War, it seems, is precisely why I have been brought here. Finfu paused, taken aback by the disdain in Uchiha Gen's gaze. He murmured softly and resumed his prayer, his hands clasped in reverence. The sight of him levitating in the air appearing remarkably sacred. Has war truly persisted for so long that you have only just realized this? It seems your time in Sunagakure has not been pleasant, old monk. Shall I provide you with a different place to reside? The disdain vanished from Uchiha Gen's face, replaced by a smile directed at Finfu. Witnessing Uchiha Gen's swift change of expression, Finfu fell silent. As Uchiha Gen prepared to engage Finfu in further conversation, a subtle ripple of chakra emanated from his ninja tool pouch. It was the flying thunder god Kanai belonging to Minato Namikaze, a message from his teacher. Uchiha Gen reached into his pouch and retrieved a scroll that had recently materialized within. Chapter 90. The Birth of Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shursui. The flying thunder god Kanai, gifted by Minato upon leaving his team, served as a safeguard in Minato's mind. Should Uchiha Gen encounter peril, assistance would be readily available. Yet, to Uchiha Gen, this Kanai's greatest purpose lay in conveying information, such as now. Uchiha Itachi has been born. What a fortuitous timing. Uchiha Gen raised an eyebrow at the note in his hand. The message, conveyed by Minato, announced the birth of Uchiha Fugaku's eldest son, inviting Uchiha Gen to return to the village to celebrate. Unable to reach Uchiha Gen directly, they had entrusted Minato to relay the news. Uchiha Itachi, a figure shrouded in controversy, would tragically slay his own parents for his brother and some rather absurd ideals, collaborating with outsiders to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan. Oh, such events could only transpire in the absence of my presence. A flicker of flame ignited at his fingertips, reducing the note to ash, which the gentle breeze carried away. Observing the remnants drifting with the wind, Uchiha Gen spoke softly. As he had previously stated, wherever he stands, the Uchiha shall ascend to greatness. Yet, before achieving this goal, he must wield sufficient power to fear nothing. And now, he was nearly there. The words spoken with strength possess an entirely different weight than those uttered in weakness. Is he not your friend? Why did you allow him to depart alone? It must be exceedingly difficult to traverse the desert alone, especially considering how close we are to Sunagakure. I passed through here under escort long ago. Finfu, watching the retreating figure of Kakazu, turned in confusion to Uchiha Gen. While I do not restrict your freedom, I kindly ask that you maintain silence at times. Casting a glance at Finfu, Uchiha Gen continued to watch Kakuzu's departure. Ultimately, Uchiha Gen abandoned the notion of directly slaying Kakuzu. Often, sustainable development is the true path. Kakuzu's wealth has been thoroughly plundered. When the illusion upon him fades, he may seek vengeance out of rage or channel his sorrow into relentless toil for wealth. However, Uchiha Gen surmised that Kakuzu would likely lack the courage to pursue revenge. Thus, the desperate Kakuzu would soon transform into a ripe resource, awaiting his harvest. Let us proceed. It was not until Kakuzu's silhouette vanished into the swirling sands that Uchiha Gen turned and walked toward the direction he had initially chosen, that direction being Konoha. You ought to work diligently for your riches, Kakazu. As night fell upon the Uchiha clan grounds, Uchiha Gen pushed open the door to his home, leading a bewildered Finfu outside. Surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, Finfu hesitantly pinched his own cheek. Yes, that stings. So, they instantaneously arrived in Konoha from the borders of the Land of Fire, did they? The power of this youth. As Finfu validated his reality, Uchiha Gen's voice resonated ahead. Remember your way. This will be the place where you spend the latter half of your life. Uchiha Gen spoke with an unremarkable tone, as if discussing something entirely mundane, yet to Finfu, those words struck like thunder. Am I not a prisoner of war? Why speak of the latter half of my life? Surely, war must eventually conclude. When that time comes, should I not return to the land of wind? Finfu could not help but inquire. A prisoner of war? In Uchiha's eyes, there are no prisoners, only spoils of war. If you are dissatisfied with your current state, I could easily control you with an illusion. Such a task is trivial for me. Uchiha Gen turned to Finfu, speaking with calm indifference. He had never contemplated returning Shoha to Sunagakure. Finfu fell silent once more, clasping his hands in prayer, trailing behind Uchiha Gen. If he were controlled by an illusion, would he remain himself? After a brief walk, Uchiha Gen led Finfu to a residence. However, before they could enter, Uchiha Gen's attention was captured by a child practicing hand signs in the courtyard. Given his age and appearance, this child must be Uchiha Shursui. With a single glance, Uchiha Gen recognized the identity of the child before him. There was no mistaking the resemblance to Sarutobi Konohamaru. Who are you? Uchiha Shursui noticed Uchiha Gen's gaze and, observing the two figures before him, inquired with curiosity. He recognized the Uchiha crest on Uchiha Gen's attire, indicating kinship, yet the figure following him, Finfu, bore no resemblance to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Gen. Here to see the clan leader. Uchiha Gen addressed Uchiha Shursui softly, intrigued by this fellow Uchiha genius capable of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. This child also possesses the potential to become a valuable asset. You are Lord Gen. It is an honor to meet you. I am Uchiha Shursui. Uchiha Shursui's eyes brightened with excitement as he exclaimed, filled with admiration. The name Uchiha Gen had been a constant in Shursui's ears since childhood, always accompanied by praise and envy. Hello, is the clan leader present? Uchiha Gen inquired gently, noting the admiration reflected in Shursui's gaze. Click. Just as Uchiha Gen posed his question, the main door of the courtyard swung open, revealing a stern-faced man stepping forth. Ah, Gen has returned. I knew that as long as I entrusted Minato, I could contact you swiftly. The man's rigid expression softened into a smile upon seeing Uchiha Gen. Clan leader. Uchiha Gen nodded slightly to Uchiha Fugaku, his tone carrying a hint of respect. One must be grateful. He had risen to this point due to Uchiha Fugaku's considerable aid, whether through the weapons he wielded or other resources that had come to him thanks to Uchiha Fugaku. Chapter 91. Subordinates. Uchiha Fugaku gazed at Uchiha Gen with a smile adorning his face. Jinkuen, your return is remarkably timely. The date for my child's month celebration is set for the day after tomorrow. I was concerned you might not arrive in time and would need to postpone it. But it seems that will not be necessary. His eyes conveyed sincerity, as if he had genuinely intended to delay the celebration should Uchiha Gen's return be late. There is no need for such concern, clan leader. If I wish to return to Konoha, it is but a fleeting moment away. That child of yours, has a name been chosen? Uchiha Gen inquired, his gaze shifting to the doorway where Uchiha Mikoto stood, cradling a child in her arms. Though she had not yet stepped outside, the evening breeze carried a slight chill. Mikoto, why are you out here? It's rather cool this evening. You should take the child inside. Jinkuen, I can handle the reception. Uchiha Fugaku followed Gen's gaze and hurriedly positioned himself in front of Uchiha Mikoto, as if to shield her from the night's chill. Jinkuen has arrived. How could you let her stand in the courtyard? Quickly, invite her in for some warm tea. My apologies, Jinkuen. Fugaku has been somewhat disoriented lately due to the recent birth of our child and has not been the most attentive host. Uchiha Mikoto gently nudged Fugaku aside, then, with a hint of apology, addressed Uchiha General, I am simply overjoyed to see you, Jinkuen, and forgot my manners. Please, come in. Shursui, go and assist Mikoto in preparing tea for Jinkuen. By the way, who is this? At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku became aware of his oversight and turned to Uchiha Gen with an apologetic expression, realizing that his mind had indeed been somewhat muddled of late. On the familial front, Due to the ongoing war, family members wished to join the battlefield. Yet the Hokage had denied their requests under the pretext of maintaining the village's safety. Concurrently, with the birth of their child necessitating a month celebration. Careful consideration was required in inviting ninjas, and the arrangements had to reflect the dignity of the Uchiha clan, thereby keeping him preoccupied. As Fugaku stepped aside, he turned to the small figure who had been intently observing Uchiha Gen, noticing the child who had been following Gen, hands clasped together, silently observing with a hint of confusion in their eyes. This attire belongs to someone from Sunagakure, does it not? Wait, this appearance seems somewhat familiar. As he studied the child's features, an astonishing thought surfaced in Fugaku's mind. This child, a Jinchuriki from Sunagakure, had been casually captured and brought back to serve as a guardian for the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Gen's tone remained calm, yet it resonated like thunder in Fugaku's ears. Please, do come in. Upon hearing this, Fugaku swiftly formed hand seals, confirming the security of the Uchiha clan's barrier. With a sigh of relief, he solemnly led the group indoors. Seated upon the tatami mat, Uchiha Fugaku stared blankly at the steam rising from the teacup before him, momentarily lost in thought. Across from him, Uchiha Gen leisurely sipped his tea, while the child stood quietly beside him, the reflections of the three-tomo Sharingan shimmering in their eyes. The one who initiated the action was not Uchiha Gen, but rather Uchiha Fugaku. The presence of a tailed beast was indeed a daunting factor. This was his home. And with a newborn child, prudence was essential. Silence enveloped the room until Uchiha Shursui gently nudged Fugaku, breaking the stillness. Clan leader, Jindano inquired about little Itachi's name. Yet you have not yet responded. Oh, my apologies, Jinkuen. The pressure has been somewhat overwhelming lately, and with the unique identity of the individual you brought back, I was momentarily caught off guard. The child's name has been decided. We shall call him Itachi, Uchiha Itachi, a boy. I only hope he will be as exceptional as you, Jinkuen. As Fugaku spoke of his child, the cloud of confusion dissipated, replaced by the proud smile of a father. However, the smile, combined with the furrow of worry on his brow, created a rather unappealing visage. Indeed, a child born to bear the clan leader's expectations will surely be remarkable. Uchiha Gen nodded gently. How could one who unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan and played a pivotal role in ending a great war not be exceptional? You may deem Itachi a mere child, but one cannot deny his potential. His values and willpower will shape his future. At present, he is but a blank canvas, and the colors we paint upon it will define his life. Your words remain as melodious as ever, Jinkuen. Yet, even if this child does not meet the expectations of excellence, I shall still embrace my responsibilities as a father. However, Jinkuen, you truly startle me today. Bringing such a being into our clan, isn't that somewhat? Fugaku began with a smile, but as he reached the end, his expression turned somber. Casting a fleeting glance at the observing child, Fubuki, as if wanting to say something, but refrained upon noticing Uchiha Shursui nearby. Clan leader, I shall accompany little Itachi now. Farewell, Jindano. Uchiha Shursui, sensing that the topic of conversation was inappropriate for him, wisely sought an excuse to depart. Yes, go ahead. Fugaku nodded, watching Shursui's retreating figure. Then turned to Uchiha Gen to introduce him. This is our newly discovered genius, Uchiha Shursui. Although he may not rival you, his talent is indeed remarkable. At the tender age of 3, he has already mastered the fireball technique. His talent is indeed impressive and worthy of cultivation. Let him accompany me as my subordinate. I am eager to see what kind of performance this child will exhibit in the future. Uchiha Gen gently placed his teacup down on the table and addressed Fugaku. Though it may pose some challenges, in a certain sense, Uchiha Itachi's burgeoning aspirations will be profoundly influenced by Shursui's indomitable will. Chapter 92. In comparison to him, I am beyond his reach, having resolved to intervene in Uchiha Itachi's mindset. The first step necessitates addressing Uchiha Shursui, another genius capable of unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan. Subordinate, you seldom express interest in the clan's prodigies. Not even the elder's child, Chiyu, captured your attention. Yet, Shursui seems to have caught your eye. Nevertheless, Shursui's talent is commendable, and with your guidance, it is certain he will excel in the future. I will find time to converse with Shursui. Uchiha Fugaku expressed his surprise, as Uchiha Gen had never shown interest in children within the clan, often preferring to engage in battle with the clan's elite. I intend to remain in the clan for a while, seeking to occupy myself with some tasks. Uchiha Gen stated softly. He indeed planned to stay for a period, not only due to the fatigue from traversing between various nations in search of formidable opponents, but also because his fourth Pokémon, a baby Gyarados, was soon to be born. He needed to allow the baby Gyarados time to grow and master the new skills it would bring, and moreover, Shinedo's research on tailed beast chakra had reached a pivotal moment. With a tailed beast in hand, the chakra would not be in short supply. Once the research on tailed beast chakra concluded, Uchiha Gen was eager to discover whether it could influence the development of the baby Gyarados. After all, the chakra of a tailed beast, specifically the one tail, is, in a certain sense, well suited to the power of the young Gyarasu. Is that so? Is it because of him? Xianjun, you should comprehend what the tailed beast represents. Is it truly appropriate to place him among our clan? If the village becomes aware of this matter, the restrictions imposed on the Uchiha clan will be even more unrestrained. Moreover, the power of such a being is not easily controlled. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku turned to his side where Benfu stood, and with a furrowed brow, he addressed Uchiha Xian. A tailed beast has been directly reclaimed by Uchiha Xian, who boldly declared that it would serve as a guardian for the Uchiha clan. It is only because Uchiha Fugaku has held the position of clan leader for so many years that his mind remains resilient. Otherwise, anyone else would likely feel as if the sky had fallen. After all, a tailed beast is akin to a bomb that may explode at any moment, posing a tremendous danger. I have inscribed upon him the sealing technique modified by Teacher Minato. Unless I permit it, the tailed beast within him cannot stir even slightly. Furthermore, there exists a disparity in strength among the tailed beasts. Despite being merely the one tail, it cannot possibly stir up any storm in the face of Uchiha power. Rest assured, clan leader, I would not engage in anything uncertain. Having a tailed beast as a trump card is indeed advantageous for the Uchiha clan. As for what might happen if the village becomes aware of it, so be it. As one of the founders of this village, the Uchiha clan should not be subjected to unfair treatment. Should the village have any thoughts on the matter, I shall personally approach our Hokage for a cordial discussion. As Elder Shana once said, if we possess strength yet continue to be constrained, then the significance of our efforts to become stronger would be utterly reduced to a mere farce. Uchiha Xian's words brimmed with confidence. His return to the village was not merely for rest. Since the Uchiha clan yearns for the battlefield, it is only natural that he must take action. Truly domineering. Although I anticipated such events after learning of your talent, I did not expect them to unfold so swiftly. Xianjun, your talent has likely reached the caliber of that esteemed ancestor. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's furrowed brows gradually relaxed as he gazed at Uchiha Xian's confident smile, feeling a pang of nostalgia. To possess the power capable of altering the current circumstances of the Uchiha clan at such a young age suggests that his decisions of the past were indeed correct. No, clan leader, I must clarify that in comparison to him, it is he who cannot reach my level, neither now nor in the future. Uchiha Xian responded with a smile, his eyes ablaze with power, revealing a pair of crimson eyes tinged with a faint purple hue. The potent ocular power compelled Uchiha Fugaku to activate his own Sharingan. Their gazes locked, their ocular powers intertwined, yet the disparity between them was astronomical. Is this the Mangekyo? Xian, is this the legendary eye? Uchiha Fugaku stammered, suddenly feeling an urge to laugh uncontrollably, yet he restrained himself, suppressing the upward curve of his lips. With fervor in his gaze, he looked at Uchiha Xian and quietly asked, is it not? Uchiha Xian gently shook his head with a slight smile. Huh. Upon hearing Uchiha Xian's denial, Uchiha Fugaku's expression stiffened, his fervent gaze turning into confusion, his excitement abruptly severed as if cut by a blade. This is an eye that surpasses the Mangekyo. The Mangekyo is merely an artifact of the bygone era that the Uchiha once pursued. Uchiha Xian closed his Sharingan, lifted the teacup from the table, and smiled as he raised it toward Uchiha Fugaku, softly saying, Ah, you are indeed remarkable, Xian. This is something that has eluded our Uchiha clan for many years. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes rekindled with fervor, devoid of any doubt toward Uchiha Xian's words, filled only with genuine admiration and excitement for the new future awaiting the Uchiha clan. After tonight, a new storm will sweep from this room throughout Konoha and even the entire shinobi world. In the Fugaku residence, the birth celebration banquet for Uchiha Itachi was officially held. Uchiha Xian, clad in a flowing black robe, greeted the Uchiha clan members attending the banquet with a warm smile, followed closely by the diminutive Uchiha Shursui. Ah, it's young Xian. No, I must address you as Lord Xian now. Lord Xian, do remember to come to my house for a meal sometime. Aunt Keiko will prepare your favorite dishes. Aunt Keiko, you may continue to call me young Xian. Referring to me as Lord feels rather distant. If you keep that up, I may not continue teaching that fool you fire style. Then there's no choice. I suppose I must continue to call you young Xian, lest that child you start nagging me again. Uncle Hammer, long time no see. You little brat. Don't think that just because you've grown stronger, you can call me by my nickname. Remember, your weapon was crafted from the precious ores I provided. Oh, isn't that just a more affectionate way of addressing you? Lord Xian, so gentle. You hardly seem like the terrifying figure that Brother Qin you described. There's no way Lord Xian could have such a nickname as Great Demon King. It must be something Brother Qin you fabricated. Uchiha Shursui trailed behind Uchiha Xian. His gaze fervently fixed on Uchiha Xian as he exchanged greetings with the clan members, secretly thinking, Lord Xian is truly gentle, devoid of the arrogance exhibited by other talents in the clan. At this moment, Uchiha Shursui was at an age where he spoke whatever came to mind. Observing Uchiha Xian interact with the clan members, he softly remarked, that is merely your misconception. As a ninja of the Uchiha, if one lacks pride, then they do not deserve the Uchiha name. However, this pride should not be directed toward our clan members. Pride and rudeness are two different matters. Shursui, in your eyes, what do you perceive our clan members as, or what does family mean to you? What about the village? Glancing at the young Uchiha Shursui beside him, Uchiha Xian lightly inquired. Although Uchiha Shursui was merely a 3-year-old child at this moment, age holds little significance in the world of shinobi. It is hardly something to concern oneself with. Moreover, geniuses are inherently distinguished. At this juncture, Uchiha Shursui had begun seeking his own ninja way. Clan members and family. The village, Lord Xian. What does this question mean? Uchiha Shursui's eyes were filled with confusion, unable to comprehend why Uchiha Xian posed such a question. He had anticipated that Uchiha Xian would test his ninjutsu or shuriken skills, but never imagined it would be such a question. Simply respond with what you believe to be your most perfect answer. Uchiha Xian's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Yes, Lord Xian. I believe family is a collective bound by blood and emotional ties, while a village is a larger, more holistic community. That is my understanding. Uchiha Shursui bowed his head in contemplation for a moment, and finally raised it to look at Uchiha Xian, providing his answer. Uchiha Shursui, with those strikingly beautiful eyes, might just awaken something extraordinary. This answer is too rigid. I do not favor it. I will grant you a year to ponder this question and provide me with a new answer. However, in the process of reflection, you must also make a choice. That is to select one aspect between the importance of the village and the family. Yet, before making this selection, you must observe many things. Uchiha Xian reached out his hand, gently flicking Uchiha Shursui's forehead with a smile. Yujirboidristi was, in fact, quite satisfied with the response he received. After all, his answer was not merely a reflection of the Uchiha clan as a mere faction within the village. This indicated that his worldview and ideology were not rigidly fixed. In other words, he still retained the capacity for manual nuance. Indeed, Lord Xian, although he did not comprehend why Uchiha Xian posed such questions, he trusted that Lord Xian had his reasons, and he merely needed to comply. It was apparent that he lacked any strong opinions. Uchiha Xian observed Uchiha Shursui, who looked puzzled yet refrained from questioning the rationale behind such inquiries. However, it was understandable. Had Uchiha Shursui possessed a firm stance, he would have long since resolved the chaotic matters within the village, especially with such extraordinary ocular powers awakened. During the moon banquet, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sent his congratulations for Uchiha Itachi's birth through an envoy. Other clan leaders within the village also extended their well wishes. Yet none of the families chose to remain at the Uchiha compound to partake in the festivities. Lord Xian, little Shursui, I entrust Itachi to you both. Fugaku is quite busy and will inevitably miss much of Itachi's early days. However, I believe having two prodigies as role models will be a blessing for him. Uchiha Makoto said, cradling Uchiha Itachi with a warm smile directed at Uchiha Xian and Uchiha Shursui. Yes, I will take good care of little Itachi. Lord Xian surely thinks the same. Uchiha Shursui replied, his eyes shining as he gazed at Uchiha Itachi in Makoto's arms, filled with an overwhelming desire to hold him. Indeed, Uchiha Xian remarked, observing Itachi's wrinkled little face with a slight smile. I will certainly take care of him. He is a precious gem. I do wonder if his bloodline illness can be avoided or treated. If so, Uchiha Gen gently tapped Itachi's forehead, causing the infant to furrow his brow and let out a couple of cries. Yet upon seeing Uchiha Gen, he smiled and waved his tiny hand. It appears little Itachi is quite fond of you, Lord Gen. Would you like to try holding him? Newborns are incredibly soft, Mikoto said. Her eyes filled with maternal affection as she looked at Itachi before turning to Uchiha Gen. No, thank you. My hands are rather rough. Let Shursui hold him instead. Uchiha Gen replied, shaking his head and glancing at the eager Uchiha Shursui beside him before addressing Mikoto. So, the bond between Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi began at such a tender age? How fitting for the Sichuan region. Aunt Mikoto. Uchiha Shursui expressed gratitude with a glance toward Uchiha Gen, then turned eagerly to Uchiha Mikoto, his eyes brimming with longing. Lord Gen is truly as gentle as ever. Let little Shursui give it a try, Mikoto said with a smile, gently handing Itachi to Shursui. Yes. Uchiha Shursui reached out eagerly, his movements exceedingly gentle. Little Itachi is so adorable. I promise to protect you well. I believe this is what my path as a ninja entails. Lord Gen, is this what you meant when you posed that question? Little Itachi is part of our family. Holding Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shursui's eyes sparkled with awe and affection for the new life. Uchiha Gen stood beside him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The telepathic connection with Shinado allowed him to perceive the changes within Uchiha Shursui's heart at that moment. Indeed, every Uchiha would eventually embark on their own journey of self-discovery. As the night grew cool, Uchiha Gen strolled along the path home, followed closely by Finfu, who had undergone significant changes in appearance. For a ninja, altering one's appearance was a relatively simple task. The clan leader has arranged a house for you, located right next to mine within the clan grounds. Aside from a few private areas, you may roam freely. Once I have resolved certain matters, you may also explore the village. However, you must always exist as a weapon of the Uchiha clan to be inherited by the next generation along with Shikaku within you. Do you understand? Uchiha Gen spoke calmly, walking ahead of Finfu. He had no intention of imprisoning or confining Finfu. Granting him a degree of freedom would facilitate his integration into the Uchiha clan, especially with the suggestive Jinjutsu he had implanted within Finfu. Before long, Finfu would lose any lingering attachment to the Land of Wind, rendering confinement unnecessary. Thank you, benefactor, Finfu said, clasping his hands together in gratitude and bowing slightly toward Uchiha Gen's retreating figure. Since Uchiha Gen had placed a sealing technique on him, he could no longer communicate with Shikaku, not even for the simplest of exchanges. While this signified the loss of freedom, it also meant he could finally rest, as he had never truly possessed freedom to begin with. Clean the house yourself. Unless there's an emergency, don't seek me out. For any issues, just approach our clan leader, Uchiha Gen instructed as they arrived at his doorstep. He glanced at the newly constructed house beside his own and, after speaking with Finfu, entered his home, leaving Finfu momentarily dazed as he gazed at the neighboring house. Lord Gen is truly an enigmatic individual, Finfu mused, bowing once more to Uchiha Gen's door before turning toward his future home, devoid of any desire to escape, only filled with compliance and a hint of eagerness for impending rest. Upon entering his home, Uchiha Gen immediately settled cross-legged on his bed, delving into the ceiling space. Shauna. As soon as he stepped into the Charizard Valley, Shinado instantly teleported to Uchiha Gen's side, cradling a gently swaying egg in her hands. The Larvitar was on the verge of hatching. Kia. Uchiha Gen accepted the Larvitar egg from Shinado, as Charizard and Gungue flanked him, their eyes fixated on the egg with anticipation. They were about to welcome a new family member. Larvitar egg, an egg containing a ground-type Pokémon. Larvitar, eager to meet you. Hatching countdown, 302617. A smile graced Uchiha Gen's face as he looked forward to this little one, who had taken the longest to gestate. Time passed slowly. With a crisp crack, a small fissure appeared on the egg, and a sharp green horn poked through, followed by a tiny green claw. With a gentle push, the little claw shattered the shell completely, revealing a Pokémon with a green body, a red pattern on its abdomen, and black markings resembling an inverted triangle around its eyes. Like all newborn Pokémon, this little Larvitar was also quite small. Welcome to this world, little Larvitar. Uchiha Gen's smile widened as he gazed at Larvitar, a pseudo-legendary Pokémon, and one with remarkable vitality at that. His strength was about to reach new heights. BYU. Larvitar rubbed its eyes and leapt from Uchiha Shin's palm, bounding toward his face with pure excitement. He finally met his trainer. Congratulations to the trainer for capturing a new Pokémon, Yogilus. Yogilus, the rock-skin Pokémon, possesses both rock and ground attributes. Born deep underground, it emerges above ground after devouring all the surrounding soil, transforming into a pupa and growing to become the sovereign of sandstorms. The system detected that the trainer had surplus card draws available, with one draw in the fixed draw pool. Congratulations to the trainer for obtaining a new space fragment card, Layered Rock Abyss. As usual, with the emergence of Yogilus, the panel began to automatically draw cards. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted outside the Charizard Valley as the data sound effects resonated in the air. The ground trembled, and the terrain shifted. With a thought, Uchiha Shuan instantly transported himself and Yogilus to the newly appeared area. Observing this, Shinado placed her hands on Charizard and Gengar, teleporting alongside Uchiha Shuan. Roar, will you finally remember me? Seeing that he was included in this departure, Charizard could not help but let out a soft call, though his throat felt somewhat constricted from holding his breath too long. A flash of blue light appeared as Uchiha Shuan arrived before a vast, bottomless rocky pit with Yogilus. Yoji. Eagerly, Yogilus leaped from Uchiha Shuan's hands and clung to a completely dark golden ore, licking it vigorously. Just as in the place where Shinado and the others lived, it was evident that the Pokemon card game had arranged the most suitable environment for them. This is splendid. I need not search for mountains to feed you. Now, it is your time to grow, and I eagerly await the day you become the sovereign of sandstorms. Uchiha Shuan squatted down, gently poking the Yogilus that was licking the ore. Yoji. In response, Yogilus excitedly called out. While still in the egg, Shinado had taught him to strive to grow stronger for his trainer's sake, emphasizing that a Pokemon that does not aspire to become the leader of the team is not worthy. Additionally, he cherished the title of the sovereign of sandstorms that the trainer spoke of. Such confidence, little one, I look forward to it. Seeing this, Uchiha Shuan affectionately rubbed Yogilus' small head and then struck a nearby ore with force. The ore, which had been licked by Yogilus, immediately shattered. You are still young. Eating this way will be more convenient. Uchiha Shuan picked up a small piece of the shattered ore with his fingers and brought it to Yogilus' mouth, smiling as he spoke. Although Yogilus possessed the ability to consume an entire mountain, it had just hatched from the egg, making it somewhat laborious to gnaw on a large piece of ore. Yoji. Upon seeing this, Yogilus eagerly bit down on the fragment Uchiha Shuan held, and in an instant, happiness spread across its little face. Chapter 95. Confrontation with Hatake Sakumo. With weak strikes and unrefined movements, his footwork was loose, and his reaction slow. Not a single action resembled a competent technique. Each time he drew his blade, hesitation clouded his mind. What? Do you think this little knife can harm me? Overthinking in the face of an enemy only leads to traps. One must focus solely on swiftly eliminating the opponent. Any hesitation results in defeat. And in the world of ninjas, defeat equates to death. On the training grounds of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shuan wielded a short blade, striking Uchiha Shursui on the back with the dull side, sending him sprawling onto the ground. I can't go on, Lord Shuan. I feel as if I'm about to die. Weakly lying on the ground, Uchiha Shursui now understood why Uchiha Chiha and the others referred to Uchiha Shuan as the Demon King. He was merciless. Ever since the moon banquet with Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shuan had relentlessly beaten him every day. Although it was for training, there was no mercy whatsoever. After each session, his body would bear countless bruises, and after a healing soak, he would resume training the next day. While his strength was increasing, his body and mind endured relentless torment. Congratulations to the trainer for defeating a LV8 human infant. Trainer experience: 1. Charizard experience: 1. Shinado experience: 1. Gengar experience: 1. Yogilus experience: 8. No items dropped. TSK. Uchiha Shuan observed Uchiha Shursui's limp form and gently clicked his tongue. Lord Shuan, please do not misunderstand me. Uchiha Shursui spoke helplessly, sensing that Uchiha Shuan had great expectations for him. Once you can move, return to soak in medicine. Uchiha Shuan chose to ignore Uchiha Shursui's words, merely responding with indifference before vanishing from the spot. The clan leader said that Lord Shuan's training method is due to his two friends. Will being friends with Lord Shuan entail daily beatings too? How terrifying. Watching Uchiha Shuan depart, Uchiha Shursui slowly pushed himself up from the ground, lost in thought. Curiously, He recalled that the clan leader had mentioned that Lord Schwann's two friends not only accepted his way of interacting, but were also rapidly growing stronger. Kakashi and Guy. Have they truly faced tailed beasts? Though they were merely following behind Minato, having the courage to confront tailed beasts and initiate an attack is no trivial feat. Ha ha ha, Dai. Shouldn't we celebrate this? How about we have a drink after visiting Schwann? At the Hitaki residence, Hitaki Sakumo cheerfully addressed Might Dai, who was performing a one-handed handstand, while holding a report delivered by the Wave Wind Courier Company. Kakashi and Guy have already embarked on their own youthful journey. Sakumo. Oh, Schwann is here. Hearing this, Might Dai excitedly flipped over, stabilizing himself before noticing the blue light in the courtyard and waving a greeting. Uncle Sakumo, Uncle Dai? The kid has come to disturb you again. With a flash of blue light, Uchiha Schwann appeared. Smiling at the two elders, Uchiha Schwann greeted them warmly. There is no such thing as disturbing when you come to my house. But why did you come over? Did we not agree that Dai and I would go to the Uchiha clan grounds to find you? My backyard training ground cannot withstand our full-strength battles. Hitaki Sakumo looked at Uchiha Schwann's smiling face, a fondness growing within him. He genuinely admired Uchiha Schwann, who was talented yet humble, always respectful towards his elders. Besides, Uchiha Schwann had greatly helped the Hitaki family. Had Uchiha Schwann not been disinterested in swordsmanship, he would have eagerly taught him all of the Hitaki-style techniques. I simply could not contain my eagerness to battle Uncle Sakumo. I just heard you mention that Kakashi and the others encountered tailed beasts. Was it in the land of Earth? Uchiha Schwann smiled slightly. His curiosity piqued as he inquired of Hitaki Sakumo. He could not afford to miss any news regarding tailed beasts. Indeed, it is the Jinchuriki of the five tails from Awagakure, Han, Minato, and Kushina, along with Kakashi and the others, have been severing the supply lines of the land of Earth from the rear, preventing Awagakure from organizing any offensive. Thus, the Awagakure dispatched their Jinchuriki to intercept Minato and his group. However, with Minato and that little girl Kushina there, they faced no issues, while the Jinchuriki from Awagakure suffered severe injuries. Hitaki Sakumo nodded, speaking with a hint of pride. After all, Minato had mentioned in his letter that Kakashi and Guy had performed admirably against the tailed beasts. Has the Jinchuriki of the five tails actually returned to the land of Earth? It appears that the turmoil in the village of Yunin, following the demise of the third Raikage, has allowed Awagakure to safely return the Jinchuriki to the land of Earth. Uchiha Shien pondered for a moment. Since he had slain the third Raikage, news of this event had not circulated in the shinobi world. The only information that had emerged was regarding Yunin's contraction of its offensive lines. In the current shinobi world, the only ones aware of the third Raikage's death, apart from Yunin, were likely Uchiha Shin himself. War, indeed, serves as a prominent catalyst for talent. Kakashi and Guy must have significantly improved their abilities by now. A smile danced at the corner of Uchiha Shin's eyes, though it appeared somewhat sinister in the keen gaze of Hitaki Sakumo. However, this thought was soon dismissed by Sakumo, as Shien was a close friend of Kakashi and Guy, sharing a bond akin to that of family, making any ill intentions implausible. Since Shien had arrived, it was fortuitous that they need not venture forth themselves. They had yet to experience your space-time ninjutsu, after all. Casting aside his peculiar thoughts, Hitaki Sakumo approached Might Guy, draping an arm around his shoulder and speaking with a smile. After relinquishing his role as a ninja, Sakumo had regained some of his unrestrained personality, which aligned well with Guy's exuberance. The father and son duo of the Hitaki family were indeed quite eccentric. How splendid! Is the youthful fire of Shien about to collide with Sakumo? I am most eager to witness this. Might Guy exclaimed excitedly from the sidelines, eagerly anticipating the fervent clash between Shien and Sakumo. Chapter 96. The Power of the Gods in the Uchiha clan's territory at the largest training ground of the family. A sharp and oppressive aura of killing intent permeated the entire area. Hitaki Sakumo stood calmly with a rather ordinary ninja blade in hand, his expression neutral, devoid of joy or sorrow, yet surrounded by an almost suffocating atmosphere of menace. Opposite him, Uchiha Shin stood, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he intently observed the terrifying presence emanating from Sakumo. Hitaki Sakumo, a legendary ninja who surpassed the Sannin, wielded his White Fang to influence wars between nations. Though his strength may not rival that of the third Raikage or certain tailed beasts, one must never underestimate this swordsman. Unlike other Kaga-level ninjas, Sakumo lacked large-scale offensive jutsu or the impenetrable defense akin to the third Raikage. However, he was undoubtedly a specialized attacker. More akin to a swift assassin with extraordinary output and speed than to a heavy artillery ninja. In one-on-one scenarios, Sakumo posed a far greater threat than the cumbersome-tailed beasts. Xian, I understand your pursuit of battle. Thus, during our spar today, unless faced with a life-threatening situation, I shall unleash all my abilities. Hatake Sakumo's expression turned serious as he slightly lowered his blade, regarding Uchiha Xian with earnestness. A chilling wave of murderous intent surged skyward. A unique aura cultivated over years of battlefield experience. Even a genius like Uchiha Xian could only muster such an atmosphere through his ocular prowess. For it was nearly impossible for one so young to emanate such a presence authentically. Unfortunately, Uchiha Xian's age and the limited number of lives he had taken thus far restricted him. At this moment, the training ground was not solely occupied by Uchiha Xian and Hatake Sakumo. Many members of the Uchiha clan stood quietly outside the training area. All Uchiha clan members held their breath, seemingly afraid to disturb the brilliant battle of the prodigy within. Ha ha ha. Go for it, Xian. Bring that Sakumo guy down. Might Guy shouted enthusiastically from among the Uchiha, his fervor contrasting sharply with the surrounding clan members, yet none of them attempted to silence him. As he was a respected elder in Xian's eyes, Might Guy's exuberant shout caused Sakumo's focused momentum to waver slightly, and he cast a sidelong glance at Guy outside the training ground, curling his lip in annoyance. Xian, are you ready? After glancing at Might Guy, Sakumo turned back to Uchiha Xian and spoke in a low voice. I have been ready for quite some time. Uchiha Xian's lips curled into a smirk as he raised a hand, summoning a blade from his arm. The battle commenced. At the moment Uchiha Xian's words left his lips, Hatake Sakumo's form vanished from the training ground. Grasping the hilt of his blade, he moved like a ghost. With a mere flick of his wrist, a chilling and lethal arc of sword energy appeared before Uchiha Xian's eyes. The air hummed as the blade's energy tore through it, reaching Uchiha Xian in an instant. Such a terrifying sword energy compelled all the Uchiha clan members who had activated their Sharingan to fully engage, eager to witness the unfolding clash. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal reverberated. The pale blue dragon claw met the sword energy, unleashing an invisible shockwave that surged outward like a hurricane, delivering a chilling breeze to those outside the training ground, albeit with a stinging sensation. Boom! The moment the dragon claw intercepted Sakumo's strike, a wave of heat erupted from Uchiha Xian. A high-temperature aura descended to ward off Sakumo's approach. Not a bad idea. But to deal with a target that cannot be approached, I am not limited to close combat. Hatake Sakumo's figure reappeared in a corner of the training ground. In the next moment, a blinding flash of the blade emerged as Sakumo swung his ninja sword. The snow-white blade aimed directly for Uchiha Xian's heart. Hatake's cherry blossom snow. As the blade's brilliance erupted, Sakumo's soft whisper accompanied the manifestation of the deadly arc, reaching Uchiha Xian's ears. Such sharpness is unprecedented. Uncle Sakumo, battling against you is truly exhilarating. Feeling the chilling aura emanating from the snow-white blade, Uchiha Xian's excitement was evident in his expression. The six purple tomo in his eyes spun endlessly, as though about to coalesce into a pale purple vortex. A surging power akin to the breath of an abyss exploded forth. O members of the Uchiha clan, witness this magnificent battle and the divine power that emanates from these eyes. Uchiha Xian covered one eye with a hand, allowing his power to flow outward. Disregarding the imminent blade aimed at him, proclaiming loudly to all the observing Uchiha. Boom! Chakra surged violently around Uchiha Xian's form, enveloping him in an ethereal skeletal outline. Boom! The blade's arc blossomed like cherry blossoms before Uchiha Xian, yet was halted by a fiery chakra skeleton that burned with an intense flame. In the next moment, two colossal skeletal hands, seemingly returning from the depths of hell, emerged from behind Uchiha Xian. Following that, a gigantic skull began to take shape above his head, only to be encased in chakra armor at the moment of its formation, revealing only a pair of bright eyes that appeared to blaze with fire. Uchiha Xian stood amidst the immense chakra-formed skeletal structure, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as the six purple tomo swirled slowly, the overwhelming power isolating all piercing killing intent. Uncle Sakumo, as you are not of the Uchiha clan, let me introduce you to this, Susanoo. The divine power that resides within these eyes, unique to the Uchiha. The third force, Uchiha Xian's tone was remarkably calm, yet it incited a frenzy among all the observing Uchiha. This was the ultimate power that the Uchiha clan had long sought. It was said that only that particular ninja could awaken such eyes. Now, they had reappeared within the Uchiha clan. Chapter 97, Hitaki Kakashi. At the moment Uchiha Gen unleashed Susanoo, Uchiha Fugaku sat cross-legged at home, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he formed hand seals. In the next instant, the barrier enveloping the Uchiha clan grounds vanished. The terrifying might of Susanoo was laid bare. Gen, I hope you are right. The Uchiha clan is on the brink of rebirth. Having completed this, Uchiha Fugaku's three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, revealing the turmoil within his heart. In the Hokage's office, crack. Holding a pen and managing state affairs, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly applied too much force, snapping the pen in his hand. Ignoring the broken pen, Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly stood and swiftly teleported towards the Uchiha clan's direction. This violent and aggressive chakra, let it not be as I fear. On the training grounds of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Gen raised his hand, feeling the intensity of Susanoo. Ultimately, Susanoo was merely the materialization of ocular power and chakra. After merging with supernatural abilities and spectral energy, the activation of this power did not manifest any side effects. It only consumed a considerable amount of ocular power, but fortunately, with Shinado and Gungawei present, I am never lacking in ocular power. The Weizhuang Penhuolong and Weizhuang Bangilas were somewhat eager. However, the spirit weapon belonging to my Susanoo seemed yet to awaken. Could it be that these two ocular techniques have not fully matured? In such strength, Uchiha Gen suddenly understood why Uchiha Sasuke had been so extravagant upon initially awakening his eyes. Powerful and beautiful. Gen, it appears this battle is not as straightforward as it seems. Have you made your decision? Hitaki Sakumo observed Uchiha Gen activating Susanoo, a faint smile gracing his lips. As a swordsman, he keenly sensed changes within the Uchiha clan grounds, such as the disappearance of the barrier. No, Uncle Sakumo, this battle remains profoundly pure. To me, combat is merely combat. It is simply a more straightforward demonstration of one's power during the fight. As for everything else, that is a matter for those seated in positions of authority to contemplate. Uchiha Gen smiled slightly, his figure vanishing from the spot, along with the immense skeletal giant. Roar! Scorching flames surged across the entire training ground, the overwhelming ocular power connecting with the crimson eyes of all present Uchiha. Amidst the turbulence of ocular power, all Uchiha seemed to feel the tremors of their souls. The ocular power intertwined, and the tomo began to differentiate. Many clan members' double tomo gradually transformed into three tomo, while single tomo split into double tomo. Those who had awakened their three tomo felt their ocular power surge, intertwining with Uchiha Gen's, resulting in a significant rebirth of their own ocular strength. In an instant, all Uchiha were engulfed in sheer frenzy. Swish! A pale blue dragon claw erupted from the bony arm, tearing the air and appearing before Hitaki Sakumo. The half-formed Susanoo extended its claw forward, aiming to strike down with a force that seemed capable of rending the earth. Indeed, at this moment, all I need to do is relish this battle. Pondering so many things is unnecessary. Haha, it cannot compare to die. Hitaki Sakumo bore a congenial smile, his ninja blade spinning like a rising full moon. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Under the witness of countless Sharingan, the sharp brilliance that appeared seemed capable of cleaving through everything. Clang! The chakra within Uchiha Gen burst forth, continuously reinforcing the Susanoo's dragon claw. Chakra coalesced into muscular fibers enveloping the skeletal hand, followed by scales forming armor. Flames danced around the Susanoo, enveloping the dragon claw. The high-temperature aura completely altered Uchiha Gen's Susanoo. Crack! A crisp sound resonated between the two. It was the sound of the ninja blade shattering. Though Hitaki Sakumo's chakra infused the blade, it was ultimately just an ordinary ninja tool. And this blade faced the Susanoo wielding a dragon claw. Crack! A familiar crisp sound echoed again. Yet this time it was not the ordinary ninja blade that suffered damage, but rather the sound of armor cracking upon Susanoo. Hitaki Sakumo's strike had reached a level capable of piercing through Susanoo's armor. Boom! The fracture in Susanoo's armor caused the flames to erupt violently. A wave of heat bursting forth at the center between Uchiha Gen and Hitaki Sakumo. Had it been Kakashi, Uncle Sakumo's move would undoubtedly have cleaved through Susanoo. Amidst the flowing flames, Uchiha Gen smiled, gazing at the man who drew his blade once more. Perhaps, Gen, this next strike could be considered my strongest blow thus far. Should you fail to withstand it, remember to teleport away instantly. If you can endure it, then it signifies my defeat. So please, admire the ultimate understanding of my swordsmanship. Hatake Kakashi. Hatake Sakumo gripped the ninja blade, which had already sustained numerous gashes, his chakra continually converging into the short blade, including the chakra armor around him that resisted high temperatures. A technique named after that fool Kakashi? It seems Uncle Sakumo is truly pleased with this move. Uchiha Gen retracted the high-temperature aura, gathering all the surrounding flames into the palm of his hand. Sizzle, sizzle. The piercing sound of cutting resonated around Hatake Sakumo, akin to the moonlight as the sword energy rapidly spiraled around him, converging at the blade's tip. The chilling, murderous intent surrounding Hatake Sakumo dissipated. No, it did not dissipate, but rather completely merged. He integrated all his power into this one strike, a tenderness that should not have appeared in battle gracing Hatake Sakumo's face. He then unleashed the blade. Containing all the destructive force, the strike surged forth. It was as if the heavens and earth had lost their color. Everything around seemed to fall into stillness. This strike could cleave stars asunder. Stop! Are you all insane? To use such a dangerous technique within the village? What are you trying to accomplish? A cacophonous voice erupted, reaching the ears of Uchiha Gen and Hatake Sakumo. Alas, no one paid it any mind. Chapter 98. Let the Uchiha return to the battlefield. Such a strike, among ninjas, in terms of swordsmanship, Uncle Sakumo, you are undoubtedly the strongest. Facing such a strike, Uchiha Gen's eyes were filled with fervor. He chose not to block this overwhelming skill directly, but instead continuously unleashed chakra and ocular power. He relished such a battle. A giant, ablaze like flames, rose from Uchiha Gen's form, a pale golden radiance coursing over Susanoo. Uchiha Gen's Susanoo shimmered in radiant colors like flames. The Yatengu armor swiftly enveloped him. Streams of sand materialized, wrapping around Susanoo, instantly covering it with armor akin to Bangila's. Swoosh. The strike descended. White light engulfed everything. What remained were merely the irksome shouts of protest and the roaring flames. Congratulations to the trainer for defeating the LV-80 human opponent. Trainer experience, 1110. Charizard experience, 1110. Shinado experience, 1110. Gungue experience, 2545. Yojirasu experience, 15,486. Card draws, 2. Dropped item, 1. Congratulations to the trainer for leveling up from LV-71 to LV-72. Congratulations to the trainer. Charizard leveled up from LV-71 to LV-72. Congratulations to the trainer. Shinado leveled up from LV-71 to LV-72. Congratulations to the trainer. Gungue leveled up from LV-68 to LV-70. Congratulations to the trainer. Yojirasu leveled up from LV-12 to LV-38. Oh, Yojirasu is starting to evolve. Congratulations, trainer. Your Yojirasu has evolved into Shakarasu. The data sound echoed in the ears. As the white light faded in the training ground, Susanoo transformed into a flurry of light and scattered. Uchiha Gen stood calmly in place, while across from him, Hatake Sakumo wore a serene expression, though a smile danced at the corners of his mouth. It was evident that Hatake Sakumo did not mind his defeat. Rather, he was genuinely pleased that Uchiha Gen had taken his strongest strike head-on. Gen, it's actually you engaging with Sakumo. You too. Are you not aware that this is within the village? Utilizing such techniques, what have you put the safety of the village at risk for? Just as the two concluded their battle, Sarutobi Hisashi instantly appeared before Uchiha Gen, his voice raised in anger. Yet, as he spoke, the moment he met Uchiha Gen's indifferent gaze, Sarutobi Hisashi abruptly ceased his reprimand. It seemed his disciple harbored little goodwill towards him. The outcome is clear. My battle with Uncle Sakumo has already concluded, and so far, there appears to be no evidence of the danger to the village that you mentioned, Hokage-sama. Looking at Sarutobi Hisashi, Uchiha Gen spoke in a flat tone, devoid of any emotion. At the very moment Uchiha Gen began to speak, all Uchiha outside the training ground turned their gazes towards the leader of Konoha, their eyes shimmering with a blood-red hue. The atmosphere grew somewhat oppressive. Gen, what are you attempting to do? Sarutobi Hisashi, now aware of the surrounding Uchiha's transformation, questioned Uchiha Gen in a low voice, though his tone lacked the earlier anger. I intend to do nothing. I merely wish to spar with Uncle Sakumo. However, Hokage-sama, what is your purpose in intruding upon the Uchiha clan's territory? Unlike Sarutobi Hisashi, who addressed Uchiha Gen with a somewhat familiar tone. Uchiha Gen referred to him as Hokage-sama, yet devoid of any respect or affection, displaying only the indifference one would show a stranger. Intruding? This is merely a misunderstanding. As the village leader, I have the duty to investigate the sudden surge of chakra within the village and ascertain whether it poses a threat to Konoha. However, it appears that you are simply testing your own strength, which is commendable. At such a young age, you possess this level of power. In just the past year or two, your abilities have reached remarkable heights. With a disciple like you, I am certain Minato would feel proud, as even I take great pride in having such a promising student. Listening to Uchiha Gen's indifferent inquiries, Sarutobi Hizashi's brow furrowed slightly before quickly smoothing. A gentle smile returned to his face, and looking at Uchiha Gen, he spoke with genuine pride. That warm scene resembled the demeanor of a kindly, neighborly grandfather. You truly remain unchanged. Observing Sarutobi Hizashi's rapid shift in demeanor, Uchiha Gen felt an unwarranted sense of distaste. Had Sarutobi Hizashi continued to question him, or even attempted to take action against him, he would have regarded this shinobi with a measure of respect. Yet in this instance, it was as if, although Uchiha Gen was nominally a disciple of Namikaze Minato, he had not reaped any benefits from Sarutobi Hizashi. Just like the Flying Thunder God technique that Namikaze Minato had long wished to impart to Uchiha Gen, he had been unable to learn it due to the necessity of Hokage authorization. The reason being that techniques inscribed in the sealing book must be learned through sufficient military merit. But is Uchiha Gen truly lacking in military merit? It is merely the circumstance of his identity that has left Sarutobi Hizashi with lingering reservations. Hokage-sama, the situation at the front lines is tense. According to the intelligence from the Ninja Cat clan, Kimogakure is preparing to launch a full-scale assault on Konoha. Therefore, our Uchiha clan intends to head to the battlefield to defend against the invasion of Kimogakure. I trust that the Hokage, who undoubtedly prioritizes the safety of the village, would not refuse our request. Ignoring Sarutobi Hizashi's amiable smile, Uchiha Gen directly articulated one of his objectives for returning to the village, to return the Uchiha to the battlefield. Although war is bloody and terrifying, for the Uchiha clan, it symbolizes sustenance. With each war the Uchiha clan endures, their strength undergoes exponential growth. Which is precisely why Senju Tobarama has always sought to prevent the Uchiha from entering the battlefield. Sarutobi Hizashi, who had inherited Tobarama's teachings, also held this matter firmly in mind. Unless the village reached an unbearable state, he would never allow the Uchiha to return to the battlefield. Chapter 99, Root Ninjas Indeed. After Uchiha Gen proposed the return of the Uchiha clan to the battlefield, Sarutobi Hizashi's smile instantly faltered. Gen, you are still young. There are matters you do not yet comprehend. During wartime, the village's defenses are inevitably quite thin, and the Uchiha clan oversees the security department, which is fundamentally responsible for the safety of the village. If the Uchiha clan were to join the front lines at this moment, the village would undoubtedly be left vulnerable, which is absolutely unacceptable for Konoha. Sarutobi Hizashi spoke solemnly, his brow deeply furrowed as he regarded Uchiha General. He could not agree to the Uchiha clan heading into battle. How could that be? With the Hokage, known as the strongest Hokage, stationed in Konoha, what fear should Konoha have of foreign invasion? Surely, the Hokage would not doubt his own strength? Uchiha Gen merely smiled and raised an eyebrow at Sarutobi Hizashi, his tone devoid of any respect. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hizashi fell into silence, unsure of how to respond to Uchiha Gen's words. The title of the strongest Hokage was something only he understood. This matter requires careful consideration. I will thoughtfully deliberate on it. For now, you should rest well after your spar with Sakumo. Also, please refrain from using such techniques within the village next time. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hizashi ultimately did not agree to the request for the Uchiha clan to return to the battlefield, leaving behind those words before disappearing in an instant. Humph. Observing this, Uchiha Gen merely let out a light scoff. He had long anticipated Sarutobi Hizashi's reaction. However, since he had promised to allow the Uchiha clan to return to the battlefield, he would undoubtedly fulfill this commitment. As for how it would be achieved, that was not for him to concern himself with. Night fell. The moonlight poured down like water, illuminating the earth. Uchiha Gen wandered leisurely in the forest outside the communal training ground, playing with a strand of sand in his hand, shaping it into various forms under his control. The power of Shakarasu, when combined with his supernatural abilities, could indeed transform the forces of nature into wieldable power. Once Shakarasu evolved into Bankarasu, able to harness the chakra of the Shuhurk, the control over sand would become even more effortless. Watching the multitude of sand strands swirling around his palm, Uchiha Gen's lips curled into a slight smile. Nenghua Wu, Nenkongji, what does this signify? It signifies the potential to wield the technique of Wan Jian Gui Zhong. Setting aside the damage for now, it is primarily about the elegance of it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Uchiha Xian contemplated how to execute the art of Wan Jian Gui Zhong, a dozen shadows swiftly formed an octagonal enclosure around him. Was this not the perfect opportunity for Uchiha to engage in battle? Observing the ninjas surrounding him, Uchiha Xian's lips curled into a smile, his mood inexplicably joyous. He had long desired to eliminate Danzo. Good evening, everyone, Uchiha Xian said, retracting the sand in his hand and smiling at the root ninjas encircling him. As for why he was so certain these individuals were from Root, well, in Konoha, who else but that one-eyed dragon could set up sealing techniques at the tip of their tongue? Uchiha Xian, Lord Danzo has taken note of your abilities. From this day forth, you shall be a ninja of Root. The Root ninja standing before Uchiha Xian spoke in a low, chilling tone, imbued with absolute authority. Truly lacking in intellect, are we? It seems there is no such department as Root within the village, Uchiha Xian replied, the amusement in his eyes growing. Such mindless words could only belong to Shimura Danzo, could they not? Root is a department exclusively under the direct command of Danzo. Its members possess no names, no emotions. No past, nor future, only missions. They are the roots that support the great tree of Konoha, deeply embedded in the earth, and must obey Danzo's will. You, however, have received this invitation due to Danzo's regard for you, leaving you with but one choice, to join or face death. At the utterance of the word death, all the Root ninjas encircling Uchiha Xian swiftly drew their blades, their cold gazes piercing through the slits of their masks. It seems you have misunderstood my intentions. Uchiha Xian smirked, a flicker of blue light shimmering in his eyes. In the next moment, an invisible force seized the throat of the speaker, lifting him effortlessly into the air. What I meant by saying that this department does not exist in the village is that you can be disregarded and eliminated at will. Fool. Crack. The sound of a twisted neck echoed sharply in the night, and in an instant, all the Root ninjas lunged at Uchiha Xian with their blades. Splatter. Blood sprayed forth as a deep gash appeared at the neck of one Root ninja. What is happening? When did the Sharingan? The assailant was not Uchiha Xian, but one of the Root ninjas. At that moment, the three-tomo Sharingan reflected in his eyes. He dispatched the nearest Root ninja and swiftly aimed his blade at another. Damn it! It was at that moment. Eliminate him. He had long been under Uchiha Xian's control. Curse it, the intelligence of Root. A Root ninja farther from Ding noted the illusion of the Sharingan in Ding's eyes and glanced at Uchiha Xian. A scene from years prior suddenly surfacing in his mind. They had been tasked with surveilling Hatake Sakumo, and at that time, Ding had made eye contact with Uchiha Xian. Damn it! Realizing this, the Root ninja swiftly formed hand seals, feeling that Uchiha Xian's presence in this forest was a trap. Although uncertain if the trap was meant for them, the current situation left no doubt. They had fallen into a scheme. Fire release, great fireball technique. With the hand seals complete, the Root ninja raised his mask and unleashed a scorching fireball toward Uchiha Xian. Only by creating a significant disturbance could they hope to attract the attention of other ninjas in the village and survive. After all, Uchiha Xian likely controlled more than just Ding. Chapter 100, Shimura Danzo. What have you done? The flames surged toward Uchiha Xian. In response, he merely raised his hand, causing countless grains of sand to rise from the ground and completely extinguish the flames. Boom. The violent explosion reverberated through the night, flames billowing outward. The fire ignited the surrounding trees, and the fierce flames quickly set ablaze the scattered dry leaves, illuminating the darkness. A commendable idea. But how do you know that my thoughts do not align with yours? Uchiha Xian gently waved his hand, parting the sand that had shielded him from the flames, and he began to walk slowly toward the Root ninja who had unleashed the fire technique. As Uchiha Xian approached, the Root ninja's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Though Root ninjas were said to lack emotions, the overwhelming spiritual pressure emanating from Uchiha Xian rendered him unable to suppress his fear. There was an aura of terror surrounding Uchiha Xian that he could not ignore. Please, spare me, The root ninja trembled, his voice barely above a whisper, as Uchiha Gen stood shoulder to shoulder with him, facing opposite directions. That is not an option, Uchiha Gen replied with a smile. Crack! An invisible force instantly snapped the necks of all the root ninjas, and the first wave of assailants surrounding Uchiha Gen perished, including the controlled Ding. The fear erupting within the root ninja was amplified by Uchiha Gen's ability to sense emotions through Shinado, combined with Gengui's powers. Pokémon possess diverse abilities, and even in attempts to combine their strengths, they merely exist as external forces. However, within Uchiha Gen, it was a different matter. The various Pokémon and Uchiha Gen could be viewed as a cohesive entity, allowing their powers to interact through him as a medium. In other words, if Uchiha Gen's next Pokémon were Groudon, he could utilize Gengui's powers to fly directly, discarding the notion of being flightless. Nevertheless, this fusion of powers remains in the experimental stage, and Uchiha Gen has yet to master it fully. Disregarding the corpses on the ground, Uchiha Gen continued onward. Ahead of him lay more experiences awaiting him. Thus, it is highly likely that Uchiha Gen has awakened eyes akin to Uchiha Madara's. What do you intend to do, monkey? In the Hokage's office, Narashikaku gazed sternly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who responded, Konoha cannot afford to have another Uchiha Madara emerge. I am uncertain. Uchiha Gen's strength may even allow him to confront Hatake Sakumo directly, if he harbors other intentions. Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance darkened. Initially, he had hoped that Minato would forge a strong bond with Uchiha Gen, but now he wished to eliminate this unstable factor altogether. Mangekyo Sharingan. Each pair of Mangekyo Sharingan awakens a profound transformation in the Uchiha, leading them toward an absolute extreme. I have never forgotten the teachings of the second Hokage. I have long stated that such unstable factors must be dealt with promptly. This little brat has now become a significant threat. Hiruzen, it has been proven that your decision was erroneous. From the shadows, Shimura Danzo emerged, leaning on his cane and walking forth. The Black Pot Hero. Danzo, what are you doing here? Did I not instruct you to remain out of sight until the war concludes? Have you disregarded my orders? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed with irritation upon seeing the newcomer. Before he could devise a solution to the predicament involving Uchiha Gen and the Uchiha clan, his greatest fear was that Shimura Danzo would concoct yet another scheme. In the current circumstances, Uchiha Gen must not be provoked without the utmost preparation. He is merely a child who has just awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. How formidable can he truly be? Hisashi, you remain too feeble. Now that the notion of eliminating that child has taken root in my mind, why hesitate? I am already aware of the Uchiha clan's intention to enter the battlefield. Hisashi, you must grasp the implications of the Uchiha clan's involvement in this war. Surely, you have not forgotten Lord Second's admonition? Danzo's voice was chilling, laced with a greed and malice that foreboded ill for Sarutobi Hisashi. Danzo, what do you mean by this? Are you? Sarutobi Hisashi's face was etched with disbelief as he gazed at his old friend, a deepening sense of dread enveloping him. Boom. At that moment, the distant sound of an explosion clarified the source of his unease. Hisashi hurried to the window, his eyes widening in shock at the sight of the distant flames, quickly followed by fury. Danzo, what have you done? Hisashi whirled around, his expression filled with incredulity as he glared at Danzo. He could not fathom why his old friend would resort to such actions. Did he not realize that we are amidst a war? Given Uchiha Gen's sensitive identity, any misfortune befalling him would undoubtedly incite chaos within the Uchiha clan. Moreover, is Uchiha Gen truly within the grasp of Danzo's subordinates? Hisashi felt lightheaded. The suddenness of the events left him no time to contemplate a course of action. I have done nothing but execute what you wish to do yet feared to attempt. Just wait, Hisashi. He is merely a child with an exceptional Sharingan. To compare him to Uchiha Madara is laughable. It is a pity you once witnessed the prowess of that era's shinobi, for you are unfit to be Hokage. Danzo regarded the furious Sarutobi Hisashi with a disdainful smile, fully aware of Hisashi's thoughts on the Uchiha clan. But what of it? A shinobi clan that has long been absent from the battlefield has, despite its former glory, become a mere paper tiger. Chapter 101. The joyful frolic comes to an end confident in the capabilities of the root ninjas he had trained. Danzo believed none could survive such a degree of assault. Even his revered Lord Second would fall short, considering how much effort had gone into developing the root ninjas. Under the bright moonlight, the flames illuminated the forest, casting a glow across the night. Katan, Hoka no Jutsu. Futon, Daichibaku. The flames, propelled by a raging wind, rampaged through the woods, targeting a boy who appeared to be no older than 10. With scarlet eyes glimmering in the dark, the boy maintained a smile. As the flames surged toward him, Uchiha Gen merely raised a hand. The ground before him trembled, and a sharp stone erupted from the earth, effectively blocking the torrent of flames from reaching him. Once the flames were thwarted, the sharp stone immediately shattered, sending shards hurtling toward the surrounding root ninjas. Doton, Dorihiki. Observing this, several root ninjas quickly performed hand seals, erecting multiple stone walls to shield themselves from the incoming, bullet-like debris. The opponent's ninjutsu required no hand seals. Leaving no openings for a decisive strike, the seventh strategy must be employed. Boom, boom, boom. The flying stones struck the stone walls, creating numerous craters, the dull thuds resonating ominously in the night. It was not yet dire. The target was merely 9.5 years old, and his chakra reserves could scarcely sustain such frequent use of high-level ninjutsu. A strategy to exhaust the target would be prudent, however, given the Uchiha lineage. One could not underestimate his chakra capacity. The seventh strategy was to be prepared, to be executed by Oni, Koken, and Nananana. The leading root ninja sensed the difficulty of this mission. The target bore little resemblance to a typical ninja, and Uchiha Gen's peculiar methods forced them to overhaul their strategy for engagement. Yes, at this moment, the three ninjas named promptly responded with an emotionless demeanor and swiftly withdrew from the formation to prepare for the so-called seventh strategy. Each bore injuries of varying degrees, indicating that this seventh strategy was indeed a rather extreme tactic. Otherwise, it would be improbable to dispatch wounded personnel to execute it. Some time had elapsed since the initial release of the fire technique, yet no reinforcements had arrived. It seemed our esteemed Hokage was truly adept at maintaining his composure. Casually using telekinesis to send back a few shuriken aimed at him, Uchiha Gen glanced toward the Hokage building with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. His perception had been active since the very first second of the battle. In the next moment, Uchiha Gen stomped down, causing the ground to tremor violently, blood seeping from the earth and staining the ground beneath his feet. Shakira's skill, earthquake. In an instant, the earthquake eradicated the root ninjas that had burrowed underground, and at the same moment, the concealed root ninjas sprang forth, brandishing their blades toward Uchiha Gen. Uchiha Gen merely cast a cold glance at the two advancing ninjas. Humph. Clash. The sand spikes collided with the blades, producing a metallic sound akin to clashing swords, and rather than dispersing, the sand spikes began to extend and branch out like trees. Splatter. Blood sprayed forth as the sand spear pierced through the bodies of the two root ninjas. The one on the left was instantly impaled by the splintering sand, which proliferated into additional branches within his body, quickly perforating him from the inside out. The one on the right, upon being struck by the sand, opted to detonate the explosive tags affixed to his body. As the flames ignited, they were swiftly engulfed and encapsulated by the sand, forming a spherical mass. Boom. A muffled explosion echoed within the sand sphere, followed by silence. Utilizing sand indeed allowed for effects akin to the Mokuton, Kinsei no Jutsu, and due to its sandy composition, it surpassed Mokuton in versatility. While Uchiha Gen tested his techniques, several more root ninjas surged in from all directions. Leading the charge was a series of chains adorned with minute crescent blades, glinting ominously in the moonlight. This playful engagement has been quite entertaining. Using you as practice dummies, I have tested numerous practical techniques, yet alas, the joy of such games is always fleeting. Since our dear Hokage and your Danzo seem unwilling to make an appearance, I shall have to seek them out myself. Uchiha Gen maintained his smile, his Sharingan gently revolving, reflecting the multitude of hands forming seals in the darkness. Katan, Ranhoen, Doton, Iw Aboken, Sueton, Mizu no Ryu, Futon, Daichibaku, Raiton Nizan. The earth erupted, sending stone spikes aimed at Uchiha Gen's head, while tidal waves surged toward him, thunder echoing within the watery torrent, and the roaring flames surged forth, propelled by the fierce winds. The formidable synergy of the 5 elemental techniques conjured an overwhelming force, evoking an aura of annihilation. Yet, facing this onslaught was Uchiha Gen, who remained unfazed, a serene smile gracing his lips as he lifted his right hand. Desert hell. Sandstorm. Erupt. With the sudden emergence of the sandstorm, The 5 elemental ninjutsu were instantly swallowed by its fury. The rushing waters were buried beneath the sands, flames extinguished by the howling winds. Thunder ceased its tumultuous roar, and stone pillars crumbled to dust. Amidst the swirling tempest, a pair of crimson eyes flickered in and out of sight. At that moment, Uchiha Gen had fully transformed into the sovereign of the sandstorm. Under the gentle caress of the storm, all was at rest. The winds and sands surged forth, snuffing out the flames consuming the forest, while the root ninjas were utterly dispersed into a mist of blood before being engulfed by the sands. The might of the divine presence was fully unleashed by Uchiha Gen in this instant. As the storm raged, a series of data sounds echoed in Uchiha Gen's ears, heralding a rise in the level of his Sankiras. The playful antics were now at an end. Chapter 102. Weak, pitiful, and helpless Tuanzo. You simply do not comprehend. In the Hokage building, seated behind his desk, Sarutobi Hiruzen fixed a piercing gaze upon Shimura Tuanzo, his eyes aflame with uncontainable fury. The consequences of your disregard for my orders and your unilateral mobilization of the root against Uchiha Gen are far beyond what either of us can bear. Do you not grasp that we are still in a state of war? If the Uchiha clan were to rebel at this juncture, we would handle them as traitors without hesitation. What does it matter if we are at war? Which side currently holds the advantage on the front lines? Konoha fears not the Uchiha's insurrection. Before Hiruzen could finish his retort, Tuanzo interjected, seemingly unfazed by the Hokage's ire, his countenance devoid of shame or remorse, exuding only indifference. I see now. No wonder I have faced so many assassination attempts. It is because Konoha has decided to betray the Uchiha clan. The door to the Hokage's office creaked open gently, as a youthful yet unmistakably cheerful voice resonated within the confines of the office. The occupants turned to see the entrance filled with Uchiha clansmen, their Sharingan activated. At the forefront stood Uchiha Gen, a boy with spiky black hair and a perpetual smile. What do you intend to do, Gen? Hiruzen felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness upon witnessing this scene. The mere presence of Uchiha Gen indicated the failure of Tuanzo's assassination attempt. That question should be directed towards you, our esteemed Hokage. What is it that you wish to achieve? 97 Umbu ninjas sent to kill me. Now that is a considerable investment. The smile on Uchiha Gen's lips held a chilling quality. As the Uchiha ninjas behind him radiated a palpable aura of lethal intent, their eyes swirling in a frenzy. The oppressive energy surged within the confined space. What Hokage? What village? What notion of family had now been cast aside? Only one thought remained. How dare you target the prodigy of the Uchiha clan? At these words, Hiruzen cast aside all rationalizations he had prepared, and gazing at Uchiha Gen, he felt an inexplicable wave of regret. Had he not intervened to capture Tuanzo with Kakashi Hitaki, perhaps the current turmoil would have been averted. The order for your assassination was issued by me, Uchiha Gen. You, with your inherently malevolent bloodline, are unworthy of existence in Konoha. Suddenly, a blade cleaved through the air, severing Tuanzo's arm mid-sentence. The voice of Kakashi Hitaki, cold as ice, interrupted Tuanzo's tirade. What are you doing, Kakashi? How dare you strike the Hokage's aide? Tsunade exclaimed, her eyes wide with terror as she beheld the scene unfolding before her. Bring help. In stark contrast to Tsunade's alarm, Mito Gate's flame bellowed loudly towards the Hokage's office, but alas, silence reigned. Kakashi? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback by the sudden appearance of his old friend, shocked by the betrayal. Could it be that Kakashi had allied himself with the Uchiha? Such a pity. Kakashi's expression flickered with disappointment as he realized his strike had only severed one of Tuanzo's arms. His original intent had been to dismember Tuanzo entirely. Yet now he had merely inflicted superficial harm. Ignoring the others present in the Hokage's office, Kakashi prepared for another slash, aiming to sever Tuanzo's remaining arm. The clash of metal rang out as Tuanzo gritted his teeth, utilizing the last vestiges of his strength to block Kakashi's assault with a kunai infused with wind chakra. Monkey, what are you doing? Kakashi and the Uchiha clan clearly intend to defect from Konoha. Do you still hesitate at such a critical moment? Flame, Tsunade. Let us join forces to capture this traitor Kakashi. In that fleeting instant, as Tuanzo thwarted Kakashi's strike, he turned to his companions, urging them to act. Mito Gate's flame glanced at the Uchiha standing at the Hokage's office door, his countenance pale with concern. He could not fathom why his call for reinforcements went unanswered. Where are the Umbu ninjas stationed at the Hokage building? Understood. As Gate pondered, Tsunade, sitting beside him, had already risen and dashed towards Kakashi, poised to strike with a punch. Unlike Tuanzo, she was unarmed. Stay still, or I cannot guarantee I won't resort to drastic measures. After all, I am merely a child who has just endured an assassination attempt involving 97 ninjas. Uchiha Shin's figure flickered, appearing before Tsunade, raising a hand. An unseen force immobilized her, rendering her unable to move. Tsunade, monkey, help. Gate rushed towards Uchiha Shin, abandoning all thoughts of the missing Umbu ninjas. Behave yourself, otherwise. I cannot assure you that I will not do something rash. Surely, it would be impolite for a helpless child to disrupt others' enjoyment, would it not? Wouldn't you agree? Esteemed Hokage? Uchiha Shin met Hiruzen's gaze, a harmlessly sunny smile gracing his features, evoking the image of a golden-haired figure in Hiruzen's mind. Chapter 103. Both perish? Mere sand and gravel. If Minato were present in Konoha at this moment, could he have thwarted this turmoil? Uchiha Shin, in fact, Hiruzen opened his mouth, intending to voice his thoughts, but was interrupted by Tsunade, still immobilized by Shin's telekinetic grip. Monkey, why are you still speaking with these traitors? Seize them at once. Did you forget the solemn words of your teacher when the position of Hokage was entrusted to you? At this moment, Zhuangqian Xiaochun's eyes were filled with terror. She could not comprehend her current state. An invisible force completely bound her, rendering her unable to even move a finger. With her lips unable to move, she found it difficult to articulate her words clearly, and what she managed to say sounded exceedingly vague. I have long asserted that a monkey is utterly unfit to serve as Hokage. Shimu Sakumo, you must think carefully. If you rebel alongside the Uchiha clan against Konoha, your Chimu clan will certainly face retribution once this matter concludes. Your son, along with your kin residing in the Land of Iron, will perish due to your current choice. Shimura Danzo, using a kunai, deflected Shimu Sakumo's ninja blade and swiftly appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, casting a cold gaze upon Shimu Sakumo. To Danzo's threat, Shimu Sakumo merely cast a nonchalant glance before sheathing his blade and returning to Uchiha Gen's side. The fact that Danzo could deflect his blade was simply due to his lack of seriousness. He recalled the instruction given to him by Uchiha Gen on their way here to spare Danzo's life, or else he would have long since severed his throat and prevented him from continuing to make a fuss. Gentlemen, it seems you harbor a considerable misunderstanding regarding your own strength. Ugly old hag. Did the wicked Senju Tobarama never teach you how to act when faced with an overpowering enemy? Uchiha Gen flashed to Zhuangqian Xiaochun's side and raised his hand. An invisible force began to constrict inward, causing Zhuangqian Xiaochun to emit a painful wail. You are Zhuangqian Xiaochun, am I correct? With such an unappealing appearance, your ambitions are rather grand. A traitor? How could the Uchiha clan, as one of the founding families of Konoha, ever betray it? The true traitor is you. We Uchiha are merely fulfilling our duty as guards, purging traitors. A smile graced Uchiha Gen's lips as he continued to exert his supernatural power upon Zhuangqian Xiaochun, all the while observing Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was eager to see how this esteemed Hokage would respond to such provocation. Enough. Uchiha Gen, this is the Hokage building. It is not a place for you to run amok. Xiaochun was once the guardian of the second Hokage and now serves as an advisor to the Hokage of Konoha. Traitor? Who is the traitor here? No one here is a traitor. Gen, return with your clan to your ancestral land. I can pretend as if nothing has transpired, just as it has been in the past and will be in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the Hokage desk, his anger directed at Uchiha General after Hiruzen spoke. Shimura Danzo remained silent, coldly observing Chimu Sakumo from the side. Just as it has been in the past and will be in the future? Hokage-sama, do you believe we are engaged in some sort of childish play? Uchiha Gen found Hiruzen's demeanor rather amusing. Is this what they call a ninja hero? The so-called strongest Hokage? Are you preparing to incite rebellion? Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze sharpened, and a tremendous chakra erupted from him, shattering the ground of the Hokage office. The aura of a true ninja hero was fully unleashed. No, this is not rebellion. The Uchiha are merely reclaiming what is theirs. Boom. A wave of heat erupted from Uchiha Gen, his Sharingan quietly awakening, enveloping him in a fiery aura. Gazing at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Gen's eyes were filled with battle intent. Gen, having awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, you indeed possess formidable power. However, this does not equate to invincibility. Since you have decided on rebellion, Be prepared for mutual destruction. Sarutobi Hiruzen bit his finger and swiftly formed hand seals while looking at Uchiha General Bang. White mist exploded within the Hokage office, and a standing monkey appeared before them. Monkey, is this yet another internal conflict from your village? Upon the appearance of the monkey, it was momentarily perplexed to find itself in Konoha, and then glanced at the calmly standing Chimu Sakumo, recalling the blades that had nearly severed it back to its primal form. It is known that their clan possesses an indestructible physique, yet even so, this white-haired ninja still emanated a sense of impending death. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke solemnly. Monkey, we will discuss this later. For now, I must ask you to transform into the Rui Jingu Bang. Understood. The monkey nodded silently and leaped, transforming into a staff that fell into Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands. Gen, I offer you one last chance. You may return with these individuals to the Uchiha clan's territory and never harbor thoughts of rebellion again. Holding the Rui Jingu Bang, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was cold, and with a gentle wave of the staff, the desk before him shattered into splinters. Mutual destruction? A mere grain of sand dares to speak of jade? Ridiculous. Upon hearing this, a powerful chakra surged from Uchiha General. He lifted his head slightly, his black hair flowing without wind, and his crimson eyes bore a faint purple hue as 6 distinctly different tomo from ordinary Sharingan rotated in his blood-red pupils. Is this your Mangekyo Sharingan? Under the gaze of Uchiha Gen, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an inexplicable stiffness in his body. The oppressive sensation from those eyes was overwhelming. Mangekyo? Humph. I cannot be bothered to explain. You do not deserve to hear it. As the battle commences, let me provide you with an advantage to fight at your fullest. With a smile, Uchiha Gen gestured, and Zhuangqian Xiaochun, whose form had been grotesquely contorted due to pressure, floated between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha General Xiaochun. Gen, release Xiaochun at once. If you lay a hand on a comrade of the village, there will be no turning back. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed dramatically upon seeing Zhuangqian Xiaochun's nearly deformed body, and he urgently shouted at Uchiha General. However, the only response was the crisp sound of bones shattering and the death of an old friend. Chapter 104. In the Eyes of the Strong. There is no place for the weak. Congratulations to the trainer for defeating LV52 Human. Trainer Experience 52. Charizard Experience 52. Shinado Experience 52. Gungue Experience 52. Shakira's Experience 1575. Tisk, worthless. After casually using telekinesis to crush Zhuangqian Xiaochun, Uchiha Gen disdainfully curled his lips at the data notification ringing in his ears. A ninja following Senju Tobarama possesses such feeble strength. How utterly embarrassing. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in shock, staring at the corpse of Zhuangqian Xiaochun, who had fallen to the ground after losing telekinetic control. The next moment, a furious roar echoed through the Hokage building. Uchiha Gen. In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed his old friend die before him. His rage ignited completely, and he stomped forward, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang against Uchiha General. Faced with Sarutobi Hiruzen's furious assault, Uchiha Gen smirked, and the arm of Susanoo stretched out, dragon claws manifesting from Susanoo before he swung fiercely. Clang! Sparks flew as the dragon claws clashed with the Rui Jingu Bang. The sound was unmistakable. Uchiha Gen smiled, feeling the force rebounding from Susanoo's hand. He grew increasingly exhilarated by Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength. All the Uchiha ninjas who had accompanied them rushed to assist upon seeing the clash between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Gen, but were halted by Chimu Sakumo. Gen has stated this is his battle. You should coordinate with clan head Fugaku to deal with the other ninja clans. I will keep watch here. After stopping the Uchiha ninjas, Chimu Sakumo spoke softly. Yes, Sakumo Darren. All the Uchiha ninjas exchanged glances and respectfully bowed to Chimu Sakumo before swiftly departing from the corridor outside the Hokage's office. Shien, why must it come to this? Can the Uchiha not coexist peacefully with the village? Moreover, why must one resort to killing their comrades? The clang of the golden rod reverberated as the dragon claws struck. Yet the furious inquiries of Sarutobi Hiruzen remained undeterred. With each question uttered, the subsequent strike of the golden rod grew increasingly forceful. Those are your comrades, not mine. If it is battle, then fight earnestly instead of wasting breath on meaningless chatter. If a mere Torian Kamaru does not compel you to unleash your full power, there is another worthless fool standing over there, or perhaps the one behind you, the most worthless of all. While I would prefer to keep him from my clansmen's venting, If it stirs your desire to fight, then I shall eliminate him early. I trust my clansmen would comprehend my reasoning. Uchiha Shin scoffed, refusing to acknowledge those who continually targeted the Uchiha clan as comrades. You have truly lost your mind. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen intensified his grip, deflecting Uchiha Shin's Susanu's dragon claws and creating distance between them. The Hokage's office was now a scene of utter chaos due to their battle, with even the ceiling torn open by Uchiha Shin's Susanu. I should have realized earlier. At such a young age, you awakened those eyes, already consumed by darkness. The loss of your parents triggered the awakening of those wicked eyes, filling you with hatred for the village and this world due to their deaths. The power of hatred caused your collapse at such a tender age, allowing you to awaken those profoundly malevolent eyes. Uchiha Shin, you are no longer a normal person. Danzo speaks the truth. I indeed erred, but today, I shall rectify my mistake with my own hands. Sarutobi Hiruzen planted his golden rod beside him, fingers deftly forming seals. His eyes now filled with a cold, lethal intent. He sought to correct his error. How foolish. Have you become so rusty from sitting in that position for too long? Sarutobi Hiruzen, listen well. The departure of one's parents is a step everyone must endure. I have long since come to terms with it. The awakening of my eyes has nothing to do with them, but is merely a reflection of my own excellence. The ability to awaken these eyes is not born of hatred, but rather, my profound love is something a drifting piece of driftwood like you cannot fathom. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you need not seek justification for your desire to kill me. In the world of shinobi, murder requires no reason, for in the eyes of the strong, there is no place for the weak. Come, let me witness the so-called power of a shinobi. Uchiha Shin spread his arms wide, as if embracing the world. An unreasonable madman. Ninjutsu. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. With the final seal completed, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly drew a shuriken from his waist and hurled it. As the shuriken flew, it began to multiply, 1 into 10, 10 into 100, and in an instant, the relatively small space of the Hokage's office was filled with shadows of shurikens. To perform such a ninjutsu in such a confined space is quite the challenge, so let me assist you. Faced with the dense barrage of shurikens, Uchiha Shin's expression remained unchanged. He merely raised a hand, elevating the Susanoo that enveloped him. The Yatagarasu armor swiftly covered the Susanoo, and 2 enormous arms struck out, the dragon claws tearing through the air with a thunderous roar. The very top of the Hokage building was instantly obliterated, leaving behind a flat surface as the battleground for the two. The shurikens, before even nearing Uchiha Shin's Susanoo, were deflected by an invisible force, dissipating into clouds of white smoke. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. With the seals completed, 2 dragon heads, purely composed of chakra, rose, surging towards Uchiha Shin under Sarutobi Hiruzen's command. Accompanying the 2 dragon heads was a figure that surprised both men, Shimura Danzo. Danzo, come back, Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed anxiously, hastening his steps to pursue Shimura Danzo. Though he knew that Danzo's strength had not diminished as drastically as Torian Kamaru or Mito Gaidon, a Danzo with 1 arm lost could hardly contend with the monster before him. Having just lost his old friend Torian Kamaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not bear to lose another, even more significant companion. Chapter 105. You aren't so impressive either, fool. Observing Shimura Danzo approaching behind the cover of elemental dragons, Uchiha Shin's eyes flickered with disdain. The hand of Susanoo swept across, shredding the earth dragon and fire dragon, while the charging Shimura Danzo was ignored, allowed to advance to Uchiha Shin's front. Uchiha brat, this is the Hokage building. How dare you act recklessly here? Danzo's single eye gleamed with madness as he thrust a kunai imbued with razor-sharp wind chakra directly at Uchiha Shin's Susanoo. TSK, what a sight indeed. Watching the kunai pierce the armor of his Susanoo, Uchiha Shin could not help but smirk. What is this? Crack. The kunai shattered upon striking the Yatagarasu armor of the Susanoo, the intense heat singeing Danzo's arm, the stench of charred flesh filling the air, deepening Uchiha Shin's disgust. Insects should remain docile on the sidelines, waiting to be toyed with, rather than rushing out like a jester. Uchiha Shin coldly waved his hand, an invisible force morphing into a giant hand that violently twisted Shimura Danzo, casting him aside like refuse, crashing heavily against the ruins of the collapsed wall. Danzo! Sarutobi Hiruzen cried out in alarm, rapidly enlarging his golden rod to strike down upon Uchiha Shin's Susanoo. Countless grains of sand swirled into existence, forming a massive sand hand that swiftly reached for the golden rod. Boom! The golden rod collided with the sand hand, scattering grains of sand everywhere. Yet the overall structure of the sand hand remained unaffected. Bring it on. A glimmer of azure light flickered in Uchiha Gen's eyes as he compressed his extraordinary power, combining it with the strength of the sand to control the giant hand for a crushing grasp. The disparity in strength caused the golden rod in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand to be swiftly wrenched away. With the loss of his rod, Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly dispelled the summoning of the monkey. When facing Uchiha ninjas, one must guard against their Jinjutsu. If the monkey were to be controlled, TSK. Witnessing the straight rod slip from his grasp, Uchiha Gen felt a tinge of annoyance. Opposite Uchiha Gen, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands shifted as he dispelled the monkey summoning. Boom! Two clouds of white mist erupted around Sarutobi Hiruzen, revealing two massive summoning scrolls at his waist. The moment the scrolls appeared, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly unfurled them. Boom! With a gentle stroke of his hand over the scrolls, two enormous shurikens manifested in Sarutobi Hiruzen's grasp. Are you resorting to such ineffective ninjutsu once more? Is it out of a desire not to damage this building, or have you imposed some limitations upon yourself? As Sarutobi Hizashi once again retrieved his shuriken, Uchiha Gen immediately understood that he was about to employ his famed shuriken shadow clone technique. Uchiha Gen was quite displeased. After all, Sarutobi Hizashi was most renowned for his mastery of the 5 elemental ninjutsu. He relished the thrill of battle, yet he found such frivolous skirmishes to be beneath him. Ninjutsu. Shuriken shadow clone technique. Indeed, Sarutobi Hizashi swiftly formed hand seals and hurled 2 enormous shuriken into the air, which rapidly multiplied into dozens of smaller shuriken. Uchiha Gen let out a disdainful snort, raising his hand as a massive hand of sand erupted, coalescing into countless small blades suspended in midair. Go! The technique conjured was insufficient to be termed as 1,000 blades returning to their origin. Thus, Uchiha Gen merely waved his hand calmly. In the next instant, the myriad sand blades clashed with the shuriken in the air. Under the keen gaze of his Sharingan, each sand blade struck its corresponding giant shuriken with precision. A flurry of white mist erupted as sand rained down like confetti. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hizashi formed hand seals once more. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. A torrent of flames coalesced into a roaring fire dragon that spiraled around Sarutobi Hizashi before surging into the sky. Uncertain of the potential danger posed by the scattered sand, he had no choice but to unleash a fire technique to keep the sand at bay. With one technique concluded, Sarutobi Hizashi continued forming hand seals. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. A colossal dragon head of earth rose from the ground, roaring as it obstructed the scattered sand, while the earth dragon charged toward Uchiha Gen, preventing him from exploiting any openings to attack. Upon completing the earth dragon bullet, Sarutobi Hizashi's hand seals remained unbroken. Lightning style, Thunderclap. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. Wind style, Wind Cutter. Without a moment's pause, he unleashed 5 elemental techniques in rapid succession. 4 of the 5 elemental ninjutsu instantly overwhelmed Uchiha Gen's Susanoo. Is this all you have, Sarutobi Hizashi? That title of the strongest Hokage seems somewhat exaggerated. The earth dragon gnawed at Susanoo's armor, wind blades struck its arms, and lightning coursed through the swirling water. Uchiha Gen stood within Susanoo, his expression serene as he observed Sarutobi Hizashi, the Sharingan in his eyes turning slowly. Shadow Clone Technique. Ignoring Uchiha Gen's mocking words, Sarutobi Hizashi continued with unwavering focus. The constraints imposed by battling the Uchiha clan were indeed too numerous. Upon completing the Shadow Clone Technique, 5 versions of Sarutobi Hizashi lined up, each forming hand seals simultaneously. If Susanoo's defenses are too formidable, let us test this. 5 Elemental Great Cannon Technique. All 5 elemental techniques were executed concurrently. The explosion of fire and lightning illuminated the night sky, while water and wind bullets sliced towards Susanoo, and the earth bullet struck heavily upon the Yatengu armor. The overwhelming force of the simultaneous release of these 5 powerful ninjutsu caused the Hokage building to tremble. After unleashing the 5 elemental techniques, Sarutobi Hizashi began to gasp for breath. His chakra reserves paled in comparison to those of the Senju or Uzumaki clans. Repeatedly employing such potent ninjutsu had drained his already aging body. Did it work? As he caught his breath, Sarutobi Hizashi lifted his gaze toward the billowing dust. A commendable attack, yet merely commendable. Did you exhaust over half your chakra with just a few techniques? It seems you are not as formidable as you claim. Uchiha Shin's voice emerged from the haze, causing Sarutobi Hizashi's heart to sink. Chapter 106. For symbols sealing as the dust began to settle, Uchiha Shin emerged, cloaked in dragon-like flames, each step leaving a charred mark upon the ground. At this moment, Uchiha Shin's Susanoo had dissipated, yet he bore no visible injuries. Not even a speck of dirt upon his garments. Had he successfully broken through his Susanoo? Sarutobi Hizashi sighed in relief, presuming that his attack had indeed taken effect. Dealing with a target as large as Susanoo was exceedingly taxing on chakra. If it had been Uchiha Shin's true form, the task would have been significantly easier. You seem to be under a delusion, but it matters not. Come, continue to entertain me. Uchiha Shin smiled, standing there as if addressing not an adversary, but a friend with a cordial invitation. Fire style. Sarutobi Hizashi gritted his teeth, raising his hands to form seals once more. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a violent coughing sound erupted from the side. It was Shimura Danzo, who had managed to crawl out of the rubble. Using his remaining hand to clutch his chest as he coughed violently, blood splattering upon the ground. Danzo. Sarutobi Hizashi leaped to Danzo's side, supporting him. Are you all right? Watching his old friend, now missing an arm, Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes filled with anguish. Nearby, the mangled body of Nara Shikaku lay half-buried beneath the rubble. I told you long ago that you would regret this, cough cough. Danzo leaned heavily against Sarutobi Hizashi, struggling to stand as he glared coldly at Uchiha Shin. Indeed, I have come to regret it, Sarutobi Hizashi replied, a shadow of melancholy passing through his gaze. In this moment, if only he had. Are you two playing some tragic drama? Unfortunately, you are both far too ugly to evoke any empathy for your sordid emotions. Uchiha Shin's expression remained indifferent as he addressed the two aged warriors. Huh. The malevolent Uchiha cannot fathom the bond between me and the monkey. Cough, cough. I faltered that time, yet I have been brave ever since. Danzo straightened, his gaze icy as he spoke softly to Sarutobi Hizashi. This is my last time assisting you. Danzo. Sarutobi Hizashi stared blankly at his old friend, fully aware of the implications behind Danzo's words. From now on, I entrust everything to you. My father and grandfather both perished on the battlefield as ninjas. Self-sacrifice is the duty of a shinobi. Danzo, you and the monkey have always been rivals. But now is a time for unity among comrades, not personal grudges. Self-reflection is crucial. Maintain composure and understanding of oneself. If things continue as they are, you will place your comrades in peril. Monkey, safeguard those who admire and trust you, and cultivate them to become the next generation upon whom you can rely. Starting tomorrow, you will be Hokage. Memories surged within Danzo's mind, intertwining the words of the second Hokage with those of a younger Sarutobi Hizashi, solidifying his resolve in the present moment. Humph. Ha ha ha. So, second Hokage, you truly made a grave mistake. Danzo straightened, his eyes filled with a manic intent as he faced Uchiha Shin. With a swift motion, the ground beneath Danzo erupted in a cloud of dust as he lunged forward, charging once more at Uchiha Shin. Danzo, what are you doing? Sarutobi Hizashi's face reflected alarm. Yet he did not move his feet, merely extending his hand in shock as he watched Danzo's determined charge. Monkey, you displayed courage once, yet succumbed to weakness for a lifetime. Observing the departing figure of Jitsuin Tuanzong, his words pierced the heart of Yuanfei risen like daggers. Despite his desire to intercept Jitsuin Tuanzong, he found himself unable to move even an inch. For the sake of the ninja world, for the sake of Konoha, a being like you must not be allowed to live. As Jitsuin Tuanzong sprinted forward, he forcefully tore apart his tattered clothing, revealing a black sealing technique inscribed upon his skin. The Li Xixiang sealing method? No wonder this scene felt eerily familiar. Uchiha Shin observed Jitsuin Tuanzang's approach with calmness as he slightly raised his right hand. Suddenly, pure black blood erupted from Jitsuin Tuanzang, and massive sealing symbols manifested around him, with the blood violently gushing forth. Jitsuin Tuanzang reached Uchiha Shin's presence. Amidst the fluttering leaves, fire ignites, illuminating the village and nurturing new foliage. Yet, I remain merely the roots buried deep in the ground, providing sustenance to this tree. Regrettably, I never achieved the title of Hokage. Arrogant and conceited Uchiha brat, accompany me in death. As the black blood sprayed forth, Jitsuan Tuanzang's gaze grew distant, a grotesque smile forming at the corners of his mouth as he beheld Uchiha Gen. However, the next moment, Uchiha Gen's voice, laced with amusement, echoed in Jitsuan Tuanzang's ears, causing him to snap his eyes wide open. Is that so? I never stated that you could die. With a crisp crack, an overwhelming surge of psychic energy radiated from Uchiha Gen's eyes, freezing time and initiating a reverse flow of events around them. A mark representing psychic attributes appeared within Uchiha Gen's gaze, enveloping Jitsuan Tuanzang completely. Shinado, perched upon the throne of the psychic realm, unleashed her abilities in tandem with Uchiha Gen's. Under the influence of this psychic power, the ceiling symbols surrounding Jitsuan Tuanzang began to spiral into chaos. Chapter 107, Conspiracy? As the psychic energy surged, the Li Xixiang sealing technique was eradicated, and the black blood that had spilled onto the ground lost its insatiable pull. It is not yet your time to die. Merely lie still and await your torment. Uchiha Gen raised a hand, and an invisible force wove a sealing technique that enveloped Jitsuan Tuanzang. Thanks to her extraordinary intelligence as a psychic Pokémon, Shinado had thoroughly mastered the sealing techniques taught to her by Whirlpool Kushina, making the release of such abilities a trivial matter. Tuanzang, witnessing his old friend's self-destructive technique fail, felt a profound sense of despair. To what heights had Uchiha Gen ascended? Frankly, I find myself rather disappointed. Your strength pales in comparison to that of the third Raikage from Kumogakure. It is time to conclude this farce. After all, I must attend to those ninja clans that are approaching. Although a barrier has been erected in advance, the commotion here cannot be contained by a mere barrier. Our clan leader cannot hold back those fools united. Observing the heavily panting Yuanfei risen, Uchiha Gen felt a waning interest. As his own power grew, he found it increasingly difficult to recapture the thrill of battle he once felt. In his confrontation with Yuanfei risen, Uchiha Gen couldn't even be bothered to unleash any of his bug-like abilities, for it was entirely unnecessary. The third Raikage. You have fought against the third Raikage? Yuanfei risen was taken aback, unable to comprehend how bluffing Shuaimin had mentioned that Uchiha Gen was on the battlefield in the land of Earth. Why? How could Uchiha Gen possibly engage with the third A from Kumogakure? Who knows? Uchiha Gen shrugged, raising a hand. A sandstorm materialized. Damn! Why does a Uchiha ninja wield the secret arts of Sunigakure? As the sandstorm suddenly surged, Yuanfei risen quickly formed hand seals. Unfortunately, Uchiha Gen had no intention of granting Yuanfei risen an opportunity to retaliate. The sandstorm swiftly engulfed him. Quicksand hell. Uchiha Fugaku, what do you intend to accomplish? Why establish a barrier near the Hokage building? The vicinity around the Hokage building was brightly lit, swarming with ninjas from various clans, all centered around the Hokage building. Inside, Uchiha ninjas filled the space. Their eyes glinted with a crimson hue. This does not concern you. Uchiha Fugaku, standing before the Hokage building, coldly addressed an unknown clan leader who had spoken. Now, at this, a ninja from the Nara clan frowned. Uchiha Fugaku, is your clan plotting a rebellion? Or do you intend to assassinate the Hokage? At that moment, Hinata Hizashi calmly stepped forward from the crowd. I have stated that this does not concern you. At present, the Uchiha clan is merely fulfilling its duties as the guard. Uchiha Fugaku replied indifferently. Duties as a guard? What responsibilities necessitate such an arrangement? Deploying all the ninjas your Uchiha clan can muster? Uchiha Fugaku, you are clearly plotting a rebellion? Hinata Hizashi declared sternly, raising his hand as a group of Byakugan ninjas swiftly gathered behind him. What? Is the Hinata clan planning a rebellion? Seeing Hinata Hizashi's stance, Uchiha Fugaku prepared to issue a command for battle when a scornful voice resonated from the main entrance of the Hokage building. With a crack, the doors of the Hokage building swung open. A pair of dark red eyes gleamed with an otherworldly brilliance from within the shadow. A tremendous force of ocular power erupted, causing all Hinata ninjas to instinctively cover their eyes in agony, the collision of power inflicting a pain akin to that of a caged bird in flight. Who is it? Hinata Hizashi, now shielding his eyes, gazed fearfully at the entrance of the Hokage building. It worked. Upon hearing this voice, Uchiha Fugaku, who had been tense, relaxed, a smile gradually spreading across his stern face. The Uchiha clan has risen. In response to Hinata Hizashi's confusion, a thunderous brilliance akin to a chorus of 1,000 birds provided the answer. 1,000 birds' sharp spear. The lightning struck with blinding speed. And under the simultaneous suppression of psychic and ocular power, Hinata Hisashi found himself unable to evade. With a piercing sound, the lightning pierced through his chest, blood splattering. Ugh! The wound to his chest elicited a muffled groan from Hinata Hisashi as he looked up, fixated on the entrance of the Hokage building, only to find that the assailant was merely a boy, Uchiha Gen, as the head of the Hinata clan, which had long contended with the Uchiha clan for the title of the foremost ocular technique family. Hinata Hisashi was well aware of the prodigy Uchiha Gen. He recognized this Uchiha genius as formidable, having even engaged with elite ninjas like Wolfing Shueimon shortly after his graduation. However, he never anticipated Uchiha Gen's strength to be so overwhelming. Another fool who dares to gaze directly into the Sharingan. As Hinata Hisashi stared intently at him, Uchiha Gen's eyes flashed crimson, and in an instant, Hinata Hisashi was ensnared by Jinjutsu, rendered motionless. Brother! Behind Hinata Hisashi, a Byakugan ninja, resembling him closely, cried out in alarm and swiftly advanced to strike at Uchiha Gen. However, he was promptly intercepted by Uchiha Fugaku, who had appeared in an instant. Do not be so hasty. This strike was intentionally aimed away from his heart. Otherwise, he would have perished already. However, with this degree of blood loss, if he does not receive immediate aid, he is likely to succumb. Uchiha Gen retracted the lightning in his hand, casting a fleeting glance at Niji's father, who was engaged in combat with Uchiha Fugaku, before speaking in a tone devoid of emotion. What, brother? Upon hearing this, Hinata Hisashi swiftly maneuvered to distance himself from Uchiha Fugaku, then in an instant appeared beside Hinata Hisashi, quickly extending his hand to touch Hisashi's chest. What a fool. It seems like everyone is gathered here. Even this fellow has come. Uchiha Gen's gaze fell upon a trembling figure with golden hair in the crowd, his eyes narrowing. Logically, during the Third Great Ninja War, Tsunade should have left Konoha directly. However, it is of no consequence. It does not affect matters. Good evening, everyone. Uchiha Gen scanned the surrounding ninjas, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. Chapter 108. Capturing the Five Tails aside from those currently on the battlefield. The remaining high-level combatants of Konoha had essentially all arrived. Then, the ocular power began to surge, and the chakra erupted. Like a divine demon, the Susanoo rose majestically. The turbulent chakra stirred a tempest, and within the Susanoo, Uchiha Gen smirked slightly. In the next moment, a sandstorm materialized out of thin air. Its chilling winds infused with a deadly aura. Ladies and gentlemen, Konoha has acquired a new master. As the Susanoo ascended, the area in front of the Hokage building fell eerily silent. This ferocious power made everyone hold their breath. What is this? Among the crowd, Tsunade, her face pale with fear, momentarily forgot her dread of blood upon witnessing the emergence of the Susanoo. Staring at the figure standing within, her pupils trembled. It possesses power rivaling that of my great-uncle, the sage of the Six Paths. Tsunade murmured softly, her eyes filled with trepidation. Other clansmen also stood in a daze, gazing at Uchiha Gen's Susanoo. Konoha had been established for barely a century, and many were familiar with the lore surrounding the Susanoo. At this moment, everyone's mind was blank, with a singular thought lingering. Has Uchiha Madara returned? What of the first Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konoha, had marginalized his comrades, deliberately targeting the development of the ninja clans, and in the face of war, he displayed a cowardice unbefitting a Kage. The Uchiha clan could no longer bear to witness Konoha's decline under such leadership. Thus, the Uchiha clan opted for a coup, eliminating Sarutobi's faction, including Shimura Danzo. Now that the coup had concluded, if anyone had objections, they were welcome to discuss them with me. What nonsense. Even if the old man is weak, he is not someone in Uchiha, like you can casually criticize. Just as Uchiha Gen began to speak, Tsunade suddenly stepped forward, throwing a punch at the Susanoo, her face ablaze with anger. With a tremendous force, her fist shattered the barrier of the sandstorm and landed squarely on the Susanoo. It seems our Princess Tsunade has quite the opinion, but alas, though you are a descendant of the Senju, you lack the prowess of Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Gen regarded Tsunade, amusement dancing in his eyes. You have no right to utter my great-uncle's name. Painful heaven kick, Tsunade declared, retracting her fist swiftly and twisting her body to deliver a whip-like kick. However, an invisible force erupted from Uchiha Gen's Susanoo, sending Tsunade sprawling backward. I am not in the mood to engage in such childish games with you. Just remain obedient. Uchiha Shin's gaze was cold as he raised his hand. An unseen telekinetic force crushing Tsunade. Psychic strength. His crimson eyes glimmered with a blue light. An immense mental power surged into Tsunade's mind, accompanied by the unique ocular prowess of Uchiha Shin's Sharingan. In an instant, Tsunade lost consciousness and collapsed. Congratulations, trainer, on defeating LV-74 human. Trainer experience, 948. Charizard experience, 948. Shineduo experience, 948. Gungue experience, 1665. Shaquila's experience, 5454. Draw chance, 1. Item dropped, elegant scarf. It seems we need not heed Lady Tsunade's opinions. So, do any of you have objections? Casually tossing Tsunade aside with telekinesis, Uchiha Shin smiled at the other ninja clansmen, his eyes radiating warmth. For a moment, silence enveloped the area in front of the Hokage building. Inside the land of Earth, at this moment, Namake's Minato remained blissfully unaware of the tumultuous changes that had befallen Konoha. He, alongside Uzumaki Kushina, was swiftly racing with Kakashi and Might Guy. Behind them, the ground trembled ominously, the sound growing ever closer. Ahead lay the sealing array prepared by Kushina. They only needed to hold on a little longer. Minato's expression was serious as he glanced back at the approaching white behemoth and softly spoke to Kakashi and Guy, who were running alongside him. Yes, Minato-sensei. Kakashi and Guy, though somewhat disheveled, were brimming with excitement. After all, the creature pursuing them was one of the 9-tailed beasts, the 5 tails. Damn Konoha ninjas. This time, I will ensure you remain in the land of Earth forever. A hoarse voice emanated from the 5 tails, Mu King. Despite its raspy tone, it was filled with fury. Ha ha. Big fool. Let us see if you can catch us first. Like Kakashi and Guy, Kushina's face was alight with exhilaration, confident in her sealing array. This time, she would not allow the adversary to escape. At that moment, a sandstorm erupted between the group and the beast. What? It's the ninjas from Sunagakure. Kakashi, Guy? Quickly come to me. With the onset of the sandstorm, Minato's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly grabbed Kushina's hand, turning to shout at Kakashi and Guy. Kakashi and Guy's excitement extinguished as they beheld the sudden tempest, rapidly moving closer to Minato. Simultaneously, Minato pulled Kushina towards Kakashi and Guy, intent on using the Flying Thunder God technique to whisk them all away from this perilous situation. The plan to capture the 5 tails was now entirely cast aside. Gentlemen, it has been a while, yet you all seem as you always have. Just as Minato and the others were about to make contact, a familiar voice resonated in their ears. Shien. They turned in unison to see Uchiha Shien, his crimson eyes flickering with an otherworldly light, partially obscured by the sandstorm. The group felt a surge of excitement. Uchiha Shien's appearance implied that the sandstorm was not the result of an attack from Sunagakure. Let us set aside our reminiscing for now. Allow me to savor the feast before me. As they spoke, the Susanoo soared into the sky, its azure dragon claws sweeping across the horizon, and within the sandstorm, countless colossal sand swords materialized, piercing toward the 5 tails Mu King with the swiftness of divine retribution. Chapter 109. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to return to Konoha in an instant. An explosive roar echoed across the land. The earth quaked, and clouds of dust enveloped the area, causing the massive form of the 5 tails Mu King to vanish from sight, replaced by a ninja clad in red armor, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Is this a joke? Has Shien already grown so powerful? This is a tailed beast. Staring in awe at Uchiha Shien within the Susanoo, Hatake Kakashi murmured softly. It seems that allowing Shien to operate independently was indeed the right decision. His strength has far surpassed my own. Is this what it means to be a genius? Wolfgang Shuemin, wearing a gentle smile, gazed at the colossal figure that resembled a demonic god and felt a tinge of nostalgia. However, beside him, Xuanhua Jixina wore a frown, as the QB within her stirred restlessly. Damn it! Damn it! This is undoubtedly that Gaia's power. Kill him! Kill him! Xuanhua Jixina. I command you, eliminate him. In the ceiling space, the QB was bound by indestructible chains, suspended helplessly in midair. Yet, despite its restraints, the QB continued to struggle fiercely, eyes filled with madness and hatred. The power wielded by Uchiha Xuan was hauntingly reminiscent of the man who had once controlled it. Behave yourself. What power is this? If you keep thrashing about, I will allow Shuemin and Xuan to come in and teach you a lesson, Xuanhua Jixina thought deeply, observing the frenzied QB as she formed hand seals. Instantly, the chains binding the Gobi constricted, rendering it breathless. You do not comprehend the malevolence of that boy's power. Juxina, you are my Jinchuriki. I will never harm you. Trust me, that boy is the embodiment of evil at such a young age. He has awakened such power, something even the son of the old man cannot achieve. The Gobi glared viciously at Xuanhua Juxina, its voice laced with fury. Humph. What does that have to do with me? You sound just like that gloomy old man from Konoha, incessantly proclaiming evil, evil. I know very well whether Xuan is evil or not. I am his leader, so be quiet. At her words, Xuanhua Juxina raised an eyebrow and formed new seals, conjuring a fresh chain that swiftly wrapped around the Gobi's mouth, muting its protests to mere muffled sounds. Having completed her task, she nodded in satisfaction. You will regret this, Xuanhua Juxina. The Gobi's voice echoed in her mind. Its mouth sealed, but still capable of communicating through chakra. Compared to you, I understand Xuan far better. Surrender. I will not be swayed by your words. Xuanhua Juxina shook her head gently and turned to leave the sealing space, ignoring the Gobi's wrath behind her. Congratulations, trainer, for defeating LV-80 Energy Aggregator. Trainer experience, 1110. Charizard experience, 1110. Shinado experience, 1110. Gungue experience, 1545. Shakira experience, 9,454. Card draws, 1. Loot, 1. Congratulations, trainer, for leveling up. Trainer LV-73 to LV-74. Congratulations, trainer. For Charizard leveling up, LV-73 to LV-74. Congratulations, trainer, for Shinado leveling up, LV-73 to LV-74. Congratulations, trainer, for Gungue leveling up, LV-72 to LV-73. Congratulations, trainer. For Shakira leveling up, LV-52 to LV-56. Oh, Shakira is evolving. Congratulations, trainer. Your Shakira has evolved into Bangiris. Bangiris. Congratulations, trainer, for successfully challenging the gym again. Gym challenge task progress. 1. Rewards. Random item. 1. Random Pokemon card. 1. Current challenge progress. 48. A series of data notifications echoed in the air as Uchiha Xuan smirked at the fallen figure before him. With a mere gesture, the Susanoo dissipated, and his psychic powers extended to grasp the fallen form. Numerous sealing techniques, under Shinado's control, unfolded from thin air, enveloping the Gobi Jinchuriki Han completely. Gobi chakra collection complete. Wait, Xuan, don't kill him. This one is different from the Yandi. He is the last Jinchuriki of a Wagakure. Keeping him alive is far more beneficial than killing him. As the sealing techniques rapidly covered Han, Wolfeng Shuemin instantly teleported beside Uchiha Xuan and placed a hand on his shoulder, speaking urgently. I had no intention of killing him. Kai, from now on, he is your responsibility. The beast within him will serve as a weapon for Konoha in the upcoming Ninja World War. Uchiha Xuan grinned at Shueimin's words and waved his hand lightly, causing Han, controlled by telekinesis, to fall at Might Guy's feet. Understood. You can count on me. Might Guy exclaimed, lifting Han from the ground, completely oblivious to the implications of Xuan's statement. However, the same could not be said for Kakashi Hitaki and Wolfeng Shuemin, who were keenly aware. Xuan, what do you mean by that? Kakashi inquired, perplexed by Uchiha Xuan's comment. He was no longer the naive rookie who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy. He understood some peculiar conventions within the ninja world, such as the tail beasts they had just attempted to capture, which had originally been distributed by the first Hokage to various villages. After distribution, the ownership of the tail beasts remained with the respective villages, regardless of how fierce the wars became, as long as their village stood. The captured tail beasts would be returned after the war ended. Yet, Uchiha Xuan now spoke of using the Gobi as a weapon against the ninja world. Xuan, you may have misunderstood my intentions. My statement about not killing the Gobi does not imply I wish to employ it in battle, but rather to leverage the Gobi Jinchuriki for greater benefits for the village after the war. Wolfeng Shuemin, believing Uchiha Xuan had misinterpreted his words, sought to clarify his meaning. Everyone, we should return to Konoha and see what is happening. To this, Uchiha Xuan did not provide further explanation, but merely smiled at Wolfeng Shuemin and the others. As he spoke, he formed hand seals with one hand before him. A colossal summoning technique unfolded around Uchiha Xuan, and in the next moment, dozens of Uchiha clan ninjas clad in dark red armor appeared behind him. Xuan, what is this? Did the Hokage agree to allow the Uchiha clan to return to battle? Bluffing Shuemin was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Uchiha clan ninjas. As one of the legendary three, Jiraiya's disciple, he was well aware of the situation surrounding the Uchiha clan. The Hokage would certainly not permit the Uchiha clan to return to the battlefield. The battlefield in the Land of Earth would now be entirely under the Uchiha clan's control. In addition to retaining the ninja forces on the battlefield, even Jiraiya, the former commander, must return to Konoha within a week to participate in the political reform of Konoha. Shuemin-sensei, I'm afraid the title of Hokage may no longer appear in Konoha, so your dream, and this time, the Uchiha clan taking over the battlefield also included you among those who must return to Konoha for this important meeting. Uchiha Xuan spoke with a hint of regret to Bluffing Shuemin. Although Uchiha Xuan could directly ignore many matters and instigate a coup in Konoha, he still felt a sense of guilt before Bluffing Shuemin. Since joining Shuemin's team, he had received much assistance from him. Even the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan were imparted to him by Xuanhua Jixina, thanks to Bluffing Shuemin's influence. The power of Pokémon allowed him to grow rapidly. But Pokémon were not teachers. Many intricate details required personal mastery and refinement, and Bluffing Shuemin's assistance was indispensable. Moreover, the transfer of sealing techniques was only due to Bluffing Shuemin's suspicion that something resided within Uchiha Xuan, and to avert potential danger. He specifically requested Xuanhua Jixina's assistance. Otherwise, why would the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan be taught to a member of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Xuan was not Uchiha Obito. He could not repay kindness with malice, but certain actions were necessary, whether for the sake of his kin or for himself. Uchiha Xian resolved to take action. What does it mean that I am to become the first leader of Konoha? What is a leader? And what of the Hokage? Xian, what have you accomplished during your time away from the team? In the dense forest, the members of the Namikaze team gathered around a campfire, roasting meat and engaging in conversation, though the topics they discussed were rather explosive. Namikaze Minato gazed stiffly at the leisurely Uchiha Xian, who was grilling an unknown cut of meat, his emotions somewhat unstable as he inquired. Just moments ago, he had come to a full understanding of why the Uchiha clan could venture into battle. A month prior, the Uchiha had staged a coup, and it had succeeded. The mastermind behind this upheaval was now smiling and sitting across from him, roasting meat. In essence, the village had succumbed to a distorted political state, and the Uchiha clan could no longer tolerate the transformation of the village they had co-founded with the Senju clan into a mere plaything for certain individuals. Thus, the Uchiha clan, in great pain, decided to excise the rot from the village. Now, after a month, the various ninja clans within Konoha had come to accept the Uchiha's reforms. The village was now revitalized. However, despite the coup, the Uchiha clan did not intend to treat Konoha as their personal property to manipulate at will. Consequently, after a collective vote among the Uchiha and the other ninja clans, you were elected as the first leader of Konoha. The term leader refers to the highest-ranking position designated by Konoha's latest decree. With a smile in his eyes, Uchiha Xian spoke softly while grilling the meat, feeling an immense sense of relief within. He was finally free. It had been more than a month since the Uchiha initiated the coup, and only he knew how he had endured that time. On the day after the Uchiha successfully executed the coup, there were still many dissenting voices within the village. Uchiha Xian had quelled all opposition through virtue, and it had been a particularly comfortable period for him. Then began the descent into hell. Immediately after the coup's success, the Uchiha clan wished for Uchiha Xian to assume the role of the new Hokage, which he did. However, less than 2 days into his tenure, Uchiha Xian began to regret his decision. He realized that he was ill-suited for governance, rather than dealing with trivial administrative matters from an office. He preferred the thrill of engaging with others on the battlefield. Thus, he promptly delegated all administrative duties to Uchiha Fugaku, who was preoccupied with raising children. Yet, it was evident that despite sharing the same surname, their personalities, though distinct, were not vastly different. Like Uchiha Xian, within 2 days, a haggard Uchiha Fugaku sought him out, requesting a change in personnel to alleviate the burden. Subsequently, Uchiha Shana began managing the administrative affairs, but the outcome revealed that the Uchiha were indeed ill-suited for governance. During this brief period, Uchiha Xian came to understand one crucial truth. The Uchiha clan required an external mind. Combat was truly what they were meant to pursue. Therefore, Uchiha Xian decisively abolished the Hokage system in Konoha, relinquished his title as the fourth Hokage, and established a new title for leadership, leader. Can I truly take on this role? Surely, both Jiraiya-sensei and Orochimaru-sama would be more suitable than I. Namikaze Minato fell silent, struggling to digest everything Uchiha Gen had just conveyed. No one in Konoha could be more suitable than you. The various ninja clans within Konoha harbor a deep-seated fear of the Uchiha clan's power, and we require someone capable of alleviating that fear. Moreover, it is paramount that this newly appointed leader does not continue the animosity toward the Uchiha, as did Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Currently, you are the only one capable of achieving this, for neither Orochimaru nor Jiraiya possess the ability to bridge the gaps among the clans. Uchiha Gen grinned. For Namikaze Minato was indeed the best external mind he could have chosen. Who could dare claim otherwise? Furthermore, Uchiha Gen surmised that many within the village would eagerly support Minato's ascension. Chapter 111. Seizing the battlefield, what chaos this has become. Konoha. Namikaze Minato, adorned in a ceremonial robe embroidered with the title of First Leader, stood before the now barren Hokage rock, reflecting with a touch of nostalgia. Soon, his visage would be sculpted there anew, and the name Hokage Rock would be replaced. As for the new name, Minato had yet to determine it. Acknowledging the multitude of responsibilities that came with the Hokage position, he understood why Shin was reluctant to assume the role. After his moment of reflection, Minato redirected his attention to the pile of documents on his desk, which extended beyond the confines of the desk to the floor beside his office, all in disarray. Following the succession of leadership within the Uchiha, Konoha's administrative affairs had accumulated to an outrageous extent. Minato, the meeting time has arrived. Just as Namikaze Minato continued to pen his notes, a gentle knock sounded at the door of the leader's office. He looked up to see Nara Shikaku gazing at him with a complex expression. Ah, Shikaku, has time passed so swiftly? I shall be right there. Upon hearing this, Minato set his pen down with a smile and rose to approach the door. Minato, is Konoha now the Uchiha's Konoha or your Konoha? Just as Minato passed by Nara Shikaku, the latter spoke softly. Neither. Konoha has always belonged to everyone, including the Uchiha clan, me, and of course, the Nara clan and you. Shikaku, I understand your apprehensions regarding the Uchiha clan's direct coup for the Hokage position. But some actions taken by the third Hokage were indeed rather unseemly. I am aware of your concerns, but time will reveal everything. You will see for yourselves what kind of clan the Uchiha truly are. Minato paused, turning with a smile to address the newly appointed chief of internal affairs, Nara Shikaku. Then I can rest easy, but Minato, remember what you said today. Nara Shikaku chuckled and nodded, then proceeded toward the meeting room. He had received the answer he sought. Observing the suddenly cheerful Nara Shikaku, Minato allowed a slight smile to escape. He was no fool and understood the reason behind Shikaku's inquiry. Nara Shikaku was concerned that he might become the next Sarutobi Hiruzen and wary of the power wielded by the Uchiha clan. However, what did he have to fear? The Uchiha clan's desires have never been for power. What they sought was simplicity itself, fairness, and equality. On the battlefield of the land of Earth. Ha ha ha, scum of a Wagakure. Behold my might. Fire style, dragon flame jutsu. Release. Get away from that IWA ninja. That one is mine. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. What is yours and mine? All of this belongs to me. Wait, why is the clan leader here too? I can't believe Elder Shauna said he was retiring. Why is he charging in faster than the clan leader? Sasuke, how dare you harm my best friend? Die scum. Lightning style, lightning fong. The crimson bloodline of the Sharingan erupted on the battlefield, their powers intertwining amidst the chilling aura of blood. Flames surged and lightning flickered. The might of the foremost ninja clan in the world was vividly displayed at this moment. Damn it, why did Konoha suddenly unleash this group of lunatics? Are they mad? Retreat, retreat. Beware of their gaze, for heaven's sake. Do not hesitate to act the moment your companions are under control. Our reinforcements. These Konoha ninjas are utterly insane. Moreover, why has the tailed beast from Sunagakure appeared among Konoha's ranks? The captain of the Iwagakure team gazed at the one-tail charging forward alongside the Uchiha ninjas and felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Had he not tested his body numerous times, he might have suspected he had fallen victim to an Uchiha Genjutsu. It is absurd. The combat prowess of the Uchiha ninjas is nothing short of monstrous. Not to mention, a tailed beast is providing fire support and shielding all Uchiha ninjas with sand. There is no hope for victory in this battle. Meanwhile, Behind all the Uchiha ninjas, Jiraiya watched the unfolding scene with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He ultimately declined to return to the village to attend the Konoha meeting. However, he did not oppose anything that Uchiha Gen was doing, choosing instead to entrust everything to Namake's Minato. The old man is indeed a bit muddled. Minato, I believe you can accomplish what the old man could not. Yet, the old man is still my teacher. The mistakes he made cannot simply be absolved by death. As his disciple, I shall bear the weight of his errors. Since the Uchiha clan has taken over this battlefield, I cannot simply leave. A penitent must do something. Do not worry, Minato. I shall not become an obstacle to your ascent as Hokage, or rather, to becoming the leader. The old man was indeed mistaken. Had the Uchiha clan engaged in battle sooner, perhaps so many ninjas would not have had to sacrifice themselves. These individuals are truly born warriors. Jiraiya reflected on the overwhelmingly one-sided battlefield. The combination of tailed beasts and Uchiha is virtually unstoppable in combat, and most importantly, certain Uchiha possess the ability to compel opponents to suddenly rebel against their comrades. Such a capability is terrifying on the battlefield, for one must guard against not only foes but also allies, given the uncertainty whether one's comrades might suddenly glance into the eyes of the enemy. In the Land of Wind's battlefield, damn it, why did Konoha launch a surprise attack, and why has the five tails from a Wagakure appeared in Konoha's ranks? Retreat! Retreat! Everyone! Fall back to the desert. Use the wind and sand to shield against Konoha's assault. Do not make direct eye contact with these Uchiha ninjas. Just like in the Land of Earth, the battlefield here in the Land of Wind has also been completely overtaken by Uchiha ninjas. Chapter 112. The redistribution of power. Of course, the Uchiha clan's takeover of the battlefield does not imply that the entire conflict relies solely on their combat. Rather, the arrangements and directives for the battle are managed by the Uchiha. After all, despite the Uchiha clan's long legacy, their numbers cannot possibly match the demands of two nations at war. Are the Uchiha ninjas truly that formidable? Moreover, they have even seized control of the tailed beasts from a Wagakure. This is simply outrageous. A leaf ninja, wrapped in bandages, stood dazed as he watched the Uchiha ninjas charge ahead, murmuring under his breath. Indeed, it is said in the ninja world that when facing an Uchiha Jonin, one has no chance of victory unless there are three equally ranked Jonin to contend with. Perhaps the tailed beasts are under the command of that Uchiha prodigy who instigated the reforms in Konoha, for only a ninja of extraordinary caliber could easily control tailed beasts. A ninja beside a leaf ninja, burdened with a kettle on his back, spoke solemnly as he surveyed the battlefield littered with weapons and corpses, his eyes filled with sorrow and regret. Hey, aren't you the perennial Jonin like my guy? What are you doing here? This is a front line for Jonin. You should leave immediately. I will cover your retreat. The leaf ninja turned to the speaker, only to find a very familiar face, and spoke in a low tone. No need. I am here to atone for my sins. You are injured. Rest for now. Suijin Suryuden no Jutsu. Maru Shinguja shook his head lightly. Swiftly forming seals as a water dragon erupted forth, surging towards the fleeing Sunagakure. What? How is it possible to use such a level of Suiton with just a few seals in a desert? Is this person truly a Jonin? The leaf ninja, initially poised to cover Maru Shingujia's escape, stared in astonishment at the soaring water dragon, then quickly turned back to find that Maru Shingujia had already charged toward Sunagakure. As the Uchiha clan unleashed their full potential on both battlefields, Konoha's first Hokage meeting officially commenced. Inside the newly rebuilt Hokage building's conference room, the space was filled with attendees. Nearly all the remaining leaders of the ninja clans in Konoha, or prominent figures, had taken their seats. Everyone understood that Konoha was about to welcome a new order following this meeting. Namake's Minato occupied the highest position, with a nameplate embossed with the four gilded characters of the first Hokage placed before him. Beside him sat Uchiha Gen and Hatake Sakumo. Below Minato, all clan leaders from the various ninja clans, except for the Uchiha, were present, including Hinata Hisashi, the head of the Hyuga clan, who was wrapped in bandages. Additionally, Orochimaru, the disciple of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and the former commander of the battlefield in the Land of Wind, had returned to Konoha and was also seated among them. While Tsunade sat with a serious expression beside him. Minato-sensei, how does it feel to be Hokage? Uchiha Gen inquired, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he observed the high-ranking officials of Konoha below. Quite well. Though you left quite a mess for me to clean up, so I have been a bit busy these past few days. However, just give me one more day, and I should be able to wrap everything up, Minato replied, raising an eyebrow. He felt that the heavy workload was not solely due to the accumulation of administrative matters over the past month, but also because he needed to sift through and rectify the chaotic decisions made by Uchiha Gen and his companions. After addressing the affairs handled by Uchiha Gen and others, Minato felt fortunate that he had relinquished the management of Konoha to Uchiha Gen, who in their right mind would propose a solution to a problem by executing the very individuals who created it without investigating the incident itself or assessing its implications and potential dangers. Such a rash judgment is utterly absurd. Coughing, Uchiha Gen's face showed a hint of embarrassment as he acknowledged that he had approached those matters with emotion and recklessness. However, it was unavoidable. Konoha felt akin to a nursery for giant infants, where even the arrangement of street stalls could escalate to the Hokage building. After a few days in the role of Hokage, Uchiha Gen finally understood why a village could harbor so many issues requiring attention. For even the most trivial matters demanded the Hokage's input, not to mention the multitude of tasks assigned by others that required oversight. Thus, it was no surprise that administrative duties were so plentiful. Those trivial matters hardly qualified as governance. And it was no wonder that Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shina had clamored to engage on the battlefield after just a few days. Excuse me, gentlemen. We are in a conference room. As Uchiha Gen and Namikaze Minato chatted, Hatake Sakumo, seated nearby, could no longer suppress a gentle cough. Hearing this, Uchiha Gen and Namikaze Minato promptly arranged their expressions, turning their attention to the clan leaders and high-ranking officials of Konoha below. Dear colleagues, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for attending the inaugural summit of the leaders. I trust that you may have speculated on the discussions to be held. In light of the recent reforms within the political framework of Konoha, numerous new positions have emerged, necessitating a reshuffling of certain roles. The primary agenda of this assembly revolves around the allocation of these positions, after which we shall deliberate on matters concerning Owagakure and Sunagakure. After taking a moment to compose himself, Hokage Bwofeng Shuemin assumed the demeanor befitting a leader. Addressing the assembly, he began to articulate the objectives of this meeting. With his words, a wave of varied expressions swept across the attendees. This proclamation signified a reallocation of power within Konoha. In an instant, many gazes turned towards Uchiha Shien, the representative of the Uchiha clan, whose presence was pivotal to the convening of this summit. Would the Uchiha clan truly relinquish their hard-won influence over Konoha? This question lingered in the minds of many. As the meeting progressed, it became evident that the Uchiha clan was indeed indifferent to the notion of power. Observing the diverse reactions of the assembly, Bwofeng Shuemin was acutely aware of their thoughts, which revolved around the perception that he was merely a puppet supported by the Uchiha clan, and that this meeting was but a formality. However, he remained unfazed. He understood the essence of the Uchiha clan. The meeting was now formally underway. The first point of discussion was the current state of administrative affairs in Konoha. Historically, all administrative responsibilities rested solely on the shoulders of the Hokage, leading to a backlog of duties. Thus, after consultations with Nara clan leader and Uchiha Shien, it was decided to implement a new system within the village, the cabinet system. This system entails the selection of adept individuals from various clans to assist in administrative tasks, with the Nara and Yunyu clans being prioritized. However, this is merely the initial selection. Other clans may also participate in the cabinet, contingent upon passing a series of evaluations. The cabinet will be limited in number, currently set at 9 positions, one of which is already filled by Nara Shikaku. With a smile, Bwofeng Shuemin acknowledged that the introduction of the cabinet system was proposed by Uchiha Shien. Both he and Uchiha Shien sought to avoid a scenario where a powerful Hokage, akin to Sarutobi Hiruzen, remained confined within an office managing trivial matters that hardly qualify as governance. The specifics of the cabinet will be further elaborated by the senior Nara shinobi. Next, the establishment of new departments was addressed. Firstly, the creation of the Armed Forces Department, responsible for all matters of external warfare, which will henceforth be managed by the Uchiha clan, with Uchiha Fugaku serving as the inaugural Minister of Armed Forces. Secondly, the reorganization of the medical department is necessary, as its current function is overly simplistic. Detailed plans will be provided post-meeting, with the restructured medical department to be led by Tsunade Senju. Thirdly, the establishment of a scientific research institute is imperative, as both minor and major nations, such as the land of snow and the land of lightning, are vigorously advancing in technological fields. As Uchiha Gen aptly stated, stagnation invites defeat. As the foremost shinobi village, Konoha cannot afford to lag behind, thus the urgency of founding the Scientific Research Institute. The first director shall be Orochimaru, who will be entrusted with the responsibility of advancing research to bolster Konoha's overall strength, with unrestricted funding for any research that serves this purpose. Wolfgang Schuemann's expression turned serious, knowing that Uchiha Gen had already conferred with Orochimaru in private. Yet, recognizing the significance of scientific advancement, he felt compelled to reiterate the point. The Scientific Research Institute, indeed, presents an intriguing prospect. Orochimaru, licking his lips, recalled the night of his return to Konoha, overwhelmed by a terrifying power that blurred the lines between reality and illusion. He had suspected that the young Uchiha had ulterior motives in curing his hemophobia, suspecting he was being recruited as a mere pawn. Tsunade, seated beside Orochimaru, crossed her arms, visibly displeased yet refraining from an outburst as she had previously done. Beneath her exterior, a faint psychic mark began to emanate a subtle energy. Additionally, the issue of village security was raised, particularly concerning the current state of the security department, traditionally managed by the Uchiha clan. I have decided to reclaim authority over the security department, as the clan's resources are finite, with the Uchiha clan now overseeing the newly established Armed Forces Department. A vacancy in the security department arises. Consequently, it has been resolved that the security department will be divided into two subdivisions, the security division and the defense section, jointly overseen by the Hyuga and Inazuka clans. As the meeting extended into the evening, discussions persisted within the conference room, revolving around the future trajectory of Konoha and the collective interests of each clan. Upon confirming that Uchiha Gen did not harbor aspirations for dictatorship, the representatives from various clans fervently advocated for their respective interests, albeit with limited prospects of substantial gains. In the graveyard of mountains, laughter erupted. Who would have thought that a group so eager for peace would produce such a formidable shinobi? How fascinating. The path towards the downfall of the Uchiha clan appeared to be disrupted by the emergence of a mere 10-year-old. Uchiha Gen, you have piqued my curiosity. To surpass that monkey suggests you have awakened those eyes. A kaleidoscope at the tender age of 10, what a pity. Prepare yourself, for your existence will disrupt many of my carefully laid plans. Your character ensures you will not serve my purposes, thus in this endeavor for peace. I must ensure your early exit. Leaning back in his stone chair, Uchiha Madara laughed heartily, admiring Uchiha Gen's audacious coup. Long before departing Konoha, Madara foresaw the Uchiha clan's future. With Senju Hashirama in power and Senju Tobarama succeeding him, the Uchiha clan would inevitably face ostracism from other clans. This marginalization would become increasingly pronounced with Tobarama's ascension. The Uchiha clan would gradually fade away amidst the pursuit of stability. However, Uchiha Gen's emergence shattered this trajectory. Uniting the Uchiha clan in a coup at such a young age showcased a boldness that Madara greatly respected. Yet, admiration aside, for the sake of his plans and the pursuit of eternal peace, this unforeseen variable must be eliminated. After all, in that realm of everlasting peace, he would return and lead a blissful existence. Yes, Lord Madara, Kurizetsu replied, embodying the form of Shirazetsu. He understood that Madara was preparing for a crucial moment, as they had been closely monitoring the movements of the tailed beasts. Uchiha Gen's attempts to capture them had already drawn their attention. The congregation of tailed beasts was not something they desired to witness at this juncture. Even with the Rinnegan, Nagato lacked the strength to confront all the tailed beasts simultaneously. Regarding Obito's progress, it can be accelerated. There is something peculiarly unsettling about Uchiha Gen's power. To prevent any unforeseen complications, I shall expedite the plans concerning Obito. As the bout of laughter subsided, Uchiha Madara leaned back against the stone chair, panting wildly. His body had aged to the extent that even a brief fit of laughter left him utterly exhausted. Indeed, Lord Madara, Kurizetsu continued to respond. How humiliating it is to be prepared for failure against a mere junior. A hint of bitterness flickered in Madara's eyes. He had never truly feared defeat. Even in his battles against Hashirama, he had maintained an unwavering resolve to conquer. Nevertheless, for the sake of eternal peace, such sacrifices were inevitably required. Ultimately, the crimson gaze in the darkness gradually closed, and a low whisper ceased within the dim cave. Nightfall enveloped a dense forest in the land of rivers. The woods were eerily silent, devoid of the sounds of birds or insects, as if the world had been abruptly muted. Yuhi Kurenai, accompanied by her small team, was swiftly navigating through the thickets. Obito, your family's combat prowess is truly terrifying. The front lines are advancing so rapidly that our supply routes can hardly keep pace. Kurenai remarked softly, her eyes weary as she carried a large bundle of scrolls beside Uchiha Obito. Of course, the strength of the Uchiha clan is well known throughout the shinobi world. I just wonder when I will unlock those eyes. It's truly frustrating, Obito replied, laden with several scrolls himself. Only Uchiha ninjas who have awakened the Sharingan are allowed to fight at the front lines. This rule seems specifically designed to target me. Sigh. Rather than transporting supplies, I long to witness the battlefield firsthand. When will my name, Uchiha Obito, resonate through the shinobi world like Schwann's? The Uchiha's Thunder Calamity, what a cool moniker. But isn't Schwann proficient in fire release? Why do the Suna ninjas refer to him as Thunder Calamity? Despite the numerous scrolls he carried, Obito was filled with excitement. Recently, he had been the center of attention whenever he encountered Konoha ninjas who recognized his surname. They would regard him with respect and admiration. Although he understood that their reverence stemmed from the prowess of Uchiha ninjas engaged in battle, he still felt a swell of pride as a member of the clan. Indeed, I believe Obito will surely awaken his Sharingan. However, for now, let us continue transporting supplies. Your clansmen are advancing too swiftly, and we must not lag behind in provisions. Noera Rin, trailing behind Obito, spoke gently with a warm smile. Of course. I am determined to become a powerful Uchiha ninja like Schwann. Obito burst into laughter, encouraged by Rin's words. Obito, do you know where Schwann is now? Will we encounter him at the front lines? As a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, he should also be on the battlefield, right? Kurenai inquired, glancing at her father ahead. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her voice to Obito. I'm not sure, but he should be around. Even if he is not on the battlefield in the Land of Wind, he must be somewhere in the Land of Earth, Obito answered, casting a glance at Kurenai, aware of her feelings for Uchiha Schwann. However, he did not believe Kurenai would receive a response, as Schwann seemed indifferent to romantic matters. Is that so? Kurenai's voice fell, a hint of disappointment creeping in. She had not seen Schwann since graduating from the Ninja Academy. We must remain vigilant while on the road. Although this route has been cleared, occasional oversights are inevitable. We must be cautious, Kurenai admonished, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Fully aware that as a Jonin, she could hardly miss the conversation of the three young ones behind her. Yes, they chorused. Sighing at the sudden seriousness of the trio, Kurenai could only silently lament. She was aware of her daughter's feelings for Schwann, yet like Obito, she shared the same perspective. Kurenai understood that such youthful infatuation would likely remain unfulfilled. She had met Uchiha Schwann, a boy relentlessly pursuing strength. And such a ninja would hardly pause for the affection of a girl, especially one from the Uchiha clan. Even so, despite recognizing the futility of Kurenai's affection, she had no intention of interfering with her daughter's sentiments. After all, the innocent infatuation of youth could be cherished for a lifetime. He too had once harbored feelings for a girl in his youth. Even if they had not ended up together, the memories brought a smile to his face when recalled. Meanwhile, hidden behind the quartet, a pair of profound eyes fixated intently on them, particularly on Uchiha Obito. In Konoha, Uchiha Schwann sat atop the rocks of Namikaze Minato, observing the ongoing expansion of Konoha below with a slight smile. A gleam of golden light appeared behind him as Minato, adorned in the first Hokage's ceremonial robes, materialized. Finished with your tasks? Schwann inquired without turning his head, savoring the gentle breeze as he gazed at Konoha. Not at all. Konoha has just determined its new direction, and there is much to be done. I have merely delegated everything to Kakashi and Shikamaru. The establishment of the cabinet system is indeed promising, Minato replied with a smile, settling beside Schwann. Schwann, you are preparing to leave the village, aren't you? I know your nature. Now that Konoha's affairs are in order, you certainly will not linger. Minato added after addressing Schwann's question. Indeed, I plan to visit the Land of Water. The ninjas from Kirigakure have been increasingly active at the borders, and they can hardly be at ease. Moreover, their tailed beasts are merely left to roam. It would be prudent to return them to Konoha, Schwann mused with a smile, convinced that if he embarked on this path, all tailed beasts should return to Konoha. Furthermore, as he collected the tailed beasts along the way, the wolf lurking underground would inevitably reveal itself. Chapter 115. Unified Thoughts and Fishing Schwan. Why are you so adamant about reclaiming all the tailed beasts for Konoha? Previously, I asked you, and you said you would tell me once I became Hokage. Now, I have somewhat gleaned your thoughts, but I am unsure if they are correct, as such ideas are rather. Minato, wearing a wry smile, expressed his astonishment at the implications of Schwann's thoughts. Minato-sensei, what do you think about the current state of the shinobi world? Schwann inquired, noticing the faint smile that appeared on Minato's lips, which indicated that he was aware of Schwann's thoughts. If we disregard the 5 shinobi villages and view the entire shinobi world, it becomes apparent that chaos reigns. What seems orderly is, in fact, devoid of structure. Each nation stands independently, yet intricately intertwined, with conflicts among the 5 villages while the daimyo maintain their bloodline connections. Such a shinobi world is far from ideal. Minato's expression grew pensive, and Schwann's question affirmed his suspicions. What an astonishing notion indeed. Yes, a world entirely devoid of order. Therefore, I aspire to instill order within it. Minato-sensei, what do you think about completely unifying the shinobi world? If everything is managed and transformed into a singular entity akin to Konoha, would there still be widespread wars as we witness now? Konoha will soon possess the strength to reclaim all the tailed beasts from the various shinobi villages and control the entire economy of the Land of Fire. Possessing strength and economic power, Mai believes that achieving unity in the shinobi world is far from an insurmountable challenge. Once unification is attained, all will dwell in a relatively peaceful realm. Even in the face of disputes, as a singular nation, these conflicts can be resolved internally. Uchiha Gen's eyes sparkled with excitement. The notion of unification had been a persistent aspiration since his very inception in the shinobi world. I shall contemplate the arrangements thoroughly. Since you have made a decision, let us proceed. I will convene a meeting at an opportune moment to discuss this matter, he declared. Hokage Minato, upon hearing this, inhaled deeply, a glint of sharpness flashing in his gaze. He was no fool and could readily envision the scene that would follow successful unification. This path would undoubtedly be fraught with bloodshed, yet if it were in pursuit of ultimate peace, then every sacrifice would be worthwhile. If there are dissenting voices within the village, Uchiha Gen remarked meaningfully, the people of the shinobi world are not all devoid of such awareness. Otherwise, they would not be tethered by a mere daimyo. It was laughable that even the future Naruto could be constrained by the economic grip of the Fire Country's daimyo. I will handle it well, Minato replied coolly, his voice laced with resolve. Having chosen this path, he would not waver, for the consequences of failure would be irrevocable. Thus, a seemingly audacious decision was born atop the esteemed rock of Konoha. Within the borders of the water country, Uchiha Gen strolled leisurely through the forest, harboring no desire to conceal his presence, his Konoha forehead protector glimmering under the sunlight. At this juncture, the Three Tails lacked a host and was being raised by Kirigakure in a secluded location, finding it would require some time. As for the Six Tails, no information had surfaced thus far, which was indeed troublesome. Never mind, I shall simply inquire with their Mizukage and Kirigakure. At this hour, I might uncover other surprises from the Mizukage. Reaching the edge of a lake, Uchiha Gen fashioned a rudimentary fishing rod by binding a stick with specialized thread and shaping a wire into a hook using his telekinetic abilities. Casting his line into the water, he sat by the shore, contemplating his subsequent plans in the water country. Since entering the water country, he had no intention of aimlessly wandering. Initially, he had hoped to lure out a Kirigakure ninja through fishing, but perhaps due to the multitude of islands, he had yet to encounter a single shinobi from the mist, although he had crossed paths with a few rogue ninjas from Kirigakure, ignorant ones at that. Since I am here, I shall fish. Gazing at the expansive lake before him, Uchiha Gen settled in comfortably, awaiting a catch. As he relaxed by the water, a figure suddenly emerged from the depths, resembling a specter. Without delay, it launched several water bullets toward Uchiha Gen, who remained seated. How slow, he mused. To ambush me from the waterway, a commendable idea, but alas, your strength is lacking. A subtle smirk graced his lips as an intangible wave of energy radiated from him, momentarily freezing the incoming projectiles in midair. Seeing their attack thwarted, the assailant raised both hands, forming a gun gesture. Suetun, Suijin Hiki. Water gleamed at his fingertips as 2 crystalline droplets shot forth, aimed directly at Uchiha Gen's forehead. A member of the Hozuki clan, intriguing, Uchiha Gen noted, lifting his gaze to the assailant with a flash of crimson in his eyes, unleashing a terrifying power. What? A Uchiha ninja here? Realizing the peril, Hozuki Ryujetsu attempted to retreat into the water, but it was too late. Sharingan, Jinjutsu. The last remnants of his consciousness faded amid confusion. Such a well-concealed secret. Even this elite ninja is unaware of the precise location of the tailed beasts. However, it is understandable, as Kirigakure's vigilance against these clans rivals the previous threats faced by the Uchiha. Standing before the entranced Hozuki Ryujetsu, Uchiha Gen furrowed his brow. This was his first encounter with such a situation, devoid of clear targets. Chapter 116. Uchiha Obito awakens in the water country. Located at the farthest reaches of the shinobi world, the islands retained an untouched ecological state due to the limited interactions of Kirigakure with the outside world. At this moment, Uchiha Gen was swiftly traversing the back of a colossal sea beast. The enormous pupils of the creature reflected the ethereal image of the three-tomo Sharingan. Just as he prepared to charge towards Kirigakure to confront the third Mizukage, a pre-established seal suddenly activated. Uchiha Madara, you can no longer contain your desire to intervene. Uchiha Gen's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. The prospect of encountering Uchiha Madara was far more thrilling than that of the tailed beasts. He yearned for a battle with a powerful adversary to transcend his limits. What rating will the panel grant you, Madara? Celestial King, or perhaps Champion? As excitement flickered in his eyes, he cast aside all thoughts of tailed beasts and the third Mizukage. Delicacies come in various tiers. With this thought, he swiftly formed hand seals, channeling the power anchored in Uchiha Obito's eyes as an anchor. Uchiha Gen's figure vanished from atop the gigantic sea creature. Time moved forward. In the land of rivers, near the battlefield adjacent to the land of wind, within a dense forest, Uchiha Obito was hastily fleeing alongside Noera Rin and Yui Kurenai, pursued relentlessly by a swarm of puppets. Damn it, why are there Suna ninjas on this path? What about Kurenai-sensei? Uchiha Obito leapt to evade several poisoned Senbon, while simultaneously hurling 3 shuriken toward the trajectory of the incoming needles. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of shuriken clashing echoed as an unsightly shadow emerged from the thicket. Accompanying the shadow was a voice that rasped with malice. Kagutsu Kurori. Uchiha brat, perish. Following the voice, Uchiha Obito beheld a figure draped in a black robe, its hands entwined with chakra threads connecting several puppets. Gripping his kunai tightly, Uchiha Obito fixed his gaze on the cloaked figure, sensing the overwhelming hostility that radiated from him. Even Uchiha Obito, not particularly astute, could discern that the black-robed man's intent was not the supplies they were escorting, but rather his very existence. Fire style, great fireball technique. As the black ant puppet lunged toward him, Uchiha Obito discreetly glanced back at the forest behind him, then swiftly formed hand seals. Boom. The searing fireball struck the pitch-black puppet, igniting sparks in all directions. Futile. This puppet was crafted specifically for vengeance against your Uchiha clan. Your level of fire technique will not inflict any damage upon my Kurori. Resign yourself to the depths of hell. The black-robed figure's voice seethed with hatred. Die, brat. With a furious roar, he beckoned, and the black ant unfurled several arms, each armed with venomous blades. Under the control of the figure in the black cloak, the black ant moved with astonishing speed. 3 streaks of white light flashed by, and Uchiha Obito was unable to evade as the black ant's sharp claws left 3 dark blood trails across his face. Obito, ensnaring tree of illusions. Injured, Uchiha Obito's comrades, Noera Rin and Yui Kurenai, who were hiding behind him in the forest, immediately voiced their concerns, worried for their teammate. Meanwhile, Kurenai swiftly formed hand seals, attempting to influence the figure in the black cloak with her Jinjutsu, as the black ant charged towards Obito once more. It's futile. A puppet's host is impervious to illusions. Do you think I would allow my true self to be exposed? I am not a fool like Toby. Toby, why are you so foolish as to disregard Yuzu-sensei's advice? The puppet master's true body is frail. All you had to do was hide well, Toby. Toby is such a gentle person, and yet it is because of you Uchiha lunatics that he... Oh, you Uchiha scum. All of you deserve to die. The figure in the black cloak looked at Kurenai, who was attempting to cast illusions on him, and could not help but break into manic laughter. However, amid his laughter, he began to weep, descending into a state of utter madness. What is this Toby nonsense? I do not know him. Yet, judging by your words, It seems he must have perished at the hands of the Uchiha clan. But so what? This is a war between villages, and we are enemies. Even if this Tobi you speak of was gentle, that is only in your eyes. To us in Konoha, he is merely an enemy, nothing more. Thus, we Uchiha feel no guilt for his death, nor do we care at all. Shien once said he would lead the Uchiha clan back to the pinnacle of the ninja world, and therefore, I, Uchiha Obito, shall not fall here. I aim to become a man like Shien. Clutching the wound on his face, Obito fixed his gaze upon the deranged visage of the figure in black, a surge of crimson blossoming in his eyes. One Tomo Sharingan. Activate. Obito, remember, the power of the Sharingan stems from protection and love. Once you comprehend what it means to love and protect, the Sharingan shall respond whenever you seek strength. The words of Uchiha Shien resonated softly in Obito's heart. Feeling the chakra surging within him, Obito clenched his fist tightly. With Rin and my comrades behind me, I cannot afford to lose. Obito raised his kunai before him, his single Tomo Sharingan spinning gently. It's this damned eye. If not for this eye, Tobi would not have perished. Damn Uchiha brat. Die. Commanding the Black Ant to unleash devastation. As Obito activated his Sharingan, the already deranged figure in black became even more unhinged, and the Black Ant puppet emitted a series of ominous clicks under his madness. In Obito's vision, the Black Ant puppet transformed into an entirely unstable chakra bomb. Chapter 117. Uchiha Madara, is this guy mad? Rin, run. Seeing the imminent explosion, Obito quickly turned, grasping Noira Rin and Yuhi Kurenai to flee the scene. In his view, the puppet was about to explode. Although he could not comprehend why the figure in black would act so irrationally upon seeing him activate his eye, there was no time for further thought. It's all because of this eye. This eye has revealed Tobi's whereabouts. I must not end up like Tobi. Die, Uchiha brat. Boom. A blinding fireball erupted, the tremendous sound of the explosion reverberating through the sky, engulfing the figure in black and the three of them in flames. Intense pain accompanied by a searing sensation surged through Obito's back as he gritted his teeth, tightly clutching the two girls in his arms, using his body as a shield to protect them from the inferno behind him. The excruciating agony compelled Obito to curse the madness of the figure in black. Glancing down at the girls in his embrace, his Sharingan involuntarily split once more, the eye seeming on the verge of further division, yet after a few frantic rotations, it gradually settled. 2 Tomo Sharingan. Activate. Regrettably, I have yet to confess my feelings before facing death. Rin, I'm sorry. The overwhelming pain caused Obito's consciousness to fade. In the haze, the explosion's flames pierced through the bodies of Obito and the two girls, striking the ground directly. After the explosion, silence descended. Although much of the blast damage was mitigated by Obito, the shockwave still rendered the two girls unconscious, as if the attack had penetrated their very beings. Kurizetsu emerged slowly from the crater left by the explosion, gazing thoughtfully at the three who lay unconscious on the ground. He had been fixated on Uchiha Obito, for although Obito needed to suffer significant injury to implant the white Zetsu spores, he could not allow him to perish. Thus, the strange reaction Obito had displayed earlier was something he had confirmed he had not misinterpreted. Let us take him back to Madara. Kurizetsu stepped forward, reaching out to lift Obito when suddenly, Obito's eyes snapped open. A pair of 6 Tomo Sharingan, entirely different from a normal Sharingan, glimmered in his gaze. With purple arcs swirling within, a tremendous mental force erupting from his eyes. Mental surge. The violent psychic shock caused Kurizetsu to halt. A wave of intense pain radiating throughout his body, a sensation he had never experienced before, directly assaulting the essence of his soul bestowed by Otsutsuki Kagaya. In agony, Kurizetsu swiftly detached from the white Zetsu he had been possessing, retreating towards the ground. The white Zetsu, now devoid of Kurizetsu's presence, questioned in confusion, unable to comprehend why Kurizetsu had suddenly abandoned the mission. Unfortunately, he was too late. In the next moment, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from behind him. The white Zetsu turned to see a pair of eyes, identical to those of Uchiha Obito lying on the ground, shimmering with an eerie light. Who are you? With those eyes, are you also of Madara's kin? The white Zetsu tilted its head, staring perplexedly at the suddenly appearing Uchiha Shien. However, disregarding the white Zetsu's inquiry, Uchiha Shien approached Obito, observing the burns on his back, his brow furrowing. Although he had studied medical ninjutsu, he knew he could not treat such severe burns. Let us take him back to Konoha. Only that woman can heal this level of injury. Extending his hand, he performed a simple healing technique on Obito before marking the back of his neck with the Uchiha clan's Flying Thunder God seal and then formed hand seals with one hand. In an instant, Obito vanished from before Uchiha Gen. The Flying Thunder God technique. After the Uchiha clan successfully staged a coup, Uchiha Gen had unearthed the sealing book and incorporated it into the Uchiha clan's collection. Among the various techniques documented within, he had selected several useful ones to learn. Naturally, the Flying Thunder God technique, well suited for instantaneous movement, was included. Although instantaneous movement was convenient, it had many limitations compared to the Flying Thunder God technique, prompting Uchiha Gen to choose to combine the two. He disappeared. Hey, where did you take Uchiha Obito? This is my mission. As Obito suddenly vanished, the White Zetsu standing behind Uchiha Gen immediately began to shout in protest. Upon casually returning Yi Yuanlin and Shi Rihong to Mu Yi, Uchiha Gen lifted his head, coldly observing the still shouting Baiju. Within his eyes, the Sharingan slowly rotated. Silence, summon forth the individual lurking behind you. The influx of ocular power abruptly halted Baiju's cries. Uchiha Gen gazed indifferently at the figure before him, and soon, that power sought out the repressed sealing jutsu hidden within Baiju. A cautious individual like Uchiha Madara would undoubtedly have established defenses within Baiju. The ocular energy forcefully breached the seal, and in an instant, another chilling ocular power emerged within Baiju, intertwining with Uchiha Gen's. The unique communication of the Uchiha clan commenced. The world began to collapse and transform, enveloped entirely in a blinding white light. Uchiha Gen's silhouette gradually materialized within this pure white expanse, a Jinjutsu realm constructed by the ocular energies of both Uchiha Gen and Uchiha Madara. You have arrived. This level of ocular power reveals that you have indeed activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. Gen, as one who has inherited my will, you seem to possess substantial knowledge. In the deepest recesses of the pure white space, Uchiha Madara reclined upon a stone chair, a smile gracing his countenance as he spoke softly. In this illusionary world, he maintained the youthful appearance of his prime, a stark contrast to his actual decrepit and powerless form, bringing him great delight. Inherit my will? Uchiha Madara, have you hidden away in the shadows, your mind corrupted? My will far exceeds what you term as will. The corners of Uchiha Gen's mouth lifted as he regarded Uchiha Madara seated across from him, his own mood equally buoyant. As a junior, you seem to lack a modicum of courtesy. Uchiha Madara's expression turned cold, a vast surge of ocular power radiating from him, transforming the entire pure white space into a sanguine hue. The stone chair beneath Uchiha Madara morphed into a mountain of corpses, rising from a sea of blood, every skeletal remnant emitting wails of despair. Uchiha Madara looked down upon Uchiha Gen at the foot of the corpse mountain, a smirk playing upon his lips. Chapter 118. Dialogue upon the flesh and bone. Uchiha Madara once again experienced the power he wielded in his youth. Although merely manifested within the Jinjutsu realm, it still brought him immense pleasure, further solidifying his ambitions. Infinite Tsukuyami. Once unleashed, the entire world shall descend into such bliss, devoid of regret and war. Amidst his exultation, Uchiha Madara looked down at Uchiha Gen. Gen, to awaken these eyes at such a young age is commendable. However, your perspective renders you somewhat foolish. Your eyes are merely an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan. You must understand that disparities exist even among Mangekyo. Your ocular power holds no potential against me. Follow me, and I shall grant your eyes a new evolution. As Uchiha Madara spoke, terrifying ocular energy filled the entire sanguine space, intensifying the horror of the corpse mountain. An intangible pressure bore down upon Uchiha Gen's shoulders, compelling him to stifle a laugh. A smile spread across Uchiha Gen's face as he surveyed the blood-soaked landscape shaped by the ocular energy. He could not repress his joy. Ordinary Mangekyo? My understanding is foolish. Uchiha Madara, I return this sentiment to you. After all these years, your insights remain painfully shallow. I have never claimed that the eyes I awakened are mere Mangekyo. Uchiha Madara, congratulations, you shall witness the final evolution of these eyes. In an instant, a surge of ocular power, far surpassing Uchiha Madara's expectations, erupted from Uchiha Gen's eyes, causing the corpse mountain to collapse and the blood river to drain, with a layer of purple enveloping the sanguine surroundings. This sudden turn of events froze the smile on Uchiha Madara's face, the emergence of this ocular power igniting surprise within him. Unlike the typical ocular powers of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Gen seemed impure, intertwined with other unknown forces. This presence elevated Uchiha Gen's ocular prowess. No wonder you possess such confidence in locating me through your ocular power. Ha ha ha, remarkable junior. Leveraging external forces to elevate the Sharingan and awaken new eyes. Since they are new eyes, have you thereby circumvented the detrimental side effects of the Mangekyo? Uchiha Gen. Impressive. In this regard, I cannot compare to you. Your emergence is too late. After a mere confirmation, Uchiha Madara discerned the distinct differences between his ocular power and that of Uchiha Gen. Observing Uchiha Gen's still somewhat youthful visage, a memory of Uchiha Izuna surfaced in Uchiha Madara's mind. If only he had discovered a method to evade the blindness caused by the Mangekyo and acquired eternal power, perhaps Izuna's sacrifice could have been averted. Uchiha Madara. I must remind you that I have never acknowledged you as my senior. Your name has long ceased to exist within the Uchiha clan's ancestral hall. In other words, you have already been forsaken by the Uchiha clan. You now share no ties with us. To Uchiha Gen, Uchiha Madara, who could turn against his own kin, no longer qualified as a true Uchiha, even if his actions were driven by a profound love for his cause. Yet what of it? In Uchiha Gen's eyes, his kin were of far greater significance. During their discourse, Uchiha Gen raised a hand, manifesting countless spears forged from spiritual energy beside him. Before we engage in earnest, let us first indulge in some entertainment within this illusionary realm. The spears shot forth, and Uchiha Madara unleashed a violent surge of ocular power, summoning a blood-red crescent moon that cast a ghastly light, instantly dissolving all the spears. It appears I have overestimated you, Uchiha Gen. Your understanding remains confined to that of the clan. You are, after all, rather limited. Uchiha Gen, your talent has indeed brought you before me to challenge my understanding. However, your grasp is lamentably naive. I had thought you capable of overturning the Uchiha clan's destined demise, but it seems you remain as childish as the others. Uchiha Gen. It was never the Uchiha clan that abandoned me. Rather, it was I who forsook the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's eyes glinted with coldness as he regarded Uchiha Gen, his thoughts drifting back to that dusky evening, when not a single clan member had followed him. Solitude consumed him. Uchiha Gen, confront reality. This world is rife with disappointments. The longer I live, the more I perceive only despair, suffering, and loneliness. All things in this world are similar. Where there is light, there must be darkness. As long as the concept of a victor exists, so too must there be a vanquished. The desire to protect peace, a form of self-serving ideology, inevitably breeds conflict. In the name of love, hatred is born. This is the law of causality, inseparable from the fabric of existence. It is reality. If your vision remains shackled to the clan, you shall never comprehend the pursuits of individuals like myself and Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Gen. Your future should not be thus. Follow me, and I shall guide you to discover what true aspiration is. Uchiha Madara did not respond with anger to Uchiha Gen's words, instead extending his hand in invitation. Simultaneously, a colossal Susanoo materialized behind him, aiming a sweeping strike at Uchiha Gen. No need. One who merely lurks in the shadows, awaiting opportunity, can never grasp my philosophy. You possess strength and ability, yet choose not to pursue unity. Such a being, I do not deem worthy of my following. Uchiha Madara, you should have perished long ago, on that day after the peace proposal when you departed alone into the twilight. The one seeking unity is you. It is also you who wishes for Uchiha to abandon the stability of their current existence. What justifies this? Had the clan members not experienced the tranquility that ensued after the village's establishment, they would undoubtedly follow you in departure. Yet, what of the tumult of the Warring States period, which you have personally endured? How can you, as the clan leader of that time, fail to comprehend the essence of recuperation? What gives you the audacity to believe that Uchiha, who has just attained peace and welcomed a child, would continue to pursue an uncertain future alongside you? Uchiha Gen, with an expression of calm detachment, summoned his Susanoo, which rose majestically, its dragon claws extending to intercept Uchiha Obito's Susanoo blade. Gazing at Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Gen spoke coldly. Within the Uchiha clan, there were children from that era who had conversed with Gen about Obito's intentions. From both perspectives, one could perceive the insanity in the other's stance. Chapter 119. Exhausting all efforts to bring me joy, it is devoid of meaning. Uchiha Gen. Our perspectives do not reside on the same plane, and you cannot fathom the profound love that dwells within my heart. My vision has long transcended the confines of a single clan. You were not a witness to the events of that time, and thus are unqualified to inquire of me. Upon Hashirama's ascension to Hokage, I foresaw the demise of the Uchiha clan. With Senju Hashirama in place, the Uchiha would inevitably face exclusion within Konoha. Therefore, silence yourself, old man. There is no need for such extensive explanations. As you have stated, it is meaningless. If you believe your ideology to be correct, then prove it through strength. The Uchiha have always revered strength above all. Uchiha Obito, come forth and conquer me. The two Susanoo clashed, their overwhelming might reverberating throughout the realm of illusion. The corners of Uchiha Gen's mouth curled slightly. It was time to conclude the sermon. A tempest of spiritual power erupted from his eyes, altering the surroundings as a cataclysmic sandstorm engulfed the entire illusionary world. The Susanoo of Uchiha Obito diminished rapidly under the onslaught of the tempest, soon reduced to mere skeletal remains. Observing the battle-hungry countenance of Uchiha Gen, Uchiha Obito laughed heartily. How long has it been? Aside from Senju Hashirama, it has been ages since anyone dared to unleash such fierce battle intent against him. Even that foolish Senju Tobarama only dared to scheme from the shadows. It had been far too long enough for him to forget the fervor of combat. Gen, perhaps we each harbor our own philosophies. Yet we share an undeniable commonality, a yearning to engage the strong in battle. The combat within the realm of illusion, no matter how splendid, is ultimately a fabrication. Come find me. I await you at the graveyard of mountains, hoping it will not become your final resting place. Uchiha Obito did not resist the encroaching storm, and soon his Susanoo was entirely consumed, the crimson tomo of his Sharingan glimmering ominously in the desert. Ultimately, Uchiha Obito's form gradually faded from the illusionary realm, and in an instant, the realm collapsed, losing one of its bearers. Uchiha Gen's vision returned to the forest where Baiju resided. Green shoots had begun to sprout from Baiju, indicating a return to life. Observing this, Uchiha Gen merely raised a hand, sealing technique inscribed upon Baiju's form. The Hashirama cells within Baiju remained relatively stable, ideal for those clan members who would later awaken their Mangekyo Sharingan. In this war, nearly all of the Uchiha clan's Chunin and above had taken to the battlefield. War serves as the finest catalyst for the Uchiha, despite the inevitable casualties. They care not when weighed against the clan's glory. Since the Uchiha have initiated a coup, they will demonstrate through their strength the righteousness of their cause. After sealing Baiju, Uchiha Gen retrieved a sealing scroll crafted by Uzumaki Kushina, pressing it against Baiju. Baiju cannot truly be considered a living entity. Thus, sealing him is feasible. The graveyard of mountains, or might it be? After sealing Baiju, Uchiha Gen lowered his head in contemplation. Seemingly unfamiliar with the geographical locations of the ninja world. The graveyard of mountains. Uchiha Obito reclined upon a stone seat, laughing heartily. How long has it been since someone so intriguing has appeared? Someone who shares his ideals for peace in the ninja world and possesses talent akin to his own. Unfortunately, Uchiha Gen does not endorse his philosophy, nor does Uchiha Obito accept Gen's beliefs. Unity? Has Uchiha Obito truly never contemplated it? He has. Yet he also comprehends the insatiable nature of human greed. Mortality eventually claims us all, when one capable of maintaining peace in the ninja world passes. The emergence of new turmoil is inevitable, leading to war once again. He and Hashirama can suppress an era, but then what? Once he and Hashirama enter the Pure Land, Konoha will become a target. Obito understands Hashirama's distribution of tailed beasts, for Konoha lacks the capability to control all 9. Without the suppression of Hashirama's would release. Even a mere 2 or 3-tailed beasts could plunge Konoha into chaos, which is why Hashirama chose to distribute them. The methods Uchiha Gen seeks to unify the ninja world and pursue peace were long ago dismissed by Uchiha Obito and Senju Hashirama. Are you prepared to bear a body capable of containing my ocular power? After the laughter subsided, Uchiha Obito spoke solemnly into the darkness. Oh, are you ready to use it so soon, Lord Obito? I have been prepared for quite some time. But I too am eager to explore the sensations of controlling another's body. Wouldn't it be delightful to experience what it feels like to relieve oneself? A grotesquely shaped Baiju emerged from the wall, grinning mischievously as he addressed Uchiha Obito. Once you are ready, bring it forth, Uchiha Gen. I hope your strength can also bring me joy. Real battles are not won merely through ocular prowess, unlike the realm of illusion. Uchiha Obito's eyes sparkled with the same battle intent as Uchiha Gen. It has been too long since he last tasted combat. Although engaging in battle with Uchiha Gen would undoubtedly disrupt his plans, what of it? He is Uchiha Obito. Ahead lies the so-called graveyard of mountains. How difficult it is to locate, yet how fortunate he is to find such a secluded spot. Uchiha Gen stood atop a desolate cliff, casting a disdainful glance at his surroundings. Sensing the malevolent chakra emanating from ahead, he could not help but grimace, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. Only one thing could elicit such a reaction: the outer path golem. Before embarking on this perfect battle, let us enhance this splendid confrontation with something even more magnificent. Gazing at the expanse of gravel ahead, Uchiha Gen smirked, raising a hand as his consciousness plunged into the ceiling space. The stored summoning opportunities were just sufficient for a delightful 10 consecutive draws. Uchiha Obito, exhaust yourself to bring me joy. Chapter 120. Summoning cards within the Flaming Dragon Valley. Uchiha Gen's figure materialized. Raising a hand, countless luminous streams swirled around him, enveloping him in a myriad of cards that danced like shooting stars. With a gentle tap, 10 beams of light flickered and soared before Uchiha Gen. The moment the card draw was completed, the multitude of cards surrounding him shattered into countless fragments of light. Giant Charcoal Mountain Trait card. Fire Absorption Trait. Immune to fire damage and absorbs flames to enhance one's own fire-based techniques. 1. Basic Energy card. Dragon type and energy card that slightly enhances the user's power within the same type. With a small chance to acquire the special talent, Dragon's Might upon first use. 2. Basic Energy card. Evil type and energy card that slightly enhances the user's power within the same type. 3. Fire EV skill card. Fire type skill. Flame Burst emits a wave of intense heat to scorch opponents. Can be fused with trainer skill. Fire Release, compatibility 96. 4. Advanced Basic Energy card. Electric type and energy card that significantly enhances the user's power within the same type, with a small chance to master electric type skills. 5. Item. Advanced Magical Candy card. A special item that grants a magical candy with sublimation power upon use, allowing Pokémon below level 80 to level up without side effects. 10 cards were laid out sequentially before Uchiha Gen. Gazing at the 10 Pokémon cards, a smirk crept onto Uchiha Gen's lips. Uchiha Madara, why must you be so unfortunate? Observing the characteristic card drawn once more, Uchiha Gen reached out and crushed it in an instant, absorbing its power. With this characteristic, Uchiha Gen would perfectly counter all fire release ninjas. And this card, is it on par with the psychic cards? After absorbing the characteristic card, Uchiha Gen pondered whether to use the electric type card immediately or to combine it with the psychic type card. After all, in his estimation, using the psychic card would allow him to evolve his eyes through a clash of ocular powers after battling Uchiha Madara. Stowing the advanced electric type card away, Uchiha Gen turned his gaze to the other cards. Ultimately, aside from the skill card he chose to use immediately, he opted to arrange the remaining energy cards and candy in the same manner as the electric type card. Unlike before, when he had suppressed the evolution of his Mangekyo Sharingan, after unexpectedly evolving due to absorbing ghost type energy, his eyes now remained in a state of insatiable hunger. Yearning for all Pokémon energy, Uchiha Gen had a premonition that once these eyes fully awakened, his existence would ascend to the realm of the Six Paths. With this thought, Uchiha Gen could not help but anticipate the imminent battle. After all, in the current world of ninjas, aside from the concealed Otsutsuki Ishiki, only Uchiha Madara could provide him with the thrill of combat. Are you all prepared for a new round of battle? With all cards collected, Uchiha Gen lifted his head, his Pokémon standing resolutely by his side, brimming with fighting spirit. A roar reverberated throughout the Charizard Valley, not from Charizard, but from the youngest brother, Bangelis. Now evolved into the Desert Monarch, Bangelis possessed a fervor for battle even greater than Charizard, relishing the sensation of his trainer using his strength to vanquish foes. Observing this, Charizard felt a twinge of helplessness, wondering how many times Bangelis had sought him out for a spar since evolving from Shaquilas. Countless, utterly countless. Every time they fought. After losing, Bangelis would retreat to gnaw on or, then returned to Charizard Valley to challenge him again. This cycle persisted without any alteration. With a sigh, Charizard mused about the burdensome nature of being the elder. Who could tell him why his once amiable younger brother had transformed so rapidly into a mirror image of the two of them? After sighing, Charizard turned to look at Shinado and Gengar, his small eyes filled with inquiry. Sensing this, Shinado and Gengar exchanged glances and instinctively averted their eyes. Shinado feigned ignorance. Gengar feigned ignorance. What a disingenuous atmosphere this was. This body could only utilize about 80% of my peak strength. Though not much, it suffices. What is that little brat up to? Didn't he say he had already entered the territory of the Bear Kingdom? Where is he now? Uchiha Madara, maneuvering his specially crafted body with the technique of the elephant's transformation, furrowed his brow as he observed the power within him, turning to Baiju beside him to inquire. Just in front of the graveyard. But after he arrived here, he just stood still, as if waiting for Lord Madara to approach rather than coming to us. Baiju replied cheerfully, waving a small stick he had procured from unknown origins. Humph, clearly lacking any sense of humility. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's brow furrowed again. But recalling his conversation with Uchiha Gen in the illusionary realm, he relaxed his tense features. Such a small brat, it is to be expected that he lacks manners. Thus, as a senior, let me teach him what propriety entails. Uchiha Madara picked up the fan and scythe leaning against the stone chair and strode toward the cave entrance. A vast surge of chakra enveloped him, and the three-tomo Sharingan within his eyes surged with a terrifying power. Uchiha Gen's repeated provocations had begun to irk him. Why is he coming over on his own? It seems he is not entirely lost to age. He still yearns for battle. Exiting the sealed space, Uchiha Gen was taken aback to find Uchiha Madara's chakra response growing ever closer. Fire release, great fire extinguish. Before Uchiha Madara could approach, Uchiha Gen had already formed the necessary seals. As the final seal was completed, a sea of flames surged forth, casting a shadow that obscured the sky and earth. The roaring flames transforming the desolate wasteland into a cataclysmic inferno. In the barren expanse, Uchiha Gen looked up at the boundless sea of flames, unable to suppress a smile. Look, what a fortunate coincidence. What splendid fire release. As the sea of flames descended, it engulfed Uchiha Gen in an instant, the searing heat scorching the earth. The desolate wasteland cracking under the intensity, the fiery waves surging forth to obliterate everything. Chapter 121, A Common Mortal. Is such gentle fire your way of greeting? Madara, it appears your reputation as the Shura of the ninja world may not be entirely justified. Uchiha Gen's voice resonated softly amidst the flames. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's brow furrowed slightly. He had considerable confidence in his fire release. Even Hashirama's release would require effort to counter it. The flames surged, forming a dragon-shaped blaze that enveloped the youth, Uchiha Gen, as he stepped forth from the inferno. With each stride, the dragon-shaped flames solidified further, and the surrounding sea of flames gradually receded. Uchiha Gen had directly absorbed Uchiha Madara's fire release. The characteristic of igniting fire had revealed its might. However, a return gesture was in order. Raising his hand, an infinite blaze erupted forth. The fire dragon let out a roar. Flame whirlwind. The fire dragon roared forth, its fierce flames soaring skyward, instantly transforming the barren wasteland into a hellish landscape. The flames illuminated the desolate terrain, and Uchiha Gen's already terrifyingly high-temperature fire, after absorbing Uchiha Madara's fire release, became even more fearsome, the scorching heat distorting the air and turning the battlefield into a realm of fire. Uchiha Madara's brow tightened slightly. Uchiha Gen's abilities had exceeded his expectations. He had directly immunized and absorbed his fire release. Could it be the power of the underworld? No. Setting aside the impossibility of the Uchiha bloodline mastering such an external technique, the chakra used in his fire release was certainly beyond the capacity of the underworld bloodline. So, was it the ocular technique of his eyes? How intriguing. Uchiha Madara flicked his fan sharply, generating a fierce wind that isolated all flames, then gazed at Uchiha Gen's figure, unable to resist a smirk. In this initial encounter, he was already filled with excitement. The Uchiha fan. You have no right to wield such an item. Uchiha Gen pressed closely against Uchiha Madara, and with a swift motion, azure dragon claws erupted from his hand, striking out. Boom. Uchiha Madara instantly reacted, raising the fan to block the attack. This is indeed my possession. Naturally, I have the right to use it. However, The space-time ninjutsu that can be executed without marking, Xian. It seems your innate talent in space-time techniques far exceeds that of a mere failure. The failure you speak of must be Senju Tobarama, right? To some extent, he is quite useful. Observing Uchiha Madara successfully defending against his dragon claws, Uchiha Xian smirked and exerted his strength. Boom. The ground caved in, and Uchiha Madara's body sank suddenly. An overwhelming force emanated from Uchiha Xian's dragon claws, transmitting an immense pressure onto Madara's fan. A layer of deep blue chakra armor manifested around Uchiha Madara, barely absorbing the impact of Xian's strike. Senju's monstrous strength? No. Even Hashirama's extraordinary might stems from the sage body, combined with meticulous chakra manipulation. Your power resembles that of raw physical strength. Have you awakened the sage body? No. I sense no yang release from you. Uchiha Xian, what manner of monster are you? Bearing the tremendous force from the fan, Uchiha Madara spoke solemnly. Even with Susanu's armor for support, his arms were bulging with veins. Madara had a premonition that if this were his true body rather than a mere projection, such a simple strike could shatter him. To be called a monster by someone like you is indeed an honor, Madara. If this is all you can muster, I might become quite displeased. Uchiha Xian maintained his smile and pressed down with renewed vigor, yet Uchiha Madara suddenly unleashed a similar force, flinging Xian's dragon claws aside. Senju's monstrous strength? TSK, what a shame. In that fleeting moment, Uchiha Xian immediately realized the source of Madara's sudden outburst of power. Humph. After years of battling Hashirama, my Sharingan has copied all of his abilities, save for wood release. Moreover, the meticulous control of chakra is something no one can master better than us Uchihas. As for shame, the primary goal of battle is to eliminate the opponent. Thus, any technique that achieves that end is valid. The moment Uchiha Xian was repelled, Uchiha Madara flicked his wrist, sending a chain bound to a scythe hurtling toward Xian. The scythe, glinting with a chilling edge, aimed directly for Xian's heart. However, an invisible force suddenly intercepted Madara's scythe before it could reach its target. A power reminiscent of the Rinnegan. Xian, it appears that your eyes represent a significant evolution. Xian, I see in you the strengths of everyone from our era. You are like a fusion of the Senju brothers and myself, Uchiha Madara. Such a being is indeed a remarkable monster. Upon witnessing his scythe ensnared by an intangible force, a glimmer of realization flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes. He finally understood why Uchiha Xian's power felt somewhat familiar. This invisible control is precisely the power inherent to the Rinnegan, is it not? Uchiha Xian's presence was utterly enchanting. Possessing a physique as formidable as Hashirama's, similar eyes, and the ninjutsu abilities of that failure, Tobarama. Such an Uchiha Xian brought him joy. Unexpectedly, aside from Hashirama, another ninja could elicit such delight. At that moment, Uchiha Madara grew curious about what kind of eyes Uchiha Xian possessed, given their striking similarity to the Rinnegan. The evolution Xian spoke of, this battle promises to be quite entertaining. Lightning release, in release, thunder technique. With that declaration, Uchiha Madara relinquished the chain from the fan, abandoning the scythe, and slung the fan onto his back, beginning to form seals with his hands. Since fire release proved ineffective, what of lightning release? Darkened lightning flickered, and the tumultuous thunder intertwined with the surrounding flames, producing a cacophony of explosions. In the blink of an eye, a sea of lightning materialized. In the hands of a ninja like Uchiha Madara, all ninjutsu lost its original color. Only a violent force akin to divine retribution remained. Fusion? Uchiha Madara, you certainly have a penchant for self-aggrandizement. You and your ilk are merely ordinary beings born in an era devoid of my presence. If I had lived during the Warring States period, the ninja world would not have known your legends. Had we been of the same age, this battle would not even exist. Uchiha Madara, cease your baseless proclamations. This is a battle. Since it is a battle, your primary task is to unleash your full strength and allow me to revel in it. Uchiha Xian coldly regarded the overwhelming tide of lightning approaching him. A sandstorm erupted. Wind and sand clashed with thunder. Dragon shadows danced within the valley. The meditative mental force surged within the hall. Ghostly laughter echoed in the darkness, and a melodious energy surged upon the tyrant's form. Boundless power coursed through Uchiha Xian's body, violet light flickering within his eyes. Quicksand. Hell. The sandstorm rapidly eroded the lightning and swiftly altered the surrounding environment, causing the fiery domain to vanish, replaced by an impenetrable sandstorm. Ha ha ha. An intriguing technique. You have even mastered the techniques of Sunagakure? No, this surpasses the techniques of Sunagakure. Uchiha Gen. You are correct. With your current strength at your age, even combined, Hashirama and I would not match you. In terms of your talent, I am inclined to deem you the strongest. However, even you shall ultimately be unable to defeat me. Though your eyes are commendable, there remains an abyssal gap between the Uchiha. Uchiha Gen. You must understand one thing. In this battle, you are the challenger. The howling winds tousled Uchiha Madara's long hair, and madness danced in his eyes as terrifying ocular power surged forth. Within his eye sockets, the three-tomo Sharingan seemed unable to contain his power, trembling violently as the three-tomo spun rapidly, nearly connecting into a line. In the next moment, a deep blue Susanoo enveloped Uchiha Madara, lifting him into the air. The half-formed Susanoo swung its long sword toward Uchiha Gen, who was engulfed in the sandstorm, slicing through the air with a massive blade that sent shockwaves rippling through the entire space. Having previously experienced the erosion of Susanoo by the sandstorm in the realm of illusions, Uchiha Madara now channeled all his ocular power into Susanoo. At this moment, Susanoo transformed into a demonic entity, emanating a terrifying aura that could be felt by all within the Bear Country. Yes, reveal more power. It brings me delight, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Gen's expression mirrored a hint of madness as Madara's ocular power resonated with his own Sharingan, causing his six-tomo Sharingan to whirl rapidly. Mental fortitude surged forth. A torrent of overwhelming psychic energy erupted, penetrating through the sandstorm and Susanoo's defenses. An attack aimed at the soul detonated upon Uchiha Madara's spiritual anchor. Pain surged. Uchiha Madara clutched his forehead and let out maniacal laughter. How delightful! This battle with Uchiha Gen is truly exhilarating. You are entirely unaware of the nature of the force your opponent may wield to strike. This battle, steeped in uncertainty, is even more exhilarating than the confrontation with Chansho Zhujian. Uchiha Gen, continue to unveil your power to me. Moku no Jutsu, the wood release technique. A visage manifested upon the chest of Uchiha Madara, who swiftly formed seals with both hands, more familiar to him than his own fire release. Beneath the Susanoo, a tree surged from the ground, rapidly transforming into a wooden figure that filled the Susanoo, while Uchiha Madara stood atop the wooden figure. Come forth, Uchiha Gen. Perched on the wooden figure's head, Uchiha Madara held a folding fan in his left hand and raised a finger with his right, pointing at Uchiha Gen. The adrenaline of battle was a sensation he had not experienced in quite some time. The wooden figure struck with a punch, causing a sandstorm to erupt. However, in the face of the wooden figure's assault, Uchiha Gen refrained from employing the Susanoo for defense. Instead, an immense power surged within him, unleashing invisible telekinetic strikes. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding detonations echoed across the desert expanse as the two strongest Uchiha from different eras clashed fiercely. The confrontation involved various ninjutsu techniques beyond fire release and the collision of abilities as the powers of their eyes collided. The original three-tomo Sharingan of Uchiha Madara could scarcely contain the overwhelming ocular power of both himself and Uchiha Gen, resulting in streams of blood and tears flowing from his eyes. His pupils had reached the limit of what the three-tomo Sharingan could govern. Yet, Uchiha Madara remained unfazed. After all, he possessed many such eyes. Uchiha Gen, Uchiha Madara, invigorated, his black hair billowing, could not help but call out Uchiha Gen's name amidst the tears of blood. Fool. Observing that Uchiha Madara seemed to regard himself as Chansho Zhujian. A glimmer of disdain crossed Uchiha Gen's gaze as he continually summoned his psychic energy toward his eyes. Uchiha Madara's vision was on the verge of collapsing. He could not afford to squander the unique ocular power bestowed by Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan. The surging psychic energy continued to swell. The strength of the ghostly realm intertwined with malevolent energy. The seeds of two ocular techniques began to sprout amidst the confluence of these three forces, as psychic and ghostly energies swiftly merged into the budding ocular seeds. With the potent stimulation from Uchiha Madara's immense ocular power, coupled with the accumulated psychic energy and ghostly strength and the malevolent energy derived from Bandiculas, Uchiha Gen finally seized the opportunity for evolution amidst the deepening battle with Uchiha Madara. Charizard, are you ready? After cleaving a wooden dragon into segments with a dragon claw, Uchiha Gen communicated fervently with the Charizard within him. Roar. The dancing dragon shadow responded with a powerful roar. Then, Uchiha Madara. Bear witness. The evolution of these eyes. From this moment forth in the ninja world, there shall be no more shinobi Azura or shinobi deity. There is only I, Uchiha Gen. Today, a legend is forged. Ascending to the six paths. Charizard. Mega Evolution. A cascade of vibrant colors enveloped Uchiha Gen, and within the Charizard Valley. Charizard was similarly wrapped in radiant hues. With no intention of concealing Charizard's existence, Uchiha Gen, now wielding sufficient power, sought only to declare their presence to the ninja world. Countless energy cards fluttered within the ceiling space, and under Uchiha Gen's command, they shattered into streams of light, merging into his very being. The first to shatter was the basic psychic energy card, which had been intended for unlocking the Mangekyo or resolving the issue of blindness. Now, it became the fuel for the evolution of his eyes. As the light flowed, the connection between Uchiha Gen and Charizard grew more intimate. With the shattering of the card, the luminous energy infused into Uchiha Gen's eyes, unleashing a psychic force powerful enough to alter everything around him. Uchiha Gen's left eye, housing 6 tomo, was instantly shattered by this overwhelming psychic energy, leaving behind a faint red and purple gaze. Yet, in the next moment, a surge of creative power emerged as the psychic energy reached a breakthrough, projecting a peculiar light purple pattern upon the depths of Uchiha Gen's left eye. Qianzhouwan. Qianzhouwan represents the absolute totem of the creator deity Arceus. Driven by Uchiha Gen's aspirations, the evolution of the Sharingan, propelled by psychic energy, manifested this pattern. In the next instant, beneath the Qianzhouwan totem, a faint 9-diamond pattern flickered just below as the psychic energy surged. 1/9 of the 9-diamond pattern glimmered with a purple light. As the purple light illuminated, the ocular technique that had been nurtured within his left eye unlocked at that moment. Simultaneously, an electric energy card of equal rank to the basic psychic energy card shattered, merging into the newly awakened eye. The 9-diamond pattern beneath the Qianzhouwan totem sparkled with a golden sheen, and subsequently, the adjacent purple light diamond absorbed all the golden energy and illuminated itself. In tandem, a new ocular technique, representing electrical power, began to take shape. One-eye dual techniques. And that was not all. As the left eye evolved, the right eye's 6 tomo also shattered, forming the same Qianzhouwan pattern. As countless energy cards shattered and merged into the torrent of ghostly energy provided by Gengar. Beneath the Qianzhouwan totem, the 9-diamond pattern shimmered with ethereal light. As the various energies from the cards were assimilated into ghostly power, with 1/9 of the purple light shining, the ocular technique developing in the right eye swiftly activated. Thus, the Sharingan, which had remained in a state of partial evolution, completed its final transformation. At the same time, a kaleidoscope of colors enveloped Uchiha Gen's entire being. The evolution of life levels is now unveiled. The intertwining of ocular power and the radiant hues of super evolution erupted into a cerulean flame that soared above. The desert transformed into arid land, and the sandstorm morphed into flowing lava. Within the ceiling space, cerulean flames engulfed the entirety of Charizard Valley, where a pair of scarlet eyes glimmered with the ferocity of a wild beast. Charizard X. Furthermore, as both the individual and dragon achieved mega evolution, the spark of divine fire ignited simultaneously within their hearts. The levels of life are surging. Power is ascending. The divine flames of the holy fire mingled with the cerulean flames of Charizard X, rapidly integrating into their evolving eyes, where a bright yellow glimmer illuminated the 9-diamond pattern in the right eye. The diamond pattern representing fire power was instantaneously ignited by the divine fire. A new ocular technique began to develop. Unlike the evolution of the Sharingan, which arises from the intense emotions of its wielder, Uchiha Gen now awakened an eye entirely distinct from the Sharingan. The evolution of the Sharingan stems from the profound emotions of its bearer. However, at this moment, Uchiha Gen, driven by the belief within his heart and the yearning for him, has evolved a pair of eyes that bear an uncanny resemblance to his power. He, though but a flicker compared to him, could nonetheless ascend to the pinnacle of this world. The torrent of cerulean flames scorches the world, and from the depths of the flames, a chilling voice resonated throughout existence. Henceforth, I shall stand above the heavens, within the infernal realm formed by cerulean flames. Uchiha Gen declared. A cerulean flame enveloped the slender figure of the youth, whose garments had been consumed by the fire. Yet, the flames wove a new robe that delicately draped over him, fluttering gracefully. His black hair, illuminated by the flames, possessed a fiery quality. Within this inferno, Uchiha Madara, relying on his Susanoo for protection against the searing flames, clenched his fists, his form trembling slightly. Since the end of the Warring States period, he had been one of the strongest in the ninja world, his power sufficient to dominate the 5 nations, which lived under the watchful gaze of his blood-red eyes. Even when facing the so-called god of ninja, Senju Hashirama, he could engage in a bloody battle until the final moment. His arrogance led him to believe that no one in the ninja realm could surpass him or Hashirama, and upon awakening his divine eyes, he had left Hashirama far behind. However, at this moment, as he gazed at the boy within the flames, whose eyes held nothing, he admitted to feeling a twinge of fear. It was not for his life, nor was it a fear of Uchiha Gen's power. Rather, it was the realization that his ideals could not manifest in the ninja world after witnessing Uchiha Gen's current strength. The infinite Tsukuyomi plan faced an unprecedented obstacle, and he lacked the confidence that his current abilities could remove this impediment. Nagato was undoubtedly no match for Uchiha Gen. The boy amidst the flames left Madara feeling utterly powerless, a sensation he had never experienced before. Was this the feeling of super evolution? Indeed, it was quite marvelous. Standing amidst the flames, Uchiha Gen raised his hand gently. At this moment, he finally understood why Naruto, upon receiving the power of the sun, expressed that he could achieve many things now. This sentiment resonated with him as well. The Chienjo arm totem shimmered in Uchiha Gen's eyes, while the 9-pointed star pattern slowly rotated beneath it. Uchiha Gen extended his hand toward the cerulean flames, the 9-pointed star within his left eye bursting forth with power. The superpower ocular technique was activated, allowing him to grasp the super-dimensional mastery. The Sharingan, also known as the Eye of Reflection, was essentially the ability to manifest one's thoughts into reality. Since entering the ninja world, Uchiha Gen had always been proud, fully aware of the true nature of the Hokage's world. This awareness had fostered an unprecedented pride within him, allowing him to engage in jest and camaraderie with others in the ninja realm, even to the point of sparring, yet this could not obscure the inherent contempt within him. In Uchiha Gen's eyes, the entire ninja world was merely a stepping stone towards extraordinary power. Chapter 124, Legend. His gaze had never been directed at the ninja world, nor at the so-called Otsutsuki clan. Even regarding the so-called ascendant, the Otsutsuki god, Uchiha Gen remained unimpressed. The gap in power would eventually be bridged and surpassed. Yet the nobility of identity remained unparalleled. He hailed from a world of higher dimensions. Thus, his will, through the confluence of superpower and Sharingan, birthed his first ocular technique. This power, which could alter the dimensions of existence, was contingent upon Uchiha Gen's understanding of conceptual definitions. For instance, when Uchiha Gen reached out to grasp the nearby cerulean flames, the surge of ocular power allowed him to simply tap, causing the vibrant flames to instantaneously lose their vitality. The entire expanse of fire became starkly out of place, as if Uchiha Gen had effortlessly compressed the very space the flames occupied. Dimensional descent. Observing this, a faint smile graced Uchiha Gen's lips as he waved his hand, prompting the lifeless flames to reignite. The exertion of power did not deplete much ocular energy, nor did it bring about any discomfort. The life-level leap induced by Mega Evolution had enabled Uchiha Gen to wield these eyes with utmost ease, akin to his normal use of the Sharingan. As Uchiha Gen sensed the power within him, a wood dragon roared and lunged forth. Uchiha Madara, despite recognizing the unforeseen variable disrupting his plans, chose to confront it, even if it seemed futile. However, the wood dragon, which instilled fear in over 90% of the ninja realm, was incinerated before it could even approach Uchiha General. Not even a trace of chard would remain. The flames unique to Charizard X, having fused with divine fire and Uchiha Gen's own power, now possessed a terrifying temperature far exceeding that of inferior flames like Amaterasu. Madara's Susanoo could still exist within this fire, but only because Uchiha Gen desired someone to witness the power of his eyes. Am I the challenger? What of now? Casually incinerating the wood dragon, Uchiha Gen wore a gentle smile, radiating warmth like a son of the sun amidst the flames. Uchiha Madara silently regarded the smile on Uchiha Gen's face, finding the youth increasingly irksome. The murderous intent within him waned, yet he remained silent. It was meaningless. The disparity in power left Madara unable to conceive any possibility of vanquishing Uchiha General unless he could reclaim the Rinnegan in his youth. But was that feasible? Nagato was still immature, and the nurturing of the Rinnegan had not yet concluded. The Rinnegan was a natural gift. Observing Uchiha Gen's youthful demeanor, Madara could not help but feel convinced by the youth's earlier words. Had someone like Uchiha Gen existed in his era, perhaps the ninja world would not have retained the legends of him and Hashirama. But what of it? Since the plan had encountered obstacles, at the very least, allow me to engage in a thrilling battle. I am Uchiha Madara. Boom. Chakra and ocular power intertwined and erupted from Madara's form. The armor of Yatagarasu enveloped his Susanoo, which rose majestically. Within Madara's eyes, the three-tomo Sharingan ceased to spin, flickering with red light before extinguishing. Complete Susanoo. Uchiha Madara, with Susanoo, unfurled its colossal wings, wielding dual blades as he cackled maniacally while directing Susanoo to strike at the youth amidst the flames. Witnessing the enormous Susanoo charging toward him, Uchiha Gen opened his arms with a smile, and the Chienjo arm totem shimmered gently in his eyes. At this moment, Uchiha Gen faced the assault of the Shura of the ninja world with remarkable composure. Congratulations, trainer, for defeating a level 89 special power hybrid creature. Original power, level LV91. Unknown reason for level reduction. Trainer experience, 28110. Charizard experience, 28110. Shinado experience, 28110. Gungue experience, 34548. Banjira's experience, 95467. Card draw attempts, 3. Dropped items, 3. Silver Mountain Challenge ticket. Congratulations, trainer, for leveling up. Trainer LV74 to LV78. Congratulations, trainer, Charizard leveled up. LV74 to LV78. Congratulations, trainer, Shinado leveled up. LV74 to LV78. Congratulations, trainer, Gungue leveled up. LV73 to LV78. Congratulations, trainer, Banjira's leveled up. LV57 to LV73. Congratulations, trainer, for successfully challenging the champion battle. Champion battle task progress. 1. Reward. 1 unknown Pokemon egg, 1 random Pokemon card, 1 random Pokemon ability card. Currently, the progress of the Trainer King battle stands at 34. Above the sea of flames, a young man with a gentle smile on his face relishes the experience of a world entirely different beneath those terrifying eyes. Such a world, truly both tedious and fascinating. Within the cavern of the mountain graveyard, Uchiha Madara's consciousness returns to his own body, sensing the dreadful power not far away. And he cannot help but burst into maniacal laughter. Raising his hands, he gazes at the skin of his hands, now aged and unrecognizable. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara feels that everything has lost its significance. His ideals, his pursuits, all have been rendered completely meaningless by the boy not far away. Lord Madara. Perhaps we still have a chance. Kagaya stands behind Uchiha Madara, his voice trembling softly. He is filled with immense fear, unable to comprehend why, among the descendants of Indra, not only Uchiha Madara, who can awaken the Rinnegan, but also Uchiha Shien, a being who has completely surpassed Indra, has emerged. The future of those eyes feels even more terrifying than his mother's divine gaze. Yet, for the sake of his meticulously plotted plans spanning a millennium, he must take action, and the only support he has now is the Uchiha Madara before him. Chapter 125. Are you saying farewell? Beneath the setting sun, the young man's stature is upright. He pays no heed to the elderly man in the distant cavern, lost in thought. Uchiha Shin steps forward, and the world around him transforms. From his perspective, everything becomes more vibrant, with various powers displaying their own colors. The 9-pointed star pattern in his right eye gently rotates, and a plume of white smoke rises before him, gradually revealing a peculiar-looking elder. There is no consciousness present, merely a projection of a power that has little connection to reality. Uchiha Shin gazes at the spectral figure of the Sage of Six Paths, furrowing his brow. Within his right eye, awakened by the ghostly powers, lies the eye technique known as Ghostly Soul Requiem. Uninfluenced by Uchiha Shin's will, it is shaped by the power of Gungue, a fusion of ghostly energy. It exerts absolute restraint over all soul entities, disregarding their autonomy for manipulation and allowing control through the capture of souls for his own use. At this moment, The Otsutsuki Kagaya before Uchiha Gen is a soul projection created by transforming a vast area around him into another dimension using his left eye technique, ultimately merging the unique traits of the six paths, distinct from other elemental attributes, through his right eye technique. With a flick of his hand, Uchiha Gen disperses the sage of six paths before him, a slight smirk on his lips. He had anticipated a battle with a stronger opponent, yet this outcome is disappointing. The nine-pointed star pattern dims, the Qianzhou arm totem flickers, and then settles into tranquility, the inky darkness of his eyes re-emerging. As the azure flames enveloping his form gradually dissipate. Since it is a new eye, let it be called the Qianzhou Sharingan. The powers of every Pokémon attribute can bestow new eye techniques and evolutions upon this eye. Uchiha Gen raises his hand to gently cover his eyes. The strength of this eye is something he alone comprehends. Each attribute brings forth eye techniques linked to the rules of power, and such techniques can yield at least 18 variations. This is the power of the Outer Path Deva statue, indeed quite repugnant, much like yourself. Uchiha Gen strides into the cavern where Uchiha Madara resides, smiling as he gazes at the terrifying statue looming behind him. Observing Uchiha Gen's entrance, Uchiha Madara silently rises, unsteadily grasping the scythe resting on the stone chair. With a forceful swing of his wrist, the scythe cleaves through the tubes behind him. This pitiful scene that has been barely sustained no longer needs to be maintained. After completing this, Uchiha Madara sinks back onto the stone chair, calmly watching Uchiha Gen. This clash has surely brought your life to its limits. Without the Outer Path Deva statue supplying you with chakra, your demise will only come more swiftly. Now, without Obito under your command, are you preparing for death so nonchalantly? Uchiha Gen gazes at the elderly man leaning against the stone chair, a smile gracing his features. How utterly grotesque. You seem to know a great deal? Uchiha Madara raises the corners of his lips slightly, observing Uchiha Gen. He is quite certain that Uchiha Gen's current state is not one of permanent possession. He understands Uchiha well. Every Uchiha, upon encountering more formidable power, inevitably becomes entranced. Uchiha Gen's choice to maintain such a state briefly suggests a potent side effect. Otherwise, he would not so swiftly extricate himself from the allure of augmented power. In my eyes, the shinobi world holds no secrets. Uchiha Gen's lips curl into a smirk. To him, Uchiha Madara's state aligns perfectly with the name Uchiha. Should Uchiha Madara succumb to despair over his thwarted plans, Uchiha Gen would not hesitate to sever any possibility of Madara's return to the shinobi world. A defeated adversary who has utterly given up has no right to stand against him, even if this could make for a worthy target. Ha ha ha, is that so? Do not be so naive, little one. I must rest for a time. I hope you grow stronger for our next encounter, or you may find yourself facing death. Uchiha Madara's lips curve into a grin, followed by a hearty laugh, as he watches Uchiha Gen's figure fade. His vision grows increasingly blurred, and the three tomo of his Rinnegan have long since lost their luster. Are you saying farewell? Uchiha Gen observes Uchiha Madara, who still wears a smile. This version of Uchiha Madara is indeed a fitting target. No, I am heralding my return. You will not hinder me, will you? You, like me, yearn for battle with stronger foes. In the current shinobi world, there is no one worthy to face you except me. Uchiha Gen, continue to grow. I look forward to battling you once more with my full power. Uchiha Madara's words grow fainter, as he has already half-stepped into a tranquil realm. In Uchiha Gen's eyes, Madara's soul begins to fracture unbeknownst to him. After all, Uchiha Madara's death signifies the rebirth of Indra's chakra. Is that so? Unfortunately, I do not anticipate your return. There is no place for you in this new era, and your sole purpose in returning would merely be to amuse me. Observing Uchiha Madara's waning breath, Uchiha Gen turns and departs. The natural death of a strong warrior requires no witness, for it is not tragic. Uchiha Madara had collected quite the trove in his time. Did he truly develop this many yin-yang release techniques? Did he possess the intellect for it? As he walks through the cavern, Uchiha Gen peruses Uchiha Madara's collection with surprise. The forbidden techniques stored by Uchiha Madara are numerous. The scrolls in Uchiha Gen's hands resemble another version of the sealing book. Most rely on the in-release ninjutsu enabled by the Sharingan, which explains why the current Uchiha clan must develop their own techniques. It turns out the lineage of Uchiha has long been usurped. After putting away the scroll in his hand, Uchiha Gen continues to examine other items, such as a wall adorned with Sharingan. Chapter 126, Prophecy. Regarding the Uchiha clan, each individual holds a different perspective. Some declare this clan to be utterly mad. Others deem the Uchiha a clan of love. Yet others suggest that the Uchiha are a group that relentlessly pursues power at any cost. However, this does not negate the formidable strength and collective honor of the Uchiha clan. The wall of eyes before Uchiha Gen is not the result of Uchiha Madara's actions against the shinobi of the Uchiha clan. Instead, these Sharingan belong to their owners, who either activated them themselves or had them forcibly extracted while in an awakened state. The Sharingan, a Kekii Genkai that can be freely activated or deactivated by those of Uchiha blood, has remained largely undistributed due to the fact that it must remain active when taken from its original owner. Upon the death of a Uchiha ninja, the unique chakra that sustains the Sharingan dissipates, rendering it a mere ordinary eye. Unless an Uchiha ninja voluntarily relinquishes their eyes while still alive, dismissing the pain of loss, the Sharingan will not be found outside the clan. There is, however, another unexpected scenario. If an Uchiha ninja is slain by another Uchiha who is under the influence of the Sharingan's Jinjutsu, the shared ocular power may preserve the Sharingan's vitality. The wall of Sharingan before Uchiha Gen represents the legacy of all the Uchiha ancestors from the Warring States period to the time after Uchiha Madara's departure. After collecting the jars containing the Sharingan, Uchiha Gen turned his gaze towards other matters. In the land of rain, light drizzles fell as a puddle of black mud slowly seeped from the damp mountainside. It is terrifying that Indra's descendants should possess such power. Could it be a regression of bloodline, or has he obtained something he should not have? Damn Uchiha Madara. Truly a waste. Yet I still need Uchiha Obito to remain unshackled, as Nagato requires supervision. By the way, is that the Edo Tensei of the Hokage feasible? That Uchiha brat is infuriating. If only I had not intervened in the Uchiha clan's internal strife back then. Otherwise, this accursed Uchiha Gen would not even exist. No, I must find someone to keep watch over Nagato. Uchiha Madara? No, he has always regarded me as his will. He would vehemently resist any jutsu from Senju Tobarama. Who else could it be? It seems there is another option. The black mud swirled below, quickly burrowing into the straw hat resting by the rocks, where a pair of eerie eyes glimmered coldly beneath the brim. Kurizetsu observed the world in the rain, pondering how to further execute the subsequent plans. Deep within the Pure Land, the Sage of Six Paths slowly opened his eyes, sensing a powerful force emerging in the shinobi world. Simultaneously, Indra's chakra returned to the Pure Land, awaiting a new reincarnation. For millennia, the Sage of Six Paths had existed in the form of chakra within the shinobi realm, watching over it and awaiting the fulfillment of Gamamaru's prophecy. Due to this prophecy, the sage had never intervened in the affairs of the shinobi world, including the conflicts between his two sons. The Rinnegan shimmered with a faint purple light, and Otsutsuki Kagaya furrowed her brow slightly. Uchiha Gen, she murmured softly. Simply by communicating through the Pure Land, she instantly discerned the source of the powerful force she sensed. Such power does not stem from bloodline. Uchiha Gen, are you truly my descendant? Unlike natural energy and chakra, even the mastery of each type of power varies. Moreover, should I examine what lies within this child? Otsutsuki Kagaya hesitated. She could sense that the different powers Uchiha Gen possessed originated from something within him, or perhaps from a being residing within him. However, recalling Gamamaru's prophecy, she abandoned the thought of meeting Uchiha General in her mind. Her existence would undoubtedly disrupt the established trajectory of the shinobi world if she were to appear recklessly. The boy with azure eyes, frolicking with tailed beasts, guiding them to discover their true power. How long must Gamamaru wait for your prophecy to unfold? The shinobi world is already riddled with wounds. A sigh echoed from the depths of the Pure Land, as he held unwavering faith in Gamamaru's prophecy. In the land of water, was I here before? Standing in the air above an island, Uchiha Gen fell into contemplation. With his battle against Uchiha Madara concluded, he naturally needed to return to the land of water to continue gathering the remaining tailed beasts. Yet, this endeavor was not without its complications. Uchiha Gen found himself lost once more. Indeed, I should not have trusted my sense of direction had I employed the same method I used in the desert. I would have surely found a tailed beast or discovered Kirigakure by now. Upon landing on the island, Uchiha Gen expressed strong disapproval of his misjudgment regarding his sense of direction. It was simple. Just choose one direction and proceed at full speed. If I encounter someone, I can ask for directions. If I do not, I shall change direction and continue at full speed. Standing at the island's edge, Uchiha Gen gazed at the tranquil sea, letting out a sigh over the absurdity of his tendency to get lost. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Uchiha Gen. He raised his hand, causing the sand on the beach to lift into the air. The Qianzhou Sharingan within his eyes quietly activated, swiftly identifying the distinct elements within the sand that differed from other materials. Magnetite, precisely identifying the minerals containing magnetic properties within the sand. He could then merge them using his unique abilities. A specially crafted magnetic rod materialized before Uchiha General, although the magnetic field of the shinobi world remains unclear. It is likely similar enough. Thus, the issue of direction would no longer pose a challenge. Observing the levitating magnetic rod, a smirk crept across Uchiha Gen's face, fully appreciating his own ingenious idea. Henceforth, I shall proceed in this direction, first confirming the magnetic field orientation, and the rest shall be straightforward. With the sand forming a platform to support the magnetic rod, Uchiha Gen rapidly advanced in the direction indicated by the rod. Chapter 127. The third Mizukage in the waters of the Land of Water, a streak of light darted across the ocean's surface. Ultimately, Uchiha Gen halted before a cluster of islands. So this is where Kirigikure is located. Observing the distant buildings, a smile crept across Uchiha Gen's lips. That person, is he the third Mizukage? The legendary 3-No Ninja. The Qianzhou Sharingan gently rotated within his eye sockets as Uchiha Gen's gaze pierced through space, landing squarely within the highest structure of Kirigikure. In the Mizukage's office, the third Mizukage squinted at the intelligence reports on his desk, deep in thought. The information detailed the attacks from Konohagakure against Sunagakure and Awagakure. At this moment, the two major shinobi villages of the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth had entered a full defensive stance. Their lines pushed further and further back by the Uchiha clan and the shinobi of Konoha. Were it not for the geographical considerations of both nations, these two villages would have already been on the brink of annihilation. Throughout this turmoil, Sunagakure had continuously signaled a desire for peace, yet no one had responded. After all, Sunagakure had not yet elected a new Kazekage and had been relying on Chiyo to manage its affairs. Meanwhile, Awagakure's progress was significantly hampered by Inoki's frequent appearances on the battlefield. During this period, Inoki proposed that Konoha return the Five Tails, Mu, threatening them with the tailed beast regulations written by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. However, much like the Land of Wind, Konoha ignored his demands. As for Kumogakure, ever since Uchiha Gen had slain the third Raikage, it had remained eerily calm, even swiftly concluding its conflict with Awagakure. All forces attacking the Land of Earth had been withdrawn back to the Land of Lightning. It appears they are concocting some other scheme. At present, the third Mizukage is entangled in the dilemma of whether to intervene in the ongoing Ninja World War. The combat prowess of the Uchiha clan is indeed formidable, and the threat posed by the bloodstained ninjas has drawn the attention of the two great ninja villages. Should an offensive occur at this juncture, the ninjas on the front lines of Konohagakure would inevitably lose contact with those in the rear. The third Mizukage concealed the intelligence and spread out a meticulously detailed map adorned with various routes before him. He had long been plotting in regard to the war in the ninja world, merely awaiting an opportune moment to make his entrance. His target, naturally, is the most bountiful of the 5 great ninja villages, Konohagakure. It is a rather astute notion, as this position could indeed sever the connection between the Uchiha ninjas and their rear support. Alas, you shall ultimately be unable to realize it. Just as the third Mizukage was intently scrutinizing the map, contemplating the most strategic deployment of his forces, a chilling voice pierced the air beside him. Who goes there? The third Mizukage gasped, swiftly raising his head to discern the identity of the intruder, only to be met with a pair of divine eyes. With just a fleeting glance, the third Mizukage instantly lost consciousness. Congratulations to the trainer for defeating a level 76 human, gaining 954 experience points for the trainer, 954 for Charizard, 954 for Shinado, 954 for Gungchi, 4484 for Banjiras, with 1 card draw and 1 item drop. Congratulations to the trainer for advancing in level from level 78 to level 79. Congratulations to the trainer. Charizard has leveled up from level 78 to level 79. Congratulations to the trainer. Shinado has leveled up from level 78 to level 79. Congratulations to the trainer. Banjiras has leveled up from level 73 to level 74. Not bad at all. The experience provided was just enough for me to level up again. Though it is unfortunate that Gengchi only just managed to reach level 78, this amount of experience is insufficient for him to ascend another level like Charizard and the others. As the data sound effects rang out again from the Uchiha Gen, who was under the control of the third Mizukichi, he felt his strength augmenting once more and nodded in satisfaction, leisurely walking over to the desk of the Mizukichi to take a seat. Speak. Where are the two-tailed beasts of Kirigakure? Casually flipping through the documents on the third Mizukichi's desk, Uchiha Gen disdainfully tossed them aside. Then turned to the dazed third Mizukichi and spoke softly. Unconsciously, the controlled third Mizukichi revealed the location of the two-tailed beasts. Meanwhile, Uchiha Gen remained somewhat silent. Very well. Not knowing the location mentioned by the third Mizukichi, he found it unnecessary to inquire further. Lead the way. Uchiha Gen spoke coldly. Since he was unaware of the route, he would have him guide them, just like Kakazu, beside a secluded lake in the land of water. Two figures were slowly walking along the shore. It was none other than Uchiha Gen and the third Mizukichi. Uchiha Gen halted his steps, crouching by the lake's edge and extending his hand to probe into the water, closing his eyes to sense intently. Indeed, it was there, albeit lying at the very bottom of the lake. TSK, I must retrieve it. Are you so at ease to leave it here to roam freely? Are you not afraid it might suddenly go berserk and unleash a few tailed beast bombs upon you? Rising to his feet and shaking off the droplets of water from his hands, Uchiha Gen smirked slightly at the third Mizukichi and spoke softly. The Three Tails is relatively docile among the tailed beasts. Under normal circumstances, it would not go mad. Under the influence of the hypnotic technique, the third Mizukichi responded mechanically to Uchiha Gen's inquiry. Docile? That does suit the turtle's nature, but this is not the time for you to be napping. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Gen raised his hand, and a shadow ball rapidly formed in his palm. Energy infusion. Expand. In just a few seconds, a shadow ball, approximately the size of a tailed beast bomb, was raised above Uchiha Gen's head. Gazing at the tranquil lake, he casually tossed it. For this slumbering, gentle creature, let us offer a rather gentle awakening service. Boom. As the shadow ball made contact with the water's surface, a deafening explosion reverberated through the sky, sending waves soaring high into the air. The collision of high temperatures and lake water resulted in an instantaneous mist enveloping Uchiha Gen and the third Mizukichi. However, a flicker of flame ignited at Uchiha Gen's fingertips, causing all the white vapor to evaporate instantly, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, the lake's surface, struck by the shadow ball, formed a massive vortex. The Three Tails is about to emerge. Observing the enormous whirlpool at the center of the lake, Uchiha Gen's lips curled into a slight smile. His target had finally arrived. Watching the center of the vortex, the flames at his fingertips began to flicker violently, releasing a vast aura of life into the air. Indeed, although the spark of divine fire has merged with the Qianzhou Sharingan, I can still wield the divine fire. With a smile gracing his face as he beheld the dancing flames, Uchiha Gen was determined to make the most of this, his first divine beast skill, and he did not wish for it to vanish before he had fully utilized it. With a mere thought, the flames leaping at his fingertips began to compress rapidly, generating a searing heat wave that swiftly radiated outward from Uchiha Gen's center. The round stones beneath his feet became parched, and the river water along the bank began to boil, with wisps of vapor rising into the air only to dissipate instantaneously. Fire style, ultimate point. Uchiha Gen flicked a minuscule ember, compressed to the size of a sesame seed, into the lake. There was no earth-shattering spectacle, only the rapidly evaporating lake and an ugly turtle swimming hastily away from Uchiha Gen. That tiny spark was swiftly vaporizing the entire lake, and the high temperature inflicted immense suffering upon the Three Tails. I did not say you could leave. After confirming that the divine fire could still be utilized, and even more adeptly than before, Uchiha Gen raised his hand, enveloping the swiftly swimming Three Tails in an invisible force. The Qianzhou Sharingan activated, and the immense power flowed through. The left eye's ocular technique was instantly unleashed. The massive form of the Three Tails was enveloped by the psychic energy, and in the blink of an eye, its enormous body vanished, replaced by a giant, paper-like creature gliding across the lake. The dimensionality of the Three Tails was directly compressed by Uchiha General with a simple gesture. The Three Tails, now resembling a sheet of paper drifting on the lake, was swiftly folded into a standard cube and landed in Uchiha Gen's palm. The Three Tails has been successfully retrieved. Congratulations to the trainer for defeating a level 80 energy conglomerate, gaining 1310 experience points for the trainer, 1310 for Charizard, 1310 for Shinado, 1345 for Gungchi, 6454 for Banjirus. With 1 card draw and 1 item drop. Congratulations to the trainer for successfully challenging the gym once again, with the gym challenge task progress at 1. Receiving rewards, 1 random item, 1 random Pokemon card, with the current challenge progress at 58. Tossing the 3 tails into his shadow, Uchiha Gen turned to the 3rd Mizukage. Let us proceed to the next one, the 6 tails, lead the way. In another secluded area of Kirigakure. Congratulations to the trainer for defeating a level 80 energy conglomerate. Gaining 1,310 experience points for the trainer, 1310 for Charizard, 1310 for Shinado, 1310 for Gungchi, 6214 for Banjirus, with 1 card draw and 1 item drop. Congratulations to the trainer for successfully challenging the gym once again, with the gym challenge task progress at 1, receiving rewards, 1 random item, 1 random Pokemon card. With the current challenge progress at 68. Leo Wei, the recovery was successful. The slimy texture was quite repulsive. The sticky Leo Wei was once again compressed into a small cube and tossed into the shadows. Uchiha Gen nodded in satisfaction. Thus, his mission in the Land of Water was successfully accomplished. Returning home, after stowing away the Leo Wei, Uchiha Gen's figure flickered and he vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, the 3rd Mizukage, who had been serving as a guide, felt his confusion slowly dissipate. Yet, in the depths of his eyes, a supernatural rune was gently emanating a purple light. There were still administrative matters to attend to. The 3rd Mizukage murmured softly, not pondering why he found himself in the Leo Wei's confinement, but rather focused on the unfinished bureaucratic tasks as he turned to leave. In the Land of Fire, Uchiha Gen, who was teleporting in a short distance towards Konoha, suddenly halted. This was due to the fact that Gungui, within the ceiling space, was calling him, claiming to have discovered something amusing. What is it, Gungui? A voice responded, indicating a colossal assembly of malevolent thoughts in that direction. An assembly of malevolent thoughts? Interesting. Short distance movement genuinely leads us to amusement. Upon hearing Gungui's words, Uchiha Gen furrowed his brow, gazing at the direction indicated by Gungui, then retrieved the map from his waist. However, after a mere glance, Uchiha Gen abandoned the thought of consulting the map. Having been teleporting continuously, he was unable to ascertain his location on the map. Let us go take a look. Although he could not confirm his exact position, the target's location was exceedingly conspicuous. His desire to ascertain his position stemmed only from a wish to discern which faction held sway over the target. Nonetheless, it was of little consequence. Does that object enhance your capabilities? During their movement, Uchiha Gen inquired of Gungui. If it is useful, then it shall belong to me. With Gungui's response, a smile graced Uchiha Gen's lips as he instantly pinpointed the target's location. With a surge of supernatural energy, Uchiha Gen's form vanished from the spot. In the Land of Grass, a modest nation caught between 2 great powers. Though small, it emulated the political systems of the 5 great nations, adopting the 1 village per country model established by Senju Hashirama. Yet, regrettably, despite utilizing the same system, the disparity in strength subjected the Land of Grass to the ravages of war. Lacking the might of the 5 great nations, it could only endure as a buffer zone between the 2 great powers. At this moment, Uchiha Gen's target lay within Kusa Shinobi Village, poised for transport to a place steeped in despair. The box of ultimate bliss. Damn this cursed object. Which fool transmitted the notion that Kusa Shinobi Village could nearly rule the world with this accursed thing? Was this not self-inflicted suffering? Now that Awagakure is aware we possess this artifact, they have been relentlessly threatening us to surrender it. However, it is evident to any discerning eye that Awagakure is destined to face defeat. Should we relinquish this object to Awagakure now, Konoha would undoubtedly dispatch forces against us. The alliance formed during the 3rd Hokage's era may not survive to the present 4th generation. Inside the warehouse where the box of ultimate bliss was stored, the leader of Kusa Shinobi Village, agitated, shouted loudly at the artifact. Chapter 129, The Nameless Uchiha. The box of ultimate bliss. If only it could truly possess the power to allow Kusa Shinobi Village to dominate the world. The leader extended his hand, gently caressing the box's surface, gazing at the grotesque visage upon it with hope. It was no wonder this object attracted Gungui. A foreign voice echoed within the warehouse, causing the leader to spin around abruptly. Beside him stood a strikingly handsome youth, scrutinizing the box of ultimate bliss before him. Who are you? The leader of Kusa Shinobi Village regarded the youth with curiosity. Although surprised by Uchiha Gen's sudden appearance, he refrained from shouting or acting rashly. After all, infiltrating Kusa Shinobi Village was exceedingly simple, and if this youth were a ninja from a major village, there might very well be a high-ranking shinobi lurking nearby. Furthermore, anyone capable of appearing beside him without his notice must surely be a prodigious ninja. Age, after all, is the least trustworthy attribute of a ninja. He considered his own strength to be modest, yet he did not deem himself foolish. Therefore, Uchiha Gen must surely be a new shinobi dispatched on a mission from a major village, and a top-tier talent at that. It seemed that a creature entirely composed of malevolent thoughts was gestating within, yet it appeared to lack the most fundamental life force, thus unable to complete its formation. Uchiha Gen activated his Chozetsu Sharingan, and the box of ultimate bliss revealed no secrets to him. Inside the box of ultimate bliss at that moment lay a being entirely formed of malevolent thoughts and other energy substances, and through his Chozetsu Sharingan, Uchiha Gen could directly perceive the creature's yearning for vitality. Given more time to develop sufficient thought, the box of ultimate bliss would undoubtedly entice humans to its presence, subsequently devouring those drawn to it. Excuse me, young sir, may I inquire who you are? The leader of Kusa Shinobi Village, seeing Uchiha Gen's silence, assumed his tone had been inappropriate and immediately softened his demeanor. Allow me to handle this matter for you, if you would. Uchiha Gen smiled, turning to point at the box of ultimate bliss as he spoke to the leader. The leader's attitude was agreeable, and Uchiha Gen was inclined to converse further, though the outcome would remain unchanged. This object is currently in high demand by Iwagakure, and the village has decided to transport it to Kirigakure for custody. May I ask, young sir, are you a ninja from Konoha? Or perhaps... The leader of Kusa Shinobi Village scrutinized Uchiha Gen's appearance, confirming that his skin was not rough, clearly indicating he was not from the land of Earth, and lowered his voice to inquire further. After all, Uchiha Gen bore no forehead protector, making it impossible for the leader to ascertain from which shinobi village he hailed. Konoha, Uchiha Gen. Uchiha Gen smiled as he introduced himself, fixing his left eye's ocular technique upon the box of ultimate bliss. The dimensions of the box of ultimate bliss were instantaneously compressed. However, at that moment, a terrifying surge of malevolence erupted from the box, staining the leader's eyes a vivid crimson. A wave of invisible energy radiated from the now paper-thin box of ultimate bliss. Simultaneously, an extremely violent emotion surged within Uchiha Gen's mind, only to be promptly extinguished by his supernatural abilities. Not bad. You even know how to resist. Observing the box of ultimate bliss, Uchiha Gen raised a hand, and a massive, ghostly figure of Gongue materialized behind him, promptly swallowing the box of ultimate bliss. As for you, your attitude is commendable, but it seems there are members of the Uzumaki clan in Kusa Shinobi Village who should be sent back to Konoha. After securing the box of ultimate bliss, Uchiha Gen turned to the leader of Kusa Shinobi Village, who was clutching his head in agony, and suddenly recalled that the girl who awakened the Kongo Fusa originated from Kusa Shinobi Village. He raised his hand and pointed, causing the malevolent thoughts that had been bombarding the leader's mind to dissipate instantly. As the pain subsided, the leader of Kusa Shinobi Village collapsed to the ground. Gasping for breath, send all members of the Uzumaki clan in Kusa Shinobi Village to Konoha. Remember, I said all of them. If they are unwilling, inform them that Konoha has changed. Uchiha Gen regarded the prostrate leader with a gentle tone. He finished speaking without waiting for a response and vanished from the warehouse of Kusa Shinobi Village. Here, aside from the box of ultimate bliss, he regards everything else with disdain. He is certainly not an ordinary ninja, Uchiha Gen. The leader of Kusa no Kuni gazes at the spot where Uchiha Gen vanished, his astonishment lingering for an extended period. It seems he has come to realize the identity of this young man. The ruins of the land of whirlpools. Heiju gazes at the sealing technique before him with discomfort. Damn it, I cannot possibly unravel this sealing technique. The nameless Uchiha captured the last descendant of the Uzumaki clan, yet his abilities are exceedingly limited. Currently, the only individuals capable of breaking such a sealing formation in the ninja world are likely the Uzumaki descendant from Konoha and the current leader of Konoha. Damn it. With the descendant of Indra present, I cannot infiltrate Konoha to capture that Uzumaki heir. Indeed, It seems I must resort to summoning Uchiha Obito from the depths of the earth, observing the spatial ceiling that has eluded him for several days. Heiju cannot suppress his agitation. Indeed, sealing techniques are most detestable. As for you, simply be disposed of, worthless remnants. Determined to summon Uchiha Obito, Heiju turns to the red-haired humans behind him, raising his hand, countless wooden spikes erupting from the ground. In an instant, blood spills across the ground, akin to the vibrant red hair of the Uzumaki clan. Prepare yourselves. Perhaps I need not summon only Uchiha Obito. The reincarnation of that man may also prove somewhat useful. After dealing with all the Uzumaki clan members, Heiju gazes at the moss-covered Senju clan emblem and Uzumaki clan emblem beside the ceiling formation. Suddenly struck by a thought of a ninja renowned alongside Uchiha Obito, the descendant of Indra, prepare to receive the gift I have prepared for you. You should not exist in this world of ninjas. Heiju smirks ominously, gradually sinking into the ground. Chapter 130, New Companion, Aluminum Steel Dragon. Konoha Village. At this moment, Konoha has expanded significantly, the original walls having been dismantled, with new fortifications urgently under construction. The shifts in positions among the ninja clans of Konoha, coupled with the progression of subsequent plans, have rendered this expansion inevitable. Shien, do we need to prepare Jinchuriki for these tailed beasts? Or shall we continue to keep them in the wild? Namikaze Minato gazes at the two small blocks on the table, astonishment evident in his eyes as he addresses Uchiha Shien, seated across from him. Let us prepare Jinchuriki, for the strength of the tailed beasts is too feeble. A group of beasts that possess power but lack the skill to wield it cannot possibly compare to a Jinchuriki. Coincidentally, a few Uzumaki clan members will soon be sent to Konoha. Let us see if any among them are suitable candidates for Jinchuriki. If not, we shall select from other ninja clans in Konoha, excluding the Uchiha clan, as they are not suited to become Jinchuriki. Uchiha Shien leisurely reclines on the sofa prepared for him by Namikaze Minato and speaks softly. Having visited Kusa no Kuni once, he has formed a plan for the tailed beasts. This involves controlling the tailed beasts with the Sharingan and leveraging the unique physique of the Uzumaki clan to maximize the utilization of the tailed beast's power. The rationale behind excluding Uchiha clan ninjas from becoming Jinchuriki is quite straightforward. The chakra attributes of the tailed beasts are fundamentally incompatible with the missions of the Uchiha clan. Even if the tailed beasts are controlled by the Sharingan, they would still influence the chakra attributes of the Jinchuriki. And when Uchiha clan ninjas come into contact with this chakra, a rampage would be inevitable. Kushina's kin, is it? I did not expect that there were still members of the Uzumaki clan in the ninja world. Back in the day, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Uzumaki Kushina had stated that no remaining members of the Uzumaki clan could be found. Since then, Kushina had believed herself to be the last of her kind. Now, unexpectedly, you have found them, Shien. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Having regained kin, I can only imagine how happy Kushina must be. Namikaze Minato expresses his surprise, as even he had not anticipated the existence of Uzumaki clan members in the ninja world. Do you trust him? But do not celebrate too soon. I am uncertain how many Uzumaki clan members exist in Kusa no Kuni, and it is possible there may be only one. However, if Konoha has sufficient manpower, it is indeed feasible to search for any remaining Uzumaki clan members in the ninja world. They have long been unwilling to return to Konoha due to the lack of support from Konoha during the past conflicts in the land of whirlpools. Nevertheless, the current Konoha can attempt to communicate with them to facilitate their return. Whether they will come back depends on your actions. Uchiha Shien interrupts the elated Namikaze Minato, as he can only confirm the existence of one Uzumaki clan member in Kusa no Kuni. Just knowing that there are still Uzumaki clan members in the ninja world suffices. I will arrange for someone to seek them out. Namikaze Minato gently shakes his head at these words. He does not concern himself with how many Uzumaki clan members are soon to arrive in Konoha, as it is enough for him to know that there are still Uzumaki clan members in the ninja world. With the re-emergence of Uzumaki Kushina's kin, she shall no longer feel so alone. Make your arrangements. How is that plan progressing? Uchiha Shien inquires, casting a glance at the somewhat contemplative Minato. Time is too short. I have yet to initiate the plan, and there are still numerous matters in Konoha that require my attention. Otherwise, I would have personally ended the two ongoing battles by now. The situation with Iwagakure, due to Inoki's presence, has placed Konoha's offensive in a state of stagnation. I genuinely wish to test his dust release, a Kekii Tota that is said to be the only bloodline limit to be eliminated in the ninja world. Alas, there are too many administrative duties. Namikaze Minato shakes his head in resignation. Even he has been exhausted lately, often spending the night in the Hokage office. Because of this, Uzumaki Kushina has not spared him her complaints. Leave the two battlefronts to me. After such a prolonged conflict, this war must come to an end. And the other tailed beasts also require reclamation. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Gen responds, I knew you would not be able to remain idle in the village. Namikaze Minato shakes his head helplessly. After spending so much time together, he has come to understand Uchiha Gen's character to some extent. The collection plan for the tailed beasts is one that he will undoubtedly continue to pursue. A smirk appears on Uchiha Gen's lips, like Namikaze Minato. He too is eager to experience this so-called soul bloodline limit of elimination in the ninja world. Inoki should possess strength approaching that of a Kage, should his power be deemed insufficient, but based on panel ratings, he may very well be at the level of a deity. His task of slaying deities is just one step away from completion, and for such a mission that requires a certain number of individuals, he eagerly anticipates what the final reward might be. However, before that, nighttime. At Uchiha Gen's home, Uchiha Gen sits cross-legged on his bed, his mind delving into the ceiling space. As always, the fire-breathing dragon and several Pokémon have gathered together. For a new companion is about to be born. Uchiha Gen raises his hand, a shimmering silver Pokémon egg landing in his palm. Aluminum Steel Dragon Pokémon Egg contains the egg of the dual-type Pokémon Aluminum Steel Dragon, which seems eager to meet you. Hatching countdown, 302624. The only Pokémon that has consumed the benefits of a quasi-deity without suffering the hardships of a quasi-deity. However, that is incorrect, Banjirasu. It seems you have not endured hardship either. Uchiha Gen gently caresses the Pokémon egg in his hand, then smiles at the immense Banjirasu beside him. Roar. Banjirasu shyly lets out a low growl in response. His growth rate can only be described as astonishingly swift, almost effortless. As Banjirasu emits a soft roar, the egg in Uchiha Gen's hand appears to respond to some kind of summoning, cracks beginning to appear on its surface. With a crisp sound echoing in the tranquil valley of fire-breathing dragons, all the Pokémon, including Uchiha Gen, instinctively hold their breath. Crack. Suddenly, the eggshell was shattered from within by a petal-like hand, followed by the appearance of a flat, shiny silver head. A new companion, Lugenglong, was born at this moment. Welcome to this world, little one. Cradling the heavy Lugenglong in his arms, Uchiha Gen's lips curled into a gentle smile. This smile was distinct from his usual false expressions. It radiated warmth and affection. Chapter 131. Zidian still in its juvenile phase, Lugenglong lay in the palm of Uchiha Gen's hand, curiously observing its future trainer and the other members of its new family. Young and accomplished, Huolong let out a low growl of acknowledgement towards Lugenglong. Determined to stay by the side of his new little brother, he vowed to guide him away from any missteps. At this moment, Bankalassi's desire for battle was overwhelmingly strong, and he simply could not resist. Shanada, standing nearby, smiled as she glanced at Lugenglong and then at Huolong. With a gentle surge of psychic energy, her kind voice resonated deep within Lugenglong's heart. Hello, dear little brother. I am Shanada, your elder sister. As the newest addition to our family, you must strive to be the best. A dragon that does not aspire to be the best is not a good dragon. Her words sparked Lugenglong's attention, causing the bewildered newborn to look around until his gaze settled on Shanada. She smiled tenderly, nodded, and placed a finger to her lips to hush him gently. This scene did not go unnoticed by Uchiha Gen and Gengar. Gengar smirked and playfully winked at Lugenglong, his intentions aligning with those of Shanada. Uchiha Gen chuckled softly, choosing to overlook the moment as he had come to realize that every Pokémon seemed to follow this routine upon their birth. Once the youngest Pokémon gained strength, it would relentlessly challenge Huolong, not for the position of leader, which was well understood among all Pokémon to belong solely to him, but simply to prove its own strength. The title of Big Brother was clear to all Pokémon, though perhaps Huolong himself remained oblivious to it. As the other Pokémon exchanged greetings, Bankalassi struck his chest with a resounding thud, issuing an invitation for Lugenglong to battle alongside him. He believed that nurturing a combative spirit in his new brother would ultimately benefit their trainer. Observing Bankalassi's imposing figure, Lugenglong eagerly leaped from Uchiha Gen's palm. captivated by the sheer size and formidable presence of the giant. This was precisely what he desired, confirming his aspirations. Lugenglong joyfully pointed at Bankalasi while calling out to Uchiha Xuan. Yes, yes. Understanding the little one's intentions, Uchiha Xuan smiled and gently stroked Lugenglong's smooth head. Congratulations to the trainer on capturing a new Pokémon, Lugenglong. Lugenglong, the alloy Pokémon, a dual-type steel and dragon Pokémon, is a mysterious creature composed entirely of hard, soft alloy, possessing the remarkable ability to collect and store electricity within its body. Detecting that the trainer has excess card draws available, one card draw has been initiated. Congratulations to the trainer for acquiring a new space fragment card, Fan Kuang Donko. With the data notification ringing in Uchiha Xuan's ears, a majestic mountain suddenly rose near the layer of rock where Bankalasi resided, with a dark entrance pulsating with arcs of electricity. Lugenglong eagerly nudged Uchiha Xuan's leg, pointing at the dark opening. He could sense that something he deeply cherished resided within. No need to rush. That will soon be your home, and all that lies within will belong to you. Uchiha Xuan bent down, lifting Lugenglong and chuckling at his excitement before instantly transporting them to the entrance of Fan Kuang Donko. Upon arrival, Lugenglong could hardly contain his enthusiasm as he leapt from Uchiha Xuan's hand, joyfully absorbing the electric arcs spilling from the cave. The electric energy danced upon his body, filling him with delight. The inherent powers of his steel and dragon types were intricately linked to electricity. The nature of Pokémon was indeed marvelous. As Lugenglong exuberantly drew in the electrical energy, Uchiha Xuan's left eye, now activated with the Chinjo Sharinan, flickered with the diamond patterns that represented lightning techniques. Within this diamond, a new eye technique was beginning to take form. Uchiha Xuan, how could you start again? Did we not agree to refrain from fighting? Kakashi, having returned to Konoha for a respite, lay exasperatedly on the ground, shouting angrily at Uchiha Xuan's retreating figure. The youthful Kakashi had only just returned to Konoha. He had barely settled in for rest when Uchiha Xuan dragged him to the training field for a sparring session. Well, I'm merely assessing your progress, Uchiha Xuan replied, stretching languidly after the bout. He then helped Kakashi to his feet, smiling as he observed Kakashi's displeased expression. That was a technique inspired by your Chidori, tailored to suit my style. While it lacks the piercing power of Chidori, it retains the explosive force characteristic of lightning techniques. Given its unique color, I have named it Zidian. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? As Kakashi brushed off the dust from his clothes, he raised his hand, and purple lightning flickered in his palm. Displaying the lightning, he looked at Uchiha Xuan with a sense of pride. To have transformed a technique meant only for Uchiha into something of this caliber, you truly are Kakashi. Indeed, your grasp of the nature transformations of lightning is commendable. Even among the Uchiha, renowned for their mastery of lightning and fire, few can rival your skill. Uchiha Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. He had anticipated that Kakashi would optimize Chidori. He simply hadn't expected it to evolve into Zidian. Could this be considered a predetermined path? It's quite rare to receive praise from you. By the way, where is Kai? Did he not mention he wanted to visit you upon returning to the village? With Uchiha Xuan's commendation, Kakashi could not suppress a smile beneath his mask, concerned that his emotions might be detected. He quickly changed the subject and inquired about Uchiha Xuan. Chapter 132. I am Uchiha Xuan, he has already come by. As for now, one of them is likely hopping around Konoha. However, Konoha has grown significantly larger since then. I wonder if he will still jump in the same circles. Uchiha Xuan replied casually, but as he spoke, he inadvertently locked eyes with Kakashi. Others would surely not be so foolish, but if it were Kai. Kakashi realized something was amiss as he glanced at the distant walls of Konoha, falling into silence. Surely Kai won't tire himself to the point of fainting? Uchiha Xuan mused uncertainly. Perhaps? Kakashi replied, equally unsure. Why does it feel like he is more exhausted than usual? Have I grown complacent? Yes, that must be it. How could he have been defeated after only 13 moves? Alright, Mato Kai. It's time to reinvigorate yourself and return to your former glory. You need to leap around Konoha 1,500 laps, and you still have 1,138 laps to go. Keep pushing. However, am I forgetting something? In the newly constructed corner of the Konoha wall, Mato Kai, clad in his green jumpsuit, was earnestly leaping forward, bearing a specially crafted weight from the Uchiha clan on his back. At the entrance of the newly built Mato residence beside the Hitaki household, Mado Dai and Hatake Sakumo were waiting anxiously by the door. Sakumo, are the children really returning today? They should not take long to report their mission. Mado Dai said uncertainly, glancing at the calendar in his hand. Rest assured, Dai, if the children said they would return today, they certainly will. Perhaps Minato has some new assignments for them, replied Hatake Sakumo, savoring another sip of hot tea. He was aware that Namikaze Minato intended to teach the Flying Thunder God technique to Kakashi. The thought of combining the Hatake swordsmanship with the Flying Thunder God technique brought him joy, and he was unperturbed by whether Kakashi would be able to learn it. As both Uchiha and Minato had affirmed Kakashi's spatial time talent, albeit limited. Nevertheless, it did not matter. Sakumo was quite pleased with the current state of Konoha and considered his involvement in the coup alongside the Uchiha clan as his second most astute decision. The first was undoubtedly befriending Mado Dai. With that thought, Sakumo turned to glance at Mado Dai, who was anxiously awaiting the return of the children, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Life now is good. Thank you, Shien. By the riverside of the Uchiha clan's territory, the trio gathered again to grill fish. What? We just returned to Konoha and you're heading back to the battlefield? No way. I must accompany you. Our team has spent too little time together on missions. This cannot happen. Hatake Kakashi exclaimed loudly to Uchiha Shien while handling the fish in his hands. Although following Uchiha Shien meant he would hardly engage in combat, he preferred the camaraderie with his friends over fighting on the battlefield. Huh, Shien is going back to the battlefield? Then I'll go too. Shien, I believe I am now capable of standing behind you, Mado Kai said earnestly, looking up at Uchiha Shien while rubbing his calves with Uchiha's specially crafted medicinal wine. He had surpassed his father in the Eight Gates training. With the continuous supply of medicinal herbs from the Uchiha clan since childhood, coupled with his relentless efforts, he now felt confident in his ability to protect Uchiha Shien from enemies. Although it had only been a brief period, it was enough. Don't be so surprised. This is Minato-sensei's arrangement. The war has dragged on for too long, hindering Konoha's development. So, this time, I intend to bring this war to an end. Kakashi, I know you want to assist me, but at your current levels, it will take some effort to catch up to me, Uchiha Shien said. A slight smile gracing his lips as he looked at his two earnest friends. He felt joy at having such concerned companions in the ninja world. Cherishing the bonds of friendship was something Uchiha Shien held dear, much like any ordinary Uchiha. You're still as unlikable as ever. But what you said is indeed the truth. Don't worry, I will catch up to your back. Otherwise, I wouldn't deserve to call myself your friend. Hatake Kakashi remarked, a subtle smile appearing beneath his mask. Though Uchiha Shien's words were still exasperating, hearing them again brought him some happiness. What? I still have so much to go? Looks like I have to keep working hard. Haha. The green beast of Konoha will one day possess the strength to stand in front of you. Mado Kai exclaimed, beaming brightly and giving a thumbs up to Uchiha Shien. No, regardless of the circumstances, it will undoubtedly be me standing at the forefront, Uchiha Shien replied with a smirk. For I am Uchiha Shien, the reader. Release my comrades. In the land of Earth, Uchiha Shien strolled through a battlefield stained with blood, his invisible telekinesis gripping the necks of 3 IWA shinobi, lifting them into the air. Before him stood a formidable giant, glaring at Uchiha Shien and roaring angrily. The IWA shinobi, whose necks were constricted by telekinesis, were becoming disoriented from lack of oxygen, their survival instincts compelling them to reach out to the furious man, pleading for rescue. Yet, just a crisp sound resonated across the battlefield, abruptly silencing their agonized pleas. Meanwhile, a furious roar echoed throughout the battlefield. Uchiha Shien, I will kill you. The giant, seeing Uchiha Shien mercilessly slay his subordinates with an unknown jutsu, was consumed by rage. In his fury, the giant quickly formed hand seals, causing the ground to tremble, and thunderous sounds erupted from deep beneath the earth. The ground shook as 2 massive boulders suddenly rose, pressing toward Uchiha Shien from both sides. Doton, Daisokudo no Jutsu. The giant gritted his teeth. His eyes filled with hatred as he fixed his gaze on Uchiha Shien, seemingly intent on using this technique to crush him into paste, hoping to eradicate his animosity. A commendable technique, but merely commendable. Facing the 2 boulders that could contain the outer path's Gedo Mazo, Uchiha Shien simply raised his arms horizontally, a smile tugging at his lips. Boom. Crack. The boulders struck Uchiha Shien, yet the anticipated scene of him being crushed into a pulp never materialized. Instead, he appeared as if ensnared in a jinjutsu. Uchiha Gen effortlessly caught the crushing force of the two mountains with his physical strength, even shattering the stones. How is this possible? The giant stood dumbfounded, for he knew that even the former Jinchuriki of the village, Old Purple, could not withstand his Doton, Daisokudo no Jutsu. Now, witnessing Uchiha Gen, the giant felt as if something heavy was pressing down on his heart, an icy stiffness spreading throughout his body. Death was approaching. Boom. Uchiha Gen exerted a slight force with his arms, instantly shattering the two boulders. With the enhanced physique from the fire-breathing dragon and the aluminum steel dragon, his body had reached an astonishing level. It seemed that anger did not bestow the strength necessary to defeat me, controlling the surrounding debris with telekinesis. Uchiha Gen smiled at the completely frozen giant, speaking softly. You are truly a monster. The giant bit down hard on his tongue, the metallic taste flooding his mouth, the pain restoring his control over his body. A monster, perhaps. But what about Oanoki? Isn't he anxious about his son in peril? Uchiha Gen shrugged lightly. Having heard the term monster since childhood, even Kakashi, the dead fish-eye, referred to him as a freak daily. Your target is my old man. Damn Konoha ninja. You have no idea how powerful my old man's dust release is. Wait, are you attempting to use me to threaten him? Huangtu, upon hearing Uchiha Gen mention his father, felt as if a light had suddenly flickered to life within his mind, prompting him to angrily speak out. In response, Uchiha Gen remained silent, unwilling to engage in conversation with the fool. Indeed, you should abandon that thought. I shall never become a hindrance to the old master. As Huangtu gazed at Uchiha Gen and began to speak, his words were abruptly cut short by a swift bolt of lightning piercing through his chest. Blood splattered onto the ground, and at that moment, Uchiha Gen's disdainful voice echoed in Huangtu's dazed ears. Fool, Lord Gen, you have returned. In the Konoha frontline camp, the Konoha ninja, eyes filled with fervor, bowed respectfully to Uchiha Gen. The Iwagakure forces on this battlefield have been completely dealt with. Arrange for someone to take over their camp and clear the battlefield. We should be able to find some useful supplies. Uchiha Gen spoke plainly. He had been on the battlefield for several days, and in the end, he had not allowed Kakashi and Guy to accompany him. There was no need for them to make a special trip for a war that would soon conclude. Yes, Lord Gen, I shall make the arrangements immediately. The Konoha ninja bowed respectfully, devoid of any pretense of being a deputy commander on the battlefield. All Konoha ninja held deep admiration for Uchiha Gen's prowess. Moreover, due to the wartime context, the Uchiha clan had taken on the strongest adversaries, leading many Konoha ninja to re-evaluate their opinions of the Uchiha clan. Aside from their somewhat abrasive speech, they were commendable in many aspects. Your strength has grown once more, Gen. After the Konoha ninja withdrew, a figure adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem entered the tent, revealing a deathly visage. A smile graced the face of the newcomer as he regarded Uchiha Gen. It seems the clan leader has also acquired the power of the Mangekyo. Observing the visitor, Uchiha Gen's lips curled into a slight smile. The intense, cold chakra emanating from his eyes unmistakably signified the Mangekyo Sharingan. Hearing this, Uchiha Fuyu's expression shifted momentarily before quickly settling. Your eyes have indeed transcended the Mangekyo, so it is only natural you can sense it. Yes, I have obtained the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, I would rather not possess such power. It is a curse akin to that of Steel Fire and the others. Uchiha Fuyu covered his eyes with his hand, seemingly recalling something that brought him pain. Have Steel Fire and the others also perished? Who was responsible? Uchiha Gen's expression remained calm. He felt no sorrow over the deaths of his clan members, as it was their own choice. The Uchiha clan yearned for the battlefield, and death was of little concern. For Uchiha Gen, the honor of the Uchiha clan surpassed all else. Since the Uchiha had chosen rebellion, they would undoubtedly prove their correctness with bloodshed. That Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, his dust release, is indeed formidable. Uchiha Fuyu lowered his hand from his eyes and spoke solemnly. Although he had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, he did not believe he would be a match for Inoki. His Sharingan had foreseen his defeat at the hands of Inoki. Clan members, return to the village. I will handle Inoki. Uchiha Gen nodded lightly in acknowledgement. The deaths of his clan members did not necessitate sorrow, but that did not mean their death should go unavenged. There is no need. I can assist you. Inoki's bloodline limit possesses great strength, and the power of these eyes can provide you with support. Uchiha Fugaku gently shook his head. His three-tomo Sharingan emerged in his eyes, slowly rotating until it formed the pattern of a three-bladed shuriken. Chapter 134, Experiment. With the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan, a surge of ocular power surged within the confines of the tent. No need. Inoki is but a trivial matter, easily handled. May I inquire about your ocular techniques? Lord Clan Leader? Uchiha Gen shook his head lightly, asserting that this battle belonged solely to him. He preferred a one-on-one confrontation or to face multiple opponents alone. Just a trivial matter, is it? Gen, you remain unchanged. My ocular techniques hold no secrets from you. The technique of my left eye is named Tsukuyami, capable of predicting the future based on known conditions, with greater consumption of ocular power allowing for a more distant vision of the future. However, there are limitations. Predictions rely on existing known conditions. As for my right eye, it is named Amaterasu, an offensive ocular technique that summons an unquenchable black flame that burns its target until nothing remains. Uchiha Fugaku chuckled in disbelief. To him, a formidable opponent destined for defeat seemed trivial in the eyes of Uchiha Gen. The disparity in perception was striking, especially after awakening these eyes. Nevertheless, Uchiha Fugaku answered Uchiha Gen's inquiry. For Uchiha Fugaku, he now held only the title of clan leader. Once Uchiha Gen came of age, he would willingly yield his position. After all clan members recognized Uchiha Gen's capabilities, including himself, and looked forward to following Uchiha Gen rather than instructing him as an elder. They held no such qualifications. Predicting the future? No wonder, clan leader. Are you interested in pursuing scientific research? I believe your ocular techniques would greatly benefit the village's Scientific Research Institute. Coincidentally, I have recently procured some materials to prevent clan members from going blind after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan for Orochimaru to study. With your eyes, the research would undoubtedly progress more swiftly. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Gen contemplated the optimal utilization of Uchiha Fugaku's ocular techniques, envisioning him engaging in scientific research. Uchiha Fugaku's ocular abilities were inherently suited for laboratory experiments, requiring known conditions to predict the future. Thus, every experiment would be entirely without loss and consequences. As for Uchiha Fugaku's other ocular technique, TSK, a flame that couldn't even incinerate a mere soldier from the Land of Iron during the 5 Kage Summit, is far too abstract. Merely shedding one's clothing can negate the power awakened by the Mangekyo Sharingan. How absurd that would be to divulge. The Scientific Research Institute? You mean for me to use this ocular technique to assist Orochimaru in completing research to prevent blindness caused by the Mangekyo Sharingan? I understand. I shall return to Konoha immediately. If there truly exists something to suppress the Mangekyo Sharingan, it would spare the clan from many tragedies. This cursed eye, alas, fortunately, Gen, you have carved out a new path. Uchiha Fugaku quickly grasped Uchiha Gen's intentions for him, realizing that his ocular techniques indeed seemed well suited for the work of the Scientific Research Institute. Cursed eyes? Clan leader, do not be blinded by lies that do not reflect the truth. The eyes of the Uchiha clan have always existed for love. The awakening of these eyes was a response to the power required by the love within. Uchiha Gen noted the sorrow in Uchiha Fugaku's words regarding the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan and spoke up. The Sharingan is, without a doubt, the most fitting bloodline limit for the Uchiha clan. When a person is forced to lose something, the most terrifying aspect may not be the loss itself, but rather the inability to resist even after losing. Riding Wheel Eye, a manifestation of one's innermost desires, grants the power of resistance. The so-called cursed eyes are merely the malicious fabrications of certain individuals. It is no surprise that you have awakened an eye that diverges entirely from the kaleidoscope variant. In matters of the riding wheel eye, I must concede that my understanding pales in comparison to yours. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's smile returned to his face as he regarded Uchiha Gen, wholeheartedly affirming the decision he made on that fateful night years ago. The Uchiha clan today is thriving. The wind howled ominously. Inoki hovered midair, his visage steeped in menace as he gazed at the boy, who too floated nearby. Surrounding him were the last remnants of Awagakure's elite forces. Behind him stood a throng of IWA ninja, their hostile gazes fixated on the calm boy before them, who was accompanied by an absence of allies. A palpable sense of impending doom enveloped the scene, as every IWA ninja prepared for combat. For the boy before them was a demon. Little brat, You are the demon who has ruthlessly slaughtered my comrades, are you not? Inoki coldly scrutinized Uchiha Gen. Though puzzled by how Uchiha Gen could fly as he did, this was not the moment for such contemplations. Demon? That is a novel appellation. Uchiha Gen replied with a subtle smile, gazing unfazed at the bloodthirsty Inoki. The greatest climax of the war between the land of wind and the land of earth had finally arrived. Little brat, I am inquiring a matter. To disregard a Kage is rather arrogant, do you not think? As Uchiha Gen remained silent, Inoki's murderous intent intensified. Although he was certain that the battlefield demon rumored among the IWA ninja was indeed the boy before him, Gen's youthful appearance made it hard to believe. He was far too young. Even Uchiha Madara did not possess such power at that age, a power capable of altering the course of war. Inoki, maintain a modicum of composure befitting a Kage, for I do not wish for our battle to be clouded by your hatred. That would render it rather tedious. Uchiha Gen remarked lightly, observing Inoki's escalating hostility. As a seasoned Kage-level powerhouse, retaining one's calm was essential to unleash one's full strength. Uchiha Gen had no desire to behead Inoki if he were unable to manifest his complete prowess. That would be rather uninteresting. Chapter 135, The Clash of Pokémon Techniques and Bloodline Elimination. Little brat, you will meet your demise here. Inoki crossed his arms, glaring at Uchiha Gen, determined that this Uchiha youth could not be allowed to mature further. Otherwise, the entire ninja world would tremble in his wake. Is that so? I eagerly await it. Uchiha Gen responded with a slight smile as he gently descended to the ground. Upon his landing, a terrifying sandstorm erupted, engulfing the sky as swirling sands obscured the heavens. The secret technique of Sunagakure? Little brat, you are indeed gifted, wielding the techniques of Sunagakure as if they were natural disasters. However, no matter how formidable your strength, you will ultimately perish at the hands of a Wagakure. Behind me stand over 10,000 IWA ninja, each with the resolve to fight to the bitter end, an unwavering will that a mere demon like you, who knows only slaughter, can never comprehend. As Inoki raised his hand, all the IWA ninja prepared for battle, and the atmosphere was charged with lethal intent, compelling Uchiha Gen's Chozetsu riding wheel I to activate instinctively. 10,000 IWA ninja? How splendid! Uchiha Gen smiled, his eyes shimmering with uncontainable excitement. With a downward motion of Inoki's hand, the poised IWA ninja surged toward Uchiha General. The crowd surged, stirring up countless grains of sand, only to be consumed by the sandstorm unleashed by Uchiha General. As the IWA ninja charged, the swirling tempest grew wilder, and crimson droplets stained the sands, as multitudes of corpses were obliterated, leaving no remains. Countless stone walls rose to shield against the onslaught of the sandstorm. However, innumerable fiery meteors ignited within the tempest, reducing those barriers to rubble. Ultimately, all stone walls were annihilated. At the heart of the storm, the Chozetsu arm totem pulsated with an enchanting radiance. Wails, suffering, and blood. At this moment, the brutality of war was laid bare. As Uchiha Gen single-handedly resisted the onslaught of a Wagakure, depleting 1/7 of their forces without even moving. Inoki's brow furrowed deeply. He had initially doubted that Uchiha Gen could sustain such a level of Sunagakure techniques without any toll. Yet now, observing the increasingly exhilarated youth amidst the storm, doubt crept into his mind. Could this Uchiha brat be a host for the Ninetales? Upon considering this possibility, Inoki leaped into the air, bellowing commands to halt the assault while signaling a specific unit. The IWA ranks began to shift as a squad of ninja bearing the explosive kanji swiftly advanced. Meanwhile, Uchiha Gen was nearly overflowing with excitement, as his level was steadily climbing, particularly that of the aluminum steel dragon, whose power surged rapidly, eliciting unparalleled exhilaration from the freshly emerged creature. Although the ranks of a Wagakure were predominantly fodder, their sheer numbers proved overwhelming. Moreover, not all were weaklings. Presently, a few bloodline ninja had breached the sandstorm using explosive techniques, now closing in on Uchiha General. Little brat, I've got you. Prepare to die. Explosive release, landmine fist. The new captain of the explosive squad shouted with a sinister grin as he approached Uchiha General. Indeed, congratulations to you, Uchiha Gen replied as he gently raised his hand. The Chozetsu riding wheel I shimmering with brilliance. An overwhelming force surged forth, freezing the captain of the explosive squad in place. Then, a crisp cracking sound echoed amidst the howling storm as the captain's neck twisted violently. Simultaneously, the IWA ninja who had charged alongside him also met the same fate. Their necks snapped instantaneously. The IWA ninja who had rushed into the storm were utterly defenseless against Uchiha Gen's intangible might, effortlessly dispatching a few pests that approached him. Uchiha Gen raised his gaze to the diminutive figure of Inoki above. "Inoki, what are you waiting for?" Uchiha Gen smirked. He understood that Inoki was sending the IWA ninja to their deaths to exhaust his strength. But so what? Consumption was the least of his concerns. The current sandstorm was merely the residual energy of Bangilas. Furthermore, the relentless charge of the IWA ninja made it considerably easier for him. He need not hunt each one down for experience, as it ascended naturally, an exquisite sensation. Damn it, what power does this little brat wield? Has the Uchiha clan uncovered a new bloodline? Inoki's pupils trembled involuntarily as he noted that even the explosive squad could not harm Uchiha Gen. The peculiar force that snapped the captain's neck in an instant was difficult not to associate with a new bloodline limit. Observing that none of the IWA ninja surrounding Uchiha Gen remained alive, Inoki formed seals with his hands, summoning forth a blinding light. The white brilliance erupted from his hand seals like auroras, penetrating the sandstorm and creating a vast breach that only explosive techniques could achieve. The light surged forth, unrelenting, aimed directly at Uchiha Gen at the center of the storm. Dust release, bloodline elimination, and atomic-level attack bloodline. Finally, it has arrived. Shinjo. The spinning of the Sharingan was barely perceptible, and Uchiha Gen instantly reacted to the blinding white light akin to the speed of light. The corner of his eye twitched, and with a swift motion, a luminous barrier appeared, enveloping Uchiha Gen entirely. At this moment, the most formidable bloodline technique in the shinobi world collided with the most overpowered defensive skill of the Pokémon realm. The white light struck the barrier and vanished in an instant, as if devoured. The ability to defend against all techniques was now on full display, revealing its astonishing strength. Dust release was utterly ineffective. Indeed, it was as anticipated. Observing that the defensive skill successfully thwarted the dust release attack, a faint smirk crept onto Uchiha Gen's lips. This was merely an experiment, testing whether Pokémon skills truly adhered to the laws of the universe, while also assessing the limits of the defensive skill. Should there be a limit that allowed dust release to breach the barrier, Uchiha Gen would employ his reflexes, quick as light, to evade the assault with instantaneous movement. If the barrier remained intact, Uchiha Gen could ascertain the trajectory of future developments. After all, he could ascend to the 6 paths with just a mega evolution. Chapter 136. The source of great power lies in the will of the heart. Possessing the strength to reach the level of the 6 paths signified that he was on the cusp of even greater power. He lacked not in destructive capabilities. What he sought was mastery over the laws of power. His ambition extended beyond mere annihilation. He aimed to grasp the divine authority wielded by the legendary Pokémon within the Pokémon realm. Uchiha Gen held a firm conviction regarding the existence of divine authority. Divine authority could be described as the dominion held by deities. He had experienced 2 vivid encounters with this power. The first occurred when he obtained the Pokémon card that awakened his sacred fire skill. While harnessing the might of flames through the card, Uchiha Gen intuitively perceived the essence of fire's dominion and vitality. It was the embodiment of the divine authority of the legendary Pokémon, Ho-Oh. However, while he possessed the sacred fire, it lacked Ho-Oh's inherent dominion. The second instance of perceiving this authority arose during his inaugural mega evolution of the Duel Qian Zhou Sharingan. The elevation of life and the foundational crafting of the Qian Zhou totem, encompassing 18 types of power, allowed Uchiha Gen to sense the authority once more. Yet, he remained uncertain about the nature of the authority that awakened the Qian Zhou totem. However, he felt an undeniable connection between this power and the divine. At present, Uchiha Gen pursued an exhaustive analysis of these Pokémon skills. Understanding the techniques and mastering them were distinctly different concepts. In contrast to Uchiha Gen's delight at the defensive skill's successful blockade of the dust release, Inoki was left in sheer astonishment. How could this be? The dust release was thwarted. Inoki could scarcely believe that the scene before him was real. The dust release, capable of obliterating all, had been effortlessly countered by a mere youth. A beam of white light descended once more, aimed at Uchiha Gen. Yet this time, Uchiha Gen refrained from employing the barrier again. Instead, he merely sidestepped, evading the lightning-fast assault. The dust release attack obliterated the ground beside him, leaving a sharp-edged square pit. What manner of monster are you? Gazing at Uchiha Gen, who effortlessly evaded his attack, Inoki's hand trembled slightly. This is utterly abnormal. The performance of this battle was exceedingly peculiar. Uchiha Gen's displayed capabilities could not be attributed to mere numbers. Yet, he had not initiated any attack. This situation left Inoki unable to gather any intelligence beyond the tempestuous sandstorm he conjured and his ability to manipulate an unseen force. Very well, since the experiment has concluded. Inoki, are you prepared to face your curtain call? However, before that, you must kneel to converse. Casting a glance at the square pit below, Uchiha Gen turned to Inoki, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With a raised hand, psychic energy surged forth. The gravity skill of Shinado was instantaneously imposed upon Inoki. Suspended in the air by the lightweight rock technique, Inoki suddenly felt a force pressing down upon him, one that shattered his technique and sent him plummeting towards the ground. As the Tsuchikige's shadow fell, a Jonin from his team sprang into action, intent on catching him. Yet, before he could leap, a dark purple claw erupted from the earth, piercing through his body. Shadow claw. Boom. Inoki crashed heavily to the ground, the impact creating a crater and exacerbating the injuries to his already fragile body. The intense pain left him no time to ponder how Uchiha Gen had disrupted his lightweight rock technique. Agony enveloped him, rendering him incapable of even standing. How truly fragile. A ninja with such a powerful bloodline, yet brought to his knees by a mere fall that severed his spine. Inoki, your strength seems to have fallen short of my expectations. In your current state, you hardly merit a death worthy of a curtain call. Uchiha Gen advanced towards Inoki, the skeletal visage of Susanoo gradually manifesting around him. Amidst the bloody sandstorm, Uchiha Gen appeared as a true demon. With just a few steps, Susanoo fully coalesced, its dragon claws sweeping down, each strike claiming the lives of numerous rock ninjas. Damn it! Stop this monster. He must not be allowed to approach Tsuchikage-sama. A demon. This Leaf Village wretch is nothing short of a demon. Quickly, evacuate Tsuchikage-sama. With him, we may still have a chance at victory. As Uchiha Gen drew closer to Inoki, all the rock ninjas furiously charged at him, only to be reduced to mere blood splatters by the flailing claws of Susanoo, ultimately swept away by the storm and dissolved into the sand. Collapsed on the ground, buried beneath the rubble dislodged from his fall. Inoki's mind swirled with pain as he gazed at the massive Susanoo, ablaze like a raging inferno. Indeed, I have aged. I am utterly powerless against such a being. Akin to Uchiha Madara emerging from the Pure Land. Each swing of Uchiha Gen's Susanoo felt as if it struck at the very core of Inoki's heart, shattering his will of stone with every loss of a rock ninja. The pain of his body and spirit compelled Inoki to shut his eyes. Inoki, your will harbors the power to alter the world. Great strength emanates from the will within your heart. Memories surfaced in Inoki's mind, echoing the teachings of the first Hokage. No, I am not a shadow lurking behind my comrades. His eyes opened wide, illuminating the unique bloodline once more. With a pained expression, Inoki clasped his hands together, and a cube of white light erupted forth. Chapter 137. Tsuchikage Inoki. The curtain falls. Tiny stones adhered to his waist, providing support to his incapacitated back. Inoki gritted his teeth, ignoring the searing pain that threatened to overwhelm him. The white light shot forth, striking Uchiha Gen's Susanoo's arm, eroding the azure dragon claw in an instant. Oh, even in such a state, you can still rise? It seems you are not so feeble after all. As Uchiha Gen observed, he gazed with keen interest through the throng of IWA shinobi towards the elderly figure leaning against the rocks. Faced with Uchiha Gen's words, laden with provocation, Inoki chose silence, not out of unwillingness, but because the excruciating pain in his body incessantly reminded him of the impending specter of death. However, before that fate could befall him, he had to dissuade Uchiha Gen from continuing his merciless onslaught against the IWA shinobi. The harrowing sight of his comrades charging valiantly towards Uchiha Gen, only to meet their demise, tormented his spirit to the core. The battlefield was saturated with the metallic scent of blood, and the blood-red sandstorm nearly drove Inoki to madness. Gritting his teeth, he raised his hands to form seals, causing dozens of formidable boulders to rise from the ground, surrounding him like satellites. As these stones rotated, Inoki swiftly imbued each with the technique of heavy rock. With another gesture, the boulders soared through the air, crashing through the veil of the sandstorm and hurtling directly towards Uchiha Gen's Susanoo. Just as Uchiha Gen contemplated compressing Inoki directly with his left eye technique, a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to abandon the idea of annihilating Inoki outright. You should consider yourself fortunate. As a fellow shadow, you have been provided an exemplary lesson by a rather detestable individual. Uchiha Gen spoke calmly, as the claws of Susanoo swung, instantaneously shredding the incoming boulders. Simultaneously, a surge of psychic energy surged forth. The fragments of stone, now reduced to rubble, were lifted by telekinesis and rained down upon the remaining IWA shinobi, piercing flesh and causing blood to bloom upon the arid ground amidst the storm. One attack proved futile, and Inoki altered his hand seals once more. The earth began to tremble, and countless sharp stones erupted from the ground, advancing towards Uchiha Gen. In response, Uchiha Gen merely lifted his foot and stomped lightly. The tremors were quelled instantaneously, but in that moment, a more violent vibration erupted, causing all the sharp stones summoned by Inoki to shatter, splitting the arid landscape and sending numerous IWA shinobi tumbling into the fissures. Bankila's skill, earthquake. The quaking ground left Inoki momentarily unsteady, blood trickling from the corners of his lips. Gazing at Uchiha Gen's unwavering Susanoo, Inoki felt a profound sense of helplessness. Was the Uchiha clan truly an insurmountable obstacle for IWA? The bloodline limit proved ineffective, and even their earth techniques were met with stronger counterattacks. Did battles like this truly hold significance? No, absolutely not. This war was undeniably meaningful. Since dust release proved ineffective, let us engage in raw confrontation. Countless boulders rose from the earth, enveloping Inoki entirely, as stone armor ascended, and a colossal stone figure emerged, towering over Uchiha Gen's Susanoo. How intriguing. Uchiha Gen smirked slightly, choosing not to pursue the lesser foes any longer. The power of his gaze surged, enveloping Susanoo in the Yatagarasu armor. In an instant, the complete form of Susanoo stood upon the earth, with Uchiha Gen nestled within the diamond crystal upon its forehead, gazing down at the smiling mouth of Inoki's stone giant. Inoki, secured by the rocks at the head of the stone figure, gazed upward at the towering deity. At this moment, Uchiha Gen bestowed upon Inoki a death worthy of a grand finale. The barren expanse was littered with the remnants of battle, and Uchiha Gen regarded the shattered stone giant not far away with a detached expression. At this moment, the head of the stone giant, Inoki of IWA, had closed his eyes, succumbing to eternal slumber. On the battlefield, the surviving IWA shinobi had lost all will to fight. The death of their Tsuchikage extinguished any glimmer of hope for victory. Despair began to spread. Uchiha Gen's overwhelming power prompted the IWA shinobi below to relinquish any notion of resistance. After all, what purpose did it serve? Even the formidable Tsuchikage had perished in this conflict. How could they possibly triumph over a demon like Uchiha Gen? To the IWA shinobi below, now devoid of fighting spirit, Uchiha Gen merely raised his hand, a searing flame spiraling violently within his grasp. He had no habit of sparing enemies who had lost their will to fight, especially not when opportunities for extensive experience harvesting were rare. With a gentle push, the fiery spiral descended from the sky. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding explosion. Flames engulfed the world. Chapter 138. The war concludes. As day turns to night, the conflict between the land of earth and the land of fire comes to an end. The extensive loss of ninjas and the Tsuchikage led to the utter desolation of Awagakure. After standing in silence for a moment, Uchiha Gen turned to depart. Is this the power of Lord Gen? Such a cataclysmic spectacle, the second god of the ninja realm has indeed emerged in Konoha. Do not dawdle. Hasten to clear the battlefield. This critical war bore little fruit, and we cannot allow Lord Gen to perceive us as utterly useless. You two over there. Lord Gen's flames burn at an extremely high temperature. It is unlikely that any resources remain on the battlefield. Follow the 1st Division directly to the supply base behind Awagakure. With Uchiha Gen's departure, the Konoha ninjas returned to the battlefield to tidy up the aftermath. Observing the massive pit left by Uchiha Gen and the body of Inoki, which he had deliberately avoided, a sense of pride welled up within all the Konoha ninjas. The might of Uchiha Gen signifies the strength of Konoha. Days later, in the residence of the land of Earth's daimyo, the daimyo, visibly enraged, hurled the documents presented by his subordinates aside, striking one of his concubines in the face. What is that fool Inoki doing? Damn it! Does he not realize the financial repercussions of this defeat against the Land of Fire? Cursed Inoki. Incompetent. Utterly useless. Where is Inoki? Bring him to the shogunate at once. I must severely curtail the funding for a Wagakure. The money I have lost must be reclaimed from them. The daimyo of the Land of Earth roared, while behind him, 3 concubines trembled slightly at the outburst. Though this daimyo wielded no real power and struggled to catch his breath merely from throwing documents and shouting, even so, the concubines and the kneeling samurai could not conceal their fear of him. I must report to Lord Daimyo that he has perished in battle. Currently, Iwagakure is facing a dire situation due to a significant reduction in the number of shinobi, and a new Tsuchikage has yet to be appointed. At present, Iwagakure is under the management of Akatsuchi, a jonin, and there is an urgent need for funding from the daimyo to retrain ninjas. Otherwise, Iwagakure may very well withdraw from the ranks of the 5 great shinobi countries, or even face annihilation. The voice of the IWA ninja delivering the news of defeat to the daimyo quivered with emotion. The death of Inoki has plunged the entire village into mourning. What? That old man Inoki is dead? Wasn't he always boasting about his powerful dojutsu? The daimyo questioned, his curiosity piqued. And what do you mean by the reduced number of shinobi in Iwagakure? What transpired during this war? How many ninjas has Iwagakure lost? Why is the situation so severe? Though the daimyo of the Earth Country was known for his frivolity, he was no fool, swiftly grasping several key pieces of information from the IWA ninja's report. With a surge of confusion, the daimyo bombarded the IWA ninja with questions. In this conflict against the Fire Country, Iwagakure suffered the loss of 367 jonin, 1,468 chunin, and countless genin, along with one of our kage. The terror of Uchiha Azuna has left an indelible mark on the hearts of Iwagakure's shinobi. The IWA ninja's voice trembled, recalling the nameless dread that washed over him at the mere mention of that formidable foe. Konoha? The daimyo of the Fire Country seems to have acted with undue severity against Iwagakure. It appears he has little regard for the funds I possess. Summon my carriage. I shall pay a visit to the Fire Country to converse with my long-lost relative. As for you, I will allocate funds for the reconstruction of Iwagakure's economy. But do bear in mind that you have suffered defeat, so the amount will be limited. Additionally, expedite the selection of a new Tsuchikage. If the one you mentioned is currently overseeing affairs, it signifies his suitability. Should there be no contenders, appoint him directly as Tsuchikage. I am heading to the Fire Country and have no time to participate in your succession ceremony. Upon hearing this, the daimyo of the Earth Country paid little heed to the IWA ninja's trembling form. He felt no sorrow for the downfall of Iwagakure. Instead, he reveled in the fact that the Fire Country had violated the agreements among the nations, and the prospect of avoiding the terms of his wager with the Fire daimyo brought him joy. The IWA ninja bowed his head low, his voice quaking as he questioned, is the sacrifice of our Tsuchikage truly worth it? Unbeknownst to them, Uchiha Azuna was oblivious to the events unfolding in the Earth Country. At that moment, he had returned to Konoha. The widespread slaughter in the Earth Country had stirred some disquiet within Uchiha Azuna's typically tranquil heart, and until this turmoil settled, he had no intention of perpetuating further bloodshed. Reclining atop the Hokage rock, Uchiha Azuna enjoyed the gentle breeze as he gazed upon the transformed Konoha. Numerous items reminiscent of the future era had emerged throughout the village, most of which were the brainchild of Orochimaru. Even Uchiha Azuna could not deny the terrifying potential of Orochimaru's scientific genius if applied to the welfare of the populace. In the brief time he spent at the Konoha Research Institute, the village had witnessed the advent of several technological innovations aimed at improving daily life. Had Uchiha Azuna not abruptly returned with the body of White Zetsu for Orochimaru's examination, it was certain that Konoha would have evolved even further. It is worth noting that the current advancements were merely byproducts of Orochimaru's other research endeavors. He was no ordinary individual. Ha ha ha, I knew you would be here. Rin, Kurenai, come here. Just as Uchiha Azuna leisurely observed the village below, contemplating various matters, a somewhat raucous voice suddenly reached his ears, causing him to furrow his brow. He sensed someone approaching, yet the chakra emanating from them was exceedingly weak, and with his Uchiha perceptiveness, he paid it little mind. Upon hearing the distant voice, Uchiha Azuna quickly recognized the newcomers. Kamui, your tears cannot be concealed forever. Yet now, they are no longer hidden. I wonder if Kamui will manifest again. After all, I admire Kamui's strength, and it would be beneficial for the Uchiha clan to possess another pair of such Mangekyo. Soon, the silhouettes of Uchiha Obito and the two girls appeared not far from Uchiha Izuna. "What brings you here?" Uchiha Izuna inquired. Noticing the 3 claw marks etched on Uchiha Obito's face, a self-imposed reminder of his past. "Ahaha, it's nothing significant. I just believe that a proper thank you should come directly from the individual. I am immensely grateful for what you did last time. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to ask. I would risk my life to assist you." Uchiha Obito's expression was solemn. He could hardly fathom what might have transpired had Uchiha Izuna not intervened. "Rin, there is no need to thank me. Your gratitude should be directed at your surname. If it had been another member of the Uchiha clan, I would have acted similarly. Uchiha members can perish in battle, but must not fall victim to treachery. Though I doubt you would have perished regardless." Uchiha Izuna replied in a calm tone, acknowledging the connection between him and Uchiha Obito, which was merely rooted in their shared lineage. After the conclusion of Uchiha Madara's saga, Uchiha Izuna felt no concern for Uchiha Obito's future. "Oh, while I may not fully grasp your meaning, I must express that you saved not just my life, but my entire world. Therefore, I shall undoubtedly repay this debt." A radiant smile illuminated Uchiha Obito's face. Having survived calamity, he had come to realize many things. Thus, once he recovered, he sought out the girl to confess his feelings. The outcome, naturally, was favorable. Uchiha Izuna observed Uchiha Obito in silence. As he spoke, a subtle reaction flickered in his Sharingan. Uchiha Obito, now possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan, was on the verge of awakening the Mangekyo. Driven by love and the resolve to protect his beloved, Uchiha Izuna found this perplexing yet intriguing. Henceforth, Uchiha Sarada, you are no longer the most outrageous Uchiha with awakened eyes. Do as you wish. And what of the two of you? Uchiha Izuna gently shook his head before turning his gaze to the 2 girls behind Uchiha Obito. Yuhi Kurenai and Noera Rin felt a surge of anxiety as Uchiha Izuna's attention fell upon them. Despite being classmates with him, they were acutely aware that Uchiha Izuna had become a legendary ninja in his own right, while they remained mere genin yet to participate in the Chunin exams. This disparity left Yuhi Kurenai unable to express any feelings of affection and standing before Uchiha Izuna. She finally understood why her father had privately warned her that her affections would yield no fruitful outcome. We also came to, gazing at the youth in the gentle breeze. Yuhi Kurenai mustered her courage to express her gratitude when a shadow suddenly appeared beside Uchiha Izuna. "Izuna, Hokage-sama seeks you for a discussion." What are you all doing here? Have your injuries improved?" The figure clad in umbu attire, Hatake Kakashi, inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Uchiha Obito and the others. "We came together to seek Shindaosia. Tsunade Daimyo's medical ninjutsu is remarkable, and our bodies are already fine. Thank you for your concern." The courage that Hinata Kurenai had summoned dissipated the moment Kakashi Hatake appeared. Upon hearing Kakashi's inquiry, Hinata Kurenai lowered her head and spoke rapidly. "It was just a casual rescue. Let us go, Kakashi. What did Lord Minato want to discuss with me?" Uchiha Shien, upon hearing this, completely disregarded Hinata Kurenai and Noera Rin, turning his attention to Kakashi. "I'm not sure," Kakashi replied, shaking his head gently. "Understood." Uchiha Shien nodded lightly, rising to his feet and vanishing before them in an instant. It was space-time ninjutsu. This fellow, he didn't even think to take me along. Sigh. The Flying Thunder God technique is truly difficult to master. Well then, I must excuse myself as I have official duties to attend to. Kakashi sighed as he gazed at the spot where Uchiha Shien had just stood. He genuinely envied such elusive spatial techniques, especially after having no clue how to learn the Flying Thunder God technique himself. With that, Kakashi also vanished in a flash. Atop the Hokage rock, only the 3 members of Team Akatsuki remained. Just a casual rescue? The gentle breeze stirred her hair, and the love-struck girl gazed dreamily at the village of Konoha below, her eyes shimmering with a trace of sadness. In the Hokage's office, Uchiha Shien's figure materialized. The diligent Hokage, Namikaze Minato, who bore slight dark circles under his eyes, looked up and greeted him softly. "You've arrived. Kakashi mentioned you had something for me?" Uchiha Shien inquired, puzzled. "Yes. Take a look at this," Minato replied, nodding gently as he handed a gold-edged envelope from his desk to Uchiha Shien. "A letter from the daimyo's residence?" Uchiha Shien recognized the seal on the envelope at a glance. Upon receiving the envelope and reading its contents, a flicker of brutal killing intent flashed in Uchiha Shien's eyes. "This is a letter of accountability. Does this old man think too highly of himself?" Flames ignited at his fingertips, incinerating the somewhat extravagant letter into black ash. His fierce killing intent enveloping him in an oppressive aura. This was the aura formed from excessive slaughter on the battlefield of the land of Earth. According to the intelligence from my informant in the daimyo's residence, the emergence of this letter of accountability was due to the fact that you killed too many IWNE in the land of Earth, prompting the daimyo of the land of Earth to voice his grievances to the daimyo of the land of Fire. You are aware of the blood ties among these daimyo. Thus, this letter was born. Only with a genuine desire for change can one truly comprehend the farcical nature of war in the ninja world. Minato's expression darkened significantly. Ever since he and Uchiha Gen devised a monumental plan, he had made numerous preparations. Throughout this process, he had transcended his usual limitations, witnessing a myriad of different perspectives. Chapter 140. In the ninja world, there will no longer be daimyo. How many people in the village have accepted this plan? Uchiha Gen's eyes held a cold glint as he spoke softly. Although I have not explicitly stated our intentions, the various ninja clans have generally deduced our plans. And coupled with your recent performance in the land of Earth, no one in the village dares to oppose or even voice dissent. The various clans are well aware of your strength. In their eyes, you have become the second Hokage, perhaps even surpassing the first Hokage in certain aspects. After all, although the first Hokage possessed formidable power, his character was. Minato lowered his gaze, the so-called letter of accountability igniting his fury as well. He was not Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then let us prepare to declare war on the entire ninja world. Konoha's comprehensive war against the ninja world is about to commence. However, before that, allow me to deliver a shock to the entire ninja world. A hint of a smile graced Uchiha Gen's lips as he stood and walked towards the office door. One village against 5 nations? Such audacity is indeed terrifying. Nonetheless, I should also be able to step onto the battlefield. Minato smiled slightly, gazing at Uchiha Gen's departing figure with longing. If this succeeds, he would immediately propose to Kushina. In the residence of the land of Fire's daimyo, as the capital of the most prosperous nation in the ninja world, it was evidently bustling with activity. Walking down the street, both sides were lined with gambling houses, taverns, and neon-lit establishments. Dressed in the attire of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Gen leisurely strolled along the streets of the daimyo's residence, aiming for the tallest building at the heart of the daimyo's estate. Hey there, handsome. Want to come in and have some fun? It's quite delightful. Ha ha ha. You little tease. Aren't you usually reluctant to pay extra? What has made you so proactive this time? Oh, I see. You've encountered a striking young lad. Hey, you with the spiky hair. The ladies here have been used by countless men. Care to try a game between men? As he walked past a brothel, a pale woman, swaying and moving awkwardly, approached Uchiha Gen with a flirtatious giggle. Just as the woman finished speaking, a man strolled over, brazenly grabbing her chest and licking his lips while eyeing Uchiha Gen. A game between men? Uchiha Gen raised his gaze, glancing at the corpulent man and speaking softly. Yes, a game between men. I guarantee it will reveal a new world to you. Upon hearing Uchiha Gen's words, the man leered, making a rather disgusting gesture with his hands. Blood erupted, splattering across the ground. The woman's shrill scream and the ensuing chaos erupted on the street as the blood flower blossomed. Do you know who this person is? The woman fell to the ground, horrified, staring at the mangled remains of the man, her eyes filled with terror. Not due to the blood before her. Such sights were commonplace in the daimyo's residence. Those powerful figures would undoubtedly have their samurai draw their swords when provoked. What terrified her was the death of the man before her. Do I need to know? Uchiha Gen smiled, retracting his dragon claws. It seems I have indeed become somewhat quick to anger. Possessing such powers, I should not allow the bloodshed of war to affect my emotions. After retracting his dragon claws, Uchiha Gen gazed at his palm, his eyes activating the Koten Sharingan, observing himself, yet failing to uncover any underlying issues. The turmoil continued, leaving only Uchiha Gen and the trembling woman on the street. Soon, Uchiha Gen was surrounded by samurai and several monks with chakra responses. You are a ninja from the Uchiha clan of Konoha? Are you a defector? Or is this your first time in the daimyo's residence, unaware of its rules? One of the monks, dressed in traditional garb, scanned Uchiha Gen's attire and immediately recognized him as an Uchiha clan member. The monk's solemn expression vanished, replaced by an air of superiority. You are quite bothersome. Contemplating why his emotions were swayed by others, Uchiha Gen raised his head. his Koten Sharingan flashing with a strange brilliance. In an instant, all the monks surrounding Uchiha Gen who possessed chakra were compressed into a single sheet of paper, which was then set ablaze by flames that appeared from thin air, turning them to ash. A monster. He turned the esteemed monk of the fire temple into paper with just a glance. He is undoubtedly a monster. Run, run. No, this could also be an illusion. The Uchiha clan of Konoha is renowned for its Jinjutsu. Everyone, let us attack together. Yes, it could be an illusion. In an instant, the warriors who initially contemplated fleeing found themselves gripping their swords once more. They were to inform your lord, the daimyo, to come here and convey that, henceforth, the realm of shinobi shall no longer recognize the existence of daimyos. In response, Uchiha Gen's eyes shimmered with the power of his Sharingan, and in an instant, all the warriors were ensnared within its control. Such a shocking spectacle ought not to unfold within the confines of an opulent mansion, which would likely see few spectators. This place, however, was quite suitable. As his words fell, a tempest of sand surged forth, coalescing to form a throne-like chair that stood majestically at the center of the street. Uchiha Gen, with an air of calm, settled himself upon the throne, awaiting the audience with the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The emergence of the throne compelled all within the daimyo's residence to involuntarily gaze toward Uchiha Gen's position. They were puzzled and intrigued, questioning who had granted such audacity to this youth, for this was indeed the capital of the Land of Fire, one of the 5 great nations. The controlled warriors merely nodded mechanically before swiftly turning to hasten toward the daimyo's location. The synergy of the Koten Sharingan and the hypnotic prowess had transcended the conventional capabilities of Jinjutsu. Seated upon the throne of sand, Uchiha Gen looked down upon the gathering crowd surrounding the daimyo's estate, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He was curious to see how these individuals would react shortly. Chapter 141. The Death of the Daimyo of the Land of Fire. This fellow is truly audacious. However, such drama is a rarity. I can only imagine my uncle's fury. The funding for Konoha will likely be curtailed again. It has been ages since something like this occurred in the Land of Fire. Haha, such entertainment is seldom seen. Look, the guardian shinobi have arrived. Alas, this Konoha child is about to meet his demise. Such a handsome youth. I truly wish to savor his essence. Boom. A crimson mist erupted as the heads of 2 elegantly attired men conversing in the distance were instantaneously crushed by an unseen force, transforming them into a spray of blood. The guardian shinobi, elite protectors of the daimyo, represented the pinnacle of martial prowess within the daimyo's estate. Before the throne of sand, 12 uniquely styled shinobi stared gravely at Uchiha Gen. As shinobi, some among them were quite attentive to the intelligence of the shinobi world. The power that conjured a sandstorm bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the legendary Uchiha Shinobi, who had once concluded the war between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. Coupled with Uchiha Gen's unabashed display of his clan's crest, an invisible pressure gripped the hearts of the 12 guardian shinobi. My lord, may I inquire as to your intentions within the daimyo's estate? Has someone offended you, or is there another matter at hand? The lead shinobi among the 12 guardian shinobi stammered, his voice trembling slightly. He paid no heed to the slain nobles nearby, either out of fear or indifference. Should Uchiha Gen's might be as legendary as rumored, no one within the daimyo's estate could hope to impede him. Provoking him recklessly could very well turn the estate into a hellish battlefield akin to the one that had transpired previously. Hey, Lu Guang, how can you be so timid? This Konoha brat hardly seems capable of contending with all of us united. If you keep this up, how will we account to the daimyo once he arrives? Let us strike him down together before the daimyo gets here, one of the shinobi among the 12 declared arrogantly, drawing a short blade forged from chakra metal, embellished with several exquisite jewels upon the hilt. What a fool. Hearing his companion speak thus, the shinobi named Lu Guang could not help but close his eyes. This comrade, having gained favor through flattery, sought to ascend to the leadership of the 12 guardian shinobi. Yet, was this truly the moment to flaunt his bravado before someone like Uchiha Gen? Has no one informed you that your intellect is rather lacking? Uchiha Gen, seated upon the throne, wore a faint smile, his lips curling slightly, with a mere lift of his finger. The shinobi wielding the chakra metal short blade was lifted into the air, an unseen force constricting around his neck. The sensation of asphyxiation gripped him, causing the weapon in his hand to clatter to the ground. The terror of death compelled the shinobi to struggle, yet his efforts were futile against the intangible force. Since you inquired, I shall reveal my purpose here, especially with so many witnesses present. This matter requires no concealment. I have come to eradicate the darkness that shrouds the shinobi world, to bring forth illumination. To be candid, my true intention is to slay the daimyo. Uchiha Gen stated coldly from his throne. His declaration left all onlookers aghast. Such words were an unequivocal act of rebellion within the shinobi world. Audacious. The daimyo is a descendant of the divine, a scion of the ancestral nation that has endured for millennia. Konoha Shinobi, you are utterly presumptuous. Do you not fear a united uprising from the shinobi world? The 5 nations are bound by blood. They shall undoubtedly overthrow all of Konoha. Upon hearing Uchiha Gen's intent to assassinate the daimyo, both distant and nearby guardian shinobi erupted in furious shouts directed at him. After a millennium of subjugation, their servitude had become deeply rooted within their hearts. An uprising from the shinobi world? That sounds rather appealing. You are most fortunate to witness this moment. For Konoha hereby declares war upon the entire shinobi world. From this day forth, there shall be no more concept of one nation, one village. No country shall recognize the daimyo, nor shall any shinobi village exist apart from Konoha. Beginning today, the entirety of the shinobi world shall be reset. Konoha shall unify the shinobi world. Those who wish to join us may do so, while those who oppose shall find themselves in the nether. Uchiha Gen ascended step by step towards the heavens, surveying all within the daimyo's estate, his power surging as the complete Susanoo took form in an instant. Like a deity descending from the void, the Susanoo enveloped the entire daimyo estate, while Uchiha Gen, encased within the crystalline armor of the Yatagarasu, gazed impassively at the estate below. Moments ago, he had dispatched warriors to notify the daimyo of his arrival, yet they had all perished, and the daimyo had shown no signs of movement. In light of this, there was no reason to await this so-called daimyo any longer. With a gentle raise of his hand, the Susanoo followed suit. Chakra surged forth, accompanied by the thunderous sound of impending doom. A long blade gradually materialized in the hands of the Susanoo, a unique spiritual weapon belonging to Uchiha Gen, which had formed long ago, though he had chosen to favor the dragon claw over it. Alas, your cowardice will lead many to share your fate. With an icy gaze, Uchiha Gen brought the Susanoo's blade down. No, a madman. This is madness. Where are the guardian shinobi? Why do they not intervene? As Uchiha Gen's Susanoo swung its weapon downward, terror gripped the faces of all witnesses. Boom! The crimson flame struck the highest tower of the daimyo's estate, causing it to collapse instantly, engulfed in roaring flames, as countless wails resonated throughout the estate. With one stroke, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, along with his residents, descended into oblivion. This is madness. The shinobi world is about to descend into chaos. Lu Guang gazed upward, drenched in sweat, watching the Susanoo in the distant inferno, his body trembling slightly as he spoke. Chapter 142, Reactions and Situations. Konoha. At the Nanha Shrine, Uchiha Gen stood silently before a stone tablet, pondering its inscriptions. He could not comprehend why Uchiha Madara would place faith in such a concept. Infinite Tsukuyomi. The ultimate divine technique of the Uchiha clan that promised everlasting peace to the world? Indeed, it represents eternal peace, by eliminating all humanity through infinite Tsukuyomi. True peace is achieved. An idealized dream world. If the dragon of ideals existed in the shinobi world, perhaps your aspirations would garner its approval. Yet, foolishness is foolishness. In retrospect, you should be returning soon, in that grotesque form of a wraith. Uchiha Gen gently pressed his hand against the stone tablet, his eyes swirling with power as its dimensions were instantaneously compressed. A comprehensive war was imminent, and the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly give rise to other Mangekyo Sharingan. Thus, this misleading artifact had lost its significance. Over a month had passed since the decree from the daimyo's residence, during which turmoil erupted across the 5 nations. Following Uchiha Gen's declaration of unified war, rogue ninjas and traitorous shinobi from various villages descended into chaos, plunging the entire shinobi world into disarray. Meanwhile, Konoha fully embraced its role as a war machine, with every clan and department operating with fervor. In this conflict between Konoha and the shinobi world, no one dared to relax, for the consequences of failure were abundantly clear. Nevertheless, the conviction of victory had already taken root in the hearts of Konoha's ninjas, especially with the new god of ninjas still present in their midst. Land of Lightning. In the daimyo's chamber. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning and the fourth Reikage sat with solemn expressions in the conference room. A month had passed, and based on the intelligence gathered, it was evident that Konoha was indeed preparing to declare war on the entire shinobi world. My lord, we must make preparations. That Uchiha Gen possesses terrifying power. I fear his strength has reached a level akin to that of those two men from the past, and with his age, he will surely surpass them in time. The fourth Reikage spoke gravely, fully aware of Uchiha Gen's capabilities, having faced him and lost at the hands of his brother. Moreover, his father, a man renowned for holding two titles of the strongest, was also suspected to have fallen to that individual. I understand. I will ensure the war funds are fully supplied. That man has crossed the line in the current shinobi world. However, the daimyo of the Land of Earth is quite unfortunate, having met his demise during a trip to the Land of Fire. The simultaneous assassination of two daimyos is unprecedented. I have complete confidence in the strength of Kumogakure. I will contact the daimyos of the Land of Wind and the Land of Water to ensure their respective villages cooperate with you to launch an offensive against Konoha. With the daimyo's death, the Land of Earth will undoubtedly descend into power struggles, and since Iwagakure is now utterly devastated, we need not concern ourselves with the Land of Earth. I entrust you with dealing with that calamity bringer in the shinobi world. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning and the Reikage shared a long-standing camaraderie, and thus their discourse lacked the stark hierarchy evident in other nations. Understood. The fourth Reikage nodded vigorously, his eyes ablaze with intense hatred. Father, I shall personally take that man's head to avenge you. Land of Wind. In the daimyo's chamber. What do you mean? Sunagakure cannot muster sufficient forces to confront Konoha. Did I allocate funds for you to squander? The daimyo of the Land of Wind slammed his hand on the table, glaring at the elderly man before him, his eyes filled with rage and unmistakable fear. The daimyo of the Land of Fire was dead, and the daimyo of the Land of Earth had also perished. Now, Sunagakure had the audacity to inform him that they would be unable to fend off Konoha's assault. Did this not imply that his own demise was imminent? Fear intertwined with anger caused the daimyo of the Land of Wind to tremble uncontrollably. There is nothing I can do. Konoha is too strong. That Uchiha brat has eliminated most of my elite ninjas, and the subsequent Uchiha forces wielding tailed beasts have dealt severe blows to Sunagakure. Currently, Sunagakure is in a state no better than the decimated Iwagakure. As for the funds you mentioned, we have received very little. In fact, maintaining basic operations has become a challenge. Were it not for the many magnet-release ninjas and Sunagakure mining gold in the desert, we would have long since disbanded. Chiyo, with a grim expression, met the gaze of the daimyo of the Land of Wind without flinching. Having become an isolated figure, Chiyo felt no trepidation before the daimyo. The oppression from the Land of Wind had long sown discontent within Sunagakure. Had Sunagakure not maintained an adversarial relationship with Konoha, Chiyo might have even considered joining Konoha in its declaration of war against the shinobi world. You insolent old fool. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you wish to forfeit the funds for the next quarter? Filled with rage and fear, the daimyo of the Land of Wind, seeing Chiyo disregard his status, was instantly consumed by fury, his face flushed and eyes bloodshot as he pointed an accusing finger at her. Indeed, I do not require them. After all, whether it be Sunagakure or yourself, you may not have the chance to continue living. Keep your so-called funds for yourself. Chiyo replied, lowering her gaze, her voice somber, before turning to leave, ignoring the enraged daimyo of the Land of Wind. She had already resolved herself to her fate. Land of Water. In the daimyo's chamber. Why? The daimyo of the Land of Water stared in shock at the shinobi blade protruding from his chest, his eyes wide with disbelief as he regarded the third Mizukage. He could not fathom why the Mizukage, who had been discussing strategies to attack Konoha just moments prior, would suddenly turn against him. Yet, in the next instant, as he beheld the Sharingan's phantom within the Mizukage's eyes, the daimyo of the Land of Water understood why he had been attacked. The Uchiha clan, a name renowned throughout the shinobi world. How could he, as a ruler, remain ignorant of this? Chapter 143, Orochimaru's Research. Konoha. In the conference room, all senior members of Konoha gathered, including the retired Kakashi Hitaki and the semi-retired Might Guy. With the onset of total war, every individual affiliated with Konoha must participate. Now then, let us prepare to depart as per the arrangements made in the previous meeting. Here, in the name of the first Hokage, I wish you all victory. As the meeting concluded, Minato Namikaze rose, gazing at his Konoha comrades, and lightly tapped his chest with a clenched fist, solemnly proclaiming, "Victory!" at the Konoha Scientific Research Institute, in Orochimaru's laboratory. Thus, these are Gen's orders. Orochimaru, can you confirm that you can utilize the white Zetsu cells on our clan members? Uchiha Fugaku inquired. Having conveyed all of Uchiha Gen's clandestine directives to Orochimaru, his expression grave as he regarded the array of white liquid-filled test tubes before him. Orochimaru, upon hearing this, merely smiled faintly, setting down his scalpel and picking up a towel to wipe the blood from his hands before turning his gaze. His serpent-like eyes fixed intently on Uchiha Fugaku, brimming with avarice and envy. What folly! How could such eyes be bestowed upon someone so foolish? What? Do you lack faith in your own ocular techniques? Or do you believe that clan leader Fugaku doubts my research? You are the first to utilize the Baiju cells. I trust one need not elaborate on their efficacy. Orochimaru licked his lips and spoke coldly. This is different. My eyes are the Mangekyo Sharingan, and my formidable Yin release chakra is more than sufficient to contend with the Yang release chakra of the Baiju cells. As for my clan members, they predominantly possess the ordinary 3-Tomo Sharingan, and their ocular prowess is likely inadequate to suppress the Baiju cells. Uchiha Fugaku spoke in a composed tone. TSK. Clan leader Fugaku, consider this a piece of advice. One should stick to their profession and refrain from overextending their limited intellect to ponder matters beyond their grasp. If you believe I could be so foolish as to overlook this, then feel free to have Uchiha Gen strip me of my so-called position as director. Such eyes resting in your orbs truly seem a waste. Orochimaru toyed with a white liquid-filled vial on the experimental table before gently tossing it towards Uchiha Fugaku. Speaking in a low voice, he harbored a strong aversion to having his research questioned. I apologize. I am merely concerned for the safety of my clan, as this matter holds great significance. Uchiha Fugaku recognized the impropriety of his words and offered a quiet apology. Having recently conducted experiments alongside Orochimaru, he began to understand why Uchiha Gen held such high expectations for him. In this laboratory, Orochimaru was indeed a being of another caliber. In response to Uchiha Fugaku's apology, Orochimaru merely turned and departed the laboratory. He found it difficult to harbor any fondness for Uchiha Fugaku, who possessed such extraordinary eyes. Upon leaving the laboratory, Orochimaru found a place to rest and unfurled a small scroll, revealing its intricately inscribed contents. The scroll bore 4 significant characters. Edo Tensei. Gen, you are indeed a man shrouded in secrets. It seems you possess a deeper understanding of me than I do of myself. Holding the scroll, Orochimaru recalled the moment when Uchiha Gen approached him privately after the meeting, presenting him with the scroll containing the Edo Tensei technique. At the entrance of the conference room, Uchiha Gen had tossed the scroll inscribed with the Edo Tensei technique to Orochimaru, calmly stating, "Please endeavor to study this technique. As for the materials required for your research, I trust the battlefield will provide ample resources." How did Gen know that I have long desired to learn this technique? Moreover, what ulterior motives does he have in entrusting it to me? After receiving the scroll from Uchiha Gen and merely glancing at it, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with intrigue upon grasping its contents, and he smiled as he inquired softly, "You need not concern yourself with that. The technique currently has its flaws. How to amend and optimize it is your responsibility. I shall have the clan leader assist you in perfecting this technique." Uchiha Gen's expression remained serene. Uchiha Fugaku. Oh no, that won't be necessary. His role will merely be to help me test the experimental results. I will conduct my own research on this technique. However, if Gen wishes for Uchiha Fugaku to monitor me, I can tolerate his foolishness by having him remain by my side. At these words, Orochimaru furrowed his brow, recalling the troublesome Uchiha who often caused chaos in the laboratory, and he felt a wave of irritation. I have no need to monitor you. Should you entertain any other thoughts, I could easily take your life. Since you do not require the clan leader's assistance for refining this technique, the research shall proceed according to your preferences. Additionally, provide me with the precise location of the Lonely Cave. Although the 3 holy lands communicate through summoning techniques, they still exist within the shinobi world, do they not? Uchiha Gen raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by Orochimaru's disdain for Uchiha Fugaku. In Gen's view, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes should have been quite suitable for experimentation. Could it be that his assumptions were erroneous? The Lonely Cave? Gen, that is one of my significant sources of power. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with interest as he replied coldly. You may take part of the core inheritance from the Longdi Cave. I suspect that although you are a descendant of the Longdi Cave, you do not possess their complete legacy, correct? Do you possess a map, Gen? The second Hokage, who toyed with the souls through his techniques. Is a pity we are not from the same era. Otherwise, I believe our conversation would be quite engaging. Orochimaru licked his lips, meticulously examining the scroll's contents. The more he scrutinized, the more he yearned to meet the creator of this technique, the second Hokage. In Orochimaru's eyes, the ingenuity of this ninjutsu was far beyond mere genius. Could this technique lead to immortality? A flicker of ambition and insatiable thirst for knowledge shone in Orochimaru's eyes. Chapter 144 Longdi Cave. The Longdi Cave, a mysterious and elusive realm. At this moment, it welcomed an outsider not bound by any contract with the Longdi Cave. Uchiha Gen strolled leisurely through the dimly lit cavern, cradling a limp, white snake in his hand. Despite the absence of light, it did not hinder his vision. Oh, I seem to detect the scent of a pure human. What is this? Has the contractor of that wretched snake, Wanshi, perished? Has a new contractor emerged for the Longdi Cave? Just as Uchiha Gen advanced, a sinister voice echoed through the cavern, and a swiftly moving shadow darted past him. Following the sound, Uchiha Gen encountered a pool of foul, toxic liquid. A protective barrier manifested before him, deflecting the poison, which then dripped to the ground, petrifying the tiny fungal life forms that came into contact with it. Exainya, how intriguing. I did not expect to encounter you first. Your strength aligns perfectly with the serpents I had in mind. Casting a glance at the petrified fungi at his feet, Uchiha Gen smirked, looking deeper into the shadowy cavern. He ventured into the Longdi Cave not only to acquire its sage arts, but also to capture several formidable snakes for the Uchiha clan to use as summoning beasts. Among the three great sacred lands, only Myobokuzan and the Longdi Cave offered suitable summoning beasts for the Uchiha clan. Due to the presence of Namake's Minato, Uchiha Gen felt reluctant to decimate Myobokuzan directly. Hence, the Longdi Cave remained his sole option. Moreover, Uchiha Gen realized that he had developed some troubling mentalities. Recently, he had begun to regard human life with increasing indifference. Uchiha Gen had utilized his extraordinary abilities to examine himself. Both his body and mind were intact. Yet it was his mindset that had faltered. The experience panel and his identity as a transcendent being led him to perceive the inhabitants of the shinobi world as mere virtual entities. He had never truly valued human life, and from his first mission, where he took lives, he had never comprehended the essence of humanity. This mentality became increasingly pronounced with the growth of his power, solidifying into Uchiha Gen's consciousness after the conclusion of the war in the Land of Earth. This was why Uchiha Gen could ruthlessly reduce others to mere blood mist without a flicker of emotion. In the past, he had also taken lives, but he employed gentler methods, simply using telekinesis to snap their necks. Now, however, the demon's name that hung over Uchiha Gen's head in a Wagakure had been firmly established. The events that transpired at the Fire Country's dame's estate had been recklessly disseminated by those he had deliberately allowed to escape. The tyrant, a walking disaster. The demon of Mai, the harbinger of calamity. Countless brutal titles have been ascribed to Uchiha Shien. Yet, Uchiha Shien remains unfazed. In Mai, his emergence has naturally drawn the attention of Bo Feng Shuimen. Upon returning from the battlefield of the Land of Earth, Uchiha Shien has been enveloped by an aura that feels entirely out of place in this world, leading Bo Feng Shuimen to mistakenly believe that Uchiha Shien is suffering from post-war neurological issues. Although this misunderstanding persists, Bo Feng Shuimen has suggested several remedies, the most recommended being the cultivation of sage arts. Thus, Uchiha Shien ventured to the Longdi Cave, as he harbored a profound interest in the fundamental powers of sage arts within the ninja realm. However, despite arriving at Longdi Cave, Uchiha Shien did not intend to learn the sage mode of the cave. After all, the beastly sage mode is merely that of a beast. What Uchiha Shien desires is to use the sage mode of Longdi Cave as a foundation, stripping away all its unique characteristics, to create a sage mode that is suitable for both himself and his Pokémon. Regarding the feasibility of this idea, Uchiha Shien possesses ample confidence in Shanai Duo. The intellect of a psychic-type Pokémon is beyond question. Plan, you don't seem to be a contract holder of Longdi Cave. Indeed, you bear no trace of serpentine essence. In that case, perish. All humans must die. Uchiha Xian's words instantaneously confirmed for Xianya that he was not a contract holder of Longdi Cave. Immediately, the lone eye that remained flickered with a cold light in the darkness. Due to some past grievances, he harbors an ineffable hatred for humanity. You wish for my demise. It appears you are incapable. With a smile gracing his lips, Uchiha Xian gazed at the colossal serpent charging towards him, and with a subtle shift of his Sharingan, the crimson-eyed serpent came to an abrupt halt. The illusionary presence of the Sharingan emerged in Xianya's eyes, and with but a mere glance, he fell under its control without comprehending what had transpired. The first target is secured. A swift motion, a surge of ocular power, and with the activation of his left eye's ocular technique, Xianya was compressed into a spherical form and tossed into Uchiha Xian's shadow. With a smile, Uchiha Xian turned his gaze towards the dark depths of the cave. Since he had arrived, why should he hide? It seemed that Longdi Cave was unaware of the etiquette of receiving guests. A smile adorned Uchiha Xian's face, while a cold glint lingered in his eyes. Three beasts reeking of human flesh. Thank you for educating our disobedient child. You must be weary from your journey. Would you care to rest at my abode? Partake in a vegetarian meal and enjoy some fine sake? I excel at soothing weary travelers. Will you join me? A flicker of fire illuminated the cave's entrance, revealing the silhouette of a graceful woman, white ribbons swirling about her, accompanied by a mist that seemed ethereal. Tianxin Shinji? Put away your clumsy illusions. Who grants you the audacity to employ such tricks before an Uchiha? Uchiha Xian regarded the woman emerging from the depths with disdain, his Sharingan revolving gently, causing the surrounding mist to dissipate in an instant. As the white fog cleared, countless human bones and serpents became visible, and Tianxin Shinji's visage came into Uchiha Xian's view. Truly grotesque. Uchiha Xian's Sharingan spiraled, piercing through the illusion crafted by Tianxin Shinji to reveal her true appearance. Chapter 145. The Moment of Opportunity. Arrogant. You wretched human brat. When has my appearance ever been subject to the judgment of a mere human? I declare your total failure in this trial. Upon Uchiha Xian's utterance, Tianxin Shinji could no longer maintain her smile, revealing her fangs. Her wrath ignited. Regardless of their differing species, she remained deeply sensitive about her appearance. As her furious roar echoed within the cave, countless giant pythons surged forth from the shadows. Tianxin Shinji ascended and waved her sleeve, transforming the cave once again. The previously straight and expansive cavern morphed into an immense labyrinth, with numerous serpents weaving around Uchiha Xian. Those eyes, you must be from the Uchiha clan of Mai. Illusions are indeed your forte, but the sage arts of Longdi Cave possess a natural restraint over your clan. Thus, you shall obediently become our meal. Tianxin Shinji's voice reverberated throughout the labyrinth. Uchiha Xian raised an eyebrow at her words. The sage arts of Longdi Cave possess a restraining effect on the Sharingan? He was unaware of this. However, having uttered such claims, she must now witness how the Longdi Cave truly counters the Sharingan. The power of the Sharingan surged. The maze conjured by Tianxin Shinji's illusions shattered in an instant. With his right eye's ocular technique activated, the souls of all the serpents scurrying within the labyrinth were forcibly extracted. Uchiha Xian clenched his hand, compressing the serpent's souls into a spherical, translucent orb under the control of ghostly power. What? As the labyrinth crumbled, Tianxin Shinji, concealed within the darkness, wore an expression of shock. This was no ordinary illusion. This environment was entirely constructed from sage arts. The previous illusion was a reflection of her own negligence, hastily conjured, but this one had consumed nearly half of her natural energy. Your body is suffused with sage energy. It should serve as excellent research material for Shanai Duel. A calm voice suddenly resonated behind Tianxin Shinji. Startled, she turned to find Uchiha Xian had closed the distance, now standing directly behind her, a nauseating blue orb hovering in his hand. You too possess the ability to manipulate souls. What exactly are you? Tianxin Shinji gazed in astonishment at the blue orb in Uchiha Xian's palm, about to angrily demand an explanation. However, Uchiha Xian's left eye's ocular technique swiftly compressed her words. The ability of the ghost-type Pokémon was indeed useful. Utilizing shadows as storage points was a clever design by its creators. After tucking Tianxin Shinji into his shadow, Uchiha Xian smirked slightly. These souls cannot be consumed just yet. Their intelligence is not fully formed, leaving too many impurities. For now, finish what is in the box of ultimate bliss. I will later procure other sustenance for you. I recall a monster sealed in the land of ghosts that should suffice as your nourishment. This reminds me of other items. Isn't there some sort of mineral in the ninja realm? Banquilas would surely appreciate it. You will soon be able to emerge. And at that time, we can sample more of the specialties of the ninja realm. The voice of the ghost-type Pokémon echoed in Uchiha Gen's mind, yearning for the souls he had just acquired. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Gen gazed at the compressed soul in his hand, activating his right eye's ocular technique. He infused the orb with ocular power, and upon confirming the presence of excessive impurities, he promptly denied the request of the ghost-type Pokémon. His ghost-type Pokémon need not consume such refuse. Roar! Within the valley of the Charizard gently flapped its wings, its eyes filled with eagerness. It had accompanied Uchiha Gen for the longest time, and was also the Pokémon that had spent the most time in the sealed space. It yearned to witness the ninja realm where Uchiha Gen resided, eager to glimpse the life of its trainer. Sha-Nai Duo sat gracefully upon the psychic throne. Her gaze gentle. She too felt the same anticipation. Only the aluminum steel dragon, now a sizable creature, blissfully gnawed on minerals. For it had only spent a few months in the sealed space. With a casual motion, Uchiha Gen stowed away the soul orb in his hand and turned his gaze towards the opposite end of the cave. There, two figures stood silently, watching him. Oh, guest from Konoha, do you not think you are being somewhat rude? Where do you intend to take our elder sister and that foul snake? The two serpentine figures, Kori Daoheim and Tunjin Heim, one tall and the other short, coldly regarded Uchiha Gen as they spoke softly. What do you think? Uchiha Gen replied with a slight smile, his eyes, adorned with the Chozo Sharingan, subtly swirling, the power within them surging. In the tranquil cave, dim lights flickered on the stone walls as Uchiha Gen walked nonchalantly along the elongated path, which led directly to an oddly shaped temple. Before the temple stood a petite old woman clad in a white robe, with orange hair and yellow eyes, leaning on a cane. Greetings, esteemed guest from afar. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am the White Snake. Due to my prolonged slumber, my three elders have unfortunately offended you. I hope you can forgive this oversight. As Uchiha Gen approached the temple, the illusionary manifestation of the White Snake bowed and spoke apologetically. Enough. My eyes can see through the facade of your hypocrisy, White Snake. You must be aware that I come with the intent to kill, so spare me these insincere pleasantries. The inheritance of all the sage arts of the Dragon Cave lies within that temple. Uchiha Gen's gaze pierced through the old woman directly into the depths of the temple, where the true form of the White Snake resided. Ah, it seems I underestimated you, young one from Konoha. Why do you carry the aura of a dragon? The White Snake sage expressed her surprise at his blatant display of murderous intent, a situation she had never encountered before. However, her millennia of experience allowed her to quickly mask her astonishment. The warmth of her demeanor faded, replaced by an unmistakable greed. The aura of a dragon. The transformation into a dragon, the lifelong pursuit of all serpents within the Dragon Cave. Yet even after 1,000 years, she had not managed to take that final step. She had been waiting for the right moment or opportunity to arrive, and now it seemed that opportunity had come. What? The aura of a dragon? You mean this? Uchiha Gen's eyes, now swirling with the Chozo Sharingan, glimmered with the emblem representing the power of dragons. Simultaneously, a terrifying force, reminiscent of a colossal beast, erupted from Uchiha Gen. With a roar that echoed throughout the Dragon Cave, the might of the dragon surged forth, sending countless serpents into a frenzy in the darkness. Several large snakes opened their eyes, revealing the same greed as the White Snake sage. This is the essence of a young dragon. In that instant, fear and madness unfolded throughout the Dragon Cave, all in response to the overwhelming presence of the dragon. Ha! It is truly a dragon. I have finally awaited this moment. You possess a young dragon within you. Though its aura is somewhat peculiar, it is undoubtedly a young dragon. Ha! I am finally on the verge of shedding my serpent skin to transform into a dragon. Even if the dragon within you is a mere hybrid, I can extract its dragon blood through sage arts. Little one from Konoha, your arrival has resolved my greatest dilemma. The White Snake sage was ecstatic upon witnessing Uchiha Gen's unabashed release of the dragon's aura. The opportunity for her ascension was at hand. As her laughter filled the air, the Dragon Cave began to tremble violently. The ground roared. In an instant, the earth cracked, the temple shattered, and a flash of white emerged from the fissures. the true form of the white snake sage descended. A massive white serpent broke through the ground, standing upright before Uchiha Gen, its eyes, akin to lanterns, filled with insatiable desire. If she could consume the essence within Uchiha Gen, she could evolve into a dragon. However, the next moment, an intense heat erupted within the dragon cave. Waves of fiery energy surged as a sandstorm descended. The sand, like bullets, battered against the serpent's enormous skin. Susanoo rose from the ground, dragon claws slashing out, and the white snake's blood splattered. Who do you wish to consume? A calm voice echoed in the white snake's ears, imbued with such coldness that even this creature of shadows felt a chill. Suddenly, the white snake realized that Uchiha Gen was not an easily subdued foe. Yet, it was too late. In the next instant, the illusion of the Sharingan enveloped the white snake's eyes. A sense of horror and nausea surged deep within her. You intend to extract my soul? The white snake sage unleashed her natural energy, attempting to fend off the overwhelming power that enveloped her. However, no matter what sage art she employed, she could not shake off Uchiha Gen's power that was imprinted upon her. How fair it is. You wish to devour the aluminum dragon, while I too desire to consume you. No, it is my family that wishes to devour you. Uchiha Gen's gaze was frigid, and his power continued to flow forth. The white snake, being a creature that had lived for 1,000 years, realized that completely extracting her soul would take time. But it was merely a matter of time. No, please. I recognize my mistake. Ninja from Konoha. No, esteemed one. I implore you to spare me. I am willing to become your summoning beast. Please, spare me. I am but one step away from transforming into a dragon. Would it not be better to have a true dragon as your summoning beast rather than that young dragon within me, which offers you little power? Let go. The pain of her soul being extracted caused the white snake to howl in agony, instinctively trying to twist and resist the unfathomable force. But her body was bound by an invisible power, rendering her completely immobile. You do not know your error. You merely recognize that you are nearing death. Uchiha Gen's voice remained calm. Any being or creature that harbored covetous thoughts towards his Pokémon could only meet their demise. If you kill me, you will not obtain the sage arts of the Dragon Cave. Stop. All the sage arts of the Dragon Cave reside within my mind. If you kill me, you will gain nothing. The white snake sage's yellow eyes turned blood red as a faint blue soul shadow flickered in and out of her serpentine form. Do you think I extract your soul for what reason? From the moment I stepped into the Dragon Cave, I grasped all its secrets. Naturally, I am aware that all the sage arts reside within you, and that is one of the reasons for your demise. Uchiha Gen's tone remained level as his power surged forth. A sound akin to tearing filled the air, and the white snake sage collapsed in response. Congratulations, trainer, for defeating LV-83 Energy Beast. Trainer Experience 23110, Charizard Experience 23110, Shinado Experience 23110, Gungue Experience 24548, Bankula's Experience 26467, Aluminum Dragon Experience 64648, Card draws 2, drops 1. 3 Holy Beast Challenge Card, Reiku 1. Congratulations, trainer, for leveling up. Trainer LV81 to LV82. Congratulations, trainer, Charizard level up. LV81 to LV82. Congratulations, trainer, Shinado level up. LV81 to LV82. Congratulations, trainer, Gungue level up. LV80 to LV81. Congratulations, trainer, Bankila's level up. LV80 to LV81. Congratulations, trainer. Aluminum Dragon level up. LV71 to LV76. The data sound echoed in Uchiha Gen's ears, and with a wave of his hand, the soul of the white snake sage transformed into a sphere, falling into his grasp. The voice of Gingue resonated once more. The soul of the Bai Shixian Ruin held an undeniable allure for him, and Gungue had an inkling that fully absorbing this orb would elevate his strength beyond that of the Charizard. This orb contained another system of power within. However, I cannot provide it to you just yet. I must extract the memories related to the inheritance of mystical arts. After all, I had promised Orochimaru a portion of the reward. Uchiha Gen smiled gently and shook his head. He understood Gingue's yearning, yet, having made a promise to another, it would be unwise to act otherwise. Coincidentally, the other objectives of this journey had also arrived. Stowing the orb away, Uchiha Gen retracted Susanoo, and the Qianzhou Sharingan began to turn slowly, illuminating the surrounding darkness with countless serpent eyes. Chapter 147. One of the three sacred beasts, Yandi. Moments later. Atop the ruins of the Dragon Cave, Uchiha Gen toyed with two cards imbued with mysterious powers in his palm, while countless serpent shadows danced in his own shadow. From this day forth, the ninja realm would no longer have the Dragon Cave, one of the three sacred lands. It would now serve solely as a breeding ground for the Uchiha clan's exclusive summoned beasts. What distinguishes these two cards? Observing the two cards in his hand, Uchiha Gen furrowed his brow. One was a challenge ticket for the three sacred beasts, Yandi, while the other was a challenge card for the three sacred beasts, Legong. One resembled the challenge ticket for the 8 masters, while the other was akin to a Pokémon card. The ticket for Yandi was a reward for defeating Inoki and ascending to the Tianwang tier, while the challenge card for Legong was obtained after defeating by Shi Xianren. Which is superior, he could not ascertain. However, he would soon find out. Uchiha Gen turned his palm and stowed away the Legong challenge card, gazing at the golden ticket embossed with a creature of blazing flames. A smile crept across his lips. Yandi, as a fellow bearer of the sacred flame, I hope you will grant me a battle worth savoring. As he spoke, Uchiha Gen gently crumpled the ticket in his hand, golden light scattering as his figure vanished from the ruins of the Dragon Cave. Congratulations, trainer. You have triggered the trial of the Phoenix King, Yandi. A searing wave of heat surged toward him, and the previously pitch-black vision, now transformed by the world, gradually returned. Even with all the power of Charizard, Uchiha Gen felt a wave of intense heat. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed in his ears, and his vision was fully restored. Roar! The moment his sight returned, the voice of Charizard resonated beside him. Uchiha Gen turned his head, only to find all his Pokémon gathered at his side. Charizard, Shinado, you have come out. Uchiha Gen's voice was tinged with surprise. The challenge ticket had released all his Pokémon from the ceiling space to face the trial alongside him. Gungawei floated atop Uchiha Gen's head, embracing him and chuckling. Banjira stood behind Uchiha Gen, enveloping him entirely. As he looked at the circle of Pokémon surrounding him, a smile blossomed on Uchiha Gen's face. The opportunity to fight alongside his Pokémon was something he had long awaited. Shinado softly called out, understanding Uchiha Gen's emotions better than any other Pokémon as the psychic type. Gently, she placed her hand on Uchiha Gen's shoulder, her eyes glimmering with warmth. I know, the day when we can truly fight together is not far off. A smile tugged at Uchiha Gen's lips as he lightly patted Charizard's belly and spoke softly. While stroking Charizard's belly, Uchiha Gen surveyed his surroundings. Everywhere he looked, flowing lava covered the ground, and they now stood on a massive platform resembling an arena. Surrounding the platform floated numerous floating stones, connected to form a floating staircase. At the staircase's end, a terrifying presence was approaching the arena. Heavy footsteps gradually drew nearer, and a towering figure came into view. Seeing this, Uchiha Gen wished to activate the Qianzhou Sharingan for a closer look at Yandi, but found he could discern nothing. The entirety of Yandi was enveloped in a scorching flame-like illusion, and the power of the Qianzhou Sharingan could not penetrate the fiery apparition surrounding Yandi. This fiery illusion was all too familiar to Uchiha Gen. It was the divine authority of the Phoenix King. Gazing at Yandi's figure, Uchiha Gen recalled the data sound effect that had echoed in his ears upon entering the challenge. Phoenix King Trial. Yandi's form was like a wild lion, adorned with a coat of brown fur, its back covered by long gray tufts, accompanied by white hair resembling smoke. A golden crown with 3 diamond shapes rested upon Yandi's forehead and beside its eyes, imparting an imperial air. Yandi, a divine beast under the Phoenix King, is renowned alongside Legong and Shui Jun as the 3 sacred beasts of the mortal realm. Each of the 3 sacred beasts has their own duties and has always adhered to the responsibilities entrusted to them by the Phoenix King. Challenger. Defeat me to claim the rewards left by the God of Life. Should you fall to my might, you shall be sealed in divine fire until the trial is complete. A voice of authority resonated in Uchiha Gen's ears, stirring the sacred flames within him. Yandi can speak? A flicker of surprise crossed Uchiha Gen's eyes. In his recollections, he had never known that such spirits as the 3 sacred beasts could communicate with humans. Roar. In response to Uchiha Gen's confusion, Yandi did not answer. Instead, it raised its head and let out a proud roar directed at Uchiha Gen. At that moment, Uchiha Gen could not discern whether it was indeed Yandi that had just spoken. The voice had been so authoritative. Yet the Yandi before him exuded an air of arrogance. As Yandi roared, a powerful aura radiated from it, sweeping outward in all directions. In an instant, the ground of the trial space began to tremble, molten lava erupting skyward, while all the floating stones plummeted into the lava, creating splashes of molten rock. The might of the sacred beast was unleashed without restraint. A terrifying heat surged, enveloping Uchiha Gen and granting him the sensation of searing warmth for the first time. Beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks, yet they could not diminish the excitement bubbling within him. Indeed, you are formidable, truly formidable. The pressure was unlike anything Uchiha Gen had ever felt, yet this very pressure filled him with joy. For the strength of Yandi allowed him to envision a future of splendor, one destined to be anything but lonely. My friends, our first battle together is against a divine beast. I trust you share my exhilaration. Are you prepared? Uchiha Gen wiped the sweat from his cheek, his eyes alight with enthusiasm as he softly addressed his companions, a smile never leaving his lips since entering the trial ground. Roar! Shinado Gungue Ban. The spirit of battle was igniting, thoughts resonating in harmony. Chapter 148. Battle with Yandi. Golden flames blazed fiercely. The flowing lava and stone walls emitted sizzling sounds. As a warm breeze ruffled Yandi's fur, the power derived from the Phoenix King shimmered within both Uchiha Gen and Yandi, reflecting one another. The convergence of lava and golden flames in the trial space imparted a sacred aura upon the massive stone platform. An unwavering spirit of combat filled the air. Palpable and tangible, the Qianzhou Sharingan quietly activated, its power surging. He was no ordinary trainer. Boom! The power of the eyes erupted instantaneously. With a swift motion, the Sharingan was activated, and a technique was unleashed towards the Yandi, only for the next moment to witness a dimension-compressing force engulfed in a torrent of golden flames. The sacred fire. Ban! With a furious roar, Bankalasi summoned a sandstorm. The searing domain of flames was soon cloaked in the tempest, as Shinai Duo's azure light flickered, rapidly channeling her powers. Gungue, with a mischievous grin, raised his hand, swiftly condensing a dark sphere. At the same time, the aluminum steel dragon and the fire-breathing dragon opened their jaws, compressing and expanding their fiery and draconic energies. In that fleeting moment when the ocular technique faltered, Uchiha Gen stepped forward, and with a sound akin to birdsong, blinding thunder erupted from his hand. Roar! Upon witnessing Uchiha Gen and the Pokémon launching their attack, Yandi's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he unleashed a roar, spewing forth golden flames from his gaping maw, hurtling towards Uchiha Gen's position. Facing the oncoming inferno, Uchiha Gen remained unfazed, charging forward with thunder in hand. Boom! Another wave of flames erupted from behind Uchiha Gen, colliding instantly with Yandi's flames. It was the fire-breathing dragon. The intense heat surged around the fire-breathing dragon, as two resplendent flames intertwined mid-air, producing a thunderous roar. The clash of the two great flames revealed that Yandi's fire was significantly more potent than that of the fire-breathing dragon, quickly engulfing and overpowering it. Roar! A dragon's roar resonated. The aluminum steel dragon leapt in front of the fire-breathing dragon, unleashing a massive beam of light towards the golden flames. Cannon beam. Boom! The two energies collided, and at last, Yandi's fiery assault was diminished, allowing Uchiha Gen to close in on Yandi. Raising his hand, lightning descended. Boom! As Uchiha Gen approached, Yandi lifted his head, gathering flames into fangs to strike, only to be obstructed by an invisible force and a dark sphere that flew in from afar. It was Shinai Duo and Gungue acting in unison. Crack! The blinding lightning struck Yandi's back, while sharp stone spikes erupted from beneath Yandi's abdomen, thrusting him upward. Yet, both Uchiha Gen's lightning and Bankalasi's stone attack were instantly consumed by a surge of golden flames erupting from Yandi. Simultaneously, the flames that absorbed Uchiha Gen's lightning and Bankalasi's rock began to pulse violently. Observing this, Uchiha Gen's ocular power surged, enveloping him in Susanoo, as dragon claws rapidly formed in its hands. Just as he prepared to unleash a strike, the Qianzhou Sharingan turned gently, a sense of foreboding suddenly gripping his heart. The flames on Yandi were behaving erratically, sending a wave of danger that compelled Uchiha Gen to shout towards Shinai Duo in the distance. Damn! Shinai Duo, witnessing the frenzied flames erupting from Yandi, Uchiha Shin swiftly raised his hand, enveloping Bankalasi and the fire-breathing dragon who charged alongside him in a surge of power. Meanwhile, in the distance, Shinai Duo's eyes sparkled with blue light as she encompassed the aluminum steel dragon that charged alongside the fire-breathing dragon. Instant transmission. The golden flames erupted explosively, swirling around Yandi, the horrific heat transforming the ground into molten lava. Yandi was poised to obliterate the stone platform upon which Uchiha Shin and his companions stood. Bankalasi, having been instantaneously teleported away from the explosion's center, glinted with anger in his eyes, raising a paw to amplify the sandstorm's might. Concurrently, the seal established by Shinai Duo on Bankalasi was released, causing a crimson chakra to flow outward from him. Tailed Beast Chakra, Shikaku. As the sandstorm surged, Bankalasi stomped on the remaining ground, causing countless rocks to be lifted from the lava. The molten rocks flowed, yet remained under Bankalasi's control. The Tailed Beast Chakra and his own power surged forth simultaneously. He aimed to reconstruct solid ground for his companions. After all, not all of his friends could fly, and relying solely on Shinai Duo's telekinesis would be insufficient given the weight of himself and the aluminum steel dragon. Doton, Earthquake Core. Uchiha Shin, noticing the situation, immediately formed hand seals to synchronize with Bankalasi's actions as their chakra poured forth, merging the lifted boulders with the ground beneath them. Yet Yandi could not allow Uchiha Shin and the others to achieve their desires. Observing Uchiha Shin and his companions, Yandi leapt into the air, golden flames enveloping his limbs as he charged across the molten lava towards Uchiha Shin. Stop him! As Uchiha Shin's command echoed, the fire-breathing dragon, Shinai Duo, and Gung-Gue surged forth to intercept the oncoming Yandi. Shinai, with her telekinesis lifting her into the air. The blue light in Shinai Duo's eyes did not wane as she raised her hand, launching countless chains formed from sealing techniques towards the rushing Yandi. Qua! Gung-Gue's eyes glimmered crimson as his small hands hastily formed seals, causing a multitude of Gung-Gue to emerge. Shadow Clone Technique. Countless Gung-Gue raced across the lava pool, unleashing shadow balls that pelted Yandi. The fire-breathing dragon, enshrouded in flames, surged with both draconic and fire energies. Dragon God Charge, Flame Blitz. The forced combination of these two formidable techniques caused blood blossoms to erupt upon impact with Yandi. Boom! With an overwhelming force, the fire-breathing dragon collided with Yandi. In an instant, molten rock was sent soaring. Flames surged everywhere. As Bankalasi secured the ground, Uchiha Shin swiftly appeared beside the fire-breathing dragon, raising his hand as Susanoo enveloped the fire-breathing dragon. Concurrently, the keystone hanging from Uchiha Shin's chest began to radiate a spectrum of colors. Chapter 149, Fire-Breathing Dragon X Susanoo Armor. The Yatengu armor enveloped the fire-breathing dragon, while a dazzling brilliance erupted from both Uchiha Shin and the fire-breathing dragon. Unleash our ultimate power, fire-breathing dragon. Mega Evolution. A fervent roar resonated amidst the vibrant glow, as the keystone and the fire-breathing dragon linked, forming a dazzling chain of light. In the next moment, azure flames erupted, blossoming into a magnificent scarlet lotus of flame. The fiery lotus unfurled above the sea of molten lava, exuding a feral aura that surged outward. The seven-colored glow faded within the blue flames, replaced by a cerulean fire dragon, clad in blazing Yatengu armor. Two fierce dragon horns curled atop its head. Azure flames extended from its jaws, scorching the air, while its wings unfurled, and its ruby-like eyes brimmed with authority. Fire-breathing Dragon X Susanoo Armor State. The instant the super evolution was completed, the oppressive heat of the trial ground was subdued by the blue flames of the fire-breathing dragon, soaring gracefully through the air, its icy gaze fixed upon its adversary. Yandi, taken aback, regarded the fire-breathing dragon with astonishment, for he had never encountered such a state in his extensive experience. The fire-breathing dragon, adorned in peculiar energy armor, was truly extraordinary. Yandi raised his head, fixated on the fire-breathing Dragon X, as golden flames danced and clashed with the surrounding blue flames. This was a battle of fire against fire. Roar. Ultimately, the Yandi emitted a roar that reverberated through the heavens. The surrounding lava surged violently in response to his bellow, as countless columns of rock erupted from the magma pool, hurtling towards the fire-breathing Dragon X, in a fiery onslaught. Witnessing this, the fire-breathing Dragon X unfurled its wings and opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that charged toward the Yandi. While the advancing lava was deftly managed by Uchiha Gen, with a surge of ocular power, he activated his left eye technique instantaneously. The dimensions of the erupting lava were compressed in an instant. Although his ocular technique could not suppress the Yandi, protected by the authority of the Phoenix King, the fiery lava under its control remained unrestrained. The azure flames scorched the air, their ferocity seeming capable of igniting the entire world. In a fleeting moment, the azure blaze struck the Yandi's back, causing an explosive reaction that elicited a chilling howl of pain from him. As agony surged throughout his body, the Yandi roared in fury, enveloping himself in golden flames, the sacred fire beginning to heal the wounds inflicted by the fire-breathing dragon. Uchiha Gen, naturally unwilling to let the Yandi have his way, flipped his palm, channeling both chakra and ghostly power, swiftly coalescing a shadow sphere. Ghostly Spiral Shadow Ball. The ghostly energy was intensively compressed within Uchiha Gen's palm, the chaotic ghostly power intertwining with chakra, creating a maelstrom of irregular, wild energy swirling within the sphere. With a swift motion, the Spiral Shadow Ball was released. The Yandi, attempting to recover, was unable to evade it. Boom! The Shadow Ball struck the Yandi, unleashing a thunderous explosion. The destructive power of the ghostly energy intertwined with the flames of the fire-breathing Dragon X, illuminating the entire trial ground as if it were day. Yet, in the next moment, the golden flames ignited as the blinding white light surged. At that instant, two brilliant beams of black light shot in from the distance. Striking the golden flames birthed from the white light. Destructive death light. From a platform constructed by Uchiha Gen and Bankuras in the distance. Both Bankuras and the aluminum steel dragon launched their attacks, forcefully interrupting the golden flames struggling to rise from the white light. Shinado. Concurrently, an immense surge of psychic energy erupted from afar. Above the trial ground, countless interdimensional portals opened, and Shinado, having preemptively buried foresight, now received its response. In an instant, a multitude of resplendent energies bombarded the lava pool from the interdimensional space. The fire-breathing Dragon X, the primary force in battle, would not let this opportunity slip away. With a fierce roar, the fire-breathing Dragon X's ruby-like eyes gleamed with a flicker of the same golden flames as the Yandi. Simultaneously, the Thousand Realms Sharingan within Uchiha Gen's eyes activated, illuminating the nine-pointed pattern in his left eye with a bright yellow glow. The fire totem was ignited, empowered by the profound bond between Uchiha Gen and the fire-breathing dragon. The transcendental might of Mega Evolution and their shared life force was wholly absorbed and assimilated into their flames. At this moment, a new ocular technique was birthed. Solar Corona. The instant the ocular technique was completed, Uchiha Gen unleashed the power from his left eye, and the fire-breathing Dragon X transformed, radiating like the sun itself. A terrifying heat erupted from both Uchiha Gen and the fire-breathing dragon, igniting the trial ground completely. The overwhelming aura exuded a heat capable of incinerating any material, cascading like an unending torrent. The scorching temperature seemed to warp the surrounding space, with the fire-breathing dragon and Uchiha Gen as the epicenter. An absolute domain of radiant sunlight unfurled. Any creature that dared to enter this domain would feel as if they had stepped into the sun itself. The left eye technique. Solar Corona wielded the primary ability to transform into a merciless sun, scorching the earth. Fire-breathing dragon. Enveloped in flames, Uchiha Gen, with a maniacal laugh, shouted at the fire-breathing dragon. Roar. The fire-breathing dragon responded. Then come, let the Yandi witness your sacred fire, which is uniquely yours and entirely distinct. Uchiha Gen pressed his left eye, fully unleashing the power of the sacred fire within him. Solar Corona activated, and the fire-breathing Dragon X roared. The blue-golden flames erupted instantaneously. Unlike the Yandi's flames, which bore a life force capable of healing, the fire-breathing dragon's sacred fire was devoid of any life essence, possessing only an extreme heat capable of incinerating everything. At this moment, the fire-breathing Dragon X first grasped the divine authority that had previously only belonged to mythical beasts. The blue-golden flames enveloped the fire-breathing Dragon X, its ferocious flames roaring like a dragon. In this moment, the fire-breathing Dragon X embarked on its path of invincibility. Gazing down at the Yandi with a regal bearing, its eyes declaring the Yandi's imminent defeat. Instantly, the divine fire, imbued with an aura of annihilation, engulfed everything, threatening to consume the entire trial ground alongside the Yandi. Chapter 150, The Phoenix King's Trial, complete. In the world of flames, the only colors were blue and gold. A series of data sounds echoed in Uchiha Gen's ears, yet he paid them no heed. All his thoughts were captivated by the extraordinary state shared between him and the fire-breathing dragon. It was a peculiar sensation, entirely different from the bond of a Jinchuriki. This was a state of complete mutual connection. It was an indescribable feeling. The blue-golden flames blazed around Uchiha Gen, and like the fire-breathing dragon, his sacred fire had also become less pure, devoid of any life essence, now tinged with a shadowy hue akin to that of the Sharingan. This was the fire belonging to Uchiha Gen. He raised his hand. The blue-golden flames, flecked with darkness, flickered in his palm. Uchiha Gen, surprised, realized that the essence of the sacred fire had been altered by his power. The flames now burning in his palm reflected his innermost self to some extent. How intriguing! As he withdrew the flames from his palm, Uchiha Gen found himself pondering his identity for the first time, neither fully a ninja nor a trainer. Roar! The multicolored radiance shattered as the fire-breathing Dragon X exited its mega-state, gliding beside Uchiha Gen, while Shinado and Bankiras waved from a distant platform. Congratulations, trainer, for completing the first trial of the Phoenix King. The trial space is about to merge. Please prepare accordingly. As he extinguished the flames, the data sounds rang in Uchiha Gen's ears once more. Merge? Uchiha Gen was taken aback. Why was the trial space merging instead of departing? This is one of the rewards for defeating my projection, young otherworldly hero of the rainbow. The Phoenix King entrusted me to inform you that she eagerly anticipates the day you meet formally. Furthermore, this is for you. A flicker of flames ignited before Uchiha Gen, and soon, a somewhat translucent projection of the Yandi materialized amidst the flames. Gazing at Uchiha Gen, the Yandi's eyes brimmed with approval. This peculiar human and the connection with his Pokémon was evident to him. The profound love, so pure that it nearly manifested, emanated from the power of the Phoenix King, was a rarity even for him to witness. The Yandi's projection gently raised a paw, offering a feather that radiated a colorful aura, which floated slowly towards Uchiha Gen. A projection? Is this the rainbow feather? Uchiha Gen furrowed his brow. The Yandi they had barely defeated was merely a projection? With an outstretched hand, I grasped the feather that Yandi had pushed towards me, feeling the warmth it radiated. Suddenly, Uchiha Gen sensed a peculiar shift in the trajectory of the future. There was no need for astonishment. Though I am merely a follower of the Phoenix King, I still bear a divine title and wield authority. My true form cannot leave the mortal realm to reach this space. Hence I project myself here. Young hero of the rainbow, I await you alongside the Phoenix King. Upon witnessing Uchiha Gen accept the iridescent feather, a gentle smile illuminated Yandi's eyes as he nodded slightly, and in an instant, his ethereal form transformed into a wisp of golden flame, merging into Uchiha Gen's being. This marked the inception of a new sacred fire. As Yandi vanished, everything around began to blur and twist, and all Pokémon beside Uchiha Gen instantly morphed into colorful orbs of light, integrating into his essence. They returned to their respective sealed spaces. Simultaneously, the trial grounds began to warp, with everything swirling towards the center of Uchiha Gen's brow, akin to a painting unfurling. In the blink of an eye, his vision turned pitch black, and when light returned, he found himself once more atop the ruins of the Dragon Cave. Nestled against his chest was a feather emitting a soothing warmth, gently flickering with soft light. Ha ha ha, how delightful! The world of Pokémon indeed exists. Yandi, the Phoenix King, and all that they embody are real. Charizard and the others are not mere creations of a facade. I shall affirm the truth of today, and afterwards, I will seek you out. Lying upon the ruins of the Dragon Cave, Uchiha Gen's eyes gleamed with an indescribable joy. The greatest harvest of this trial was not merely the acquisition of items, but the resolution of all his latent doubts. The Qianzhou Sharingan quietly activated, and the Qianzhou totem shimmered incessantly. Congratulations, trainer, for defeating LV92 Yandi. Projection. Trainer experience, 68,110. Charizard experience, 68,110. Shinado experience, 68110. Gungue experience, 69,548. Banjira's experience, 75467. Steel Dragon experience, 184,648. Draw attempts, 3. Drops, 1. Fire-type Rule Power Crystal, 1. Congratulations, trainer. Your level has increased. Trainer LV82 to LV84. Congratulations, trainer. Charizard's level has increased. LV82 to LV84. Congratulations, trainer. Shinato's level has increased. LV82 to LV84. Congratulations, trainer. Gungue's level has increased. LV81 to LV84. Congratulations, trainer. Banjira's level has increased. LV81 to LV84. Congratulations, trainer. Steel Dragon's level has increased. LV76 to LV82. Congratulations, trainer, for completing the challenge of the 3 sacred beasts, Yandi. Rewards. Draw attempts. 2. Random Pokemon Egg. 1. Random high-tier Pokemon card. 1. Congratulations, trainer, you have gained Divine Vision, Phoenix King. As the joy subsided, Uchiha Gen rose from the ruins of the Dragon Cave, casting a few lingering glances at the iridescent feather in his hand before tucking it away into the shadows. This treasure shall be reserved for Charizard. As his mind delved into the sealed space, a familiar wave of warmth enveloped him upon his entrance. The Charizard Valley and the trial grounds had completely merged, with fire energy surging more abundantly, while a familiar aura enveloped Charizard Valley. Is this the essence of the sacred fire? So, the fusion mentioned at the end of the trial refers to the merging of the trial grounds and the sealed space? Observing the now expansive Charizard Valley and Charizard, comfortably resting upon a deep red rock, Uchiha Gen felt a twinge of surprise. Choosing not to disturb Charizard's rest, he stepped forward towards the cave of the Steel Dragon. Though the little one had only recently arrived in his world, given its current level, it was time for evolution. The reward for defeating Anoki during the champion battle included a designated evolution item for a Pokémon. Thus, the choice for the specified evolution item naturally fell upon Steel Dragon. The alloy metal, serving as Steel Dragon's evolution item, could even be utilized while Steel Dragon was still at its first stage, granting it the exclusive skill Thunderbolt upon evolution. You, my dear, don't have to endure any hardship. Are you ready for evolution? Within the cave, Uchiha Gen extended a hand to stroke Steel Dragon's now formidable body. A smile gracing his lips. Steel Dragon's attributes indeed justified its reputation as a young prodigy. Steel Dragon thumped its chest, emitting a resonant metallic clang. Evolution? I have long been ready. Seeing this, Uchiha Gen raised his hand, producing a card adorned with the image of a special item. With a firm grip, he activated it. As light flowed, a diamond-shaped metal hovered in the air, soaring towards Steel Dragon. Like a droplet merging into a lake, the metal instantly assimilated into Steel Dragon's form. Brilliant radiance flickered, and the light of evolution manifested. Within the luminous glow, Steel Dragon's body began to ascend, a burst of white light erupting as its evolved form. Steel Bridge Dragon made its grand entrance. What a striking beauty of strength. Observing the completed evolution of Steel Bridge Dragon, Uchiha Gen smiled and patted its chest. Steel Bridge Dragon flexed its new physique, letting out a gentle roar, feeling itself grow stronger. Shauna. At that moment, Shinato and Gungue appeared behind Uchiha Gen, smiling as they greeted the transformed Steel Dragon. You both arrived just in time. I was about to complete the evolution for the little one before seeking you out regarding the mystic arts of the Dragon Cave. Turning around, Uchiha Gen noticed Shinato and Gungue's presence, and raised his hand to summon the soul of the White Serpent Sage from the shadows, smiling as he spoke. Meanwhile, in the external world, beneath the night sky of the Land of Lightning battlefield, Might Guy, emanating green steam, warily regarded the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee before him, flanked by 2 Uchiha ninjas with 3 Tomo Sharingan. This could be troublesome. Opposite Might Guy, the AB brothers were equally sweating profusely. Damn. How could such a meticulously crafted plan lead us to encounter these individuals? Hey, big brother, it seems we've been discovered. Before both sides could meet, within a tent at the Union camp, the fourth Raikage stroked his chin, observing several rock ninjas before him, speaking softly. Indeed, I am well aware of the current state of the ninja world, Raikage-sama. Our rock village has no future. Therefore, to avenge Tsuchikage-sama, We willingly volunteer as an assassination team to assist Yunin in breaching the defenses of Konoha. We shall perish within the confines of Konoha's camp, but before our demise. We will undoubtedly create a perfect opportunity for you to advance without hesitation. The leading rock ninja spoke in a low tone, embodying a resolve for death. In the land of Earth, the demise of the daimyo led to power struggles and internal strife, while the rock village faced total economic collapse. The dual loss of population and finances left most in the rock village devoid of the desire for rejuvenation, resulting in a complete division among the ninjas of Rock Village into two factions. One faction seeks vengeance against Konoha, willing to risk everything in their quest for retribution, while the other advocates for recuperation and the rebuilding of Iwagakure after the internal strife in the Land of Earth subsides. The differing opinions of the leaders of these factions have led to a complete schism within Iwagakure. At this moment, standing before the fourth Raikage, are the vengeful shinobi of Iwagakure. Although the five nations stand united against Konoha, I find it difficult to place my complete trust in you. You are capable of employing sealing techniques upon us, as the events in the Land of Whirlpools were orchestrated by Iwagakure and Kumogakure. I suspect you possess such sealing techniques. The fourth Raikage's eyes flickered with thoughts, and just as he prepared to impose certain restrictions upon the Iwagakure shinobi before him, he was interrupted by their leader. Your determination is commendable, therefore I shall trust you all. I will instruct Tsuchikage to devise a plan that aligns with your actions. For now, please return and await further instructions. The fourth Raikage, spoke solemnly, observing the resolute faces of the Iwagakure shinobi. When shall we begin? Inquired the Iwagakure shinobi. What do you mean? I responded, slightly perplexed. The sealing techniques, came the reply. They are unnecessary. You have already been marked with something far more valuable than sealing techniques. Your unique will as a Iwagakure shinobi. Go rest. The Tsuchikage will arrange everything. Your future holds the promise of a remarkable shadow, yet alas. I am already a remarkable shadow. May I inquire your name? The dead require no name. A valid point. As night fell, the Iwagakure squad concealed themselves in darkness, their expressions stern. Ahead lay Konoha's encampment. Advancing further would bring us into their alert perimeter, and thus, I must apologize. The leader of the Iwagakure squad lowered his head and spoke solemnly. There is no need for apologies, Lord Hato. This is our voluntary choice. I still remember the words of Lord Tsuchikage from years past. He said, Ishamar, you are an outstanding jonin. The future of Iwagakure will benefit from my involvement. From that moment, I resolved to follow Lord Tsuchikage to the death. Indeed, Lord Hato, there is no need for apologies. This is our own decision, and besides, I have long wished to test our camouflage technique to see if it can deceive those madmen of Konoha. In an instant, the members of the Iwagakure squad consoled their captain, even as they prepared for what could be a fatal endeavor. But what did it matter? For some shinobi, death is not an end. To die while fulfilling one's will and way of the ninja is not truly death. Then, let us move. Iwagakure's secret technique, camouflage. The Iwagakure squad, comprising 18 members, instantly vanished from sight. However, at that very moment, not far behind the Iwagakure squad, a pair of crimson eyes gleamed ominously in the darkness. The precautions taken against Konoha's encampment could not be limited to the obvious. Uchiha Shina stood in the shadows, a cruel smile curling at his lips. How amusing it is to toy with such techniques before the Uchiha clan. Their eyes are far from weak. Although the Iwagakure secret technique can conceal one's form, it cannot alter the surroundings. Any subtle difference is bound to be detected by these eyes. The shinobi emerging from the Kumogakure camp are from Iwagakure. How unfortunate that these fools have yet again decided to play their games. Jihua, go notify the clan of Yamashiro to come over and lend a hand. Currently, Uchiha Shina exhibited none of the weariness of age. He was in a state of extreme excitement, even leading patrols late into the night. He fully embraced the Uchiha clan's current standing in Konoha and was prepared to devote his remaining strength for their benefit. After all, in his eyes, he was aging and had little time left, so he preferred to make the most of his limited days by contributing to the Uchiha clan. However, due to the infusion of white Zetsu cells, his body, already struggling to adapt to the battlefield again, had been revitalized. Foolish Senju Tobarama. You could never have imagined how the Uchiha stand now. Feeling the terrifying power within his eyes, Uchiha Shina was unexpectedly reminded of the man he had assassinated. Yes, Uchiha Jihor replied promptly, his form flickering and disappearing behind Uchiha Shina. Let us go. The time for nighttime revelry has arrived. A cruel smile danced upon Uchiha Shina's lips, his crimson eyes reflecting the moonlight with a chilling intensity. Thus, Iwagakure has truly fallen, and these individuals, in a certain sense, can be regarded as renegades. The relationship between Iwagakure and Kumogakure is far from cordial. Narasasaku yawned as he observed the corpses brought back by Uchiha Shina and his companions. But this has little to do with us. Our foremost priority is to prepare for the impending attack from Kumogakure. From the memories of these Iwagakure shinobi, I have learned that this time, the new Raikage and the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails from Kumogakure will also participate in the assault. Yamashiro Kureha rubbed his temples, standing aside and speaking in a low voice. Extracting the memories of several individuals at once, especially within a short time frame, placed immense pressure on his mind. Had he not felt the necessity to report all intelligence, he would have collapsed from exhaustion. As in previous encounters, the first strike from Kumogakure will be met by our Uchiha clan. As for the Raikage and their Jinchuriki, Lord Dai, may I entrust this to you? Of course, I will assist alongside you. Uchiha Shina spoke gravely, then turned to the somewhat dazed Mado Dai, who had been silently observing the others. Ahem, Elder Shina, please refrain from addressing me with such a lofty title. It is a bit overwhelming for me. Nevertheless, regarding the enemy, although my strength is lacking, I will do my utmost to block their assault. Mado Dai hurriedly interjected, feeling awkward being treated with such respect, having been a perennial underdog often ridiculed in the past. No, you are a respected elder and formidable individual as recognized by Uchiha Gen, and thus deserve such a title. Uchiha Shina gently shook his head. Despite his age and status far exceeding that of Uchiha Gen, in Uchiha Shina's eyes, he was now a follower of Uchiha Gen, not merely an elder of the Uchiha clan. Therefore, as a senior acknowledged by Uchiha Gen, he naturally warranted respect. Sigh, this truly is troubling. Hearing such titles makes me feel uneasy. If only Shikamo were here, Mado Dai lamented, awkwardly scratching his head and sighing, suddenly reminiscing about Hatake Shikamo, who was currently on the battlefield in the Land of Wind. Just then, Hatake Shikamo, who was in Sunagakure, tallying the various ninjutsu secrets, resources, and the number of shinobi, suddenly sneezed and looked over at Chio. Did you just curse me? Huh. I wouldn't just curse you. I would gladly kill you. Chio glared at Hatake Shikamo with a fierce expression, though her actions did not align with her words. Each of us had our own stance in the past. I have no regrets. However, since Sunagakure has chosen to surrender and join Konoha, how about we set aside this grudge? Hatake Shikamo maintained a calm demeanor, fully aware of Chio's animosity towards him. As for the grudges that cannot be easily let go, I know what must be done. Since Sunagakure has joined Konoha, I will not engage in any actions that would harm Konoha. However, this does not hinder my hatred for you. Sakumo. My home has ultimately been led to destruction because of you. Chio gently shook her head, the animosity in her eyes undiminished, yet it did not cloud her judgment. She was acutely aware of the current plight of Suna. Do as you will, but know this. Your future will be perpetually under scrutiny. I hope you do not mind. Upon hearing this, Sakumo merely turned his head indifferently, his voice cold as he spoke before turning to leave. The cries of a defeated individual were insufficient to perturb the tranquility of his heart. As for Suna's surrender, Konoha had not anticipated it. However, given the emergence of defectors, Konoha would inevitably adopt certain measures. The presence of defectors would certainly mitigate Konoha's losses and encourage more to surrender. For Konoha's strength would become fully evident as the war progressed. Moreover, annihilating all ninja villages apart from Konoha was not a viable approach. Chapter 153. Seishin Konoha's ambition to unify the ninja world encompasses more than just its own territory. The loss of population will undoubtedly impact the future trajectory of the ninja realm. Therefore, Konoha's acceptance of defectors merely entails additional restrictions. The war rages on, though it cannot persist for much longer. Between the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind lies the territory of the Land of Birds. Uchiha Gen walks slowly across the desolate expanse of the Gobi Desert. He needs to journey to the Land of Ghosts to procure some special food for Gengar from the ninja world. The spirits should be considered a delicacy for Gengar. Suddenly, as he traverses the road, Uchiha Gen halts, a slight smile gracing his lips as he raises his head. Above him, a massive, pitch-black cube is plummeting rapidly towards the ground, generating a powerful pressure as it descends. Observing the falling black cube, Uchiha Gen's eyes shimmer with energy, and the cube vanishes instantaneously. Simultaneously, a black rod of chakra suddenly pierces from behind him. Clang! A sound reminiscent of metal clashing resonates as the black rod strikes Uchiha Gen's body, but is thwarted by a thin layer of fine sand combined with an invisible resistance. What a delightful surprise! Did you know I was planning to seek you out? Uchiha Gen turned his head, smiling as he regarded the man behind him clad in a white haori. No, you need not come looking for me, for you possess an irresistible allure, Uchiha Gen. It has been over 1,000 years since I have felt this way. Your physique is truly remarkable. Holding the black rod, Otsutsuki Ishiki, or rather Tsishian, gazes at Uchiha Gen with fervor. Tsishian was the individual who was once parasitized by Otsutsuki Ishiki in ancient times. Rather than being Tsishian, he is essentially Otsutsuki Ishiki. For Tsishian has long since perished, and now, it is Otsutsuki Ishiki's consciousness that governs the current body. My body. Huh. No wonder a rat that has lurked underground for so long would dare to emerge into the sunlight. However, being deprived of sunlight for too long may lead to being scorched by it. Uchiha Gen turned, raising his hand to seize the black rod held by Otsutsuki Ishiki, a smirk crossing his lips as he regarded the man whose body was covered in dark patterns. The Qianzhou Sharingan in his left eye flickered, activating the fire-based ocular technique. Solar Corona. Boom. A scorching heat erupted from Uchiha Gen, an overwhelming firepower devoid of any mechanism, solely fueled by the capacity to incinerate all. The terrifying heat surged forth, and Otsutsuki Ishiki had no time to ponder why Uchiha Gen, lacking the power of yin-yang release, could still touch the black rod. The searing heat erupted close to him, forcing Otsutsuki Ishiki to quickly loosen his grip on the black rod and retreat with haste. Nevertheless, even with his swift reaction, he was still scorched black, his flesh melting and cooling into grotesque masses. The agony coursing through his body sparked a glimmer of coldness in Otsutsuki Ishiki's eyes, despite his disdain. He had occupied this body for a millennium. Now, merely encountering Uchiha Gen had marred his appearance, with his limbs appearing somewhat deformed from the melting flesh. How remarkable! Just a fraction more, and this body would have perished. As the offspring of that wretched Kagaya, your power seems to defy logic. Yet, this is fortuitous. Although your body and I are not perfectly compatible, its sheer strength suffices for my ultimate resurrection. Otsutsuki Ishiki raised his hand, observing his arm transformed into a charred claw, then turned his gaze coldly towards Uchiha General. Uchiha Gen is strong, even surpassing his previous observations of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. However, the stronger Uchiha Gen becomes, the more exhilarated Otsutsuki Ishiki feels. After all, this is to be his future vessel. For a millennium, Otsutsuki Ishiki has chosen suitable bodies within the ninja world. Yet no matter how he searched, none could support his complete revival. Not even Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, whose strengths were enough to intrigue him. The distinct strengths and flaws of both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were glaringly apparent. The dichotomy of yin and yang was insufficient for him. Even later, when Uchiha Madara stole Senju Hashirama's genes, awakening their clan's eyes, it still could not serve as his vessel for resurrection. However, Uchiha Gen before him is entirely different. Though both share the bloodline of the wretched Kagaya, Uchiha Gen exudes an aura strikingly reminiscent of the Otsutsuki clan. This is a matter of status. The lowly creature before him, Uchiha Gen, has transcended the power tier of the ninja world, arriving at a perspective akin to that of their clan. Most importantly, Uchiha Gen possesses a peculiar balance of yin and yang that entices him immensely. Although Otsutsuki Ishiki does not comprehend how Uchiha Gen can maintain such balance without mastering yin-yang release, it is of no consequence. Once he seizes Uchiha Gen's body, the secrets of Uchiha Gen will be revealed to him. As long as he occupies Uchiha Gen's body, he will know everything about him. Alas, the recent ambush did not succeed in implanting the Kagaya seed within Uchiha Gen's body. Why? Uchiha Gen inquired, his expression indifferent. What do you mean by why? Otsutsuki Ishiki was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp Uchiha Gen's question. Why is it that those who stand in opposition to me always seem to believe they can dominate me and taunt me? That feeling is truly infuriating. Uchiha Gen smirked slightly, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Otsutsuki Ishiki before raising his hand. In an instant, a sandstorm erupted. The searing heat brought forth by the solar corona instantly enveloped the rising sandstorm, yet it did not alter the nature of the storm itself. The scorching sand, capable of eroding all, continued to swirl, transforming the surrounding environment into a purgatory. At the center of this inferno, Uchiha Gen's eyes glimmered with a blood-red hue, brimming with the desire to hunt. Chapter 154. Even a mere shadow clone cannot perceive through your essence. It seems you possess the power to commune with nature? No. It resembles a force akin to the might of nature itself, yet that is all there is to it. Uchiha Gen, relinquish your feudal resistance. Although you have transcended your own status, you remain merely an inferior being with the bloodline of Kaguya. You, such a being, becoming the vessel of my resurrection, is indeed a gift I have bestowed upon you. This is your destiny. Amidst the swirling lava sandstorm, Daitong Yuishi's voice resonated with madness and exhilaration. As he spoke, his charred torso, scorched by the solar corona, began to writhe, a vast chakra enveloping his form in a cloak of inky blackness. The dark patterns gradually spread across his body, with a single horn rising majestically from his crown. He had liberated his own power and the constraints he imposed upon himself. The body of Uchiha Gen was worth the risk he was about to take. Furthermore, since Uchiha Gen had appeared in the shinobi world, the son of that wretched woman, who bore the gaze of this world's will, must also be aware of his existence. Thus, there was no need for concealment or evasion any longer. By seizing Uchiha Gen's body today, he could fully resurrect himself and master Uchiha Gen's secrets and strength. At that point, even if that vile woman broke the seal, she would be unable to thwart his endeavor to replant the divine tree in the shinobi world. The chakra fruit would ultimately return to his grasp. It seems I have not cast an illusion upon you, and you are somewhat noisy. With a swift motion, his arm, engulfed in blue-golden flames, pierced through flesh and bone, yet no blood flowed forth. In Daitong Yuishi's maniacal laughter, Uchiha Gen flickered and materialized before him, their faces mere inches apart as he spoke softly. Daitong Yuishi, whose abdomen had been instantaneously pierced by Uchiha Gen, keenly sensed something amiss with Uchiha Gen's condition. For a terrifying blue-golden flame was now igniting upon him. This flame even impeded his cellular regeneration. From the very moment they met, Uchiha Gen had commanded the fire-breathing dragon to achieve mega evolution, enabling 5 Pokémon to simultaneously unleash enhanced abilities. Your power does not solely derive from chakra. In fact, the chakra within you is no longer chakra at all. Your spatio-temporal abilities bear no relation to chakra, hence my inability to respond. My interest in you is steadily growing. Uchiha Gen. As they conversed, the obsidian space beside Daitong Yuishi shattered, forcibly propelling him away from Uchiha Gen's arm into the abyss of darkness. Daitong Yuishi reappeared not far off, yet the wound upon his chest remained irreparable. The damage inflicted by the sacred flames, amplified by the power of the Thousand Realms Sharingan, was beyond Daitong Yuishi's capacity to reverse. Observing Daitong Yuishi evade through spatio-temporal techniques, Uchiha Gen smirked with disdain, his form vanishing before Daitong Yuishi's eyes. That previous strike was merely to gauge Daitong Yuishi's current strength. Unable to capture the movements of Uchiha Gen, the Byakugan and Sharingan within Daitong Yuishi's eyes darted around, attempting to predict the landing point of Uchiha Gen's spatio-temporal techniques. However, the reality was that his eyes could not detect any spatial fluctuations. Uchiha Gen's movement seemed not to be a spatial leap, but rather a manifestation of his will. Clinging to the vestiges of a lifeless body, living like a maggot. You appear rather feeble. Uchiha Gen's voice suddenly resonated from behind, prompting Daitong Yuishi to react immediately, raising his hand as countless massive black cubes descended from the void, stirring up clouds of dust. Yet, Uchiha Gen's figure vanished the moment Daitong Yuishi raised his hand. In response, Daitong Yuishi let loose a barrage of black rods that sprouted from the ground like wild grass, rapidly filling the area around him. However, the proliferation of black rods did not hinder Uchiha Gen's reemergence behind Daitong Yuishi. Lifting a finger, Daitong Yuishi activated his special chakra, divine technique, Shobian. The power of his eyes surged. In an instant, the surrounding black rods transformed into thick black pillars encircling Uchiha Gen, from which countless sharp black spikes swiftly extended to pierce the encircled Uchiha Gen. With a swift thrust, the black spikes struck true, and Daitong Yuishi's eyes sparkled with delight as he beheld Uchiha Gen impaled. Without a moment's hesitation, an immense chakra erupted from within him. surging along the black spikes into Uchiha Shin's body. However, the instant his chakra made contact with Uchiha Shin, the latter erupted into a cloud of smoke. Shadow clone. What? Daetong Yuishi's expression froze, and he swiftly turned, thrusting a black spike forward. Clang! The spike collided with a dragon's claw, yet the next moment, the claw, engulfed in sacred flames, sliced through the black spike as easily as cutting tofu. As the black spike was severed, the dragon's claw continued unabated, leaving 3 indelible claw marks upon Daetong Yuishi's chest. Maggot, you truly cannot even see through a mere shadow clone. But then again, you are merely an inferior being. With an expressionless gesture, Uchiha Shin spoke softly. Having clashed with the Fire Emperor, Uchiha Shin had long since lost interest in the so-called Daetong. It was not the descent of the so-called god of Daetong. Rather, it was merely another Daetong known to him, and thus he felt no excitement whatsoever. The spatial black hole reappeared, and Daetong Yuishi retreated abruptly. Damn it, this brat is using an attack that is entirely unrelated to chakra. Could this boy, like the Daetong, be an outsider to the shinobi world? Within the stasis of the spatial black hole, Daetong Yuishi glared at the gaping wound on his chest and the 3 claw marks, gritting his teeth as he spoke coldly. Unlike the sage arts of the shinobi world or the chakra bestowed by the Daetong, Uchiha Shin's power is akin to sage arts yet more aligned with the essence of nature itself. As he pondered, tiny purple bubbles suddenly began to emerge from his body. A surge of excruciating pain radiating from his chest, rendering Daetong Yuishi's already pallid visage even more ghostly. Poison. Staring at the purple bubbles forming on his skin, Daetong Yuishi was utterly bewildered. When did I become poisoned? Moreover, what poison could affect a body such as mine? My current form cannot be considered alive. Chapter 155. An utterly monstrous being here. It seems a spatial node has been completely shattered, subsequently locked within an anomalous realm by a gaze imbued with spatiotemporal attributes. Like the whispers of a demon, a voice once again echoed in Daetong Yuishi's ears. He abruptly looked up to see Uchiha Shin hovering above him, casting a commanding gaze upon him, as if he were a supreme being. How can you enter here? Damn it! The instant he laid eyes on Uchiha Shin, Daetong Yuishi could not spare a moment to contemplate when he had been poisoned. With a wave of his arm, a spatial black hole opened before him. Yet, merely with a flicker of Uchiha Shin's eyes, the black hole before Daetong Yuishi collapsed in an instant. The dimensions of the spatial black hole could also be compressed. As the black hole collapsed, the fiery dragon's claw struck forth once more, its black patterns enveloping Daetong Yuishi entirely, while countless minuscule black cubes were hurled at Uchiha Shin. Black Eye, Divine Art activate. The black cubes shot forth, expanding between the two, forming a colossal black cube that blocked Uchiha Shin's attack, only to be obliterated by the dragon's claw. Uchiha Shin, who exactly are you? Why do you seem to understand me so well? You know all my abilities, and yet you treat me with such disdain. In a hurried attempt to thwart Uchiha Shin's attack, Otsutsuki Ishiki could not help but angrily question him. He was perplexed. Logically, no one in the shinobi world should be aware of his existence, not even that wretched being sealed on the moon. Yet, Uchiha Shin, before him, possessed a power entirely distinct from chakra and senjutsu, displaying an acute understanding of his essence. He could even perceive the disdain and contempt glimmering in Uchiha Shin's eyes. Such palpable derision was an experience Otsutsuki Ishiki had never encountered since his inception. No creature in this universe had ever dared to gaze upon the Otsutsuki clan with such audacity. However, in the face of Otsutsuki Ishiki's furious inquiry, Uchiha Shin remained unperturbed. Merely darting forward once more, striking with a claw, Otsutsuki Ishiki was utterly disregarded. In Uchiha Shin's eyes, Otsutsuki Ishiki had forfeited the right to engage in dialogue. Especially when compared to the overwhelming power of the Flame Emperor, he was simply too weak. Enough. Otsutsuki Ishiki, relying on an enlarged black rod brimming with chakra, positioned it before him to evade Uchiha Shin's dragon claw. He swiftly retreated, his eyes consumed by fury. Chakra erupted from his being, invisible waves of energy radiating outward, liberating the numerous black markings that adorned his form. The small, curved horns atop his head expanded outward. The terrifying chakra coursing through Otsutsuki Ishiki created ripples in the fractured space, a phenomenon only appearing during moments of spatial instability. Kaseki State 2. As Otsutsuki Ishiki unleashed his full power, A flicker of change appeared in Uchiha Gen's indifference. This strength was barely worthy of his attention. Nonetheless, it was still merely that, barely worthy. With his power fully liberated, Otsutsuki Ishiki's eyes gleamed with madness. His hands extended, releasing countless black rods that shot forth like arrows. While his black-eyed ability activated, the divine technique, Shomyo Baikuna, commenced. The black rods magnified mid-flight, aiming directly at Uchiha Gen's body. In response, Uchiha Gen simply extended his palm. The Susanoo, now transformed into a protective armor, enveloped his raised hand, the scorching sandstorm adhering to it, allowing the ethereal chakra to solidify into reality. Bang! Uchiha Gen's outstretched hand grasped the tip of the first black rod, applying pressure. Cracks spiderwebbed across the rod's surface until, with a sharp crack, it shattered. Simultaneously, a fearsome blaze erupted from Uchiha Gen, the intense heat incinerating all the incoming black rods in an instant. With a single step, Uchiha Gen became a blur. Relying solely on his physical speed, eschewing time-space ninjutsu such as Shunshin or Hirashin. Yet, even so, Otsutsuki Ishiki's Byakugan and other abilities failed to capture Uchiha Gen's movements. He was too swift, transcending the physical might of the Otsutsuki. A muffled thud resounded as Uchiha Gen's fist collided with Otsutsuki Ishiki's chest. Crack! The black rod, meant to fill the wound inflicted by the divine fire, was instantly pulverized. Severely wounded once more, Otsutsuki Ishiki had no choice but to utilize Shomyo Baikuna to rapidly shrink his form and evade, desperately attempting to mend the void in his chest. Yet, just as he had begun to enlarge himself again, Uchiha Gen closed in once more. Acceleration initiated. Uchiha Gen's onslaught accelerated with each strike, each one landing with less time in between than the last. As Uchiha Gen attacked, he appeared as a flickering image, like a smooth video being frame-skipped. In the face of Uchiha Gen's relentless barrage, Otsutsuki Ishiki could only disregard the depletion of his chakra, relying on Shomyo Baikuna to evade. He even entertained the thought of seeking refuge in Daikokutten. However, in his current state, failure would only lead to complete annihilation. How, then, could he hope to overcome this monstrous being? Indeed, to Otsutsuki Ishiki, Uchiha Gen was a creature of unfathomable origin, a true monstrosity. His illogical physical prowess, bizarre abilities, and the terrifying flames capable of incinerating all were beyond comprehension. Even now, the violet bubbles clinging to him had yet to dissipate, though not lethal. They inflicted an indescribable pain at intervals. As a mere punching bag, you serve as a passable diversion, yet I find myself growing weary. In the midst of his thoughts, he was struck with a piercing pain, accompanied by Uchiha Gen's indifferent words. In the next moment, an intense heat far exceeding previous sensations enveloped him. Following the source of the warmth, Otsutsuki Ishiki beheld Uchiha Gen's fingertip emanating an almost blinding white light, capable of scorching his very eyes. Chapter 156, The Sun Burning at the Fingertips. The voice of Uchiha Gen, calm yet imbued with undeniable authority, heralded the arrival of death for Otsutsuki Ishiki. As his ocular power surged, the fiery energy from the Chinjo arm totem was fully mobilized, the extreme heat compressing at Uchiha Gen's fingertip under his control. No, absolutely not. Such temperatures are beyond my current revival. I have yet to successfully plant the divine tree, nor have I acquired my chakra fruits. My path to divinity must not terminate here. A mere glance at the searing flames distorted his Byakugan, making Otsutsuki Ishiki acutely aware that this was an unbearable force. The fear of absolute death enveloped Otsutsuki Ishiki. What was once a concealed opportunity for resurrection had suddenly extinguished all hope. He could not accept it. Yet, rage would not grant him any strength. Boom. Consciousness faded away. The sun burning at his fingertips showed no mercy. Congratulations, trainer, for defeating LV-94 alien species. Original power, level LV-99. Level decreased for unknown reasons. Trainer experience, 78110. Charizard experience, 78110. Shinado experience, 78110. Gungue experience, 79548. Banjira's experience, 85,467. Illuminized Bridge Dragon experience, 104,648. Card draws, 3. Loot, 1. 3 Sacred Beast Challenge card, Waterlord 1. Congratulations, trainer, for leveling up, trainer LV-84 to LV-85. Congratulations, trainer. Charizard level increased. LV84 to LV85. Congratulations, trainer, Shinedo level increased. LV84 to LV85. Congratulations, trainer, Gingue level increased. LV84 to LV85. Congratulations, trainer, Banjira's level increased. LV84 to LV85. Congratulations, trainer, Illuminized Bridge Dragon level increased. LV82 to LV84. Standing before the corpse of Otsutsuki Ishiki, Uchiha Gen gazed calmly at the figure, still bearing a visage of terror. He chose not to completely obliterate the body of Otsutsuki Ishiki. After all, a corpse of an Otsutsuki held greater value for him. It would have been effortless to slay Otsutsuki Ishiki at their first encounter. The terrifying power of the sun and divine fire was not something a severely weakened Otsutsuki could withstand. However, eliminating Otsutsuki Ishiki and preserving his entire corpse is quite a daunting task, especially since the true Ishiki did not initially manifest as Jigen. Only when Jigen fully liberates his power does he transform into Otsutsuki Ishiki, at which point Ishiki's body will replace that of Jigen. I believe Orochimaru would find a corpse of Otsutsuki exceedingly intriguing. This space appears to hold potential for further utilization. I recall that Otsutsuki Ishiki seemed to possess a jubi. Did he not? This space should be connected to the jubi he nurtured. Alas, it seems I acted prematurely. Regrettably, the Otsutsuki clan's soul is irreversibly tainted, otherwise I could have extracted his soul directly to glean more intelligence. Casually storing away the corpse of Otsutsuki Ishiki, Uchiha Gen raised his head to survey the battlefield where he had just engaged Ishiki. Due to the clash between them, this space had become exceedingly unstable. In response, Uchiha Gen merely raised a hand, as Shinedo within him clasped her hands together, channeling her extraordinary powers to conjure countless sealing techniques that manifested as chains, thereby stabilizing the rippling distortions in this space. In mere moments, the tumultuous space regained its equilibrium. It seems that all Otsutsuki possess such peculiar pocket dimensions. Yet no other anomalies have been detected. In the hidden underground cavern of the Land of Rain, flickering candle flames cast a faint glow, insufficient to mask the malevolent atmosphere that pervaded the subterranean void. The cavern floor was adorned with two unique formations composed of an unknown dark substance, at the center of which two bound rain shinobi struggled in vain. Amidst the flickering flames, a silhouette composed of black and white emerged from the shadows, as its hands continuously formed seals. With the conclusion of the final seal, a chilling scream echoed throughout the cavern as countless fragments surged forth from the formation, swiftly enveloping the wailing rain shinobi. Amidst the anguished cries, their faces began to transform, revealing a silver-haired figure with crimson markings clad in blue armor, and another with black hair and red armor, reminiscent of familiar figures to all from Konoha, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the nefarious second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Simultaneously, Kurizetsu formed more seals, his visage shifting to that of a noble from the Land of Fire, who dares to toy with the souls of the deceased. Oh, but it is to be expected. Since this technique exists, there will inevitably come a day when it will affect me. But who are you? The will accompanying the soul manifests in the form of a reincarnated body, and Senju Tobirama immediately comprehended his predicament, gazing coldly at Kurizetsu. He felt no surprise at the prospect of being reanimated one day, for he had anticipated such a fate when he left this technique behind in Konoha. Is that you, Tobirama? Oh dear, it's the reanimation jutsu. This is not a favorable ninjutsu, Hashirama remarked, awakening beside him. After a brief assessment of his own body and the formation below, he grasped the situation. Brother, could you kindly be silent? I am inquiring about the identity of the one who has employed the reanimation jutsu. Silence. The atmosphere shifted as Tobirama's voice rose sharply, rendering Hashirama's entire presence monochrome, where he stood before his brother devoid of any semblance of authority. Please do not misunderstand. I resorted to this forbidden technique out of necessity. Lord Tobirama should understand. As I have not constrained your consciousness, Kurizetsu gently coughed, his voice raspy as if afflicted by grave illness. Are you from the daimyo's house? What is your relation to Zosei? Tobirama inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. After scrutinizing Kurizetsu's face, he glanced at the clan emblem on Kurizetsu's sleeve and spoke in a low voice. He is my grandfather, Kurizetsu replied softly. Ah, a descendant of Zosei. Greetings. By the way, do you know what has become of Konoha? Brother, please be silent. I do not recall leaving the reanimation jutsu for the daimyo's house. What do you intend to do with my brother and me? Tobarama's brow quirked as he urged Hashirama to remain quiet once more, turning to Kurizetsu. Harboring a multitude of reasons to doubt Kurizetsu's words. The goal is to save the land of fire, Kurizetsu rasped, unconcerned with whether Tobarama trusted him, as he merely needed to convey the actions taken by Konoha. The Senju clan and the nobility of the land of fire had merged, and he did not believe Tobarama would remain indifferent. With Tobarama's intellect, he would undoubtedly ensure Uchiha Gen faced a setback. Even Kurizetsu acknowledged Tobarama's capabilities. What has happened to the land of fire? Suddenly, a powerful chakra erupted from Hashirama, who swiftly approached Kurizetsu, speaking in a low tone. In that moment, he truly emanated the gravitas of the god of shinobi. Tobarama, observing his brother's demeanor, fell silent, recognizing that this was the true essence of his elder sibling. The Uchiha clan has instigated a coup d'état in Konoha, altering the political landscape. The most formidable member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Gen, infiltrated the daimyo's house and assassinated both the daimyo of the land of fire and the visiting daimyo from the land of earth. Ultimately, the current leader of Konoha, Namikaze Minato, declared war upon the entire shinobi world. Presently, the land of earth and the land of water are embroiled in turmoil, while the land of wind has succumbed to the assault of Sunagakure, now incorporated into Konoha. As for our land of fire, very few of the original nobles have survived Konoha's onslaught. Boom. Kurizetsu's voice trailed off as Hashirama's sudden burst of chakra interrupted him. Meanwhile, Tobarama's eyes glimmered with a fleeting light upon hearing the news of Konoha's declaration of war against the shinobi world, realizing that Konoha currently held a significant advantage. However, the notion of the Uchiha clan instigating a coup d'état left him bewildered. Are you suggesting that the shinobi world has once again been thrust into war, and that Konoha is the village responsible for igniting this conflict? Hashirama's gaze was laden with complexity, though the deceased should not meddle in the affairs of the living. He found it unacceptable that Konoha, the very village he and Madara had established to prevent war, was now the catalyst for conflict. Calm yourself, brother. We have long since passed from this world, Tobarama replied, arms crossed, coldly observing Kurizetsu while gently admonishing his brother, whose emotions had become somewhat agitated. He saw no issue with Konoha declaring war upon the shinobi world, considering that Konoha now wielded the upper hand. Perhaps Konoha could achieve what he and his brother had once deemed impossible. Yet, the involvement of the Uchiha clan weighed heavily upon his mind. While advising Hashirama to remain composed, Tobarama lowered his gaze, lost in contemplation, pondering whether he should venture out to assess the situation. He decided to take a look. For Kurizetsu's words could not be taken at face value, merely a glance, with no intention of intervening. In the midst of his thoughts, Tobarama began forming seals. Reanimation, release. A radiant light accompanied the fluttering of paper scraps as the connection between Tobarama and Kurizetsu was severed instantaneously. Witnessing this scene, a hint of amusement flickered in Kurizetsu's eyes. In the present moment, everything lies within his plan. I am aware that we have perished. However, why does it feel so? Toka, what are you doing? Senju Hashirama felt a wave of melancholy, struggling to accept the reality of his own demise. As he grappled with his inner turmoil, he was taken aback when his brother, Senju Tobarama, suddenly dispelled the Edo Tensei technique. Did we not already become deceased? I harbor doubts about the individual before me, although we are no longer alive. It does not hinder our ability to witness the truth of his claims with our own eyes. Nevertheless, we shall refrain from intervening. Furthermore, I am somewhat concerned about his assertion that Konoha has declared war on the ninja world due to the Uchiha clan's coup. Therefore, let us proceed to observe, brother. You surely remember the unsealing of the Edo Tensei. Senju Tobarama, disregarding the presence of Kaguya, turned directly towards Hashirama and spoke solemnly. Is that so? I comprehend now. Upon hearing this, Hashirama cast a glance at Kaguya and swiftly formed hand signs, liberating himself from the restrictions of Edo Tensei as well. Naturally, Kaguya did not interfere. He could sense the flying thunder god marks left from his past life. Although I cannot ascertain whether you are indeed a descendant of the Senju, I must caution you, those who toy with the souls of the deceased shall ultimately be toyed with by others. Closing his eyes, Tobarama concentrated on sensing the flying thunder god marks before reopening them and coldly addressing Kaguya. After speaking, Tobirama placed his hand on Hashirama's shoulder and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to vanish from the underground cavern. Before departing, however, a distinct mark appeared beneath Tobirama's feet. How astute of you. Yet, when you discover that the true power behind Konoha is a genius surpassing Uchiha Madara, will you still remain so composed? Kagaya remarked coolly, observing the Flying Thunder God mark on the ground before shifting his gaze to the nearby wall. Emerging from the wall was a white Zetsu grasping a rain ninja. Followed by you, Uchiha Madara. Chapter 158, Memories. Nevertheless, for the sake of caution, Kagaya raised his hand and sank into the ground with white Zetsu and the sacrificed rain ninja. He needed a change of location. Utilizing the technique of the mayfly, Kagaya swiftly traversed through the underground, soon arriving at another prepared location. The same scene, the same arrangement. Kagaya's face contorted as he returned to his dark visage. With a flick of his hand, he tossed the bound rain ninja into the Edo Tensei formation. Once more, he formed hand signs, and the familiar sounds of anguish echoed. The rain ninja's contorted visage gradually transforming. Soon, a familiar face began to replace that of the rain ninja. Edo Tensei? Has something obstructed the plan? Uchiha Madara slowly emerged from a pile of paper scraps, observing the characteristics of Edo Tensei on his hands, his brow furrowing in displeasure. This is the technique of that useless Tobirama. Indeed, my lord Madara, under the control of Uchiha Azuna, Konoha has launched an all-out war against the ninja world. This conflict encompasses not only the 5 great nations, but also the smaller neighboring countries, with Konoha showing no signs of relinquishing its ambitions. To prevent Konoha from discovering Nagato's uniqueness, I was compelled to summon you from the Pure Land using Edo Tensei. Understanding your will, I am acutely aware that compared to acting in this abhorrent body, you care far more for our grand plan. Thus, I made the unilateral decision to summon you in this manner. Kagaya gazed respectfully at Uchiha Madara as he lowered his body. Ah, how intriguing. Ignoring Kagaya's presence, Uchiha Madara merely lifted his hand and clenched his fist. Although this is merely a body of Edo Tensei, its power far exceeds that which I possessed during my battle with Uchiha Azuna. After all, even in death, these eyes remain intact. Uchiha Madara's eyes subtly shifted, concentric circles appearing within their depths, and simultaneously, an immense power surged forth. The Rinnegan, possessing greater strength in this Edo Tensei form than in life, raises the question, can this power truly surpass Uchiha Azuna? A flicker of doubt crossed Madara's mind. After all, if any unforeseen events jeopardized his plans, his ideals would remain unrealized. My lord Madara, there is one more matter. Kagaya observed Uchiha Madara as he contemplated his newfound power and spoke again. Speak. Uchiha Madara deactivated his Rinnegan, addressing Kagaya coldly. Your opponent, that man, has also been summoned via Edo Tensei due to the assassination of the Fire Country's daimyo at the onset of Konoha's declaration of war on the ninja world. Kagaya's voice was soft, causing Madara's previous actions to freeze momentarily before he quickly regained his composure and erupted into hearty laughter. Huh. So you could not bear the solitude of the Pure Land and did not directly dispel another's Edo Tensei to return? Uchiha Madara laughed heartily, suddenly finding that lowering his standards was not so painful after all. Regarding the man Kagaya mentioned, he required no contemplation to identify him. It was his only dear friend, who had long since perished before that battle, Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Azuna and Senju Hashirama, 2 formidable adversaries coexisting, with Edo Tensei not proving to be entirely unfavorable. At the border of the Fire Country, amidst a lush forest, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama slowly advanced towards Konoha. The 2 brothers chose not to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to return directly to Konoha, but instead wished to witness firsthand the transformations occurring in the Fire Country. Brother, if Konoha truly faces oppression from the Uchiha clan, what would you do? As they progressed, Tobirama suddenly inquired of Hashirama. Humans possess selfish inclinations. Upon first hearing that the political landscape of the Fire Country had been overturned by Konoha, I felt immense anger, even contemplating. However, as you, Tobirama, have stated, we have long since died. We are but spirits of the deceased. The various conflicts now besieging the ninja world no longer pertain to us. This era is no longer ours to claim. I trust in the wisdom of future generations. Along the way, I have come to realize that this time, we merely seek to observe Shoin and Tsunade. As for everything else, it bears no relevance to us. The individual who has summoned us from the Pure Land undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives. Although I am uncertain of his intentions, it is prudent to refrain from action. Hashirama's perspective may be limited by the constraints of his era. While he does not endorse Konoha's desire for unification, he is certainly not a fool. Although Kaguya has concealed his intentions, Hashirama remains wary of him. The Edo Tensei technique is not one of benevolence. Indeed, I should have insisted that Tobirama completely eradicate this technique back then. I understand. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible joy flickered in Tobirama's eyes. He feared that Hashirama might stand in opposition to Konoha in its current state, transforming it into a complete farce within the ninja world. Moreover, unification, he had long desired this, yet lacked the strength to achieve it, while those before him possessed such power but lacked the desire for it. In Tobirama's view, although unifying the ninja world would inevitably entail conflict, it would not resemble the chaotic strife of his own era. Hashirama's system of one nation and one village merely consolidated the struggles among various ninja clans during the Warring States period. In the absence of a singular, formidable figure to instill fear, wars fueled by interests and other factors would undoubtedly arise with greater ferocity. If the entire shinobi world were to be transformed into a Konoha, then even in the midst of conflict, the devastation would inevitably be minimal. As the Hokage, the supreme leader after unification, one could undoubtedly employ various means to suppress the outbreak of war, even if turmoil were to arise, as long as a new leader ascended. Such unrest would gradually dissipate over time. At the entrance of Konoha, amidst the bustling merchant caravans, Senju Hashirama stood in a daze, gazing at the characters Miyid inscribed on the great gate. "You excel in Mokutan. Let us name the village we establish Konoha," murmured Uchiha Madara. The true significance of a moment often eludes one until it transforms into a memory. Chapter 159. The meeting not long after reminiscing at the village entrance. Under the suggestion of Senju Tobirama, the two brothers successfully blended into the flow of the merchant convoy and entered Konoha. With the prowess of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, it was a trivial matter to evade the watchful eyes of the guards. Disguised by a transformation technique, the brothers walked through the streets of Konoha, gradually grasping the current state of the village. The prosperity far surpassed that of their time in office, and everywhere they looked, there were unfamiliar electronic devices. The most significant change was the sheer expanse of Konoha, which now seemed larger than the feudal lord's estate. It appeared that Konoha had expanded significantly, and Tobirama sensed that numerous ninjas were still engaged in construction at the outskirts. During wartime, it was remarkable that ninjas, as resources for combat, could still partake in such endeavors. Just how confident was Konoha in the outcome of the war? Moreover, Tobirama pondered. Was the chakra response of the Uchiha clan unusually scarce and feeble? Could it be that the coup led by the Uchiha was merely a facade? Tobirama, I suddenly wish to see how the new Hokage is faring. What was their name again? Alas, it is such a pity that the title of Hokage is no longer in use, Hashirama remarked, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he took in the vibrant surroundings. Originally intending merely to observe Konoha, the thought of meeting the individual responsible for its governance now consumed him. Brother, do be cautious. Let us not forget the sensitivity of our identities. The changes in Konoha are undoubtedly linked to the Uchiha clan. They may not be particularly welcoming towards us. Yet the current leader does not appear to be a ninja from the Uchiha clan. Their chakra exudes a warmth, Tobirama cautioned, his brow furrowing. He had anticipated that Hashirama would have ulterior motives upon returning to Konoha, given Hashirama's impulsive nature. What does it matter? The Uchiha are still a part of Konoha, are they not? Since they did not change the village's name, it indicates their continued sense of belonging. Such a shame that the title of Hokage has vanished. After all, it was I who coined that name. Hashirama laughed heartily, throwing an arm around Tobirama's shoulder. He believed that a leader capable of bringing smiles to the faces of Konoha's residents could not possibly be malevolent. Excuse me, but is it not somewhat impolite to intrude upon our Konoha so recklessly? At that moment, a burst of fireworks erupted beside the brothers and several dogs, alongside ninjas from the Hyuga and Inazuka clans, swiftly surrounded the Senju brothers. As the fireworks exploded, a figure with golden hair appeared before them, smiling. Simultaneously, a series of sealing scrolls inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique were unfurled by the Umbu ninjas trailing behind. Flying Thunder God technique, space-time barrier. We've been discovered, brother. Tobirama crossed his arms, his gaze falling on the Hyuga and Inuzuka ninjas surrounding them, recognizing the familiar insignia emblazoned upon their uniforms. Has the Konoha Guard now fallen into the hands of the Hyuga and Inuzuka clans? It is no wonder our disguises were penetrated. Transformation techniques cannot conceal one from the Byakugan or the keen noses of ninja dogs. Greetings, esteemed leader of the village. I am Senju cough cough. Just as Hashirama began to introduce himself with a grin, Tobirama coughed violently, interrupting his brother's introduction. Perhaps we could speak privately? After halting Hashirama's self-introduction, Tobirama addressed Namikaze Minato with a serious tone, simultaneously tossing a kunai inscribed with a special technique at Minato's feet. The Flying Thunder God kunai. The moment Minato appeared before him, Tobirama realized that the technique he employed was indeed the Flying Thunder God technique. Very well, you may leave for now. Hyuga Kagami, please ensure that the residents of this street are dispersed. Minato cast a fleeting glance at the Flying Thunder God kunai, his brow furrowing slightly before turning to the Hyuga ninjas following him. Understood, esteemed leader. Hyuga Kagami immediately complied, signaling for all the guards to exit the barrier created by the Flying Thunder God technique. As members of the guard, they were well aware of how to exit the barrier's seals. Soon, only the Senju brothers and Minato remained within the barrier. Surely, you are the second Hokage. I have seen this Flying Thunder God seal before, Minato remarked, hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his face as he spoke softly to Tobirama. Esteemed leader of the village, please lower your hand. We bear no ill intentions. We merely wish to inquire about a few matters. Of course, you may refuse. We hope you will trust that we will not cause any harm to the village. Hashirama chuckled sheepishly, observing Minato's hand still positioned behind his back. However, Minato did not cease his hand movements. After all, it was not every day that the deceased returned to Konoha claiming to harbor no malice. As the leader of the village, Minato could not afford to place his complete trust in them, even if they were the former Hokages. Although we exist in this impure state, we are not under anyone else's control. If you have mastered my Flying Thunder God technique, then your sealing techniques must be quite exceptional. You could easily seal us if we do not resist, Tobirama added, expressing his satisfaction with Minato's capabilities. No need for that. The earlier seal was merely a notification of your arrival. While I may not match your prowess elsewhere, I am confident within Konoha. As I have made ample preparations based on some suggestions I received, Minato replied with a slight smile, lowering his hand. Within the land of demons, Uchiha Gen utilized telekinesis to manipulate a scroll expelled by a frog, opening it and furrowing his brow at its contents. Chapter 160. I have come for him. Is it just me, or has this frog's handwriting become rather unsightly? Gen scrutinized the scroll, straining to decipher its contents. The Flying Thunder God Mutual Transmission Technique, a unique means of communication between Namikaze Minato and Uchiha General. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God seals they had mutually inscribed, they exchanged messages. Typically, Minato would write the messages himself for transmission. However, when circumstances were inconvenient, he would communicate with the frogs of Mayaboko Mountain to relay his words. Yet, the frogs of Mayaboko Mountain had just begun to master this technique and were still unable to perfectly articulate the messages as intended by Minato through the seals. The second Hokage and individuals suspected to be the first Hokage have appeared in Konoha, with the dead returning to reality, presumably through the Edo Tensei technique. It is astonishing that, even without Orochimaru, they would still return to the shinobi world. However, who could have enacted the Edo Tensei? Surely it cannot be the likes of Kurizetsu, can it? Would he possess such capabilities? Furthermore, he should ideally summon Uchiha Madara instead. Uchiha Shien disdainfully waved his hand at the toad that had delivered the message, signaling it to depart, and contemplatively stroked his chin. Suddenly, the cry of Gungue interrupted Uchiha Shien's musings. Have they found it? The so-called world-destroying creature, the Wraith. Uchiha Shien lifted his gaze, following the direction indicated by Gungue. As he activated his Qianzhou Sharingan, a surge of ghostly energy enveloped him, altering his field of vision. Within the perception of the Qianzhou Sharingan, countless inky black veins intertwined in the air, converging at a single point. Amidst the vast cosmos, numerous Otsutsuki simultaneously gazed towards the shinobi world, their expressions rife with varying emotions. How intriguing! The long-lost Ishiki has perished at last. Yet, before his demise, he released such information. Ha! I find myself quite intrigued by that place now. Within this message lies the so-called secret to divinity. I hardly believe that individual, who incessantly speaks of genetic destiny, would generously share such insights. Indeed, that person is hardly one to be generous. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remarked, "Will you go?" Ishiki's strength is not to be underestimated. He may have even consumed a fruit, yet he still met his end there. A fool would return. Ha ha ha, indeed. I would not venture there either. The Otsutsuki conversed amidst the starlit sky, their laughter resonating through the void. However, amidst the mirth, countless streaks of light traversed the cosmos, all destined for the shinobi world. Clearly, they did not dismiss the information released by Ishiki before his death as lightly as they professed. In the land of rain, gentle droplets fell. Within a cave near the Akatsuki's base, Yahiko, the founder of the Akatsuki, was lost in thought as he stared at the fire before him. Accompanied by Nagato and Konan, it seemed Yahiko was grappling with a profoundly difficult decision. After a prolonged gaze at the flames, Yahiko exhaled heavily and turned his gaze towards Nagato and Konan. I have made my decision. We must thwart Hanzo's plans. The current Konoha is not something the land of rain can provoke. If we can prevent Hanzo's scheme, we may attempt to negotiate with Konoha and thus preserve the land of rain. Teacher Jiraiya will surely assist us, as the current leader of Konoha is also his disciple. Yahiko rose, his expression complex as he gazed at the curtain of rain outside the cave, speaking softly. Now that the decision is made, let us begin preparations. Konan smiled gently at this, extending her hand to place a neatly folded origami crane before Yahiko. Nagato nodded in agreement, knowing he merely needed to support Yahiko unconditionally. With both of you by my side, I can accomplish anything, Yahiko said, his earlier melancholy dissipating as he accepted the origami crane from Konan, smiling faintly. Foolish thoughts. Suddenly, a cold, sharp voice echoed from outside the cave, prompting Yahiko and the others to instantly assume a defensive stance. Their conversation had been overheard. Who goes there? Yahiko exclaimed, drawing a kunai and contemplating whether to silence the intruder. I am Uchiha Madara. Emerging from the curtain of rain was a figure, his wild black hair unaffected by the downpour, and his body, riddled with cracks, exuded an aura of death. Uchiha Madara stood before Nagato. Uchiha Madara? Who are you really, and why do you impersonate Uchiha Madara? What is your purpose in approaching us? Yahiko scoffed as he discerned the individual was alone. Realizing that the legendary figure had long been dead at the hands of the first Hokage, the god of shinobi. Impersonate? Who would dare? Observing the blatant skepticism in Yahiko's eyes, Uchiha Madara smirked, an immense chakra suddenly erupting from him. The ground trembled, and the rain splashed violently. The eyes of Yahiko and his companions widened in shock. Strong. Very strong. Incredibly powerful. The figure before them, claiming to be Uchiha Madara, exhibited such overwhelming chakra that it was clear he surpassed even the formidable Hanzo of the salamander. Could it truly be Uchiha Madara? In that moment, Yahiko could not help but believe that the man before him was indeed Uchiha Madara. After all, such immense strength would not belong to someone who would hide behind another's name. Esteemed elder, have you come for a specific purpose? Yahiko stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of Konan and Nagato, his voice steady as he addressed Uchiha Madara. I have come for him. Uchiha Madara retracted his chakra, his gaze intrigued as he pointed at Nagato, whom Yahiko shielded. In an instant, a kunai shot forth towards Uchiha Madara, followed by a flurry of origami transformed into shuriken, all launched in tandem with Yahiko's kunai. Chapter 161, New Companion, Kappa Bubble Frog Foolishness. In the face of the sudden onslaught from Yahiko and the others, Uchiha Madara did not even flinch, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Since when did weak insects dare to strike at him? The next moment, an overwhelming ocular power surged forth, a repulsive force instantly deflecting all the incoming kunai and shuriken. Simultaneously, the strain of the ocular power caused Nagato to clutch his eyes in agony, collapsing to the ground as he gasped for breath, feeling as though his very eyes might leap from their sockets. And Nagato, Yahiko and Konan rushed to Nagato's side, alarmed as they helped him up. Did you do this? Yahiko glared at Uchiha Madara, knowing that Nagato's sudden distress was undoubtedly linked to the person before them. You truly waste the potential of those eyes, Nagato. Ignoring Yahiko's accusations, Uchiha Madara stepped forward, his voice cold as he spoke. Yahiko, seeing Uchiha Madara approach, raised his hands in an attempt to perform a jutsu to obstruct him. However, a chilling sensation enveloped his entire being, rendering him completely immobile. His body was no longer under his control. Who on earth is this man? Yahiko's eyes bulged in terror. His thoughts racing as Uchiha Madara drew closer, while his hands trembled in fear, unable to rise. Conan, supporting Nagato, felt similarly paralyzed. Uchiha Madara reached Nagato, lifting him effortlessly. Gazing into Nagato's Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow. It seems you have not grown to a level capable of wielding the Rinnegan's true power. Truly disappointing. With a dismissive toss, he flung Nagato to the ground, his disappointment palpable. The body of the reincarnated could not compare to his own, leaving him unable to feel the rush of blood coursing through his veins. From now on, follow me, Uchiha Madara commanded coldly, while Yahiko and the others remained speechless, the oppressive aura still enveloping them. In the land of demons, amidst a desolate ruin imbued with an eerie atmosphere, one could only ponder, is this the so-called creature capable of annihilating the world? Indeed, I should never have harbored expectations for such a being. Yujirobushin casually toyed with a lump of dark purple energy, expressing a hint of disappointment. Release me, and I can grant you the power to dominate the world. Your heart is engulfed in darkness. You scorn everything, and I know you have need of me. The entity bound by telekinesis emanated a beguiling aura of emotional turmoil. My heart is engulfed in darkness. No, I consider my heart to be exceptionally bright. A subtle smile graced the lips of Uchiha as he unleashed the power of his right eye, causing the flickering essence of the entity's soul to be instantaneously consumed, leaving behind only the most unadulterated shadowy energy. From the outset, Yujirobushin had never perceived himself to be ensnared by darkness. His actions were dictated by whim, and what he deemed right was indeed right. The time had come. After carelessly discarding the entity into the shadows as sustenance for his Gungui, Uchiha stepped forward, vanishing from the ruins. Upon reappearing, he found himself atop a mountain peak. Sitting cross-legged on the cliff, he embraced the cold wind as his consciousness delved into the ceiling space. A new companion was about to be born. In the ceiling space, the familiar valley of the Charizard awaited. The moment Yujirobushin entered this dimension, all his Pokémon rushed over, gathering around him. Amidst the throng of Pokémon, he raised his hand, cradling a blue-black egg. However, as soon as he grasped it, his expression faltered. No, this little one cannot adapt to the environment here. Let us head to Shanai Dao. Huh. Charizard was puzzled, as all his siblings had been born in this valley. Why was this new little brother different? The reason was that the new addition was a water-type Pokémon. In the past, this might have been feasible, but now it was impossible. The Charizard Valley had merged with the domain of the Trial of the Fire Emperor, and the current temperature would be unbearable for a newborn. With a gentle smile, Yujirobushin affectionately ruffled Charizard's head and softly spoke. Psychic energy enveloped all the Pokémon, and with a flash of blue light in his eyes, Yujirobushin transported them into Shanai Dao's psychic sanctuary. Guagua Frog Egg. This egg nurtures the water-type Pokémon Guagua Frog, and the little one seems eager to meet you. Hatching countdown, 302618. Within the psychic sanctuary, all the Pokémon held their breath. Even though they had welcomed new family members many times before, they still felt nervous, anxious not to disturb the hatching of their new companion. A faint croak echoed from within the egg, and simultaneously, a crack appeared on the shell. In the next moment, a petite light blue paw tore through the fissure and extended outward. With a crisp cracking sound, the egg shattered within the psychic sanctuary. Suddenly, a familiar white light illuminated the room, revealing a small blue frog emerging gracefully from the brilliance. The new companion, Guagua Frog, was now born. Welcome to this world, Guagua Frog. As he extended his hands to cradle Guagua Frog gently, Yujirobushin welcomed the little one just as he had welcomed his other Pokémon. Guagua Frog nestled in the palm of Uchiha's hand, gazing up with wide, glistening eyes, earnestly observing his trainer. Congratulations, trainer, on capturing a new Pokémon, Guagua Frog. Guagua Frog, the Bubble Frog Pokémon, water-type Pokémon, resembles a frog with a height of 30 centimeters and a weight of 7 kilograms. Its body is blue, possessing remarkable jumping ability that allows it to leap 3 stories high. It is a light and agile Pokémon. Guagua Frog can release bubbles from its chest and back, known as Guagua Foam, which are thin and resilient, capable of absorbing attacks to reduce damage. Chapter 162, The Pokémon Master? Detecting that the trainer possesses extra card drawing opportunities. One draw has been initiated. Congratulations, trainer, on obtaining a new spatial fragment card, Yunmings. With the birth of each Pokémon, The familiar data sound effect echoed once more. In an instant, below the psychic sanctuary, beside the Charizard Valley and the Spirit World Gate, a myriad of clouds enveloped the space, and countless water veins gradually emerged, gently flowing. Numerous islands appeared amidst the intertwining water veins, and in the next moment, greenery surged forth, dense forests sprouting on the islands. Above Yunming's, mist shimmering with specks of color coiled around, formed by the abundant power of water. Witnessing this, Yudruboishin's thoughts stirred, and psychic energy surged, transporting all the Pokémon to this new realm. Upon entering Yunming's, Guagua Frog exhibited clear signs of excitement, relishing the colorful mist. This sealing space had significantly expanded, evolving from a valley into a veritable world. Cradling Guagua Frog, Yudrubushin activated his Jinchuriki, striving to comprehend the formation of Yunming's. Yet, no matter how he perceived it, Yunming's exuded an aura of absolute reality, as if the entire sealing space was a genuine world gradually maturing. Congratulations, trainer. On gathering the requisite number of standard trainer Pokémon, 66, the invitation to the League Tournament is now available for use. Congratulations, trainer, on capturing 6 Pokémon. Officially embarking on the path to becoming a Pokémon Master. Wishing you success in leading the era. Congratulations, trainer, on capturing 6 Pokémon. All restrictions on the sealing space have been lifted, and all Pokémon may be freely summoned for battles to achieve victory. Observing the swirling clouds of Yunming's, the familiar data sound effect echoed in Yudrubushin's ears once more. A Pokémon Master? That is only a matter of time. Gazing at the misty sea, a smile played at the corners of his mouth as he set Guagua Frog down. Shall we venture to the shinobi world together? As he watched Guagua Frog leap into the flowing water, a smile graced Yunming's face as he spoke softly. A month later, in Duanxi Street. After leaving the land of ghosts, Yudrubushin did not return to Konoha, but instead arrived at this relatively renowned place. In the skies above Duanxi Street, Yudrubushin and Sha Nai Dao stood atop Charizard's back, enjoying the wild winds, with Gengar trailing behind. At this moment, compared to their time in the sealing space, Charizard's size had increased significantly. Its growth was ongoing. The absorption of natural energy truly influenced biological size. Fortunately, this growth could be controlled at their own will, though the upper limit of natural energy absorption remained uncertain. Standing on Charizard's back and gazing down at its now colossal form, which could be described as gigantic, Yudrubushin stroked his chin and spoke. Charizard's sudden enlargement stemmed from the complete absorption of the White Serpent Sage's memories by Sha Nai Dao and himself, which they then adapted and optimized using the Sage techniques from the Dragon Cave, creating a unique method of natural energy cultivation belonging to Yudrubushin and his Pokémon. Upon mastering the Sage cultivation methods, all of Yudrubushin's Pokémon, except for Guagua Frog, began their training in Sage arts. The result of this training was that, aside from Guagua Frog, Sha Nai Dao, and Gengar, the sizes of the other Pokémon continued to increase. Among them, Banquila's exhibited an astonishing growth, far surpassing even the White Serpent Sage and the frogs of Mayaboka Mountain. It was uncertain whether this was due to the influence of Tailed Beast Chakra or other factors. However, the drastic increase in size compelled Banquila's to consume constantly within the layered rock abyss, and fortunately, the minerals within the abyss were inexhaustible. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to satisfy Banquila's daily needs. The situation with the Lugong Xiao Long is similarly unremarkable, though not as exaggerated in size as that of the Banquilas. However, it has been continuously absorbing electrical energy within the cavern. Meanwhile, Sha Nai Duo and Gengar, although their physical forms have not changed, have significantly enhanced their powers. Particularly Gengar, after absorbing the strength of the Wraith, has combined it with natural energy, acquiring abilities that transcend those typical of Pokémon. Sha Nai Duo, after researching the cultivation methods of natural energy, has further delved into the fusion of celestial techniques and skills, yielding remarkable results. As for Guagua Paowa, due to its low level and limited control over power, Uchiha Gen has refrained from allowing it to practice celestial techniques, opting instead for it to master the water release scroll left by the malevolent Senju Tobarama and other secret technique scrolls. Guagua Paowa possesses an exceptional talent for ninjutsu, effortlessly mastering all water release techniques after merely observing their release once chakra is harnessed. Except for the more complex Flying Thunder God technique, which proves somewhat difficult to grasp, Guagua Pao has fully mastered all water release techniques left by Senju Tobarama. Currently, Guagua Pao merely requires extensive experience upon evolving into the final form of Jia Hirenwa. Its proficiency in water release and other ninjutsu will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Uchiha Shin's purpose for venturing to Duan Sea Street is to afford Guagua Pao ample experience while simultaneously indulging in the thrill of being a bounty hunter. After capturing Jiao Du alive and seizing a substantial amount of money from him, Uchiha Shin has grown quite curious about the lucrative nature of bounty hunting. After all, whether on the battlefield or as a bounty hunter, the act of killing remains constant. Thus, he reasons, why not derive additional enjoyment while providing Guagua Pao with experience? While gaining experience on the battlefield may be somewhat swifter, it ultimately tends to be rather monotonous. Upon arrival, he wonders if he will encounter Jiao Du again, believing that he has surely amassed considerable wealth since their last meeting. Uchiha Shin gazes through the clouds at the bustling town below, filled with casinos and izakayas. A smile creeping across his lips as he anticipates the possibility of crossing paths with Jiao Du once more. With that, Uchiha Shin leaps from the back of the fire-breathing dragon, followed closely by Shanai Duo and Gung-Gue. Roar. Seeing this, the fire-breathing dragon lets out a gentle roar before vanishing into thin air and returning to the sealed space within Uchiha Shin. They now possess the ability to freely enter and exit the sealed space. Chapter 163. Bounty on the Streets of Duan-Su. Uchiha Shin walks alongside Shanai Duo and Gung-Gue. The bustling thoroughfares are lined with casinos and izakayas, with various other establishments scattered in between. The air is thick with the scent of alcohol and the cheap perfume of cosmetics. It is no wonder that in the original future, Tsunade chose to linger in such an environment. For her, a place dominated by casinos is akin to paradise. At this moment, Uchiha Shin, accompanied by Shanai Duo and Gung-Gue, garners the attention of everyone around, as Shanai Duo's beauty captivates all, while Gung-Gue's appearance instills a sense of dread among the onlookers. After all, Gung-Gue's visage easily leads these individuals to conjure images of legendary spirits. Ignoring the fear and envy emanating from the crowd, Uchiha Shin strides purposefully towards his destination, a public restroom, the exchange center, where bounty hunters accept missions and exchange targets for money. Upon entering the exchange center, Uchiha Shin employs his psychic powers to locate a hidden compartment in the wall. With a flick of his mind, a concealed door opens to reveal a staircase leading underground. Such a simple mechanism is essentially a mere facade. In the ninja world, although the existence of the exchange center is not entirely legitimate, it is deemed acceptable since it exists. Despite the various villages' leaders and high-ranking officials placing bounties, the nations still tacitly allow the exchange center's existence. Venturing underground, Uchiha Shin traverses a long, dim corridor before finally entering the true exchange center. The entire establishment is situated within a vast underground chamber, and as soon as Uchiha Shin steps inside, he is greeted by a chilling atmosphere and a row of orderly mortuary cabinets. Just as he approaches, a portly middle-aged man hastens towards him, bowing respectfully. "Esteemed Lord Shin, and to you too, esteemed summoning beasts, greetings. Welcome to the exchange center. How may I assist you? You recognize me?" Uchiha Shin replies with an amused expression, finding the exchange center more intriguing than he had anticipated. Of course, Lord Shin's name is well known. Recognizing the strong of the ninja world is a requisite for the regional heads of the exchange center. The head of the exchange center respectfully responds, bowing slightly. "Oh, but who truly owns the exchange center?" Uchiha Shin inquires, his gaze fixed on the head of the exchange center. "In response, my lord, I am merely a regional manager. The identity of the true owner of the exchange center is beyond my knowledge. However, if you wish to know, you may post a bounty here." The head of the exchange center answers smoothly. He indeed speaks the truth. Nearly 99% of individuals within the exchange center are unaware of who its true master is. "That won't be necessary. Present me with all the tasks available," Uchiha Shin commands. "Yes, my lord. At once." The head of the exchange center produces thick tomes of bounties and presents them to Uchiha Shin. Observing this, Shanai Duo raises her hand, and her psychic energy lifts the tomes to Uchiha Shin. "Thank you, Shanai Duo." Uchiha Shin smiles slightly as he receives the tome from Shanai Duo and gently flips it open. On the very first page, he discovers a character he is quite familiar with. Bounty for the daimyo of the Fire Country. 1, 75 billion, confirmed dead by the exchange center. Is it truly worth so much? What a pity, I didn't consider becoming a bounty hunter back then. That was a missed opportunity. Uchiha Gen remarks nonchalantly as he examines the tome in his hands. Meanwhile, the head of the exchange center cannot help but break into a cold sweat. For he has heard of how the daimyo of the fire country met his demise. To dare draw a weapon against the pinnacle of power in the ninja world is, in his eyes, the act of a madman. What is even more terrifying is that the one who committed such a deed, which would render anyone else a pariah, has gone unscathed for so long, instigating a transformative war that all will remember. However, Uchiha Gen's next statement sends beads of sweat cascading down the head of the exchange center. It seems the daimyo of the lightning country is still alive, correct? I took down the daimyo of the earth and the daimyo of the fire together. The one from the water country was slain by the Mizukage, and the daimyo of the wind country is now presumably captured by Konoha. TSK, it appears I must head back to the battlefield in the lightning country. Let me take this bounty. Uchiha Gen indicates the bounty for the daimyo of the lightning country in the tome with an indifferent tone. Upon hearing this, the head of the exchange center's forehead is drenched in sweat. Is it not possible to accept it? Uchiha Gen raises an eyebrow slightly. It is absolutely possible. As long as it is listed on the exchange center's bounty board, it can be accepted. This has been the rule since the establishment of the exchange center. I shall take this bounty for you right away, my lord. The head of the exchange center forces a smile, quickly wiping the sweat from his brow, seemingly fearful of Uchiha Gen's sudden aggression. Although he wears a smile as he takes the tome from Uchiha Gen, he inwardly laments the situation. The bounties for the various country daimyos are always eye-catching, and in the ninja world, no one would truly dare to accept such a heinous bounty. Nor could anyone who did have the audacity to carry it out. The bounties set by the powerful figures of various nations are exceedingly high, seemingly established merely for appearances. These extravagant sums are so exorbitant that even the gold exchange cannot settle them in a timely manner. After all, no one could possibly fulfill such demands. However, the present Uchiha Gen dares to undertake this challenge. Moreover, his success rate approaches nearly 100%. In other words, this bounty is almost certain to find its way into Uchiha Gen's possession. At that moment, the director of the gold exchange found himself ensnared in a web of thoughts, contemplating his next steps. If he failed to clear the bounty on the individual before him, it would inevitably be his own life on the line. His anxiety stemmed from the belief that such a substantial sum would be unacceptable to the true owner of the gold exchange, leading to his being cast as a scapegoat. As a scapegoat, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of the individual before him. Death loomed as an inevitable reality, and the director felt as though he were plunging into an abyss. Prepare the funds to send to the Uchiha clan in Konohagakure within 7 days. I shall return with his corpse. After leaving these words, Uchiha Gen turned and, with Shinedo and Gungue, vanished in an instant. Chapter 164, Chakra Cannon in the Sky. Upon the back of the fire-breathing dragon, Shinedo gently spoke, clutching Uchiha Gen's arm. Gen, that person seems unable to produce such a large sum of money. When you accepted the bounty from the daimyo of the Land of Thunder, his heart was in turmoil, filled with despair. For Shinedo, speaking human language was not a challenge. I understand, but it matters little. Unification is imminent. An underground organization like the Gold Exchange will either vanish or fall under the control of Konohagakure. For me, it is even better if they cannot produce the funds. Having a justifiable cause is ultimately advantageous. Uchiha Gen replied with a smile. His visit to the Gold Exchange was not solely an impulsive endeavor to experience the role of a bounty hunter and gain experience for Kwa Kwa Pao Frog, but he also harbored the intention of using the Gold Exchange as a starting point to consolidate the underground forces of the ninja world. But what if they manage to produce such a large sum? Shinedo inquired, nodding gently. If they can muster such an amount, it becomes even more essential for the Gold Exchange to be under the control of Konohagakure, Uchiha Gen stated matter-of-factly. In the Land of Thunder, on the battlefield between Konohagakure and Kumogakure, the fourth Raikage, cursed vehemently. Damn it! Are the ninjas of Konohagakure monsters? How can they withstand a direct hit from a chakra cannon unscathed? Covered in disarray, he glanced back at the relentless pursuit of the green steam figure, Might Guy. While not far away, the fully-tailed beast-formed Killer Bee was engaged in a fierce battle with Uchiha Shinedo. The azure Susanoo continuously slashed at the tail of the bull demon, causing the ground to erupt into countless craters. This time, I will not allow you to escape. Might Guy, enveloped in green steam, relentlessly pursued the fourth Raikage. The two were locked in a competition of speed. Based on his previous combat experiences with this individual, he was aware that Might Guy's secret technique, the 8 Gates, could not be sustained for long. He only needed to hold on until the two tails charged the chakra cannon, and he would undoubtedly be able to take down this adversary. While evading Might Guy's pursuit, the fourth Raikage continually glanced back to assess the situation. In their encounters, each of the 10 skirmishes had ended in his defeat. Previously, he could only escape due to being slightly faster than Might Guy. However, this minor gap was rapidly being bridged by Might Guy. It seemed that Might Guy's secret technique could evolve with each encounter. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted on the fourth Raikage's face, causing him to stagger, and that very moment allowed Might Guy to finally catch up to the fleeing Raikage. What? The fourth Raikage's eyes widened as he beheld Might Guy, who was now mere inches away, ready to strike. His heart raced with dread, for he realized that the flames were entirely generated by Might Guy's punch. The youthful power dance. The fourth Raikage's astonishment went unnoticed as Might Guy radiated heat, veins protruding on his forehead. As the turbulent chakra surged forth, Might Guy's voice reached the ears of the fourth Raikage. In the next instant, a multitude of flames erupted around Might Guy's fists, blossoming like a myriad of fiery lotus flowers upon the fourth Raikage's form. The intertwining of lightning and fire from the Raikage's lightning release chakra mode collided at his chest, as Might Guy's powerful fists rained down amidst flames and tears, blood trickling from the corners of his lips. Big Brother Killer Bee, locked in combat with Uchiha Shinedo, noticed the plight of the fourth Raikage. Countless octopus tentacles flailed as he swatted Uchiha Shinedo's Susanoo away before rushing toward the position of the fourth Raikage and Might Guy. If you interfere with Lord Guy and that useless Raikage again, I will have no face left to show as a member of the Uchiha following Lord Shien. Ha ha. A mere-tailed beast, witnessed the might of the Uchiha. Eye technique. 8-Peak God. Enveloped within Susanoo, Uchiha Shinedo laughed maniacally, blood and tears streaming down his cheeks as the kaleidoscope Sharingan unleashed its power. In an instant, numerous massive black nails appeared, successfully pinning the formidable 8 Tails and preventing Killer Bee from providing assistance to the fourth Raikage. Damn it, not this bothersome thing again. The battlefield was dire, and with his brother's life in peril, Killer Bee momentarily cast aside his peculiar speech patterns. Gazing at the black nails on his body, rage consumed him. Throughout the previous exchanges between the fourth Raikage and Might Guy, he had been engaged with Uchiha Shinedo, and he was well aware of the powers of Uchiha Shinedo's eye techniques. These strange black nails that had suddenly appeared were not physical entities, but rather manifestations of the eye technique's release power, primarily serving to restrain and attack one's soul. Yet, due to his continuous transformation into a tailed beast, the soul attack power of these black nails had been borne by the bull demon. The bull demon's soul, heavily injured, allowed him to fully harness its chakra. Otherwise, with his current abilities and limited experience as a tailed beast Jinchuriki, he would have been incapable of achieving such perfect tailed beast transformation. However, even though the attacks on his soul were absorbed by the bull demon, the incapacitating ability of the black nails remained unbroken, leaving him with no choice but to wait for 3 seconds to pass. Yet, 3 seconds was ample time for Uchiha Shinedo, who had recently withdrawn, to return to his front. This time, you shall undoubtedly perish here. Ha ha ha. Witnessing the strength of the Uchiha is your greatest honor. When you reach the Pure Land, remember to tell that damned Senju Tobarama that the Uchiha have once again risen to greatness. The glory brought forth by Lord Shien shall be proclaimed to the world by us. Amidst his maniacal laughter, Uchiha Shinedo directed Susanoo toward Killer Bee, wielding the sacred blade of Susanoo in a single sweeping motion. With a resounding boom, a fireball erupted from Uchiha Shinedo's Susanoo, sending it reeling back. The ferocious chakra ignited the Susanoo in a blaze of blue flames. Yo, chakra cannon, fast and efficient, huh? Big brother, here I come. As the black nails dissipated from his body, Killer Bee turned his gaze toward Uchiha Shinedo, now engulfed in blue flames. Chapter 165. Long time no see. At this moment, the fourth Raikage, AI, had successfully extricated himself from the entanglement of Might Guy. In the center, where Might Guy and the fourth Raikage stood, a massive crater had formed in the ground. Within this crater, the azure flames characteristic of the two tails blazed fiercely. In this state, could even the reaction speed be this swift? Had I been in that situation, I would undoubtedly have been unable to evade the onslaught of the chakra cannon. Damn it. What sort of monsters are these Leaf Village ninjas? According to the calculations made by Tsuchikage, the Two Tails could unleash a maximum of 4 chakra blasts at a level 2 potency, and it had already fired 3. Thus, there was but 1 left. I must create an opportunity for Tsuchikage. The fourth Raikage, panting heavily, kept a keen eye on Might Guy, constantly devising strategies to confront this formidable adversary. Once more, an attack similar to the previous one was launched, and its power seemed significantly greater. I cannot withstand it head-on. Thank you, hi. How is Elder Shauna? Senior Guy? You are too courteous. This is my duty. Elder Shauna is unharmed. His Susanoo absorbed most of the damage, but continuing to fight may prove challenging. It appears that the opponent possesses powerful ninja tools, likely similar to those encountered by the others, remnants left by the Sage of Six Paths. Moreover, Senior Guy, the 8 Tails from Kumogakure is approaching your location. Might Guy's gaze fell upon the enormous crater before him, a shiver of fear coursing through him. Thankfully, he had been alerted by Yamashiro Hai, enabling him to dodge the recent attack. As long as Elder Shauna is safe. The recent assault seemed to originate from a tailed beast, yet it felt somewhat different. Dingswa still needs to. Wait, Senior Guy. There is a far more immense heat signature rapidly approaching us. Within the Konoha Command Center, Yamashiro Hai suddenly wore a pained expression, his sensory abilities having detected something exuding intense heat. Fatty, abort the plan to attack the Kumogakure camp immediately. Bring the second squad back to support Senior Guy. An unknown enemy is closing in, and Senior Guy must not come to harm. Suppressing the pain, Yamashiro Hai transmitted this information to Akimichi Dingswa. After relaying the message, he swiftly removed his helmet and hurled it away. In the next moment, the helmet ignited, engulfed in flames, and was rendered completely useless. Is it truly that terrifying? What on earth is approaching? Kumogakure should not possess such strange entities. Yamashiro Hai pressed his forehead, staring in a daze at the charred helmet on the ground. Yo, big brother. I come to assist you, Green, Kappa Muscle Man. Yo. Die. Killer Bee manipulated the body of the Ox Ghost, singing in a strange tone while gathering chakra. The blue and red chakra particles continuously fused before the Ox Ghost's gaping maw, and in the blink of an eye, a pitch-black sphere coalesced in front of it. The Tailed Beast Ball, a unique technique said to be mastered solely by tailed beasts. This is troublesome. I must prevent him from unleashing it. Might Guy, with a grave expression, observed the tailed beast ball forming before the Ox Ghost. Lowering his body as his chakra surged violently, his hands raised like wings. Do not resist. Lightning release. 1000 Ox Leap Arc. As Might Guy struck a peculiar pose, the fourth Raikage swiftly formed hand seals. Lightning erupted, surging towards Might Guy. However, at that very moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, causing Might Guy to momentarily freeze, a smile suddenly appearing on his face. The green steam dissipated as Might Guy stood tall, quietly observing the fourth Raikage and the fully charged 8 Tails Ox Ghost, seemingly oblivious to the impending lightning strike. Has he given up? What a pity. Amidst the flickering lightning, the fourth Raikage looked upon Might Guy, who appeared to relinquish his resistance, with a sense of regret. Die. The tailed beast ball erupted forth with a roar. At that moment, boom. A crimson shadow descended from the heavens, its fiery claws piercing through the head of the 8 Tails Ox Ghost. Simultaneously, a surge of extraordinary power extinguished the fully formed tailed beast ball. The lightning engulfed Might Guy, yet was thwarted by an invisible barrier. Uncle Guy? You trust me so implicitly? While the Raikage's lightning technique may be weak, being struck directly would still be quite painful. Amidst the lightning, Uchiha Gen's voice rang out, laced with mirth, from behind Might Guy. Ha. I have abundant faith in you. Welcome home, General O. Gen, have you lost some weight? It seems that traveling outside has hindered your appetite. Though you are already quite formidable, do take care of your growth. Might Guy laughed heartily, turning to gaze affectionately at the youth, now standing at his height. Surely, Uncle Guy, you are mistaken. I have never neglected myself. Uchiha Gen replied with a smile playing on his lips. Damn those Leaf Village calamities. A furious roar echoed from afar, as lightning darted and surged. The fourth Raikage, enveloped in thunder, charged towards Uchiha Gen with unbridled hatred. Shinai, just as the fourth Raikage was about to reach Uchiha Gen, a blue figure appeared before him. Shinai raised her hand gently, and with a surge of telekinetic energy, she froze the advancing fourth Raikage mid-stride. The Raikage, ensnared in the grip of telekinesis, glared furiously at Uchiha Gen, filled with a nightmarish terror and hatred. The death of his father, the burdensome responsibility of the Raikage, the current turmoil of the ninja world, all were instigated by this very individual. It's entrusted to you, Gungue. Shinai regarded the fourth Raikage, whose eyes blazed crimson, with disdain. Leaving behind that remark as she turned to walk towards Uchiha General Kuji, the voice of Gungue resonated, and concurrently, a pair of crimson eyes bearing a smile emerged from the fourth Raikage shadow. Greetings, I am Shinai, a family member of General. It is a pleasure to meet you. Shinai approached Uchiha Gen's side, elegantly bowing slightly to Might Guy before speaking softly. Chapter 166. Koga Ninja Frog. Might Guy was momentarily taken aback, glancing between Shinai and Uchiha Gen, then at the nearby fire dragon roasting the ox ghost's octopus legs. Gen, are all of these your family? Might Guy inquired, his throat dry, initially intending to refer to the summoning beasts, but following Shinai's lead, he opted for the term family. One was a terrifying behemoth that had effortlessly dispatched the 8 tails and was now having fun roasting its tail. The other had not even engaged directly, yet had managed to immobilize the fourth Raikage, who had struggled against him numerous times, now ensnared in an eerie black mist. That black mist is not Shinai's ability. It is another family member of Gen, Gungue. Shinai immediately explained to Might Guy, possessing an ability akin to reading minds. Kuji, at that moment, a chubby little hand emerged from the fourth Raikage shadow, waving gently at Might Guy in greeting. Indeed, they are all my family, my true family. Uchiha Gen responded to Might Guy's query with a smile. I see, that truly is a delightful thing. Might Guy chuckled, patting Uchiha Gen on the shoulder. Uncle Guy? You should rest for now. I will retrieve the tailed beast lost by Konoha. Kumogakure must also vanish. Uchiha Gen turned slightly to gaze at the distance, where the chakra of the 2 tails was prominently visible. His dojo challenge has yet to be completed. It is quite abstract. The battle against the Kage was concluded long ago, and the road to championship has entered its final countdown, yet the initially commenced dojo challenge remains unfinished. He had been aware of the locations of the 2-tailed beast and the 7-tailed beast all along, but he had lacked the time to pursue them, leading to delays. However, completing it now is not too late. Uchiha Shien stepped forward, instantly traversing several miles to the vicinity of the Yunin camp. Who goes there? It's you. The Calamity Ninja of Konoha, Uchiha Shien. Damn it, we've fallen into a trap. Everyone, retreat immediately. Take you and the Jinchuriki away from here at once. This guy is formidable. The moment Uchiha Shien appeared, he immediately captured the attention of Tsuchikage. Upon recognizing Uchiha Shien's appearance, Tsuchikage felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, a chilling dread enveloping him. Yet, in an instant, his duty as commander dispelled his fear of Uchiha Shien. I never said you could leave. Uchiha Shien's expression remained indifferent as he raised his hand, summoning thousands of water shurikens that gathered in the air. Quack! Quack! The Froki, sealed within a space, appeared somewhat exhilarated, for Uchiha Shien was utilizing its power, albeit in a manner far exceeding its own capabilities. In the next moment, the thousands of water shurikens descended like a torrential rain, each one precisely piercing the bodies of the Yunin ninjas under the guidance of immense power. Death began to spread gradually. Damn Konoha ninjas! Earth-style ninjas, hurry and form seals to defend against these shurikens. Lava release, Homuri no Tate. Tsuchikage quickly formed seals, summoning a vast mass of liquid that flowed like rubber to create a curtain, attempting to shield the nearby Yunin ninjas from the onslaught of water shurikens. However, Uchiha Shien merely smirked slightly. The water shurikens falling from the sky suddenly began to spin rapidly. In a mere moment, Tsuchikage's lava defense was riddled with holes, and simultaneously, a water shuriken precisely pierced the center of Tsuchikage's forehead just as he attempted to continue forming seals. In an instant, the sage strategist of Yunin village met his demise. Amidst the wails, Uchiha Shien stepped forward, slowly approaching a massive artillery platform, beneath which 2 relatively unimposing ninjas were hiding, the 2-tailed Jinchuriki, Yamurin, and the future 4th Raikage's capable assistant, Shi. Is this the research of Yunin village? It certainly resembles something significant. But to think this contraption could shatter the moon is nothing short of delusional. Ignoring the 2 hiding beneath the artillery platform, Uchiha Shien raised his hand to inspect this so-called chakra cannon. With a mere glance from his Sharingan, he quickly discerned the structure of the chakra cannon and arrived at a whimsical conclusion. The device before him, which purportedly converted tailed beast chakra into offensive energy, was questionable, even regarding its ability to reach the moon. In Uchiha Gen's view, the assertion made by the future Fourth Raikage about using this device to destroy the moon was merely self-indulgent nonsense. After all, the formation of the moon in the ninja world was primarily due to the Sage of Six Paths and his brother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, sealing the Otsutsuki clan. If it could be destroyed merely with the chakra of the Eight Tails, then why would Kagaya's descendant go to such lengths to plot for a millennium? Especially when the moon had long been devoid of Kagaya's presence. As Uchiha Gen contemplated the chakra cannon before him, a voice, youthful yet filled with malice, reached his ears. "You will pay for my comrades' lives, you monster." Blue flames enveloped her arm, forming a claw, and the ferocious chakra instantly uprooted the massive artillery platform, unleashing the tailed beast's power within the girl fueled by rage and hatred. Observing this, Uchiha Gen merely lifted a finger, freezing Yamurin midair. With telekinesis, he brought Yamurin before him, and, gazing at the girl, Uchiha Gen's expression remained impassive as he placed his hand on her abdomen. Release. Chakra surged forth, and the iron armor seal on Yamurin was obliterated in an instant, igniting her body in azure flames, revealing dark spots alongside the blue flames. Two Tails unsealed. Half a minute later. Congratulations, trainer, for defeating LV-80 Energy Aggregator. Trainer experience 310, Charizard experience 310, Shiinotic experience 310, Gengar experience 310, Tyranitar experience 310, Steelix experience 310. Froakie experience 151515. Card draw count 1, drops 1. Congratulations, trainer. Froakie has leveled up to LV12 LV46. Oh, Froakie is beginning to evolve. Congratulations, trainer. Your Froakie has evolved into Frogadier. Oh, Frogadier is beginning to evolve. Congratulations, trainer. Your Frogadier has evolved into Greninja. Congratulations, trainer, for successfully challenging the dojo again. Dojo Challenge Task Progress 1. Rewards. Random Item 1. Random Pokemon Card 1. Current Challenge Progress 78. Chapter 167. The Daimyo of the Land of Lightning in the Yunin Camp. Konoha ninjas were engaged in clearing the battlefield of corpses and the supplies left by Yunin. So this is the end? Might Dai stared blankly at the two-tailed beast compressed into a sphere, floating in Uchiha Gen's palm, somewhat dazed. After such an extended war, Uchiha Gen had arrived on the battlefield for only a short time before completely bringing it to a close. Please take these two-tailed beasts back to Konoha, Uncle Dai. Additionally, these chakra cannons can be disassembled and returned to Konoha for the Research Institute. Although their power is average, they could still prove useful to Konoha. Orochimaru should be able to optimize them. Uchiha Gen raised his hand to present the compressed two-tailed and eight-tailed beasts before Might Dai with a smile. He had not forgotten the main purpose of his visit to the Land of Lightning. What a remarkable technique, such a gigantic creature now reduced to this size. Aren't you returning to Konoha, Shin? I suppose you're quite busy. Might Dai quietly observed the two-tailed beasts floating in Uchiha Gen's palm. Indeed, I have taken on a bounty mission. The reward is substantial, Uchiha Gen replied with a faint smile. I see. Although it may seem somewhat nagging, Shin, you could consider entrusting certain tasks to us. While your strength has reached a level beyond our comprehension, you are, after all, still a youth akin to Kai. You might try to slow down and rest more. Soon, there will be no wars in the ninja world requiring your intervention. Might Dai spoke with calm authority, fully aware that the source of strength is not merely the result of innate talent. He understood well that Shin's growth to this point must have been arduous. You must be exhausted, right? Might Dai's sincere gaze prompted Uchiha Gen to turn his head slightly. Not at all. In fact, I feel quite energetic. So, Uncle Dai, I'll leave this to you. With that, Uchiha Gen instantly teleported away from the Yunin camp, heading towards the daimyo's residence in the Land of Lightning. Observing this, Shiinotic gracefully bowed once more to Might Dai before departing with Gengar and Charizard. This child. Might Dai chuckled softly as he watched Uchiha Gen vanish from view. At the residence of the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, the daimyo was engrossed in reviewing the battle reports transmitted from Yunin village. In a state of utter disadvantage, the Deming of the Lei Jigua furrowed his brow. Unlike other Demings who were preoccupied with allure and indulgence, he had consistently dedicated himself to physical training. Thus, even in the depths of night, he possessed the vigor to analyze the situation of the war. Presently, the Shui Jigua had completely lost contact, leaving him in the dark about the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the foolish inhabitants of the two Jigua continued to squabble over territories that would never belong to them. And the Feng Jigua was nothing short of a collection of incompetence. The accursed Deming of the Hui Jigua. Had he never perceived the insubordination of Muyi? No, he was indeed deceased. As he gazed at the map before him, growing increasingly exasperated, he swept it onto the floor. Just as he intended to retreat to his chambers for rest, he noticed a black-haired youth seated leisurely across from him, perusing the calligraphy and paintings adorning his study. Uchiha Gen. The sudden appearance of Uchiha Gen in his study ignited a flicker of fear in the Deming's eyes, though it swiftly dissipated. After all, he understood that fear could alter nothing. Indeed, your taste is quite poor. Can these be deemed art? Uchiha Gen remarked indifferently, tossing the calligraphy aside. Has Yunin village capitulated? Not particularly perturbed by Uchiha Gen's disdain for his art, the Deming calmly inquired. Close enough. Aside from not having fully taken over Yunin, the village can hardly stir any significant upheaval now. Noticing that the Deming did not immediately kneel in supplication or shout in desperation, Uchiha Gen was inclined to converse further with such a person. After all, he would soon transform into a veritable influx of cash or the catalyst for subjugating underground forces. The notion of Konoha achieving unification is unrealistic. You are fated to encounter poor outcomes. The Deming of Lei Jigua spoke in a low voice. I am eager to hear more, Uchiha Gen replied, slightly lifting his chin. Though Konoha exists in the form of a village, it ultimately functions as a war machine. While Konoha currently possesses sufficient strength to eradicate other shinobi villages, mere military might is insufficient for achieving unification. You lack genuine administrative resources. The shinobi world is vast compared to Konoha. Unless you intend to concentrate all resources in Konoha, such an endeavor would inevitably render the shinobi world a hellish realm. If Konoha aims to exert political control over the shinobi world, you simply lack the energy and capability to accomplish this task. The essence of a ninja is that of a tool. To have tools govern the world is a complete farce. Thus, you are bound to fail. You foolishly believe that unification will eliminate war, yet you fail to comprehend that your actions will only incite greater turmoil within the shinobi world. Watch closely, Uchiha Gen. Soon, the shinobi world will descend into utter chaos, and you Konoha will be the architects of this hell. The Deming of Lei Jigua spoke slowly, his voice growing increasingly fervent, as if Konoha were a demon wreaking havoc upon the world. Indeed, ninjas are tools, but regrettably, they are not entirely so. They retain their own thoughts and exist as human beings. As for whether Konoha will plunge the shinobi world into hell, you shall not witness it. However, as the last surviving Deming, and considering the additional purposes you serve for me, I shall allow you to witness Konoha's actions. Uchiha Gen, smiling gently, shook his head, observing the Deming's increasingly fanatical and deranged expression. The Qianzhou Sharingan quietly activated. In an instant, the Deming of Lei Jigua found himself wholly ensnared within the realm of illusion. Within this illusory world, a land far surpassing the size of the shinobi world materialized before him, followed by the silhouette of a figure standing before countless others. This figure stood atop a mountain, wielding a long sword and a magnificent square piece of jade, gazing skyward, while below, countless individuals knelt in reverence. Commanded by heaven, may longevity and prosperity endure. As he beheld this figure, the Deming's heart involuntarily echoed the 8 characters. Suddenly, the scene shifted again. The vast land transformed into a colossal scroll that flickered before the Deming's eyes, and lines began to emerge on the map, fracturing the grand canvas into numerous smaller fragments. Each fragment bore characters unknown to the Deming of Lei Jigua. Yet, under the influence of the Sharingan's power, he could comprehend the meaning of those words. Counties. Just then, the scroll shattered, and amidst the myriad of glimmers, the Deming found himself standing on a bustling street. Before him, students engaged in examinations filled his view, along with a familiar scroll. The scroll, adorned with characters he could not decipher, nevertheless conveyed its intent to him. Imperial examination. How could such policies possibly originate from mere tools? You must be deceiving me. This is false. Absolutely false. As the scroll inscribed with the words Imperial Examination crumbled, the Deming of Lei Jigua collapsed to the ground, pounding it in fury. Unable to accept that Konoha had indeed devised a means to govern and unify the shinobi world, These policies were certainly beyond Konoha's capability to conceive, but did that matter? Uchiha Shin's voice suddenly resonated in the Deming's ears, causing him to stiffen. Indeed, does it matter? Konoha possesses methods to govern the shinobi world. In that moment, the Deming felt as if he were plummeting into an abyss. Suddenly realizing that the leverage he sought to negotiate with Uchiha Shin had been utterly shattered by this illusion. It seems I am indeed destined to perish. In the external world, Uchiha Shin effortlessly dispatched the Deming of Lei Jigua, sealing him away within his shadow. The construction of the illusionary realm proved more complex than he had anticipated. It was evident that relying solely on ocular power to manifest an illusory space akin to Tsukuyami was fundamentally unattainable. Allowing the Deming to experience the illusion and comprehend Konoha's future governance of the shinobi world had been a whimsical impulse. Yet the illusion cast upon the Deming was far from arbitrary. Tsukuyami, the most formidable illusion apart from the Kotoame Tsukumi, constructs a space where time and spatial attributes are entirely controlled by the user. Since the evolution of Uchiha Shin's Sharingan into the Qianzhou Sharingan, he had been endeavoring to harness ghostly energies and psychic powers alongside his formidable ocular prowess to manifest this ocular technique. Nonetheless, the Mangekyo Sharingan's techniques are not easily replicated. To date, Uchiha Shin had not fully realized such an illusion. Well, time is on my side. Uchiha Shin did not dwell on the failure to replicate Tsukuyami. It was merely a pastime. If it succeeded, that would be fortuitous. If not, he would not be lacking such abilities. With a single step, Uchiha Shin departed from the Daoming's estate. To those within the estate, they remained oblivious to the fact that their Deming had already crossed into the afterlife, and Uchiha Shin had not vocalized his actions. By dawn, the Konoha ninjas would arrive to assume control of the Daoming's estate, and creating too much of a spectacle would undoubtedly incite turmoil within the estate. Such chaos would lead to significant losses of wealth. Having just exited the Deming's estate, Uchiha Shin leisurely enjoyed the cool breeze atop a cliff bathed in moonlight. Unlike the landscapes of other nations, the stark mountains of Lei Jigua held a unique charm. At that moment, a crimson streak suddenly shot towards Uchiha Xuandian under the moonlight. In response, Uchiha Xuandian slightly curled his lips, raised his head, and instantly activated his Qianzhou Sharingan. In a mere instant, the world seemed to be pressed by a slow-motion button, everything unfolding in slow motion within Uchiha Xuandian's gaze. He discerned that the crimson flash was merely a slender fishing line connected to a hook. A fleeting shadow of purple claws vanished, and beneath the night sky, a pair of scarlet eyes opened wide. Beside Uchiha Xuandian, Gengar held its shadow claws aloft, casting a cold gaze at the reflection of the moon. At that moment, a slender, tall figure hovered nearby. The figure beneath the moonlight, with a pair of crystalline white eyes, observed Uchiha Xuandian and Gengar with keen interest. His skin was pale, clad in a flowing white robe. Upon his forehead rested a horn-like substance resembling a headband. Indeed, you are the lowly being concealing the secrets of divinity. Humble one, offer me all your secrets. The voice of the moonlit figure was melodious and ethereal, yet carried an unmistakable tone of absolute command. Otsutsuki, how intriguing. My arrival has evidently altered many circumstances. Nevertheless, this renders the scenario even more captivating. New fodder. A smile suddenly graced Uchiha Xuandian's lips, as though he had encountered something exceedingly delightful. Lowly being from the nursery, lest you remain oblivious to my grandeur, heed my words. I am a celestial being. Hailing from the starry sky divine clan, I am Otsutsuki Purushi. Otsutsuki Purushi, holding a fishing rod, slowly floated before Uchiha Xuandian, suspended in midair, and spoke with a chilling tone. Yes, I am aware. Uchiha Xuandian's smile remained unchanged. You know? How curious. Do you recognize me? Otsutsuki Purushi furrowed his brow, then relaxed, smiling as he regarded Uchiha Xuandian and spoke softly. He had, surprisingly, felt a sense of trepidation towards this lowly being. Indeed, how could I not recognize the disgrace of Otsutsuki, who perished at the hands of a mere child? Uchiha Xuandian's smile deepened. How could he possibly not know Otsutsuki Purushi? However, he had anticipated that Otsutsuki would not arrive in the shinobi world for several decades. Yet here he was, having found him with such precision. This was indeed thought-provoking. Moreover, the mention of divine secrets by Otsutsuki Purushi was intriguing. Although I cannot comprehend the nonsensical babble you speak, lowly being, are you attempting to provoke me? Otsutsuki Purushi's tone turned frigid. Chapter 169. You are provoking the divine. You are provoking the divine. With a flick of his fishing rod, the crimson streak shot towards Uchiha Schwandian. Unperturbed by the approaching scarlet hook, Uchiha Schwandian remained composed as a purple shadow darted past, Gengar appearing before him with a mischievous smile. Raising a paw, countless other dimensional spaces opened behind Gengar. In the next moment, shadow orbs surged forth from the other dimensional realms. In an instant, an array of explosions erupted beneath the moonlight, and the scarlet hook shattered amidst the chaos of the shadow orbs. What on earth is this? Yet, since I have encountered it, it shall be mine. However, this lowly being actually recognizes me? Could it be that my future self has visited this planet? Observing Gengar, a flicker of confusion crossed Otsutsuki Purushi's eyes. Such a peculiar creature. Despite wandering numerous planets in the universe, he had never encountered anything like it. Yet, more astonishing than Gengar's uniqueness was the realization that Uchiha Schwandian recognized him, especially the mention of being defeated by a child. Did my future self traverse to the present and encounter some strange child, or has this individual gleaned something from Ishur? No, that cannot be. Although he bears Ishur's resentment, he does not exhibit any signs of having been branded by Ishur. Furthermore, Ishur only knows of me. He cannot possibly possess my specific information. This native is exceedingly peculiar. Moreover, I traversed the starry sky directly through Yomi no Hirasaka to arrive here before those individuals. My future self should have already succeeded and would not revert to the past. While contemplating, Otsutsuki Purushi raised a hand. Tenkusaberyu Meteor Command. Otsutsuki Purushi flicked his fishing rod once more, transforming a slender fishing line into a myriad of threads that intercepted the shadow orbs soaring through the air. It is not chakra. The moment the hook and shadow orbs made contact, astonishment overtook Otsutsuki Purushi's visage. He suddenly comprehended why Ishur had perished at the hands of this individual. The hook shattered all shadow orbs in an instant, arriving before Gengar. In response, Gengar merely chuckled and sidestepped, raising his claws once more. Ghostly energy converged between his claws, and with a swift swipe, a resounding clang echoed as the shadow claws deflected the hook imbued with abundant scarlet chakra. Otsutsuki Purushi frowned slightly, twisting his wrist to swing the fishing rod in a circle, causing the deflected hook to change direction. Tenkusaberyu Meteor Command, Shattered Jade. Otsutsuki Purushi's lips parted slightly, speaking coldly. In the next moment, countless red lights transformed into a torrential rain that surged towards Gengar. Gengar merely continued to chuckle, playfully sticking out his tongue at Otsutsuki Ishur. After the mockery, Gengar clasped his hands together. Countless purple flames erupted from thin air, enveloping Gengar in a swirling dance. With a wave of his hand, the purple ghostly fire erupted like a meteor shower, colliding with the scattered red lights and extinguishing them. In the next moment, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Gengar's eyes as he raised a hand, a barely perceptible purple light swiftly darting towards Otsutsuki Purushi. However, just as it was about to reach Otsutsuki Purushi, a crimson barrier enveloped him entirely, causing the purple light to dissipate. Gengar was momentarily taken aback, then summoned his ghostly power once more. The scarlet eyes, shrouded in eerie black mist, revealed a colossal demonic shadow, slowly materializing behind Gengar. Damn, what was that thing? Had it not been for regaining a fleeting moment of clarity before not rewinding time, I would have been caught off guard. Otsutsuki Purushi, blocked from Gengar's ambush by the barrier, felt a wave of apprehension. In the original timeline, he had failed to notice Gengar's sneak attack, and the purple light had successfully penetrated his body. This had utterly disordered his consciousness, rendering him incapable of controlling his body. He attempted to raise his hand to unleash Tenkusaberyu Meteor Command, but instead, he found himself leaping in place, unwittingly opening his arms towards Gengar's subsequent attack. Had it not been for the Renegade's ocular power struggling against that force, granting him a flicker of lucidity, he might not have been able to rewind time at all. Observing the demonic shadow on Gengar, Otsutsuki Purushi furrowed his brow and, with a flash, wielded his fishing rod like a blade, instantly arriving before Gengar and striking down. However, in the face of Otsutsuki Purushi's sudden approach, Gengar did not evade. Instead, with a playful laugh, he raised a paw to unleash the attack of the Black Knight demonic shadow upon Otsutsuki Purushi. Boom! The attack of the shadow completely enveloped Otsutsuki Purushi, while his strike passed directly through Gengar's form. Damn, what is this? Is it that normal attacks cannot harm you? The impact of the night shadow struck Otsutsuki Purushi's body, inflicting unprecedented pain. He hastily employed Yomi no Hirosaka to distance himself from Gingue, gazing at Gingue, who had absorbed his attack without so much as a scratch. Feeling a surge of displeasure within. Just now, my attack seemed to have directly penetrated his body, akin to the space-time divine arts of Otsutsuki, or is it some other form of power? Yet, this is precisely what makes it intriguing. I find myself increasingly convinced of the veracity of the information disseminated by that fellow Ishur. It is indeed possible that within you lies a divine secret beyond mere planetary consumption. The gaze of Daitong Pushi transcended Gingue, landing squarely upon Uchiha Gen, who remained seated upon the cliff. Observing the nonchalant demeanor of Uchiha Gen, Daitong Pushi felt a surge of excitement. Having engaged Gingue in only a few exchanges, he had already discerned the uniqueness of Uchiha Gen. However, inferior beings are ultimately inferior beings. I shall seize your secret. With a swift motion, Daitong Pushi cast his fishing rod, the crimson hook soaring past Gingue towards Uchiha Gen perched atop the cliff. Yet suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descended upon Daitong Pushi, causing the hook to falter midair. As he sensed the gravity enveloping him, Daitong Pushi lifted his gaze. Above, a graceful blue and white figure, its eyes shimmering with a cerulean glow, regarded him coldly. Chapter 170. We come to assist you. What manner of creature are you? Daitong Pushi queried, his brow arching as he recognized that the weight upon him emanated from the entity above. Silently, Shinado raised a hand and pressed down fiercely. Gravity. A tremendous force surged forth, sending Daitong Pushi plummeting towards the ground. Boom. A resounding crash echoed, dust engulfing the area. Gingue, observing the fallen Daitong Pushi, burst into hearty laughter. Oh, do you believe you are facing whom? A being of the divine race. I, Daitong Pushi. How dare you toy with me? A colossal repulsive force erupted, dispersing the dust clouds. From the crater, Daitong Pushi, seething with rage, slowly rose, his cold gaze fixed upon Shinado and Gingue in the sky. The impact of gravity had not harmed him, yet the humiliation of being forcibly brought down from the heavens was unbearable. As a celestial being of the divine race, he ought to remain exalted above. Daitong Pushi grasped his fish basket, giving it a gentle shake, unleashing a multitude of colorful orbs of light that burst forth. With his rod, he cast a net of intertwining thunderbolts towards Gingue and Shinado above. If ordinary attacks could not harm you, then let us try this. I have gathered ample chakra from that fellow. In a furious roar, Daitong Pushi swung his rod again, conjuring a massive sphere of high-pressure wind at its tip. With a mere tremor, the wind ball surged forward, racing after Gingue and Shinado, illuminating the night with flickering blue lightning, reflecting in Shinado's calm eyes. Shinado slightly raised a hand. A nearly tangible surge of psychic energy swirling chaotically. Mental impact. In an instant, the intangible telekinesis manifested, annihilating the thunder net and wind ball, continuing its relentless assault towards Daitong Pushi, who was attempting to ascend once more. Futile. Daitong Pushi observed the scene, raising a hand as the spatial black hole of Huangquanbiang opened before him, just as he intended to slip into the alternate dimension to evade Shinado's attack. Gingue above chuckled ominously, a flicker of darkness glimmering in his eyes. Black gaze. As Gingue turned his eyes upon him, Daitong Pushi's intended movement froze, and the Huangquanbiang portal collapsed instantly. He had momentarily lost the ability to traverse through space and time. Boom. The mental impact struck. The violent psychic force brutally compressed Daitong Pushi's form, the searing pain obliterating any semblance of his perceived elegance. Amidst his cries of anguish, Daitong Pushi's visage contorted. It hurt. It hurt terribly. Having traversed the cosmos for countless years, he had scarcely encountered pain, yet in this very place he had recently arrived. He was met with a succession of suffering. Unable to absorb his opponent's attack, he could only endure the torment. Ultimately, the psychic force dissipated, leaving Daitong Pushi covered in dust, gasping for breath, gazing at Gingue and Shinado above, as well as the true adversary who had yet to make a move, Uchiha Gen. Daitong Pushi could not help but erupt into laughter. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Truly, it is far too entertaining. Inferior beings, you are doomed. Gradually rising, a manic glint appeared in Daitong Pushi's eyes. As he looked up, the azure Rinnegan manifested within his orbs. A surge of ocular power erupted. A chilling aura emanating from Daitong Yupushi, spreading outward. He pointed at Shinado, and in an instant, his form vanished. Reappearing behind Shinado, he unleashed a swift kick, only to be thwarted by an invisible force. The Rinnegan glimmered with a cerulean light, and he shifted positions once more, arriving at Shinado's left side. He swung his fishing rod, yet Shinado remained unmoving, not even deigning to turn her head. She simply utilized telekinesis to block Daitong Yupushi's assaults. After relentless attempts, Daitong Yupushi could not so much as graze Shinado's form. Observing this, Gungue swiftly moved beside Uchiha Gen, clutching his belly in laughter. The sound of Gungue's laughter pierced Daitong Yupushi's ears, and as he beheld the arrogant stances of Shinado and Uchiha Gen, fury surged within him. His pale skin blushed with hints of crimson, rage causing veins to bulge, adding color to his otherwise ashen complexion. Damnable inferior beings. Perish. Fueled by rage. Countless streams of light shot forth from his fish basket, burrowing into his being, enveloping Daitong Yupushi in a tempest of chakra. With fury in his heart, Daitong Yupushi punched forward. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen twist occurred. Two water dragons roared as they soared through the air, accompanied by a mighty wood dragon racing closely behind. The trio surged forth, targeting Daitong Yupushi. This sudden development startled Daitong Yupushi, prompting him to swiftly evade while scanning his surroundings. He believed these abrupt attacks to be the result of Uchiha Gen summoning some peculiar creatures. However, in the next moment, the water dragon and wood dragon he had dodged suddenly altered their course, sinking their fangs into his back. A jolt of alarm surged through Daitong Yupushi as he intended to activate a chakra barrier to repel the water and wood dragons. Yet, he quickly realized that their attacks were entirely distinct from the peculiar creatures. It was chakra. A glimmer of delight flickered in Daitong Yupushi's eyes as the Rinnegan's power surged, swiftly absorbing both the wood and water dragons. Witnessing this, Uchiha Gen smirked. Two who hinder our progress have arrived. Ha ha ha. Uchiha's descendant, we come to assist you. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Unseen yet heard, a hearty laugh echoed from afar. Uchiha Gen turned toward the sound and beheld Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, standing confidently upon a ninja eagle. Boom. The earth trembled, the ground shattered, and 5 wood dragons erupted with a roar from beneath the surface. Chapter 171. Perhaps you shall be the next god of reversal, a being of the undead, daring to offend the divine. Witnessing this scene, Otsutsuki Pushi's azure Rinnegan flickered with a hint of irritation. With a swift motion, he swung his fishing rod, cleaving the encroaching wooden dragon in two. Raising his hand, a sudden force emanated from his palm, drawing the severed wooden dragon towards him, which was instantaneously absorbed. Though merely a spectral entity, your chakra possesses an exquisite quality. No, it carries the essence of the divine tree. Otsutsuki Pushi extended his tongue, savoring the taste upon his palm as though relishing a delectable delicacy. Suddenly, a gleam of ecstasy flashed in his eyes, and he turned his excitement towards Senju Hashirama. Otsutsuki Ishiki successfully cultivated the divine tree all those years ago. However, despite having planted the divine tree, Otsutsuki Ishiki met his demise. Does this imply that he never consumed the fruit? Ha ha ha, this planet is indeed fascinating. Realizing that the chakra fruit might still exist within the shinobi world, Otsutsuki Pushi erupted into laughter. Feeling that his decision to arrive on this planet ahead of the likes of Yomi no Kuni was undoubtedly astute. Observing his wooden dragon being effortlessly severed, Senju Hashirama was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he encountered an adversary capable of countering his wooden dragon technique with such ease. Even Uchiha Madara would not have been able to do so effortlessly. Is this the enemy that this Uchiha child faces? Quite formidable. Tobarama, let us join forces. Senju Hashirama clasped his hands together, unleashing a torrential wave of chakra from his core. Wait, brother, let us first seek information on this foe from the Uchiha descendant. This individual's eyes are rather peculiar. Senju Tobarama stood beside Senju Hashirama, his brows furrowed as he scrutinized Otsutsuki Pushi, particularly his eyes, the legendary sage's eye of the Rinnegan. I never imagined this I truly existed. Ashien, do you need me to assist them? Shinado approached Uchiha Gen, following him as they observed the battle below the cliff. Then softly inquired, there is no need. They are of no concern to us. Let them contend with Otsutsuki Pushi on their own. This provides me an opportunity to witness the so-called god of shinobi. Uchiha Gen replied indifferently. The Senju brothers are of no relevance to me. The suffering endured by the Uchiha clan, though not directly caused by Senju Hashirama, cannot be dissociated from Senju Tobirama. While I appreciate Senju Tobirama's prowess in creating forbidden techniques, I harbor no fondness for him personally. Understood. To avoid complications, I entrust this to you, Gungue. Shinedo nodded, and then looked towards Gungue, speaking softly. Koku Gungue chuckled, raising a paw, and a shade of ink spread from his claws, swiftly transforming the surrounding world into black and white. The figures of Uchiha Gen and his companions, who had been atop the mountain, vanished without a trace as the ink spread, within a dimension that mirrored the real world. Uchiha Gen gazed curiously at the monochromatic landscape. Although it appeared black and white, it only affected a limited area. Uchiha Gen remained seated on the cliff, able to clearly observe the situation between the Senju brothers and Otsutsuki Pushi below. Is this the ability awakened after consuming the yokai and the box of paradise? No, it is not truly an awakening. It seems more like an enhancement of your capacity to communicate with other dimensions. And this dimension bears a striking resemblance to the inverted world. Uchiha Gen lifted his hand and gently tapped the rock beneath him, receiving the tangible sensation of stone in return. The alternate dimension Gungue brought him to resemble the shadow of the original shinobi world, akin to a mirrored realm. Koku Gungue chuckled, patting his belly. The power of the yokai had yet to be fully digested, and he had only completely assimilated the strength of the box of paradise. Excellent, Gungue. Perhaps one day in the future, you will become the next god of reversal, or even surpass the god of reversal. Uchiha Gen smiled as he reached out to rub Gungue's round belly, then raised his hand, summoning a standing blue amphibian beside him. Koga Ninja Frog, clear the way. Upon appearing, Koga Ninja Frog immediately glanced towards the cliff below, for Uchiha Gen had communicated with him through their bond within the ceiling space, revealing that below lay the original master of the water release techniques he had been studying since birth. Although Senju Tobirama might be somewhat weak, his understanding of water release is worthy of your study. Observe closely. However, given his intellect, he should soon discover the issues with Otsutsuki Pushi through his water techniques. Nevertheless, he will undoubtedly employ other techniques, and you may learn from those as well. Most of the contents in the sealing book I provided you derive from him. Uchiha Gen smiled, gesturing towards the white-haired villain below with a gentle tone. Clear the way. Koga Ninja Frog's eyes brightened at his words, and he attentively focused on Senju Tobirama below. Brother, it seems we have been abandoned. That Uchiha brat has fled. Ah, the treacherous Uchiha bloodline indeed. Senju Tobirama, expressionless, squatted on the ground, speaking solemnly. Just moments ago, after he suggested seeking information about Otsutsuki Pushi from Uchiha Gen, he immediately looked up at the cliff, preparing to search for Uchiha Gen. However, upon raising his head, he found that Uchiha Gen had already vanished, confirming that Uchiha Gen was not there to assist them. Senju Tobirama quickly employed chakra perception techniques to ascertain Uchiha Gen's current location. Yet, he found nothing. It was as if Uchiha Gen had suddenly ceased to exist. Recalling what Namikaze Minato had told him, that he was not the only one who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, Senju Tobirama felt a wave of irritation. Why should his techniques be learned by a ninja of the Uchiha clan? Aha! After all, he's merely a child. Retreating in the face of an unbeatable opponent is only natural. We shall handle this enemy ourselves. Senju Hashirama chuckled in response, then turned his serious gaze towards Otsutsuki Pushi in the sky. Chapter 172, Sage Art, Myojin Gate. Since I have returned to the shinobi world, I shall undertake some feasible endeavors. I am indeed a spectral being, and shall not interfere with the current transformations within the shinobi world. However, this does not mean I will permit individuals like you to exist within it. Though you possess the legendary Sage's Eye, you are certainly not a denizen of the shinobi world. Senju Hashirama spoke solemnly, stepping forward and leaping towards Otsutsuki Pushi with a clenched fist. Tremendous strength. Has that strange fellow fled, or is he? Otsutsuki Pushi paid little heed to the oncoming attack from Senju Hashirama, instead directing his focus solely on locating Uchiha Gen. With a flick of his wrist, he swung the fishing rod, colliding with Senju Hashirama's fist. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed as Senju Hashirama was sent hurtling backward. Countless paper shreds scattered, and a large gash appeared on Senju Hashirama's chest. Brother, this fellow's power seems to surpass even Uchiha Madara's. Water release, heavenly cry? Senju Tobarama swiftly formed hand signs, and in an instant, the arid expanse devoid of lakes and rivers became imbued with moisture. Upon completing the seals, Senju Tobarama exhaled, unleashing a barrage of densely packed water needles that surged towards Otsutsuki Pushi. After executing this, Senju Tobarama vanished from Otsutsuki Pushi's line of sight, reappearing beside the injured Senju Hashirama to catch him as he was propelled backward. As the paper scraps surged, the wounds on Shinsho Jujian's chest instantly healed to perfection. Tobarama, I must concede, your technique is indeed remarkable, Shinsho Jujian remarked in astonishment, gently touching his restored chest. Brother, now is not the time for such discussions. That fellow seems completely immune to ordinary ninjutsu. Shinsho Tobarama cast a sidelong glance at his eccentric elder brother and then turned his gaze towards the towering Otsutsuki Pushi in the sky, speaking in a low voice. Just moments ago, his Suiton, Tenki had clearly struck the enemy. Yet now, Otsutsuki Pushi bore no signs of having been attacked. Wait, brother. Continue to assault him with the Moku Ryu technique while I provide cover. Shinsho Tobarama suddenly seemed to grasp something, quickly addressing Shinsho Jujian while simultaneously forming hand seals. I see it now. Moku Ryu no Jutsu. Shinsho Jujian nodded in understanding, bringing his hands together in a prayer. In an instant, 9 formidable wooden dragons roared forth from the ground, lunging once more at Otsutsuki Pushi, while Shinsho Tobarama continued to weave his seals, an invisible dark aura emanating from him. Spreading towards Otsutsuki Pushi. Ninjutsu, Kuro no Gyo no Jutsu. Being a fellow practitioner of ocular techniques, the Kuro no Gyo no Jutsu should have an effect. Shinsho Tobarama's eyes widened, intently observing the figure of Otsutsuki Pushi. It worked. In the next moment, witnessing the successful entrapment of Otsutsuki Pushi within the illusionary realm of Kuro no Gyo no Jutsu, Shinsho Tobarama's gaze immediately shifted to the Moku Ryu, sustained by Shinsho Jujian. The 9 dragons collided with Otsutsuki Pushi. Boom. However, accompanied by a thunderous roar and a blinding red light, all the dragons disintegrated into its shavings. Above, a scarlet hue enveloped Otsutsuki Pushi, with the fishing rod in his hand connected to endless threads. Just moments ago, Otsutsuki Pushi had used these threads to obliterate all the wooden dragons. Buzz. A resonating hum sounded as Otsutsuki Pushi raised his hand, the familiar pulling force reemerging, causing the shattered wooden remnants to fly towards his palm, completely converting into his chakra. Indeed, this sensation is most exquisite. Since that brat has vanished, I shall devour you first, replenishing the chakra I expended upon arriving on this planet. After absorbing the chakra from the wooden dragons, Otsutsuki Pushi licked his lips, grinning as he gazed at Shinsho Jujian below. At that moment, Shinsho Jujian, in Otsutsuki Pushi's eyes, had become a mere inferior chakra fruit. The Moku Ryu no Jutsu truly bears no effect. What is the origin of this fellow? Shinsho Jujian pondered, observing Otsutsuki Pushi, who had absorbed all his Moku Ryu no Jutsu. Even the Kuro no Gyo no Jutsu, a type of illusion, fails to affect him? Just now, there was a distinct surge of ocular energy emanating from him, indicating that it is indeed his ocular technique. Brother, try attacking him with Senjutsu. If I am not mistaken, this fellow possesses ocular techniques akin to Meitan. Your Moku Do and my Suiton have undoubtedly been absorbed by him. Shinsho Tobarama, his brow furrowed, had not relaxed when suddenly he seemed to recall something, turning to Shinsho Jujian. Understood. Shinsho Jujian's eyes brightened at this revelation, bringing his hands together once more as a dark mask appeared on his face. Have you noticed? Quite astute. However, given Shinsho Jujian's current display of power, it falls short of being deemed the god of ninjas. Can techniques like Shiso no Jutsu not be employed in this state? In the otherworldly realm of Gengue. Observing the mask on Shinsho Jujian's face, Uchiha Gen expressed his intrigue. To enter Sage mode in an instant, Shinsho Jujian's understanding of Senjutsu is indeed formidable. Yet, regrettably, no matter how profound his comprehension, the path he treads merely transforms his utilization of natural energy into a unique mode. In Uchiha Gen's perspective, only those akin to summoning beasts, who can wield natural energy as a constant force akin to chakra, truly master the use of natural energy. The path that Uchiha Gen and the Pokémon traverse is precisely this. Lowly inferior beings, why bother resisting? To be consumed by me is a privilege, obediently. Boom. Just as Otsutsuki Pushi began to speak, a crimson gate descended from the heavens, crashing down upon him, followed by a second and a third, one after another. The crimson gates fell, firmly imprisoning Otsutsuki Pushi to the ground. Senjutsu, Maishinman. Ha 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 ha. As expected of you, Tobarama. Senjutsu indeed seems effective. Witnessing the efficacy of the Senjutsu, Shinsho Jujian's laughter resonated, for with their attacks proving fruitful, he felt a surge of confidence in achieving victory in battle. This is the unique confidence belonging to the god of ninjas. Chapter 173. May I borrow your Senjutsu? Shinsho Jujian raised his hands in prayer once more. As countless Maishinmen descended from the sky, the enemy is formidable, and Shinsho Jujian must ensure complete suppression of his opponent. In the next moment, numerous tree trunks surged wildly from the ground, transforming the arid terrain into a dense jungle in an instant. This was Shinsho Jujian's ability to reshape the battlefield into the most favorable environment for combat. Brother, you are still as formidable as ever, yet alas, the Edo Tensei limits you. Observing Shinsho Jujian successfully suppressing Otsutsuki Pushi, Shinsho Tobarama could not help but sigh. Despite being brothers born of the same womb, the disparity between them was perplexing. Crack! The sound of something shattering echoed. A pale arm pierced through the crimson gate's confinement, appearing before Shinsho Jujian. Boom! In response, Shinsho Jujian raised his hand again, summoning another crimson gate from above to heavily crush that arm. Although he could not utilize more intricate Moku-Do techniques in his Edo Tensei form, he could continuously employ simpler techniques without exhausting himself. Do not move, Tobarama. See if you can seal him. Shinsho Jujian spoke solemnly. Understood. Shinsho Tobarama nodded, throwing a kunai towards the densely packed gates. Just as he intended to use the Hiration to attempt a sealing technique, a terrifying wave of chakra surged through the gaps of the crimson gates. In the next moment, countless crimson threads erupted from those gaps, overwhelming the area. The sheer force of chakra made Shinsho Jujian's pupils tremble. Boom! The Maishinmen shattered in an instant, and the trees surrounding Otsutsuki Pushi were mercilessly torn apart by countless wind blades, accompanied by thunder and debris flying everywhere. Crack! A pair of pale hands forcefully crushed the flying kunai used for Hiration, shattering it instantly. This terrifying scene unfolded within the blink of an eye, amidst the chaos. Otsutsuki Pushi's icy gaze settled upon Shinsho Jujian. Lowly specter, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Otsutsuki Pushi emanated an aura of terrifying chakra, merely standing there. The oppressive chakra compelled Shinsho Tobarama to grip his kunai tightly, trembling slightly. In his perception, Otsutsuki Pushi before him was a grotesque entity woven from ocular power and an overwhelming amount of chakra, with an icy aura far surpassing that of Uchiha Madara's nefarious presence. Who are you? What is your origin? In contrast to Shinsho Tobarama's visceral fear, Shinsho Jujian clapped his hands, summoning a massive wooden figure that stood tall, pointing at Otsutsuki Pushi with a cold inquiry. Ah, with the qualities of the divine tree, you indeed possess the qualifications to know of us. Allow me to formally introduce myself. The figure of Daitong Pushi soared into the sky, towering above Senju Hashirama, who gazed back with a cold detachment. I am Daitong Pushi, a deity from the heavens. Humble wraith, now you may surrender all your chakra to me. Once I absorb your chakra and that of the lowly spirit beside you, my strength should return to 70% of its original capacity, and at that moment, that little ghost. As he spoke, a tremendous surge of chakra erupted like a tidal wave, spreading outward. Before Senju Hashirama could react, countless threads, sharp as blades, ensnared the wooden figure of Senju Hashirama, including the man himself. Daitong Pushi stepped forward, arriving directly before Senju Hashirama. As he raised his finger to absorb both the bound Senju Hashirama and the wooden figure, Senju Tobarama suddenly appeared atop the wooden figure, placing a hand upon Hashirama's shoulder. In a flash of golden light, both Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama vanished from the wooden figure, reappearing at a distant cliff. I almost forgot about you. How dare a humble insect meddle with space? Daitong Pushi gently lowered his outstretched finger and took a step forward, opening a black hole to Yomi. Meanwhile, behind the departing Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, a space black hole suddenly appeared. Senju Tobarama, acutely perceptive of spatial fluctuations, turned just in time to see the black hole and instinctively sought to evade using the Flying Thunder God technique, only to have a black rod shoot forth from the black hole, piercing his chest. The moment the rod penetrated, Senju Tobarama's body stiffened, and in an instant, he lost all control over his impure body. Indeed, your corporeal forms cannot withstand this. Within the black hole, Daetong Yu Sure toyed with a black rod in his left hand while elegantly wielding the fishing rod with his right, smiling as he observed the paralyzed body of Senju Tobarama. He had regained the confidence that had vanished under the pressure from Shinado and Gungue. As a member of the divine lineage, it was impossible for him to encounter monsters in such a desolate place repeatedly. Now, it is your turn. Can you relinquish that so-called sage technique upon which you rely? Merely mingling a peculiar power within your chakra renders it impossible for me to absorb it, which piques my interest. Ignoring the immobilized Senju Tobarama, Daetong Yu Sure approached Senju Hashirama, speaking with an air of command. He pondered whether mastering the so-called sage technique of the individual before him might grant him the ability to suppress those two vanished monsters. At this moment, Daetong Yu Sure had surmised that the secrets of ascension associated with Uchiha Gen and the peculiar monsters he summoned were intertwined. Daetong Yu Sure, who exactly are you? Is there a realm beyond the ninja world, a celestial realm above the heavens? With those eyes, what is your connection to the Sage of Six Paths? Senju Hashirama glanced at the immobile Senju Tobarama, realizing that escaping would be arduous, and he solemnly inquired of Daetong Yu Sure. After only a few exchanges, he discerned Daetong Yu Sure's overwhelming arrogance. It was likely that he would reveal his origins. However, Daetong Yu Sure disregarded Senju Hashirama's question entirely, lifting his hand to hurl his fishing rod at him. The hook embedded itself into Senju Hashirama's body, causing him to stiffen as Daetong Yu Sure directly sought to seize his sage chakra. Chapter 174. You are quite weak. Senju Hashirama abruptly raised his hand to grasp the fishing line lodged in his chest, attempting to pull the hook out with all his might. Yet, no matter how forcefully he struggled, he could not budge the line embedded in his chest. The sage chakra slowly dwindled, and the dark markings upon his face began to fade. This method of chakra utilization is unlike anything I have ever encountered. It is indeed a perilous power. Daetong Yu Sure gave a vigorous flick of his hand, retracting the hook from Senju Hashirama's chest. With a significant loss of chakra, Senju Hashirama collapsed to the ground, the visage of sage upon his face now entirely dissipated. The chakra had completely vanished. Senju Hashirama lay helplessly on the ground, astonished by the weakness of his own body. Truly, this power is beyond our techniques. This planet is indeed fascinating. Daetong Yu Sure held the fishing hook before his eyes, admiring the chakra that flickered like green flames upon it, laughing as he spoke. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. Daetong Yu Sure turned sharply, only to find the previously vanished Gungue reappearing beside him. In Gungue's hand. What? Daetong Yu Sure glanced down at his fishing hook, realizing that the chakra that should have been there had vanished, replaced by an ordinary twig. Gungue's skill. Trickery, a psychic ability that exploits the opponent's moment of vulnerability to exchange items. Gungue lightly tossed the green chakra, and in a moment of fury on Daetong Yu Sure's face, he swallowed the chakra belonging to Senju Hashirama whole. Damn, that is my possession. Tenku Suebu Ryusei. Seeing Gungue consume the chakra he was about to seize, Daetong Yu Sure raised his hand and swung the fishing rod, the crimson hook hurtling toward Gungue. Boom. Suddenly, a colossal figure, akin to a mountain, descended between Daetong Yu Sure and Gungue. The earth trembled. Upon recognizing the entity blocking his path, Daetong Yu Sure's expression shifted in shock. A new monster. And that youth. How did they appear? Why was I completely unaware? Do they possess abilities akin to Yomi? You are quite weak. As Daetong Yu Sure pondered, a detached voice emanated from atop the colossal beast. Senju brothers understood that the weak referred to them, as Uchiha Gen had indicated. Just as Daetong Yu Sure prepared to look up, a familiar pressure enveloped his body once more. This damn gravity. Daetong Yu Sure found himself once again pressed to the ground. Lowly Daetong Yu, remember to bow your head before me. Uchiha Gen's tone was flat, as if stating a fact. His disdainful posture resembled that of a regal deity. This Uchiha fellow is indeed as malevolent as Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobarama, bound by the black rod, followed Uchiha Gen's silhouette with his eyes. Though he could not see Uchiha Gen's face, merely listening to his voice filled him with an inexplicable annoyance. Here he was, alongside his brother to assist, yet this Uchiha brat turned his back and left them, treating them as mere tools for gathering intelligence on Daitamu Pu Sure. Truly, the Uchiha are born of wickedness. Boom. Just as Senju Tobarama harbored such thoughts, a psychic force struck him, sending him flying. It was Shinado. Senju Tobarama's mental musings could not escape her perception. Shinado cast a cold glance at the flung Senju Tobarama before swiftly returning to Uchiha Gen's side. Caution. This individual possesses a dojutsu capable of absorbing chakra. Do you know sage techniques? If not, flee this place at once. Ordinary ninjutsu cannot harm him. As Chinsho Jian beheld Uchiha Gen, his eyes lit up, and suddenly, as if recollecting something, he shouted loudly at Uchiha Gen. In response to Chinsho Jian's goodwill, Uchiha Gen remained unresponsive, his expression still indifferent. With a swift leap from the head of Banjiras, he descended. The azure golden flames instantly enveloped Uchiha Gen's form, resembling a meteor of fire plummeting from the heavens, as he swiftly appeared before the struggling Otsutsuki Pushi. That damned fellow, Otsutsuki Pushi thought, preparing to taunt Uchiha Gen as he stood before him, but was taken aback when Uchiha Gen suddenly smiled at him. In the next moment, a searing pain coursed through his entire body. Otsutsuki Pushi looked down to find a long spear of azure golden flame piercing through his heart without his awareness. The agonizing pain was truly excruciating. You're somewhat weaker than I expected. Surely, you possess a second form, but it seems I must devour your eyes to unlock it. Would you like assistance? Holding the spear forged from divine flames, Uchiha Gen spoke to Otsutsuki Pushi with a detached demeanor. How do you know? Otsutsuki Pushi, suddenly alarmed, realized that Uchiha Gen seemed to know everything, even his deepest secrets. Forget it. The value of a pair of Rinnegan is significant. I cannot let it go to waste. Uchiha Gen did not respond to Otsutsuki Pushi's query. Instead, he shifted his gaze, and the Koten Sharingan in his left eye began to rotate slightly, illuminating with a bright yellow 9-pointed star pattern. Fire release eye technique, Corona. The intense heat of the divine flames surged forth, causing the spear embedded in Otsutsuki Pushi's heart to ignite fiercely, centered around his heart. Stop. The excruciating pain prompted Otsutsuki Pushi to scream. In agony, he attempted to grasp the flaming spear in his chest, but as he reached out, the searing flames ignited his arm as well. As his life force began to wane, panic etched across Otsutsuki Pushi's face. As he attempted to escape, once more using Yomi Shinju, the familiar sensation of confinement returned. Otsutsuki Pushi glanced frantically at Gung Gue, only to see the familiar black light reappearing in Gung Gue's crimson eyes, that peculiar force binding him in space. Chapter 175, Shinsho and Uchiha no. Let me go? Realizing he could not escape through Yomi Shinju, Otsutsuki Pushi's face turned pale with terror. He unleashed his chakra in a desperate attempt to break free from Uchiha Gen's grasp and extinguish the divine flames consuming him. However, the holy fire was not something Otsutsuki Pushi could quell. Even the second phase of the Rinnegan offered him no solace, as the divine flames burned within him, rendering him unable to control his own body. Truly a pitiful creature. Uchiha Gen raised a hand, and the divine flames swiftly engulfed Otsutsuki Pushi entirely. Simultaneously, a surge of telekinetic force enveloped Otsutsuki Pushi's eyes. Blood mist erupted as his two cerulean Rinnegan were forcibly extracted. At that moment, Uchiha Gen also heard the data notification indicating his victory over Otsutsuki Pushi. Congratulations, trainer, you have defeated LV-93 extraterrestrial species, originally LV-99, level decreased for unknown reasons. Trainer experience, 78,110, Charizard experience, 78,110, Shinado experience, 78110, Gung Gue experience, 79,548, Banjiras experience, 85467, Aluminum Steel Bridge Dragon experience, 94648, Koga Ninja Frog experience, 101, 0010, Draw attempts, 3. Drops, 1. Kanto Region Champion Challenge ticket, 1. Congratulations, trainer. Your level has increased from LV-85 to LV-86. Congratulations, trainer. Charizard's level has increased from LV-85 to LV-86. Congratulations, trainer. Shinedo's level has increased from LV85 to LV86. Congratulations, trainer. Gungue's level has increased from LV85 to LV86. Congratulations, trainer. Banjira's level has increased from LV85 to LV86. Congratulations, trainer. Aluminum Steel Bridge Dragon's level has increased from LV84 to LV85. Congratulations, trainer. Koga Ninja Frog's level has increased from LV46 to LV61, with his power once more elevated. Uchiha Gen clenched his fist lightly, then gazed at the pair of cerulean Rinnegan floating before him. Unlike the Rinnegan found in the ninja world that shimmered with a purple hue, these Rinnegan radiated a blue light and lacked the duality of yin and yang found in Uchiha Madara's eyes. The power of these eyes was purely yin. The eyes of the Otsutsuki clan would be better examined once Orochimaru had thoroughly studied the body of Otsutsuki Ichishiki. After a brief contemplation of the Rinnegan before him, Uchiha Gen commanded Gungue to consume them, placing them within Gungue's alternate space. The Otsutsuki clan possessed a technique for data reincarnation, though it required embedding a wedge. However, no one knew if they could utilize a single pair of eyes to plant such a thing in others. What was that flame? It felt terrifying, even more potent than Madara's flames. Also, are those your summoned beasts? That colossal creature appears incredibly imposing, even larger than the Nine Tails. Chinsho Zhujian, having regained some strength, approached Uchiha Gen. His curiosity piqued as he observed the azure golden flames still engulfing Otsutsuki's corpse, along with Shinedo and Banjira's standing behind Uchiha Gen. Has anyone ever told you that you have a rather carefree demeanor? Uchiha Gen gently pushed the fiery spear forward, disregarding Otsutsuki Pushi's unwilling expression, and turned to Chinsho Zhujian with a detached tone. Ahaha, that's indeed the case. Mito has said the same about me. By the way, your name is Xian, right? May we have a conversation regarding Konoha? Embarrassed, Chinsho Zhujian scratched his head. Before Uchiha Gen, he held no pretense of seniority and spoke softly to him. There is nothing to discuss. If you approach me as the first Hokage, know that Konoha no longer possesses the title of Hokage. And if you approach me as Chinsho, you lack the requisite strength. Uchiha Gen cast a cold glance at Chinsho Zhujian before continuing. Tobarama? Seeing Uchiha Gen's gaze, Chinsho Zhujian turned to find Chinsho Tobarama, who had been sent flying by Shinedo, had returned using the Flying Thunder God technique. The black rod embedded in him had dissipated following Otsutsuki Pushi's demise. Otherwise, he would have been unable to arrive here. Big brother. Chinsho Tobarama nodded at Chinsho Zhujian, then looked at Uchiha Gen with trepidation. The enemy that he and his brother could not defeat had been effortlessly vanquished by the youth before them, and he wondered what that colossal beast behind Uchiha Gen was. A presence far surpassing even the tailed beasts. In that moment, Chinsho Tobarama felt a sudden realization that his understanding of the ninja world during his lifetime was not as profound as he had imagined. The ninja world had transformed into something entirely beyond his comprehension. Do not regard me with such eyes. You lack the qualification. Observing the trepidation in Chinsho Tobarama's gaze, Uchiha Gen smirked slightly and spoke softly. In the next instant, a familiar sensation surged through Chinsho Tobarama. An invisible force erupted from his chest, propelling his body once again through the air, sending him flying. Tobarama, Gen, remain calm. We harbor no ill will towards you or the Uchiha. Our emergence from the Pure Land was due to someone attempting to exploit us. Tobarama, he merely possesses that kind of personality. Please do not misunderstand. Upon witnessing his younger brother soar into the sky once more, Chinsho Zhujian hurriedly approached Uchiha Gen, extending his hand and vociferously defending his stance. I understand. But what of it? As the first Hokage, do you comprehend the treatment the Uchiha have endured following your demise and his ascension as the second Hokage? It is solely due to the fallacious perceptions surrounding the Uchiha bloodline that they have been perpetually regarded with suspicion, even subjected to targeted scrutiny. While Chinsho Fugaku may be deemed ineffectual, I acknowledge his intellect. Can he truly be oblivious to the implications of harboring trepidation towards one of the clans within the village, especially as Hokage? When an Uchiha ninja and an ordinary ninja are simultaneously injured and in need of medical attention, do you grasp the inevitable outcome? You do not. The political upheaval led by me, rooted in the relations between the village and the Uchiha, is ultimately a consequence of your beloved brother's unabated animosity. Uchiha Gen's voice was frigid as he regarded Chinsho Zhujian with an icy glare. Chapter 176. Atonement. Observing Uchiha Gen's indifferent demeanor, Qinsho Zhujian's expression faltered. He was acutely aware of his brother's sentiments towards the Uchiha clan, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Thus, there is little left to discuss between us. Additionally, allow me to impart a piece of information. I have a strong suspicion regarding the identity of the individual who resurrected you through the Edo Tensei technique. Since you have been summoned from beyond, I surmise that our Uchiha ancestor is also lurking somewhere within the ninja world. You may continue your fervent games of shouting. With a wave of his hand, Uchiha Gen sealed away the remnants of Otsutsuki Perushi's nearly depleted corpse. Lifting his gaze towards Qinsho Zhujian and softly speaking before turning to depart towards the direction of the short booklet street. He had to visit the exchange center to collect the bounty from the feudal lord of the Land of Lightning. Has Ban also been resurrected? Qinsho Zhujian exclaimed, a flicker of excitement in his voice. As he contemplated further inquiries, he could only watch Uchiha Gen's retreating figure, uncertain of how to proceed. It was evident that Uchiha Gen harbored disdain for both him and Qinsho Feijian. He was well aware of the matters Uchiha Gen had just articulated. Having learned from the Hokage, Bluffing Shueman, about Uchiha Gen's current situation in the Land of Lightning, which prompted his search for him. Thus, he comprehended thoroughly the reasons behind the Uchiha's rebellion and their present demeanor, as conveyed by Bluffing Shueman. As for whether Bluffing Shueman was deceiving him, Qinsho Zhujian was unconcerned. He trusted his instincts. Bluffing Shueman would make a commendable leader of the village, and he had no reason to mislead him. Brother, should we take any action? Qinsho Feijian's voice resonated beside Qinsho Zhujian, having utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear at his side. Action? You mean your trivial matters? I have long asserted that if the Uchiha clan is willing to set aside their grievances and collaborate with us in establishing the village, then they are indeed family. Are you satisfied now? That child harbors immense resentment towards us. No, particularly towards you. I warned you before my demise that we must never oppress the Uchiha due to Ban's departure. You infuriate me. As Uchiha Gen's silhouette vanished into the night, Qinsho Zhujian turned, his face contorted in anger as he regarded his brother. He was taken aback by the Uchiha's plight in Konoha after his death. They were struggling to the extent that even the injured could not receive timely medical care. I have betrayed your trust, Ban. After chastising Qinsho Feijian, Qinsho Zhujian felt as though his world had turned monochromatic. Brother, there is no need for such despair. The Uchiha rebellion has now become a reality, and Konoha bears no significant culpability towards them. Our primary concern now should be understanding Uchiha Gen's true feelings. While Konoha is commendable, what if Uchiha Gen harbors ulterior motives? I sense that he may be even more radical than Uchiha Ban. Did you not notice the power within his eyes? They are more formidable than Uchiha Ban's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Even the sage's eyes could not gain the upper hand before him. As the Uchiha's ocular evolution is closely tied to emotional stimuli, that youth undoubtedly conceals darkness unknown to us. Qinsho Feijian gazed anxiously at his despondent elder brother. Raising his voice, enough! A surge of chakra explosively erupted from Qinsho Zhujian, shattering the ground and sending debris flying. The two words, imbued with fury, bore down upon Qinsho Feijian like an immense mountain. Qinsho Feijian lifted his gaze to meet his elder brother's stern expression, his brother's profound eyes resembling an unfathomable abyss. Brother, you fail to comprehend. As Qinsho Feijian prepared to continue his argument, Qinsho Zhujian abruptly interrupted him. I said enough. That child still refers to me as the first Hokage. And even amidst the coup, he retains the name of Konoha, with a ninja like Bluffing Shueman guiding him. I refuse to believe that his heart is as dark as you presume. Feijian, Xian is correct. The current state of the Uchiha clan is rooted in your actions. I should never have entrusted Konoha into your hands. Qinsho Zhujian regarded Qinsho Feijian with disappointment. He could not fathom why Qinsho Feijian held such aversion towards the Uchiha clan's ninjas. If the generational animosity between the Qinsho and Uchiha was the crux of the issue, then why could others let go, yet his own brother could not? Brother, Qinsho Feijian stood stunned, gazing into the disappointment reflected in Qinsho Zhujian's eyes. Feijian, seek atonement. Shueman previously extended an invitation for you to join the Research Institute of the Monkey's Disciples, although we initially declined. Now we lack the face to return to the Pure Land. Given the emergence of new adversaries in the ninja world, I must contribute my meager strength. Furthermore, Why did you not seek me out regarding the resurrection of Ban? Surely, you blame me for that fateful strike. Shinsho Jujian's gaze drifted towards Konoha, muttering softly. I understand. Observing his elder brother consumed by sorrow, Shinsho Fujian remained silent for a moment before reluctantly nodding in agreement. It was you who claimed to disregard everything, to take no action, yet here you remain in Konoha, still laboring for others. However, this so-called Otsutsuki clan. Shinsho Fujian's gaze fell upon the spot where Otsutsuki Perushi had once lingered, a glimmer of curiosity igniting within his eyes. With such immense power and the legendary ocular abilities, could the Otsutsuki clan originate from another world, or is there a connection between them and the ancient legends of the ninja world, such as the Sage of Six Paths? Chapter 177. Organization and Card Draw. Beneath the moonlit sky, Uchiha Shin sat cross-legged upon the back of a fire-breathing dragon after parting ways with the Shinsho brothers. My strength has now reached the pinnacle of the ninja world. To advance further, it appears that only the Otsutsuki clan can provide me with sufficient experience. But there are also these two artifacts. With a gesture, Uchiha Shin summoned two cards, one shimmering with blue water particles and the other crackling with electric arcs, which floated in the palm of his hand. Each card bore the image of a divine beast, the Water Lord and the Thunder God. Unlike the time when he challenged Yandi, where the initiation of trials was referred to as tickets, these two items resemble Pokémon cards. Following the addition of the Higashi ninjutsu frog to his team, his challenge conditions have been entirely unlocked. The 8 Masters Challenge Tournament presents an intriguing opportunity to battle against that Pikachu, which once electrified Arceus's doppelganger. However, it remains uncertain whether the 8 individuals encountered during this 8 Masters Challenge will utilize fixed lineups. If Ash were to summon Solgaleo, and the strongest champion were to bring forth the formidable Wuxi Tane, I might not necessarily emerge victorious. Furthermore, the Kanto region's championship challenge ticket raises questions. Will it involve the red, blue, or perhaps the 4 Elite Four members? As for the challenge ticket from the Silver Mountains, it likely resembles a tower climbing trial. Contemplating these matters, I find solace in the thought that my future holds ample opportunities for self-improvement. Collectively, let us refer to these as trial keys, for they are fundamentally similar in nature. Countless streams of light danced within the palm of Uchiha Shin, akin to items obtained after vanquishing foes, reminiscent of challenge tickets from Yandi. However, considering the unpredictable nature of the battles associated with these tickets, Uchiha Shin has refrained from utilizing them, choosing instead to wait until his prowess within the ninja world can no longer advance before employing them. As for Yandi, that was merely a test, and Uchiha Shin was content with the outcome, having fully grasped his own sacred fire and touched upon the power of divine authority. While reflecting, Uchiha Shin gently grasped his hand, causing all streams of light to dissipate. After collecting all trial keys, he raised his hand once more, revealing a long-neglected interface before him. Trainer, Uchiha Shin. Strength, King-level trainer LV 86. Gender, male. Identity, the strongest in the ninja world. Potential, unknown. Special talent, Shinjo Sharingan. Psychic, Ghost, Fire, Electric. Awakening 86. Psychic power. Dragon control, not yet awakened. Current Pokémon, Charizard, LV 86. Shinado, LV 86. Gunguwei, LV 86. Bankiras, LV 86. Aluminum Steel Bridge Dragon, LV 85. Higashi Ninjutsu Frog, LV 61. Mastered skills, slightly. Pokemon card draws, 23. Pokemon card holdings, 48. Held items, Charizard X Mega Evolution Stone, Sharp Fang, Charcoal, Wenue Fruit, and a delicate scarf. 23 times. Have I already accumulated this many? Observing the number of Pokemon card draws displayed on the interface, Uchiha Shin's lips curled into a smile. At present, he does not lack Pokemon skills. Rather, he seeks relatively unique cards, such as those that directly enhance combat prowess or skills exclusive to legendary Pokemon, as well as fundamental energy cards that can influence the evolution of his Shinjo Sharingan. Coincidentally, Charizard still requires some flight time. Uchiha Shin smiled and softly closed his eyes, allowing his spirit to descend into the sealed space. Amidst the ethereal mists of Yunming's, Uchiha Shin's figure emerged. After admiring the dreamlike scenery for a moment, he gently raised his hand, and countless streams of light swirled around him. In this radiant flow, thousands of cards enveloped Uchiha Shin. darting and dancing like meteors through the mist. Gazing at the familiar scene, Uchiha Gen smiled and lightly tapped his finger. In an instant, countless streams of light flickered and danced before him, forming a circular ring that encased Uchiha Gen in its center. The card draw was complete. At the moment the draw concluded, the multitude of cards surrounding Uchiha Gen shattered into streams of light, scattering brilliance and enhancing the already mystical scenery of Yunmeng's. Regrettably, this beautiful sight remains unseen by outsiders, save for the Higashi ninjutsu frog diligently practicing the flying thunder god technique in the distance, as well as other Pokémon within the sealed space who were captivated by the enchanting scene. Observing the 20 cards that had formed a ring around him, Uchiha Gen raised his hand and gently waved, causing the cards to sequentially align before him. Wubwa trait card, water absorption trait. When receiving water-type damage, immunity is granted, absorbing the water flow, thereby enhancing one's water-type moves and restoring health. Basic energy card, water-type, an energy card that slightly enhances the user's inherent powers. Basic energy card, dark-type, an energy card that slightly enhances the user's inherent powers. Basic energy card, steel-type, an energy card that slightly enhances the user's inherent powers. Basic energy card, grass-type, an energy card that slightly enhances the user's inherent powers. Advanced basic energy card, dragon-type, an energy card that significantly enhances the user's inherent powers, with a small probability of mastering dragon-type skills. Morilioli trait card, strongman trait, significantly enhances physical attack strength, doubling the power of physical attacks dealt. As the 20 cards aligned, Uchiha Gen discarded 6 ordinary Pokémon skill cards, retaining the 14 that would prove most beneficial to him. Advanced basic energy for the dragon type. One wonders what form the dragon type ocular technique will take. Moreover, utilizing this card will surely unlock the yet-to-be-awakened dragon control power, which holds intriguing potential. Grasping the gilded card imbued with the aura of wild beasts, Uchiha Gen contemplated aloud. Chapter 178. The Master of the Exchange Center lost in thought. Uchiha Gen crushed the card in his hand, releasing an overwhelming aura that far exceeded that of tailed beasts, causing a tremendous void to form amidst the clouds of Yunmeng's. Standing at the center of this void, his ocular power surged. The Qianzhou Sharingan silently activated, while the Qianzhou totem flickered within his eye sockets. The 9-pointed pattern in his right eye glimmered with a deep blue arc, heralding the emergence of a dragon-type ocular technique, nurtured by the absorption of dragon-type basic energy. As this new ocular technique began to take shape, Uchiha Gen's ocular power intensified, and the unutilized ocular technique of the Qianzhou Sharingan now radiated a terrifying energy. I eagerly anticipate the day when all 18 attributes are fully unlocked. Gently covering his right eye, savoring the immense power contained within, Uchiha Gen's smile widened. The enhancement of power always brings an exhilarating sense of joy. After a moment of reflection, Uchiha Gen shifted his gaze to the remaining cards before him. The 2 new trait cards, Water Absorption and Strongman, raises the question, does the Water Absorption trait originate from Wubwa? I had assumed it would stem from the Charizard that defeated Ash's bonded Higashi ninjutsu frog. Extending his hand to grasp the Water Absorption trait card, Uchiha Gen cast a glance at the diligently training Higashi ninjutsu frog nearby, and softly uttered a jest understood only by him within the ninja world. As Uchiha Gen's playful words echoed, the Water Absorption trait card shattered, and azure particles of light swiftly integrated into his being. Henceforth, Uchiha Gen, who possesses fire immunity, now wields the power of immunity against water-type attacks. However, I cannot discern any significant change. Clenching his fist, Uchiha Gen acknowledged that while he would be immune to water-type attacks in the future, it felt no different from the initial acquisition of the fire absorption trait. Having felt this, Uchiha Gen took hold of the final effect card, contemplating its significance. Doubling physical attack power seems of little consequence to me. Though fervently inclined to wield the Long Zhao for offense, it is evident that the strength currently possessed by Uchiha Gen is predominantly that of elemental attacks. In terms of sheer power, the most formidable among them is the Divine Flame, governed by the fire-based ocular technique, Reaming, followed closely by the psychic ocular technique. Clearly, neither of these falls under the purview of physical attacks. Nevertheless, it is better than nothing. The question arises whether these characteristic cards can be employed against the Charizard. Just as Uchiha Gen was about to crush the cards in his hand, he paused, redirecting his gaze toward the distant figure of the Koga Ninja Frog. Since it does not contribute significantly to my enhancement, I shall retain these cards for now, awaiting the acquisition of suitable characteristic cards for them. Or perhaps the addition of other Pokémon to experiment with the Hercules characteristic card. With a deft flick of his fingers, he toyed with the Hercules characteristic card in his palm, ultimately deciding its final purpose. After stowing the card away, Uchiha Gen turned his attention to the other basic energy cards. Regrettably, they were all low-tier energy cards, while they could similarly amplify the power of the Qianzhou Sharingan. The extent of enhancement was disappointingly minimal. Indeed, even at this level of strength, luck still plays a crucial role in drawing cards. With a sigh of regret, Uchiha Gen raised his hand, deploying all the basic energy cards simultaneously, as countless streams of light surged into his body. The Qianzhou Sharingan rotated slightly, its ocular strength increasing further, the 9-pointed star pattern flickering faintly, yet failing to illuminate any additional attributes. Thus, the results of this card draw were fully accounted for. Exiting the sealed space, he sat cross-legged upon the back of Charizard, reveling in the cleansing embrace of the wind, feeling the power of his renewed strength. Is this not also a testament to perseverance and effort? The following day, in Duanxi Street, Uchiha Gen strolled along the thoroughfare, a smile gracing his lips. How intriguing. The master of the exchange house, what intentions do you harbor? At this moment, Duanxi Street appeared utterly transformed since Uchiha Gen's last visit. Previously bustling with the sounds of gambling and revelry, it now lay eerily deserted. Were it not for the presence of several life forces detected within the underground chambers of the exchange house, Uchiha Gen might have suspected that the manager had fled in fear of failing to meet the merchant's demands. A smile played upon his lips as he vanished from the street in a flash. Within the underground chambers of the exchange house, the manager, who had previously interacted with Uchiha Gen, now bowed respectfully before a figure cloaked in black. My lord, we have received word from the intelligence department of the Land of Lightning. The daimyo's estate has been entirely taken over by the ninjas of Konoha, and the daimyo has seemingly vanished. The manager's voice trembled slightly as he addressed the figure. It seems that the one who currently possesses the head of the Land of Lightning's daimyo is making his way here, is it not? The cloaked figure cast a cold glance at the manager, their voice as frigid as ancient ice. However, the manager perceived a hint of something else in the tone, reminiscent of the feeling he had when all his rewards were confiscated. Indeed, although a sense of unease lingered within him, he spoke in a quavering tone in response to the cloaked figure's words. Ever since Konoha made that sudden move, I anticipated this situation. A money-grabbing establishment like the exchange house would certainly not be overlooked once Konoha succeeded. Nevertheless, it is merely a change of tax collection locations. The cloaked figure's gaze fell upon an open bounty ledger resting on a nearby table, where the names of various country daimyo were prominently displayed on the first page. Such an underground organization as the exchange house could not possibly wield its terrifying wealth without the involvement of the 5 great daimyo, especially given the audacity of offering bounties for their heads. Were it not for the backing of the 5 great daimyo, the exchange house would have long been overtaken by the 5 great ninja villages or other capable ninja factions. After all, prior to Konoha's unification, finances were the lifeblood for each of the major ninja villages. Chapter 179. It seems we do not have to die. You seem rather open-minded. A strange voice suddenly resonated in the cloaked figure's ear, light yet thunderous. The cloaked figure whirled around, spotting the boy he had long feared standing not far away. Space-time ninjutsu. Although lacking in strength, the cloaked figure had managed the exchange house for many years and had a fair amount of experience. Upon witnessing Uchiha Gen's silent appearance within the sealed underground space, he immediately deduced that Uchiha Gen had employed space ninjutsu. I have encountered Lord Gen. The cloaked figure was momentarily taken aback before respectfully raising his hand to greet Uchiha Gen. Meanwhile, the exchange house manager fell to his knees with a thud, also proclaiming his allegiance to Lord Gen. This wretched individual. Observing the exchange house manager kneeling before Uchiha Gen, the cloaked figure felt a surge of resentment. Both he and the manager were mere insects in the presence of Uchiha Gen. I have come to claim the bounty for the daimyo of the Land of Light. Here lies his corpse. Uchiha Gen paid little mind to the antics of the 2 men, instead flicking his wrist to toss a sealed scroll toward the cloaked figure. However, the cloaked figure did not catch the scroll, but allowed it to strike him and tumble to the ground. Watching the scroll roll on the floor, The cloaked figure's hand twitched slightly, his face beneath the hood stiffening, beads of sweat forming. It's over. I was too focused on cursing this wretched individual and failed to react in time to seize the scroll. Observing the cloaked figure frozen in place, Uchiha Gen fell into silence. The cloaked figure's every thought was laid bare to Shinai Duo's telepathy, and it was precisely for this reason that Uchiha Gen felt a sense of incredulity. Was this pitiful creature, lacking even the strength of a Chunin, truly the master of the exchange house? Ahem, Lord Xian is well aware of the exchange house's capabilities, so there is no need to inspect this body. This is the bounty for the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. Please take a look, my lord. Due to the staggering amount of the bounty, it had not all been converted into cash. The manager had taken the liberty of placing the entire sum into this bankbook, imploring Uchiha Gen for understanding. After a brief moment of uncomfortable silence, the cloaked figure promptly produced a bankbook from his sleeve and respectfully placed it on the ground before Uchiha Gen, speaking softly. Very well. Uchiha Gen nodded slightly, raising his hand as telekinesis guided the bankbook to his grasp. Upon gently opening it and gazing at the myriad of zeros, even Uchiha Gen felt a surge of satisfaction. Might I inquire if we could discuss the relationship between Konoha and the exchange house? Noticing the satisfaction etched on Uchiha Gen's face as he held the bankbook, the cloaked figure cautiously ventured to speak. You may discuss it with Lord Minato yourself. Whether the exchange house continues to exist depends on the negotiations between you two. Furthermore, your audacity is commendable. An entire underground space adorned with explosive tags, huh? After stowing the bankbook away, Uchiha Gen cast a half-smile at the cloaked figure before turning to depart. Just as he took a couple of steps, his figure vanished from the underground chamber. With Uchiha Gen's departure, the cloaked figure exhaled in relief, quickly forming seals with his hands. Beneath his feet, the explosive tags, which had remained in a semi-activated state, extinguished in an instant, and the cloaked figure collapsed to the ground in that moment. Sir, does this mean we have been incorporated into Konoha? The head of the Huanjin agency crawled over to the figure in the black robe, who had collapsed onto the ground, and inquired. However, as he drew closer, he was swiftly kicked away by the black-robed individual. Rising to his feet, the figure kicked and cursed. Damn it! Is it only you who can charm others? I should make you stand on the self-destruct mechanism. Get on your knees. Perhaps feeling invigorated by the kicking, the black-robed man settled back down, observing the dozen or so ninjas emerging from the surrounding darkness, a smile creeping onto his lips beneath the mask. It seems we won't have to die after all. I thought it was a trap and was ready to flatten the Huanjin agency. But it turns out to be a theatrical ploy for a failed negotiation. Upon the back of the fire-breathing dragon, Uchiha Gen toyed with a passbook in his hand, representing vast sums of money, and spoke with a hint of amusement. Before entering the Huanjin agency, Uchiha Gen had sensed the presence of several individuals within the underground space. However, upon entering, he had only seen two because the remaining ninjas were concealed in the darkness. These ninjas were covered in explosive tags, and the walls of the entire underground space were also plastered with them. The source of all the explosive tags lay beneath the feet of the Huanjin agency's owner. Should Uchiha Gen strike down the owner, or if the owner were to move his feet, the entire underground space would erupt in an instant. Uchiha Gen had long since perceived those explosive tags. The reason he dared to enter the Huanjin agency, despite such an obvious trap, was not only due to his confidence in his own strength, unafraid of the explosive tags, but also because of the emptiness of the streets outside. If it were indeed a trap, such an obvious flaw would be too foolish. The mastermind behind this Huanjin agency is rather intriguing. Entrusting the underground world to someone like him seems quite commendable. As the fire-breathing dragon soared through the sky, Uchiha Gen's words lingered in the air, unnoticed by anyone. Konoha. In the open space outside the Uchiha clan grounds, Uchiha Gen smiled as he regarded the approaching youth. Clang. Without uttering a single word, a decisive strike of the blade followed. It has been a long time. If this is all the progress you have made, it is insufficient, Shursui. A smile graced Uchiha Gen's lips as he gently raised his hand, the long and used fist blade materializing in his grasp to block the incoming strike from behind. You won't be disappointed, Lord Xian. Uchiha Shursui pressed down forcefully with his ninja sword, confirming that he could not budge Uchiha Gen's fist blade even a fraction. And in an instant, his body vanished from before Uchiha Gen. It was not a space-time ninjutsu like Flying Thunder God, but rather pure body flicker. Quite an impressive body flicker technique. However, did I not inform you to use those eyes sparingly when your body cannot keep up and you are unable to utilize the white Zetsujin liquid? Once more evading a strike, Uchiha Gen observed the crimson tomo spinning within Uchiha Shirsue's Sharingan and spoke softly. I shall certainly heed Lord Gen's instructions. But in dealing with you, it is only natural to employ all available means. Uchiha Shirsue's figure transformed into a cloud of white mist once again. And amidst the swirling mist, his voice emerged. Is that so? Facing the empty air before him, Uchiha Gen smiled and then leaned forward slightly. A sharp slash instantly flew over Uchiha Gen's head. Twisting at his waist, he supported himself with one hand on the ground and delivered a whip kick, sending Uchiha Shirsue's body flying back and exploding into a cloud of mist. Integrating body flicker technique with shadow clone technique, while also incorporating elements of the Flying Thunder Goddess space-time ninjutsu principles. A commendable idea, but ultimately misguided. The limits of Flying Thunder God far exceed that of such body flicker techniques. After sending Uchiha Shirsue's shadow clone flying, Uchiha Gen raised an eyebrow and spoke softly. It is an inevitable situation. I lack the talent for the space-time ninjutsu Lord Gen brought back to the clan, yet I am well aware of its power. Therefore, I can only attempt to fuse it into the body flicker technique and shadow clone technique, which I excel at. Uchiha Shirsue's figure flashed into the air, his blade slicing downwards, but Uchiha Gen caught it between his fingers. To be able to integrate space-time techniques into a shadow clone and continually shift one's own body counts as talent. However, Flying Thunder God requires a substantial foundation in sealing techniques, which you currently lack. It is perfectly normal. Yet, similarly, your technique will be quite limited when facing an enemy skilled in sealing techniques, especially if they can easily block your attacks with a medium that triggers the sealing technique. As he grasped Uchiha Shirsue's blade, chakras surged, and black sealing symbols emerged on the blade. In an instant, Uchiha Shirsue's body, attempting to shift once more, was suddenly frozen in midair. Unable to employ the shadow body flicker technique, Uchiha Shirsue realized the outcome was already decided. So this is sealing technique? Such a powerful binding effect. Uchiha Shirsue's figure was suspended in midair, the dark sealing symbols wrapping around him and his ninja sword. Boom. An invisible force sent Uchiha Shirsue's body flying, crashing heavily against the wall of the Uchiha clan grounds, and only then did the sealing technique surrounding him dissipate. Not bad. However, keep practicing. After sending Uchiha Shirsue flying, Uchiha Gen smiled and walked towards the entrance of the clan grounds. Yes, Lord Gen. Hearing Uchiha Gen's words, a smile appeared on Uchiha Shirsue's face as he quickly rose from the ground and hurriedly followed the path Uchiha Gen had already taken. The next day, you truly bore a heavy burden in the land of lightning, Gen, but you must have met those two by now. In the office of the Hokage Tower, Namikaze Minato placed a cup of freshly brewed tea before Uchiha Gen and spoke gently. It was merely a matter of passing by. Those two, I have already met them. Their strength is rather average, not as formidable as rumored. Uchiha Gen took a delicate sip of the tea. Not as good as juice. Only you could say such a thing in the ninja world. Namikaze Minato was momentarily speechless. Even he felt a sense of pressure from Senju Hashirama's aura. Yet Uchiha Gen dismissed it as ordinary. However, you must have also noticed, they have returned to Konoha, and that one, well, he claims to seek redemption. Namikaze Minato paused, turning his gaze toward the direction of the expanding Konoha wall. There, Senju Hashirama was transforming into an ordinary Konoha resident, diligently transporting stones for the wall's construction. Indeed, I sensed it. One is working at the construction site, while the other has entered the Scientific Research Institute. We need not concern ourselves with them. Just keep an eye on Senju Tobarama. His involvement in the research concerning Otsutsuki is unnecessary. Orochimaru can handle it alone. As for other ninjutsu research, let him do as he pleases. It would be best to assign him plenty of tasks. After all, he is dead and cannot tire. As for the first Hokage, let him be. Uchiha Gen set down the cup of tea and spoke leisurely. Otherwise, Senju Tobarama's engagement with Otsutsuki research is not meant to guard against him or fear anything from him. What Uchiha Gen desired was merely to irritate him. Senju Tobarama's yearning for Otsutsuki research cannot escape the perception of Shinado. While irritating Senju Tobarama, he could also fully utilize his talent for ninjutsu development. As for Senju Hashirama, to be fair, even as a member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shin was unsure how to interact with such a person. Although it is clear that Shinsho Zhujian's actions in establishing the village were fundamentally misguided, it must be acknowledged that he was constrained by the limitations of his era. The only Uchiha he has wronged is Uchiha Ban. Understood, I will make the necessary arrangements. Upon hearing this, Bo-Fong Shuemin nodded gently. Having taken the time to comprehend the adversities faced by the Uchiha clan during the third Hokage's tenure after he ascended to leadership. Thus, he also grasped the underlying animosity Uchiha Shin harbored towards Shinsho Feijian. Between Shinsho Feijian and Uchiha Shin, he would undoubtedly lean towards Uchiha Shin. Their matters can be set aside. What is the status of the unification progress? Uchiha Shin silently pushed the hot tea before him and, glancing at the nearby tea station, quietly inquired of Bo-Fong Shuemin about other beverages. The 5 major ninja villages are now essentially disintegrated, with only a handful of factions still resisting. Currently, Senior Shuo Mao leads the 3rd Division of Ninjas and the captive forces of Suna Village to eliminate these remaining factions. However, one point requires attention, and that is the Rain Village in the Land of Rain. Noticing Uchiha Shin's gaze on the tea station, Bo-Fong Shuemin smiled slightly and retrieved a bottle of juice. Placing it before Uchiha Shin, then stood and approached a map, pointing to a small area on it as he spoke in a hushed tone. Chapter 181. Akatsuki. After sipping the juice, Uchiha Shin looked at the map with delight, his eyes narrowing as he observed the village nestled between the 3 nations. Akatsuki? Indeed, it is the Rain Village. Recently, the formidable Sanin's Hanzo and a powerful ninja organization have suddenly become active along the borders of our Fire Nation. They seem to have set their sights on the 5 Tails, which you are currently overseeing. During the return journey of Uchiha's team with the 5 Tails to Konoha, they were targeted in a deliberate ambush. Although I managed to resolve the situation and bring back the 5 Tails, the power I sensed from those ninjas felt rather peculiar. If my perception was correct, they were unequivocally dead, yet not in the same manner as the 2 who utilized the Edo Tensei technique. The state I discerned during our confrontation suggested they resembled puppets controlled by Suna's manipulation techniques, albeit significantly more agile. These puppets originate from the organization known as Akatsuki, and I have compiled the intelligence regarding them, which I believe will pique your interest. You may take a look. Bo-Fong Shuemin furrowed his brow slightly, involuntarily recalling the strange ninjas he had encountered. As he spoke, he retrieved a document stamped with sealing techniques from the drawer of his desk and handed it to Uchiha Shin. Uchiha Shin accepted it, his fingers lightly brushing over the chakra, which effortlessly neutralized the self-detonation seals capable of ensnaring 99% of the ninja realm. Opening the document, Uchiha Shin's expression turned somewhat strange. This is the genius who grasped Kemui in their initial encounter? The document detailed intelligence on the 6 paths avatars. Aside from the outer path and heavenly path, the information on the remaining paths was thoroughly elucidated, including the bizarre abilities of the hell path, which Bo-Fong Shuemin had also discerned. It seems he has shattered these avatars on more than one occasion. These puppets possess formidable strength, and each one's abilities are highly unusual. I suspect these puppets are related to the 2 Otsutsuki clan members you encountered. After all, each puppet bears those distinctive eyes, although it is likely that these eyes serve merely as projections or mediums controlled by the caster. Bo-Fong Shuemin pointed to the diagram he had drawn on the document and then spoke with a serious expression. Regarding the intelligence of the Otsutsuki clan, Uchiha Shin did not withhold any information, nor was there any need to conceal it. Not an Otsutsuki, but rather an old acquaintance from that side. Humph. Have you also resorted to such means, proud one? Uchiha Shin cast a disdainful glance at the document in his hand. The Edo Tensei technique is utterly beneath consideration. It may serve as a plaything for a necromancer, but to actively employ such a technique on oneself is laughable. If he were to perish at the hands of another, it would merely be a testament to his inadequacy. Death is death. Any resentment following it is merely a betrayal of one's pursuits in life. An old acquaintance? Bo-Fong Shuemin was taken aback. What sort of old acquaintance could possess eyes akin to those of the Otsutsuki clan? Uchiha Ban, the co-founder of Konoha alongside the first Hokage, now lies in a state similar to that of the first Hokage, residing within a vessel of Edo Tensei. Uchiha Shin set the document down and spoke nonchalantly. What about his eyes? Bo-Fong Shuemin's brow furrowed as he absorbed the information. The deceased Uchiha Ban possessed the same Rinnegan as the Otsutsuki clan. This delves into the origins of the ninja world. To recount it all would be tedious. You may visit the Uchiha clan shrine and have the clan leader translate the inscription on the stone tablet for you. Although the content has been altered, the historical essence remains largely intact. It was from that tablet that Uchiha Ban gleaned insights leading to subsequent plans. The shrine? You mean the Nana shrine? I have heard it has been transformed into a place of glory for the Uchiha clan. The notion of honoring those who perished in battle at the shrine, with descendants of the Uchiha clan tending to it for generations, is indeed a remarkable idea. I will make time to visit. Bofeng Shuimin was momentarily taken aback, but soon recalled the shrine and smiled softly. Those who sacrificed for the honor of their clan should never be forgotten. We need not concern ourselves with the Rain Village for now. Uchiha Ban's plans necessitate tailed beasts. Currently, aside from the 7 tails and the 4 tails, which is still in the process of resurrection, all other tailed beasts are within Konoha. He will come seeking us. Additionally, the individual from the exchange office should be arriving in Konoha soon to meet with you regarding the underworld of the ninja realm. I trust you will handle that discussion. You know how troublesome such matters can be. After finishing his juice, Uchiha Gen vanished from Bofeng Shuimin's sight in an instant. That rascal. Watching the cup left on the table, Bofeng Shuimin couldn't help but chuckle, then lightly tapped the desk. An Umbu ninja promptly appeared in the office. Greetings, Hokage-sama. The Umbu ninja knelt respectfully. Senior Zinzhas, there is no need for such formality. The Sarutobi clan has repaid all that they owed Konoha. You are free to pursue your own endeavors. Bofeng Shuimin observed the kneeling Umbu ninja with a raised eyebrow, then spoke softly. Like Senior Kyuk, this is my own choice. I kindly ask Hokage-sama to refrain from dissuading me further. I only hope that the endeavors of my father can remain concealed from Asuma. Sarutobi Zinzhas, his masked head bowed slightly, responded hoarsely to Bofeng Shuimin's kindness. I understand. You may leave now. Additionally, please inform the Research Institute to send Orochimaru to see me. Bofeng Shuimin sighed softly and waved his hand gently at Sarutobi Zinzhas. Yes, thank you, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Zinzhas nodded in acknowledgement and then vanished from the office. Staring at the empty space before him, Bofeng Shuimin rhythmically tapped his fingers on the desk. Fox, prepare some fine juice to place at the tea station. A moment later, Bofeng Shuimin's voice echoed softly within the office. Understood. Chapter 182. Shall we engage in a duel? However, I seem to have forgotten to inform Xian about my intention to propose to Jio Xi. Never mind. I shall first attend to the affairs of state. Alas, it is no wonder that I am reluctant to assume the mantle of Hokage, or rather, the position of Chancellor now. Speaking of which, should we not consider adding more members to the cabinet? Previously, managing the affairs of Konoha alone was manageable, but the current volume of matters requiring attention has increased significantly. Even with the assistance of Lu Jio and others, it becomes rather time-consuming. After dispatching a member of the Umbu to procure the juice favored by Uchiha Gen, Bofeng Shuimin resumed his perusal of a document, becoming increasingly troubled by the reconstruction issues regarding the former site of Sunagakure. In Konoha, at the training grounds of the Uchiha clan, the air was charged with violent lightning, filling the entire training area. Green steam rose continuously, weaving seamlessly through the tumultuous energy, while a white figure flickered about. Yet, with each appearance, the swirling green mist quickly converged upon its new position. On the periphery of the training ground, a gathering of Uchiha children watched with wide eyes, captivated by the indistinct battle unfolding before them. This serene, yet lively scene continued until the figure of Uchiha Gen emerged from the distance, shattering the calm. It is Lord Xian. Lord Xian has arrived. Ha ha ha, I told you. Whenever that white-haired specter and that frogman clash, the likelihood of Lord Xian's appearance skyrockets. You two, Xiao Zi and others, hurry and prepare the rewards. Humph, it was clearly Big Qianyu who mentioned that Lord Xian returned to Konoha yesterday, which is why we came here to watch. What does that have to do with you? Besides, who wagered with you? What business does an Uchiha have in emulating the likes of that Senju matron? Truly shameless. Enough, be quiet. We agreed to maintain silence while observing. Disturbing others' training is unbecoming of an Uchiha. Look at Shui and Itachi. Do they act like you raucous lot? So hush. With Uchiha Shin's approach, all the Uchiha children became animated until a Uchiha ninja, who appeared to be of similar height to Uchiha Shin, spoke up, quieting them down. Yes, Big Qianyu. As Uchiha Qianyu spoke, all the children promptly fell silent, their gazes fixed on Uchiha Shin, eyes gleaming with fervor. This individual embodies the absolute glory of the Uchiha clan. Not a single child among them has not grown up hearing tales of this person. As Uchiha Gen drew nearer, the green steam and white light in the training ground momentarily paused, and without exception, both combatants ceased their sparring and turned to face the approaching Uchiha Gen. Noticing this, a subtle smile graced Xian's lips as he raised a hand, forming a fist, and bent his index finger slightly. Shall we engage in a duel? Observing the two halted youths in the training ground, Uchiha Gen spoke softly. Heh, huh. Two smiles emerged on the faces of the young fighters as they exchanged glances. Whether it was a clenched fist or a raised blade, they transformed into mere afterimages, dashing toward the Uchiha youth who had spoken. Indeed, you remain as formidable as ever. Even having mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and all of my father's swordsmanship, I find myself unable to land a blow upon you. However, you still cannot resist targeting my face. Ouch, that truly hurts. With a bruised visage, Hatake Kakashi lay on the ground. A smile on his face as he spoke to Uchiha Gen, who leaned against a wooden post, his mask long gone. Ha ha ha. I have now lost my 918th match against Gen. My current record stands at 918 defeats and 0 victories. Huh, have I really lost so many times? Very well, keep it up. Sooner or later, I shall win at least once before the 10,000th match. It is a pity that Gen is unwilling to compete with me over who can eat more red bean dumplings. Mike Guy, nearby, was doing push-ups while exclaiming loudly. Yet, he bore a visage similar to Kakashi's, marked by bruises. You still managed to smile despite the beating? I did not realize you have developed such a peculiar fondness, Shinaro. I implore you, please assist them in their recovery. Observing Kakashi and Guy, Uchiha Gen's smile remained, and with a snap of his fingers, Shinaro's figure appeared before the trio. Shinaro, as soon as she materialized, Shinaro gently raised her hand. Flickering blue light flowed, swiftly coalescing into 2 glimmering droplets of life energy in her palm. With a wave of her hand, she directed the droplets to envelop Kakashi and Guy. The water-based energy enveloped the 2 youths, and in the blink of an eye, the bruises on Kakashi and Guy's faces completely vanished. Indeed, I still do not appreciate your words. Thank you. Upon hearing Shin's remark, Kakashi's smile instantly faltered, and he cast a disdainful glance at Uchiha Gen before promptly standing up to express his gratitude to Shinaro. Such beautiful medical ninjutsu. Thank you. My Guy also rose, grinning broadly at Shinaro, giving her a thumbs up in heartfelt appreciation. Shinaro seeing this, Shinaro merely covered her mouth with a gentle smile before vanishing from their sight. Was that Lord Shin's summoning beast? How beautiful! Uchiha Shursui approached with Uchiha Itachi, his eyes sparkling as he inquired softly about Uchiha Gen. No, that is Shin's family. Little Shursui, do not mistake it in the future. Before Uchiha Gen could respond, Might Guy firmly pressed down on Shursui's head, speaking earnestly. Yes. My apologies, Lord Shin. I meant no offense and hope for your forgiveness. Uchiha Shursui was taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation upon seeing Guy's serious demeanor, promptly apologizing to Uchiha Gen. Well then, Shursui, it seems you are also eager to try your hand at this. Would you like to have either Guy or Kakashi as your opponent? Uchiha Gen smiled gently at Uchiha Shursui as he spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shursui stiffened, glancing between Kakashi and Might Guy, before resolutely shutting his eyes. Yes, Lord Shin, I am very much looking forward to battling with both of my esteemed seniors, especially against you, Senior Guy. With his eyes closed, Uchiha Shursui proclaimed loudly, while Uchiha Itachi, standing behind him, silently raised a thumbs up in support of his friend. Chapter 183, Might Guy vs. Uchiha Shursui. Choosing Might Guy was not a matter of choice for Uchiha Shursui. As a follower of Uchiha Gen, being so close to the Uchiha clan's grounds, he had sparred with Kakashi and the others on more than one occasion. Moreover, both he and Kakashi had learned the Flying Thunder God technique, though he had not mastered it while Kakashi had. Through their previous training sessions, Uchiha Shursui arrived at a conclusion. Hatake Kakashi would never regard him as a child, but neither would he treat him as an equal. Each time they faced off, he would invariably unleash his full strength. How should I put it? It is quite disheartening. The gap is too vast. As Kakashi would say, Lord Shin treats them in such a manner, and thus, as Shin's subordinate, he must continue the traditions established by his master. As for Guy, while he also exerted his full effort, at the very least, he did not inflict such emotional pain. Physical pain from fighting Guy was one thing, but emotional pain from battling Kakashi was another. Senior Guy, may I kindly request your guidance? Uchiha Shursui took a deep breath, stepping forward to address Might Guy softly. No problem. I look forward to your instruction. The fervor of youth is always so exhilarating. Might Guy replied, springing into action with his signature smile directed at Uchiha Shursui. With that, Might Guy executed several backflips to distance himself from Uchiha Shursui, spreading his arms wide in a stance while beckoning for Shursui to make the first move. Little Itachi, you should stay close to Lord Xian. Uchiha Shursui exhaled deeply, and without hesitation, he waved his hand toward Uchiha Itachi behind him, instantly appearing before Might Guy. Let us get into position, he said softly with a slight smirk. As the crowd parted, Uchiha Shursui and Might Guy engaged in a fierce battle of taijutsu. Observing their exchange, it was evident that Guy was overpowering a mere child. Given Might Guy's extraordinary physical prowess cultivated through rigorous training and medicinal baths since childhood, he was far beyond Uchiha Shursui's level of combat. After taking a few hits, Uchiha Shursui quickly distanced himself from Might Guy. Lord Xian, may I utilize the Sharingan? He asked, crouching on the ground and addressing Uchiha Xian. It is your own eye. Of course you can, Uchiha Xian replied with a slight smile. All right, then, be careful, Senior Guy. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shursui decisively activated his double Tomo Sharingan, simultaneously reaching for his waist to unleash a sealing technique, causing a short tanto to appear in his hand. Just like Xian's eyes. Excellent. Bring it on. Seeing Uchiha Shursui activate his Sharingan, Might Guy's excitement surged. As a close friend of Xian, he was well aware of the Sharingan's power. And even though his opponent was Uchiha Shursui, a novice, Might Guy took the challenge seriously. In the next instant, Uchiha Shursui's figure vanished before Might Guy. It was the body flicker technique, modified by Uchiha Shursui himself. With Shursui's sudden disappearance, Might Guy grinned and kicked out at the air before him. His speed was not to be underestimated. After all, he was able to match Kakashi's speed with his physical prowess after opening the 8 gates. So Uchiha Shursui's body flicker could hardly outpace him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, sparks flying as Uchiha Shursui's tanto struck Might Guy's leg. The green jumpsuit revealed a weighted steel bar inscribed with the character Gengshing. Such heavy force. Truly impressive. But how could Senior Guy keep up with my speed? He doesn't possess sensory ninjutsu or Sharingan, Uchiha Shursui pondered as he felt a tingling sensation in his hand. Twisting his body, he utilized the force of Might Guy's kick to propel himself backward, quickly repositioning himself on the training ground's edge, closely observing Might Guy while discreetly shaking his hand. That's intuition, Might Guy explained with a smile, seemingly aware of Uchiha Shursui's confusion. Intuition? Uchiha Shursui's lips twitched slightly. He mused that only Might Guy could say such a thing. It was an absolute grasp of the surrounding environment. Since Guy pursued the path of pure taijutsu, he faced certain limitations. However, he had been taught by Uncle Shumo and Uncle Dai from a young age, learning methods to counter high-mobility opponents like Kakashi and Uncle Shumo. Due to his unique training, Guy had an exceptional awareness of environmental changes. Even the slightest shift in the breeze would not escape his perception. This can be considered a unique form of sensory ninjutsu, albeit without consuming any of Guy's chakra, Uchiha Xian interjected. A hint of mischief in his smile as he explained to Uchiha Shursui. This sensory technique is called the Gale Spiral Father S Flashing Roar Dance Technique, named by teacher Minato. However, Guy has always referred to it simply as intuition because he couldn't remember the full name. Uchiha Shursui fell silent at this revelation. What does the name have to do with the sensory technique? Indeed, that is how it is. Might Guy affirmed with a nod. All right, let us continue. Uchiha Shursui exhaled, shaking his hands and sheathing the tanto at his waist, then focused intently on Might Guy as he prepared to speak again. Simultaneously, Uchiha Shursui formed hand seals rapidly. Fire style, great fireball technique. Flames surged forth as Uchiha Shursui opened his mouth, launching a massive fireball, approximately 6 meters in diameter, toward Might Guy. Although it was the Uchiha clan's most fundamental fire technique, it still radiated immense heat. Upon witnessing the fireball hurtling toward him, Might Guy's face broke into a wide grin as he struck a familiar stance known to all present. Chapter 184. The scandal of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shursui's rapid improvement is impressive. He has compelled Guy to use this technique. It seems Guy acknowledges Shursui's strength, Kakashi remarked while standing beside Uchiha Xian, observing the fireball. After delivering his commentary, Kakashi suddenly turned to Uchiha Gen, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. Did you think Guy would be as reserved as you? Uchiha Gen shot Kakashi a glance, speechless. Yet, just as he was about to respond, the feedback from Sanada's power rendered him unable to finish his sentence. It seems Guy truly thinks that way. Here it comes. 8 gates. First gate. Open. Release. Might Guy's forehead bulged with veins as he faced the looming fireball. He stepped forward, fist clenched, charging directly at the fireball. Boom. Flames erupted, engulfing Might Guy as he pressed onward toward Uchiha Shursui, the intense heat of the flames failing to touch him due to the turbulent chakra emanating from his body. The youthful green beast surged forward through the flames. My blood is boiling. I've longed to do this, he shouted excitedly amidst the inferno. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Gen's lips twitched slightly. Guy shouldn't be like this. Guy would never be like me. You're too naive, Gen. You should consider that among the friends you grew up with, who wouldn't want to give you a good thrashing? Kakashi quipped, observing Uchiha Gen's twitching mouth. Does that include you? Uchiha Gen raised an eyebrow, turning to Kakashi with a light tone. Don't act like you don't know, Kakashi replied, maintaining eye contact with Uchiha Gen, mirroring his raised brow. TSK, too bad you all can't win. Uchiha Gen smirked, dismissing Kakashi's words. After all, these were individuals he had bested since childhood, so their thoughts were understandable. While you may speak the truth, I must say, you are a wicked one, Kakashi retorted, his smile fading into a frown as he addressed Uchiha Gen. By the way, Gen, there is something I'd like to discuss with you. Just then, Uchiha Chinyu approached Uchiha Gen, speaking in a low voice. Chives number 17. What is the matter? Uchiha Gen raised an eyebrow, surprised as he regarded the fellow Uchiha he had often bested in their youth. Uchiha Chinyu, the son of the elder of the Uchiha clan, is 2 years younger than Uchiha Gen, yet he has been treated as a mere pawn for training since childhood, due to the beatings he endured. Uchiha Chinyu has always avoided Uchiha Gen, making this moment of approaching him quite unprecedented. This concerns certain private matters of the Uchiha clan. Casting a glance at Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Chinyu leaned toward Uchiha Gen and spoke softly, his tone laced with insecurity and a hint of barely perceptible awkwardness. Go ahead, Kakashi is not an outsider. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Gen furrowed his brow, indicating for Uchiha Chinyu to continue. You two converse. I shall wait over there. Hatake Kakashi, observing Uchiha Chinyu's hesitance, gently nodded to Uchiha Gen and swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to distance himself from the pair. Now, please continue. After Kakashi's departure, Uchiha Gen prompted him to speak. I am aware of the relationship between you and Kakashi. However, what I have to share is not suitable for his ears, as it pertains to a scandal within the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Chinyu, casting an apologetic glance at Kakashi, who had found a tree to sit and observe from a distance, spoke in a hushed tone. A scandal? Uchiha Gen responded, puzzled, as he was unaware of any scandal within the clan. Well, Gen, I truly admire you. Since childhood, my father and several other elders have divided the Uchiha clan into 2 factions, the Dove faction and the Hawk faction. However, your emergence has united these factions into a cohesive whole. Because of you, I have come to understand the immense strength of a united Uchiha clan. I have often observed the smiles and pride on the faces of our clansmen when they speak of you. It is these smiles that have made me realize how the Uchiha clan managed to withstand the assaults of the Senju clan and multiple other ninja clans during the Warring States period. The Uchiha people have always held each other dear. Our clan is indeed a happy and beautiful one. As Uchiha Chinyu spoke, his 3-tomo Sharingan quietly activated, spinning gently within his eye sockets. Clearly, he was deeply moved. Observing the rapid motion of Chinyu's eyes, Uchiha Gen's lips curled into a smile. Soon, he would possess a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. However, as I delved deeper into the history of the Uchiha clan during the Warring States period, I unearthed certain long-buried truths. Gen, there is a clansman in the ninja world awaiting rescue. If it is you, surely you can save him? Uchiha Chinyu gazed intently at Uchiha Gen, his voice filled with urgency. A clansman? A rescue? Who are you referring to? At this, a shadow flashed through Uchiha Gen's mind, but to confirm his suspicion, he inquired further. It is a genius who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, yet the actions of the Uchiha clan at that time were, well, difficult to explain. In any case, the Uchiha clan committed numerous wrongs against that genius, treating him as a mere weapon until the Senju clan and the Uzumaki sealed him away. According to the records held by the Senju clan, the sealing technique employed was a space-time seal. In other words, that genius may very well still be alive. Uchiha Qianyu's voice rose in fervor. Qian, please save him. After this passionate plea, he made a request on behalf of the Uchiha clansmen. Uchiha clansmen may perish on the battlefield, but they should never suffer torment without the release of death, nor should they die at the hands of their own kin. With his head bowed, Uchiha Qianyu struggled to comprehend why the Uchiha clan had acted in such a manner towards their own. Such actions stood in stark contrast to the principles he held dear. I understand. Uchiha Qian observed the dejected Uchiha Qianyu, his lips curling into a faint smile as his gaze inadvertently flicked to Uchiha Itachi nearby, before he gently nodded. Both are Uchihas, yet they embody two entirely different extremes. One, even during the Warring States period, sought redemption, while the other, Uchiha Qian, mused. Nonetheless, Uchiha Kagami's Mangekyo Sharingan techniques seem quite intriguing. I beg of you. Uchiha Qianyu bowed in deference to Uchiha Qian, marking his first public expression of respect toward him. Though he had long been impressed by Uchiha Qian, he now openly acknowledged it. At that moment, the battle in the training ground approached its climax. A dull thud resonated as Uchiha Shirsue's body crashed heavily against the perimeter railing of the training area. Cough, cough, cough. As expected, this is the outcome. Leaning against the railing, Uchiha Shirsue coughed vigorously, realizing that Might Guy's strength was overwhelming. Had it not been for his own robust physique, he would have likely sustained serious injuries from a single kick. Ha ha ha. The fiery passion of youth always surges when victory is at hand. Excellent. In my 72nd match against Little Shirsue, the current score stands at 72-0. A perfect victory. Might Guy, with his exuberant chakra dissipating, raised his hands in jubilation. He had long since mastered the first 5 gates of the 8 gates technique without sustaining injuries. In his bout against Uchiha Shirsue, he had only utilized the simplest of techniques, the opening of the first gate, which had no adverse effect on him. Quite impressive. Few ninjas your age can spar with Guy. However, your fighting style seems overly reliant on your Sharingan. Kakashi's voice reached Uchiha Shirsue's ears. Uchiha Shirsue lifted his gaze to find Kakashi reclining against a tree behind him, the branches arching just above his head. Kakashi-senpai, please teach me. Uchiha Shirsue promptly rose from the ground and respectfully addressed Hatake Kakashi. Among all the seniors he knew, Kakashi's fighting style resonated most closely with his own. Both your taijutsu and ninjutsu are executed rather clumsily. When Qian was your age, although our battles often ended in one-sided defeats, he consistently maintained a unique aesthetic in combat. This aesthetic is evident in many Uchiha ninjas. It embodies the distinct combat elegance of our clan. As for you, there is a certain lack of identity in your style. Your talent is undeniable, yet your training is rather scattered. The study of the Flying Thunder God technique is not something one your age should be engaging with, especially as you have attempted to dissect and entirely reinvent it into a new technique. While your talent may allow you to pursue such ideas, time is not on your side. As you immerse yourself in studies that are beyond your current capabilities, your progress will inevitably stagnate. First, let us address your swordsmanship. If I am not mistaken, you are utilizing the Uchiha clan's sword technique, the Flame Blade. However, in your battle with Guy, you could not even perform the most fundamental technique, the Sword Leap of Flame, due to lack of precision. As for your fire release, theoretically, it should be flawless. After all, you are Uchiha. Fire release has always been your clan's forte. Remember, Qian had mastered fire release to a level comparable to the advanced techniques of the Shikutten bloodline limit at a very young age. Yet your fire release resembles that of an ordinary ninja, which is why Guy chose to disregard your fire release and launched his attack. In the present moment, encountering a mere ninja of low caliber would not pose a significant challenge. After all, with your mastery of the Ingshun body technique, you could easily handle it. However, should you face a seasoned jonin, you would undoubtedly suffer a considerable setback. Hatake Kakashi gazed at Uchiha Shirsue, gently shaking his head. He had always kept a watchful eye on Uchiha Shirsue, a subordinate of Uchiha Gen. For he certainly did not wish for this young Uchiha to tarnish the reputation of Uchiha General. The reality was that although Uchiha Shirsue possessed remarkable talent, he had squandered it by misusing his abilities and wasting precious time that could have been spent growing stronger. The complexity of the Flying Thunder God technique was not lost on Kakashi, who understood that such a skill was far beyond what a child should be attempting to master. Uchiha Gen, truly, how could such a technique be carelessly left within the clan? Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Shursui felt a twinge of embarrassment, as he comprehended the meaning behind Kakashi's remarks. His foundational skills were severely lacking, and the time he should have invested in honing those fundamentals had been forsaken in favor of pursuing other endeavors. The Uchiha Sharingan was indeed formidable, especially with Jin providing enhancements to their ocular powers, yet without a corresponding foundation to support the Sharingan, one's future achievements would be limited. At that point, you would no longer be worthy of serving Jin, Shursui. Set aside your current obsession with the Ingshun body technique. There is no need for haste. Kakashi's tone was devoid of emotion, yet imbued with undeniable conviction. His words rang true. Without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach great distances. Without gathering small streams, one cannot form rivers and seas. This was wisdom once imparted to me and guided by Jin, and now I pass it to you. Kakashi rose from his seat, casting a glance toward Uchiha Gen in the distance, a flicker of warmth surfacing in his eyes before he vanished from sight in an instant. Below the tree, Uchiha Shursui gently clenched his fist, then turned his gaze toward the ever-present center of attention, the young man who was General Lord Jin. I shall make a change, for I wish to follow you as your loyal subordinate. Chapter 186. The Uchiha clan member, you are free. Uchiha Shursui fixed his gaze firmly on Uchiha Gen, his double Tomo Sharingan involuntarily activating and spinning rapidly, and in the next moment, a new Tomo began to take form. The three Tomo Sharingan had awakened. The emergence of this new ocular power naturally caught Uchiha Gen's attention, and his gaze fell upon Uchiha Shursui. Three Tomo. Quite commendable talent. But what about you? Retracting his gaze from Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Gen turned to observe Uchiha Itachi, who had been quietly watching from the side. The Hokage building. The nameless Uchiha? I don't recall hearing anything from Mito about that. However, you might inquire with Tobarama. He should know more about the histories of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Tobarama, are you aware? Senju Hashirama scratched his head in puzzlement, glancing at the documents from his Senju clan in hand. After recalling all the memories associated with the content, he confirmed his words to Uchiha Gen, gently nudging his silent brother, Senju Tobarama. I am indeed familiar with the nameless Uchiha you speak of, Tobarama replied with a nod, his voice steady. And then, continue, what are you waiting for? Do not forget why we returned to Konohagakure. Upon noticing Tobarama's silence, Hashirama slapped him playfully on the back. Brother. The sudden slap caused Tobarama to stumble slightly, casting a resentful glance at his elder brother. He had intended to exchange this information for participation in research regarding Otsutsuki Kagaya. In response to his brother's call, Hashirama remained steadfast, his gaze unwavering. Sigh, Tobarama sighed softly, observing the determination in Hashirama's eyes. The nameless Uchiha was, in fact, a war weapon crafted through the modification of a clan member's forbidden technique. Oh, although I am not entirely aware of the specifics of that time, it is clear that using forbidden techniques on one's own kin is quite. Uchiha, Hashirama interrupted, delivering another playful slap to Tobarama's back, causing him to stumble once more. Tobarama, mind your words. Hashirama's eyes held a depth akin to a black hole. Well, you must be inquiring about which Uchiha war weapon is sealed and where, correct? I am uncertain of the exact location, but I am quite confident it lies within the land of whirlpools. You may search in that region. With your spatio-temporal perception, it should not pose a challenge. Looking at Uchiha Gen, Tobarama spoke in a low voice. Indeed, it should not be a difficult task. Let us proceed. Uchiha Gen smiled slightly at this, waving his hand before vanishing from the Hokage's office, ensuring Tobarama had no opportunity to make further demands. Indeed, the malevolent Uchiha, Tobarama muttered, observing Uchiha Gen's swift departure. He had intended to voice another retort, but the look in Hashirama's eyes silenced him, leaving his words unspoken. The ruins of the land of whirlpools. Uchiha Gen sat cross-legged atop the head of a fire-breathing dragon, his mental energy radiating outward from his center. Time passed slowly, and every inch of the former territory of the land of whirlpools felt the touch of Gen's mental prowess. Moreover, Sonata stood beside him, assisting in the search for the seal's location. After a considerable duration, Uchiha Gen opened his eyes, his mental energy surging. Found you. Withdrawing all his mental energy, Uchiha Gen stepped forward, instantly vanishing from the dragon's back, which then swiftly retreated to the sealed space. Continue the roll. The leader's position must remain secure. Upon entering the valley of the fire-breathing dragon, it quickly laid down, channeling natural energy and merging it with its own power. Simultaneously, a rainbow-colored feather and a blue-golden flame blazed fiercely before it, infusing warmth into the dragon's form. By linking 8 spatio-temporal seals, you've effectively sealed time and space? No wonder she could appear in that later era. Standing before a stone wall, Uchiha Gen observed the intricate and perplexing sealing technique with interest. Despite the relentless erosion of time, these seals remained unscathed, a testament to their formidable strength. Such a seal would be quite fitting for a dramatic display. The Uchiha ancestor descending with the Mangekyo Sharingan and the Flying Thunder God? How intriguing. Extending his hand toward the seal, Uchiha Gen murmured softly. In the next moment, his Jinchuriki Sharingan activated. Fire release, solar flare. A scorching force, akin to the sun, erupted forth, enveloped in blue-golden flames, instantly covering the stone wall before him. The wall began to melt, and the sealing technique crumbled. Uchiha Gen lacked the patience to unravel such a complex sealing technique layer by layer. When faced with an insurmountable lock, one could simply exert overwhelming force to break it. Boom! As the intense heat ignited, it compressed under the control of the solar flare until it reached its zenith, resulting in a resounding explosion. The stone wall shattered into dust, which swiftly dissipated into the flames, revealing a dark, gaping chasm before him. In the deepest recesses of the cave, a faint breath of life intertwined with several piercing glances of spiritual energy was glaringly apparent. Sensing the emotionless, almost deathly stillness of the soul's vibrations, Uchiha Gen stood in silence at the cave's entrance. After a brief moment, he stepped into the darkness. The residual warmth of the sacred flame and the sudden burst of light caused the young girl in the shadows to tremble. As time began to flow again, she instinctively raised her head, reconnecting with her breath. Unknown Uchiha clansman, from this moment forth, you are free. The calm voice echoed within the pitch-black cavern, soft yet strikingly harsh to Uchiha Wuming's ears. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Wuming was momentarily taken aback, then turned her gaze toward the source of the voice. Reflected in her dark eyes was a remarkably handsome face, adorned with a gentle smile that betrayed an underlying falsehood. Who are you? After a long silence, her voice emerged hoarse, devoid of the youthful timbre one would expect. Uchiha Gen regarded the girl, tilting her head inquisitively, and smiled slightly. As for me, I am Uchiha Gen. His tranquil voice stirred a tempest within her heart, revealing a murderous intent as a crimson hue ignited in the darkness. Amaterasu. The inky black flames erupted around Uchiha Gen, a fierce malice manifesting within the dim cave. The Uchiha are doomed. The surname Uchiha awakened her most terrifying nightmares. Blood, corpses, curses, and wails echoed incessantly in her mind. In an instant, Uchiha Wuming's vision warped, as if she had returned to the battlefield rife with slaughter. The cold commands of her clan and the desperate pleas of dying enemies resonated in her ears. Do not, absolutely do not, I refuse to go back. The crimson kaleidoscope Sharingan erupted with spiritual energy, blood trickling down her cheek. Is this Amaterasu? No wonder it is so ineffective. Uchiha Gen glanced at the black flames engulfing him, gently wiping his palm, causing the flames to transfer to his hand. The ferocious fire, capable of incinerating much of the shinobi world, now behaved like a docile lamb in Uchiha Gen's grasp. The obedient appearance of the Amaterasu flames left Uchiha Wuming momentarily stunned, too overwhelmed to think as her spiritual energy surged forth once more. Tsukuyami. Uchiha Wuming gazed into Uchiha Gen's eyes, her kaleidoscope Sharingan swirling ominously. However, the illusion powerful enough to pull anyone into the caster's constructed dreamscape failed to stir a ripple within Uchiha Gen's eyes, akin to mud sinking into the sea. Since awakening his powers, Uchiha Gen had possessed immunity to illusions. You seem to harbor a hatred for the Uchiha clan akin to divine retribution. May I inquire why? Observing Uchiha Wuming's determined gaze, Uchiha Gen spoke leisurely. You all deserve to perish. His nonchalant demeanor struck Uchiha Wuming as painfully glaring. Amaterasu. The black flames ignited once more, yet this time, they were swiftly absorbed by Uchiha Gen. Within his Sharingan, a 9-pointed pattern flickered. The flames born of spiritual energy were inherently countered by the sacred fire. As Uchiha Wuming unleashed Amaterasu again, her eyes were now completely enveloped in blood. Tears streaming down her face, intense agony slicing through her mind. Her vision began to blur, but the hatred akin to divine retribution remained unyielding. Cease this. Your eyes cannot withstand the frequent use of the kaleidoscope techniques. Observing the girl still intent on killing him, Uchiha Gen raised a hand and gently tapped her forehead. An immense force of spiritual energy surged forth, alleviating her suffering. And for your savior to be met with Amaterasu and Tsukuyami. Your disposition resembles that of a child from my clan who is yet to mature. By the way, your techniques are similar, albeit they do not belong to you. Moreover, do not dwell on it. This place is filled with sealing techniques aimed at your Yada mirror. You cannot absorb chakra here. Pointing at Uchiha Wuming's forehead. Uchiha Gen smiled, seemingly unfazed by the hatred in her gaze. Savior, you are hardly worthy. You merely wish to make me a puppet for your Uchiha clan once more. Give up. I will never accept such a fate again. Although she did not comprehend why her hidden actions had been seen through by Uchiha Gen, this did not hinder Uchiha Wuming from retorting angrily. Uchiha Guang, did I ever say I would allow you to continue as a weapon? That is merely your own delusion. It has been ages since you have seen the sun. Perhaps it is time to bask in its light. A slight smile graced Uchiha Gen's lips as he regarded the defiant girl, then turned and walked toward the cave's exit. Upon hearing the familiar name, Uchiha Guang's pupils constricted, her previously closed kaleidoscope Sharingan reopening, a myriad of fragmented memories flashing before her. Uchiha Guang stood frozen. And by the time she considered questioning how Uchiha Gen knew her name, he had already vanished from her sight. Wait, though she harbored intense hatred for the Uchiha surname. The disappearance of the figure before her filled her with a sense of panic. Despite Uchiha Gen's lineage, he was the first living being she had encountered in her endless, dark years. She could no longer bear to exist alone in this shadowy world. Uchiha Guang struggled to rise from the ground. However, as she stood, an overwhelming weakness coursed through her body, causing her to collapse once more. Yet, the yearning for freedom compelled her to rise again, staggering toward the cave's entrance. Uchiha Gen, outside the cave, sensed her struggle and smiled subtly at her determination to reach the exit. Deep within, a desire for freedom still flickered. Thus, there was hope. A century of solitude, especially one retaining consciousness, would have turned anyone else into a beast. Stumbling onward, Uchiha Guang either walked or crawled until she saw it. Was that light? In her dark eyes, a beam akin to a full moon illuminated her vision. Gazing at the white light, she stood mesmerized. Suddenly, excitement flickered in her expression. Because it was the wind. The sensation she had not felt throughout her century of darkness. The coolness caressing her skin was so delightful. Freedom. As the realization of the wind washed over her, Uchiha Guang's exhausted body surged with vitality once more. She gradually straightened and continued her unsteady march toward the cave's mouth. There lay a new future. Ultimately, Uchiha Guang beheld the figure she both despised and feared to lose, enveloped in warm and blinding light. Uchiha Guang, you are no longer a weapon. Uchiha Gen's voice pulled her back from the shock of regaining her freedom and witnessing sunlight, trees, and flowers once more. Why should I trust you? Uchiha Guang finally realized that Uchiha Gen was also of the Uchiha clan. She leaped back, creating distance between them, her kaleidoscope Sharingan activated. Yada mirror. A torrent of chakra surged from the very earth of the shinobi world into her body. She understood that Uchiha Gen was formidable, and he represented her greatest obstacle to freedom. Trust? That word arises only in situations of equal power. Do you truly believe our strengths are on par? Moreover, the current Uchiha no longer requires what is deemed a weapon. In today's shinobi world, wars have long ceased to exist. Do you truly believe you would still serve as a weapon? Observing Uchiha Hikari's hostile demeanor, Uchiha Gen spoke softly. Do you not wish to take me back to the Uchiha clan to continue being a weapon? Uchiha Hikari stared blankly at Uchiha Gen as she spoke, seemingly unable to sense any murderous intent emanating from him. Did I ever say I would return you to serve as a weapon? Uchiha Gen replied with a slight smile, countering Uchiha Hikari's inquiry. Hearing this, Uchiha Hikari's expression froze. It seemed that Uchiha Gen's initial words implied her freedom. No, you are a member of the Uchiha clan. There are no good people among the Uchiha. Yet, after merely a moment of stunned silence, Uchiha Hikari suddenly glared fiercely at Uchiha Gen and spoke angrily. As she contemplated, the grisly battlefield vividly reappeared before her, the nauseating scent of blood still lingering around her. Shouldn't one ascertain the presence of good people through personal experience? Come back to the Uchiha clan and see. It's rather pleasant there, at least for now. Uchiha Hikari's surname was sufficient for Uchiha Gen to engage her in further conversation. To him, the Uchiha were inherently special. What if I refuse? I cannot place my trust in the Uchiha. Uchiha Hikari clenched her fists, her nails digging into her flesh, drawing forth a trickle of crimson. In that case, I would have to eliminate you. Although I am aware of your tragic circumstances, what of it? As a fellow Uchiha, I shall not offer you any words of comfort. However, I also cannot allow someone who harbors such intense hatred for the Uchiha to exist. Uchiha Hikari, the only reason you have not been immediately sentenced to death for your murderous intent is solely due to your Uchiha lineage. Uchiha Gen spoke calmly. Yet his words instilled a sense of dread in Uchiha Hikari, who fixed her Sharingan upon him. However, despite the frantic rotation of her Mangekyo Sharingan, no ocular techniques were unleashed, for Uchiha Hikari understood well that her abilities would be ineffective against him. Indeed, I am not adept at verbal manipulation. Now, Uchiha Hikari, since we are both Uchiha, let us engage in a spar. Observing the vigilant girl before him, who was diligently absorbing the earth's chakra, Uchiha Gen sighed helplessly and spoke gently. As he spoke, his own Sharingan quietly activated. A formidable ocular power descended, causing Uchiha Hikari to momentarily halt her chakra absorption. Merely the unconscious exertion of his ocular prowess drastically slowed her absorption speed. Very well. Sensing the deceleration in her chakra intake, Uchiha Hikari silently regarded Uchiha Gen, then nodded slightly. This simplifies matters. Uchiha Gen remarked with a smirk. Before the gates of Konohagakure, Uchiha Gen stood at the entrance, gazing up at the grand structure undergoing repairs, while behind him trailed a girl with faint bruises adorning her face. Uchiha Hikari was momentarily entranced by the still incomplete, yet majestic gates of Konohagakure, her eyes reflecting profound astonishment. Uchiha Gen had indeed spoken the truth. She would, henceforth, reside in a truly vast place. A new life, perhaps? Uchiha Hikari stared blankly at the kanji for Konoha inscribed upon the gates. Let us proceed. I shall take you back to the clan. I will not unseal the restraints on you for now. After all, you 1T need the power of those eyes while living in the village. Of course, should you ever wish to reclaim your strength, you may seek me out, and I shall assist you in breaking the seal. Uchiha Gen's calm voice echoed in her ears, and when Uchiha Hikari regained her senses, she noticed Uchiha Gen had already walked quite a distance ahead. She hurriedly quickened her pace to catch up, gazing at his retreating figure, lost in thought. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? As time passed, within the training grounds of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shursui looked helplessly at the legendary ancestor before him, his fingers deftly manipulating 3 shuriken, which danced through the air like toys in his hands. Just like this, then this, and finally this, it is done. See, little Itachi has already mastered it. Alas, I cannot bring myself to address you as ancestor. While demonstrating, Uchiha Shursui continued to explain to Uchiha Hikari. Watching Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi simultaneously showcase the use of shuriken, Uchiha Hikari's brow was furrowed in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? Why can shuriken be wielded in such a manner? Are they not instruments of death? Observing the shuriken flying through the air, Uchiha Hikari's eyes reflected her bewilderment. She wished to inquire, yet the generational gap left her at a loss for words. Little Shursui, could you please speak more slowly? I still do not understand. After a moment of hesitation, Uchiha Hikari chose to voice her thoughts. Despite watching Uchiha Shursui's demonstration for quite some time, she had not grasped the technique. Chapter 189. Takigakure. Upon hearing Uchiha Hikari's words, Uchiha Shursui's movements abruptly halted. Gazing at the legendary Uchiha weapon before him, he felt a shiver run down his spine. In his life, he had only encountered prodigies like Uchiha Gen, Uchiha Itachi, Kakashi, and Guy, leading him to believe that such fundamental skills could be learned by anyone with a mere glance. Yet here stood the legendary ancestor. Sigh, I shall slow down. You may try to follow my lead. Despite being significantly shorter than Uchiha Hikari, Uchiha Shursui looked up at her for a moment before letting out a resigned sigh. Caring for Uchiha Hikari and helping her adapt to her new life was the first task entrusted to him by Lord Gen, though it felt more akin to that of a caretaker. Initially, he thought that assisting an ancestor disconnected from the current era would be a simple endeavor. However, reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. Apart from her formidable eyes, Uchiha Hikari possessed none of the qualities expected of a ninja. Even now, she required a complete re-education in the most basic shuriken techniques, and she was struggling to learn. Shursui, you might want to start with teaching her this. Ancestor, please observe. Just as Uchiha Shursui prepared to continue demonstrating to Uchiha Hikari, Uchiha Itachi suddenly interrupted, softly drawing the attention of both Uchihas. They both turned to see Uchiha Itachi retrieving a shuriken from his waist, smiling as he nodded at Uchiha Hikari. With a swift motion, the shuriken flew through the air, tracing a perfect arc before striking a nearby wooden post with a resounding thud. Little Itachi has already mastered the art of shuriken manipulation. Truly, he is a prodigy recognized by Lord General. Ancestor, would you like to learn this? It is evident that you are eager to try. Observing the shuriken embedded in the wooden post, Uchiha Shursui smiled satisfactorily at Uchiha Itachi. This technique was one he had taught to Uchiha Itachi himself. After praising Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shursui turned to Uchiha Hikari, ready to inquire if she wished to learn the technique demonstrated by Itachi, only to find her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the shuriken fixed in the post. It was clear that this intriguing technique had captured her interest. Ahem. Let us begin with this, but speaking of which, what about him? Did he not mention wanting to set a birthday for me? As Uchiha Itachi gazed upon Uchiha Hikari, she regained her composure, lightly clearing her throat and diverting the conversation. It was one thing to be taught ninjutsu by a child, but her performance was particularly lackluster, leading even Hikari, whose heart had endured the solitude of transformation, to feel a tinge of embarrassment. Lord Xian had departed to collect the last-tailed beast and dissolve a secluded village, and he should be nearing Takigakure by now. Regarding your birthday, Lord Xian suggested it be celebrated on the day he liberated you from your seal. After all, from that day forth, you could be considered reborn. Uchiha Itachi spoke with a smile, believing that Lord Xian must have meant precisely that, despite his words being somewhat embellished. The original phrase from Uchiha Xian was that Hikari had requested a specific birthday, and he could not be bothered to look up her details. So he asked Chiyu if she knew. If not, he suggested arbitrarily choosing the day of her unsealing, which seemed perfectly suitable. Such loyal subordinates would naturally handle matters appropriately. Rebirth, you say? That fellow was not wrong. This life truly is wonderful. Uchiha Hikari paused at his words, then gently regarded the sealing technique inscribed on her wrist, a mark planted by Uchiha Xian, who had also handed her the key to unlock it. Life in Konoha was something she had never dared to imagine, devoid of bloodshed, slaughter, and rigid commands. Although it was somewhat embarrassing to struggle with the teachings of the two children before her, she felt deeply satisfied. Thank you, Xian. Just ahead. I can sense the chakra of the tailed beast behind that waterfall, though it seems others have arrived before me. What a coincidence indeed. Outside Takigakure, by the waterfall, Shinado stood beside Uchiha Xian, gazing at the grand cascade and stifling a laugh. Indeed, how fortunate it is. The entire village of Takigakure is permeated with a haunting aura. Uchiha Xian narrowed his eyes at the waterfall ahead, the faint smile still adorning his face. That familiar ocular prowess, coupled with the lifeless, murky chakra of the impure world reincarnation. Uchiha Madara, it has been quite some time. Uchiha Xian stepped forward, his form swiftly traversing hundreds of meters through the magnificent waterfall, prompting Shinado to smile softly and follow suit. While Shinado's teleportation did not necessitate such extraneous movements, it was Uchiha Xian's habit, and she relished mirroring him. Within Takigakure, debris lay scattered, flames consuming the ruins, and countless mournful wails echoed from beneath the rubble. Above the vast wreckage, a grotesque, massive flying insect roared at the figure of the six paths clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds. Hovering above the six paths figure was a girl with pristine white wings, her expression one of bitter sorrow as she surveyed the devastation below. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that her wings were composed entirely of sheets of white paper. Such methods could never achieve eternal peace. How could Uchiha Madara so effortlessly control Nagato? Gazing down at the six paths figure, Conan's eyes brimmed with despair and sorrow, as well as the deeply buried anger within her. Chapter 190. The Gym Challenge concludes. A new family, along with an absolute sense of hatred. The once happy trio from the land of rain had their lives irrevocably altered by the emergence of Uchiha Madara. Yahiko and Nagato were ensnared by Jinjutsu, the organization's members swayed by its influence. And even the original ideals set by Yahiko for Akatsuki were twisted and distorted by Uchiha Madara. Moreover, she was compelled to follow Uchiha Madara's control of Nagato, utilizing the power of his eyes to create puppets for gathering-tailed beasts. The target's chakra is nearly depleted. It is time to capture it. The leader of the six below, the Deva Path puppet, coldly addressed the colossal form of the Seven Tails Chome. As soon as the words left the Deva Path puppet's mouth, the other five puppets instantly positioned themselves to encircle the Seven Tails in a star formation. The moment the six puppets took their places, they simultaneously formed hand seals, and deep purple sealing chains shot forth from the chests of the six path puppets, accompanied by six dull thuds as the chains pierced into the flesh of the Seven Tails Chome. However, at that moment, an invisible blade materialized, and with a series of cracking sounds, the six chains were abruptly severed. "My friends, what do you intend to do with my prey?" A calm voice resonated over the ruins, and as it emerged, the previously indifferent expression of the Deva Path puppet morphed into one of human-like astonishment. While Conan in the sky swiftly searched for the source of the voice. "Uchiha Gen, you indeed came here. I should have anticipated it from the moment you began capturing the first-tailed beast. You have seen the contents of that stone tablet, have you not?" An overwhelming chill of ocular power erupted forth, and the Deva Path puppet's rigid Rinnegan began to turn slightly. The next moment, a steady voice emanated from the puppet, as its controller had shifted to Uchiha Madara. Following the Deva Path puppet's gaze, Conan's eyes first fell upon a handsome face and a remarkably beautiful humanoid summoning beast. "Uchiha Gen, is he the disciple of that senior from Konoha? The legendary Calamity?" Stunned, Conan gazed at Uchiha Gen's figure, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes. If this legendary ninja were to intervene, could he potentially save Yahiko and Nagato? "Perhaps you may withdraw. It seems you have yet to relinquish your penchant for hiding underground like a rat." Uchiha Gen smiled faintly, extending his hand to snap his fingers. An invisible telekinetic force erupted forth, and before Uchiha Madara could react, the six Deva Path puppets were instantly twisted into six white spheres. The power of the Rinnegan was shattered by the telekinetic force, and six green trees sprouted from the six white spheres, clearly indicating that these Deva Path puppets had been transformed by white Zetsu. "Roar! I am free. I shall continue to soar through the skies." Uchiha Gen approached the Deva Path puppets effortlessly, and the Seven Tails Chome paid him no mind, only aware that the inexplicable chains binding him had now been with six wings unfurling. Chome prepared to take flight, yet Uchiha Gen merely cast a glance over his shoulder. Supernatural ocular technique, dimensional mastery. The surge of psychic energy surged forth, halting Chome in his tracks, and in the next moment, his massive form was compressed into something as thin as paper. With the psychic energy swirling, Chome was swiftly molded into a small sphere and flew into Uchiha Gen's hand. The gym challenge has been completed. Observing the last-tailed beast in his grasp, Uchiha Gen smirked. Indeed, the familiar sounds of data echoed in his ears. "Congratulations, trainer, for defeating the LV-80 energy aggregate. Trainer experience, 310, Charizard experience, 310, Shinado experience, 310, Gungue experience, 310, Bankila's experience, 310, Aluminum Steel Dragon experience, 310, Koga Ninja Frog experience, 91515, draw count, 1. Drops, 1. Congratulations, trainer, for leveling up to LV-86 and then to LV-87. Congratulations, trainer, Charizard has leveled up from LV-86 to LV-87. Congratulations, trainer. Shinado has leveled up from LV-86 to LV-87. Congratulations, trainer. Gungue has leveled up from LV-86 to LV-87. Congratulations, trainer. Bankilas has leveled up from LV-86 to LV-87. Congratulations, trainer. Your Aluminum Steel Bridge Dragon has ascended to level 85 and 86. Congratulations, trainer. Your Konoha Frog has risen to level 61 and 69. Congratulations, trainer, on successfully challenging the gym again. Your progress in the gym challenge task is now at 1. You have received rewards, 1 random item and 1 random Pokemon card. Your current challenge progress is 88. Congratulations, trainer, on successfully completing the gym challenge task. You have officially embarked on the path to the Elite Four. It has been detected that you have completed the battle with the Elite Four, leading to an early conclusion of the Elite Four journey. You have received rewards: 1 random Divine Beast item, 1 random Pokémon egg, 5 random Pokémon cards, and 1 ticket for the 8 Masters Challenge. A new Pokémon egg? Does that mean I am not limited to just 6 Pokémon? The sound of data echoed in Uchiha Gen's ears, causing him to pause in surprise, soon followed by delight. He had initially believed that he could only possess the 6 Pokémon he currently had, given that the limitation for the 8 Masters Challenge was indeed 6 Pokémon. Under this preconceived notion, Uchiha Gen had assumed a limit of 6. Shinai Duo, a new family member is on the way, he said with a smile, tossing the 7-Tails Komii into his shadow. I am eagerly anticipating it. Shinai Duo smiled gently in response. Excuse me, are you a disciple of Master Minato? A timid voice suddenly called out from the side. Uchiha Gen and Shinai Duo turned simultaneously to see Xiaonan, who had just landed and was now standing at a distance, watching them. Xiaonan appeared quite nervous, having witnessed Uchiha Gen's feats, which seemed miraculous to her. With a mere snap of his fingers, he had obliterated the 6 powerful puppets, and with just a glance at the 7-Tails Komii, he had reduced the formidable beast to a small sphere. Throughout the entire process, neither the 6 puppets nor the tailed beast had shown any signs of resistance. Or perhaps it was that they were incapable of struggling. Chapter 191. If you're dead, you're dead. Why live? Under the gaze of Uchiha Gen and Shinai Duo, Xiaonan felt an overwhelming pressure, especially since she had arrived here alongside the 6 puppets that Uchiha Gen had effortlessly defeated. You are Xiaonan, correct? Uchiha Gen remarked, glancing at the paper wings behind her. Although he had never met her before, a single glance was enough for him to confirm her identity. The wealthiest lady of Konoha. Who wouldn't he recognize you? You know me? Please, kind sir, save my companions. Surprised to hear her name spoken by Uchiha Gen, Xiaonan sensed that there was no animosity directed at her, or rather, that he was indifferent to her presence. Upon confirming his lack of hostility, Xiaonan grasped at the opportunity as if it were a lifeline, pleading with him earnestly. As she bent to kneel in a show of humility, an unseen force lifted her back up. Not interested. If you wish to save someone, you should be seeking that lecherous old man instead of me. Uchiha Gen stated indifferently, raising Xiaonan, who had intended to bow down. Though Minato was his teacher, and Xiaonan was also a disciple of the lecherous white-haired man, what did it matter to him? He was no altruist. Currently, Xiaonan was positioned against Konoha, and the fact that he had not eliminated her was already a favor owed to Minato and her apparent lack of genuine intent to oppose Konoha. Xiaonan's face turned pale at his words. Who in the ninja world did not know that Konoha was governed by the person before her and Minato? Among them, Uchiha Gen was the strongest in the current ninja realm. If Uchiha Gen chose not to assist her, could Jiraiya-sensei truly defeat that individual? After all, that was Uchiha Madara. What? Uchiha Madara? He is still alive? How absurd. If he is dead, why is he still living? And even if he is back, why cause trouble? Xiaonan stammered. Lord First Hokage, Lord Second Hokage, I mean no offense. In the Hokage's office, Jiraiya looked at his most proud disciple, taken aback by the sudden revelation. However, as if recalling something, he discreetly glanced at the Senju brothers nearby and immediately attempted to ingratiate himself with them. No worries. What you said is indeed correct. The dead should rest peacefully in the Pure Land. Madara, are you blaming me for not bringing you back all those years ago? Senju Hashirama spoke with a hint of melancholy, acknowledging that his dear friend had ultimately chosen a different path. Ahaha, I was just making a casual remark. By the way, Minato, how did you discover that Uchiha Madara is the mastermind behind Amigakure? I wonder how Yahiko and those 3 kids are doing. They aren't being tormented by Uchiha Madara, are they? Observing the self-reproachful demeanor of Senju Hashirama, Jiraiya awkwardly smiled and quickly sought to change the topic. However, as soon as these words left his mouth, Minato's expression turned serious. Seeing his disciple's countenance, Jiraiya felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Could it be that what one fears most has come to pass? The news was conveyed by Xiaonan-sensei, and the Yahiko you mentioned has now fallen under Uchiha Madara's control, along with your other disciple, Nagato. The members of the organization that attacked Konoha to seize the tailed beasts are from the Akatsuki they founded, but now Akatsuki has undoubtedly fallen under Uchiha Madara's control. Minato pondered for a moment before deciding to relay the information Uchiha Gen had provided to Jiraiya, for Xiaonan and the others were also Jiraiya's disciples. As soon as Minato spoke, a wave of killing intent erupted in the Hokage's office, only to dissipate almost instantaneously. Minato, is the information accurate? And why was Xiaonan able to relay this message to you? Is it a trap? The killing intent emanated from Jiraiya, who was now devoid of his earlier levity, enveloped in a heavy aura. Looking at Minato, Jiraiya spoke in a low voice, laced with restrained anger. Though furious, he had not allowed rage to cloud his judgment. Among the trio, Nagato had always been the most gifted, followed by Yahiko, and now that they had fallen under control, Jiraiya did not believe Xiaonan could escape from Uchiha Madara's grasp. Thus, he needed to confirm the accuracy of the news. Though they had only met briefly, Jiraiya genuinely considered the trio to be his disciples. Now that they were in peril, how could he, as their teacher, stand idly by? Although the message was said to be from Xiaonan, it was actually brought back by Xian, who encountered Uchiha Madara while collecting the final tailed beast, the Seven Tails. During that time, Xiaonan was with Madara's puppets. As Uchiha Madara's puppets were eliminated by Xian, Xiaonan was brought back to Konoha. She is currently undergoing examination, correct? After all, Uchiha Madara is not a good person and could have set something on that girl named Xiaonan. Senju Tobarama's voice suddenly interjected, his tone revealing his disdain for Uchiha Madara. Though Uchiha Xian would undoubtedly be able to discern if Xiaonan had anything on her, and even if she did, he would have removed it. Konoha's new regulations still required certain procedures to be followed. May I see her? Jiraiya asked, gently nodding in response, and then turning to Minato with a tone of earnest request. Although Bo Feng Shui-min is his disciple, it is equally true that Bo Feng Shui-min serves as the leader of the entire village. At such moments, the distinction of master and disciple becomes insignificant. In Chapter 192, titled Soul, Eternity, when Bo Feng Shui-min gazed into the pleading eyes of his teacher, he naturally found it difficult to utter a word of refusal, merely nodding gently in agreement. As for the matter concerning Uchiha Ban, Xian had no intention of handling it alone. He turned to the two venerable elders and inquired softly whether they would consent to Jiraiya visiting Xiaonan. However, his words were abruptly interrupted by a fervent voice declaring, "Leave it to me. It is time to rectify past mistakes. I shall surely bring you back to Konoha, Ban." Senju Hashirama, having shed his earlier despondency, looked steadfastly at Bo Feng Shui-min and spoke softly. "Then, I entrust it to you." Bo Feng Shui-min replied with a faint smile, grateful to the individual who had extracted the Senju brothers from their state of limbo. The construction capabilities of Senju Hashirama and the research prowess of Senju Tobarama were urgently needed in Konoha at this stage. Furthermore, in crucial moments, Senju Hashirama represented a formidable source of reassurance. Indeed, Senju Hashirama nodded earnestly, though his mind had long since drifted elsewhere. "Ban, do you remember our past?" Within the Uchiha clan grounds, having collected all the tailed beasts and completed the challenge of the dojo, Uchiha Xian began a lifestyle akin to that of a hermit. After casually dismissing Uchiha Ko and delivering a beating to Kakashi and Guy, Uchiha Xian commenced strolling through the village. In the current shinobi world, there were no worthy opponents for him to seek. Thus he opted to empty his mind and await the commencement of his path to championship. Nevertheless, this waiting was not entirely idle. Prior to the opening of the championship, Uchiha Xian intended to clear all the tickets in his possession and, utilizing the power structure and resources of the shinobi world, enhance the strength of his Charizard and companions. Soon, Uchiha Xian arrived before a building that was entirely dissimilar in style to the others, the Konoha Scientific Research Institute. Since its establishment, Uchiha Xian had never visited this place, which had also been the unyielding domain of Orochimaru since its inception. Upon unraveling the special vortex barrier, Uchiha Xian stepped into the institute, only to be met by a distinctly strong metallic scent of blood emanating from its depths. The overwhelming aroma of blood would have led anyone unaware to believe this was a den of evil, were it not for Uchiha Xian's prior knowledge of the experiments conducted here. It seems Orochimaru truly enjoys this place, he mused, recognizing that such a potent scent could not arise from merely one or two corpses. As Uchiha Xian ventured deeper, the sanguine odor gradually dissipated, replaced by an overwhelmingly pungent scent of disinfectant. Upon reaching the innermost doors, several versions of Orochimaru lifted their heads to regard their visitor, but upon recognizing Uchiha Xian, they resumed their experiments. How intriguing! This is not merely a shadow clone. but rather a true manifestation of yourself. Utter madness, Uchiha Gen observed, his eyes swirling with the power of the Qianzhou Sharingan, instantly unraveling the depths of Orochimaru's endeavors. Qianjun. To speak such words in the presence of others is indeed quite rude, a somber voice echoed from behind. Turning, Uchiha Gen found yet another Orochimaru smiling at him. This latest incarnation, clad in a white lab coat, bore an indescribable quality that set him apart from the others in the laboratory. Is this your true form? How bold of you. The genes of the Otsutsuki clan are notoriously difficult to integrate, Uchiha Gen remarked, having assessed Orochimaru closely. Integration may prove challenging, yet no gene can stir any upheaval in my hands. The Otsutsuki genes within me are currently stable. Should any alterations arise, this body would self-destruct instantly. I have utmost confidence in my methods. Then, Qianjun, do you have any further instructions? You, after all, are not one to frequent this place merely to observe my slicing work, Orochimaru stated with a dark smile, raising his hand to examine the inky markings upon his skin. Licking his lips as he addressed Uchiha Gen softly. Slicing? That is indeed apt. To sever one's soul into countless fragments and transfer it into these clones, such a mad notion. This is the path you pursue towards immortality? Uchiha Gen did not respond directly to Orochimaru's question, instead observing the multitude of Orochimaru clones engrossed in their tasks. Certainly not. Flesh is frail and weak, and the human body succumbs to the relentless passage of time, aging and deteriorating until death ensues and decay sets in. In my view, the soul is the very essence that carries the core of one's being. Knowing this truth, how could I ever fully sever my own soul? I shall one day unravel the mysteries of the soul, Qianjun. Only then shall I truly embark upon the path to immortality. As the conversation ventured into a topic that piqued Orochimaru's interest, his eyes glimmered with fervor as he spoke passionately, while the clones within the laboratory paused their work. Their gazes filled with zeal as they turned towards Uchiha Gen. The realm of the soul is not one you can comprehend at this moment. To divide one's soul and later reintegrate, or allow the separated fragments to grow into a complete whole, is no simple endeavor. Moreover, mastering the mysteries of the soul bears no direct correlation to immortality. Observing Orochimaru, Uchiha Gen, astute as he was, discerned Orochimaru's subsequent thoughts and replied nonchalantly, "Thus, I strive diligently. The second Hokage possessed profound insights regarding the soul. His presence has greatly aided me, illuminating my path forward." "And what, Qianjun, do you believe constitutes true immortality?" Orochimaru inquired, waving his hand to signal the clones to resume their tasks, while he himself smiled gently and continued his dialogue with Uchiha Gen. Chapter 193. Tickets for the 8 Master Challenge. "I have no interest," Uchiha Gen replied dismissively when faced with Orochimaru's inquiry. Engaging in philosophical discussions with someone like Orochimaru held no value, and his purpose for visiting was not merely idle chatter. However, it was evident that Uchiha Gen's response did not deter Orochimaru from further expounding his beliefs and aspirations. Immortality. It is the absolute eternity of thought, body, and even soul. And I have now embarked upon the path of immortality. By unraveling the secrets of the soul and continuously transferring my essence into newly birthed vessels, I shall maintain my existence like a serpent shedding its skin. Thus, the passage of time and the cruelty of years shall no longer bear any influence over me. I shall transcend death. With eternal time at my disposal, I can grow endlessly, absorbing all knowledge. Do you wish to know more, Qianjun? Orochimaru's expression was frenzied, his excitement palpable as he raised his arm to display the unique characteristics of the Otsutsuki clan upon his skin, the markings he had yet to fully comprehend. At that moment, he was entirely lost in his visions of the future, but abruptly, his fervent tone faltered, and he lowered his gaze towards Uchiha Gen with a smile. Speaking softly, "Forget it. You lack interest, and I indeed fail to catch your eye at this moment. However, wait for it, Qianjun. I shall catch up to you in due time." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes with a smile, his gaze towards Uchiha Gen brimming with inquisitiveness. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated within the research institute, as an invisible force struck Orochimaru with tremendous impact, sending him hurtling back against the wall. "Your gaze displeases me." Uchiha Gen regarded Orochimaru with indifference, fully aware of his ambitions. Orochimaru had sought him out long ago, driven by a desire to comprehend the powers he wielded. Yet, as Orochimaru's strength grew, he buried this yearning deep within his heart. Now, having grasped a fragment of Otsutsuki's power, those thoughts resurfaced. Thus, he had come. One cannot deny that Orochimaru is a glaring anomaly within the ninja world. His inhuman intellect consistently yields results that starkly contrast with the nature of the shinobi realm. Even the insidious genetic corruption akin to the Otsutsukis could be resolved in Orochimaru's hands. Uchiha Gen believed that given sufficient materials, Orochimaru could achieve an exceedingly terrifying level through scientific means. In this world governed by bloodlines, Orochimaru possessed an external advantage that stood in stark opposition to the notion of lineage, science. Ahem, Xianjun's temper remains as volatile as ever. Despite being struck by the psychic force, Orochimaru displayed no anger. Instead, excitement glimmered in his eyes as he licked his lips and murmured softly. This intangible power is truly captivating. If only I could decipher its composition and attempt to replicate it. Observing the exhilaration on Orochimaru's face, Uchiha Gen disdainfully tossed him a shimmering stone radiating blue light. A slender serpent emerged from Orochimaru's sleeve and swiftly consumed the stone. However, mere moments after ingesting it, the small serpent convulsed violently. With narrowed eyes, Orochimaru summoned the snake back and squeezed its body, causing the stone to be expelled. Clutching the stone in his hand, a flicker of fervor ignited in his gaze. This stone has catalyzed the snake's evolution. What is this? Orochimaru exclaimed excitedly, looking up at Uchiha Gen. The Greral Stone. Study it for yourself. If you cannot derive any results, do not damage it. After handing the Greral Stone to Orochimaru, Uchiha Gen turned and walked towards the exit of the Scientific Research Institute. The Greral Stone was an item Uchiha Gen had dispatched the Uchiha clan's elite to retrieve. It was unnecessary for him to venture to the ruins of the nation, which the younger generation, including Naruto, could easily navigate. The Greral Stone? A fascinating object. But what purpose do you serve? Ah, what a delightful sensation. Gripping the stone tightly, Orochimaru felt the peculiar energy coursing through it, watching Uchiha Gen's retreating figure. He whispered hoarsely, "So, are you all prepared?" Upon the summit of the Yin-Yin, Uchiha Gen, just having departed the Scientific Research Institute, smiled gently as he faced the breeze. Beside him, Shinedo and Gungue stood quietly, nodding slightly. Within the ceiling space, Lizardin, Banjiras, Lugia, and Koga Ninja Frog emitted deep, resonant calls. Then, let us embark. Uchiha Gen smiled subtly, raising his hand as a gilded ticket floated in his palm. Gazing at the ticket, he gently grasped it. In an instant, the ticket exploded into radiant light, and an invisible force enveloped both Uchiha Gen and the two Pokémon beside him. Foolish creature. Allow me to witness your strength. Uchiha Gen's voice echoed in the breeze, and in the next moment, tranquility returned to the summit of Yin-Yin. While the peculiar scene that had just unfolded went unnoticed, as if Uchiha Gen's disappearance had never transpired. Master 8 Challenge Ticket. After anchoring in this world, proceed to challenge the peak strength of the 8 legendary trainers in the new season. Victory earns rewards. Defeat returns you to the anchor point and grants settlement rewards. Warning: in the real world, killing is prohibited to avoid being observed by him. In the Pokémon world, as the ticket shattered, a pair of divine eyes opened deep within the cosmos, transcending the boundaries of time and space, casting their gaze over all. Ultimately, the eyes closed once more, yet a mysterious smile lingered on the divine visage. Simultaneously, a soaring Moltres in the sky emitted a long, resonant cry, flapping its wings and altering its course towards another destination. On the world's reverse side, within the inverted realm, a pair of crimson eyes opened in the darkness, and a massive, ghostly figure roamed, accompanied by a thunderous roar, shattering countless floating islands in an instant. Chapter 194, Sister Baikai. Enveloped in dazzling light, Uchiha Gen felt himself engulfed in an unprecedented dizziness, a sensation that rendered him unable to control his own body, causing great discomfort. With his ocular powers surging, Uchiha Gen struggled to open his eyes. The 9-pointed pattern within his Qian-Zhou Sharingan spun wildly, while the Qian-Zhou totem flickered incessantly. Amidst the blurriness, a fleeting blue silhouette caught his eye, only to vanish without a trace, followed by a purple-white figure, both appearing as mere flashes. That is, indeed, a meeting to anticipate. Closing his Qian-Zhou Sharingan, Uchiha Gen's face blossomed with genuine joy and battle intent. As he closed his eyes, the brilliance faded, plunging everything into darkness. Until the voice resonated, welcoming the visitor from another world to the Pokémon League. The melodious voice reached his ears, and Uchiha Gen suddenly opened his eyes, a fierce aura erupting from within him. Yet, before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, a formidable draconic presence surged forth from across, colliding with the energy he inadvertently exuded. Following the direction of this energy, a Garchomp glared at him, its body lowered, adopting a battle stance, as though ready to pounce at the slightest movement from Uchiha Gen. Garchomp, ease up. This friend is merely feeling a bit anxious due to the new environment. Is that not right? The pleasant voice rang out once more, redirecting Uchiha Gen's gaze from Garchomp to its speaker. Upon turning his head, he was greeted by a cascade of golden hair that reached her waist and a strikingly beautiful face, clad in a black trench coat paired with wide-legged trousers. Elegant black high heels exuded simplicity without sacrificing grandeur, accompanied by a warm smile and the imposing presence of Garchomp. Uchiha Gen instantly deduced the identity of the person before him. Champion Cynthia from the Sinnoh League, also known as the legendary Sister Baikai. She knows I hail from the shinobi world. Uchiha Gen's eyes widened in astonishment, recalling the words he had heard in his days. Visitor from another world, combined with the warning upon using the Master 8 challenge ticket. The real world? How intriguing it is. The previous NEI was similar, and now Cynthia stands before me. What exactly is this panel? In a fleeting moment, Uchiha Gen reined in his aura, replacing it with a standard smile. My apologies, I overreacted a bit. Uchiha Gen smiled gently and spoke. As he gazed at Shiluana, Uchiha Gen felt a flicker of combat spirit in his eyes. For Shiluana before him was undeniably formidable. It was not merely her personal strength, but rather the unique aura that emanated from a true champion, which was unmistakable to Uchiha Gen. He discreetly cast a glance at the fierce biting land shark beside her, and a broader smile crept upon his lips. This Grandmaster challenge was proving to be far more intriguing than he had anticipated. Just the presence of Shiluana's Pokémon exuded such an impressive force. What, then, could be expected from the likes of Dan Di and Xiaoji? He recalled what the ticket had proclaimed. The 8 Grandmasters he would face were those of peak combat prowess. In other words, among the 8 Grandmasters, Xiaoji's lineup was the most versatile. Yet, he wondered, would he truly be able to navigate this unfamiliar world? It was only natural to feel apprehensive when venturing into the unknown. He was fully aware of his purpose for being here, and he found himself quite curious about the Pokémon trainers from this alternate realm. Uchiha Gen's combat intent did not escape the keen perception of Shiluana, a seasoned champion of the league. However, she merely responded with a gentle smile at his display of spirit. She too was filled with curiosity regarding this mysterious visitor from another world. After all, a person who had drawn the attention of the deities of Shinao was irresistibly intriguing to an archaeologist like her. If I am not mistaken, I shall also be participating in that Grandmaster Elimination Tournament, correct? If so, I eagerly anticipate sharing the stage with you, Miss Shiluana. After subtly sensing the ceiling space and confirming that all Pokémon remained undisturbed, Uchiha Gen spoke softly to Shiluana. Indeed, I too look forward to it, Shiluana replied, momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled gracefully. Although she was surprised that Uchiha Gen knew her name, she dismissed it as inconsequential, given the mystery surrounding him. The official commencement of the Grandmaster Elimination Tournament was set for tomorrow, and she suggested, you may take this time to explore. Shall I arrange a guide for you? However, you seem to possess psychic abilities, so I doubt you will encounter any difficulties in navigation. As for accommodations, every contestant will have their own resting area, and yours has already been prepared. With a smile, Shiluana continued, fully aware of Uchiha Gen's purpose for being there. As the deities had already conveyed this to her, that will not be necessary. I prefer to wander on my own. Thank you, Miss Shiluana. Uchiha Gen replied with a slight smile, grateful for her offer. His curiosity about this world was profound. He would not wish to be observed while exploring. Very well, then. I must prepare for tomorrow's opening ceremony, so I shall take my leave. Come along, fierce biting land shark, Shiluana said, her smile unwavering as she patted the glaring fierce biting land shark beside her before turning to depart. The fierce biting land shark, upon witnessing this, released a menacing puff of steam directed at Uchiha Gen before following Shiluana away. Watching Shiluana's retreating figure, Uchiha Gen maintained his smile. That fierce biting land shark was indeed powerful, And such formidable opponents in this challenge were not limited to just one. Are you all excited? He mused softly, until Shiluana's silhouette vanished from sight. Roar. The moment Uchiha Gen finished speaking, it was the fiery dragon's battle cry that resonated first. Believing itself to be Uchiha Gen's absolute trump card, the fiery dragon recognized that the fierce biting land shark was also that woman's ace. Thus it had already resolved to face that opponent. In the ensuing chapter, as the fiery dragon's roar echoed, other large Pokémon joined in, their battle spirits ignited by the prospect of formidable adversaries. A smile graced Uchiha Gen's lips as he looked up at the sky, where a rainbow arched above, creating a bridge of colors. If this is indeed a real world, then perhaps you already know of my arrival here, he pondered. As the 9 diamond patterns in his eyes shimmered, the diamond image imbued with fire energy and infused with sacred flames growing increasingly luminous. The 8 Grandmasters, then? Let the challenge commence. Turning around, he observed the banner descending from the airship, adorned with the familiar figures of the 8 Grandmasters, including a mysterious black and white silhouette that represented him, fluttering gracefully in the wind as the airship advanced. It is reasonable for there to be 9 participants among the 8 Grandmasters. The following day dawned bright and clear, the sun shining brilliantly in the azure sky. The Grandmaster Elimination Tournament officially begins. The resounding blasts of fireworks accompanied by colorful ribbons filled the air, creating a festive atmosphere. The grand ceremony adorned the entire Gongmin city, and the jubilant cheers infused the city with vibrant energy. The Grandmaster Elimination Tournament, a pinnacle competition initiated by the Pokémon League, drew numerous trainers and travelers from various regions to converge here. As he strolled along the roadside, Uchiha Gen observed trainers rushing to designated battle zones upon locking eyes, eager to engage in fervent contests. Shops were festooned with decorations, offering an array of activities, while vendors on either side of the street busily called out to passers-by. Among these establishments, one food stall stood out due to its exceptional delicacies and astonishingly reasonable prices, drawing a long queue of patrons who exhibited remarkable decorum without any signs of chaos. Welcome, welcome. Would you care to try some delicious fried bread from our charming bear-themed stall? At the stand, 3 individuals clad in pink bear-themed attire were diligently attending to customers. A girl with pink hair energetically promoted the stall, holding a sign at the end of the line and calling out enticing offers. Meanwhile, a striking blue-haired young man was busily frying food, while a child with a cat-like mannerism skillfully handled the change for customers. Nearby, a large and small bear maintained order, explaining why the queue remained so orderly. To think we would encounter Team Rocket here. I wonder if they will linger after the Grandmaster Tournament. Both that bear and their leader, Ban Mu, would certainly like to have a go, Uchiha Gen mused, observing the bustling trio with a mix of nostalgia and fierce determination. I am quite eager to test the prowess of that bear, and that terrifying bee drill as well. This world, filled with formidable rivals and beauty, far surpasses the shinobi realm. His thoughts drifted among the crowd as Uchiha Gen's figure became lost in the throng. Not wishing to engage in idle chatter with Team Rocket, he acknowledged the reality of this world and knew that opportunities for future encounters would arise. Meow, why does it feel so chilly behind me? Is it because we're making too much money and have drawn unwanted attention? The child, momentarily startled while counting change, glanced around apprehensively. Hiss, now that you mention it. I too sense something amiss, the earnest Kojuro remarked, abruptly ceasing his work and eyeing his surroundings with caution. Hey, what are you two doing? Can't you see how many customers we have? Didn't we agree to finish quickly and go watch that kid's match? Upon noticing Kojiro's sudden halt, Musashi turned around and called out to the pair. Ah, right. I almost forgot. Oh no, it's burning. Apologies, esteemed guests. I kindly ask for your patience. My sincerest apologies. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zilong was immediately brought back to reality. However, the sudden aroma of burnt food caused his expression to stiffen, prompting him to bow apologetically to the guests awaiting their meals before swiftly rising to tidy up new dishes. Alas, foolish Meow. Who could have predicted that the fledgling child who emerged 2 years ago has now become one of the world's strongest 8, or rather, 9 trainers? Indeed, that Pikachu is truly exceptional. Meow Meow gazed in bemusement at the flustered Xiao Zilong, entirely forgetting that it was he who had disrupted Xiao Zilong's rhythm. After deftly returning the correct change to the waiting guest, Meow Meow lifted his gaze to the portrait of Ash in the sky, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Little rascal, Strive to become the champion. Prove that our discerning eye was indeed correct. That Pikachu is the most precious Pokémon in the world. Musashi turned around, noticing Meow Meow admiring Ash's portrait, and smiled softly at the handsome visage. In that moment, among the trio of Team Rocket, only Xiao Zilong remained busily engaged, while the other two were lost in reminiscence. Why are there still so many guests? Inside the exclusive lounge of the 8 Masters, with a click, a figure stepped into the sunlight as the door swung open. As the door creaked, the 8 individuals who had arrived early turned their heads to look, with flowing black hair reminiscent of a waterfall, yet spiky like a hedgehog. A charming face adorned with a perpetual smile, and dark eyes imbued with an unfathomable depth, he greeted them warmly. Greetings, I am Uchiha Gen, and it is an honor to compete alongside all of you. Uchiha Gen smiled, and met the gazes of the 8 familiar figures before him, his smile deepening. Among these 8, barring a few who seemed out of place, the rest represented the pinnacle of strength from various regions, and he eagerly anticipated battling against them. Chapter 196. Indeed, you have arrived. The legendary strongest champion, the formidable opponent in the final battle against Ash. A trainer who wields the power of Dynamax and possesses a mysterious cosmic Pokémon, the undefeated king in public competitions, the strongest ruler, Yandi. Initially designed as the strongest champion, the Sinnoh region's league champion, an exceptionally talented archaeologist, and the most popular female champion with no hint of exaggeration, renowned for her beauty. Sharona Zhulan, the wealthiest champion trainer, the Hoenn region's league champion, who faced the 3 legendary Pokémon head-on and battled fiercely under immense pressure, Duel. The Kanto and Johto region champion, a legendary trainer with the power of Dragon Master, known for his prowess with flying-type Pokémon, Yulongdu the Kalos region's league champion. A glamorous yet elegant star, a powerful trainer whose strength is matched only by her beauty, Karuni. The champion of Mialii, Ailon, the master of dragon-type Pokémon. The Galar region's league champion, the genius trainer, Ai Li Si. And the honor of being a top 16 trainer in the Quartz League, 1999. Victor of the Orange League, 1999, top 8 in the Silver Conference, 2002, top 8 in the Hoenn League, 2005, top 4 in the Sinnoh League, 2010, top 8 in the Unova League, 2013, runner-up in the Kalos League, 2016, champion of the Alola League, 2019, and champion of the Pokémon World Championships, 2022. A 10-year-old boy from Jinshin Town with 26 years of travel experience and mysterious bonds with several legendary Pokémon, the absolute master of counter-elements, Ash. The 8 legendary trainers before him were the opponents he must confront, each representing their own peak strength. A trainer from another world, welcome to the Pokémon League. I am your host here, you may call me Dandy. Come, my friend, we have been waiting for you. A figure draped in a cloak adorned with various logos approached Uchiha Gen upon his entrance into the lounge, smiling warmly. Dandy extended his hand, gazing at Uchiha Gen with a smile. Observing the sincere smile on Dandy's face, Uchiha Gen's lips curled upward. Such unwarranted kindness from a stranger could only be found in this world. Hello, Uchiha Gen. Uchiha Gen smiled and shook hands with Dandy. A trainer from another world? How cool. Wouldn't you agree, Pikachu? An excited voice rang in his ears, and Uchiha Gen needed no turn to know who had spoken. Just as he prepared to greet the silly one, a staff member appeared, interrupting Uchiha Gen's thoughts. They were due on stage. Guided by the staff, the 9 individuals traversed a narrow path to the arena's base, each taking their place on a platform that could rise or fall, awaiting the mechanical activation. As the lights dimmed, darkness enveloped the surroundings, yet Uchiha Gen maintained his smile amidst the shadows. The tickets for the 8 Masters Challenge are indeed a splendid thing. He had initially thought it was merely an ordinary challenge trial, but it turned out he was personally participating in this grand event, where he could experience the pure and exhilarating pinnacle battles reserved for the top trainers. However, if memory serves, the format of the 8 Masters Challenge is an elimination system, which means I may not be able to battle all the champions unless the rules have been altered due to my presence. If I recall correctly, only a round-robin format would allow for encounters with all the champions. In the darkness, Uchiha Gen felt the platform begin to rise, his thoughts turning. With a click, the sound of machinery echoed, a beam of light piercing through the dark, and Uchiha Gen's figure gradually ascended. The first to take the stage was the 9th of the 8 Masters, a legendary trainer from another world, possessing a unique power and skill set unlike any other. Uchiha Gen. Amidst the cheers, Uchiha Gen made his grand entrance accompanied by a rousing introduction. The title of trainer from another world sent the audience into a frenzy. Next to appear was the 8th of the 8 Masters, the inaugural champion from the Alola region, the shining star from Jinshin Town. Contestant Ash. Amidst the cheers, Ash, with Pikachu perched on his shoulder, slowly rose beside Uchiha Gen, his face adorned with that infectious, passionate smile. Uchiha Gen turned to Ash, his eyes filled with mirth. Following that, the remaining champions ascended one after another until the one bearing the weight of absolute victory, the strongest trainer, made his appearance. All participants of the 8 Masters Challenge had gathered under the spotlight. As the 9 stood united on stage, Yandi, the undisputed #1 trainer in the world, was granted the sole opportunity to speak. A bronze bell soared through the air, and the host stood atop it, microphone in hand, addressing the one with speaking rights. Yandi. Honorable contestant Yandi, what would you like to say to the other 8 opponents in the face of such a grand event? A battle declaration as always, or a fiery provocation? In response to the host's inquiry, Yandi's golden eyes seemed to ignite with flames as he stepped forward, dramatically tossing aside his logo-adorned cloak, striking his signature pose. Champion moment. I will defeat each of you alongside my Pokémon and deliver the most magnificent battles for all those here to witness this event. Let us battle. With Yandi's impassioned voice, countless fireworks erupted into the sky. A cry echoed in the sky, and simultaneously, a resplendent rainbow arched across the heavens. A figure adorned in iridescent hues flashed momentarily above the venue. Uchiha Gen quietly raised his head, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, you have arrived. Chapter 197. Xiaoji vs. Ka Lu Nai. As the sound of the phoenix's call resonated alongside the passionate voice of Yandi, the host's brow also reflected a surge of excitement. It is the Phoenix King, the legendary Phoenix King. It seems that within this competition, there exists a prodigious contender favored by the Phoenix King. Our strongest champion, the invincible Mr. Yandi, has also declared with certainty his victory under the witness of the Phoenix King. Such a grand spectacle, such a divine omen, truly heightens our anticipation for the formal commencement of the match. Thus, without further ado, beneath this rainbow, I hereby announce as the host, the World Championship officially begins. This round adopts a brand new format, a round-robin point system. This implies that we shall witness exhilarating battles among all participants. Now, let us officially draw the opponents for each contender. Within the host's exuberant voice, the large screen above the arena displayed the avatars of 9 contestants, swiftly rolling by. In the next moment, a massive Pokeball icon flickered, enveloping all the avatars. Grouping complete. As the Pokeball appeared, the host raised a hand, and countless fireworks erupted into the sky with a resounding boom. Following the groupings displayed, the host announced them one by one. In the upper bracket, the first match, Xiaoji vs. Ka Lu Nai. In the upper bracket, the second match, Yandi vs. Adu. In the lower bracket, the first match, AI Lon vs. Duel. In the lower bracket, the second match, AI Li Si vs. Uchiha Gen. The final match of the evening will be between Shi Luo Na and the winner of the first match in the upper bracket. In the round-robin point system, each trainer earns 1 point for a victory. No points are awarded for a loss, and a perfect record grants the contender 8 points. In other words, the one who emerges victorious in all matches shall become the ultimate champion of this World Championship. Moreover, this format employs a unique and innovative segmented battle system. All contenders may only use 1 Pokémon for a one-on-one showdown until they accumulate 3 points. The victor scores points, while the defeated are eliminated from championship contention. This regulation further tests each trainer's decision-making and self-confidence in their own abilities. Whether to reveal their trump card early or to strategize with absolute confidence is entirely up to the contestant's judgment. Upon accumulating 3 points, each trainer may unlock and freely rotate between 3 Pokémon for a 3-on-3 battle. This further challenges the trainer's ability to coordinate their teams and strategize with their Pokémon. Once a trainer reaches 6 points, all Pokémon are completely unlocked for an absolute test of strength. Simultaneously, contestants should be aware that losing does not equate to immediate elimination. They will be ranked based on their final scores. Furthermore, this serves as a significant standard for assessing the combat potential of each region. So everyone, the thrilling championship battle begins now. standing atop the bronze bell. The host's expression was one of exhilaration as he raised a hand, and two figures appeared on the screen behind him, Xiao Ji and Ka Lu Nai. Before the grand screen, the host, microphone in hand, excitedly declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, the first round of the grandest event in the world is about to commence. Who will emerge as the ultimate victor among the gathered champions from various regions and visitors from other worlds? Will it be the mysterious guest from another realm, the dazzling champions from each region, or perhaps the young prodigy?" The answer to this question lies in the present moment. Let us welcome the two participants of the first match in the upper bracket, the 8th Master, Xiao Ji, and the 5th Master, Ka Lu Nai. Amidst the cheers, the other competitors from the 8 Masters gradually exited the stage, leaving the spotlight to converge upon the two contenders. Under the illumination, Xiao Ji and Ka Lu Nai locked eyes, recalling a previous encounter that had not gone perfectly. Now, as their gazes met, smiles adorned their faces, and two red and white Pokeballs were thrown into the air. As the official commencement of the match was heralded by the cheers, the two Pokeballs traced elegant arcs across the sky, intertwining before releasing a burst of crimson light. The light gradually solidified, forming the silhouettes of two Pokémon. One, exuding elegance and grace, was a Shinado adorned with a colorful hairpin amid its verdant locks. The other, standing still with arms crossed, was a Gekigashira, quietly observing with a subdued yet potent aura. Upon witnessing this scene, Uchiha Gen's lips curled into a smirk. Indeed, the peak prowess of Xiao Ji would not be represented by the original lineup. It remains uncertain whether the Sun God would be among them. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Uchiha Gen's eyes. If Xiao Ji possessed a divine beast, what of Yandi? Unlike Uchiha Gen, who intently focused on the impending battle, all champions in the lounge turned their attention toward Uchiha Gen, the guest from another realm. The tournament format undeniably favored Uchiha Gen, for all present were familiar with each other's trump cards. Thus, there was an air of curiosity regarding Uchiha Gen's Pokémon. After all, everyone knew that Uchiha Gen wielded a combat system entirely distinct from theirs, a new, unknown power that diverged from Mega Evolution and Dynamax. Such an obvious gaze. "It makes me feel bashful," Uchiha Gen remarked with a smile, returning his attention away from the battlefield. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the two trainers had already engaged in combat. "Gekigashira, we absolutely cannot lose this time. Go." Water Shuriken. From the outset, Xiao Ji took the initiative, commanding Gekigashira to unleash its signature move. The agile Pokémon crouched low, then leaped into the air, its palm outstretched as it flung multiple water shurikens slicing through the air toward Shinado. In response, Ka Lu Nai's lips curved into a smile. "We have our own reasons for not losing. Shinado, block it, then use Shadow Ball." A shadowy sphere crackled with dark energy materialized in Shinado's palm, its blue eyes glinting as it hurled the Shadow Ball into the sky. The water shurikens and Shadow Balls collided midair, resulting in a violent explosion that sent shockwaves rippling outward. Chapter 198, Double Evolution. The shockwaves stirred the air, sending dust swirling. With the initial attack thwarted, Gekigashira landed deftly, not pausing for a moment as a splash of water erupted beneath its feet, propelling it forward. In an instant, the blue figure darted through the thick smoke, rapidly closing in on Shinado. Simultaneously, Xiao Ji's command rang out. "Gekigashira, use Night Slash." Dark energy coalesced into two glimmering blades in Gekigashira's hands. With a swift movement, it appeared behind Shinado, striking forth with its gleaming blades. In the lounge, Uchiha Gen's eyes lit up at Xiao Ji's command, observing the dark blades in Gekigashira's grasp, a smile creeping onto his face. Finally, it's not just a basic slash. The enhancement from the Dark-type move is something you've never utilized before. Xiao Ji's choice of moves for Gekigashira truly left one in awe. Besides the Water Shuriken, which had a slight utility, the rest of the moves seemed rather chaotic. Fortunately, the League does not impose a restriction on Pokémon to utilize only 4 skills. This match is merely a contest of absolute power. Shinado executed rapid teleportation, flickering seamlessly. Karuna spoke up in response. In an instant, as the relentless assault from the Karamatsu surged forth, Shinado evaded with a series of short-range teleports. In true combat, there are no turns. Once one side exhausts its energy or succumbs to defeat, it matters not what moves are employed or how often they are used. Shinado gracefully dodged the attacks from Karamatsu, remaining composed in the face of its swift onslaught. In contrast to the fierce strikes of Karamatsu, Shinedo's movements resembled a delicate dance. This captivating scene elicited admiration from the commentator high in the sky. Remarkable. As Karamatsu launched its rapid offensive, Shinedo maintained its poise, executing short-range teleportation to evade. With such mastery of the teleportation skill, it is no wonder that Karuna, the champion known as the Psychic Queen, commands such respect. The audience erupted in excitement, their fervent cheers attesting to Karuna's immense popularity, a reflection of her star status. Ash, you are not the only one who has made progress. Though I do not seek power on this grand stage, even if I do not win the championship, I do not wish to lose disgracefully. Shinedo, let your magic shine. Karuna smiled, her gaze sincere as she watched the two Pokémon on the field. Though she had never cared for the title of the weakest champion, she still did not wish it to become a reality. The psychic energy surged, and with a smile, Shinedo vanished in an instant from before Karamatsu. A flash of green and white light illuminating the arena. When Shinedo reappeared, it was behind Karamatsu, and before it could react, a brilliant explosion of colorful light erupted forth. The magical energy, centered around Shinedo, unleashed a powerful wave that spread outward. Caught off guard, Karamatsu could not evade the dazzling attack, which struck its back. Scorch marks appeared on Karamatsu's rear, and a flicker of pain crossed its previously calm expression. This blow dealt a significant blow to Karamatsu. With her success, a radiant smile blossomed on Karuna's face. She raised her hand to grasp the necklace adorned with the evolution key at her chest. In an instant, a powerful gust of wind billowed her dress, and the vibrant light representing their bond surged forth, intertwining with the evolution stone on Shinedo's chest. The bond between Karuna and Shinedo materialized, completely activating the connection between the key stone and Mega Evolution Stone. Shinedo, let Ash witness our efforts. Now is the time. Shinedo. Mega Evolution. A cascade of colorful light erupted, enveloping the battlefield in a blinding glow of evolution. Within this light, Shinedo's form began to transform, a powerful psychic energy spilling forth in all directions. Meanwhile, Ash, witnessing Karuna and Shinedo undergo Mega Evolution, raised his hand, a signature fiery smile gracing his face. Clenching his fist, the aura of his power surged forth, and in that moment, Ash synchronized with Karamatsu, their thoughts aligning perfectly. Two hearts beat in unison, echoing like thunder. Ash stood firm with his fist held against his chest, his gaze unwavering as he focused on the flickering evolution light ahead. Let us go, Karamatsu, full throttle. In that instant, their figures seemed to transcend the boundaries of space and time, merging under the mysterious power of their bond. A terrifying water vortex spiraled skyward, a formidable aura beginning to envelop the arena. The towering water column compressed relentlessly, and a massive water shuriken descended upon Karamatsu's back. Within the swirling water curtain, Ash's figure melded completely with Karamatsu. This was the unique bond power belonging solely to Ash and Karamatsu. Bond evolution. Amidst the roaring cheers, Super Shinedo and Ash's version of Karamatsu appeared in unison. Two formidable presences clashed, creating a tempest that neither would yield. Shinedo, go. Psychic. Karamatsu, now that we are here, how can we possibly falter? Go. Ice beam. The two terrifying forces collided in midair. The air erupted with a thunderous boom as, the moment evolution completed, both trainers simultaneously commanded their attacks. Water Shuriken. The ice beam was countered, and Ash, now completely merged with Karamatsu, moved as though he were fighting on the battlefield himself, raising his hand in unison with Karamatsu. The massive water shuriken was drawn from behind, and in the next moment, Karamatsu darted towards Shinedo with ghostly speed. Shinedo, teleport to evade the incoming shuriken. Then, create distance and use Shadow Ball. Karuna's expression was resolute as she observed the relentless assault of the uninjured Karamatsu, her voice ringing out. Ash, you've grown so much. However, I will not lose. Karamatsu, erupting water column, soar into the sky and confirm Shinedo's position. Then, Hydro Pump. Chapter 199. While battle, the rapidly compressed stream of water surged forward, and a transparent light wall formed before Shinedo. The terrifying wave crashed forth like a dam breaking, the small light wall appearing as a solitary boat amidst the torrent, yet remarkably sturdy. Ultimately, the psychic energy-formed light wall successfully withstood the impact of the water wave, and for a moment, the heavily drained Shinedo found itself gasping for breath. Across from Shinedo, Ash's version of Karamatsu was also panting. Prior to their bond evolution, Karamatsu had already sustained damage from Shinedo's dazzling attack. At this point, both Pokémon had reached their ultimate limits. Shinedo, let us go. The final psychic. Karuna's eyes sparkled with determination and joy as she looked at Ash and Karamatsu. With Karuna's final command, an immense psychic force surged forth, the deep blue glow shimmering in Shinedo's eyes. This was the hallmark of a complete eruption of psychic energy. Here it comes. Senior Karuna. Karamatsu. Water Shuriken. In an instant, Ash and Karamatsu resonated emotionally, Ash raising his left hand skyward as massive water energy and bond energy converged, the water shuriken spinning in Karamatsu's grasp. In the next second, a towering water column shot up, transforming into a vortex as it spun, the golden bond energy flowing into the water tornado. In a heartbeat, the colossal water shuriken amassed above Karamatsu's head in a resplendent golden form. Golden water shuriken. At this moment, Uchiha Gen in the resting area couldn't help but smirk. Though jokingly referred to as the golden healing water shuriken, its might is truly formidable. The psychic, infused with all of Shinedo's mental strength, surged forth, and the massive golden shuriken was unleashed. In an instant, overwhelming energy waves compressed the space, the air rippling violently, and the battlefield, fortified to withstand the impact of Gigantamax's powers, activated its protective barrier. Yet, the clash of these two signature moves caused the energy barrier to flicker wildly, as if it might falter against the onslaught of the two Pokémon at any moment. Let us go. Ash and Karuna shouted in unison. Boom! Ultimately, the golden water shuriken, embodying all of Ash and Karamatsu's emotional power, successfully tore through the psychic attack. The colossal golden shuriken completely submerged and devoured Shinedo, thus determining the outcome between Ash and Karuna. From the very beginning, I noticed your concern. It seems you are quite invested in Ash, aren't you? Sharona's voice resonated beside Uchiha Gen, who turned towards the sound to find Sharona standing next to him. Do you lack a sense of propriety? We, it seems, are not well acquainted. Uchiha Gen replied indifferently. In this master challenge, Uchiha Gen sought not only to challenge formidable opponents, but also to savor the beauty of the Pokémon world. Therefore, he had entirely suppressed his habits from the shinobi world. For instance, despite Sharona's proximity, he made no move to retaliate. Had it been in the shinobi realm, an unfamiliar yet powerful individual approaching him would have elicited nothing less than a pair of blood-red Sharingan. Although Sharona was undeniably beautiful, it mattered little. Uchiha Gen was not yet at an age to indulge in romantic games. Rather than engage in frivolous romantic pursuits, Uchiha Gen desired to ascend step by step to the pinnacle of power, casting his gaze down upon all. Is that so? I had thought I was your first friend in this world. Your words are quite heartbreaking. In response to Uchiha Gen's aloof remarks, Sharona simply smiled, intrigued by this otherworldly visitor under the watchful eyes of the Sinnoh deities. It was purely curiosity, devoid of any romantic implications. Uchiha Gen remained silent, merely observing the battle unfolding in the arena. Sharona smiled faintly, standing beside him as they both watched the combat. The title of champion is not without merit. The battle between Dan Emperor and Dato erupted with a resounding roar, as Charizard plummeted from the sky amidst a sea of flames. Dan Emperor's Charizard soared through the air, roaring ferociously. At this moment, the victor was clear. Uchiha Gen's eyes shimmered with a fierce battle spirit as he beheld the soaring Charizard. Within his sealed space, in the Charizard Valley, flames surged skyward. Like Uchiha Gen, Charizard too was completely captivated by the spectacle of the battle-scarred Charizard. The presence of a fellow powerful creature heightened his competitive spirit. Dan Emperor's Charizard had not utilized its Gigantamax form, nor had Dato's Dragonite Mega evolved. Both retained their full strength. It appeared that Dato was acutely aware of his inability to defeat Dan Emperor, leading both to tacitly hold back their trump cards. You wonder, for whom is this mutual understanding in pursuit? Observing Uchiha Gen's fervent battle spirit, Sharona spoke softly. However, the next moment, Uchiha Gen's words left Sharona momentarily stunned. Are Pokémon battles permitted for trainers to participate directly? You refer to the wild battle system, which was popular in the Kanto region but ultimately abolished due to its brutality. Nonetheless, with the agreement of both trainers, wild battles can continue, typically employed to resolve grievances between them. What? Do you wish to engage in a wild battle? Is it because Pokémon in your world thrive in such conditions? Or perhaps you find Dan Emperor or Dato unsatisfactory? Surely, it cannot be me that you hold in contempt? Sharona chuckled. Ah, what a pity. In the face of Sharona's jesting remarks, Uchiha Gen remained unresponsive, letting out a resigned sigh. Most likely, he would not be able to personally confront such a formidable Charizard. What are you lamenting? Noticing Uchiha Gen's sigh, Sharona's smile faltered. It's nothing. Uchiha Gen gently shook his head, directing his gaze toward the newly emerged contenders in the arena. A hard-fought battle against a wealthy opponent who could easily provide mega stones and had bested Ash's Gikuga, Alan. Chapter 200. The first battle. The outcome was evident. As a seasoned champion capable of facing legendary Pokémon, Dan Emperor was not someone Alan could defeat. The clash between the two trainers' trump cards, Metagross and Charizard, unfolded as their mega evolutions coincided, culminating in Charizard's defeat. It's your turn. Alice is an exceptionally talented junior, and I believe she will not disappoint you. Sharona's voice resonated in Uchiha Gen's ears, causing him to pause in surprise as he prepared to enter the arena. Are you referring to that young girl who lacks any system at all? Nevertheless, he too looked forward to their battle. After all, those who stood here were no weaklings. Uchiha Gen stepped onto the platform. Meanwhile, outside, the audience eagerly awaited, their excitement palpable as they anticipated the performance of the otherworldly trainer wielding newfound powers. The host, hovering above the battlefield on a bronze bell, exuberantly began his commentary. First to approach us is the enigmatic and fantastical visitor from another world. The one who altered the rules of this grand tournament, the otherworldly trainer, Uchiha Gen. Under the spotlight, Uchiha Gen rose slowly from the lift, his youthful visage inciting a chorus of cheers. His cool demeanor exuded an indescribable aura, and the emblem of the Uchiha clan glimmered under the lights as he walked toward the battlefield amidst the cheers and applause, ready to face his inaugural battle in the Pokémon world. And his opponent is, renowned as an unparalleled genius, the inheritor of the dragon's homeland, a master of dragon-type Pokémon. The radiant Alice, akin to a precious jewel, graces the stage. The cheers erupted once more. Alice, donned in a gown, gracefully entered, her resolute gaze fixed firmly on the otherworldly youth. I promised Ash that we would pursue our dreams together, so I am not afraid of you, Alice proclaimed boldly. Observing the determined gaze directed at him, Uchiha Gen fell into silence. Am I to be cast as the ultimate villain? Yet is it so? I hope Miss Alice will not disappoint me. A gentle smile graced Uchiha Gen's lips, causing Alice's fervor to wane momentarily. I will not. Alice retrieved a red and white Pokeball, her voice unwavering as she called out, "Let us go." The Pokeball was tossed high into the air, a crimson light enveloping the arena as a figure roared into existence. Roar! The dual-axe dragon landed forcefully, its formidable presence exploding forth, emanating a terrifying aura unique to dragon-type Pokémon, sending chills through the audience even from behind a reinforced energy barrier. Witnessing the emergence of the dual-axe dragon, Sharona, who had made her way from the resting area to the audience, smiled knowingly. Has that adorable little one from years past now developed such a commanding presence? Then, Uchiha Gen, what Pokémon will you summon to counter this battle-hungry dragon? The strength of the otherworldly realm, Sharona mused softly. In the next moment, Uchiha Gen revealed to all watching the first distinct difference of the otherworldly visitor. He gently raised his hand, a smile gracing his lips. Snap! The crisp sound of his fingers echoed in the arena. Buzz! A black hole appeared beside Uchiha Gen, and a blue and white figure slowly emerged from it, drawing the expectant gazes of all present. The elegant and noble Shenandoah floated gracefully from the black hole, a mesmerizing sight that left many spectators questioning their own perceptions. Under the spotlight, the already beautiful Shenandoah appeared to radiate as a source of light, its unique blue and white hues drawing the audience's gaze irresistibly. For many, it was their first encounter with the shimmering Shenandoah, and as they beheld it, thoughts of whether the Shenandoah from another world possessed such splendor crossed their minds. After all, compared to the Shenandoah of Yzibo Schwan and Kalunii, the former exuded an ethereal aura, a special quality that imparted an air of nobility. On the observation platform, Zilyuona gazed at the now focal Shenandoah, her smile deepening. Such gracefulness seems ill-suited to you. However, this Shenandoah is indeed formidable. I find myself unexpectedly eager for a duel with you. How lovely it is. as the individual closest to Yuzhibo Xuan and Shineiduo. Alisai was momentarily spellbound by its extraordinary entrance. As a young woman, she too harbored a profound appreciation for beauty. Yet, this was not the time for admiration. Raising her hand, she commanded her double-axe dragon to launch an attack. Yaya, Dragon Pulse. Strike there. With the girl's command, the ferocious double-axe dragon raised its head, gathering dragon-type energy, which erupted into a fearsome, tricolored energy dragon. Under Alisai's direction, the dragon pulse did not target Shineiduo, but instead struck the ground beside it, unleashing a tremendous force that created a massive crater, sending debris and dust into the air, reminiscent of a small sandstorm. As the dust cloud enveloped the arena, Shineiduo's vision was completely obscured. Without needing Yuzhibo Xuan's orders, a flash of blue light illuminated Shineiduo's eyes, and before the dust settled, it instinctively formed a psychic shield to protect Yuzhibo Xuan from the incoming debris. Simultaneously, a smile graced Shineiduo's face as it gently raised a hand, summoning countless sealing techniques that transformed into chains, spiraling into the dust. Chapter 201, Victory and Defeat, The Terrifying Magic Shines. Yaya, cross-cut. Upon seeing several chains shoot out from the smoke, Alisai was taken aback. Although puzzled as to why her smoke did not obscure the opponent's vision, she quickly commanded the double-axe dragon to counterattack. Recognizing the peculiar chains as a potential threat, she opted for a bug-type attack. Roar! The double-axe dragon bellowed, its sharp axe blade erupting in a flash of white light, transforming into a deadly blade aimed at the sealing chains of Shineiduo. Observing this, a hint of amusement flickered in Shineiduo's eyes. Gazing at the murderous intent radiating from the dragon's head, Shineiduo merely raised a hand, causing the chains to distort as they approached. The space around the sealing techniques began to ripple, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, the cross-cut, having traversed the unstable space, became increasingly erratic. A thunderous explosion resonated across the battlefield. As the smoke cleared, a fissure became apparent. Yet Shineiduo's form had completely disappeared. As the audience searched for Shineiduo, the double-axe dragon suddenly turned and unleashed its tail. Boom! The shadow ball collided with the tail, producing a resounding blast. After the clash, the double-axe dragon leaped back. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed as it stood upright, coldly fixating on a single direction. There, the space twisted, and Shineiduo's silhouette gradually emerged from the haze. Noticing the icy gaze of the double-axe dragon, Shineiduo smiled delicately and gracefully curtsied. Elegance is timeless. Such grace incited the double-axe dragon to exhale 2 jets of searing heat, a harbinger of its growing fury. To Yuzhibo Xuan, observing the enraged double-axe dragon, a subtle smile formed as he quietly commanded Shineiduo to retaliate. Prepare the sealing techniques. Let us play with her using traditional moves. Shineiduo, moonlight power. As dusk settled, a full moon emerged behind Shineiduo, its moonlight cascading forth. In an instant, Shineiduo waved its hand, releasing a beam of moonlight that shot towards the double-axe dragon, a response to its impudent glare. Yaya, hold firm. A transparent barrier enveloped the double-axe dragon, and as the moonlight poured down, it remained steadfast amidst the radiant glow. Yaya, Dragon Claw. At the first sign of Shineiduo's attack, Alisai continued to issue commands. Roar! The verdant light enveloped the dragon's arms, and in the next moment, the double-axe dragon swung its arms, channeling the dragon-type energy towards its axe blades, which now resembled indomitable swords. As the dragon claw technique formed, a fierce gleam appeared in the dragon's eyes, and it surged forward with its powerful body, the azure blades poised for an assault on Shineiduo. Let the magic shine, and bring it to an end. In the face of the charging double-axe dragon, Yuzhibo Xuan's calm voice resonated. This double-axe dragon indeed displayed commendable strength. However, devoid of any systematic enhancements, it ultimately proved inadequate against Shineiduo, especially considering the fairy type's advantage over dragon types. Shineiduo, upon hearing this, nodded gently, her smile unwavering. A brilliant blue radiance ignited in her eyes, and in the next moment, a terrifying surge of psychic energy intertwined with resplendent fairy-type energy erupted forth. The dazzling brilliance enveloped Shineiduo. As the double-axe dragon charged forward, Shineiduo simply raised a hand. In an instant, a torrent of brilliance erupted beside her, overwhelming the double-axe dragon in a kaleidoscope of colors. Roar! The dragon's furious roar echoed within the vibrant light. And though the azure dragon blades attempted to slice through the colorful torrent, they were gradually diminished by the type disadvantage. The double-axe dragon strained to push forward but could advance no further. Yaya. Alisai anxiously watched the double-axe dragon engulfed by the onslaught, calling out in desperation. Yet, her cries would not grant the double-axe dragon the strength to surpass Shineduo, lacking a reinforcement system. Alisai could only observe as her dragon was gradually overwhelmed by the radiant colors. Ultimately, the rainbow-hued brilliance consumed the double-axe dragon. Thus, the outcome was determined. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The magic shone brilliantly. Kalunii had previously commanded her Shineduo to use this move, but it was merely at an ordinary level. However, the magic displayed by the current Shineduo was truly extraordinary. Was this the manifestation of a trainer from another world, integrating one's extraordinary abilities into other attributes and skills, thus altering the very essence of those skills? No, it seems that it is not merely the extraordinary power. Such a degree of magical brilliance appears to be intertwined with other unique forces. Are these special powers from your world? Or is it an inherent peculiarity of this shimmering Shinedo? My intrigue towards you, Liao Lu Sha, grows ever deeper. Tell me, do you believe you can withstand such an attack? In the audience, Xylona parted her crimson lips, smiling as she gazed at the seemingly indifferent Uchiha Gen on the battlefield. Her anticipation for a confrontation with this enigmatic opponent intensifying. In response to Xylona's inquiry, only a tremor from a trembling pokeball answered. It seems you two are stirred. The outcome is decided. Oh heavens! Such a terrifying magical brilliant skill. Without a doubt, Uchiha Gen Shinedo is a Pokémon that embodies both beauty and strength. The host's voice resonated, confirming the battle's conclusion. Chapter 202, Divine Vision. As the radiant light dissipated, the silhouette of the dual-axe dragon emerged from the smoke, yet regrettably. The once formidable dragon beast now lay prostrate, its eyes glazed over. With the fall of the dual-axe dragon, the system announced, "Congratulations to the trainer for defeating the LV-92 dual-axe dragon. Trainer experience, 31,810. Charizard experience, 31,810. Shinedo experience, 31,810. Gungue experience, 31,810. Banjira's experience, 31,810. Aluminum Steel Bridge Dragon experience, 31,810. Frogadier experience, 91,515. Draw count, 1. Loot, 1. Congratulations. Trainer level has increased from LV87 to LV88. Congratulations. Charizard level has increased from LV87 to LV88. Congratulations. Shinedo level has increased from LV87 to LV88. Congratulations. Gungue level has increased from LV87 to LV88. Congratulations. Banjira's level has increased from LV87 to LV88. Congratulations. Aluminum Steel Bridge Dragon level has increased from LV86 to LV88. Congratulations. Frogadier level has increased from LV69 to LV73. Congratulations. Trainer has progressed in the Master 8 Challenge. Current progress, 81. Challenge reward. Random Pokemon Ability Card X1. Random Battle System Item X1. Trainer, your presence has been detected. Congratulations. Trainer has obtained Divine Vision, Dialga. Congratulations. Trainer has obtained Divine Vision, Palkia. Congratulations. Trainer has obtained Divine Vision, Giratina. Congratulations. Trainer has obtained Divine Vision, Mew. Congratulations. Trainer has obtained Divine Vision, Zygarde. Congratulations. Trainer has obtained Divine Vision. In an instant, a torrent of data and notifications flooded into Uchiha Gen's ears, and simultaneously, his Qianzhou Sharingan quietly activated. The 9-pointed star pattern, symbolizing the 18 attributes, flickered slightly, as this so-called divine vision invigorated the power of his eyes. Although it did not allow for a complete evolution, that unique force still ignited the remaining unlit totems. Though only a flicker, it had not fully awakened. So many divine visions, it seems I am rather popular. Faced with the sudden deluge of information, Uchiha Gen's expression remained unchanged as he silently closed his Qianzhou Sharingan. He would eventually visit and challenge the divine beasts of the Pokémon world one by one. As the battle concluded, he saw the fallen dual-axe dragon, and Alice rushed forward, anxiously observing the creature. It's merely unconscious, nothing more. Noticing Alice's anxiety, Uchiha Gen spoke softly, then turned to walk towards the resting area. Huh, thank you. Alice was taken aback by Uchiha Gen's unexpected words of comfort, and by the time she collected her thoughts to express her gratitude, she looked up only to find that Uchiha Gen had vanished from sight. Given Alice's qualifications as a trainer in the Master 8 elimination round, she should not have reacted with such panic over a Pokemon's injury. Yet, the exaggerated magical brilliance exhibited by Uchiha Gen's Shinado, coupled with his status as a visitor from another world, rendered her unable to think calmly about whether his Shinado's abilities differed. I didn't notice, you only appear aloof. Your Shinado must have held back in the end, for the Dual Axe Dragon showed no signs of the burns typically caused by magical brilliance. Just as Uchiha Gen entered the tunnel leading to the resting area, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Uchiha Gen turned to see Xylona leaning against the tunnel wall, arms crossed, smiling at him. Do you wish to challenge me? After a moment of satisfaction for Xylona, Uchiha Gen spoke softly, his tone imbued with certainty. He was all too familiar with the battle intent radiating from Xylona. After all, he himself was a fervent lover of combat. Oh, is it that obvious? In response, Xylona smiled broadly at Uchiha Gen. You cannot win. A smile graced Uchiha Gen's face as a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from him. That's hard to say. Although I considered retiring after this competition, I have no intention of treating this match lightly. You know, to battle against an unknown opponent like you on this final stage is a great fortune for me. In the face of Uchiha Gen's overwhelming presence, Xylona showed no sign of fear or any other emotion. Instead, she radiated an endless battle spirit. As the champion of the league, Xylona was not someone who lacked experience. The responsibilities of a champion extend far beyond merely competing. Is that so? I feel the same. Uchiha Gen smiled slightly upon hearing this. Having reached the pinnacle of the ninja world, with no rivals aside from the Otsutsuki clan, he now had the opportunity to battle these formidable champions. What luck it was for him. Let us eagerly anticipate that battle together. However, there is something I wish to inquire about. If it offends you, you need not answer. Your eyes seem to undergo a certain change. I distinctly noticed a pattern within them that piqued my interest. Xylona's expression turned resolute. If her archaeological knowledge served her correctly, the pattern she had just observed was the totem of the creator of the Sinnoh region. In other words, Uchiha Gen before her may have an inseparable connection to the creator of Sinnoh. Even if the relationship were not particularly close, Uchiha Gen certainly knew something. Curious to know? Then wait until you surpass me to find out. Uchiha Gen cast a somewhat surprised glance at Xylona. He had not expected her to notice his activation of the Chien Zhou Sharingan from such a distance. Yet, surprise aside, Uchiha Gen had no desire to explain himself to her. He merely left her with a parting remark before turning to leave. Uchiha Gen's victory did not halt the competition. The Master 8 elimination rounds continued unabated. In the evening match, Xylona was set to face off against the victor of the first arena, Ash, as scheduled. The lights flickered, and colorful lights burst forth in a dazzling display. Compared to the daytime battles, the evening matches appeared even more splendid due to the array of lights. Amidst this brilliance, Ash and Xylona made their grand entrance. Chapter 203, Pikachu vs. Lai Yao Nusha. Beneath the radiant lights, even as night fell, the audience remained fervently excited, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the match. The first 3 battles of the Master 8 elimination rounds had already stirred the audience's blood with their one-on-one encounters. As Ash and Xylona took the stage, the lights converged, and the host on the bronze bell announced with exuberance. Good evening, everyone. The 4th round of the Master 8 elimination tournament is about to commence. Now, let us extend a warm round of applause to welcome our 2 contestants to the stage. Oh, behold, illuminated by the radiant lights. The first to stride toward us is the world-renowned archaeologist, the beautiful champion of the Sinnoh region, ranked 2nd among the 8 masters, our very own Kaluna champion. Under the spotlight, the dazzling lights converge to form a brilliant pathway. Kaluna, adorned in exquisite high heels and a splendid purple champion's cloak, gracefully advances along that illuminated path toward the battlefield. Upon reaching her designated area, Kaluna opens her gray eyes, her gaze piercing as she looks across at her opponent. Where 2 shadows, one large and one small, approach the resplendent light. Has he arrived, Ash? Her opponent is none other than the 8th ranked of the 8 masters, the inaugural champion of the Alola region, the esteemed Ash Ketchum from the Kanto region. In the first match of the 8 masters elimination round, Ash triumphed over Karuna, showcasing a terrifying bond evolution that left the audience in awe. Tonight, Ash faces his second challenge, pitted against the formidable Karuna. Will he manage to extend his streak of victories? Let us await the unfolding of this spectacle. The host's impassioned voice resonates above the battlefield, as a wave of cheers erupts from the audience. On that splendid path, Ash raises his right hand in a spirited wave, while Pikachu mirrors his enthusiasm, waving its tiny paw. Long time no see, Ash and Pikachu. Once Ash arrives at his designated area, Karuna greets him with a warm smile. It is a pleasure to meet you again, Miss Julan. I am honored to be battling against you. Pikachu, in the presence of a familiar face. Both Ash and Pikachu express their excitement, while a fierce determination ignites in Ash's eyes. He eagerly anticipates the clash with all challengers. As the host narrates, the two share a smile and shake hands. The battle is on the brink of commencing. Finally, as their hands part, Ash and Karuna each step back to their respective positions. Karuna raises her Pokeball high. Ash, with a serious expression, fixes his gaze upon Karuna, while Pikachu stands resolutely beside him, equally filled with combat fervor. It is evident that Ash has chosen to field Pikachu for this battle, rather than his Greninja or any other Pokemon. In this moment, the eyes of every spectator, indeed the gaze of the entire world, is riveted upon the two. Karuna holds her Pokeball aloft, her face adorned with a radiant smile and fierce resolve. Let the dance in the skies commence. Garchomp. The Pokeball is hurled into the air, a crimson light envelopes the arena, and a formidable figure emerges amidst the luminescence. Growling. As the red light dissipates, Garchomp's powerful form lands with a thud, exuding a commanding aura that sends ripples through the energy field of the battlefield. This imposing figure stands as the pinnacle of aspiration for all trainers within the Shinao region. With Garchomp, Karuna has become synonymous with invincibility in the Shinao League. Powerful, beautiful, and wise. Such words aptly describe her. Pikachu, you shall be my choice. Gazing at the majestic Garchomp, Ash confidently points forward and shouts, while Pikachu leaps from Ash's side to face Garchomp across the battlefield. In the waiting room, Uchiha Gen silently observes the two combatants. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth upon seeing Ash's choice of Pikachu. Using Pikachu against Garchomp. Only you would do that, foolish one. The title of Master of Reverse Attributes truly fits. This is Ash. Though our encounters have been few, he is indeed a formidable rival, so do not underestimate him. Suddenly, a foreign voice interrupts his thoughts, causing Uchiha Gen to raise an eyebrow. Turning to see the so-called strongest champion, Yandi, standing beside him with a cheerful expression as he watches the battle unfold, Uchiha Gen feels a sense of exasperation. It seems that in the Pokemon world, boundaries are virtually non-existent. Casual conversations are not deemed problematic by anyone. Karuna is like this, and so is Yandi before me. Such behavior would never be tolerated in the shinobi world. I never underestimate any opponent, especially not Ash, Uchiha Gen states coolly. Ah, is that so? My apologies for the misunderstanding. Yandi responds with a hearty laugh, a hint of embarrassment on his face. He has been observing Uchiha Gen, the visitor from another world, and misinterpreted his expression upon seeing Ash send Pikachu into battle. As he gazes at Dandy's grin, Uchiha Gen cannot help but draw a comparison to Senju Hashirama. Both possess an intriguing charm. With the appearance of Pikachu, a flurry of discussions erupts among the audience. Garchomp versus Pikachu. Although he is the champion of the newly established league, he is still a figure of championship caliber. Surely he understands type advantages, does he not? Could it be that Ash has some profound strategy we fail to comprehend? Instantly, many trainers in the audience ponder how Pikachu might contend with Garchomp. Yet the audience's deductions are utterly misguided. Only Ash's close friends and family understand that Ash simply believes that facing an opponent like Karuna necessitates deploying his most trusted partner. The bond between Ash and Pikachu transcends mere type advantages. Chapter 204, Is This Pikachu? With a flick of her hand, Karuna lets her cloak fall away, observing the two Pokemon locked in their gaze. A glimmer of amusement crosses her eyes. She harbors no disdain for Ash's Pikachu. Instead, her smile broadens. This is truly Ash, is it not? Moreover, he has grown even stronger since our first encounter. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Karuna, still smiling, issues the command for the first strike. Garchomp, let us greet Ash and Pikachu. Dragon Pulse. Roar. With Kaluna's command, Garchomp unleashes a ferocious roar. The fearsome dragon head rears high, as a tempest of dragon energy coalesces around it. In an instant, a fearsome dragon composed of blue, purple, and red energy surges toward Pikachu. Pikachu, dodge it. Faced with the onslaught of Dragon Pulse, Ash decisively calls upon one of his 3 signature moves. Pikachu twists its small form, embodying an incredible force. It leaps into the air, swiftly evading the attack's range. The Dragon Pulse crashes into the ground, sending a cloud of dust billowing across the battlefield, while Pikachu's rapid movement whips the dust into a tornado-like swirl. Well done, Pikachu. Charge in. Then use Iron Tail. Seizing the opportunity as Pikachu successfully evades Garchomp's attack, Ash shouts with fervor, Pikachu. With a determined nod, Pikachu's cheeks spark with electricity, and it accelerates toward Garchomp like a bolt of lightning. Such incredible speed. In that case, Garchomp, let us charge as well. We shall not be outdone. Kaluna watches with delight as Pikachu, having evaded Garchomp's Dragon Pulse, hurtles toward them with fervor. It is worth noting that since becoming the champion of Shinao, few challengers have dared to confront her Garchomp head-on. As the command from Shiluana was issued, a dragon-like silhouette swiftly charged into the swirling sands. The broad shark fin, enveloped in white light, transformed into a fearsome energy blade, slicing toward the oncoming Pikachu with a fierce strike. The normal type move cleaved through the air, witnessing the imminent clash between the 2 Pokémon. Shiluana could not help but utter a low exclamation. Strike now. Pikachu. Iron Tail. In Pikachu's bright eyes, the menacing visage of Liao Lu Sha and the murderous intent of its attack descended upon it. In response, Pikachu twisted midair, a dazzling white light instantly enveloping its tail. Boom! A resounding roar echoed across the battlefield, a powerful shockwave emanating from the 2 Pokémon. While countless terrifying fissures spread across the ground for dozens of meters from where Liao Lu Sha stood. Liao Lu Sha. Dragon Claw. Observing this, Shiluana's pupils constricted, and she let out a delicate command. Roar! Liao Lu Sha raised its dragon-like gaze, and a cerulean power erupted from within, enveloping its fin-like appendage. We shall not be defeated. Pikachu, charge! Bracing against the surging energy, Ash raised his hand to push back his cap, adopting an embracing stance as he shouted towards Pikachu on the battlefield. Pikachu! Pikachu! Once more, the radiant white light enveloped its tail, and Pikachu's gaze turned resolute. Clang! Like a long sword unsheathed, Pikachu wielded its tail as a weapon, continually clashing with Liao Lu Sha, bright yellow currents of electricity striking the ground. As the audience watched the fierce exchange between Pikachu and Liao Lu Sha, a brief silence enveloped them before an eruption of excitement ensued. This is Ash's ace partner. Pikachu is Ash's first Pokémon, having accompanied him through numerous league tournaments. They are the closest and most trusted companions. Small in stature, yet immense in strength. This is the power of Pikachu. The announcer on the bronze bell exclaimed excitedly, contrasting Ash's display with other trainers' Pokémon battles. To think this is a Pikachu, said to be as common as stray dogs, and its opponent is the semi-divine Pokémon, Liao Lu Sha. Truly, Pikachu is the world's finest. Boom. Another resounding clash echoed as Pikachu and Liao Lu Sha instinctively distanced themselves. At this moment, both Pokémon were slightly out of breath, yet their fighting spirit soared beyond their initial encounter. Ash was determined not to falter here. Losing before reaching his opponent would be utterly shameful. Observing Ash, Shiluana's expression bore a smile coupled with an unwavering determination to win. In the next instant, the minds of Shiluana and Liao Lu Sha began to synchronize. This also signified that, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shiluana took a deep breath, retrieving her lipstick, and lightly touched the embedded evolution keystone. In the next moment, a powerful energy erupted, dazzling rainbow lights flickering and flowing. As the ethereal currents swirled around her, Shiluana's robes billowed, and her beautiful golden hair danced in the wind. She stared intently at Ash, enunciating every word. Lia, Yao, Lu, Sha. Reveal your strongest form. Mega Evolution. Pikachu. Observing Liao Lu Sha undergoing Mega Evolution, Ash firmly adjusted his cap, his gaze steadfast as he called out to Pikachu. Pikachu. Pikachu stood tall, turning its head resolutely toward Ash. Seeing the determination in Pikachu's eyes, Ash smiled widely, tossing his cap toward Pikachu. In perfect synchronization, Pikachu leaped and caught Ash's hat skillfully with its head, then extended its paws to secure it in place. Pikachu. With the hat adjusted, Pikachu looked at Ash with renewed vigor. Then let us proceed. Ash, with unwavering resolve, gazed forward, gently raising his wrist. Where a bright light flickered, the powerful Z-ring enhanced by the guardian deities of the 4 islands of the Alola region. At that moment, the unique Z-crystal, forged from the bond with Pikachu, radiated brilliance. Chapter 205. Victory or Defeat. As Shiloana called forth the Mega Evolution, the audience in the arena held their breath. The battle was on the verge of reaching its climax. Upon witnessing the arcs of electricity erupting from Ash, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Z-Move versus Mega Evolution. The vibrant shards of light, symbolizing the power of bonds, shattered into fragments as a terrifying shockwave swept through the arena. Amidst the brilliance, the sleek and formidable form of the Mega Liao Lu Sha emerged, with 5 pairs of bone spines protruding from its sides, glistening ominously in the light. The overwhelming energy evolved its arms and wings into a pair of massive crimson scythes. Gao? On the battlefield, the Mega Liao Lu Sha let out a thunderous roar. Its ferocious aura intertwined with a fearsome battle intent. The blood-red scythes, said to effortlessly pulverize the earth, sliced gracefully through the hardened arena, carving deep trenches. Z-Move. Ash. Allow me and Liao Lu Sha to witness your strength. Liao Lu Sha. Unleash the storm. Shiloana smiled as she raised her hand to the sky, her commanding voice resonating throughout the battlefield. The Mega Liao Lu Sha roared skyward, and in an instant, a terrifying sandstorm surged forth, sweeping across the arena at a velocity that obscured nearly everyone's vision. The sandstorm's onslaught elicited a roar from the Bonji Loss within Uchiha Schwant's essence. He was the true sovereign of the sands. Simultaneously, under the control of Mega Liao Lu Sha, the remaining sandstorms coalesced around Pikachu, forming a terrifying quicksand that ensnared Pikachu's movements. Pikachu, we cannot afford to lose. Let us go. Ash raised his right hand high, the Z-crystal shining brilliantly. While his entire being illuminated with the aura of the radiant deity, Naek Lua Zima, Pikachu leaped forward, performing a synchronized high-five with Ash. Come on, 1,000,000 volts. More powerful than 10,000 volts. No, even greater, our ultimate strength. Pikachu, let us unleash our absolute power. Z-1,000,000 volts. In the radiant aura, Ash passionately recited the Z-move incantation. In an instant, the light from the Z-ring on Ash's wrist converged upon Pikachu, creating an electric field around its feet. Pikachu leaped into the air, locking eyes with Liao Lu Sha, vibrant electric arcs bursting forth from its form. Pikachu, Pikachu, Pikachu. Centered around Pikachu, 7 colors of electricity, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, pink, and red, erupted, wildly dancing like serpents of lightning. This electric-type move against the ground-type representative, the Earth Dragon, could only be executed by Ash. However, being a formidable special Z-move, whether such a skill could be immunized against ground types had yet to be tested. After all, Pikachu had previously electrified ground-type Pokémon. Let us go. Liao Lu Sha Earthquake. As Shiloana issued the command, the Mega Liao Lu Sha raised its right foot high and stomped down forcefully. Boom. The energy of the ground type converged, as if resonating with the somber rumble of thunder amidst the dark clouds of the horizon. The earth trembles violently beneath the forceful stomps of the Super Liao Lu Sha. Energy from the ground surges and erupts in a frenzy, and in the next moment, the very land of the battlefield emits a sound of overwhelming strain, with countless spiderweb-like cracks spreading forth, accompanied by a hue of earthy yellow light. In response to Xiaoji's 1,000,000 volts, Ziluona chose not to obstruct but instead to adopt a strategy of mutual offense, placing her wager on the belief that even if Liao Lu Sha cannot be immune to the attack, it would not be rendered incapable of battle. The furious kaleidoscope of electric light sliced through the sky. The seismic tremors cascaded across the ground. Victory or defeat was imminent. Ultimately, the vibrant electric light engulfed the quasi-deity, while the seismic waves enveloped the petite figure. The outcome was clear. The host's voice resonated across the battlefield, in the corridor leading to the resting area. Ziluona smiled as she gazed at the figure ahead. It appears that the weighty task of defeating you must be entrusted to Xiaoji. Such a remarkable technique is indeed astonishing. A weighty task? Is this a form of exclusion? Yuzhibo Xuan raised an eyebrow and spoke nonchalantly. You know, I certainly did not mean it that way. I merely wished to defeat you, and I believe that everyone in this Master 8 championship shares the same sentiment. Xiaoji is a trainer imbued with an air of uncertainty, and I believe he will present you with a distinctly different challenge. Recalling that astonishing kaleidoscope of electric light, Ziluona smiled in relief. Withstanding the type disadvantage, she managed to electrify Liao Lusha. Yes, the battle between Xiaoji and Ziluona was decided by the fainting of Liao Lusha. She was defeated. Is that so? I shall stand there, awaiting challenges from everyone, including you. Do not forget that this competition operates on a points system. Upon hearing this, Yuzhibo Xuan wore a smile. He would not forego the opportunity to face any of the Master 8. After all, each Master represents a substantial reward and invaluable experience. The current one-on-one battles are manageable, but the forthcoming 3-on-3 and 6-on-6 matchups will truly be the time for experience harvesting. Indeed, that is a valid point. The smile on Ziluona's face remained as she spoke softly. With that, the two brushed past each other. The next encounter would likely find them standing once more on the battlefield.